Family, today I saw a guy chop off a bullet from a handgun with a small knife, sparks flying everywhere, and everyone was dumbfounded. This all started on a fishing boat. I went out to sea with Captain Lao Chiao, Shi, and we returned with a full load. However, trouble arose at the dock when some gangsters showed up. The young man, Daro, showcased his skills. Later, I found out that Daro is actually a time traveler. I tell you, today was truly eye-opening for me. My jaw hasn't closed since. Can you believe a guy actually chopped a bullet from a handgun with a small knife? It was like something out of a movie, ding, ding, ding. Sparks flying everywhere, and I was left speechless. Well, let me start from the beginning. This all began when I was working part-time on the fishing boat today. I tell you, I'm just a temporary worker, tagging along with Captain Lao Chiao Shi and the others to make ends meet. Today we hit the jackpot. The fish hold was nearly full, and Lao Chiao Shi was overjoyed, puffing on his pipe, his beard almost curling up to the sky. There was a young guy on the boat named Daro. He looked about 15 or 16, but with muscles that showed he was trained. He was quite handsome, with golden curly hair and a few freckles on his face, a real sunny boy. Just as we were nearing the shore, some old-timers on the boat started teasing him. "Hey Daro, the boss is treating us to drinks tonight, but you're not invited." A guy named Simon laughed mischievously. I couldn't help but laugh because Daro's sister works at the only tavern in town, so he could only drink juice there, which was basically public humiliation. But the funniest part? It was these same old-timers who had encouraged Daro to drink in the first place. And guess what? Daro, known as the god of wine, took them all down single-handedly, with them crawling under tables. And now they had the nerve to mock him. Who understands that kind of thick skin? While we were making a ruckus, the dock suddenly erupted. A group of well-dressed gangsters in black suits stormed in, and the leader, trying to show off, kicked over our freshly unloaded fish crates with arrogance. "So, what do you think our crew's reaction was?" Simon turned to another fisherman and said, "Zido, how many times has this happened now? Third time, right? Last time those guys were beaten by Lao Chiao Shi and ran off holding their butts. They couldn't even walk straight." The old men were just watching the show, completely dismissing these gangsters. After all, these were men who wrestled with the waves every day. How could they be afraid of a few punks? As they put it, our fishing grounds were the biggest gang around here. Seeing us so calm, the leading thug got angry and pointed at Simon, shouting, "Hey, get your boss out here." Lao Chiao Shi strolled over with his pipe. "Looking for me? What's up? Our boss wants to see you. Come with us." Lao Chiao Shi rolled his eyes. "Tell your boss to come here himself. Stop with the nonsense." One of the thugs with a mohawk exploded. "Hey, old man, are you looking for death? Do you believe we can make your business go under?" I thought to myself, this is going to get violent. Daro sighed, looking like he thought, this is troublesome. Sure enough, the mohawk thug yelled and charged at Daro, probably thinking he could bully him since he was younger, pulling out a dagger to stab him. I tell you, it was like lighting a powder keg. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Our fishermen weren't pushovers either. They grabbed fish spears and chains and fought back. And then there was Daro. The moment the mohawk thug charged, he sidestepped, quickly moved to the side, and delivered a sharp front kick. Bang. The guy went flying. He got up, not backing down, charged again, and was knocked down once more. It was so intense that I wondered if they had some kind of KPI assessment. Seeing Daro's prowess, the other thugs surrounded him. But Daro moved like a fish, dodging and counterattacking, not letting a single one of them touch him. Meanwhile, Lao Chiao, she was fighting the leader, Prit. Lao Chiao's eyes punches were fierce, causing Prit to flee, and the scene was quite comical. Then, in a panic, Prit pulled out a revolver. "Die, all of you!" He yelled like a madman, firing 2 shots at Lao Chiao Shi and then randomly shooting at the fisherman watching the fight. Lao Chiao's eyes reaction was incredible. He twisted his body to dodge, not looking like a 50-year-old at all. But those bullets aimed at the fisherman were about to hit. At that critical moment, Daro sprang into action. I swear, I didn't even see how he moved. It was like a flash. And he appeared in front of those fishermen. He was holding the dagger he had just snatched from the mohawk thug. Then came the moment I mentioned at the beginning. Ding, ding, ding. The dagger in his hand became a blur, accurately intercepting all the bullets headed for the fisherman. This was surgical-level precision. I was stunned. This guy wasn't just cooking, he was a Michelin 5-star chef. Seeing this, Lao Chiao, she was completely enraged. He charged at the down Prit and stomped down hard on his leg. The sound of bones breaking was clear. Then he took down the remaining thugs, leaving none standing, and they fled in disarray. When everything settled down, Lao Chiao, she turned back and looked deeply at Daro, his expression complex, as if to say, "You're not simple, huh?" That night, Daro didn't attend the banquet. He went home instead. To be honest, this made me start to reassess him. And Daro, that's me. When I got home, my thoughts drifted far away. That's right, I'm coming clean. Porvis de. Daro, I'm a time traveler. In my past life, I was a corporate slave, tortured by the 996 word culture, and then I woke up in the world of One Piece. I thought I could take off with my knowledge of the plot, but guess what? I traveled back in time 40 years before Luffy set sail. Not to mention forgetting much of the plot. This advantage was completely nullified. But that's not the worst part. The most ridiculous thing is my identity. My sister is Portgasti. Rouge? Yes, the future wife of Pirate King Roger, who bore Ace after a grueling 20-month pregnancy and died from exhaustion. What does this mean? Roger is going to be my brother-in-law, and Ace is going to be my nephew. Roger, you can say he's magnanimous, free-spirited, and a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the world. But to his family, he's a disaster. He turned himself in, causing his wife to die in childbirth to save the child, and his son Ace bore the son of the Pirate King's stigma for life, ultimately dying in the Marineford War. So what about me? As his brother-in-law, the best outcome for me would be to live in obscurity, hunted by the Navy all my life. That's not the life I want. So, in the end, in this world, strength is everything. If you're weak, you're just driftwood on the sea, gone with the waves. If you're strong, like Garp, with a son who's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a grandson who's the future protagonist aiming to overthrow the world government, he can walk around the Navy headquarters unbothered, even pointing his finger at the celestial dragons without a care. Why? Because he's strong. With that in mind, I took out the revolver I had confiscated today from my pocket and then dug out a box from under the bed, which contained a notebook I had written in Chinese, documenting my understanding of this world and my training plan. I must become stronger. Fortunately, I didn't come to this world without any advantages. Perhaps due to having lived 2 lives, my mental strength is naturally strong, and I have awakened a rare ability called observation haki, which I refer to as Death Eye. This ability is quite simple. It allows me to directly see the weaknesses and flaws of my enemies, and to predict their next movements. Being able to deflect bullets with a knife at the dock today relied on the exceptional insight of Death Eye. The ability to move instantly was a technique I devised based on the description of Soru from the manga's Navy 6 styles, which I call Instant Step. It's faster than Soru, but covers a shorter distance. I also developed a technique similar to Moonwalk called Blue Bird, which allows for a double jump in the air, making it more agile. However, today's fight revealed my issue. I lack a one-hit kill technique, relying entirely on physical prowess, which is too inefficient. I opened my notebook and solemnly wrote a line on a new page, Development of New Techniques. Early the next morning, I ran to my secret base in the mountains behind the town. There are many wild beasts here, and since no one usually comes, it's perfect for my training. The morning was filled with monotonous, basic training, which absolutely cannot be stopped. In this world, physical strength is the foundation of revolution. Just look at Garp, who conquers the world with his iron fish is the best example. By the afternoon, I sat under a tree, took out my notebook, and began to ponder my new techniques. My role is very clear, gunner. The ability of Death Eye is tailor-made for gunmen. However, gunmen fear close combat, so I need to develop powerful kicking techniques to compensate. I frantically searched my mind for games I played in my previous life, when suddenly, an idea flashed through the male brawler from DNF. Brother Wuji. He has a signature skill called Shadow Kick, commonly known as Big Foot, which concentrates all his strength in his legs and then unleashes it with a flying kick. Yes, with my current physical condition and leg strength, if I can focus all my power, the destructive power will surely be explosive. I'm someone who takes action. Acting on impulse, I stood up and approached a tree, thick enough for me to encircle it with my arms. I mimicked the actions from the game, crouched down, bent my waist, gathered my strength, and then, with all my might, executed a flying kick. A thunderous crack echoed as the massive tree was unexpectedly cleaved in two by my kick. The upper half crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Success. This technique truly worked. Excitedly, I tried it on a few nearby trees. After kicking down several more, I encountered a significant issue. While the power of the move was sufficient, the time needed to charge it was excessively long. I must tell you, during the time it took to prepare my big move, my enemies could have rushed in and eliminated me countless times over. This technique was utterly impractical in real combat. Moreover, the power was merely adequate, far from my expectations. After years of training, was this the extent of my leg strength? Surely my technique was flawed. Never mind. If I couldn't figure it out, I would simply rely on brute force. For several days, I devoted myself to the trees of the back mountain, primarily focusing on physical prowess, wreaking havoc on the surrounding trees. However, truth be told, I made little progress. I could not pinpoint the source of my awkwardness. I practiced until the sun dipped below the horizon, then packed my things and returned home. My sister, Lugio, was off work today and was busy clattering about in the kitchen. She called out to me, mentioning that Uncle Lao Chiao, she wanted me to visit the tavern as the newspapers I requested had arrived. She warned me repeatedly not to drink, or my nose would turn red. It was quite amusing. She seemed to forget who had created the cocktail legend in this town. Had it not been for my teaching her mixology, she wouldn't be the town's golden reputation today. Deluo, the town's god of wine, never faltered after countless cups. Would I fear this? After dinner, I strolled to the tavern. From a distance, I could hear the raucous noise inside, all the dockside fishermen boasting. Upon entering, I spotted Uncle Lao Chiao, Shi, and Uncle Hunter Chi engaged in a spirited exchange at the bar. Uncle Chi thumped his chest, recounting how, when he first arrived on this island, he had cleared the beast from the back mountain with a single rifle, even boasting of having hunted a tiger weighing over 600 pounds. The others were incredulous, and Uncle Lao Chiao Shi, with his round belly, countered with a tale of an 800-pound tuna, dismissing the tiger claim as trivial. Oncle daqui, visible agitate, retorted. So you boast of 800 pounds to counter my 600, do you? I was seated at the bar, sipping juice, and couldn't help but stoke the flames by commenting, indeed, 800 pounds, can your old back handle it? Don't let the fish drag you into the sea. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lao Chiao Shi's eyes widened in indignation. He stood on his chair and began to perform, claiming that he felt a tremendous force on the fishing rod, nearly losing his grip but managing to hold on. As he animatedly recounted his tale, he reached the pivotal moment and shouted, "Thus I anchor my legs, drawing strength from the ground, pivoting at the waist, and with a pull of my hand, I lifted the fish." I must tell you, that one phrase, drawing strength from the ground, pivoting at the waist, illuminated my mind. Those who understand family know what inspiration feels like. As soon as I finished my juice, I attempted to leave, but was caught by the two old drunks, insisting that I mix them a few new cocktails to sample. All right then, as a token of gratitude for this unintentional guidance, I quickly prepared a few drinks for them before hastily departing with the newspaper. The next morning, I rushed to the back mountain, my mind consumed by the words I had heard yesterday. I planted my legs firmly, pivoted at my waist, and suddenly turned my upper body, channeling all my strength into my right leg, and executed a powerful flying kick toward a tree that required 5 people to encircle it. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as that tree was instantly severed. The break was rugged and uneven, unmistakably the result of sheer force. Success! I was elated. I finally possessed a legitimate attack move. After some contemplation, I decided to name this technique Kue Nyo as a nod to my previous life. Although the charge time remained slightly slow, it was of little concern. I could refine it with more practice. After several days of training, I had preliminarily mastered Kue Nyo. Excellent, I now had a close combat special move. Next, it was time to practice with firearms. However, there was one problem. I lacked ammunition. And upon hearing I needed bullets, he grew apprehensive, stroking his beard, recalling how my sister nearly set his beard ablaze when she discovered he had tricked me into drinking. He hesitated to assist me, but discreetly informed me that Uncle Chi surely had some. Upon hearing this, I promptly took a jar of my homemade liquor and headed over. Upon entering, I found the old man sprawled on a genuine tiger skin rug, thoroughly intoxicated. It seemed he was not exaggerating. I roused him, offered him the liquor, and flattered him, claiming this new brew deserved to be savored by the most discerning connoisseur. He reluctantly accepted, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of the fine drink, and pretended he wasn't home, claiming his bullets had mysteriously vanished from the cabinet, leaving me to sort it out. How could I be polite? I promptly rummaged through his belongings and filled a large bag to the brim. He then suggested that I teach him some marksmanship in exchange for more liquor. Observing his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, I diplomatically replied, "Absolutely. I will certainly seek your guidance when the time comes." A win-win situation, truly a win-win. That evening, I opened a newspaper I had obtained from Uncle Lao Chiao Shi, and to my astonishment, it was filled with sensational news. The Roger pirates had clashed with the Navy in the East Sea, suffering relentless defeats at the hands of Carp and Sengoku. The Red Count had also engaged in a fierce battle with Admiral Steelbone Kong in the New World, sustaining severe injuries. As I gazed at Roger's beaming bounty poster in the newspaper, a sense of unease washed over me. This era was far from peaceful, and I needed to grow stronger swiftly. While I pondered how to enhance my strength, in another port city called Green Bardo, a family named Antelia was convening. Their leader, Weibo, a notorious old man, was furious because his subordinates could not deal with Uncle Lao Xiaoxi, a scheming advisor named Snade, donning gold-rimmed glasses and slick-back hair, proposed a plan to eliminate their rival by employing a third party. Once the others departed, he whispered to Weibo that they could leak information to a pirate named Sam, urging him to capture Uncle Lao Xiaoxi. Weibo, wary of inviting danger, was reassured by Snade's sinister smile. We can always burn the bridge after crossing it. Their true objective was the legendary Black Pearl, said to have sunk near Bartolira Island, laden with unimaginable wealth. In the following days, I commenced my shooting practice in the back mountain, the gunfire echoing through the woods, driving the birds to the brink of insanity. With the enhancement of my dead-eye aim, my shooting was remarkably accurate, hitting precisely where I aimed. However, the most significant issue was that the bullets lacked sufficient power. Striking those sturdy trees felt merely like a scratch, barely penetrating the bark. Just as I contemplated the bleak future of a gunslinger, the notorious pirate Captain Sam, with a bounty of 87 million, stealthily approached the port of Green Bardo aboard his fearsome cannon-laden ship under the cover of night. Snade personally awaited him at the dock, ushering this red-crowned madman to Weibo's establishment. After a lavish feast, Sam grew impatient and directly inquired about the grand enterprise. Weibo, with a smile, finally revealed his true intentions. The Black Pearl. Do you remember it? Upon hearing this, Sam's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed to pierce Weibo's soul. That ship was sunk by my own hand. How did you find it? Weibo, the cunning fox, grinned like a benevolent Buddha, slapping a battered gold bar onto the table. This was recently used as a gambling debt settlement at my casino, reportedly stolen from a fisherman's estate near Bartolira Island. The markings on this gold bar unmistakably indicate it belonged to that fabled treasure. Weibo continued to entice. The fisherman undoubtedly knows the details. So what do you say, brother? Care to join us? Sam stared at the gold bars, his face alternating between shades of pale and green, as his mind began to calculate how he could seize this fortune. He was not naive and directly inquired, "Speak up. What do you require of me?" "You, Wabo, have summoned me for a reason. There must be a tough nut to crack." Wabo casually remarked that it was a trivial matter. There was merely an annoying little brat on the island along with a group of fishermen. Eliminate them all for me, so I can apprehend someone. Could Sam, the seasoned veteran, trust him? He retorted immediately, "Is it really that simple? Have you gone vegetarian, or has a donkey kicked your brain? You expect to share this good fortune with me?" Rest assured, Wabo had already prepared his words. That decrepit island had no naval presence whatsoever. He intended to use the formidable name of Giant Cannon Sam to make a ruckus while eliminating their targets, lest others discover their involvement and cause a negative impact. This reasoning seemed somewhat plausible, and ultimately, greed triumphed over rationality. Narrowing his eyes, Sam declared, "Fine. After the deed is done, I shall take 70% of the gold." Preposterous. At most, we'll split it 50-50. Weibo exclaimed, visibly agitated. The two engaged in a heated debate, their spittle flying, until they settled on an equal division. Just as their theatrical exchange concluded, the scene shifted, and both sides began scheming for a backstab. It was akin to a real-life game of werewolf, dear friends. Wabo had just departed to arrange personnel when Sam summoned his most trusted confidant, Kali, instructing him to inspect the ship overnight, wary of any potential tricks Wabo might play. Meanwhile, in Wabo's establishment, Snyder wore a disgruntled expression. "Boss, are we truly sharing half?" Weibo, puffing on a cigar amidst swirling smoke, wore the countenance of a cunning villain. "Heh, my money is not easily acquired." His quarrel with Sam was merely a performance, designed to lower the other's guard. His true plan was to strike when Sam returned with the spoils, employing a treacherous maneuver to eliminate him. He instructed Snyder to meet with Colonel Quelly of the Navy the following day, claiming that giant cannon Sam intended to attack Greenbardo, thus prompting the Navy to obliterate Sam's ship at sea. Thus, both parties harbored ulterior motives. By midnight the following day, 2 pirate ships stealthily approached Bartolare Island. I tell you, that night on Bartolare Island was as peaceful as Sleeping Beauty. Who could have foreseen the impending disaster? The 2 pirate vessels, akin to 2 hulking brutes squeezing into a children's shoe store, docked at our modest fishing boat pier. Without a moment's hesitation, a thunderous boom erupted as the terrifying cannons fired. Shells rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly awakening the slumbering town. Flames soared into the sky, and explosions echoed in succession as the pirates charged ashore. The pirates are here. The entire town erupted into chaos. The first to respond were the fishermen at the dock. Uncle Xiao, she bellowed, urging the men to arm themselves while instructing the women and children to flee to the hills. I, DeLuo, was jolted awake by the commotion. This was no drill. I dashed into my sister Lu Jio's room, who appeared utterly bewildered. I shouted that pirates had arrived, seizing her hand and rushing outside. At this critical juncture, remaining indoors was tantamount to awaiting death. Lu Jio was terrified and clung to me, refusing to let go. I reassured her that Uncle Xiao, she, and the others were holding the front line, and I had to assist them. After a few persuasive words, I convinced my sister to retreat to the hills, then turned back to grab my revolver, ammunition, and arm myself fully. I was well aware that merely fleeing was futile. I had to intercept these ruffians at the dock, or everyone would perish. I traversed the blazing streets, surrounded by screams and cries, a veritable hell on earth. Yet, my mind remained unusually calm as I sprinted towards the dock. The eastern part of the dock was already a chaotic mess. Uncle Xiao, she, leading the fishermen, engaged the pirates in urban warfare, temporarily stalling their advance. I spotted Uncle Xiao, she amidst the throng. He was battling a pirate with a harpoon. Seeing me, he gasped, "DeLuo, what are you doing here? Hurry, we're barely holding on." Just as he spoke, someone in the crowd screamed, "Incoming shells." Instinctively, I turned around to witness a cannonball soaring through the air, heading straight for the most crowded area of our fishermen. If it exploded, many would perish. In that critical moment, I sprang into action, drew my gun, activated my Deadeye ability, and fired shot after shot. Several bullets struck the cannonball, which detonated in midair, transforming into a dazzling firework display. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, and everyone gazed at me as if I were a monster. However, it was futile. The fishermen had suffered heavy casualties, and the situation was on the brink of collapse. Uncle Xiao, she, in desperation, asked if I had any solutions. I quickly suggested, "The dock is too open. We can't match their firepower. We must retreat. Let's engage in guerrilla warfare. Lure these headless flies into the town and exploit the terrain to take them down one by one." Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiao, she decisively shouted, "Retreat. Everyone back to the town." Together, Uncle Xiao, she, and I took the lead, providing cover as our group successfully withdrew to the town streets. On the ships, Snyder reported to Wabo through binoculars, "Boss, they have all retreated into the town. It seems the residents have fled to the hills." Sam, growing impatient, was only concerned about his treasure. "Hey, Wabo, where's that fishing grounds owner you mentioned?" Wabo's eyes glinted with cunning as he pondered. "That old fellow is surely hiding in the hills. Let us split up. I'll take my men to eradicate the fishermen in town while you go to the hills to capture the others." Agreed. Sam was more than eager to separate from him, promptly leading his men towards the hills. Watching Sam's departing figure, Wabo exhaled a puff of smoke, ominously remarking to Snyder, "Even if he captures someone first, it won't matter. They will all meet their demise." Then, Wabo signaled his men with a wave, shouting, "Charge!" The pirates and the Antelia clan surged into the town like a tidal wave. Uncle Xiao, she, and I prepared for battle. Uncle Xiao, she's rallying cry was fervent, while I promptly assigned tactics, formed groups of 3, disperse, and ambush, targeting the stragglers, strike, and retreat. Thus, we concealed ourselves in the corners of the streets and within houses. The pirates initially approached cautiously upon entering, but one of them stumbled upon a trove of gold jewelry in a room. This revelation sent them into a frenzy, revealing their greedy nature as they scattered and rushed into homes to plunder. Seeing this, I felt a surge of confidence. If they had attacked collectively, we would have been at a disadvantage, but now they were delivering themselves to us. What followed was a textbook ambush. One aged pirate kicked open the door of a lavish house, only to be met by 3 fishermen lying in wait, who swiftly dispatched him before he could react. As for me, I moved like a phantom in the night. My Deadeye ability was exceptionally effective in urban combat. The enemy had yet to spot me when I had already opened fire, taking them down one by one with precision. Including the previous kill, this marked my 17th. Truth be told, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Slaying these beasts was akin to butchering chickens. In this law of the jungle, only the strong can seize their own destiny. Our side was experiencing a string of successes, accumulating small victories into a larger triumph, while Wabo finally sensed something amiss. Snyder pointed at a building. "Boss, our men have been inside for quite a while. Why is there no movement?" Wabo dispatched 2 men to investigate, only to find one of their own impaled by a harpoon, lifeless, with a handful of jewels tightly clutched in his grasp. Wabo's face darkened instantly as he realized he had been deceived. Enraged, he ordered, "Let the gunners level this town." With a command, the gunners aboard the pirate ship erupted into a fervor akin to being infused with adrenaline. Countless cannonballs rained down upon the town, indiscriminately bombarding every corner, transforming the once bustling Beit Lila into a blazing inferno. The sheer volume of artillery fire was staggering. With a deafening boom, a cannonball obliterated the roof of the building where I had sought refuge. Cursing under my breath, I leapt from the window and sprinted desperately towards the town's central square, the designated gathering point for our allies, where cannon fire dared not venture. Upon my frantic arrival at the municipal center adjacent to the square, I discovered that Lao Xiaoxi and others were also taking shelter within. I quickly urged, "We can no longer hide. If we do, we will inevitably be reduced to mere pulp. We must charge forth and confront them." After a brief discussion, we unanimously agreed that it was indeed prudent to emerge while there was still cover available. If we waited until the outside was leveled, we would become mere targets. Thus, after a momentary pause to gather our strength, Lao Xiaoxi and I took the lead, rallying the remaining fishermen as we burst forth from the municipal hall and charged into the square. As we emerged, the bombardment abruptly ceased. Soldiers faced soldiers. Generals faced generals. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Among the fishermen, someone recognized Weibo, and an immediate outcry ensued. Weibo, dropping all pretense, fixed his gaze upon Lao Xiaoxi and mockingly declared, "Ah, so it is you, Captain Xiaoxi. I, Andre Weibo, look out of the Blood End Pirates, extend my greetings." The revelation was nothing short of explosive. Upon hearing the name of the Bloodhand Pirates, Lao Xiaoxi's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired, "Did this band of pirates come at your behest?" Weibo, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily indeed. "The captain of the giant cannon pirates is none other than the gunner who sank your Black Pearl all those years ago." I was utterly bewildered, and though Lao Xiaoxi noticed my confusion, he merely whispered, "Now is not the time for explanations. We shall discuss it later." Wabo at them peto soy Lao Gusi, demanding the whereabouts of the Black Pearl in exchange for sparing the others. I swiftly retorted on Lao Xiaoxi's behalf, "Not a chance." Enraged, Weibo shouted, "Then do not blame me." In an instant, the 2 factions clashed violently. Several pirates charged towards me, and I raised my weapon, firing several rounds with deadly accuracy, my keen vision ensuring that none could even graze my clothing before they fell. Meanwhile, Lao Xiaoxi unleashed his prowess with ferocity, employing military techniques that rendered him a force of nature amidst the chaos. With a single move, he executed a tiger capture throw, slamming an enemy into the ground with devastating force. Together, we fought like demigods, swiftly dispatching several foes, causing the remaining pirates to falter in fear of our overwhelming presence. "You worthless fools," Weibo bellowed, incensed by the turn of events. In a moment of desperation, he brandished a massive cleaver, signaling his intent to personally confront Lao Xiaoxi. The sight of that weapon left me astounded. It was less a knife and more a monstrous steel saw, scarred from countless battles. While I anxiously watched, Lao Xiaoxi, filled with resolute vigor, shouted for me to remain calm. His voice resonated powerfully, silencing my worries. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward like a cannonball. Weibo, a master of taunting, began to mock. Years ago, I should have ended you. It seemed Sam's cannon was lacking. He brandished the jagged blade, preparing to strike. Lao Xiaoxi, unfazed by the provocation, closed the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. However, Weibo sidestepped, countering with a swift slice that sent Lao Xiaoxi sprawling to the ground. Weibo continued to taunt. You are aging. Surrender now to spare yourself further pain. In that moment, my frustration boiled. But Lao Xiaoxi was not one to engage in idle banter. He let his fist do the talking. Like a coiled spring, he sprang into action, countering with a tiger cannon fist. The force of that strike was tremendous, akin to a cannonball being fired as it connected with Weibo's face, sending him hurtling backward into the ruins of the municipal hall. Yet Weibo was not finished. Rising from the debris, he brandished his weapon defiantly. With a leap reminiscent of a descending tiger, Lao Xiaoxi executed a tiger's grip on the mountain, planting his foot firmly on Weibo's blade, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick to Weibo's upper body. Weibo, undeterred, attempted to retaliate, raising his weapon in a desperate bid to inflict damage. Fortunately, Lao Xiaoxi responded swiftly, driving his knee into Weibo's chest, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. What followed was a momentous clash, as both combatants understood that the next move would determine the victor. Weibo summoned dark energy around his blade, unleashing a technique known as Fangs of Oblivion. In response, Lao Xiaoxi drew back his right fist, channeling all his strength into a single strike, dubbed Tiger's Cut. The collision was thunderous. The moment their weapons met, Weibo's blade shattered into fragments, and he was propelled backward, defeated. Lao Qiusi Salet, lighting a cigarette as he surveyed the ravaged town, remarking, Alas, I'm growing old. Otherwise, I would have finished him with a mere slap. At that moment, I was taken aback, thinking, is this what he calls aging? Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, chaos continued to reign elsewhere, as Dalu and a man named Snide engaged in a sinister dance of combat. Dalu, akin to a butterfly, darted about, firing his weapon relentlessly. Snide, wielding a whip that seemed alive, struck at Dalu with serpentine precision. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Dalu's gaze was drawn to the illuminated hillside, concerned for Lu Jio's safety. In that instant, Snide's whip lashed out towards Dalu's head. Fortunately, Dalu reacted swiftly, activating his keen vision and evading the attack. Is that all you can do, ambush? Dalu taunted, provoking Snide's wrath. Enraged, Snide charged forward, his whip cracking through the air. Dalu seized the opportunity, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. One aimed at Snide's temple, the others to restrict his movement. Snide, incredibly agile, contorted his body into an impossible posture, narrowly avoiding the bullets. Furious, he retaliated with a flurry of strikes, but Dalu leaped into the air, maintaining distance while coldly observing, You are full of openings. With that, Dalu fired 2 more shots, each with a cunning angle. Snide, left with no choice, desperately swung his whip to deflect the bullets. Realizing that range combat was futile, he decided to engage in close quarters. Dalu met him with a swift kick, sending him staggering backward. Stung by defeat, Snide dropped the pretense and declared, I am the bearer of the snake fruit, in serpent form. As he transformed, his lower body morphed into that of a colossal serpent, and his tail whipped through the air, poised to crush Dalu. Just as defeat seemed inevitable, a gunshot rang out. A large bullet soared from a distance, aimed directly at Snide's eye. Startled, Snide recoiled, evading the shot, and Dalu seized the moment to roll away from danger. Who dares to interfere with my plans? Snide hissed, his fruit ability allowing him to sense heat, and he retaliated by unleashing a stream of venom towards the source of the gunfire, dissolving the balcony where the shot had originated. Then a diminutive figure emerged from behind, shouldering a double-barreled shotgun. After years of hunting, I had never encountered a serpent of such magnitude. Daluo, do you think this snake can be used to brew some liquor? Upon closer inspection, that distinctive red nose could only belong to Lao Chi. What are you so surprised about, kid? Did I not mention that I'm a sharpshooter? Lao Chi boastfully waved his firearm. Now, it was a 2-on-1 situation, as Daluo and Lao Chi began to coordinate their attacks. Lao Chi fired a shot to force the creature back, while Daluo followed up with several shots, causing the snake man to wail in agony. The two began to compare their sharpshooting skills, for who among us does not relish treating the boss as a target? Suddenly, Snade, in rage, bellowed, "You two perish." With that, he transformed into a colossal serpent coiled upon ground. Its defenses surged, and its weak points diminished. Then, with a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of venom towards Lao Chi. Remarkably, Lao Chi's movements resembled that of a drunken man, swaying left and right, successfully evading all the poison. Just as the two were exchanging banter, a cannonball from the pirate ship detonated against the mountainside. Upon witnessing this, Snade gleefully exclaimed, "Ha ha! Our Captain Sam has also ventured to the mountainside, and your townsfolk are doomed." Daluo's heart sank upon hearing this. Lao Chi, noticing his concern, reassured him, "Kid, you go ahead. I will handle this serpent. Do not worry, for I am an old hunter." No sooner had he spoken than another cannonball struck the mountainside. Daluo took a deep breath and replied, "All right, Lao Chi, I'll leave this to you. When it's all over, I shall treat you to drinks on the house. Then you better prepare plenty of liquor. Lao daqui lao gid, e archili, ange doce da lua beg. That Sam is no simple foe. Do not perish there, for you still owe me a drink." Daluo caught the bag, which contained specially crafted large bullets. As he made his way to the mountainside, he moved faster than ever before. Upon arrival, he found Sam and his crew still searching for individuals, each one howling in dismay as they were bitten by mosquitoes. Fortunately, Lu Jio and the others had yet to be discovered. Hiding in the shadows, Daluo raised his weapon and fired, but to his astonishment, the bullet ricocheted off an invisible barrier as if it had struck a wall. A devil fruit user. Daluo's heart sank as he swiftly changed positions, transforming into a harbinger of death amidst the foliage. Daluo fired and shifted locations, each shot causing the minions to wail, terrified of being the next to face execution. Sam, furious, cursed and ordered his subordinates to charge into danger, while he focused solely on locating the Black Pearl. Daluo took a breath and scrutinized Sam once more. Lo and behold, there was an invisible aura surrounding him. He attempted to shoot at the weak point of that aura, and indeed, the bullet was deflected. But a small gap appeared. It was air armor. In an instant, Daluo understood. He promptly switched to the specially crafted bullets given by Lao Chi, aiming for the weak point at Sam's heart. Bang! This shot must surely hit its mark. The bullet penetrated the air armor, yet it was thwarted. Sam pulled something from his pocket, and to Daluo's shock, he revealed a cannon over 1 meter in length. I was dumbfounded. What kind of fourth-dimensional pocket was this? Daluo exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? How absurd. Unable to locate Daluo, Sam, in a fit of rage, unleashed cannon fire indiscriminately, obliterating the small grove. With nowhere left to hide, Daluo stepped out into the open. Now was a showdown. "Kid, why aren't you hiding?" Sam boasted, brandishing the cannon. Because it is unnecessary," Daluo replied, loading his revolver with the specially crafted bullets. Sam feigned camaraderie, yet the barrel of his cannon subtly raised. Daluo saw through the ruse, taking the initiative as several specially crafted bullets shot forth. However, Sam waved his hand, and a transparent wall of air manifested in front of him, deflecting all the bullets. "Kid, my air wall is far sturdier than armor. It must be quite despairing, no?" "What despair is there? Your wall cannot move, can it?" Daluo countered, piercing through Sam's confidence. Sam was taken aback. "You can see my wall?" "Of course. I am the protagonist here. Do you not know?" Seizing the moment of surprise, Daluo fired several shots. He anticipated Sam's every move. With a swift twist of his firearm, he aimed for where Sam would dodge. With no choice left, Sam could only raise the cannon a block. Now flustered, Sam commenced a barrage, the cannonballs appearing as mere pebbles before transforming into massive projectiles upon launch. DeLuo found himself in a dire predicament. Forced to utilize Qing Niao to evade in midair, sustaining injuries along the way. How does my enhanced cannonball feel? Sam taunted, launching more cannonballs at the beleaguered DeLuo. Realizing this could not continue, DeLuo acknowledged that Sam's firepower was overwhelming. He needed to close the distance and engage in close combat. At that moment, a singular thought surged within him. I must take him down. Without hesitation, he executed Xuanbu, instantly appearing before Sam. His death eyes felt like an 8 times magnification, accurately predicting Sam's movements. To the right front, I unleashed my most ferocious kick, known as Koei Nyo, channeling all my might into it. The ensuing scene was nothing short of comical. Sam, caught off guard, rolled precisely into the path of my foot. Upon looking up, he met the sole of my shoe. The expression on his face was one for the ages, akin to seeing a ghost. Dual air walls. In his last moments, he hastily erected 2 shields. Unfortunately, the first wall crumbled like paper upon impact, and while he survived, he was left reeling. I would not grant him a moment's respite. Another, Xuanbu, brought me right back to him. Once I closed the distance, he transformed from a cannon operator into a mere punching bag, devoid of any means of retaliation. It was no wonder, relying on his air armor and range firepower, he likely had never even done a push-up in his life. His stamina was pitiful. The more I struck, the more frenzied I became. My fists rained down like a torrential downpour, while he feebly attempted to defend with the 2 cannon barrels. Unaware of how many blows I landed upon him. Seizing my chance, I leaped into the air, poised to deliver a decisive flying kick. In his panic, he swung the cannon barrels like a windmill. In midair, I executed a Z-shaped maneuver, my movement as fluid as silk, effortlessly evading his clumsy swings. Then, with a powerful kick, I struck. The resounding crash sent him and the cannon flying dozens of meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Was that all? I needed to deliver a finishing blow. Verbal taunts are also a form of attack, and I had to ensure his mindset shattered. Sure enough, as the old fellow stumbled to his feet, his face twisted with rage, he growled, "You little brat, do not get too cocky." He was preparing to unleash his ultimate form, Air Fortress. The sight was astonishing. The surrounding air surged towards him as if possessed, and in mere seconds, he erected a mobile fortress around himself, akin to a transformer, wrapping himself tightly and extending a dark barrel towards me. I was utterly speechless. Was he playing a game of tower defense? The old fellow, basking in his self-satisfaction, began to explain, "Kid, I am a compression man who has consumed the compression fruit, capable of compressing anything. Now, prepare to be annihilated by my specially crafted cannonballs." No sooner had he spoken than the cannon barrel glowed red-hot, and with a deafening roar, several massive cannonballs, trailing flames, hurtled towards me. Oh my goodness, the power of that cannon. Each shot left a substantial crater, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. As I gazed upon his turtle shell, a sense of trepidation gripped my heart. In the past, I could always find flaws through my dead eye, but now, this contraption left me utterly at a loss. It seemed that I had no choice but to fight with all I had. I turned back, recalling my companion Lucio, and as I contemplated this wretched pirate world, my resolve solidified. The second half of the battle commenced. That rascal Sam, ensconced within his turtle shell, unleashed an unrelenting barrage, akin to a relentless downpour of explosives. I had no choice but to rely on my instant step to evade, which drained my stamina significantly. The crucial point was the extensive range of the shockwaves from the cannonballs. Even if I dodged the projectiles, I would still be rattled senseless. I could not continue like this, or I would surely be worn down to nothing. Activating my dead eye, I meticulously observed and finally identified 4 weak points. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that his firepower resembled that of a bullet hell game. My own bullets could hardly get through. How's the power of my cannon? He taunted from within. Ignoring him, my mind raced. I fired 2 shots at one weak point and immediately instant-stepped to the other side for another 2 shots. The entire maneuver took less than 3 seconds. No matter how swiftly he reacted, his cannon could only intercept my first wave of bullets. The subsequent two struck the other weak point with precision. I heard a sound reminiscent of a tire deflating. Indeed, the turtle shell had visibly thinned. Joy surged within me. A few more rounds, and I could shatter his shell. Sam, realizing the urgency, began to conjure a powerful move. "You little brat, taste my compressed air cannon." I watched in disbelief as he forcibly shaped a massive air sphere at the muzzle of his cannon. At that moment, I questioned whether I had stumbled onto the wrong set. This classic scene felt utterly out of place. While I was momentarily stunned, the air cannon was already hurtling toward me at an absurd speed. With a desperate, instant step, I barely evaded it, but the projectile exploded mid-air, releasing countless shockwave blades that rained down around me. My back felt as if a lawnmower had plowed through it, searing with pain as droplets of blood fell. "How does my compressed air cannon taste?" He jeered, launching several more air cannons my way. I was battered and bruised, barely holding my own, yet I shouted maniacally, "Huh, is that all you've got? I'd rather have a gua sha." Am I mad? Certainly not. My friends, who could understand? Just moments ago, I had discovered a fatal flaw in his ability. His compression did not create air from nothing. It absorbed the surrounding atmosphere. When he unleashed his ultimate move, the suction was akin to a colossal vacuum cleaner. And what was the most abundant thing on this battlefield? Smoke. The previous bombardment had left the area shrouded in thick clouds. My plan crystallized. If I could lure him to inhale the smoke, it would blind him. Would he fall for it? Of course, a brawny pirate could hardly be expected to have a cunning mind. Could he? Keep boasting, and watch as my cannon obliterates you. He indeed fell for the bait. The opportunity arose. With a bluebird leap into the air, I positioned myself behind a dense wall of smoke. Sam, driven by his anger, aimed his cannon directly at me. Compressed air cannon. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. The swirling smoke was drawn toward him as if a river converging into the sea, and his once transparent fortress became enshrouded in a thick layer of soot, transforming it into an impenetrable darkness. His vision obscured, he was momentarily dazed, and his cannon fell silent. Now was my chance. I executed an instant step to his front, channeling all my strength into my right leg, and unleashed my mightiest strike, Kinyo. The sound was crisp. The air fortress shattered like glass. My kick's force did not end there. It propelled Sam, akin to a cannonball, crashing into a massive tree that 3 men could barely encircle. Then came the most absurd part. The tree swayed precariously, and 2 wild fruits fell, striking him squarely on the head. Already on the brink of defeat from my kick, those 2 fruits caused him to exhale his last breath. My friends, what do you call this? Divine justice. In a physical sense. At last, this battle was won. I, too, was on the verge of collapse, covered in wounds, leaning against a large rock to catch my breath. On the horizon, the sun began to rise. That sunrise was truly magnificent. Dalwo. It was Lu Jiao rushing over to support me, tears streaming down her face. I wanted to say something, but darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I next awoke, I found myself in a hospital, bound like a mummy. Lu Jiao was asleep at my bedside, her face marked by the imprint of the blanket, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Later, I learned that the Navy had finally arrived, and the bounty from Sam and his cohorts had amounted to nearly 200 million, funding the town's reconstruction. A few days later, our neighbor, Aunt Lucy, visited me with a basket of fruits, claiming they were wild fruits from the mountains. She mentioned that she had heard from Dachi that I enjoyed sour flavors, so she brought some for me. I was puzzled when I developed a taste for sour things, until I glanced into the fruit basket and was utterly astonished. Among the wild fruits lay one adorned with concentric target-like circles. My goodness, a devil fruit. My heart raced like a drum, my voice trembling. How did you know I like sour? Oh, I asked old Dachi. He said this fruit is edible, just sour. But you love sour. Aunt Lucy's words dispelled my doubts, and I solemnly thanked her. That night, I was completely unable to sleep. The devil fruit lay quietly on my bedside table. My mind was in turmoil, to eat or not to eat. This was akin to opening a mystery box. If I were fortunate, I would soar. But if I drew a useless fruit, like the whisper fruit, I would be reduced to an electronic pet, a clumsy one at that. Yet, I recalled the sense of helplessness I felt while battling Sam and the monstrous foes I would face in the future. Damn it, I'm in. With a steely resolve, I seized the fruit, took a deep breath, and, eyes closed, bit into it. Spee. It was indeed as dreadful as the legends described, horrendously unpalatable. I fought against my nausea and swallowed the entire fruit. Afterward, I closed my eyes, feeling the surge of newfound power within me. In the next moment, an overwhelming euphoria washed over me. My friends, it was the compression fruit, the very one wielded by the mighty Cannon Sam. It must have reincarnated nearby after his demise and was plucked by Aunt Lucy. This was what we call loot from a defeated enemy. I could hardly contain my laughter. I had personally experienced the strength of this fruit. It was a top-tier paramecia, fruit capable of manipulating all things. On par with the likes of Whitebeard and Gold Lion, its potential was limitless. Perfect for me. The power surged within me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to perform military drills in my hospital room. But alas, my sister Lugio was sleeping soundly. I could not bear to wake her. I endured with a single thought in my mind. Tomorrow I must be discharged. I could not possibly remain in this wretched place for another second. The next morning, "Ilade my intentions bora." My sister's voice rose an octave. What? You want to be discharged? I quickly puffed out my chest, channeling my energy to redden my face, and declared, "Sister, look at me, fit as a fiddle. Nothing is wrong. Just some superficial injuries." It was nothing but an incessant and futile struggle, and in the end, she had no choice but to let me go. Upon returning to my humble abode, I dove headfirst into the warmth of my bed. The familiar scent and the sense of security. Simply exquisite. However, comfort could not hold me for long. Pressing matters demanded my attention. I must tell you, the powers of the fruit felt as familiar as my own limbs, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. I extended my hand into the air, and with a mere thought, I conjured a compressed air blast. Would you believe it? The air in the entire room rushed into my palm, and in an instant, a translucent sphere of air, akin to a crystal ball, materialized in my hand. I could feel the surging energy within, far more stable than that produced by the previous Sam. His was akin to a ticking time bomb, whereas mine, it was nothing short of a masterpiece. Just as I was reveling in this newfound ability, my sister called from outside, announcing that Uncle Xiaoxi was looking for me. I had anticipated this. They were about to reenact a classic tale from yesteryears. When I arrived, I found both Uncle Xiaoxi and Old Dachi already indulging in drinks. Thus began the story, one so cliché that I could predict its beginning and end. To put it succinctly, Uncle Xiaoxi was a formidable figure in his youth. Known as the Hunter of Tigers, the mightiest man in Nanhai. Old Dachi was his second-in-command, a sharpshooter capable of headshots from 700 meters away, as though he had activated a cheat code. Together, they had instilled fear in the hearts of pirates in these waters, bringing 12 years of peace to the kingdom of Xia. Then came the classic twist. 16 years ago, they were escorting the heavenly gold when they were ambushed by the Bloodhand pirates, retreating from the Grand Line. Uncle Xiaoxi charged forward and incapacitated their leader. But unbeknownst to him, a clever little rascal named Weibo ordered Sam to sink our ship to save their captain. Who among us can comprehend this? It was nothing short of a treacherous betrayal in the workplace. While the captain fought valiantly up front, he stabbed us in the back. Upon hearing this, I was astounded and pointed at Uncle Xiaoxi's beer belly, exclaiming, "No way, you are the infamous Hunter of Tigers? You, an old man, were that fierce?" He waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite bashful. Old Dachi took a sip of his drink and filled in the gaps, explaining that Uncle Xiaoxi felt guilty for the people and resigned, insisting on retrieving that sunken ship alongside him. It was only then that I grasped the situation. I turned to Old Dachi and asked, "And you? Who are you?" To which he proudly declared, "I'm the deputy of the Guard Corps, the sharpshooter." I scrutinized his height, barely standing at 1.70 meters, and thought to myself, could it be that drinking has shrunk him? It turned out these two were both hidden giants. They had summoned me today, partly to discuss future matters and to bid farewell. They informed me that they would be leaving the next day to retrieve the Black Pearl, which had sunk for over a decade, as a form of closure. Then came the pivotal moment. Old Dachi slapped a nearby cabinet and revealed that inside lay Sam's bounty of 87 million berries. I was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this money meant for rebuilding the town? Old Dachi clarified that the funds for reconstruction came from Uncle Xiaoxi selling his fishery, using my name to avoid public outcry. Goodness, these two old men certainly had their principles. To be honest, I felt no stirrings of emotion, for I had already devised plans for how to spend that money. Observing my calm demeanor, Uncle Xiaoxi attempted to recruit me into the Navy, mentioning that the current Rear Admiral was one of his former subordinates who could grant me a favor. I politely declined, firmly stating that I would never serve the Celestial Dragons. I laughed it off, diverting the conversation. Noticing my reluctance, they did not press further. Old Dachi suddenly inquired whether I had consumed the fruit. I flashed a grin, clutching my right hand, and once again conjured a compressed air blast. Of course, I was not foolish enough to reveal that this was Sam's fruit. I certainly had no intention of repulsing him on my way out. After some more conversation, as the sky darkened, I decided to leave, fearing that Lu Jio would worry. Before departing, I winked at Old Dachi and whispered, "Ahem, Old Dachi," beneath that tree behind our house. That night, I was plagued by insomnia. Why, you ask? The cacophony outside my window showed no signs of abating. Old Dachi, like a gopher, had unearthed all the fine wines I had hidden away for years. Listening to him dig and chuckle outside, I was consumed by rage. Fine, this settled it. I was determined to leave Bartolira. Remaining in this novice village would squander my talents. True strength could only be forged through battle. The following afternoon at the dock, I waited for 2 hours alongside Uncle Xiaoxi until Old Dachi finally arrived, accompanied by a little donkey, laden with jars and bottles, all of my precious wine. You must understand, this old man had conducted a thorough sweep. Uncle Xiaoxi cursed him while his body obediently helped carry the wine. Before boarding the ship, Old Dachi tossed me a tattered notebook, its cover inscribed with the marksman's journal. He said it contained his records of specialized bullet-making techniques and shooting skills, and solemnly advised me, in this era, we need reformers more than we need the Navy. Goodness, this old man had broadened his horizons. As I watched their ship sail further into the horizon until it vanished from sight, I felt a twinge of melancholy. Later, I learned that at the naval base of the Kingdom of Xia, a colonel named Kuei Li was on the phone with General Zhonghua, reporting the annihilation of the giant cannon pirates, specifically mentioning that their captain, Sam, had been defeated by a 16-year-old boy named Daluo. Well, I hadn't even set sail yet, but my name was already circulating. Indeed, when the latest newspaper hit the stands, I was thrust into the spotlight as a youthful hero. Trouble soon followed. The Navy was incessantly knocking on my door to enlist me, and a group of oblivious young pirates sought to ride my coattails to prominence, making me feel like the boss of a novice village. It was utterly absurd. Now, I had all the more reason to leave. When I spoke with Lu Jio, though she was reluctant, she understood the gravity of the situation, especially since those troublemakers had found her at the tavern causing a ruckus. I planned to secure a safe place for her before procuring a ship to set sail. I unfolded a map and instantly identified a location: Dual Island, Lazabat. It was a land brimming with martial virtue, political stability, and a naval base, a perfect transitional point. Of course, during this time, I had not been idle. Dachi's notebook was a veritable treasure. I developed several new types of ammunition: compressed air rounds, compressed seawater rounds specifically designed to counter abilities. I assure you, one shot would make them experience the refreshing joy of rain after a long drought, leaving them weak in the knees. There were also suffocating smoke bombs, scattershot Iron Star rounds, and many more. My physical skills had also advanced. Utilizing the reaction force of compressed air, I moved faster and could even momentarily hover in the air. I had also developed a technique called Rainbow Drive, creating a jet of air around me that rendered me untouchable. Now, facing Sam, I felt confident that I could dispatch him within 3 moves. Such was my conviction. Confidence was abundant, but I still had to pack up. My sister, Lu Jio, swiftly resigned from her tavern job and together we hastily gathered our belongings, preparing to flee. Before leaving, we made a point to bid farewell to the neighbors who had cared for us over the years. I must say, the scene was particularly poignant, especially with Aunt Lena from the tavern, who cried as if her heart were breaking, nearly causing me to falter as well. However, sentiment alone would not suffice. Practical measures were necessary. I left Aunt Lucy a staggering surprise, 80 million berries. Cash. I didn't dare present it to her in person. Instead, I discreetly tucked it into her cupboard. Later, I heard that when her child discovered it, he could barely speak, stammering, Mom, we're rich. Initially, Aunt Lucy thought it was a prank from a mischievous child, but upon seeing the money, she was left utterly speechless, likely with her jaw dropped to the floor. Having completed our affairs, my sister and I, laden with bags, boarded the vessel bound for our next destination amidst the heroic send-off of the townspeople. Farewell, Batalila. Your champions are embarking on a journey into broader horizons. Our next stop, the island of Duel, Lizibate. I must tell you, this Lizibate island is entirely different from our humble isle. The moment we disembarked, I was left speechless. This was no island of the South China Sea. It resembled a grander version of medieval London, with wide, straight streets flanked by charming villas, all impeccably clean. Moreover, the ethos on this island exudes a remarkable martial spirit. Gong conflicts. Duel. Competing for business? Duel. Even couples quarreling can take it to the dueling arena. Quite absurd. Consequently, the island is replete with martial arts schools and gambling houses. I noticed several pirate ships docked at the harbor, while the nearby guards seemed blissfully oblivious, exuding an air of confidence. My sister, ever sharp-eyed, began scanning the shops lining the streets, muttering to herself about obstructions to visibility and lack of foot traffic. Indeed, we had agreed to invest my remaining bounty of 7 million to establish a tavern here, laying a foundation for our endeavors. As we strolled, we each purchased a local delicacy known as the Golden Horn and meandered along. Just as we turned a corner, we stumbled upon the island's landmark, the Horn Dueling Arena. The area surrounding the arena was prime real estate, bustling with martial arts schools and casinos. At that moment, my sister's eyes lit up as she pointed to a nearby establishment. To our astonishment, the facade occupied 3 storefronts, lavishly decorated, yet eerily devoid of patrons, echoing with emptiness. A for sale sign was affixed to the door. This was indeed a peculiar find. We exchanged glances and ventured inside. Behind the bar slumped a bartender who, without raising his head, lethargically informed us that whiskey was to the left and vodka to the right. The bartender's lackadaisical demeanor reminded me of my former self. Not perturbed, I inquired, "My friend, I noticed the for sale sign outside. Is the owner present? We wish to discuss." Upon hearing my intention to take over, the bartender sprang to life as if invigorated, declaring, "Please wait, I shall fetch the owner," and hurried upstairs. A sense of unease crept over me. Something was amiss. Shortly after, a shrewd merchant named Patrick, sporting a goatee and slick-back hair, descended the stairs. He appraised us and got straight to the point. "Are you looking to take over?" I nodded affirmatively, expressing my interest. "How much are you willing to offer?" he queried, glancing at his watch. "You make an offer," I replied. 10 million, he boldly stated. I thought to myself, what audacity. I countered with, "for million." This was not a mere negotiation. I aimed to undercut him significantly, eager to gauge his reaction. "Impossible," he retorted, asserting that the land alone was worth 4 million. He scrutinized us again, as if assessing whether we were unsuspecting outsiders. "But your establishment seems to have issues?" I feigned ignorance. His demeanor shifted, and he hastily revised his offer. "All right, 800,000. I cannot go lower than 7 million. He again glanced at his watch. Such subtle gestures might deceive others, but not someone with my experience. I was certain that an event was imminent. Thus, I deliberately delayed, saying, "We need to think it over." No sooner had I spoken than a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. Patrick became increasingly agitated, rising to declare, "Enough deliberation, 7 million, and the furniture is included." Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed from outside the bar. A group of apprentices from a nearby swordsmanship school, clad in matching uniforms. gathered at the entrance of our tavern, hurling insults. Patrick sighed heavily, visibly deflated. I was perplexed. What was the connection? They were attacking the establishment across the street. What did that have to do with us? As if to answer my question, the apprentices forcefully swung open our tavern door, and the bartender repeated his previous offer. Without hesitation, the apprentices seized 2 crates of whiskey and a crate of vodka from our shelves and swaggered to the outdoor seating to indulge. Wasn't this fortuitous? They were practically bringing in business. I was taken aback. Patrick gestured for me to observe further. Shortly thereafter, one of the apprentices finished a bottle of whiskey, seized the empty vessel, and with great force, hurled it in a perfect arc toward the sign of the opposite swordsmanship school. The glass shattered everywhere. Passers-by on the street seemed unfazed, merely circumventing the chaos. At this point, my expression hardened as I asked a mere 2 words. Every day? The owner nodded with a rueful smile. Every day, from now until evening. It became abundantly clear to me. This was not merely drinking, but a blatant use of our establishment as a free ammunition depot. I raised a finger, 620,000. After a moment of contemplation, the owner resignedly nodded deal. The apprentices outside continued their raucous antics, but I paid them no mind. The tavern remained under Patrick's ownership for the time being. What could I do? Once the paperwork was finalized in a couple of days, this place would bear my name. Should they dare return, they would find themselves at my mercy. Ultimately, I acquired this prime tavern location for the paltry sum of 620,000, complete with a spacious 3-room apartment on the 2nd floor. A tremendous bargain. As I attended to the paperwork over the next few days, my sister kept a watchful eye, while I remained vigilant. I needed to ascertain the backgrounds of these rowdy apprentices and, in the process, visit the renowned horn dueling arena to expand my horizons. Upon purchasing a ticket and entering, I was utterly astonished. The arena was colossal, capable of accommodating thousands. At its center stood a grand stage adorned with a leaderboard. It was said that those who made the list became celebrities on the island and enjoyed tax exemptions. I glanced at the top contender, a person named He Quan Ji, the master of Wu Ding Jianguan. To my surprise, the uniforms of the apprentices and the promotional posters bore an uncanny resemblance to those who had been causing havoc outside my new establishment. Thus, I deduced that the island's strongest swordsmanship school was bullying the weakest. Just then, the dueling commenced. The announcer, with an alluring voice, welcomed. "Let us cheer for the bullfrog Diao Diao." To my bewilderment, a woman donned in a frog costume appeared. Her opponent was a flamboyantly dressed young woman known as Bad Women, a name reminiscent of a novice attempting to navigate the internet. 2 gentlemen beside me whispered, "I heard they're dueling for affection." For affection? Whose affection could it be? None other than Long Xiao Ji Quan, the famed martial artist. They all aspired to be his #1 fan. I was left utterly perplexed, wondering how in the 22nd century I was witnessing such a real-life rendition of fan rivalry. As the battle commenced, it was fierce. Bullfrog Diao Diao executed a swift maneuver, closing in on the young woman with a flurry of jabs. The young woman retaliated fiercely, lunging with a barrage of underhanded tactics. Yet the surrounding audience cheered fervently. Reveling in the electrifying atmosphere, I realized they were all gamblers. The duel escalated to a fever pitch. Just as Bullfrog Diao Diao prepared to advance with a sliding attack, the young woman charged forward, employing the ultimate tactic of female combat, hair-pulling. I gasped in disbelief. This was a guaranteed win. Indeed, Bullfrog Diao Diao was ensnared by her hair, rendered powerless, and swiftly knocked out. The announcer raised the young woman's hand high. The victor, Bad Women. The crowd erupted in cheers, and my worldview shattered alongside the jubilant roars. I stumbled out, dazed and confused. Suddenly, a furious shout from behind startled me. R.N.M. Refund. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. All the formalities for the tavern have been completed, and it officially belongs to the 2 of us. We have even decided on name, Bote Jiaguan, and now we are open for business. I set off a series of firecrackers, which served as our opening ceremony. The surrounding merchants came to congratulate us, and a kind-hearted uncle even reminded me, "Young man, how did you take over this place? Are you unaware of the situation across the street?" I smiled and replied, "I am aware." The uncle looked perplexed. I did not elaborate further. Instead, I returned to the tavern and grabbed a marker, swiftly drawing a large circle on the ground outside the tavern. The uncle stared in astonishment and, as if compelled, suggested, "Why don't you draw one on my side too?" Well, a sheep is driven out, and 2 sheep are also released. So, I casually drew a circle in front of his establishment as well. After all, it was all for protection. Surprisingly, business was exceptionally good for our newly opened tavern, likely due to the curiosity of passersby. While assisting customers, I listened to the conversations at the bar. "What a pity. This wine is delightful, but the location is terrible. We can't come in the evening." Indeed, it was all the fault of the Jian Guan across the street. They were truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, I sensed an opportunity and took several glasses of cocktails over, addressing the patrons. "Gentlemen, my treat. Could you enlighten me on the situation across the street?" With drinks in hand, their tongues loosened. In brief, it was a sordid tale of familial strife and a dramatic power struggle. The Jian Guan across the street was once a prominent sword school, founded by a renowned swordsman. However, the second-generation master, the founder's own son, He Quan Ping, though average in skill, was well-liked, and thus he was accepted. Yet, in a fit of madness before his death, the old master bequeathed the position not to his biological son, He Quan Ji, but to a disciple he had adopted a decade prior, He Quan Li Qian. One patron scoffed, "He Quan Ji is the real genius." Consequently, the family legacy was usurped by an outsider, a slick-tongued coward. Who could endure such injustice? Indeed, out of anger, He Quan Ji defected from his master and established his own Wu Ding Jianguan. And guess what? Within just a few years, he grew strong and became the top contender on the island's duel ranking. Now, he sends his disciples daily to harass the establishment across the street, embodying the philosophy of, "If I cannot thrive, neither shall you." As for the new master across the street, I inquired about the crucial details, as I was not interested in gossip regarding schools of thought. "Oh, you mean the new master, He Quan Ji? Let me tell you, this situation is utterly ridiculous. He had a falling out with his uncle, the old master He Quan Li Qian, claiming he wanted to reclaim some ancestral sword and secrets, challenging others to duels daily. And what was the outcome? His uncle was intimidated. Family matters. He became a turtle hiding in its shell, refusing to come out, unable to stand it. This nephew initiated a new era, sending apprentices daily to the entrance, shouting provocations for years, focusing on a challenge akin to an electronic pet feeding game. This, of course, has left the other establishment in disarray. These apprentices clock in promptly at 4 in the afternoon, which coincides with the peak business hours for our tavern. Just imagine, who would want to enjoy a drink and a song only to be interrupted by a rowdy group hurling insults and throwing bottles? It was truly exasperating. As the clock approached 4, it seemed as though all the patrons in my tavern had agreed to leave in unison. Why? Because those raucous individuals had begun their shift. "He Quan Li Qian, you coward, come out. Listen to that." They have been shouting the same old insults for years without variation. I felt a pang of anxiety for them. Just as they were about to continue their tirade, the wooden door creaked open, and a few apprentices swaggered in, cursing and complaining as if they had not had their fill. One particularly mature-looking fellow approached my bar, slammed his hand on the table, and demanded, "Where's the liquor? Did you not prepare any for us?" I couldn't help but chuckle. They come to disrupt my establishment and expect me to provide refreshments? Very well. I decided to engage him in a conversation while ensuring I maintained the upper hand. Without further ado, I seized his collar and dragged him toward the door as one might handle a misbehaving dog. He struggled and flailed about, knocking over several tables along the way. The other apprentices outside, still moving tables, initially thought their senior was bringing drinks, but upon closer inspection, they realized I was holding their unfortunate senior. With a swift motion, I flung him outside the circle I had drawn earlier. The remaining apprentices gasped, witnessing their senior being tossed out, and instantly became agitated, brandishing wooden swords and surrounding me, demanding that I refrain from meddling. I found it amusing. "Allow me to introduce myself. This tavern is under my command now. If you come to drink, you are welcome. If you come to cause trouble, do not blame me for showing you what physical retribution entails." "You're quite arrogant," they exclaimed as they charged at me with their wooden swords. I I took a look at them, and let me tell you, they were not proper swordsmen. They were riddled with openings, their stances as shaky as freshly sprouted bean sprouts. With my stance rooted in the bagua, my movements akin to Tai Chi, I swiftly dispatched them with a few well-placed strikes targeting their lower regions. Before long, the entrance was littered with groaning apprentices, pointing at the line on the ground. I delivered my first lesson from a position of authority. Listen closely, I do not concern myself with your grievances with the establishment across the street. But anyone who dares to cross this line and disrupt my business shall be sent home on their stomachs. One stubborn apprentice, still lying on the ground, pointed at me and threatened, "Just you wait." Very well, I understand the role of the antagonist. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside, and I realized this was a prime opportunity for free publicity. I climbed onto the steps, cleared my throat, and announced loudly, "Dear neighbors, Bote Jiuguan is officially open for business tonight. We also have specialty cocktails, and you are all warmly invited." To my surprise, the response was overwhelming. In an instant, my tavern was filled to capacity, with Lu Jio behind the bar mixing drinks, working busily yet wearing a smile that never left her face. With matters temporarily resolved, I began contemplating my ambitions. First, to enhance my abilities and find reliable companions for future voyages. Second, to earn money to purchase a ship. Both of these goals would rely on the imminent Neo Jiao Pai Wei Sai. The following day, I woke early and ventured out to take care of business. I first located a blacksmith shop, where the sound of clanging metal resonated. I presented my blueprints, requesting the owner to forge 8 oversized iron weights. The owner's gaze was incredulous, as if he were looking at a fool, nearly tossing me out. However, upon seeing the dimensions on the blueprints, he gasped. Those were no mere iron bars, but rather 8 small coffins. Each cost 60,000 belly, and after paying a deposit, the owner finally believed I was not there to cause chaos. He mentioned that he was overwhelmed with orders for the ranking matches. I waved my hand, explaining that I was preparing training equipment for the competition. The owner was left even more bewildered. Next, I visited a clothing store to assemble an outfit for myself. To describe it, I adopted a Western cowboy style, complete with a brown cowboy hat, a long black coat, and a leather holster for my revolver. Perfection. I was undeniably striking, and I would only say it once. I also picked out a new outfit for Lu Jiao. Lastly, I rushed to register for the Neo Jiao Duel Arena. The line was staggering, akin to a spring festival in a different world. I stood in line for 2 hours, nearly fainting from hunger. When I returned to the tavern with my new clothes, Lu Jiao chided me about my spending, yet her smile stretched from ear to ear. We enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, and I informed her that I had signed up for the competition, which would commence next week. Seeing her worried expression, I patted my chest and assured her that I would return with a first-place victory. In the afternoon, a number of pirates entered the tavern, each one more fearsome than the last, likely drawn by the impending ranking match. Amidst the cacophony of boastful chatter regarding this year's championship contenders, be it the formidable Juxiong Haiziai Tuan or the bounty hunters of the Banksy Gongwa, the majority seemed steadfast in their support for the reigning champion, Huanji. As I was engrossed in the lively discussion, at 4 in the afternoon, the familiar scent of trouble wafted in. That raucous gang had returned, this time accompanied by their so-called Daomu Jiaoshi. The instructor wasted no time in accusing me of injuring his student. I thought to myself, is it not the epitome of hypocrisy to claim that my misfortune is your fault? Their lot had barged into my establishment and vandalized it, and they dared to complain? Realizing that reasoning with such individuals was a futile endeavor, I stationed myself at the entrance and with a mere gesture uttered, "Kongxi Jianlao." Instantly, the air around them solidified, forming an invisible dome that ensnared both them and their instructor. The brilliance of this technique lies in its soundproofing. Those unfortunate souls found themselves trapped, wailing and flailing with wooden swords against the air barrier, their mouths moving, yet not a sound escaping, resembling a troupe of clowns performing a silent play. An avant-garde performance of 2025. The onlookers were in stitches, and my tavern's business flourished, all thanks to their unwittingly promotional presence. As the night wore on, I surmised their tempers would have subsided due to hunger. Sure enough, a soft pop signaled the collapse of the air barrier, and one hapless apprentice tumbled to the ground. "I think we can leave now," he exclaimed with delight. Famished, they had lost all semblance of bravado, including the Daomu Jiaoshi, whose complexion was ashen, unable to muster any harsh words, and they slinked away in defeat. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Their blatant double standards were infuriating when they felt strong. They preached reason, yet when faced with adversity, they retreated to play the victim. I pondered the implications. Should I find myself engaged in competitive matches again? What if they sought to trouble Lugio? That would be disastrous. Thus, I resolved to take the initiative to venture into their territory and impart a lesson in societal conduct. At the break of dawn the following day, armed with their promotional flyers, I boldly strode to the entrance of the Wuding Jingguan. Upon my entrance, the receptionist greeted me with enthusiasm, inquiring if I was there to enroll. My heart swelled with delight. Indeed, I was here to enroll, as in to reclaim my life. With a beaming smile, I confirmed her inquiry, and in no time, I had completed the registration process, transforming into a newly minted student of their sword academy. The receptionist, named Suzu, was quite diligent, offering to introduce me to the instructor. As we traversed the grand hall, I was struck by the impressive sight of numerous novice students practicing their swordplay. Suzu inquired about my prior experience, to which I replied that I was a complete novice. "Perfect," she remarked. "You should join the beginner class under Daomu Jiaoshi." The name Daomu resonated with familiarity, and upon arriving at the class, I nearly burst into laughter. The students appeared wilted, as if frostbitten, and upon closer inspection, I recognized the very individuals I had confined the night prior. It was unequivocally the same Daomu Jiaoshi, the one with the prominent dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, this world is a grand stage where one encounters familiar faces at every turn. Suzu introduced me formally. "This is our new student, Daoyuo. Let's all coexist harmoniously." Upon seeing me, the group's eyes widened in disbelief, whispering among themselves about how I dared to return and plotting their revenge once Suzu departed. I couldn't help but chuckle. These feeble fellows thought they could intimidate me? As soon as Suzu left, an ominous atmosphere descended. I confidently seated myself in the center while they huddled in the corner, akin to mice in the presence of cat. Shortly thereafter, the main event arrived. Daomu Jiaoshi, with his exaggerated dark circles, drifted in, looking utterly drained. Unable to contain myself, I quipped, "Ah, instructor, did you not rest well last night?" His gaze met mine, and his fury ignited. "What brings you here?" he demanded. I replied, "I am here to learn the sword techniques as evidenced by my enrollment." His retort was stifled, his face turning a shade of green, and he finally spat out, "Very well. If you wish to learn, I shall personally instruct you." He emphasized that no tricks or sorcery were permitted. It was amusing. Who establishes fighting rules beforehand? The entire academy gathered to witness the spectacle. Daomu assumed a formidable stance, appearing quite skilled. I, however, casually wielded my wooden sword, standing relaxed. His furious charge was akin to slow motion in my eyes. With a nimble step, I evaded his strike and swiftly transitioned to his flank. Observing the students practicing a downward slash called Tongju, I decided to replicate it, raising my wooden sword and striking him squarely on the head. With a single blow, he collapsed, eyes rolling back. A hush fell over the room, followed by students rushing to him in despair, oblivious to the fact that I had not truly dispatched him. This chaos stirred the hornet's nest. A lanky instructor named Sanhao emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at me, claiming I had struck from ambush. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. If you are weak, do not concoct excuses. Has this academy become a haven for verbal sparring? His facade crumbled, and he insisted on a rematch. Bring it on, I fear no one. Sanhao indeed possessed a slightly superior skill set, his attacks dazzling and swift, employing feints. His initial strike aimed for my neck, only to transition to a blow at my waist. Clearly, he understood the concept of combos. Yet, I activated my skill, executing a sudden dash that left him momentarily stunned, seemingly haunted by some terrifying memory. After a prolonged pause, he tossed aside his wooden sword, conceding defeat and shifting to a tone of utter respect, inquiring what brought such a prominent figure to their academy. At that moment, Suzu reappeared, stating, "Mr. Daluo, our master requests your presence." Thus, the hidden big boss was finally making his entrance. Following her through a maze, I entered a grand Japanese-style residence. Upon entering, a middle-aged gentleman was brewing tea, dual swords at his waist, unmistakably a master. This was the master, Hachuanji. He gestured for me to sit, leisurely pour me a cup of tea, exuding tranquility. Once the tea was consumed, he spoke with remarkable eloquence. "Mr. Daluo, it seems there was quite a commotion at the academy today. Is there a matter at hand?" In a single sentence, he shifted the blame onto me, insinuating that I was the instigator of discord. Did he think I would be easily swayed? I directly addressed the incident involving his students vandalizing my establishment, subtly hinting that there might be someone orchestrating these events from the shadows. This cunning fox feigned remorse, claiming a lack of discipline, yet beneath the surface he subtly directed the hilt of his long knife towards me. My friends, this was no mere tea gathering. It was akin to a banquet of treachery, where a single misstep could result in violence. I assure you, this fox had no intention of drawing his blade. He merely sought to intimidate me. Had I allowed myself a moment of distraction, his knife would likely have found its way to my throat under the pretense of swatting a fly. However, I remained vigilant, leaving him no opportunity. Realizing that direct confrontation was futile, he shifted tactics, opting for a softer approach. He sighed deeply and began recounting his tragic family history, lamenting that the Jianding Sword Pavilion across the street originally belonged to his family, but was deceitfully taken away by a man named Huchuan Lijian. Unable to bear the injustice, he attempted to confront them, only to be met with closed doors. In desperation, he sent his apprentices to block the entrance, only to find that they acted recklessly, causing trouble for my tavern. Truly impressive acting. He would be wasted not receiving an Oscar. I was disinclined to listen to his theatrics and interrupted him directly, stating, "All right, Pavilion Master, since grievances have their roots and debts have their owners, please manage your people well and refrain from disrupting my business." He readily agreed, saying, "Of course." With the conversation reaching such a point, I had no desire to linger a moment longer. This old fox had a hidden blade behind his smile, and even a single glance felt bothersome. I rose to leave, and as I reached the door, I turned to see that the receptionist named Lingmu had vanished. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. I tell you, this was a scheme from the beginning. Lingmu was not a mere receptionist. She was sent by this old fox specifically to wait for me. Otherwise, how could an ordinary receptionist instill such fear in those apprentices? How could she not only lead me into the Pavilion Master's private residence? With this realization, everything made sense. Upon my enrollment, I was assigned to Daomu's side, and that Sanxiao was also part of the deliberate arrangement. If I had lost, I would have had to leave in disgrace, never even catching a glimpse of that old fox. Thankfully, I possessed skill. Otherwise, resolving this matter would have been far more challenging. This old fox can wait. I have already signed up for the Neo Jiao ranking match, and when we meet on the battlefield, we shall settle this account properly. Just as I was leaving, this old fox, Hachuanji, summoned Lingmu into the tea room. He inquired, "What do you think of that young man's abilities?" Lingmu pondered for a moment and replied, "His speed and strength are quite intimidating, but his swordsmanship seems lacking. He only knows how to strike from above. Hekvan yisnedet swordsmanship. He doesn't know swordsmanship at all. Let me tell you, he is a gunman." Lingmu was taken aback. A gunman? Surely not. After all, in these waters, firearms are only effective against small fry. When faced with true masters, they are as useful as firewood. Why not? Hachuanji's gaze was piercing. His hands bore calluses on the tiger's mouth and index fingers, evidence of years wielding firearms. Goodness, this old man's observational skills are microscopic. He did not pursue the topic further and instructed Lingmu to summon Daomu and Sanxiao, the two unfortunate souls. They stood there like schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing, hardly daring to breathe. Hachuanji clarified the events of the previous day, particularly regarding the air prison. Daomu still foolishly believed it was a trap of mine. Upon hearing this, Hachuanji scolded him. Foolish. Having seen much, he quickly deduced it was the ability of a devil fruit, and connecting it to how we had struggled to probe him in the tea room. He could not help but exclaim, "It seems a formidable character has indeed arrived on this island." San Xiao timidly asked, then Pavilion Master. Shall we still go to the Jian Ding Sword Pavilion to block their entrance? Yes, why not? But Yuan Ji's eyes narrowed. But let us hold off for a couple of days. Do not provoke that tavern owner. Once the Niu Jiao ranking match begins. But Yuan Li Jian hasn't fought in 5 years. If he does not compete this year, his qualifications will be revoked, and his sword pavilion will struggle to remain open. After the two departed, Lingmu, carrying a meal box, prepared to leave, but Huchuan Ji called to her again. Where are you going? Lingmu cheerfully replied. To deliver lunch to Xiao Qian. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Can't you have a word with Xiao Qian? Huchuan Ji waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I want to talk. It's that he is stubborn. Never mind, go ahead. As for me, I did not return to the tavern after leaving the sword pavilion, but took a detour. With only 5 days until the ranking match begins, I needed to seize the time to upgrade my equipment. My first stop was the firearm shop. I directly ordered a batch of custom shells and grenade casings. The precious bullets that Daki had previously given me had long since been used up, and, given their impressive effectiveness, I needed to stock up. As for the grenade casings, they were intended for developing a new skill. The last time I used the air prison at the entrance, it was effective but had too long a wind-up. I had to stand there compressing air for what felt like an eternity. In a real fight, who would grant you that time? It would be akin to being a sitting duck. Thus, I contemplated whether I could create a pre-prepared version. I could compress the air beforehand, store it in these specialized grenades, and when the time came, simply toss one, boom, a prison would be formed. Wouldn't this be significantly faster than casting on the spot? I could also develop flashbangs and concussion grenades. Simply thinking about it was exhilarating. After leaving the firearm shop, I proceeded to the blacksmith's. Goodness, with the competition approaching, the blacksmith was busier than a battlefield, hammering away. I shouted, Uncle, I'm here to pick up my items. The uncle, sweating profusely, led me to the backyard. The large iron blocks I had ordered previously were stacked there, resembling small coffins. After inspecting them and finding everything in order, I settled the remaining payment. The uncle, quite enthusiastic, asked if I needed help moving them. I waved my hand, no need. Then, to his astonishment, I placed my hand on an iron block and commanded, Compress. You wouldn't believe it. That coffin-sized iron suddenly shrank to the size of a startlingly large wooden block, yet its weight remained unchanged. I hefted it, and lo and behold, it was heavy. In a matter of moments, all the large iron blocks transformed into small pieces that I could pocket. The blacksmith stood there dumbfounded, snapping back to reality and curiously asking, What on earth are you crafting? I held the iron block against my arm and replied, Oh, these are training weights. Upon returning to the tavern, I immediately strapped these weights to my wrists and ankles. I didn't attach them all. At 16, I was still growing, and if I compressed myself into a short stature, I would lose half my momentum in future confrontations. Moreover, I must say, weighted training carries a certain prestige. Just imagine, during a fierce battle, I dramatically unfastened my weights in front of my opponent and tossed them aside, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, with my enhanced strength, effortlessly take them down. Those who understand will recognize the reference to Rock Lee from Naruto, whose moment of unfastening his weights was simply spectacular. I have been envious of that move in my past life, and this time around, it must be included. Of course, the primary reason for this was that the tavern was incredibly busy, and I had no time for dedicated training, so I could only use this method to upgrade continuously. When we first opened, the tavern was desperately short-staffed. My sister and I were working ourselves to the bone. You think I want to hire more people? I do. But just look at the characters currently seated in the tavern. At the bar, there was a gentleman in a tailcoat, appearing quite elegant. Yet the murderous intent was impossible to conceal. Next to him sat a burly man in a mask, and with that bear-like head. He wore a mask that was too large for him. The mask was barely bigger than his nostrils. At the adjacent table, a gunman stood out even more, holding a bounty notice of the burly man, glancing at it as if ensuring everyone knew what he intended to do. As I was lamenting this, the gunman suddenly rose. Pointing at the burly man, I see it now. You are the giant bear cousins. I nearly spat out my drink in disbelief. Seriously? Was that incredulous expression the best he could muster? To my astonishment, the entire tavern erupted in surprise. I finally understood. Facial blindness is indeed a rule in this world, and Luffy's absurd ability to recognize people has a substantial following. No way. Is it the cousins with a bounty of 98 million? No, wait. He was recently surrounded by the Navy. His bounty has now risen to 120 million. The recognized cousins played his part well, exclaiming angrily, "Damn it. Even though I've hidden so well, I've still been recognized." The gunman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh? Your head has gone up in price again?" Cao Xin, with a resounding crash, smashed his wine glass onto the table, rising to his full height like an imposing mountain, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. "If you dare, come and take it." As the tension escalated and the prospect of a brawl loomed, my sister turned pale beside me. I quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. It will be fine." I had already assessed the two individuals with a discerning gaze. They were riddled with vulnerabilities, and if a fight ensued, I could easily subdue them in an instant. Fortunately, both parties recognized that engaging in conflict before the match would be unwise. After exchanging a few harsh words, the gunman, with a playful grin, seated himself once more, declaring, "I shall claim your head in the qualifiers." Cao Xin snorted disdainfully, realizing that the tavern was not the ideal venue for a showdown, and departed shortly thereafter. Only then did the atmosphere in the tavern begin to ease. However, my attention was drawn to the gentleman in the tailcoat at the bar, who had quietly sipped his drink throughout the commotion. I scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. He exhibited remarkably few flaws, resembling a cheetah poised for the kill. It seemed he sensed my scrutiny as he lifted his glass and regarded me intently over it. A connoisseur indeed. I decided to be forthright, approaching him with a freshly concocted drink. "A new blend. This one is for you." He accepted it, inquiring, "Did the owner create this himself?" I replied, "Just experimenting. It hardly qualifies as intriguing." He chuckled, "Oh, only intriguing? Then what constitutes truly exceptional wine?" I responded, "Truly exceptional wine is the product of time's maturation." Just then, new patrons arrived, prompting me to turn away and attend to them. Behind me, his resonant voice followed. "I'm like to..." I turned back, observing my retreating figure. Like to murmured softly, "The maturation of time, is it? Quite intriguing." My mind began to race. It appeared that this year's Jiao Jiupai Weisai would be increasingly captivating. At long last, the day of the competition arrived. The bulletin board at the entrance of the arena was plastered with the schedule. The tournament was divided into preliminary and regular seasons. As an unknown contender, I had to earn my way through the preliminaries, competing in 3 rounds, only advancing to the regular season upon victory. I glanced at the list. My first opponent was Nan Fu, reputed to be a perennial underdog who fell short in the last round of the preliminaries last year. This year, he likely aspired to break through to the regular season, but alas, he would face me in the first round. I also spotted a familiar name, Hachuan Li Qian, the individual frequently mentioned by the old fox. To my surprise, he too was entering the competition. After reviewing the list, I hurried back to the tavern, expecting it to be bustling. Indeed, the establishment was teeming with patrons, all abuzz with discussions about the qualifiers. Who do you think will win this year? Without a doubt, it will be Hachuan Guanzhong with his 6th consecutive championship. Not necessarily. I heard that the explosive gunman Timu and the colossal bear Cao Xin are also competing, right? I heard they nearly came to blows in this very tavern just days ago. I then realized that the gunman was Timu, a rather renowned bounty hunter. A bearded man nearby chimed in, "Let us not focus solely on the championship. Don't you know the biggest spectacle this year? That Hachuan Li Qian, the turtle, is participating." "Him? Does he dare show up? Hasn't he been hiding for years?" "You're unaware. If he doesn't compete this year, he risks losing his qualifications for the Sword Dojo, which would prevent him from taking on disciples. He has been cornered." Now it made sense. How amusing. "Do you think he will even make it past the regular season?" It seemed this fellow had quite the notorious reputation. I busied myself behind the bar all day, absorbing countless tidbits of information. This year's championship favorites appeared to be 4 contenders: the 6-time champion Hachuanji, the colossal bear Cao Xin, the explosive gunman Timu, and a heavyweight, the 8-time runner-up, known as the best background player, Sui Shan Ji Chuan Yueluan. I couldn't help but scoff. This man seemed to have taken on the role of the second lead in an esports narrative. Others were crafting legends, while he merely bore witness to countless legacies. In addition to these four, there was also the Dragon's Roar, Long Xiaoji Chuan Long, the one I had previously observed in a duel, igniting jealousy between two young competitors. There was another, also called Long Xiaoji Chuan, said to produce explosive sounds while fighting, disturbing his opponent's mental state. Upon hearing this, I could only think absurd. It felt as though everything associated with Long exuded an air of abstraction. As I savored this delightful gossip, commotion erupted at the tavern entrance once more. To my surprise, it was those ostentatious individuals from the Wuding Jianguan returning to stir trouble. However, this time they had learned their lesson, daring only to shout from the entrance, not daring to cross the white line I had drawn. The leaders among them stole glances my way, and upon seeing my indifference, they exhaled in relief and commenced their group bonding activities. I truly had no desire to engage with them. As long as they did not disrupt my business, they could do as they pleased. My patrons were all walking coins, and I was overwhelmed with work. Each drink yielded a profit of 100 Bailey, and on a good day, I could rake in as much as 18,000. This was far more appealing than anything else. With the income, I could ensure that Lu Jiu lived a stable life near the naval base, which put my mind at ease. Of course, I could not remain here indefinitely. My primary purpose was to settle Lu Jiu and, incidentally, participate in the competition to hone my skills. Most importantly, I was determined to claim the 200 million prize. I had even contemplated how to spend the winnings. I would head straight to Water 7 and splurge on a top-tier ship. I wondered if I would be as fortunate as Lu Fei and manage to acquire a vessel of the 1,000 Sunny caliber. Do not dismiss my lofty aspirations. Based on the information I had gathered over the past few days, contenders like Hechuanji, Kaoxin Si, and Timo were, to be frank, not formidable enough for me to fear. My only lingering curiosity was about that fellow named Liketa. He was absent from the list, and strangely, he had not shown up for his daily drink today. How peculiar. At that moment, the calls and insults from across the way began anew. Iquan Liqin, you turtle, get out here. As soon as the words left their lips, the dilapidated doors of the Wuding Jianguan creaked open. I must tell you, my friends, it was as if a character had stepped straight out of a historical drama. A man, not yet 20, emerged clad in white, a traditional sword sheathed at his waist, with long black hair cascading down. His striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, were so handsome that they almost provoked my ire. As he appeared, the shouters fell silent. Such is the nature of some individuals. The more you confront them, the more emboldened they become, yet when faced with true presence, they falter. The onlookers outside pointed and whispered about the youth, for it is human nature to revel in the spectacle. I gazed at his face, unable to suppress a sour remark. Pretty boy. I had no choice. After practicing in the back mountains daily, my sun-kissed skin evoked a rugged, masculine image. In contrast, I could not deny that I was envious of his striking looks. Suddenly, one of the rowdy youths from the Wuding Jianguan, humiliated and irate, picked up a stone and hurled it at the handsome young man, shouting accusations of deceit. What happened next? The so-called Hechuan Liqian effortlessly sidestepped the projectile with a slight movement, evading it with almost imperceptible grace. My eyes narrowed in surprise. He possessed skill. Such minimal evasive maneuvers required an exceptional level of agility and judgment, traits that even Lu Fei mastered only after 2 years of rigorous training in hockey. Clearly, the rumors on the island, branding him a silver-tongued trickster, were mere fabrications. Hechuan Liqian paid no mind to the attack, simply addressing the leader of the group. Go back and inform your senior brother that I will be competing this year. If you wish to measure skills, let us meet on the battlefield. With that, he turned and strode back into the sword dojo. He too was participating? I observed his retreating figure, a mischievous thought brewing in my mind. I would test you and see whether your prowess was genuine or merely a facade. With that, I seized a line from the bar and activated my deadly gaze. Lifting my left foot, I shifted my weight to the right. In an instant, I anticipated the flaw in his next landing spot. With a flick of my wrist, that green line was sent hurtling forth with remarkable precision, aimed directly at his descending right ankle. My intention was merely to test him, so I refrained from using excessive force. After all, it was just a lime, loud enough to dodge. However, if he failed to evade it, well, a spectacular fall would serve as a fitting way to repay him for blocking my way daily. Wouldn't he it? Regrettably, this fellow was utterly uncooperative with my mischievous inclinations. His right foot, on the verge of touching down, seemed to possess a sixth sense, pausing mid-air just in time to evade the lime. And, with a swift pivot on his left foot, he landed gracefully. Turning his head with a gentle smile, he addressed me warmly. "Sir, your fruit has fallen." "All my apologies." "I slipped," I replied, touching the back of my head with an innocent expression, as if the lime had rolled away on its own. Our eyes locked across the street. A silent duel of glances unfolding. Ultimately, he turned away first, disappearing into the Swordsmanship Academy. Once the door closed behind him, I picked up another lime from the bar and took a bite. Ugh, it was quite sour. The excitement had faded, and patrons began to disperse. This was hardly surprising, as the competition awaited the following day. Who would dare to indulge in an all-night drinking spree? Everyone surely needed to return home and adjust their states, lest they become the butt of jokes for an entire year should they lose. However, this was merely today. Starting tomorrow, I would welcome a new wave of even wilder clientele, those gamblers. In Lazabit, the gambling industry thrived magnificently. The annual ribeye steak tournament was a veritable carnival for gamblers. Win a bet, come to my establishment to drink and celebrate. Lose a bet, come to drown sorrows in liquor. Either way, I stood to profit handsomely. Speaking of which, I began to tally my assets. After defeating Sam, I had acquired 170 million. To repay Aunt Lucy, I reserved 100 million for her family, as a gesture of gratitude for the devil fruit. The remaining 17 million went toward purchasing the tavern, costing over 6 million, along with boat tickets, weights, ammunition, and other miscellaneous expenses, leaving me with merely 10 million in cash. Though one might call it a fortune, it was hardly sufficient, even if I won the championship. The 200 million prize combined would barely amount to 201 million, leaving me far from my 500 million goal for a grand vessel. I am no fated child like Luffy. I had but one course of action: throw money around. Thus, the immediate priority was to amass wealth. Opportunity lay before me, and I too would step into the fray as a gambler. Of course, for others, it was gambling. For me, it was a calculated endeavor. I would only bet on two individuals. Myself, as a newcomer, would surely have absurd odds, and the other was the afternoon's Ikeda Riken. This fellow had been playing the fool for so long that everyone underestimated him, ensuring his odds would be low. This was my chance for a windfall. The next morning, after enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lugio, I set out. My match was scheduled for the afternoon, while the morning was dedicated to the revelry of gamblers. I needed to join the fray and find myself an agent. As expected, the local betting shops were teeming with people brandishing cash like it was mere confetti. I approached a waiter directly, stating my need for an agent. The waiter led me to a VIP room where a middle-aged manager with a Mediterranean hairstyle greeted me. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a line of suited individuals. The display was so familiar that I nearly blurted out, "This batch won't do. Bring me another." Fortunately, I held my tongue. The manager began introductions. The first was a bespectacled man named Byra, boasting extensive experience. Byra? That name sounds ominous, I thought, passing him over. The next was a voluptuous lady casting flirtatious glances my way. Choose me. Too flashy and lacking in positive energy pass. After enduring several self-introductions from a parade of wannabes, I felt disheartened. Good agents had clearly been snatched up already. Just as despair began to set in, an honest-looking chubby fellow spoke up. "My name is Sonny, and I am quite trustworthy. I can fulfill your requests admirably." He was the one. My requirements were simple: honesty. I already knew whom I would bet on and needed no information analysis. Just obedient service would suffice. After signing the contract, I brought Sonny outside and pulled a palm-sized leather case from my pocket. In his presence, I activated my ability, compression release. With a loud pop, the small case expanded to its normal size, brimming with 10 million berries. I aimed to intimidate him, making it clear that should he attempt any tricks, I had myriad ways to deal with him. The astonishment on Sonny's face confirmed my intent was achieved. He stammered, "Boss, how much will you bet on your match this afternoon?" "All of it, 10 million, I stated decisively. Betting the entirety on myself? His jaw nearly dropped. He had not anticipated such a bold move from this new boss, going all in. If I lost, I would be left with nothing. Indeed, 10 million. The more I wager, the more I stand to gain. After laying out the details, I returned to the tavern to rest. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I splashed some water on my face and made my way to the duel venue. The entrance was a sea of people, and I quickly spotted Sonny's chubby figure. Upon noticing me, he gave an okay sign, indicating everything was in order. I felt reassured as I entered the arena. Upon stepping inside, I was taken aback by the grandeur of the event. It was merely a preliminary match, yet every seat was filled. The Colosseum buzzed with excitement, akin to a bullfighting arena. At precisely 3 o'clock, the announcer's voice boomed. In the second match, number 3, Nanfu versus Daruo. I approached the preparation area, checking my revolver and ensuring the bullets were chambered. As I traversed the long corridor, I stepped onto the battleground. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure clad in red boxing gloves and a golden helmet entered. My opponent, Nanfu. Upon seeing me, he scoffed at the sight of a mere teenager and, before the match even began pounding his chest and roaring in anger. The audience erupted in cheers, clearly enamored with such a forceful character. Next to him, I felt like a small quail. Unbeknownst to me, this very display caused my odds to spike from 16 to 19, indicating that no one held any faith in my victory. Had I known, I would have laughed aloud. They were merely delivering money to my doorstep. The referee suddenly shouted, 5 seconds remaining, prepare. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for the start of the match rang, and nearly simultaneously, Nanfu transformed into a blur, hurtling towards me. The audience erupted in frenzied roars. Tear him apart. His speed was indeed remarkable, appearing as a mere shadow to the untrained eye. Yet to me, it was hardly impressive. I didn't even bother to open my eyes, simply shifting to the left with a subtle movement. Just a hair's breadth, and he shot past me. In that moment, I raised my right foot slightly, seizing the opportunity as he hung in midair, delivering a knee strike squarely into his abdomen. Ugh! Poor Nanfu took the blow full force, his eyes bulging before he slumped unconscious. A hush fell over the arena. The audience and referee alike were stunned into silence. After several moments, the referee finally snapped back to reality, rushing over to confirm the outcome before lifting my hand high and announcing loudly, "The victor is Daruo." The audience erupted in chaos, cries of fixed match, corruption, refund, ringing in the air. I paid them no mind, striding straight out of the competition area. The commotion had drawn the attention of competitors from other arenas. Wait, we haven't even thrown a punch here, and your match is already over? I had no time to entertain them. My sole concern was to discover how much I had earned. Instead of taking the player's passage, I veered directly towards the audience. Sonny was already waiting for me in the aisle. As soon as we met, I cut to the chase. How much did we earn from that match? Sonny quickly calculated in his head, with a 10 million principal and odds of 19. That amounts to 9 million. Investing 9 million has left my heart in my throat, eagerly anticipating the doubling of my funds. However, the next match features that fellow Huchuan Liqian, and I must oversee this affair diligently. By 3 in the afternoon, he finally sauntered onto the stage. To my astonishment, he bore 2 blades at his waist, one genuine, the other a wooden replica. Can anyone fathom this? I had just wagered 10 million on him, and he presents me with a wooden sword? Is this a jest, or does he deem his opponent too feeble to merit the use of a real weapon? My heart raced with apprehension. As expected, when he drew the wooden sword, the audience erupted in a cacophony of jeers, hurling insults and demanding his submission. Those who had similarly placed bets on him turned pale, showering him with an array of derogatory remarks. Yet I remained composed. My discerning gaze had scrutinized him thoroughly. His opponent, though seemingly formidable with a physique brimming with muscle, was riddled with weaknesses akin to a colander, visually impressive yet utterly ineffective. In contrast, Huchuan Liqian, wielding his wooden sword, displayed an elusive agility, his vulnerabilities flickering in and out like a ghost. I felt reassured. If he played his cards right, a single round would see his opponent fall. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell signaling the commencement of the match rang, my subordinate, Sonny, barreled toward me through the crowd. Breathless and exclaiming, "Boss, I made it just in time. The 10 million, all placed as per your instructions." The ringing not only marked the start of the match, but also the closing of betting. A moment longer, and my funds would have been locked away. I fixed my gaze on the arena and casually inquired, "What are the odds?" He gasped, 21. Such a high figure? I exclaimed in disbelief. The bookmakers must think very little of him. Sonny explained that the young man's infamous reputation from previous years, combined with his recent display of the wooden sword, had sent the odds skyrocketing as everyone anticipated a farcical performance. As Sonny regained his composure and observed the wooden sword, his face paled. After all, my profits were tied to his success. I offered him a reassuring pat and a confident glance. Before long, the match commenced. Huchuan took 2 steps forward, then suddenly accelerated, propelling himself toward his opponent with 3 rapid strides. He raised the wooden sword and called out, "Kane Triyu, illusionary slash." I had witnessed this technique before, executed by that old rascal Mitsuhashi. In an instant, 2 blurring arcs of the sword appeared, one to the left, one to the right, making it impossible to discern which was real. The opponent, predictably caught off guard, reflexively attempted to block the feigned attack on the left while reaching for our central figure with his right. But he had no time to react. Before his hand could even graze Huchuan garment, the genuine strike landed with a thud against his shoulder. I had barely murmured that it was over when the opponent crumpled to the ground like a heap of mush. The arena fell into a profound silence. After several agonizing seconds, the referee finally announced, "The victor is Huchuan." I paid no heed to the ensuing uproar and let a still-dazed Sonny out. By the end of the day, I had netted a staggering 30 million. I told Sonny to forego the crowd and simply book a private room, deducting the cost from our earnings. Having made a profit, even the evening clouds seemed resplendent, glowing with a golden hue, truly magnificent. The following day was a day of rest, yet I found myself utterly exhausted. It was not the match that wore me out. Rather, the tavern had been inundated with patrons the previous night, and Lugio and I were shaking cocktails as if we were igniting sparks. It was evident I needed to recruit an assistant, for if my Parkinson's flared up, pulling triggers would rely solely on fate. Nevertheless, today bore significance. The batch of small devices I had custom ordered from the firearm shop was ready for collection. My ability to compress fruit, while generally advantageous, had a flaw. It activated too slowly, akin to a lengthy cooldown for a powerful spell, leaving me unable to compress on the fly. Therefore, I resolved to pre-compress various items into bullets and grenades, enabling me to deploy them directly during combat, ensuring an element of surprise to deliver a minor yet impactful shock to my adversaries. After bidding farewell to Lugio and taking the heart-shaped bento she prepared for me, I set off with enthusiasm. Upon retrieving the goods, I produced a map I had purchased earlier and began my search for a suitable location. Developing new techniques would undoubtedly create a commotion, so it was imperative to find a secluded spot. I found it. My finger traced the map, settling on an abandoned shipyard along the western coast. Once the island's largest shipyard, it had since closed. Sprawling over a vast area and featuring a small forest, a perfect testing ground, albeit somewhat remote, a 40-kilometer journey. However, I thought nothing of it. I simply walked to a deserted street corner, compressed air behind me, activated Rainbow Drive, and 6 blocks of compressed air stabilized behind me, the tremendous thrust propelling me forward in a flash. I must say this technique is simply marvelous for travel. In just over 20 minutes, I arrived at the shipyard's entrance. Pushing open the rusted gate, I was greeted by a wave of musty air. I was not there to wallow in nostalgia. I was ready to work. I retrieved a grenade component, activated my ability, and with a hiss, a block of compressed air appeared in my palm. Treating it like gunpowder, I stuffed it into the grenade shell, assembled the fuse and trigger, and voila, a specially crafted compressed air grenade was born. Testing its power, I pulled a safety pin and hurled it toward an old cutting machine in the distance. Boom! A A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris flying. Not only that, but the blast also released countless blades of wind, shredding the cutting machine with a cacophony of tearing sounds. It worked. I was ecstatic. This power nearly rivaled Sam's charged compressed air cannon, yet mine was instantaneous, exploding upon release, granting no time for reaction. With this breakthrough, my creativity flourished. For the next few hours, I busied myself with various tasks. I ignited a pile of wood, compressing flames to create incendiary grenades, gathered with shavings, compressing them into smoke grenades, and drew in seawater to produce grenades capable of countering other abilities. In less than 2 hours, I crafted a dozen new types of grenades, feeling like a mobile armory. Yet, I remained unsatisfied. These merely qualified as C1 level devices, adequate for clearing minor foes. I needed something more formidable. So I set to work on the C2 series, with 10 times the compression of C1, such as the brand new C2 Explosive Crimson Lotus. As night fell, I was still immersed in my work. Just as I prepared to call it a day, extinguishing the fire with a seawater grenade, suddenly, a flurry of urgent sounds echoed from outside the shipyard. There were people, more than one. Activating my observation hockey, I sensed their approach and promptly concealed myself. Moments later, a red figure darted in, moving swiftly yet awkwardly, clearly injured. Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as our tavern's old drunkard, Lykeet. This fellow, after just a few days, appeared utterly disheveled. Before I could ponder further, for more figures entered, all clad in black suits, tightly wrapped up. Lykeet unleashed a tirade at the leader. On, your CP organization truly is a persistent pest. Do you take such delight in being the lapdog of the Celestial Dragons? CP? My heart raced. The world government's secret spy agency? I had no desire to wade into these murky waters. The individual named Owen scoffed, labeling Lykeet a slave fleeing from the Celestial Dragons, accusing him of stealing fine wine and injuring a Celestial Dragon, a crime deserving of death. Lykeet, unfazed, retaliated without hesitation, brandishing vodka bludgeons, 2 whips crafted from liquor, and lashed out. It was then I realized he, too, was a fruit user. The CP agents were no slouches either. Owen and one of his subordinates evaded the attack with Sue, while the remaining 2 unfortunate souls braced themselves with iron block, yet they were still knocked to their knees. The 4 individuals simultaneously assaulted Lykeet with their finger guns. Lykeet immediately activated his ability, transforming his entire body into a transparent liquid, allowing their attacks to pass through effortlessly, except for that one from Owen. Even if you're a user of the Jojo fruit, my Busashoka Haki is not to be underestimated, Owen calmly declared, raising his dark finger. Concealed in the shadows, my heart skipped a beat. Family. This was the first time I had witnessed Busashoka Haki with my own eyes. This extraordinary power could strike a devil fruit user physically. Lykeet was in serious trouble. Indeed, Lykeet was forced to retreat step by step under the relentless blows of Owen's hockey-infused fists and feet, ultimately suffering a piercing attack from a finger gun that penetrated his shoulder, leaving him on the brink of defeat. Owen wasted no time, launching a fierce Ransaka kick, unleashing a flurry of flying slashes towards Lykeet. In an instant, Lykeet had transformed into a puddle of liquid, desperately attempting to escape. Most of the slashes targeted him, but a few carelessly veered towards my hiding spot behind a massive shredder. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. Trouble comes even when one is at home. I quickly rolled forward to evade, but I was still exposed. Who? The remaining 3 CP agents immediately closed in. Could I allow them to approach? In a swift motion, I tossed a C1 with shrapnel grenade at my feet, and with a bang, clouds of smoke enveloped the area. Utilizing the cover of smoke, I concealed myself behind a nearby crane. Coincidentally, the battered Lykeet rolled next to me. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed in shock, "Boss Daluo." I was left speechless. Could he refrain from getting involved? Owen, even more absurd, locked onto us through the high-tech smoke, as if equipped with radar. Another Ransaku kick struck, a massive slash colliding with the crane, sending sparks flying. It was clear that this fellow possessed Kinbunchika Haki. I cursed inwardly, realizing the trouble I was in. There was no escaping this confrontation. Without hesitation, I turned to Leiketa and asked, "In your current state, can you hold off those three?" Leiketa nodded fiercely. "I can." He understood that to survive, he must fight. Moreover, aside from Owen, the other three lacked Busashogahaki, which rendered them powerless against his liquefied form. With his affirmative response, I pointed at Owen and, with unwavering determination, instructed, "All right, lead those three into the small woods outside and keep them occupied. Leave that one to me. Run," I commanded, throwing another smoke grenade and shouting at Leiketa. As my words fell, Leiketa activated his ability, transforming into an arrow made of alcohol, darting towards the exit. "Pursue." Owen quickly reacted, issuing the command, and the remaining three followed suit. He too leaped into the air, intending to intercept Leiketa, but would I allow him to have his way? I activated my Shuanpa and followed closely, gathering my strength for a Kue Neo flying kick, delivering it with force. With a dull thud, my foot struck Owen's left shoulder. Despite his timely activation of Tekai, he was still knocked back, dragging a heavy groove across the ground. Upon seeing me, the one who had thwarted his plans, Owen regarded me with a look of disdain, as if I were merely an additional name on his mission list. "What? Not going to evade?" he asked, his tone eerily calm. "Evade?" I felt a twinge of frustration. Did he think I had hidden out of fear? I had merely wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, ironically, I had indeed sought refuge from the beginning, leaving me at a loss for words. "When did you discover my presence?" I inquired, diverting the topic. I noticed as soon as I entered. The warmth of the fire on the ground indicated someone was here. Owen replied, somewhat smugly, entirely unaware that he had fallen into my rhythm. I had already anticipated his Kinbunchikahaki. My question was merely to buy time for Leikeita's escape. Mid-sentence, Owen caught on, realizing my intention was to delay him, yet he remained self-satisfied. "Huh?" I feigned ignorance, gazing at him with a bewildered expression. "Damn kid," Owen growled, too annoyed to waste another word, charging directly at me with a clenched fist. I drew my revolver, aiming at the approaching Owen, and squeezed the trigger 3 times. Air bullets. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 crisp gunshots. 3 specially designed bullets flew toward Owen. Observing the incoming projectiles, Owen did not dodge. Instead, he activated Tekai and braced himself against the bullets. Seeing his choice to endure, I smirked, for my special air bullets were no ordinary rounds. Indeed, the moment the bullets made contact with his body, the compressed air within detonated, resulting in 3 distinct wounds on his iron-like form. Provoked, Owen glared at me like a ferocious wolf, shocked that, after years of dominance, he was now being bested by a mere child. This had thoroughly enraged him. He assumed a stance, feet firmly planted, with fingers extended, channeling all his energy into his fingertips, swiftly moving his hands. Flying finger gun. I must say this technique was something else. The finger guns rained down upon me like a storm, boo-boo, all aimed at my face. I dare not take them head on. After all, this guy wielded Busashogahaki, and a single hit would be catastrophic. In an instant, I executed a blue bird double jump, rotating 720 degrees in the air before landing gracefully, swiftly pulling out a special grenade from my pocket and tossing it his way. Following that, I swung my revolver, activating Deadeye. I assure you, once my Deadeye is activated, there is no place for you to evade or roll. I can predict precisely where you will move next. I had no expectation of hitting him directly. All my shots were predictions, betting on his next move. Fellow comrades, who understands the frustration of gunplay? When faced with someone possessing Kinbunchikahaki, it's akin to drawing outlines in close quarters. All one can do is predict and snipe from afar. But I am an exception. Boom! The first grenade exploded, and, as expected, he dodged to the left. Yet he was unaware that this was merely an appetizer. Just as he evaded, a bullet was already waiting for him. As he rolled away, 3 other bullets sealed off his escape route. Left with no choice, he had to use Soru to evade. But when he opened his eyes again, lo and behold, several grenades had rolled right beneath him. His expression at that moment must have been one of disbelief. Did this guy just blow up? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. The noise so intense it lifted the roof of the shipyard, enveloping the factory in smoke, resembling a demolition site. As the smoke cleared, I saw him slowly rise from the crater, tearing apart his tattered clothing to reveal his pitch-black muscles. My heart sank. Busashoka Haki, the full-body kind. It turned out he had activated Tekai and Busashoka Haki just before the explosion, enduring the blast. However, no matter how quick his reflexes were, he could not withstand the first wave of my C2 blazing Crimson Lotus. This was a technique where I had compressed flames tenfold, resulting in a cataclysm of fire upon detonation. Cough, cough. He spewed out a mouthful of old blood, his left side scorched and charred. It was a pitiful sight. Kid, you have successfully enraged me. I am CP0, he roared while ablaze, the scene resembling something out of a low-budget film. Upon hearing CP0, I was taken aback. The top-tier bodyguards of the Celestial Dragons had arrived. No wonder he was so formidable. Observing that my ultimate move had failed to take him down, my heart sank further. However, I noticed the Busashoka Haki on his body gradually waning, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Haki was not without limits. It could not be maintained indefinitely, or I would undoubtedly meet my end today. There was still hope. Yet this was undeniably the toughest battle I had faced since my debut. After he finished his roar, he charged at me, but I did not flinch. Instead, I advanced with a slight crouch, gathering my strength for a powerful kick. He was amused that I dared to engage him in close combat. As he wrapped his fingertips in Haki and thrust forward with a finger gun, the moment our attacks collided. It was like the impact of a meteor crashing into the earth, sending shockwaves that tore through the remaining roof. We were locked in a fierce contest, each of us straining against the other, my veins bulging, feeling as if my leg might snap. It was clear that I was at a disadvantage in strength, so I quickly compressed the air behind me, creating a reverse thruster to barely hold my ground. As the pressure waned, we both staggered back. His gaze shifted as he regarded me, likely puzzled as to how such a formidable opponent had emerged from the South China Sea. I chose to ignore him, silently loading bullets into my revolver. Observing my silence, he confidently taunted, "Not talking? No matter, you're already dead." I responded with 3 shots in quick succession, then utilized Shunshin to create distance. In a gunfight, distance is life. He understood this well and attempted to close in with a rapid aiming to drag me into hand-to-hand combat. If I got entangled, I would hesitate to use my high-powered grenades for fear of self-detonation. "What is the matter? Why aren't you using those peculiar grenades?" He jeered while pursuing me. I disregarded him, and we danced around the dilapidated factory, engaging in a game of instantaneous movement, focusing on extreme evasion. In those 10 seconds, we exchanged blows, both of us sustaining injuries, yet I was clearly worse off. I had hit him with 4 shots and a kick, but he shrugged them off as if nothing had happened, while I was nearly drained of blood from 2 of his finger gun strikes. At this rate, I would be the first to fall. Panic surged within me. I needed a plan. Frustrated, he endured a burned grenade, grimacing in pain. "Damn, brat, I'm done playing with you." I saw him suddenly stop, the air around him swirling violently, lifting the sand and debris. His explosive muscles began to contract, becoming even more defined, his hair rapidly regrowing, and even his wounds visibly healing. I was momentarily stunned. Who among my family would understand? It felt like battling a boss that had entered its second phase. Regaining health on the spot. What a joke. My mind buzzed, reduced to 3 words. Life restoration. The ultimate secret of the Navy's 6th form. I realized I had truly encountered a formidable opponent. After his transformation, his aura shifted dramatically, and he began to advance toward me step by step, the pressure almost suffocating. Feeling his explosive power, he laughed maniacally. "Kid, prepare to die." Ransoka Koden, a blue-black slash infused with Haki, sliced toward me like a bolt of lightning. Its vast range and incredible speed left me no choice but to evade with Shunshin. I heard a massive explosion behind me and turned to see the shipyard cleaved in 2 by his kick, collapsing entirely. My heart sank. If that struck me, I would surely be obliterated. In that moment of distraction, he vanished before me with another launching a finger gun straight at my face. By the time I reacted, it was too late. All I could do was muster every ounce of strength to block with my leg. Thud! I felt as if I had been hit by a speeding truck, sent flying into a pile of wood, breaking several pieces before finally coming to a stop. As I crawled out of the debris, spitting out blood-stained saliva, my complexion was ghastly. This guy had activated life restoration, overpowering me in speed and strength, rendering even my most confident attribute, speed, useless. Is this all you've got? He sneered, resembling a predator poised to deliver the final blow. My heart raced like a drum, focusing all my energy into Shurgon. I knew if I failed to evade the next strike, it would truly be my end. In that critical moment, I suddenly noticed a golden light point appear to my left in the perspective of my Shurgon. Almost simultaneously, Yuan propelled himself into action, disappearing. I saw it. In that fleeting instant, a singular thought filled my mind. The golden point. The next second, Yuan's figure indeed appeared at my left side, precisely at the location of the golden point. My body reacted faster than my mind. I propelled myself to the right, narrowly evading his lethal strike. I had no time to catch my breath before realization struck me. My Kinbunchaku had seemingly evolved. The entire world around me became clearer, and the golden point in Shurgon was undoubtedly related to Yuan. Unfazed, he again executed Etsu to appear before me, landing precisely at the spot where I had seen the new golden point. Indeed, a tidal wave of excitement surged within me. My Shurgon had broken through in this life and death crisis. It was not mere prediction. It was actual precognition, although I could only foresee his position 3 seconds in advance. It was more than sufficient to handle this opponent. What? Yuan appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why his ultimate attack failed to connect with me. He furiously escalated his assaults, moving at an incredible speed. Yet to me, he seemed like a fool with shared location. I anticipated every one of his teleportation strikes. After successfully dodging several of his attacks, I confirmed it. My Shurgon had indeed evolved. Thus, it was time to counterattack. With my newly evolved perception, we found ourselves locked in a bizarre stalemate. He couldn't hit me, yet I could not penetrate his armored defense. My most powerful C2 explosive flame Red Lotus had already been expended, and the remaining grenades lacked the capacity to deal him fatal damage. However, this man had to die here. Otherwise, I would be relentlessly pursued by CP0 every day. I had no choice but to gamble. A wild idea emerged in my mind, something I had never attempted before. Today, I would use you, CP0, as my test subject. C3 combination technique. I calculated my remaining grenades, for which shrapnel grenades, 1 air prison grenade, and 2 incendiary grenades sufficient. Yuan, observing my inaction, took the initiative, throwing a punch straight at my face. I had already anticipated this, performing a backflip to evade while tossing a wood shrapnel grenade to the ground. The first was set. The grenade detonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of wood shavings. He scoffed dismissively. Kid, this one work on me. Indeed, for someone with Kinbunchaku, smoke bombs are a joke. He ascended into the air with unleashing a barrage of Ransoku strikes at me through the haze. I adeptly dodged his slashes while seizing the opportunity to throw a second wood shrapnel grenade. The second was complete. Realizing the range attack had failed, he attempted to increase the pressure. Taunting, kid, is running all you can do? My comrades are on their way. I refused to fall for his trick, deliberately creating an opening. He, predictably, took the bait and descended with a punch. I was prepared, evading while delivering a fierce kick with Kinu to the golden point on his shoulder. Boom! The kick landed solidly, yet he withstood it with his haki. Merely taking 2 steps back, I had no time for astonishment, quickly tossing the third with shrapnel grenade to increase the distance. Enraged by my tactics, he grabbed a nearby cutting machine and began smashing everything in sight. Perfect. As he went berserk, I set the fourth with shrapnel grenade and then executed Bluebird, reappearing 10 meters to his left. Almost there, the concentration of wood shavings in the air had reached my requirement. The first condition for C3, the flammable powder concentration, had been met. Now, only the second condition remained, a sealed space. I looked at the air prison grenade in my hand, formulating a plan. But how to lure him inside? After much contemplation, I decided to use myself as bait. I beckoned to the frenzied Yuan, provocatively stating, "Are you so weak that you cannot defeat me?" Seeing my taunt, he was infuriated, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged at me. His hockey-imbued leg whipping toward me like a whip. I did not evade. Instead, I raised my leg to meet him head-on. As my legs collided with a force that felt as if my bones might shatter, my body was sent flying like a tattered sack. Yet, I paid no heed to where I was headed. From mid-air, I fixated my gaze on the position of Uin amidst the swirling smoke, and with a swift motion, hurled the C2 air prison grenade towards the golden point at his feet. Simultaneously, I struggled to raise my revolver, unleashing the last incendiary round as it burst forth. All of this transpired in the fleeting moment of being propelled through the air. I had no time to shield myself, allowing my body to crash into the ruins. This was all in pursuit of unveiling my final trump card, C3 Red Coffin. Just as Uin steadied himself within the heart of the smoke, he noticed a grenade rolling to his feet. Instinctively, he attempted to use his hockey to withstand the impending explosion, but to his astonishment, the grenade did not detonate. Instead, it released a series of transparent air bricks, instantly sealing him within an air prison. In the final moments before the prison closed, the crimson bullet fortuitously slipped through a gap. No, I heard his desperate and unwilling roar. Following that, an unprecedented explosion reverberated through the skies, shaking the very earth. The incendiary round ignited the high concentration of wood shavings within the prison. A douce explosion ensued. The transparent air prison was instantly engulfed in an inferno, transforming into a blazing, red-hot coffin. This was my C3, leveraging chemical reactions to amplify the power of various tools beyond their inherent capabilities. After what felt like an eternity, I finally crawled out from the rubble, gazing at the charred remains on the ground, now unrecognizable as human, and let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had managed to shield his entire body with hockey at the last moment, it merely preserved his corpse intact. What a pitiful sight. Struggling to sit up, I glanced at the gruesome wounds on my body, grimacing in pain. My ordeal had concluded, but I remained unaware of the fate that awaited Lykeet. Let me tell you, his situation was far graver than mine. Alone, he was battling 3 lackeys from the CP organization in the Smallwoods. Already injured, his movements were distorted, and he was being relentlessly pursued, losing the elegance he had exhibited in the tavern. Thankfully, his fruit ability had some merit. Several times he transformed into wine to evade attacks, and even managed to counterkill 2 inexperienced opponents. Just then, I heard a massive explosion as the C3 red coffin detonated, flooding the sky with crimson light. Lykeet turned, his face etched with concern, fearing I had perished. Meanwhile, the 3 CP fools remained laughing, with their leader, Boughton, arrogantly taunting my companion, asserting that my ally was dead and that he should join him. Lykeet, maintaining his bravado, retorted, "How do you know it's not your boss who's dead?" Those fools laughed maniacally, claiming their pursuers were CP0, monsters incapable of losing. Then, one particularly insolent individual began a personal attack, suggesting he should obediently serve as a slave instead of resisting, daring to strike against the celestial dragons. Who among my family understands the gravity of such words? They struck a nerve. Lykeet was immediately provoked, his fists cracking ominously, his gaze radiating menace. Seeing this, Boughton realized the situation had escalated and urged his companions to act quickly. The 3 closed in on Lykeet. Enraged, he solemnly withdrew a lighter from his pocket, extending his right hand forward, conjuring a long blade forged from wine. As he presented the blade, he flicked the lighter, igniting it. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. A small flame erupted, engulfing the entire blade. It resembled the sword of a fiery giant from mythology. While this maneuver was undeniably impressive, it consumed immense stamina, necessitating a swift conclusion. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the brash individual on the left. The burning sword traced a fiery arc through the air, and with a swift thrust, the man was silenced before he could utter a word. The remaining 2 stood in shock, utterly unprepared. Lykeet turned, his icy gaze locking onto the other hapless opponent. Boughton, witnessing the change in his demeanor, paled and shouted, "Don't panic, he can't maintain this for long." These two were not fools. They immediately distanced themselves, attempting to wear him down with long-range strikes. Countless wind blades flew toward him. Like heat, unfazed, conjured a burning champagne shield with a flick of his left hand, deflecting all incoming attacks. Then, he surged through the shield, charging at the last remaining lackey. Boughton, realizing the danger, attempted to intercept Like Heat by using Shave to appear before him. Yet Like Heat roared, "Get lost." The long blade was hurled like a spear, aimed directly at Boughton's face. Boughton, terrified, narrowly dodged using Shave. In that fleeting moment, Like Heat conjured a massive burning axe in his right hand, delivering a devastating blow to the unfortunate soul who stood frozen, attempting to withstand it with sheer force. A thunderous crash echoed as the man was cleaved from head to toe, sent flying like a broken sack, utterly lifeless. Now, only Boughton remained in the small woods, witnessing Like Heat's fiery prowess. His legs weakened in fear, his mind fixated on a singular thought: escape. Desperately, he used Shave to dart through the woods, aiming to reach the shipyard, hoping to lure me toward Owen. He believed that once there, he would be safe. Like Heat, however, would not permit him to succeed, transforming into a fireball and pursuing him relentlessly. Yet, Boughton was exceedingly slippery. Every time Like Heat nearly caught up, he would deftly widen the gap. Like Heat's grand move already depleted his energy, and he was gasping for breath, nearing his limit. Truth be told, at that moment, his best choice would have been to abandon the chase and find a place to hide. Yet he was stubborn. The thought of having drawn me into this mess and believing I was dead ignited a surge of guilt and anger within him. He resolved not to flee. But guess what happened? As Boughton reached the edge of the woods and turned to see Like Heat gasping for breath, he decided not to run. He felt emboldened. Intent on securing a kill, he launched a flurry of rapid-fire wind blades, akin to a machine gun. Like Heat, with a flick of his right hand, transformed countless burning droplets of wine into a rain of arrows that soared to meet the attack. The two skills collided mid-air in a dazzling explosion, with neither side landing a hit. Realizing this was untenable, Boughton sought to create distance. Like Heat, however, would not grant him that opportunity. He materialized a burning spear in his hand and hurled it with all his might. Boughton instinctively dodged using Shave, only to exhale in relief as the spear crashed to the ground, exploding. A shower of burning wine droplets filled the air, splattering Boughton and transforming him into a fiery figure, rolling on the ground in agony. Seizing the moment, Like Heat launched another fiery arrow, and Boughton, now utterly terrified, scrambled to escape, desperately racing toward the shipyard while crying out for Owen's help. Upon seeing Boughton enter the shipyard, Like Heat feared Owen would emerge at any moment. Realizing his own demise was imminent, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his hands high, a look of resolute madness on his face. He was fully engulfed in rage, ready to unleash all the hatred from years of servitude, the resentment of being hunted, and the guilt for my involvement. Countless streams of red wine erupted from his hands, forming two enormous crimson ribbons that swiftly ensnared Boughton, binding him like a large meat dumpling. But that was not the end. The two ribbons, as if animated, extended wildly, enveloping the entire shipyard, resembling a colossal red spiderweb. Boughton, trapped and nearly paralyzed with fear, realized Like Heat's intentions. Indeed, he was determined to take them both down together. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, flames ignited simultaneously along the ends of the red ribbons. A fierce blaze surged toward the bound figure of Le Kata and engulfed the entire shipyard, instantly transforming it into a charred wasteland. Simultaneously, the flames also crept ominously toward Le Kata himself. With eyes closed, he muttered in despair, "Is this the end?" Just as the inferno was about to consume him, lo and behold, I made a dramatic entrance. Emerging from an unknown corner, I unleashed a torrent of seawater upon him, extinguishing the flames with a hissing sound. However, the exertion and contact with the ocean's depths rendered him unconscious. Sigh, do I owe him something? This fellow nearly set himself ablaze to avenge me. Am I touched? Not at all. The trouble he caused me was monumental. If it weren't for my good fortune, we would both be feasting in the afterlife today. Alas, one cannot simply stand by while another perishes. I bore the burden of this troublesome companion and sped back to the city in the Hong Tsiu at breakneck speed. Upon arriving at the tavern, it was already 2 a.m, yet my sister Lu Jiu awaited me beneath a lamp at the entrance. Seeing me carrying someone while covered in injuries, she was understandably alarmed. I hastily concocted a lie, claiming Lei Kato was drunk and I had fallen on the way. My sister, ever understanding, sensed my deception but refrained from pressing further. Once back in my room, I unceremoniously tossed Lei Kato onto the bed. Shortly thereafter, a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, I found no one, just a tray on the ground containing 2 steaming bowls of noodles, a medical kit, and a note that read, "Call me if needed." My sister's silent concern always moves me. I vowed to protect her fiercely for the rest of my life. After tending to my own wounds, I glanced at the 2 bowls of noodles and then at the unconscious Lei Kato. "Sorry, brother, but I shall indulge in your meal." Sated, I spent the night on the sofa. While I succumbed to slumber, others remained awake. At the shipyard's ruins, 3 unexpected guests arrived, clad in pristine white coats, CP0. These newcomers were quite the enigma. One was a lady whose makeup suggested she was headed for a theatrical performance. Another was a burly figure covered in fur, and the last one crouched over the corpse of Owen, transforming into a bulldog with a bark. The dog possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. After much sniffing, it proclaimed that Owen's vanquisher was not the slave but someone else. They followed my scent trail and soon unearthed the weighted block I had concealed within a tree hollow. The fur-covered man deduced on the spot that I was responsible for Owen's demise, while Ekata merely dealt with a few minor CP9 henchmen. Then they continued their search. The burly man commanded his canine companion, which resumed its sniffing, tracking my scent. Guess what happened next? They lost the trail midway. I assure you, that dog had its nose practically buried in the ground, circling aimlessly until it ultimately had to shake its head in resignation and uttered, "Boss." The scent ends here. It has vanished completely. The lead CP agent, Baudet, was at a loss, merely waving his hand and ordering, "All right, disperse and search the entire island." Obviously, I had raced back with my Hong Tsiu, compressing the air into sparks. There would be no scent left behind. A mere jest. The crisis was looming, yet I remained oblivious. I only knew that my predicament was already within my own room. Who understands the plight of family? I returned a favor by rescuing someone, only for him to occupy my sole bed, leaving me, an injured individual, to awkwardly curl up on the sofa. As if that wasn't enough, this fellow, even in sleep, was far from tranquil, muttering in his dreams. One moment he wailed, "Grandpa, don't go." The commotion was akin to an online concert. My temper flared, and, with the pain from my injuries and the noise pollution, I nearly threw my back out, trying to sit up. I thought, I cannot endure this any longer. I must pull him off my bed. Fuming, I approached the bedside, ready to take action. Just then, he turned over, loosening the collar of his shirt, and my gaze caught something startling. To my astonishment, a blood-red celestial dragon slave mark marred his back, alongside deep lash marks that were almost bone-deep. In that moment, I understood. I have always detested these so-called noble beings who perpetuate this stamped system of oppression. It is utterly inhumane. My anger evaporated, replaced by empathy. Watching him struggle in his dreams, I sighed, cursed under my breath, and quietly returned to the sofa. Fine, I shall endure. What followed was a heartbreaking spectacle in his dreams. In his mind, he was but a young boy named Lei Kato, hailing from the most renowned winemaking family in the West Sea. He frolicked in the vineyard with his grandfather, their laughter filling the air. Young Lei Kato's dream was to craft the finest wine in existence. His grandfather, with a warm smile, ruffled his hair and imparted a lesson I shall never forget. "Silly child, the finest wine in the world is the one shared with the best of friends." The scene shifted, and Lei Kato was now 14, celebrated as a prodigy in winemaking. Yet calamity soon struck. A trio of bizarre figures with fishbowls atop their heads. The celestial dragons brazenly entered his home. They sought revenge over a bottle of exquisite wine crafted by his grandfather, which had been snatched by another celestial dragon. This imbecile named Chaliandi sought to reclaim his dignity by demanding an even finer bottle to restore his honor at the banquet. His grandfather, honest to a fault, replied, "Sir, there is truly no more. That bottle was the last." The celestial dragon was incensed, and a steward presented an old newspaper featuring a photograph of his grandfather alongside 6 other esteemed winemakers. The celestial dragon's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered. "No more? Very well, you must know these individuals. Take me to them, and I shall have their finest wines. I assure you, this was a matter of life and death." The old man trembled at the sight of his longtime acquaintances, yet he raised his head and in a hoarse voice stated, "Sir, I do not know where they are." The old man understood all too well that revealing their whereabouts would spell doom for his friends and their families. He chose to bear the burden alone. Upon hearing this, Chaliandi turned green with rage, drawing a golden revolver and firing a shot that struck the old man squarely in the chest. Young Lekata went mad, rushing to embrace his grandfather. With his last breath, the old man whispered in his ear, "Child, remember, if you betray your friends, you shall never taste the finest wine in the world." With those words, he passed away, but the nightmare continued. Young Lekata was captured by that beast and taken to marry Geos, becoming a slave to the celestial dragons. It was a tragedy beyond measure. I listened to his fragmented murmurs throughout the night, unable to find rest. The following morning, I emerged from my room bearing dark circles under my eyes. Upon seeing me, Lu Jiu gasped, fearing my condition had worsened. I quickly assured her, patting my chest, that I would be fine for the afternoon's match, joking that if I couldn't win, I would concede right there. After all, my grand scheme for fortune could not falter. After breakfast, I checked on Lekata, feeling his forehead. No fever, and his wounds seemed stable. I sighed in relief before heading out to meet my chubby partner, Song Ni Rua. Upon finding him, I got straight to the point. For this afternoon's match, let us wager all our money, 30 million, on my victory. I then handed him a shopping list filled with chemicals, aluminum powder, oxidizers, white phosphorus, and the like. You understand, my stock of grenades has run dry, and my fear of lacking firepower has resurfaced. Safety must be a creation of my own hands. Having given my instructions, I dashed toward the dueling arena. A dramatic scene unfolded before me. Having sustained an injury the previous day, I was still bound in bandages, struggling to walk with any semblance of ease. As I emerged from the players' tunnel, the audience erupted in uproar. "Look, that lad is injured. Is it true? Such a serious injury, and yet he dares to compete? What luck! Quickly, change your bets. Bet everything on his opponent, the Black Wolf." I found myself perplexed by their commotion. Little did I know that my genuine injury, in their eyes, signaled my inevitable defeat. My odds skyrocketed, ascending like a rocket. Even the pudgy Sonny was left dumbfounded. Yet he followed my instruction and wagered 30 million belly at the peak of the odds. As the bell rang to commence the match, the referee had barely uttered begin when my opponent, the Black Wolf known as Wafute, lunged at me with a roar. Without even raising my eyelids, I deftly sidestepped, my right leg sweeping round in a powerful whip kick, landing squarely on him. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying several meters, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a halt. I did not pursue. Instead, I stood my ground, adopting a stance that signaled a readiness for a second attack. Coldly observing him, my gaze conveyed a clear message: try to rise again. He struggled to lift his head, our eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before he visibly wilted, trembling as he raised his hand. "I concede. Referee, I can no longer fight." A profound silence enveloped the arena, soon shattered by a cacophony of boos and jeers. "Match fixing. Refunds. This is a performance. Are you two in cahoots?" I paid them no mind, turning my back and heading into the private box reserved by Sonny. Upon seeing me, he rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. "Boss, you are nothing short of a deity. This maneuver is, without a doubt, a textbook example of harvesting leaks." I was momentarily dazed. "What maneuver?" Sonny, speaking at a rapid-fire pace, exclaimed, "You feigned weakness by wearing bandages, making everyone believe you were incapable, thereby inflating the odds. Then, you dispatch your opponent in one swift strike. Our 30 million has now transformed into 45 million, a profit of 15 million. After absorbing this, my mind was blank. I truly have been injured. I had no such cunning plans. Yet at that moment, could I speak the truth? Absolutely not. I inhaled deeply, clasped my hands behind my back, and gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, adopting an enigmatic tone. Indeed, everything lies within my control. At that moment, I felt like a sorceress in my own right, my status elevated. After instructing Sunny to procure materials quickly, I turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something. Spinning back with a sly smile. Oh, by the way, give me a wheelchair. Next match, I shall arrive in a wheelchair and see how high the odds can soar. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, an urgent call rang through Marshal Gonggu Kong's office. On the other end was the celestial dragon who had murdered Grandpa Likheat, Charlie Andy Shung. Furious shooting, Gonggu Kong. My escaped slave has been spotted. He is on an island called Lazabat in the South China Sea. Dispatch someone immediately to capture him. I want him in pieces. Upon hanging up, Gonggu Kong's face fell, his expression one of distress as he rubbed his temples frantically. A newly assigned rookie, who would later become Marshal Zhanghua, was about to inquire if he was all right when Gonggu Kong interrupted with a sharp question. Who do we have in the South China Sea? A stunning beauty. Vice Admiral He flipped through the documents and reported. Report, Marshal, Carp is there, reportedly pursuing the Roger pirates. Upon hearing this, Gonggu Kong thought, perfect, let him handle it. While Carp may be unreliable, he is just the man for the job. This exemplifies the wisdom of the upper echelons. The celestial dragons demand face. So let's give them some. Sending a naval hero will suffice, right? As for whether they can capture him, that's another matter altogether. Gonggu Kong even cautioned Zhanghua, saying, young man, the celestial dragon's orders are sacred, but one can still comply outwardly while defying them inwardly. We are the Navy, not the dogs of the celestial dragons. Such insight explains why Zhanghua later excelled in political maneuvering, unlike the impetuous Akainu, who was humiliated before the Gorosei. However, this was mere trifles. Gonggu Kong's true concern lay in the New World, where a madman named Lox was rallying powerful pirates to form the strongest pirate alliance in history. This was the pressing issue. Thus, capturing a slave became a matter of finding someone to handle it quickly. The scene shifted to the South China Sea. I tell you, Carp is something else. He was on a warship pursuing Roger, yet instead of commanding, he was on the deck engaged in his absurd donut challenge. 3 days, no sleep. He had already devoured 437 donuts. Who understands, is his stomach a black hole? Just as he prepared to tackle his 438th donut, the transponder snail rang. It was Zhanghua. Moshi Moshi, this is Zhanghua. Upon hearing this, Carp grinned and exclaimed, Zhanghua, I have excellent news. Zhanghua, thinking he had captured Roger, was elated. What? You've caught Roger? That's fantastic. You must. Not at all. Carp replied, proudly picking his nose. I've surpassed 400 donuts. Impressive, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I can only imagine Zhanghua's face turning from delight to a deep shade of frustration as he bellowed. Carp, stop fooling around. There's a serious mission at hand. He then relayed the trivial issue regarding the celestial dragons. Carp, upon hearing this, was annoyed. Celestial dragons? What a hassle. I'm about to catch Roger. Can we not deal with this? He popped another donut into his mouth. Zhanghua, resigned, replied, there's no choice. We must put Roger on hold. Carp, unable to resist his good friend, had to agree. But after hanging up, he gazed at Roger's ship, his mind spinning with a cunning plan. He shouted to his crew, go, move all the cannonballs over here. This old fox's reasoning was unlike anyone else's. He declared, I'll capture Roger and the slave. I'll just drive Roger to that island, Lazabat. 2 birds with 1 stone, emphasizing a method of accompanying law enforcement. Then, he commenced his performance. One by one, he hurled cannonballs like a shot put, raining them down on the sea in front of Roger's ship. The precision and force surpassed that of the ship's own cannons. On board Roger's ship, the future Pirate King trio, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, watched the barrage unfold. The battle-crazed Roger and Jabba were not deterred. Instead, they were exhilarated. Wow, This navy has some serious strength. I'd love to have a go with him. Only Rayleigh, resembling a worried mother, fretted. Hey, is this really the time to admire the enemy? We need to figure out how to shake him off. Wiping his blade, Roger remarked, let us find an island to hide on. Which island is closest? Rayleigh consulted the nautical charts and replied, Dual Island, Lazabat. Onward to Lazabat, Roger commanded with a grand gesture. Seeing Roger's ship obediently change course, Carp beamed and flashed a victory sign to his first mate. Thus, both parties like celestial beings surged towards the island where my dear brother, Daluo, resided, blissfully unaware. After his match, Daluo hurried back to the tavern, eager to help, only to discover that while the tavern was bustling, it was remarkably orderly. Behind the bar, a red-haired youth donned in Daluo's attire was expertly shaking a cocktail shaker, his movements even more professional than Daluo's. Who is this? It was none other than Lykeet, whom I had rescued just the day before. My sister Lu Jio quickly pulled a Luo aside and whispered, he woke up this afternoon and saw I was too busy, so he came to help. Oh, by the way, he said he must not be recognized, so I put on some makeup for him and gave him a new name, Te Lei Ku. Impressive, right? The Luo was taken aback. He glanced at this Te Lei Ku and marveled at the art of disguise, which was as valuable as a successful strike on a trading platform. All it took was a few scars painted on his face and eyebrows styled to resemble those of Sanji. Was that it? How could it be that no one recognized him all day? Is face blindness the norm in this world? Just as the Luo was lost for words, an old customer, the bounty hunter, Huda, rushed over with a wanted poster. Boss the Luo. Look, the man who came in earlier wearing a tailcoat is the notorious 300 million bounty pirate, Lei Kute. Upon taking the wanted poster and glancing at it, the Luo's heart skipped a beat. 300 million. Yet he maintained his composure and replied, Oh, I suppose that's him, but he hasn't been around for a while. Perhaps he has left. The fellow was not deterred and pressed on, nearly sticking the wanted poster to Lei Kute's face, asking, Brother, have you seen this person? Lei Kute remained utterly calm, not even blinking, and replied, I don't know. I'm new here. Incredible. Even Oscar would owe him a trophy for this performance. Dalu, feeling somewhat dazed by the absurdity of the situation, donned an apron and began to work. As night fell, various notable figures began to arrive on the island. Roger and Carp's ships squeezed into the harbor one after the other. Just as Roger and his crew rushed into the city, Carp followed closely behind, standing on the deck and gazing at the darkened Lazabat, excitedly muttering to himself, The Celestial Dragon's mission? What a bore. But if Roger is here, it must be interesting. The following morning, the enthusiastic Lei Kute managed to persuade my sister to open the tavern for business unusually early. However, after more than an hour, not a single customer appeared. The Luo had a restful night and, after breakfast, stepped outside to retrieve a batch of toys he had asked Sunny to purchase the previous day. Upon exiting, he noticed something amiss. The streets were teeming with Navy personnel, and Lei Kute's wanted posters plastered everywhere. He hurried to the agreed warehouse, where Sunny had proven to be quite clever, bringing along a few brothers to help gather all the items. After paying, Daluo instructed them to keep quiet, and Sunny, understanding the importance of discretion, swiftly left without uttering a word. Upon entering the warehouse, Daluo was greeted by a scene filled with various crates and barrels, with shavings, iron sheets, aluminum powder, iron oxide powder, grenade parts, and a large barrel of white phosphorus soaking in water. This substance ignites spontaneously upon exposure to air, extremely dangerous. For these items, he had spent over 3 million berries, depleting half the tavern's assets. My brother's compressed fruit should be renamed the pay-to-win fruit. He spent the entire afternoon laboriously crafting grenades, utilizing up all the materials to produce a large number of specialized grenades, with shavings grenades, smoke bombs, incendiary grenades, and even seawater grenades designed to counteract those with abilities. Most impressively, he managed to create 3 C3 level devices, the compressed white phosphorus C3 Heaven's Embers, and the aluminum thermite reaction, C3 Inferno Furnace, which burns at thousands of degrees. Gazing at his bulging pockets filled with treasures, Daluo felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even if that accomplice named Orin came looking for trouble. He would be ready to fight back. When he returned to the tavern, satisfied, he was greeted by my sister Lu Jio's melodious laughter. Stepping inside, he was astonished to see Roger and his crew drinking from day to night. Roger was animatedly recounting his adventures to my sister. Tales of island-sized whales and martial arts practicing sea cows, leaving her utterly captivated. The moment DeLuo spotted the straw hat on the bar in Roger's face, his expression shifted from contentment to displeasure. "Ah, DeLuo, you're back," my sister exclaimed joyfully, pointing at Roger, eager to introduce them. DeLuo interrupted. "No need for introductions. Mr. Roger is a renowned pirate. I am well aware." His tone was so icy it could freeze water. Roger, oblivious to the tension, grinned and said, "What? Don't I look like a pirate?" Nearby, Jabba, slightly intoxicated, chimed in, "Ha ha ha, Captain. He says you don't look like a pirate." DeLuo ignored the group of lively characters and turned to my sister, stating, "Sister, I am hungry," before heading upstairs on his own. This left Roger scratching his head, pondering whether he had unknowingly offended DeLuo. The next morning, Roger and his crew returned, as if clocking in for work. Dalu, upstairs, grimaced, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. Who among my family understands this feeling, akin to knowing your best friend will be hurt by a man, yet being powerless to intervene as they meet for the first time? DeLuo resolved to not forcibly intervene, but to ensure his sister was protected, rewriting her previously tragic fate. Downstairs, hearing that DeLuo had a match in the afternoon, Roger became excited and announced that he would take the whole crew to cheer him on. After finishing breakfast and heading downstairs, DeLuo was confronted by Roger's entire crew standing as if ready for a fight. Moments later, a half-drunk Roger approached, casually draping an arm over DeLuo's shoulder. Laughing heartily, "Ha, young brother DeLuo, are you off to your match? Everyone wants to cheer for you." "Oh, cheering for young brother DeLuo." Jabba slammed his cup down on the table. Dalu felt terlistunet. He looked at this future pirate crew and then at himself. One would think he was the leader of an extortion gang heading out to collect debts. Even the leader of an extortion gang wouldn't have such a grand entourage. Following him was a lineup of the future Pirate King's all-star reserve team, making quite the statement. Finally reaching the venue of the duel, DeLuo felt utterly drained. Upon entering, the roar of the crowd was deafening, akin to the grand opening of a bustling market, ringing in his ears. Fortunately, the match involving Izumi Ray Ken had only just begun. As he took the athlete's passage, Roger and his crew had no choice but to purchase tickets and temporarily separate from him. Once they settled into their seats, the battle featuring Izumi Ray Ken was approaching its climax. The scene was breathtaking. He swiftly sheathed his sword, then bent low, striking a pose for II slash. Roger's eyes lit up the moment he sat down, exclaiming, "Oh, II slash." The moment the words left his mouth, the fighter's right hand surged with power, moving so swiftly that not even a shadow could be seen. A blue blade of energy shot forth with a whoosh. Fortunately, he had shown restraint. The strike merely grazed his opponent's arm, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Those in the audience were sent into a frenzy. They shouted incoherently, "Isn't that Izumi Ray Ken? Wasn't he a nobody? How could he perform a flying slash? Is he a swordsman? Of course, with such a display of sword energy. How could he not be?" Those who once mocked him now had their faces reddened in embarrassment. Jabba, equally astonished, remarked, "Oh, a swordsman. That's frightening." Yet, the seasoned Lely furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. The young man's swordplay seemed oddly disjointed. Roger quickly pointed it out, saying that the swordsman's technique was at odds with his own heart. Good heavens! Wasn't this the legendary saying, "My heart aches, but my sword remains silent"? A swordsman who fails to harmonize heart and blade cannot forge a long path ahead. Just as this was being discussed, the third match began. Toda Luis Sapras. It was his turn to face off against the fighter known as the Ripper, Bangia. As DeLuo stepped from the athlete's passage, Jabba erupted into cheers. "Go, young brother DeLuo." The commotion was so intense that I felt the dust from the ceiling would surely come tumbling down. In that moment, I wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was utterly mortifying. As soon as my opponent made his entrance, the audience erupted in cheers as if they had rehearsed it beforehand, their voices drowning out those of Jiaba. Banjia, tear him apart. Take that little brat down. Good heavens, my previous performance had been so convincing that these gamblers likely believed I was a cunning trickster inflating the odds on purpose. Now, I found myself with a legion of detractors. Upon hearing this, Jiaba's competitive spirit ignited. He sprang from his seat, inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest like a toad, and cupped his hand around his mouth, summoning every ounce of energy to bellow, "Deluo, you can do it." His voice, akin to thunder, silenced the cheers of thousands in an instant. I was astounded. The match hadn't even begun, and he had already opened up a second front for me. Then it happened. Jiaba and the audience began to engage in a back-and-forth chant. He would shout, and the crowd would respond, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a duet in folk song. The countdown ended, and the match commenced. Banjia charged at me, wielding a claw-like weapon that resembled a butcher's knife, its serrated edge menacing to behold. With my eyes wide open, I discerned his movements for the next 3 seconds, clearly spotting the fatal flaw beneath his right rib. From the stands, Roger leisurely remarked, "It's over." Indeed, as soon as his blade swung towards me, I'd already leapt into action, executing a double jump in midair, swiftly changing direction and driving my knee into his ribcage. While still airborne, I flashed in front of him, lifted my leg, and executed a low kick that connected precisely with his ankle as he landed. He was sent flying like a soccer ball, leaving a long trail in his wake. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The echoes of support for Ban Jia lingered in the air, while the subject of their adulation lay incapacitated. At that moment, the king of BGM, Jiaba, made his reappearance. Seemingly oblivious to the events that had unfolded, he continued to shout, "Deluo, you can do it." His voice resonated through the stillness of the duel, creating an effect that was simply monumental. Once he finished, he paused, glancing at someone nearby, and asked, "Did we win?" Roger cast a meaningful glance in my direction and remarked, "Yes, indeed. Truly an extraordinary individual." It seemed he had recognized my ability to anticipate my opponent's movements. Meanwhile, Jiaba misinterpreted Roger's praise as a compliment to his vocal prowess, puffing out his chest with a proud expression. "Laili, busy de Stati Uniti," observed with an air of inscrutability, muttering, "The youth of today are truly formidable." After witnessing my match, Roger and his crew promptly departed, claiming they were off to indulge in some drinks. Once I exited, I headed straight to the private room reserved by Asang Inai Ruo. Upon entering, I found him and the others already present. As soon as he spotted me, he sprang to his feet. "Boss." I nodded and inquired, "How did it go?" "We made over 9 million, he replied. "Quite satisfactory. Including my previous earnings, I now possessed 50 million. Although our odds had plummeted to an unremarkable level, I anticipated that they would rise again once the regular season commenced and we encountered seasoned veterans. By midnight, everyone was asleep. I quietly executed a wall-crawling maneuver out of the window, intending to retrieve my precious compressed weights. I felt uneasy leaving them outside. A swift Hong Chu propelled me to a grove near the shipyard. Upon landing, my heart sank. There were footprints. Fresh ones. I hurried to the tree where I had hidden my belongings, reaching into the hollow. What a shock. It was empty. At that moment, dread engulfed me. Of course, ONS associates had come for me, and they had taken my possessions. Now, the enemy was hidden while I was exposed. A grave predicament indeed. As I pondered my misfortune, I suddenly sensed the rapid approach of multiple figures. Could it be that their observation skills surpassed mine? No, that was impossible. Unless Katakuri was involved. They must possess some extraordinary reconnaissance abilities. It dawned on me that they were lying in wait for me, without a moment to lose. I tossed a wooden shard grenade to the ground and leapt into the tree. The grenade detonated, enveloping the area below in a cloud of wooden shrapnel. From above, I heard someone shout. Upon closer inspection, I saw a woman adorned with deathly pink eyeshadow, a burly man resembling a bear, and a figure that had just transformed from a bulldog into a human. It turned out to be an Inu no Mi user, which explained how they could sniff me out. The burly man, evidently the leader, glared at me coldly and stated, "It seems you were the one who killed Owen." I dared not utter a word, uncertain of whether they possessed abilities to discern sounds. The woman with the eyeshadow, named Query, let out a sinister laugh, spread her wings, and took flight, resembling an eagle swooping down on its prey. Ah, how bold of her to charge without observation. In my eyes, she was merely a living target. I predicted her trajectory and tossed another wooden shard grenade into the air, raising my hand to fire a flaming projectile that ignited into a massive fireball. She was instantly engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground with a scream. The man known as Bode reacted swiftly, his hair bristling like a wild boar as he dove into the inferno to rescue her. Meanwhile, the dogman Buter seized the opportunity to dash towards me with a shave. Anticipating his move, I tossed a grenade to the ground and retreated. Upon detonation, it did not release shrapnel, but rather an overwhelming torrent of seawater, crashing down upon Buter and pinning him to the ground. For those with abilities, this was far more lethal than any poison. That fellow was now incapacitated, lying there like a lifeless dog. You've successfully provoked my wrath. Bode, having set Query down, appeared to heal visibly before my eyes, his body transforming into that of a wild boar. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared beside me, stomping down with an incredible speed that I could hardly comprehend. Were it not for my perceptive abilities, that blow would have surely ended me. I narrowly evaded the attack, but the ground beneath him cracked like spider silk, sending surrounding trees toppling. At that moment, I realized I could not afford to engage. This was a formidable adversary indeed. There was no shame in fleeing if I could not win. I swiftly hurled 2 seawater grenades toward my incapacitated foes and made a hasty retreat. Bode had no choice but to attend to his fallen comrades, helplessly watching as I escaped, unleashing a furious roar that echoed throughout the grove. The following day, I found myself at a tavern, wiping glasses, when members of Roger's crew rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain, that Marine named Carp has left the base." Carp? I nearly dropped the glass in my hand. Iron Fist Carp? Why was he here? Was he after Roger? I instinctively glanced at Ryder, who was busy boasting to Jiaoba, my heart racing. Roger's crew erupted with joy. Fantastic! That freak has finally left. Let us reclaim our ship. Roger shared their sentiments, having been relentlessly pursued by Carp, who was like an unyielding cockroach, growing more exhilarated with each encounter. Thus, he waved his hand grandly, leading his entire crew to storm the Marine base. Just as I saw Roger off, Carp arrived, accompanied by a Marine major. I was drenched in sweat. Just a few seconds more, and my little tavern would have had to reopen. Lugio, however, was acquainted with that major, and approached him with a question. "Mr. Matt, is it still the same as before?" She found it rather curious, as Major Matt never frequented the tavern during the day. He typically appeared only in the evenings for a drink or two. Today, he had unexpectedly graced us with his presence and even ordered a tequila. I must say, the individual beside him was truly formidable. With jet black hair and muscles like a small mountain, his mere presence was imposing. He demanded a large beer, claiming his throat was parched from eating donuts. Who could comprehend such a rationale for drinking? It was a first for me, truly a marvel to behold. As I served them their drinks, I discreetly observed, "This must be the legendary Cap Goodness." He looked even more fearsome than in the wanted posters, resembling a prehistoric beast. The scar at the corner of his eye was still absent. I could hardly fathom the kind of person who could leave a mark on his face as a memento. They sat there, draped in their naval cloaks, reminiscing about their glorious past. They laughed heartily as they recalled pranking their colleagues, and sighed heavily when speaking of fallen brothers. Yet, as their conversation progressed, the atmosphere shifted. Why was that? Because as the tavern door swung open, several notorious pirates stumbled in. Noticing the naval major seated there, they didn't even bat an eyelid and plopped down at the adjacent table, slamming their money onto the surface before heading to the liquor cabinet to serve themselves. At that moment, Cap's demeanor changed. He turned to Matt and asked, "These ruffians, one with a bounty of 70 million, the other 92 million. And you just sit there watching? Are you in cahoots with them?" He was about to rise from his seat. The nearby pirate, a rather conspicuous fellow, pointed at Cap and laughed. "Ha, who is this hothead?" I internally rolled my eyes. "My friend, if you're so brave, Why not try your luck elsewhere? If you provoke this man, your ashes will be scattered. Matt quickly restrained Cap, urging him to sit down, then posed a rather philosophical question. Cap, do you believe the Navy ought to eliminate every pirate? Without a moment's hesitation, Cap replied, of course. It's only right. Matt sighed and began recounting his tale. He spoke of his return, filled with youthful fervor, intent on ridding his homeland of pirates. What was the result? Endless battles left the island's economy in shambles. Tourism and shipbuilding collapsed, leaving the common folk starving. In the end, they resented the Navy more than the pirates. He eventually came to understand that pirates could not be exterminated. They would always return to shore for supplies. Rather than perpetuating the cycle of suffering, he decided to establish a rule. During the tournament, as long as these pirates caused no trouble, he would turn a blind eye. The outcome? Matt took a sip of his drink, and the island's economy revived. The people's lives improved. In fact, the pirates began to maintain order themselves to protect this singular supply point. He gazed intently at Cap and asked, what is justice? Providing for the well-being of the common people. Is that not justice? True to form, Cap retorted sharply, but they behave like good children here, only to turn and wreak havoc elsewhere. Your sense of justice only concerns this one island? That is too narrow. A local patron could no longer contain himself, and stood up to shout, you cannot speak of Mr. Matt that way. He has protected us. I too couldn't hold back and interjected, rather than narrow-mindedness, it's more about preserving oneself. In this chaotic era, safeguarding the people under one's rule is already quite remarkable. If we're to speak frankly, does the Navy, which rules the seas, even manage that basic task? Upon uttering those words, the tavern fell silent. Cap turned sharply to glare at me, perhaps intending to chastise me for my youthful ignorance. But the words faltered on his lips. He likely thought of the celestial dragons above the Navy. Indeed, the Navy itself was a product of compromise. And who could demand that anyone's sense of justice be flawless? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the tavern door swung open with a loud bang. I tell you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Roger, along with his crew, stormed in with great fanfare. Jabba's booming voice echoed, Miss Lugia, we're back. Everyone in the tavern turned to look, and the one most taken aback was Cap at the bar. He sputtered a mouthful of beer. Roger, equally dumbfounded. At that moment, I thought to myself, this is it. My little tavern will surely be demolished today by the two of them. All of Roger's crew swiftly drew their swords, and the atmosphere exploded. Yet Cap wiped his mouth and, in a rather dispirited tone, remarked, Roger, I'm not in the mood to fight you right now. Can you guess what Roger said? With a wide grin, he cheerfully replied, is that so? That's wonderful. He then swaggered over and plopped down beside Matt, grabbing a bottle of liquor and downing it in front of Cap, exclaiming, I was busy with some matters earlier, so I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Cap and Matt looked utterly bewildered, wondering who this person was and if he was so familiar with them. Yet in the next moment, these two characters were surprisingly chummy, as if they were sworn brothers. The tavern was filled with laughter and merriment. However, as the conversation continued, Roger suddenly turned to me and asked, Hey, little Daro, you seem to be able to see the future, right? My heart skipped a beat. This fellow possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things. Surely he couldn't actually sense it? I glanced at Lu Gio beside me, steeling myself, and decided to play the oracle, taking a gamble. Well, I didn't know a few things. A gasp swept through the crowd. Cap, inavrieta. Didn't he believe it? This little brat? If he can see the future, then Roger can be the pirate king, and I could be a naval hero. Roger, however, looked serious. What will my future be like? I met his gaze and replied earnestly, You will become the freest person on these seas. The freest person? Indeed, the pirate king. The pirate king? Ha, sounds delightful. Roger burst into laughter. I ignored Cap's jeers and added, Additionally, Mr. Roger, it would be wise to check your health. Roger paused, likely perplexed by my remark. That night, everyone drank to their hard-s content before parting ways. Cap and Matt, linked arm in arm, headed toward the naval base. However, just as they reached the entrance, Matt stopped him, pointing inside. Cap's drunkenness evaporated instantly within the base. All the naval soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping in disarray. Cap's roar could likely be heard across half the island. Roger! He finally grasped the meaning behind Roger's earlier statement about handling matters and punishing himself with 3 cups. The following day marked the official commencement of the regular season. What a spectacle it was, an ocean of people, drums beating, akin to a festive celebration. I, along with 32 other contestants, lined up to enter, as the host introduced each of us, creating quite a scene. The first match featured the Fur Tribe Sang Lu against the bounty hunter Tim. I must say, the intensity of the regular season was on an entirely different level. These two fought with electric fervor. Tim's marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, employing a technique known as 12 symphonies, where 12 bullets formed a net at exquisitely calculated angles, utterly bewildering the fur man. He then executed a move called Final Tapping Dance, forcing his opponent to dance amidst a hail of gunfire, leading to the latter's downfall and Tim's victory. I found myself thoroughly engrossed, learning a great deal. Next up was the second match, a highlight event featuring He Quan Li Qian against the perennial runner-up, Yu Luan. This Yu Luan was a bald, lanky fellow, but the calluses on his fists were thicker than castle walls. As he entered the arena, the audience erupted, chanting his name, indicating his popularity. Consequently, the betting odds were absurdly skewed, with many believing He Quan Li Qian would falter here. I discreetly cast a glance with my dead eye. Though Yu Luan exuded an aura of confidence, the once unwavering determination to win had diminished, and he seemed to focus more on participation than victory. In an instant, I felt a surge of confidence, prompting me to instruct Sangni Ruo to wager my 65 million berries entirely on He Quan Li Qian's victory. Fortune favors the bold. Should we triumph, it would yield over 100 million. On the arena floor, Yu Luan observed the slowly advancing He Quan Li Qian, his expression marred by irritation. Perhaps the sight of a blade reminded him of the relentless He Quan Ji, who had tormented him for 6 years. Unfazed, He Quan Li Qian gripped the hilt of his legendary sword, the Kanto Jian, one of the renowned Yi Wu's 21 masterpieces. The blade glinted ominously as it pointed directly at his adversary. Upon witnessing this, Yu Luan could only manage a bitter smile, yet his demeanor shifted dramatically. With a cacophony of cracking bones, his emaciated form swelled like a balloon, transforming into a muscular behemoth. He rooted himself in a horse stance, arms outstretched, exuding the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. Meanwhile, He Quan Li Qian stepped forward, sword in hand, adopting the stance of the 8 aspects of swordsmanship, poised for combat. What unfolded next was astonishing. Yu Luan exhibited a complete disregard for martial ethics, vanishing from his previous position in an instant. It was as if he had teleported, with a powerful push. He closed the distance and launched a sweeping kick that whipped through the air like a whip. Fortunately, He Quan Li Qian, quick on his feet, raised his sword in time, blocking the strike with the back of the blade. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Yu Luan capitalized on the momentum, collapsing towards the ground, his legs scissoring around He Quan Li Qian's body, ensnaring him. And then, you won't believe it, he slammed his hands against the ground, propelling himself upwards like a sprouting seed, lifting He Quan Li Qian into the air. They entwined like a pretzel, engaging in the legendary crocodile death roll, heading towards the ground with a potentially devastating impact. Those who understand the stakes know that if they crash down, it could spell disaster. He Quan Li Qian recognized the peril of this maneuver. Mid-air, he swiftly plunged his sword into the ground, halting their rotation with a resounding clang. With a powerful kick, he launched Yu Luan away from him, when they both landed. Astonishingly, the first round concluded in a stalemate. Now, it was He Quan Li Qian's turn to attack. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, cascading like rain. Yet, Yu Luan, agile as an eel, crouched low, weaving and dodging through the onslaught as if engaged in a dance, remarkably untouched. He charged forward, eager for close combat. Did He Quan Li Qian fear this? Absolutely not. Even with lightning-fast punches, his sword danced like an impenetrable shield, deflecting every attack. They battled intensely from one end of the stage to the other, the air filled with the sound of fists and blades clashing. The spectators watched in awe, jaws agape, likely wondering if this was truly the same underdog they had once scorned. At that moment, Daluo, Roger, and Hechuan Liqian's father seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, simultaneously declaring, "It's over." Just as the words left their lips, Hechuan Liqian gently touched the blade of his sword. Then, with the tip pointing skyward, he vanished in a flash. In the next heartbeat, he appeared behind Yu Luan, leisurely sheathing his sword. The instant the blade clicked into place, a chilling glimmer sliced through the arena, etching a deep, unfathomable scar into the ground. Meanwhile, Yu Luan lay bloodied on the ground. In this match, there were two victors, Hechuan Liqian and Daluo. What a sight! Daluo nearly leaped in excitement. 130 million berries were now his. On the other side, Hechuan Liqian's father barely glanced back before departing. Jabba, on the other hand, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Isn't the next match Daluo's?" Indeed, Daluo's upcoming opponent was a peculiar character, a man with a crooked grin, continuously emitting strange, enthusiastic sounds, known as Longshao Ji Quan Longgear. Whether he would truly roar or not was uncertain, but Daluo was already chuckling. The odds for this fellow were outrageous. At 15, without a second thought, Daluo wagered everything on himself. It was as if he was inviting fortune to fill his pockets. The arena buzzed with excitement, the crowd fervently cheering for the eccentric Longgear, chanting, "Longgear, the true dragon of the world." Among them were two women, the same ones who had previously shown support, now shouting wildly. The man reveled in the attention, circulating the arena, high-fiving fans, before finally returning to the stage. The referee began the countdown, and the match commenced. Daluo, undeterred by his opponent's popularity, closed the distance in a flash. In response, the eccentric Longgear unleashed a left hook with an accompanying sound effect that echoed woohoo as it sliced through the air, sending shivers down spines. Seizing the fleeting moment of Daluo's astonishment, Longgear followed up with a straight punch aimed at Daluo's side. Daluo quickly raised his leg to block, and with a thunderous impact, both fighters were pushed back several steps. Longgear shook his hand in disbelief, clearly astonished by Daluo's strength. This initial exchange prompted Longgear to take Daluo seriously. He unleashed a flurry of punches, his hands moving at lightning speed, accompanied by the hypnotic sound of woohoo, rendering it nearly impossible to predict his next attack. Suddenly, from an unexpected angle, a left hand swung towards Daluo. A lesser fighter might have fallen prey to this maneuver, but Daluo possessed Kinbunchika haki, and to him, the motion was as clear as a lighthouse in the night. He parried, redirecting the force and lowering his stance, executing a flying kick that struck true. The impact contorted Longgear's body, but to everyone's astonishment, he managed to withstand the blow, seizing Daluo's leg and retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Daluo flying. Indeed, regular matches were no easy feat. Daluo brushed the dust off himself, slowly rising to his feet while retrieving his revolver from his waist, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from his opponent. Longgear stood there, dumbfounded. Is this guy a gunslinger? It was beyond comprehension that a fierce melee fighter could also wield a firearm so adeptly. Initially reluctant to resort to his weapon, Daluo felt an itch after watching Tim's match. He removed the special bullet cartridge, replacing it with standard ammunition, deeming it unnecessary to turn the battle into a bloody affair. And then, the moment of brilliance arrived. Daluo dual-wielded his revolvers, raised them, aimed, and simultaneously pulled the triggers 6 times. 12 bullets erupted from the barrels, tracing 12 beautiful trails of fire that enveloped Longgear like a net. Terrified, he began to move erratically, attempting to evade the oncoming barrage. But could he escape? Daluo possessed the ability to hit a target with pinpoint accuracy. With a mere thought, he could shoot all 12 bullets into the same hole. However, he opted for mercy. Thus, under Daluo's precise control, only 2 bullets, neither more nor less, struck Longgear's knees, incapacitating him without claiming his life. The remaining 10 bullets? They all struck the ground in the same spot, creating a single bullet hole. This execution was reminiscent of an iconic esports moment in 2025, showcasing a masterful display of precision. The victor was announced, Daruo. Longgear conceded defeat. From the sidelines, Tim watched in awe, his eyes sparkling as he muttered to himself, Daruo, quite intriguing. I hope to face you one day. Daruo, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of his winnings. As soon as the match concluded, he dashed into Sangni Rua's private room, bursting in with excitement. Sangni Rua, how much money do I have now? Sang and I swallowed hard, regarding him with an expression akin to that of a creature confronting a monster, and stammered a figure. Approximately 180 million. The competition continued. Yet Roger and his companions were already preparing to depart. Leaving Roger? Indeed, we must leave. A storm is brewing. Roger indicated towards the sky, his expression laden with meaning. Jabba, still in a daze, inquired, a storm? The weather seems fine to me. No sooner had he spoken than a massive dark cloud drifted in, and torrential rain began to pour. Indeed, the weather had changed. The following day, the entire ocean erupted. News spread like wildfire, proclaiming, breaking news. Admiral Steelbone Kong leads his fleet into battle against the Rocks Pirates Alliance in a new world. Dallo purchased a newspaper at the tavern's entrance, and Roger had asked him to bring another copy. The two huddled together to read, the front page adorned with a grand photograph of Rocks, Kaido, and Big Mom, the monstrous figures of the Alliance. The Navy was gearing up for a showdown with Rocks, which surprised Roger. Beside him, Ryukit curiously asked, Captain Roger, were you aware of this? Yes, I was informed. Rocks previously extended an invitation to me, which I declined. Roger replied nonchalantly. Why did you refuse? Dallo inquired further. Need I explain? A pirate must cherish freedom. Forming an alliance akin to clocking into work. What is the point of that? This reasoning, articulated only by Roger and Luffy, held a certain persuasive power. Meanwhile, in a new world, on an unknown island, chaos reigned. Navy and pirate ships continued to arrive in droves, like dumplings falling into boiling water. In the Naval Command Center, a rear admiral shouted through a telescope, Admiral Kong, it's the Silver Axe Pirates. They've arrived. Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow. No, we cannot split our forces. The pressure on the front line is immense. Yet, allowing them to land would spell disaster for our flanks. After contemplating, he turned to two individuals by the map. Sengoku, Little Crane, you must go and ensure they are halted. A rear admiral named Flying Squirrel expressed doubt. Can just the two of them handle it? Steelbone Kong replied sternly. Sengoku, Little Crane, show them your might. Thus, the future admiral and chief strategist donned their cloaks of justice and set forth. On the other side, within the cavern of the Rocks Pirates Alliance, Rocks lounged upon his throne, resembling a dark lord. What is the status of the battle? He demanded. His subordinate, trembling, reported, Kaido and Lin Lin are engaged with Admiral Zifa, while Captain John added, Whitebeard is unwell and seeking a doctor. Shiki intends to capture that newcomer named Roger, who is likely in the Four Seas. Roger? Rock scoffed. Is he the one who turned down my invitation? We shall settle that later. Summon Newgate and Shiki immediately. This time, I will overturn the entire Navy. Before he could finish his command, Sengoku and Little Crane had already dispatched the Silver Axe Pirates. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a shockwave that sent the Silver Axe crew fleeing into the sea, their fates uncertain. Upon returning to the command center, Sengoku, with a serious expression, activated a transponder snail, and Captain John's voice echoed, Silver Axe, hold your ground. Newgate and Shiki are on their way. With a snap, Steelbone Kong hung up the transponder, his countenance darkening. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion are also coming. This is troublesome. The operations room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone recognized that the Navy was already stretched thin. The arrival of two more formidable foes would tip the scales entirely in favor of the pirates. If only that rascal Carp were here, Sengoku murmured. But Carp was currently in the South Sea, as a rear admiral quietly reminded them. Indeed, in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, this battle, which determined the Navy's survival, might not hold as much importance as their slave-catching endeavors. After a prolonged silence, Steelbone Kong finally spoke. If it comes to that, let Carp come. I'll take the heat from the celestial dragons. He could not stand idly by while countless Navy soldiers perished here. Back at the tavern, the evening buzzed with life. The conflict in the New World served as entertainment for many, though few genuinely cared. Daro had just secured another easy victory, and his next opponent was that Tim. Meanwhile, Carp was thoroughly exasperated. Having been outwitted by Roger, he was now being pressured by the celestial dragons to apprehend individuals across the globe. Sengoku's calls flooded in, urging him to hurry to the New World for assistance. But could he leave? Acting without orders would not only land him in trouble, but also implicate Steelbone Kong. Frustrated, Carp ruffled his hair in despair. The next day, Carp returned to the tavern, gloomily complaining to his aide. Still no luck. Have those CP0 fools made a mistake? He raised a cocktail and downed it in one gulp, shouting to the bar. Hey Tarek, bring me another drink. Sure, replied the bartender, known as Ryakit, as he scratched his nose and handed over another bottle. Who understands the plight of our family? The very person Carp is seeking is now standing right across from him. Mixing drinks, Daro sat beside Carp, observing the scene unfold. This situation was untenable. Exposure was inevitable. An idea sparked in Daro's mind, and he suddenly turned to Carp. Admiral Carp, I have a plan that can allow you to return without defying orders. Carp looked skeptical. Oh, come on. You're just boasting. Yet he inquired, what plan? Well, it requires assistance from someone. Daro glanced at Roger, who was already tipsy, pointing him out. Roger raised his head. Me? I'm a pirate. It's simple, Daro smiled slightly. You two should engage in a duel. That will resolve everything. Daro's plan was brilliant. Simply state that the Roger pirates were connected to the escaped slave, prompting Carp to pursue them, resulting in a fierce battle that left both sides battered. Thus, Carp could return to Marineford under the pretext of needing recovery from his injuries. Once back at headquarters, who could blame a wounded soldier rushing to the front lines? The Celestial Dragons would have no room to criticize. After all, they had captured someone and fought. And if they could not defeat Roger, who could they blame? Steelbone Kong would surely be relieved to have him back. Carp's eyes brightened as he listened. That is truly a brilliant idea. Roger, however, was taken aback. Wait, what? Roger, you have no choice but to fight. Carp laughed heartily, clenching his fists in a manner that suggested he would arrest Roger if he declined. Fine, Roger reluctantly placed his straw hat atop his head, conceding. In this plan, Carp emerged victorious, and Daro also triumphed. Only Roger found himself unwittingly cast in a grand performance against his old foe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Kuei impatiently questioned her subordinate. Haven't you found him yet? That slave seems to have vanished from existence. We can't locate him at all. Bode expressed his frustration. We've been searching for days. Surely there must be some clue. It seems we've only overlooked that neighborhood, Buter suggested, pointing towards the area where the tavern was situated. Huh, that neighborhood? Impossible. Isn't that rear admiral always stationed there? Kuei rolled her eyes, deriding Buter. Perhaps, Bode agreed. Let's try looking elsewhere. Understood. Buter and Kuei responded half-heartedly. Chapter 61. The great director Daro, we've discovered the whereabouts of that slave. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the lead actor, Major Matt, took his position, delivering a line devoid of acting yet brimming with emotion, commencing his performance for the day. Where? Bode eagerly inquired. Upon hearing the news of Lecht, both Bold and Quilly were nearly overwhelmed with joy. They had scoured Razorbat for days, yet still could not find a trace of the elusive figure. As time passed, their hopes of capturing Lecht dwindled, and they had even prepared to conclude their mission, bracing themselves for the punishment from their master, the Tenryubito. Follow me, said Major General Matt as he strode ahead, leading the three towards the beach on the western side of Razorbat. 15 minutes later, Major General Matt and the three members of the CP organization arrived at the shore. Earlier that morning, Vice Admiral Carp had spotted Lecht while patrolling, discovering his connection to the Roger Pirates. It seemed that the Roger Pirates had come to Razorbat to assist Lecht. Unfortunately, Carp had interrupted their rendezvous, prompting Lecht to flee onto Roger's ship in a desperate bid for escape. Subsequently, Carp had pursued them with his warship, leading to a confrontation with the Roger Pirates on a nearby islet. Matt pointed towards an unknown isle in the distance. Following his gesture, they beheld a pirate ship anchored near the island, with a massive naval vessel in hot pursuit. At this point, Major General Matt's role was effectively concluded. He merely needed to observe the reactions of Bold and his companions. As anticipated, Bold and his comrades exchanged glances before launching themselves into the air with a powerful leap. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, while Quilly transformed into an owl, soaring directly towards the island. Watching them ascend, Matt shrugged, contemplating a visit to the tavern for a drink, as his part in this drama had reached its denouement. Turning the scene towards the island, the trio of Roger, Darlo, and Carp sensed the approach of Bold and his companions with their observation hockey. Due to Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things, he sensed the trio's proximity first, followed closely by Darlo, who possessed a rare form of hockey, while Carp was last to notice. The astute Carp acknowledged this detail with a discerning glance at Darlo, but chose not to comment, recognizing that more pressing matters required his attention. "Let us get started," Darlo stated as he noticed Bold and his companions nearing the island, clapping his hands to signal the beginning of the next act. With the audience in place, Carp, the protagonist, and Roger, the secondary lead, were poised to commence their performance. Since the objective was merely to depict a fierce battle between Carp and Roger, Darlo had no intention of allowing them to engage in a genuine fight. After all, an actual confrontation could jeopardize Roger's well-being, and Carp had to remain unscathed for his duties within the Navy. "This angle should suffice," Darlo remarked, positioning himself behind a massive rock face, addressing Roger. "Captain Roger, let us execute a strike from this angle." "Ah, understood," Roger replied, drawing his sword and preparing to swing. "Wait, we only need to drive them back. Let us not truly harm them," Carp interjected, emphasizing caution despite his disdain for the Tenryubido and the CP organization. As a comrade, Carp was unwilling to jeopardize Bold and his companions' lives. Darlo internally mused that it would simplify matters if they weren't so concerned, allowing Lek to remain safe. However, he assured Carp, "Rest assured, they possess observation hockey. From this distance, they should be able to evade." "Indeed," Carp conceded. "I shall proceed." Following this, Roger lifted his esteemed blade, the ace, drawing it back with precision before unleashing a powerful slash. The colossal red-black flying slash erupted, seemingly extinguishing the very light of the world, slicing through the rock face in front of Darlo as if it were mere tofu. The strike continued its trajectory, heading directly towards Bold and his companions, encompassing them within its vast arc. Darlo was momentarily stunned, perceiving the attack as originating from an entirely different realm. Unbeknownst to him, this strike was a culmination of various powers: armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and master-level swordsmanship, all essential to achieving greatness upon high seas. Was that an attack from the pirate known as Roger? Bold pondered, recognizing that, while not a swordsman himself, Carp was unlikely to have unleashed such a formidable blow. Thus, the titanic flying slash could only have been executed by Roger. "Adonjouha," Bold noted, his nostrils flaring. "How can such a monster exist? Are we truly heading to that island?" Quilly, trembling, recalled how the devastating slash had narrowly missed her. Fortunately, they had not been struck, as Roger's mastery of his power prevented any harm from befalling them. Should he choose not to hit them, he certainly wouldn't. However, we must at least investigate, otherwise we remain ignorant of the situation, Bold resolved, prompting the trio to cautiously adjust their speed and approach the island with vigilance. "Still persisting, are we?" Darlo observed through his hockey, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Very well, Major General Carp, if you would," he beckoned. Carp responded, moving to a small hill, finding an advantageous angle. Inspired by Roger's earlier display of might, he too prepared to unleash his own formidable attack. The Navy could not afford to be outdone by pirates. Before he could finish his thought, Carp unleashed a devastating punch, one that, if Roger's strike sought to carve the heavens, Carp's blow sought to obliterate the world itself. With a single strike, the small hill before Carp was leveled, sending countless stones flying outward. "Are the inhabitants of that island monsters?" Bold swallowed hard, struggling to voice his concern. "Take cover," he shouted, shoving the still-dazed Quilly aside. As massive rocks hurtled towards them, the trio employed their moonwalk technique to evade the debris. "Should we abandon this mission?" Bold hesitated, But the harsh reality of the Tenryubito's cruel retribution for failure steeled his resolve. He remained determined to reach the island. I no longer care. I wish to return. What purpose do those two monsters on the island serve for us? Kueli is on the brink of collapse. In her view, if the three of us ascend, we might be directly obliterated by the residual force of the battle. No, we must not. If you wish to go, then go on your own. Kueli felt a surge of anger. To her, the combat between those two was beyond their interference. Be cautious. Let us first assess the situation upon our arrival. Budwa, who had remained silent, attempted to ease the tension. The trio readied themselves once more and proceeded towards the small island, embodying the spirit of those resigned to their fate. Still unwilling to relent? Then we must resort to Plan B. Dalu, sensing the positions of the three, observed that they continued to advance towards the isle. What is Plan B? Plan B entails having Kapu and Luagi engage in a confrontation. Dalu was confident that with their might, no one could withstand the aftermath of their clash. Dalu, my brother, how do you plan to execute Plan B? Luagia scratched his head and inquired of Dalu, for if both unleashed their full power, it was Dalu who would be nearest to the fray. It poses no issue, and I am curious to see how far I am from the pinnacle of this vast ocean. Feeling warmth from Luagia's concern, Dalu's heart swelled. Yet he quickly redirected his words towards Luagia. Very well, then Dalu shall proceed with caution. Here we go. Upon uttering these words, Luagia drew his sword once more, channeling all his strength into a mighty swing. Kapu, not to be outdone, enveloped his right arm in haki, rendering it as dark as iron, then coiled his fist at his waist and swung with immense force. Shunbai, Wei Quan, the fist and sword collided. No, they did not even make contact before a colossal shockwave erupted. The entire island trembled, and the immense force impacted the surroundings, affecting not only the isle but the air above as well. Countless stones and sands erupted chaotically across the island, and Dalu was sent flying by the tremendous shockwave, fortunately halted by a massive boulder. Yet he found himself deeply embedded within the rock, arms crossed desperately to shield himself. This was not the most perilous aspect. The true danger lay in Luagia's overwhelming conqueror's haki. To avoid succumbing to its stupor, Dalu summoned all his mental fortitude, yet merely sufficed to keep him conscious. If the island experienced such turmoil, what of the waters beyond? The shock wave emanating from the isle threatened to upheave the ocean, summoning towering waves. Near the western shore of Lyzeba, the shallow waters almost drained entirely, revealing portions of the seabed. Even more astonishing was the sky above the island, where the clouds appeared shredded, fragmented into numerous small pieces. As for Boda and his companions, they were directly knocked unconscious by the residual forces of the collision, plummeting into the sea like fallen insects. This is the clash of the strongest upon the seas. As the turbulence subsided, Dalu extricated himself from the boulder, surveying the desolation around him, and uttered a rueful remark. Merely resisting the oppressive pressure and shock from the clash had entirely drained Dalu of his strength. At this moment, he felt akin to garments just extracted from a washing machine, sore and twisted. Quite impressive, young Dalu, Kapu exclaimed, noticing that Dalu could still stand. Dalu chuckled and waved his hand, once more employing his observation haki to ascertain they must have succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, this performance has reached its conclusion. Chapter 62. The duel of marksmen. The play for the celestial dragons has ended. It is time for departure. Kapu was eager to rush to the New World to assist the Navy, while the Roger pirates prepared to set sail for their grand adventure. On unnamed isle, facing away from Lyzeba, a naval warship and a pirate ship lay anchored side by side. Dalu, my brother, it is time to part ways, Luagia declared as he donned his straw hat, striding onto the pirate vessel without looking back. On the deck, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others awaited. Farewell, Dalu, Jabba exclaimed enthusiastically, displaying an exuberance that felt overwhelming for a farewell. Dalu, please convey my regards to Trek and Miss Lugio, farewell. Rayleigh, exhibiting more decorum, formally bid Dalu farewell. Until we meet again. Upon hearing Dalu's response, Jabba and the others waved from the deck, the ship's sails billowing as it sailed towards the horizon. As the mast vanished from sight, the sorrow of parting swiftly dissipated. Just as Lodge departed, Kapu completed his preparations, counted the crew, and boarded the ship, revealing his urgency. After bidding farewell to Dalu, the naval vessel prepared to depart the shore. Suddenly, it seemed Kapu recalled his initial conversation with Mate at the tavern, along with Dalu's jest about seeing the future, prompting him to inquire, "Dalu, do you believe that the Navy will one day realize true justice?" Dalu, taken aback by Kapu's sudden question, momentarily pondered, but images of KB, Smoker, and Fujitora flashed in his mind, and he responded, "Certainly, it will come, albeit far in the future." Far in the future, indeed. Kapu laughed heartily on the deck. Despite his skepticism regarding Dalu's supposed foresight, he felt uplifted by the affirmative response. However, the notion of it being far in the future was of little comfort. "Let this era bear witness to my justice, Kapu." After parting ways with the two, Dalu chose not to linger on the small island. He fortuitously encountered Major Mate, who had come to retrieve Boda and his companions, and secured passage on a swift vessel to return. Boda and his companions were not dead. As witnesses to Kapu's pursuit of the Roger pirates, they must survive to relay information to the Celestial Dragons, ensuring that Lykeet would remain safe, and that Kapu had a justification to return to the Navy headquarters. Upon returning to the tavern, Dalu greeted Lugio before ascending to rest, for he had a regular match to contend with that afternoon against an opponent named Tim, a fellow marksman. Thus, he needed to conserve his energy. On the other hand, upon realizing that the Roger pirates and Kapu had departed, Lykeet paused momentarily and murmured, "They have left?" Reflecting on the joyful times shared, Lugio gently remarked, "They are all wonderful individuals." Perhaps due to the departure of the Roger pirates, the tavern fell into a hushed stillness, which lingered until lunchtime, creating a somewhat melancholic atmosphere. However, by the afternoon, Dalu's perspective shifted. The fervent atmosphere of the competition instantly drew Daluo back to the duel arena. Due to Tim's previous victory over the formidable bounty of 100 million for the Bear-like cousins, Daluo's odds in this match were equally favorable, standing at 13-1. As the match progressed, the stakes grew higher, and the potential earnings became astonishingly vast, with Daluo calculating that a victory would elevate his funds to an impressive 1.7 billion Bailey. He could not afford to lose. Stretching his arms, which were sore from the earlier encounter with Stone, he made his way toward the competition stage. Behind him, on the preparation platform, Tim observed Daluo's departing figure with a solemn expression. Carefully, he removed the backpack from his back and grasped a gilded revolver from within. Methodically, he loaded the bullets into the golden revolver, murmuring, "Daluo, is it? I hope you are worthy of being defeated by this gun." With that, Tim stepped slowly into the contestant passage. The audience in the stands was already a cacophony of voices, clearly expressing their long-held anticipation for this match. "Tim, give it your all. Dalu, take down that arrogant bounty hunter." The cheers for both competitors rose and fell, likely due to the remarkable performances of Daluo and Tim in their previous matches, garnering them numerous admirers. Fortunately, the referee did not keep the audience waiting for long. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. However, even before the last chime of the bell faded, Daluo and Tim simultaneously leaped to the right. In midair, both men brandished their revolvers, aiming at one another. The sound of gunfire erupted as numerous bullets danced between them, each shot cunningly placed. The bullets collided and intertwined in the air, with only a few strays escaping toward their target. Daluo's bullets were particularly devious, and under his unwavering aim, his opponent had little chance to evade. Several surviving bullets veered toward Tim at an unexpected angle, but he executed a surprising roll to evade them. If Daluo's shots were characterized by their ferocity and cunning, Tim's were marked by their sheer volume. During the same interval in the air, Tim had managed to unleash 6 additional bullets compared to Daluo. To dodge Daluo's onslaught, Tim resorted to Qing Niao, leveraging the second stage of his jump to evade. In the first round, the two were evenly matched. "Can you feel it?" Tim asked as he rose from the ground, addressing Daluo. "What?" Daluo replied, taken aback by the sudden inquiry. "You can sense your enemy's movements, can't you? Tim clarified, realizing the ambiguity in his question. So what? Dalu responded, having deduced that Tim was referring to Kinbunchika hockey. How wonderful! Tim exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable upon hearing Daluo's affirmative response. Though Tim was unaware of the specifics of Kinbunchiku, he recognized it as the higher realm that he had long sought after as a marksman. What are you talking about? Daluo muterid. Perhaps Daluo had innately awakened Kinbunchiku. Or perhaps his time spent with Roger and Carp had led him to believe that this ability was not as remarkable as it was made out to be. However, the truth was that Kinbunchiku represented a capacity from another dimension within the vast seas. Tim, as a marksman, felt this keenly. It was a burden not just because of the fear of close combat, but because the power of a gun was simply too limited to inflict significant damage on an opponent. In an effort to compensate for this shortcoming, he had relentlessly practiced his marksmanship, aspiring to overcome these deficiencies through skill. Yet, no matter how high he pushed his shooting technique, he found himself unable to advance further. He even began to doubt whether the pinnacle of being a marksman was merely this, forever inferior to those who wielded swords or possessed devil fruit abilities. That was until one day he sought out a legendary marksman from the South Sea who had a distinctive red nose. This legendary figure revealed to him that the next level of marksmanship lay in heightened perception, the ability to anticipate one's enemy's moves. Elated by the realization that there were paths yet to be explored, Tim began to wander in search of individuals who had reached this realm. But after years of fruitless endeavor, he remained empty-handed. This was why, upon witnessing Daluo's bullets strike with such precision, almost as if foreseen, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, even bringing forth his cherished revolver. But I will not lose, Tim declared, raising his revolver once more to unleash his boundless barrage upon Daluo, who reciprocated without hesitation, raising his own firearm to return fire. The two men engaged in a duel reminiscent of cowboys in the Wild West, rolling and dodging, firing with abandon as bullets soared through the air, eliciting cheers from the captivated audience. At last, both competitors seized upon one another's vulnerabilities, preparing for a final strike to conclude the battle. Let me show you my resolve, Tim shouted, raising both of his revolvers to aim at Daluo. Countless bullets erupted from the barrels. Symphony number 24, especially notable, was the gilded revolver, which fired with astonishing speed. However, the true marvel lay not in the rapid fire, but in the seamless execution of reloading, with a gentle pull of a lever. The empty chamber swiftly ejected, replaced by a fresh one as bullets were loaded and fired in a matter of mere seconds, creating the illusion of infinite ammunition. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of bullets hurtling toward him, Daluo felt a chill run down his spine. The ferocious firepower left him incredulous, unable to believe such a feat was achievable with a revolver. With no other option, Daluo activated Shunshin, darting to the side to evade the barrage. Simultaneously, he propelled himself toward Tim, aiming to close the distance for a decisive blow. Yet Tim stood his ground, unwavering, merely lifting his gun to aim at Daluo, exuding an air of confidence. Should his shot miss, he would be rendered defenseless as Daluo closed in. Could he hit? Tim's answer lay in past experiences. In countless life-and-death encounters, he had faced opponents attempting to close the gap using this very gamble. The outcome? He was still alive, and that was the answer. The bullets flew at an inscrutable angle toward Daluo, soaring through the air. Bang! As if preordained, Daluo merely tilted his head to evade the lethal shot. Closing in on Tim. Seizing the moment, Daluo delivered a powerful kick to Tim's midsection. Is this the next realm of a marksman? This was the sole thought racing through Tim's mind as he was struck and sent flying. With a resounding thud, Tim landed unconscious. The referee approached, confirming Tim's incapacitation before announcing loudly, loss of combat capability. The victor is Daluo. Chapter 63. The Golden Revolver, Li Aoni. 2 days later, the aftermath of the match between Daluo and Tim signaled the conclusion of the ranking phase. In the final stage, the remaining 4 contestants will engage in both the semifinals and finals to determine the ultimate champion. Prior to the semifinals, there will be a 3-day hiatus, allowing the competitors to attain their optimal condition and present an exhilarating performance for the audience. Of course, this is merely a superficial pretext. In truth, as the grand finale of the annual gambling industry, the semifinals and finals are a veritable carnival for bettors, and this 3-day interlude is designed to maximize profits, providing local tourists or gamblers ample time to arrive, while also enabling various betting houses to receive increased wagers. Despite the supposed rest period, DeLuo was far from idle. He had risen to become a star on the island, with patrons nearly trampling the tavern in their eagerness. However, contrary to DeLuo's expectations, it was Tim, whom DeLuo had previously defeated, who had been visiting incessantly, bandaged yet eager to discuss shooting techniques with DeLuo. DeLuo, in turn, did not withhold his knowledge, sharing insights on the cultivation of perception from the original texts, and he too learned a considerable amount from Tim's shooting skills. Alas, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. This morning, Tim dropped by to say farewell, intending to return to the Duchy of Banksy, stating his desire to diligently refine his skills and delve deeper into the art of marksmanship, promising a rematch in the future. Autumn truly is a season suited for farewells. DeLuo mused as he sat at the bar, caressing the revolver in his hand. First, he departed from Ba Teli La Island, bidding adieu to Lao Chiao Shi and to Chi. Then upon reaching Lai Zibate, he said farewell to Ka Pu and Luo Jie on the very same day. And now Tim was leaving as well. DeLuo held a deep admiration for this opponent, who was so devoted to the path of the gunslinger. Indeed, if the weapon in DeLuo's possession were to be considered a bonus, his admiration for Tim would transform into genuine affection. It was true that when Tim departed, he left behind the golden revolver, stating it was a token of gratitude for DeLuo's demonstration of a higher realm of marksmanship, urging DeLuo to wield this weapon and make a name for himself in the world. One endearing fellow, DeLuo remarked. He slowly lifted the golden revolver, scrutinizing it under the light, while deftly pressing the latch at the front of the chamber, which promptly detached, resting in DeLuo's palm. In truth, whether it be the design of the gun or its historical significance, DeLuo was well acquainted with it, having read detailed accounts in Chi's The Gunslinger's Journal. How to describe it? It could be said to possess a remarkable lineage. This rapid reloading revolver originated from the Duchy of Banksy and was said to be a unique firearm crafted for a renowned musketeer unit, developed through the experiences of their leader, Banksy, during numerous battles, ultimately evolving into its current form. This innovation greatly enhanced the firepower of the musketeer unit, leading to their unparalleled success in many significant conflicts. And years later, the leader, Banksy, became a legendary general in the kingdom. Moreover, the latch mechanism became a closely guarded secret of the Duchy of Banksy, with each firearm meticulously numbered and strictly monitored, never to be leaked. As for this particular gun, its origins were even more illustrious. Banksy, having ascended to the role of general, soon became a hero of the entire kingdom. Indeed, at that time, the Duchy of Banksy was still a kingdom. However, the king, in a grievous misjudgment, heeded the slander of his ministers, believing that possessing such a handgun would render the kingdom's army invincible, independent of who held the title of general. Consequently, the esteemed Banksy was summoned to the royal palace, where the king even threatened him with the safety of his wife, seeking to compel Banksy to submit. Little did they know, Banksy's wife was a fierce woman. Unwilling to see her husband perish for her sake, she charged headlong into the soldiers' pikes, meeting her demise on the spot. Witnessing his wife's tragic death, Banksy, consumed by rage, led the musketeer unit to lay waste to the entire palace, personally executing the king. This revolver is the very predecessor of the one that now rests in DeLuo's grasp. Subsequently, Banksy ruled as king for decades. Having no children with his wife and never remarrying, he abolished the hereditary system upon his death. He transformed the kingdom into a duchy and instituted an electoral system for selecting the ruler, propelling the Duchy of Banksy to become one of the most formidable nations in the South Sea. In later years, to commemorate this great ruler, the infamous regicidal revolver was reforged by the nation's artisans, enhanced and plated with gold, and was named after Banksy's wife, Leonie. This revolver gained renown for its rapid reloading, seamless design, and exceptional accuracy. It ranked 5th in Old Achi's The Gunslinger's Journal, though Luo was unsure if any underhanded dealings influenced that ranking, as it was compiled solely by Old Achi and thus lacked authoritative weight. If only everyone were as passionate as Tim, Luo reflected, recalling the departures of Ka Pu and Luo Jia, pondering the stark differences in their characters. Achu, on the deck of a naval warship. It seemed that someone was speaking ill of him, as Ka Pu let out a great sneeze. To expedite his journey, Ka Pu opted not to traverse the upside-down mountain into the Grand Line and onward to the New World, but instead chose to sail directly through the calm belt. Thanks to the deployment of sea prism stone beneath the naval vessel, they could traverse the calm belt without invoking the wrath of sea kings. This is Vice Admiral Ka Pu, calling Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, an aide approached Ka Pu, holding a Den Den Mushi, which he promptly handed over. Moshi Moshi, this is Ka Pu. Kapu, are you still in the South Sea? Sengoku did not even inquire about the completion of Ka Pu's mission concerning the celestial dragons. His first question pertained to Ka Pu's whereabouts, highlighting the urgency of the situation. No, I am currently in the calm belt and should arrive at Marineford shortly. Kapu, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, detected the impatience in Sengoku's voice and recognized that this was no time for levity. That's excellent. Hurry over. We are facing a bit of a predicament here. Hearing that Ka Pu was nearly halfway there, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief before hesitantly asking, was the mission regarding the celestial dragons completed? No, it wasn't, but it should no longer be an issue, Ka Pu replied, detailing Luo's strategy to Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was rendered speechless, astonished by the audacity of the pirates and the navy colluding to deceive the celestial dragons. Which devil conceived such a plan? Yet Sengoku also felt a sense of gratitude for Luo's scheme. Had Ka Pu remained in the South Sea, he might have been unable to arrive in time, and the navy would likely have suffered significant casualties. The celestial dragons should find no fault in this. Marshal Kong will assist you in managing the aftermath, Sengoku contemplated, entirely dismissing any intention to reprimand Ka Pu for his unilateral actions. Now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. That is good. Upon hearing the response from Zhanghua, Ka Pu felt a surge of joy. In his perspective, the prospect of liberating themselves from the celestial dragons, while simultaneously sparing the navy from punishment, was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, Zhanghua, on the other end of the line, grew curious about the enthusiastic tavern owner mentioned by Ka Pu, as he believed that only someone with a profound understanding of the Navy system could conceive such an idea. Ultimately, the Navy's predicament boiled down to a single notion. Many actions were not inherently impossible, but rather lacked a compelling reason to silence dissenting voices. It was absurd, yet undeniably true. Oh, by the way, we intercepted their Den Den Mushi and received intelligence indicating that the Flying Sky Pirates are located in the South Sea, with a route that should be quite similar to yours. If you come across them, you must ensure that Lion is halted. Zhanghua suddenly recalled the Den Den Mushi captured aboard the Silver Axe pirate ship and conveyed this to Ka Pu. The information Zhanghua received suggested that Shiki was pursuing Roger in the South Sea as well. This meant Shiki would likely also be in the South Sea, and given that his flying fleet could traverse the skies, the trajectory would be linear, significantly increasing the chances of Ka Pu encountering him. You mean Shiki? He should be right above me, Ka Pu remarked while casting his gaze skyward, where a massive floating island loomed ominously, initially leading him to believe it was merely an enormous cloud. I will call you back shortly, he concluded, hanging up the Den Den Mushi, tightening his justice cloak. With his feet firmly planted, he propelled himself upward with tremendous force, soaring into the sky like an ordinary rocket. The immense impact reverberated through the Navy's vessels, causing the ships still in motion to come to an abrupt halt, their hulls sinking several meters deeper into the water. Shiki, Ka Pu's voice echoed thunderously through the heavens. Following this, he positioned himself and struck the largest floating island with a powerful punch, resulting in countless fragments raining down upon the sea. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 64. Invitation returning our focus to Lazabit. It was dinner time. Dalu, Tomorrow is the semi-final. I assent it? Lu Jiu inquired, simultaneously filling Dalu's bowl with a generous serving of rice. Indeed, Dalu replied, accepting the bowl with both hands. How about we close the tavern tonight? You should rest well, Lu Jiu suggested, wanting Dalu to be well prepared for the competition ahead. All right, Dalu pondered for a moment before agreeing. The past few days had left Dalu utterly exhausted. As the competition approached its climax, the tavern's business had flourished, and with only Rect and Lu Jiu managing the operations, they were becoming increasingly overwhelmed. What was more pressing was that, as the underdog in the competition, many had begun to set their sights on Dalu. Numerous gamblers had visited the tavern, inquiring whether Dalu was confident in securing the championship or even threatening him to throw the match. Fortunately, Dalu had managed to fend them off. Let us first discuss the standings in the qualifying rounds. After the completion of 2 rounds of the regular season, only 4 contestants remained: Dalu, Hequan Liqian, Risai, and Hequan Ji. These 4 would compete in the upcoming semi-finals and finals to determine the ultimate champion, who would receive the grand prize of 200 million berries. Coincidentally, Dalu's opponent in the semi-finals was none other than Hequan Liqian, which left Dalu feeling somewhat disheartened, as this meant he could not continue his outside betting. Initially, upon concluding the previous round, Dalu's assets had reached a staggering 180 million berries. However, facing Hequan Liqian in this round meant he could not place bets on both sides. Thus, even if Dalu were to win the championship and claim the 200 million berries in prize money, along with his 180 million berries, he would only amass 380 million berries. Do not be misled into thinking this sum was substantial. In reality, it was quite insufficient for acquiring a decent pirate ship. Just considering the cost of the keel for a new vessel would deplete a significant portion of Dalu's funds. Why is the keel so expensive? The answer is simple: treasure tree atom. Treasure tree atom is a unique species of tree found in the pirate world, often hailed as the strongest tree in existence. Its resilience is said to withstand any form of warfare. Due to its durability, treasure tree atom is frequently utilized in shipbuilding, resulting in vessels that are exceptionally sturdy and reputed to be unsinkable. Consequently, its price is exorbitant whenever it appears on the market. Transactions soar beyond an astonishing 200 million, often with no available stock. Considering that Roger's famed ship, the Golden Jackson, and Luffy's later vessel, the Thousand Sunny, both had keels made from treasure tree atom, Dalu resolved that his new ship must incorporate this material for its keel. As he contemplated this, Dalu couldn't help but feel that Luffy had struck an incredible stroke of luck in acquiring the Thousand Sunny for 300 million, along with a top-tier shipwright, Frankie, for free. Dalu acknowledged that he lacked Luffy's fortune, thus he needed to amass more funds. As Dalu prepared for the upcoming match against Hequan Liqian, he did not feel entirely confident, especially after witnessing several of Hequan Liqian's matches, which left him with the impression that the latter possessed hidden strengths. For reasons unknown in Dalu's perception, every move Hequan Liqian executed appeared oddly awkward. Notably, while his initial techniques were fluid and nearly flawless, he would abruptly alter his moves, resulting in hesitancy and revealing numerous weaknesses. It was uncertain whether this was an attempt to conceal his true capabilities. This was quite bothersome, Dalu thought, grimacing. If Hequan Liqian indeed harbored hidden strengths, it would complicate matters greatly, particularly with several CP0 agents present on the island. Dalu felt compelled to refrain from openly employing his devil fruit abilities during the competition. If he were to recklessly deploy special ammunition or grenades, he risked exposure. Well, if I cannot compete tomorrow, I shall refrain from betting. Dalu resolved to pause his betting until the finals. He did not favor engaging in uncertain battles, and gambling was not a pursuit to be taken lightly. He understood the wisdom behind the adage that greed often leads to loss. Later that evening, as Dalu and Lu Jiu returned downstairs, preparing to close the tavern and refuse further patrons, an unexpected visitor arrived. Miss Suzuki from the Wooding Sword House. Miss Suzuki? Is there something you require? Dalu inquired upon seeing her at the tavern entrance. Boss Dalu, do you have a moment? My master requests your presence, Suzuki politely addressed Dalu. Dalu was momentarily taken aback. wondering why Quan Ji would summon him at this juncture. Although puzzled, he did not decline Suzuki's invitation and agreed to accompany her. As they walked along the street, the lamplights on either side elongated their shadows. Suddenly, Ling Mu complimented Daruo, expressing admiration for the young Daruo boss's impressive abilities. "Oh, not all," Daruo humbly replied. Ling Mu continued, "Do you have confidence for tomorrow's match, Daruo boss?" "Absolutely," Daruo responded confidently. Although he didn't dare to claim certainty against Huchuan Lixian, he still believed in himself. After all, as famously stated by renowned mid-laners before matches, the least probable outcome before the game begins is a 50-50 chance. Ling Mu acknowledged Daruo's response without objection. Sensing Ling Mu's skepticism, Daruo chose not to comment further, knowing that the truth would soon reveal itself in the competition. Their conversation gradually came to an end, and the atmosphere turned cooler. Fortunately, the distance from the Potter Tavern to the Wooden Sword Pavilion was not far, and as Daruo and Ling Mu took a shortcut, they arrived at the entrance of the Wooden Sword Pavilion in no time. "Daruo boss, please come in," Ling Mu said, bending slightly and gesturing. Daruo, familiar with the place from his previous visit, walked confidently through the training hall and courtyard until he reached the tea room door once again. After knocking and receiving a response from Huchuan Ji, Ling Mu led Daruo inside. "Huchuan Pavilion Master, you summoned me late at night. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Daruo asked directly, cutting to the chase. "Daruo boss, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match?" Huchuan Ji slowly began. Chapter 65. The Legend of Shuro What? You wanted to forfeit? Daruo's incredulous voice echoed in the tea room. "This is impossible," he declared firmly. How could Huchuan Ji suggest that he forfeit the match? "Daruo boss, do you know about Huchuan Lixian?" Hekvan inquired. "I don't know him, but if you want me to forfeit, you must provide a reason," Daruo insisted. "Daruo boss, it is impossible for you to win tomorrow's match. Rather than that, it would be better to forfeit," Ling Mu interjected. Daruo felt somewhat speechless. Ling Mu's lack of faith was his own concern, but expecting him to forfeit was unreasonable. Without responding to Ling Mu, Daruo addressed Huchuan Ji. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. If you forfeit tomorrow, I can give you the 200 million prize money right now. You want Team E to compete. What do you say?" Huchuan Ji said, sitting at the tea table. As he spoke, Ling Mu pulled out a box. 200 million belly, Ling Mu said, opening the box to reveal it filled with cash. Daruo had never seen so much money in his lifetime, yet he coldly replied, "No need. I will claim that 200 million prize money when I become a champion." With that, Daruo stood up, intending to leave, as he had a match to prepare for and no time to waste. "Have you heard the rumors about the evil spirit Shura on the island?" Huchuan Ji's voice drifted behind Daruo. "Evil spirit? Shura?" Daruo was puzzled by Huchuan Ji's sudden mention of such eerie legends. Having only arrived in Liziba for a couple of months, he was unaware of any ghostly tales from the island. "I don't know, what is the matter?" Hearing Daruo's response, Ling Mu took over the conversation, speaking in a storytelling manner. "This is a tale from 11 years ago about a rumor that spread across the island. Back then, Liziba was not as prosperous as it is now, and life was hard for the people, especially since the Navy was engaged in constant battles with pirates, causing many children to lose their parents and become orphans. Shura was said to be one such orphan who lost his parents to a pirate invasion. Those orphans and homeless individuals would beg at the docks during the day, hoping for scraps from outsiders, and at night, they would gather near the garbage dump, searching for food or a cardboard box to rest in. It was known among them that after 11 o'clock, no one should venture out, for that was Shura's time to roam. Although they had never seen the so-called Shura, they would occasionally wake up to find numerous corpses surrounding the dump. At one point, a pirate with a bounty of 50 million belly came to the island, only to be found dead in the dump, leading to rumors that Shura was responsible. The pirate's crew sought revenge for their captain, and the rumors spread like wildfire. At that time, the old pavilion master was investigating the matter, and he took me and Huchuan Ji to the dump one night, where we witnessed a scene that remains etched in my memory. A child charged into a crowd wielding a metal rod, mercilessly beating an entire pirate crew to a pulp. That child single-handedly obliterated the entire pirate gang. But what does this have to do with my match tomorrow? Daruo asked, perplexed. Upon hearing Daruo's question, Huchuan-ji responded, what if I told you that your opponent tomorrow? Huchuan Lixian, is that very sure? That's impossible, Daruo exclaimed in astonishment. He had never considered this possibility, as Huchuan Lixian, with his squinting eyes, seemed rather friendly. How could he be such a deadly figure? But this is the truth, Daruo boss. Do you still believe you have a chance tomorrow? Keep in mind that Huchuan Lixian single-handedly defeated an entire pirate crew at the age of 7, Lingmu remarked from the side. That doesn't make sense. If Huchuan Lixian is that formidable, then why do you all keep stirring up trouble at the Jianding Sword Pavilion? Daruo countered, quickly identifying a flaw in Lingmu's argument. Lingmu did not answer Daruo's question directly, but continued the story. Later, the old pavilion master rescued the nearly lifeless child from the dump, intending to adopt him. He named him Huchuan Lixian and took him into the pavilion as an apprentice, hoping to teach him the way of the sword to temper his violent nature. Huchuan Lixian's talent was astonishing. The sword techniques taught by the old pavilion master seemed effortless for him. He learned them almost instantly. Before long, Huchuan Lixian's swordsmanship was second only to the old pavilion master. However, he struggled to suppress his bloodthirsty persona, often injuring those he practiced with. Fortunately, under the subtle guidance of the old pavilion master, Huchuan Lixian eventually managed to control his violent tendencies and became more gentle. Persona? Daruo seized on this key point, emphasizing it heavily. Indeed, persona. Huchuan Lixian completely abandoned his violent persona and nurtured a more gentle one, which is now his current character, Huchuan-ji explained. Another Cavendish, perhaps? Daruo pondered silently. This situation reminds him of the future figure known as Longmeier, the Grim Reaper, Cavendish, who possesses two distinct personalities. Isn't that quite remarkable? Daluo inquired. Perplexed, addressing Hekvanye. Remarkable? No, that Azura personality has merely been suppressed, not eradicated. It will re-emerge when provoked by external stimuli, Huchuan-ji solemnly responded. Upon hearing this, even Daluo, despite his naivety, grasped that after all this discussion, he was being persuaded to forego the competition tomorrow. Does this mean that even if I were to triumph over Huchuan Lixian's primary personality, it would incite the Azura persona? In other words, no matter what, I cannot defeat Huchuan Lixian? Why? Are you hoping to face Huchuan Lixian in the finals, to prove your superiority and demonstrate that this sword dojo should rightfully be yours? Daluo questioned assertively. The atmosphere fell into silence, with none of the three speaking. After a considerable pause, Huchuan-ji slowly articulated, I see, Daluo. You believe that Huchuan Lixian and I are adversaries, and that I am scheming to persuade you to withdraw from the competition in order to defeat him in the finals and prove my superiority over Huchuan Lixian, correct? Is that not the case? Daluo retorted. Certainly not. While I do wish to demonstrate my worthiness to safeguard the Jianding Sword Dojo, it is also to liberate Lixian from the constraints of the dojo, Huchuan-ji replied. Liberate from constraints? Daluo was once again bewildered. Does this imply that Huchuan-ji resents Huchuan Lixian's succession of the dojo and wishes to reclaim it? How has it transformed into freeing Huchuan Lixian from his bindings? Observing Daluo's confusion, Huchuan-ji continued to elucidate. After Huchuan Lixian was adopted by the old dojo master, Huchuan Ping, his demeanor gradually softened over time. And Huchuan-ji did not deliberately distance himself from this newly added family member. Rather, their relationship flourished. On a particular day, etched in memory, Huchuan-ji inquired of Huchuan Lixian, what is your dream? After a day of rigorous sword practice. A dream? I am uncertain. In my youth, merely having enough to eat felt like a dream. Yet now, I find myself at a loss regarding what I wish to pursue. Huchuan Lixian, burdened by the pressures of survival since childhood, lacked a dream. How can that be acceptable? Everyone must possess a dream, Huchuan-ji asserted, handing a water bottle to Huchuan Lixian while affectionately ruffling his hair. Then, what is your dream, senior brother? Huchuan Lixian asked curiously, clutching the water bottle. As for me, I aspire to become a renowned swordsman, to ensure that the name of Jianding Ryu echoes throughout the world Huchuan Ji proclaimed, thumping his chest as he revealed his lifelong ambition. Meanwhile, the dojo master, seated in the courtyard, chuckled heartily upon hearing his son's dream, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is an extraordinary aspiration. Then, I too shall strive to become a distinguished swordsman, ensuring that Jianding Ryu gains global acclaim." Huchuan Liqian echoed. In that moment, Huchuan Liqian discovered his own dream, akin to a ship finding its guiding beacon. Regrettably, the physical capabilities of individuals vary drastically. Whether it was Huchuan Liqian's prodigious talent or Huchuan Ji's mediocrity, it was evident. Within a few years, Huchuan Liqian's prowess in swordsmanship reached astonishing heights, coupled with his battle-hardened physique, rendering him formidable. "Huchuan, you must strive even harder. The realization of our dreams depends on you." Time gradually dulled the fervent dreams of Huchuan Ji, now in his 20s, yet he harbored no resentment. Instead, he placed his hopes upon Huchuan Liqian, for he recognized the extraordinary potential within that youth. However, stories invariably contain a twist. It must have been in the second year, following Huchuan Liqian's adoption. As the aging dojo master, Huchuan Ping, faced the twilight of his life, while Huchuan Ji, despite his earnest efforts, fell short in talent and swordsmanship. The scant records of battles and unsatisfactory outcomes led to the waning reputation of Jianding Ryu. Numerous swordsmanship schools from neighboring islands dispatched challengers, seeking to elevate their own stature at the expense of Jianding Dojo. Following several successful challenges, the dojo's reputation plummeted, resulting in the exodus of numerous apprentices and a subsequent inability to recruit new ones. Even more distressingly, some lesser-known dojos on the island sought to band together to utterly subdue Jianding Dojo. In desperation, the old dojo master set up a tournament, inviting various dojos in a bid to reclaim the dojo's honor. Yet the old master was frail, and after participating in 2 matches, he could no longer endure. Fortunately, just as the old master was on the verge of collapse, young Li Qian stepped forward. The youth seized the sword Huchuan Morikane from the old master and ascended the arena, embodying the essence of a sword saint, triumphing over 7 challengers in succession. "Isn't that splendid?" Daluo questioned, still perplexed. However, even the young Li Qian, after vanquishing 7 formidable opponents, began to falter, suffering repeated setbacks in subsequent matches, until his other personality awakened. From Suzuki's chilling tone, Daluo discerned the unfolding events, and indeed, Suzuki's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. At the tender age of 9, Huchuan Liqian wielded a sword taller than himself, toppling all in his path. In stark contrast to his gentle primary persona, the Azura persona was far more ruthless, leaving opponents either severely injured or incapacitated. Blood stained the arena, as many were left with broken limbs, rendering them unable to wield a sword for life. The situation spiraled out of control, culminating in a humorous scene where a throng of swordsmen besieged a child. Upon hearing this, Daluo already foresaw the outcome. He found it hard to believe that a child capable of defeating an entire pirate crew would be helpless against a few swordsmen. A bloodbath, Suzuki described the chaotic scene. Subsequently, in a desperate bid to regain control, the old dojo master, despite his failing health, unleashed the family's secret 9-character sword technique, risking everything to subdue the rampaging Huchuan Liqian. Although he succeeded in rendering Huchuan Liqian unconscious, the old master, already in poor health, ultimately succumbed, passing away days later. Upon awakening, Huchuan Liqian, burdened by the memory of causing the old master's demise, fell into a deep state of guilt. To prevent Huchuan Liqian from descending further into despair, the old master entrusted the dojo to him before departing, hoping to alleviate Liqian's guilt through the responsibility of safeguarding the dojo. However, it was evident that this did not yield the desired effect. After the old master's departure, Huchuan Liqian became increasingly despondent, tirelessly suppressing his Azura persona. "Following my father's death, I felt utterly powerless, thus dedicating myself to the rigorous practice of our ancestral sword techniques. Though my talent may be lacking, through relentless effort, I achieved some modest success, Ji recounted. Later, to fulfill my father's wish of promoting Jianding Ryu, I ventured out to establish this wooden sword dojo. Therefore, why do you desire me to concede? Daluo inquired, confused. Given your unwavering confidence in Huchuan Li Qian, do you truly fear he cannot triumph over me? Although we indeed have great confidence in Xiao Qian's abilities, we cannot overlook the remarkable prowess of Mr. Daluo. We are concerned that should we encounter him in the semifinals, Xiao Qian may be compelled to unleash his Shura persona, Suzuki remarked. Chapter 66. The port garbage dump. Ultimately, Daluo did not acquiesce to Izumiji's request, as he perceived this matter to be a family affair of the Izumi clan, with no relevance to him. Nevertheless, the 200 million berries that had just been presented before him left him somewhat astonished. In truth, accepting Izumiji's request might have been the more prudent choice. For if what Izumiji claimed were true, that Izumi Li Qian possessed two distinct personas, the second of which was extraordinarily powerful, then Daluo would have no option but to exert his full strength in tomorrow's match. This implies that he would need to utilize his devil fruit abilities, potentially exposing his hidden cards. Rather than risk such exposure, it might be wiser to take the 200 million berries and forfeit the match. However, this notion left a sour taste in Daluo's mouth. He grimaced, acknowledging his financial struggles, yet he had not entered the competition solely for monetary gain. The opportunity for personal growth through the contest was equally significant. As he walked along the dimly lit path, Daluo contemplated the upcoming match. At the end of the path, a corner was illuminated by an orange glow, within which a shadow appeared, clearly indicating that someone was present. "Aren't you coming out?" Daluo called to the shadow. "Mr. Boss, it has been a while," came a voice as a figure clad in white emerged from around the corner. Daluo instantly recognized the voice that addressed him as Mr. Boss. It belonged to Izumi Li Qian. Daluo regarded the newcomer and, scratching his head, inquired, "Do you need something from me?" "Yes, there is a matter for which I require your assistance, Mr. Boss," Izumi Li Qian replied, scratching his head in apparent uncertainty about how to articulate his request. "Are you suggesting I forfeit the match?" Daluo asked, observing the troubled expression on Izumi Li Qian's face and speculating that he might be concerned about tomorrow's match and wish for Daluo to withdraw. "Forfeit?" Izumi Li Qian queried in confusion. Then recalling that Daluo was currently traversing a path leading to the Wooding Sword Pavilion, he suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. Brother G wishes you to forfeit the match tomorrow." Daluo, noting that Izumi Li Qian's demeanor did not suggest deceit, found himself puzzled regarding the young man's true intentions. Thus, he asked, "What exactly do you need?" "Follow me," Izumi Li Qian replied, offering no answer to Daluo's question as he began to lead him towards the eastern side of the island. In a port garbage dump, Daluo remarked, "So you brought me here for a sparring match?" After surveying the desolate surroundings and the heaps of refuse emitting an unpleasant odor, he deduced that this was indeed the garbage dump mentioned by Izumiji. "Yes, I wish to conceal certain matters from tomorrow's competition," Izumi Li Qian said, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Daluo. Stepping back several paces, he maintained a distance of about 10 meters. "Suit yourself," Daluo shrugged in response. "Let us agree that the loser tonight must forfeit tomorrow's match, shall we?" This arrangement would benefit Daluo, as he had certain techniques he preferred to keep hidden from the audience. Moreover, with CP0 lurking on the island, engaging in a duel here would allow him to fight freely. "All right," Izumi Li Qian replied, surprised by Daluo's straightforward acceptance, as he had not expected him to be so accommodating. With that, Izumi Li Qian slowly drew Izumi Mamoru Kanesada from its sheath, silently observing Daluo, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move. "Let us begin," Daluo declared, swiftly drawing his golden revolver, Leone, and loading specially designed compressed bullets. His gaze fixed intensely on Izumi Li Qian. Bang! 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 Daluo initiated the assault, firing 3 bullets toward Izumi Li Qian. Indeed, when maintaining distance, the gunman is invariably the first to strike. Yet, Izumi Li Qian remained as steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly deflecting the bullets with his blade, his movements graceful and fluid. Akin to a celestial being, ladling water from a lake. From this display alone, Daluo recognized Izumi Li Qian's formidable skill. Rather than merely knocking the bullets away, he was using their momentum to his advantage, showcasing his mastery of swordsmanship. As the legendary swordsman Gomen once said, "The sword is both the unyielding force that can sever anything and the gentle touch that can spare that which is precious. It is the balance of strength and softness that defines true excellence." Daluo dared not be complacent. He swiftly fired two specially designed incendiary rounds that soared toward Izumi Li Qian. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Izumi Li Qian unleashed a left and right flying slash, which intersected to form a cross, resembling a great bird taking flight as it soared toward Daluo. With a resounding bang, Daluo's two bullets were consumed within the flying slashes, igniting a colossal fireball in the air. Yet, how could the mere force of bullets hope to deter the strikes of a swordsman? As expected, the two flying slashes cleaved through the flames like a phoenix reborn. Racing toward Daluo, Daluo raised an eyebrow, planting his feet firmly on the ground, and leaped into the air like a soaring swallow, evading the powerful flying slash. Observing Daluo's ascent, Izumi Li Qian seized the opportunity to close the distance, wielding his blade with a fierce intensity. Unleashing a massive flying slash aimed directly at Daluo's landing spot. Fortunately, Daluo had anticipated this, employing a second jump from his blue bird technique to twist in midair, propelling himself behind Izumi Li Qian and executing a flying kick aimed at the back of his head, the execution of which was both swift and stunning. Izumi Li Qian was no slouch either. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly pivoted to the side, countering with a reverse strike that effectively blocked Daluo's fierce kick. It became evident that Izumi Li Qian was indeed a formidable opponent, managing to react to Daluo's unexpected maneuver. More alarming was his control over the battle. Daluo's flying kick, initially perilous, had been met with a counter rather than mere evasion, preventing Daluo from creating further distance. "Here it comes," Daluo thought as he landed. As anticipated, Izumi Li Qian immediately launched a fierce offensive, his 3-foot blade whistling through the air. Fortunately, Daluo's mastery of observation haki allowed him to perceive every movement with acute clarity, enabling him to deftly deflect the onslaught of strikes. Truly remarkable. Has the esteemed boss begun to hear the breath of all things? Observing Daluo's seemingly divine movements, Huchuan Li Qian spoke. "The breath?" Daluo inquired, perplexed. Is it not so?" Huchuan Li Qian continued, observing the astonishment on Daluo's face. "I had thought that the boss could, like me, occasionally perceive the breath of the sword." Understanding dawned upon Daluo. He was suddenly reminded of the original tale where Sauron, during his battle against Mr. One in Alabasta, could hear the frequencies of all things breathing and, in that moment, comprehended the power to sever steel, stepping into the realm of a swordmaster. However, Huchuan Li Qian had long since attained that mastery. It seems that the swordsmanship in the world of pirates is indeed peculiar. Perhaps each individual has their own journey along the path of the sword. This interlude did not disrupt their battle. On the port, Huchuan Li Qian relentlessly wielded his renowned sword, unleashing numerous fierce, flying slashes directed at Daluo. Daluo, undeterred, deftly evaded these lethal strikes, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to fire, sending bullets at sharp angles toward Huchuan Li Qian, only for them to be swiftly extinguished by the luminous blade. It seems tonight's encounter will be intense. Gazing at the countless bullet holes and the slashing marks left by the flying cuts on the ground, Daluo sighed. Then, shaking off his nonchalant demeanor, he addressed Huchuan Li Qian. "Shall we consider the warm-up concluded?" Upon seeing Daluo's earnest expression, Huchuan Li Qian paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing as he smiled slightly. Indeed. Chapter 67. The 9-character secret sword. As the second round commenced, the ferocity of Daluo and Huchuan Li Qian's offensives escalated significantly. If the first round had contained elements of probing, this round saw both combatants fully unleashed. Huchuan Li Qian's flying slashes became increasingly rapid, and had Daluo not awakened his observation haki, he might have fallen into Huchuan Li Qian's trap. Nevertheless, the sword intent behind those strikes posed considerable challenges for Daluo. Daluo, employing specialized ammunition, significantly enhanced his firepower, unleashing a torrent of bullets that overwhelmed Huchuan Liqian. Is this fellow a fruit user? Huchuan Liqian mused, noting the singed cuffs and wounds on his attire, indicating he was slightly on the defensive. With his thought, he resolved to cease holding back. Boss, be cautious. Huchuan Liqian's demeanor shifted from gentle to serious, his previously narrowed eyes widening slightly, radiating a fierce sword intent. Secret technique of the soldier character, Diamond. Huchuan Liqian summoned all his strength into his right hand, gripping the sword, causing his entire arm to swell noticeably. The quivering blade indicating the tremendous force he wielded. Reaching a peak, Huchuan Liqian swung his sword with all his might, the accumulated power erupting like a dam breaking, sending forth a colossal slash that soared skyward. The surrounding air dared not resist the white sword light, which tore through the tumultuous currents, creating a symphony of sound. I cannot take it head on. The moment he witnessed Huchuan Liqian strike, this thought flashed through Daluo's mind. Xuanbu, just before the blade made contact. Daluo forcefully stomped the ground and instantaneously appeared on the opposite side. Swoosh! Boom! The white slash swept through, leaving a 20-meter-long gash on the port. A testament to the ferocity of the strike. Yet before Daluo could fully process this, Huchuan Liqian propelled himself off the ground, materializing before Daluo in an instant. He swung his blade diagonally, preparing to unleash another unmatched slash. Daluo dared not permit Huchuan Liqian to execute his strike at such a close range. Pivoting on his left foot, he twisted his body forward, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick aimed at Huchuan Liqian's midsection. Huchuan Liqian's response was swift. He redirected his right hand, retracting the unstoppable strike, and in an instant, positioned his sword horizontally before his waist to block Daluo's right leg. Following this, with a deft motion akin to Tai Chi, he left a deep gash on Daluo's leg. Enduring the pain, Daluo summoned his strength to push Huchuan Liqian away while swiftly retreating to create distance between them. This fellow is indeed seasoned, Daluo remarked, noting the wound on his leg, clearly indicating that this round favored his opponent. It is no wonder he emerged from a life of battle. His reflexes and combat intelligence are astonishing. Had Daluo reacted even a moment slower, Huchuan Liqian might have severed his leg. Having successfully struck, Huchuan Liqian did not rush. Instead, he stood still, seemingly waiting for Daluo to make the next move. I have truly underestimated him. Daluo adjusted his grip on Leone, withdrawing the magazine from the chamber and meticulously loading specialized bullets in a specific sequence. Simultaneously, he drew another revolver from its holster. Although not as proficient as Tim, he believed he could manage 18 rounds. With a glance at his golden revolver, Daluo prepared to showcase the shooting techniques he had learned from Tim over the past few days. 18 consecutive execution bullets. Flame Star, Daluo vanished from his original position in an instant, reappearing to Huchuan Liqian's left side. Bang! While only a single gunshot resounded, it was, in reality, a barrage of 18 bullets unleashed in rapid succession. Each revolver contained 6 bullets, necessitating a swift reload right after the initial shot. A feat made possible by Leone. The 18 bullets did not converge at a single point, but were divided into 3 groups of 6, with one group flying directly toward Huchuan Liqian's current position, while the other 2 flanked him left and right, effectively cornering him. There was no escaping this. Bored, Huchuan Liqian remarked, his expression unchanged as he observed the 6 bullets approaching in rapid succession. He raised his blade, intending to deflect them one by one. In his view, no matter the angle of the bullets, he was unafraid. Yet, as is often the case, exceptions exist. Daluo's bullets were not easily dealt with. The first 3 wooden bullets exploded upon contact with the blade, releasing a torrent of wood shavings that enveloped Huchuan Liqian. Simultaneously, the subsequent 3 incendiary bullets arrived, igniting the immense cloud of wood shavings in the air, creating a massive fireball. Not only that, but the other 12 bullets within the inferno were ignited in the same manner. The fiery explosion illuminated the entire port, with the epicenter of the fireball being precisely where Huchuan Liqian stood. Is this fellow all right? Daluo remarked, gazing at the enormous fireball before him. It was his first time employing this maneuver in battle, and he was astonished by the formidable power derived from the fusion of various bullet characteristics. The force was nearly comparable to that of a grenade containing C2 explosion flame Red Lotus, suggesting that this technique could be further developed in the future. However, soon enough, the fireball stirred, indicating that DeLuo's concerns were unwarranted. Within the fireball, Huchuan Liqian held his blade horizontally against his chest. With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant arc of white light, followed by a slender crescent-shaped slash. Simultaneously, this strike began to spiral counterclockwise, and, as it expanded, it conjured a tornado-like whirlwind of sword energy. The fiercely burning fireball was suddenly ensnared by the whirlwind, its scorching flames continuously drawn into it. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping Huchuan Liqian were also absorbed by the sword energy vortex, vanishing into the sky as the whirlwind descended. "Such a wicked technique, sir," Huchuan Liqian remarked, brushing off the lingering embers on his attire while glancing at the charred fabric. Seemingly in response to DeLuo's previous offensive, Huchuan Liqian's sword intent became even more refined. In an instant, Huchuan Liqian vanished from his original position. The next moment, he reappeared before DeLuo, executing a lightning-fast strike. The sweeping slash, spanning the sky, materialized before DeLuo in an instant, hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. DeLuo felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld the incoming blade's light and quickly executed a short distance move to evade the strike. In truth, had it not been for DeLuo's ability to foresee Huchuan Liqian's position with his death eye, he would have been unable to react in time. The speed was simply overwhelming. It was not merely Huchuan Liqian's rapidity, but the swiftness of his movement, blade wielding, and the projectile's flight that were all astonishingly quick. The entire maneuver seemed to be completed in the blink of an eye, and by the time DeLuo processed the situation, the terrifying slash was already upon him. "You avoided it?" Huchuan Liqian expressed surprise at DeLuo's ability to evade the attack. The Lin technique within the 9-character secret sword was renowned for its speed, emphasizing rapid execution, coupled with exceptional control and precise angles, making it nearly impossible for anyone to evade. At least since mastering this technique, he hadn't encountered anyone capable of dodging it. DeLuo was the first. Huchuan Liqian pondered briefly, then slowly lifted his sword, Huchuan Mamoru Kanesada, aiming the blade toward DeLuo, who was 3 zhang away. Following this, he began to unleash a flurry of flying slashes directed at DeLuo. The maneuver, Jia character Secret Rain of Blossoms, was one of the more intricate techniques within the 9-character secret sword. The term intricate referred not to complexity, but rather to the seemingly endless barrage of flying sword energy, akin to a relentless downpour. DeLuo observed the numerous slashing waves approaching him. The sheer volume of firepower was astounding. Without a second thought, he retrieved a grenade from his pocket and tossed it forward. The multitude of slashes fell like rain, but swiftly penetrated the first layer of the air wall. Those that retained their force continued onward, only to be obstructed by the second layer, with only a scant few slashing attacks breaching the third layer. Yet, even those diminished strikes that reached the third layer were rendered powerless. As DeLuo surveyed the ravaged triple-layer air wall, his brow furrowed slightly. This opponent was indeed formidable, and it appeared he would need to escalate his efforts. He retrieved several specialized grenades from his pocket and warned Huchuan Liqian, who was 10 meters away, "Be cautious. I am about to get serious." Chapter 68. To a certain extent, in desperate circumstances, one must weave and maneuver. In favorable conditions, unleash a barrage of firepower. DeLuo, who had been continuously evading and waiting for an opportunity to shoot, instantly shifted his approach upon deploying the grenades. Various types of grenades were hurled from his grasp, detonating mid-air and on the ground, creating significant trouble for Huchuan Liqian. The sheer variety of grenades alone was enough to induce a headache, compounded by the sporadic bullets fired by DeLuo that left him perpetually on guard. However, the most critical issue was that Huchuan Liqian's flying slashes were dodged by DeLuo's foresight, and even with the 9-character secret sword techniques, It remained exceedingly challenging to breach the perplexing air wall's defense. Compared to Huchuan Liqian, Daluo felt a sense of liberation. He finally experienced the thrill akin to Sam's, as he unleashed unrestrained firepower while simultaneously defending with the air wall, an exhilarating sensation. Ultimately, even Huchuan Liqian, under prolonged duress, found himself vulnerable to Daluo's calculated opportunity. Daluo's 3 bullets locked onto the 3 directions in which Huchuan Liqian sought refuge, and soon after, a C2 iron spike feather landed at Huchuan Liqian's feet. The deep blue grenade exploded upon contact with the ground, releasing a flurry of steel needles that shot toward Huchuan Liqian like a torrential downpour. Clang! 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 Huchuan Liqian, witnessing the barrage, could only wield his long sword with all his might to defend against the onslaught. The steel needles clashed against his 3-foot iron sword, producing a crisp sound. Nevertheless, despite Huchuan Liqian's impeccable swordplay, 2 needles slipped through the cracks, inflicting wounds on his left arm and right leg. "Sir, you truly are a formidable opponent," Huchuan Liqian remarked, observing the blood flowing from his injuries. Daluo was indeed the most challenging adversary he had encountered, and what made it even more intriguing was that this individual was of similar age, a novel experience for him. "Sir, has anyone ever referred to you as a monster?" Huchuan Liqian inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain as he tightened his grip on the sword, adopting a mid-stance and fixing his gaze on Daluo. "A monster? Not all," Daluo replied, puzzled, before recalling what Huchuan Ji had said about the murderous persona. It dawned on him that Huchuan Liqian must have been labeled a monster multiple times, prompting him to inquire, "Am I not a dual personality? Did Brother Ji tell you that?" Huchuan Liqian retorted, his demeanor shifting from the previous gentleness. His perpetually smiling eyes now slightly widened, revealing the cold glint within them that Daluo could perceive. As Daluo observed, Huchuan Liqian's aura steadily intensified, and the chilling, killing intent began to envelop his blade. "Hey, this is getting serious," Daluo thought to himself, realizing that Huchuan Liqian's murderous persona was awakening. "Everything is fine," Huchuan Liqian suddenly interjected, as if sensing Daluo's thoughts. His overwhelming aura momentarily faltered, reverting to his previous gentle demeanor. The sudden shift in atmosphere left Dalu momentarily stunned. After a brief expression of surprise, he queried, "So you have already mastered another persona?" "Mastered? That could be one way to put it, considering I haven't been idle these past few years," replied Huchuan Liqian, as he lowered his body once more, adopting the previous stance, his aura gradually intensifying. As Huchuan Liqian's presence reached its zenith, it transformed entirely, becoming as chilling as a winter's breath, suffused with an air of lethal intent. Dalu was captivated by this astonishing aura, compelling him to summon all his focus and employ his Kinbunchika haki. Utilizing his precognitive abilities to track Huchuan Liqian's movements, not daring to blink even for a moment. In the next instant, Huchuan Liqian moved. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several feet, closing in on Dalu with alarming speed. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a strike that shimmered like light fleeting across the surface of water. A 3-foot arc of cold light hurtling towards Dalu. With no avenue for evasion, Dalu was forced to retreat, narrowly escaping the blow, yet the sword still grazed him, leaving a wound across his chest. The outcome of this identical strike was markedly different. Previously, Dalu had been able to evade using his foresight, but this time, even with knowledge of Huchuan Liqian's position, he could not react in time to avoid the attack. The speed was staggering, exceeding that of before by more than double. Were it not for Dalu's Kinbunchika haki, avoiding a critical hit would have been utterly impossible. Yet, this was all he could manage. To onlookers, the difference was even more pronounced, as if a segment of time had been excised, with only the initiation of the draw and the conclusion of the sheath remaining, leaving Dalu wounded. Gazing at his torn shirt and the blood flowing from the gash, Dalu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lamenting, "Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't evade it." Truly terrifying, this individual who has mastered a second persona. However, Dalu had no intention of resigning himself to defeat. He was not one to willingly endure loss. Casting a glance at the grenade in his pocket, he began to strategize his counterattack. With a flick of his fingers, he tossed a red grenade into the distance, and in an instant, it detonated, erupting into a brilliant blaze upon the ground. Strangely, the flames did not disperse in all directions, but rather fanned out towards Huchuan Lixian. Realizing the imminent danger, Huchuan Lixian swung his right hand, unleashing flying slashes in an attempt to cleave through the oncoming inferno. Yet, under the intense heat and shockwave, his fierce strikes vanished as if swallowed by an abyss. Even if a few of the slashes managed to pierce through the flames, by the time they reached Dalu, their momentum had waned, posing no threat. Dalu's assault continued unabated. The towering flames surged towards Huchuan Lixian, with the sound of explosions reverberating in a cacophony. Just as the searing fire was about to engulf Huchuan Lixian, he made his move. With his sword poised before his chest, its sharp blade directed towards the heavens, the concentrated aura of death emanated from the tip, coalescing behind him into a near-physical manifestation of a wrathful deity. The immovable deity shielded Huchuan Lixian, cleaving the oncoming inferno in two, resembling a revered statue standing firm amidst the flames of hell, forcefully suppressing the raging tide of fire. As the flames receded, the figure of the immovable deity gradually faded, leaving Huchuan Lixian unscathed. It seemed that, as one of the 9 secret swords, this defensive capability was indeed formidable. At this juncture in battle, Dalu found himself at an impasse. He had not anticipated Huchuan Lixian's tenacity, realizing that even with all his resources, he struggled to secure victory. Dalu pondered his options. Recognizing that a C2 grenade was proving ineffective, yet deploying a C3 might be excessive, he found himself contemplating the merits of acquiescing to Huchuan-Ji's request. Glancing at the C3 grenades nestled in his pocket, he sighed, reflecting on how unexpectedly challenging Huchuan Lixian had proven to be, with even a C2 being insufficient. Had he consented to Huchuan-Ji's request, would he not be comfortably counting his earnings at home now? Just as Dalu was about to retrieve a C3 from his pocket, he noticed Huchuan Lixian, 10 meters away, appearing somewhat pale, suggesting that he too was enduring considerable strain. What obsession compelled him to push himself to such extremes? Dalu contemplated, ultimately deciding to return the grenade to his pocket. After all, they bore no deep-seated enmity, and there was no need for a life-or-death struggle. Let us call it a day. I'll concede the match tomorrow, Dalu declared to Huchuan Lixian from 10 meters away, adding, however, if you claim victory, ensure you return my prize money. With that, Dalu waved his hand and turned to leave, but halfway through, feeling increasingly aggrieved, he added, and remember, you owe me a personal favor. Understood, Huchuan Lixian murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. He tightened his grip on his sword, closing his eyes to forcibly calm the turbulent emotions within. If Huchuan Lixian had previously exuded mere coldness, the intensity of his gaze now radiated a bloodthirsty intent. Chapter 69. The return of the Storm Dalu had become a sensation. During the semifinals, when he appeared in a wheelchair, pushed by Sang Nero at the Nyojiao Duel Arena, it caused an uproar akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb in the audience. It could only be said that Sang Nero had made a prudent purchase. The wheelchair's effectiveness was remarkable. However, Dalu had not anticipated that its purpose would be to feign injury and forfeit the match, particularly when the referee announced, due to competitor Dalu's injuries, he is unfit for competition and has chosen to forfeit. The atmosphere in the arena soared to a climax. Everyone was in an uproar. Thus, amidst the crowd's outcry, Dalu relinquished his match against Huchuan Lixian that day. Sister, what is that? Upon concluding his placement matches and returning to the tavern, Dalu discovered a wooden box at the bar. Oh, you don't know? It was delivered by that lady from last night. She mentioned you would be aware. Luigi replied, somewhat surprised. Miss Suzuki? Dalu mused, recalling that the only lady who had visited the tavern the previous night was indeed Suzuki. Suddenly, he scrutinized the wooden box, a realization dawning upon him. I see, he murmured, upon learning of Dalu's forfeit. But Yuan Ji had dispatched Miss Suzuki to deliver 200 million cash to the tavern. Without elaborating to Lu Jiao, Dalu swiftly transported the box to his room. Inside, it should contain 200 million belly. Dalu gazed at the box resting on his bed, slowly opening it. Indeed, the contents spilling forth confirmed his suspicions. As he beheld the 200 million berries spread across his bed, he fell into contemplation. With this sum added to his existing wealth, he should now possess 380 million, a fitting amount to prepare for his journey at sea. Lying atop the pile of money, he stared at the ceiling, reflecting on his time in Lazabit, which had exceeded a month. His goals had nearly been fulfilled. The tavern was established, and things had settled down with Lu Jiao. Given the island's defensive forces, any trouble seemed unlikely. Dalu had also gathered a significant amount of money, though he still fell short of his 500 million target. However, there was no need to rush. Financial matters could be addressed once he reached the city of Chishui. In terms of his training, Dalu felt the most satisfaction. Over the past month in Lazabit, he had developed a series of grenade techniques and acquired certain shooting skills during battles with Tim. These advancements had resulted in a dramatic transformation of his abilities, surpassing even the remarkable progress Luffy made on Judicial Island. It was not an exaggeration to call it a qualitative leap. Furthermore, the development of these two systems of techniques had clarified his future path. After numerous trials and adjustments, he had established a clear route for his enhancement, centered around special ammunition and grenade techniques. He planned to develop his fruit abilities while integrating kicking techniques and other fruit-based moves to supplement his combat prowess. This training regimen was the result of careful consideration, demonstrating maturity and a lack of weaknesses. Henceforth, Dalu only needed to continuously refine his strength based on this foundation. Once the competition concluded, he would set sail. Dalu silently resolved that to face the inevitable challenges of his future, embarking on this journey was essential. He had two choices: to board a ship directly to the city of Chishui and find a better vessel later, or to purchase a temporary ship and replace it upon arrival. Ultimately, he decided to acquire a transitional vessel first, knowing he could sell it later if necessary. Tomorrow, he would send Sunny to explore the port for any ships available for sale, securing one for his immediate needs. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the Lazabit Navy base, Bode expressed his concern. "What shall we do now?" spoke Quilly, a member of the CP0 trio. 3 days prior, they had lost consciousness amidst the aftermath of a clash between Carp and Roger, falling into the sea before being rescued by Colonel Matt. They had awakened 2 days ago, but spent the last 2 days investigating to confirm that Ryukit was indeed colluding with Roger's pirate crew and had escaped with them. Just moments ago, news arrived that Carp had reached Marineford, severely injured, which aligned with Matt's account. Matt's exact words were that Vice Admiral Carp had been gravely wounded in his battle with Roger and needed to return to Marineford for recuperation. The unfortunate trio remained unaware that Carp had not been injured in battle with Roger, but rather encountered the infamous Shiki while rushing to provide assistance. The two clashed in the calm belt, and during the fight, Carp leaped onto Shiki's flying island, where a fierce battle ensued, culminating in Carp sustaining serious injuries. Shiki fared even worse, having been struck by a powerful blow from Carp and falling into the sea, his fate uncertain. "I suppose I should make a call to report," Bode muttered, troubled. Logically, it was understandable that a captured slave had been rescued by the notorious pirate, preventing their capture. After all, meddling with a pirate like Roger, who bore a bounty of over 1 billion, was clearly beyond their capacity. However, their master was a celestial dragon, known for their lack of reason. In such circumstances, failure to complete a mission would inevitably lead to punishment or reckoning. Having served as CP0 for many years, they were acutely aware of the consequences of failing a task, often tasked with eliminating those who had previously failed. "Is the situation regarding the Marine Vice Admiral confirmed?" Quilly inquired further. "Indeed, he has been gravely injured and has returned to Marineford," Bode replied. This revelation only deepened his frustration, as he had hoped to shift the blame onto the Navy. Just then, Buter entered, bringing good news. "Oh, look what I found," he exclaimed, tossing a piece of metal onto the table. "What is this?" "I expected something of greater significance," Quilly remarked with an eye roll as she examined the object on the table. However, Bode's demeanor shifted. His previously dim expression brightened with excitement as he asked Buter, "Where did you find this?" Buter, noticing Bode's reaction, refrained from explaining to Quilly and continued addressing Bode. "It seems there was a battle at the port last night. Quite a commotion. This morning, I went to the scene and discovered this." "So, that means that individual is still on the island," Bode asserted confidently. "As long as we capture that slave's companion, we will have the opportunity to compel Ryukit to submit." Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you please stop speaking in riddles?" Quilly interjected, growing impatient. Buter, the ever-helpful one, explained, "Do you remember that companion of Ryukit we encountered in the grove near the shipyard? That fellow used quite a few peculiar grenades during the fight. This piece of metal resembles the shrapnel he left behind. This indicates that Ryukit's companion is likely still on the island. If we can capture him, we can force Ryukit to comply." At that moment, Bode's din-din mushy rang. Both Buter and Quilly fell silent, holding their breath as they turned to face Bode, acutely aware that the din-din mushy was their direct line to the celestial dragons. Moshi, this is Bode. How may I serve you?" Bode respectfully addressed the voice on the other end. "Hello, Bode. How is the situation progressing?" inquired St. Charlie Andy through the din-din mushy. Sensing the seriousness of the inquiry, Bode could not afford to conceal the truth and relayed the events in detail. "Oh, so it's a failure? Are you aware of the consequences of failing a mission?" St. Charlie Andy's cold voice echoed after hearing the report. He cared little for Roger or any notorious pirate. All he knew was that as one of the most esteemed celestial dragons in the world, someone had assaulted him and yet managed to escape, living freely. "Rest assured, we have traced the whereabouts of his companion. Once we capture him, we can compel Ryukit to comply." Bode spoke in a tone tinged with trepidation, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his face, of which he was entirely unaware. "I will give you one more chance, should you fail. The wrath of Charlie Andy shall be upon you," he declared with wide, furious eyes. His grip tightened around the chains in his hands, and, on the other end, several slaves had already succumbed to the strain, choking to death. Yes, Bode understood the gravity of Charlie Andy's words, believing that another failure would result in a most tragic fate for them all. After hanging up the phone, Bode stared blankly at the fragments of a grenade on the table, while simultaneously retrieving several weights that Dalu had left in the grove, deep in thought. Eureka! A glimmer of cold light shot from Bode's eyes. He had finally extricated himself from the misconception surrounding the capture of Rekt. At that moment, his gaze shifted towards Dalu. Chapter 70. Acquiring a ship after Dalu withdrew from the semifinals. Izumi Saika and Izumi Lichian successfully advanced to the finals. Their match was scheduled for 3 days hence. Coincidentally, Dalu intended to utilize this interval to finalize the matter of the ship, followed by spending a few days on the island with Lugio before embarking on an adventurous voyage. Some supplies for the sea journey could be prepared immediately. This significant responsibility undoubtedly fell upon Sunny Ruaw, who, having served as an agent for many years, possessed considerable connections and a thorough understanding of the island's circumstances. Thus, in the afternoon, Dalu sought out Sunny Ruaw, settling all accounts related to the agent's fees and bestowing upon him a bonus of 5 million berries. "Boss, are we not placing any bets on the finals?" Sunny Ruaw inquired, somewhat dissatisfied. He had indeed enjoyed considerable success in the earlier matches, and hearing of Dalu's withdrawal left him feeling regretful. "No, we shall refrain from participating in the finals. However, a more pressing matter requires your attention. Please check at the dock to see if there are any ships for sale, and inform me if there are," Dalu instructed Sunny Ruaw with utmost seriousness. "Additionally, I need your assistance in procuring the items on this list. You may delegate this task to a few of your companions, and it can be stored in the previous warehouse." After conveying his instructions, Dalu produced a list from his pocket and handed it to Sunny Ruaw. "Understood." Sunny Ruaw accepted the list without hesitation and promptly set off to carry out the tasks. Previously, during the encounter with Izumi Lichian, Dalu had depleted a considerable number of grenades, necessitating replenishment. Furthermore, the list included various essential supplies for the sea journey, such as meat, canned goods, and cooking utensils, all of which needed to be prepared in advance. After meeting with Sunny Ruaw, Dalu returned to the tavern. He hoped to spend as much time as possible with Lu Jio before setting out to sea, as the next journey would render their next meeting uncertain. The tavern remained as lively as ever. The finals in 3 days had attracted a significant influx of patrons and had become the predominant topic of conversation, with nearly every table engaged in discussions about who would emerge victorious. "I never expected Azumi Liqian to be so formidable," remarked a patron with green hair to his companion. His friend, sipping rum, responded with astonishment. "Indeed, I had always regarded him as a mere coward, yet here he is in the finals. Look, the young boss has arrived." The green-haired patron suddenly exclaimed upon spotting Dalu behind the bar, raising his voice in the bustling tavern. His shout drew the attention of all the patrons, who were keenly aware of Dalu's previous strong performances and viewed him as a dark horse for the championship. His mid-tournament withdrawal only added to the intrigue surrounding him. "Young boss, why did you withdraw from the semifinals?" A customer near the bar inquired, raising a glass toward Dalu. I sustained an unexpected injury, and frankly, I felt I could not compete with Azumi Liqian. So I chose to withdraw," Dalu replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the makeshift bandage wrapped around his hand. "What a pity. I had high hopes for you, young boss." The customer's comments sparked discussions among the patrons, each expressing their regret for Dalu's decision. Seeing that the conversation had taken on a life of its own, Dalu clanked a cocktail spoon against a shaker 3 times to capture everyone's attention. As an apology, "Drinks on the house tonight. Enjoy yourselves," Dalu proclaimed loudly. In an instant, his words ignited a fervor throughout the tavern, akin to sparks igniting a pile of dry grass. "Hooray for the young boss." The patrons enthusiastically cheered, raising their glasses in gratitude for his generosity, and the atmosphere escalated to a joyous crescendo. As the excitement subsided, a robust figure in the tavern shouted, "Hooray for the young boss. I love you, young boss." Realizing that all eyes were now upon him, the man awkwardly buried his face in his drink. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern as everyone reveled in the merriment. Lu Jio's beautiful eyes narrowed into charming crescents of delight. Sunny Ruo displayed remarkable efficiency. By the following morning, he brought good news to Dalu. "Currently, there are 3 ships available for sale at the dock," Sunny Ruo stated earnestly while holding a notebook in Dalu's room. He then spat on his hand for emphasis and began to introduce the first vessel. "The first is a fishing boat, rather old and in poor condition. It should still be operational. The advantage is its low price. The owner is asking for 5 million, but it could be negotiated down to around 8 million. Dalu remained silent, having already dismissed the fishing boat from consideration. His previous experience at the fishing grounds west of the Old Bridge had provided him with a clear understanding of fishing boats' construction. They typically featured a storage tank for catches, which would significantly consume cabin space. Furthermore, older fishing vessels often retained a lingering fishy odor, which Dalu found unacceptable. The second vessel is a sightseeing boat, put up for sale due to mismanagement, as the owner seeks to recoup some funds. However, it is priced quite high at approximately 48 million. It appears relatively new and should not have been in use for long." Noting Dalu's continued silence, Sunny Ruo proceeded to introduce the third vessel. The third is a merchant ship, reportedly an improved pirate vessel acquired by a commercial association from Navy. It has been used for long-distance freight transport, but due to the owner's gambling debts, it is being auctioned off and should be obtainable for around 30 million. Dalu's interest peaked upon hearing the description of the third ship, prompting him to ask Sunny Ruo for more details. "Can you elaborate on this third ship?" "Certainly. This merchant ship was originally a pirate vessel belonging to the Black Fawn pirate crew. It was confiscated 6 months ago by Major Carter and sold to this commercial association. It is a medium-sized ship that has not been in service for long. Moreover, as it was converted from a pirate ship, the interior decoration remains quite new and appealing." Saying, he handed the notebook in his hand to Dalu for inspection. Please arrange a time with the ship owner on your end. We shall visit this merchant vessel tomorrow." After taking a glance, Dalu clapped his hands in agreement. "All right." Upon hearing Dalu's request, Sangni quickly made the necessary arrangements. The following afternoon, Dalu arrived to see the ship. "Not bad. It's even larger than I imagined," he pondered silently, surveying the merchant vessel. There was a reason for Dalu's preference for larger ships. On one hand, a larger vessel would navigate more steadily at sea, providing enhanced safety. On the other hand, Dalu's abilities allowed him to compress a significant amount of cargo. Thus, a larger ship could carry heavier loads and would sit deeper in the water, accommodating more cargo. "Boss, we can go aboard now," Sangni indicated, leading Dalu onto the deck. Dalu, feeling no hesitation, began to explore the ship. The size of this vessel was comparable to Luffy's later ship, the Wanli Sunshine. The deck was spacious, with numerous openings on both sides, enclosed by iron railings, which were presumably used for mounting cannons, now removed. The ship was divided into 3 levels, including the lowest cargo hold and the upper living quarters. It boasted 10 bedrooms, a dining room, and a captain's cabin, all with new decor, indicating that the merchant ship had not been in operation for long. Above the cabin was a terrace, where some apple trees and vegetables were planted, effectively preventing scurvy among the crew during long voyages without fresh produce. In the center of the ship stood a tall mast, complete with a lookout room, while the bow featured a beautiful mermaid statue, likely a remnant from its days as a pirate ship. Very impressive. Dalu nodded in satisfaction after a thorough inspection. The vessel was well maintained, and its origins as a pirate ship fulfilled Dalu's long-distance sailing requirements. Truly pleased, Dalu signaled Sangni to negotiate, ultimately acquiring the ship for 30 million. Although no discount was offered, the seller agreed to refurbish and modify Dalu's ship free of charge. The focus of the renovation was the cargo hold, which was unnecessary for Dalu since he would not be transporting goods. Thus, it would be dismantled and repurposed. Dalu planned to transform the cargo hold into a training room and an alchemical lab. Given his compression ability, a large storage area was not required on board. The remaining space would be utilized for the newly established alchemical lab, where he could store chemical equipment and various reagents to conduct experiments and develop a variety of specialized bullets. Subsequently, Dalu instructed Sangni to oversee the project at the port over the next few days and to assist in moving the purchased items onto the ship. After finalizing all details and signing the contract, Dalu finally owned his first true ship. Chapter 71. The finals 2 days swiftly passed, and Sangni's modifications to the ship were nearly complete. Various supplies and equipment had been loaded aboard, leaving everything ready for departure. After handling all matters, Dalu spent the last 2 days by Lugio's side. Despite not having disclosed his plans to set sail, the perceptive Lugio had sensed something. Neither spoke of it explicitly, yet everything was understood without words. Fortunately, the bustling tavern somewhat alleviated their feelings of impending separation until the day of the finals when the tavern closed for the day. The finals day marked the most significant occasion of the year for Elizabeth Island, evident from the faint scent of fireworks in the air and the colorful streamers adorning the streets. Even the bustling commercial district, known for its daily influx of customers, saw numerous shops close their doors to attend the duel arena. Dalu and Lugio were no exception. After hanging a close for the day sign at the tavern's entrance, they made their way to the duel arena to partake in the festivities unique to Elizabeth. With 2 hours remaining until the competition began, the duel arena was already teeming with spectators, the square filled to capacity with people, vibrant balloons floating in the air obscuring the sky. Fortunately, Dalu had arranged for Sangni to purchase tickets in advance. Otherwise, they might not have even secured standing room at the back. While Dalu and the others queued to enter, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Miss Suzuki. "Mr. Dalu, you're here to watch the match as well." She beamed at him, her joy evident. "Yes," Dalu replied with a smile, finding himself somewhat fond of Miss Suzuki despite her mischievous nature. "Would you like to join us? We still have a few seats left for friends and family," she offered. Dalu was about to politely decline when he saw her cheerful expression, reminiscent of a siren luring him in. "The friends and family seats are quite close to the action, and you won't have to queue," she continued enticingly. "Boss, who do you think will win today?" Sangni inquired from beside Dalu. "I don't know, but perhaps Izumi Riken has a higher chance," Dalu replied casually, showing no regard for Miss Suzuki's feelings. If it came down to pure ability, Izumi Riken was indeed stronger, especially after their encounter that night. Dalu doubted Izumi Riki could win. Yet, He had a nagging suspicion that Izumi Riki might have a hidden talent as well. "Oh, mister. Dallas seems quite confident in little Ricky. I thought you would be more inclined to support our tavern owner," Miss Suzuki remarked, her eyes narrowing playfully like a sly fox. Dalu silently scoffed, thinking to himself, if it weren't for that match with that guy, I might have been deceived by his friendly demeanor. Miss Suzuki then shifted the conversation, stating, however, our tavern owner is quite formidable. The outcome of this match is uncertain. After much discussion, it seemed to confirm Dalu's belief that Izumi Riki indeed concealed his true strength. Moments later, the audience erupted into cheers as the match commenced, and the two main contenders, Izumi Riken and Izumi Riki, appeared at the end of the contestant passage. "I can't believe Izumi Riken made it to the finals," one spectator remarked. "Indeed, I had no idea what he was up to before this." Another responded, "You were the one who constantly mocked him as a soft-shelled sheep." "Exactly. You were the harshest critic." Enough chatter. Let's focus on the match. The audience watched the duel between the two fighters, engaged in animated discussions, particularly about Huqiyuan Liqian, whose performance this year had silenced all critics. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huqiyuan Liqian and Huqiyuan Ji gradually distanced themselves, readying themselves for the long-anticipated confrontation. The spectators did not have to wait long. As the sound of the match bell resonated, the competition officially commenced. "Are you prepared?" Huqiyuan Ji slowly drew his long sword from his waist, holding it steadily before him, calmly inquiring of Huqiyuan Liqian. Huqiyuan Liqian replied softly, simultaneously unsheathing Huqiyuan Mamoru Kanesada, which was tucked at his side. Before the echo of his response faded, Huqiyuan Ji took a step forward, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged towards Huqiyuan Liqian, executing a flowing kasa slash directed at Liqian's right shoulder. Huqiyuan Liqian raised his gaze, instantly catching sight of the glint of the blade. He met the attack with his own sword, blocking the fierce strike with a sharp clang that rang out, signaling their swords' collision. "Not bad. Your fundamentals remain intact," Huqiyuan Ji remarked, twisting his grip on the sword's hilt, the blade glimmering menacingly as he redirected it to thrust toward Huqiyuan Liqian's face. Not to be outdone, Huqiyuan Liqian countered, deflecting the long sword with a swift maneuver, and thus began an unceasing exchange of blows. The two swords clashed repeatedly, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience, all captivated by the speed, strength, and skill displayed. Except for Daluo, who mused silently to himself, recalling the old saying, "Having once seen the vast sea, one cannot be content with mere water, apart from Ba Mountain. There are no clouds." After witnessing Huqiyuan Liqian's state, Daluo felt as though the two combatants were merely engaged in a warm-up routine, overly flamboyant in their movements. He understood that the essence of swordsmanship in this world was pure aesthetic violence. There was no room for such ostentation in true combat. "What you're doing will not bring about a definitive end." As if in response to Daluo's unvoiced critique, Huqiyuan Ji exerted force, sending Huqiyuan Liqian and his sword flying apart. The two retreated to a distance of 5 meters, gazing intently at one another, each seeking a flaw to exploit for a decisive strike. Suddenly, Huqiyuan Ji made the first move, sheathing his long sword at his side as he pressed his shoulder downwards, then unleashing his right hand in a fluid, boneless motion. Huan Jian Liao Luan Xia. With this peculiar motion, Huqiyuan Ji's long sword emitted 3 crescent-shaped waves of sword energy, intertwining and flashing forth along erratic trajectories towards Huqiyuan Liqian. 3 sword energies, 3 directions, 3 unpredictable paths. This elusive strike left onlookers uncertain of how to defend against it. Among the spectators, many were astonished by the dazzling display of techniques and radiant sword energy. However, aside from Huqiyuan Liqian himself, the one who could truly appreciate the power of this strike was Daluo, endowed with exceptional observation skills. Impressive, he admitted, even as he swiftly added, but still insufficient. Although Huqiyuan Ji's swordplay was indeed remarkable, Daluo recalled the 9-character secret sword wielded by Huqiyuan Liqian that night, which contained numerous techniques capable of countering such assaults. And indeed, as expected, Huchuan Liqian positioned his long sword before his chest, the blade pointing skyward. As a surge of sword energy erupted forth from its tip, manifesting a guardian spirit around him. Zhe Zi Mi Bu Dongming Wang. As the three sword energies approached, the immovable guardian clasped its hands, effortlessly absorbing the three fierce strikes. The exhilarating exchange prompted another wave of applause from the audience. For the inhabitants of Razabadi Island, the duel was akin to a splendid performance of song and dance. Hey, what Huchuan Liqian just used was the 9-character secret sword, right? Yes. That reminds me. I believe I saw the old curator use that technique before. Several middle-aged individuals in the audience recognized Huchuan Liqian's maneuver and began to murmur excitedly. With that, it will be challenging for Huchuan Ji, remarked Yueluan, seated in the second row, cradling his grandson. As an esteemed veteran of the island, he was well aware of the 9-character secret sword's prowess. Haha, Huchuan Ji finally has his day, Yueluan thought joyfully. Considering that he had been overshadowed by Huchuan Ji for 6 years, finishing as runner-up for 6 consecutive years, anyone else would have succumbed to despair. Returning to the battlefield, after Huchuan Liqian executed his Zi Mi Bu Dongming Wang, the two resumed their relentless exchange of blows, with countless flying strikes wreaking havoc on the duel ground, leaving deep grooves in the earth. Sensing a stalemate, Huchuan Liqian once again distanced himself from Huchuan Ji, sheathing his blade and positioning his hands on the hilt, preparing to draw. With a swift step, his wooden clogs echoed sharply as he lowered his center of gravity, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. With a resonant hum, a blue-hued strike burst forth like a ribbon, accompanied by a fierce roar towards Huchuan Ji. Do Zi Mi Mingluan. The projectile sliced through the air, seemingly defying the wind as it surged upward, exploding into a swirling storm of blades within the arena. Realizing he could not withstand it head-on, Huchuan Ji retreated, attempting to counter with his own flying strikes to weaken the blade storm. Yet, his attacks were like ants trying to shake a mighty tree, utterly ineffective, and were instead consumed by the tempest, intensifying its ferocity. This is outrageous. Our curator cannot truly be losing to that brat, can he? The students of Wooding Sword Pavilion, seated in the audience, began to fret. The murmurs from the crowd reached Daluo, who, observing the unfolding situation, could not help but exclaim, "The 9-character secret sword is indeed formidable." With that, Daluo glanced with interest at Suzuki, who sat beside Lugio, still wearing a serene smile. He teasingly remarked, "Your curator is about to lose." Suzuki brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, yet continued to gaze intently at the duel between Huchuan Ji and Huchuan Liqian, smiling softly as she replied, "Relying solely on the 9-character secret sword, Shao Qian cannot secure victory. Besides, how do you know that the curator does not also possess the 9-character secret sword? Does Huchuan Ji also wield the 9-character secret sword?" Daluo, upon hearing Suzuki's words, regarded the scene of Huchuan Ji being pursued by the blade storm with skepticism. It did not seem like the behavior of someone who could master such techniques. If Huchuan has truly mastered the Jozi secret sword, he should be capable of effortlessly shattering that sword blade storm, or alternatively, he could employ the defensive technique he previously used with Huchuan Liqian, the Jozi secret Fudo Mayu, to withstand it. How could he possibly be chased around by mere sword energy? Seemingly perceiving Daluo's confusion, Miss Suzuki slowly spoke up. "Mr. Daluo, you must have engaged in combat with Shao Qian, correct? What are your thoughts on his strength?" Huchuan Liqian? Daluo meticulously recalled the battle between the two at the port's garbage dump that night. The remarkable swordsmanship and fierce slashes displayed by Huchuan Liqian had left a profound impression on him. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Daluo, a man of high ambitions, especially after witnessing the battle between Roger and Carp not long ago, had his perspective broadened further. However, after facing Huchuan Liqian, he could not help but marvel at the man's innate combat talent. His physical prowess and reaction speed truly warranted the term genius. What a splendid evaluation. Upon hearing Daluo's praise, Miss Suzuki covered her mouth and laughed, then pointed towards Huchuan Ji in the arena, inquiring, "And what do you think of our director's strength?" This unexpected question left Daluo momentarily stunned, as he had not fought Hikwanji and thus had no basis for comparison. Nevertheless, considering Hikwanji was already in his 40s, an age that typically signifies the peak of one's combat abilities, he could only conclude that Hikwanji's fighting capacity was decent. Yet, in terms of talent, Hikwanji was far inferior to Hikwan Liqian. In front of others, Daluo would not be so blunt, merely smiling faintly without offering a comment. Seemingly understanding the implied meaning behind Daluo's smile, Miss Suzuki paid it no mind and smiled back, remarking, "Indeed, if Xiao Qian is a genius, then our director can only be considered mediocre." This assessment was quite accurate, Daluo mused internally, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, regarding Miss Suzuki with a curious gaze, eager to hear what she would say next. Yet, even if he were mediocre, he was still a formidable mediocrity. Miss Suzuki continued, redirecting her gaze back to the duel arena. At this moment, after expending considerable effort, Hikwanji finally dissipated the sword blade storm. Mediocre, yet fearsome, a juxtaposition of words that left Daluo bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Miss Suzuki pointing at Hikwanji in the arena. Whispering in a hushed tone, "It's coming, don't blink." Hearing Miss Suzuki's words, Daluo redirected his focus to Hikwanji. At this moment, Hikwanji had sheathed his blade at his waist, lowering his center of gravity as if preparing to pounce. Simultaneously, his right hand, which gripped the sword, relaxed gradually. The entire sequence of movements, slow yet remarkably fluid, akin to the graceful motions of a tea ceremony imbued with an ineffable essence. Suddenly, Hikwanji's aura shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly lethal, akin to a tiger poised to pounce in the duel arena's corner. Observing this posture reminded Daluo of the lightning-fast Aiajutsu strike executed by Hikwan Liqian that night. While the movements were similar, Hikwanji's imposing presence was far more formidable than that of Hikwan Liqian at the time. When the aura reached its zenith, Hikwanji made his move, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, like a phantom, Hikwanji reappeared before Hikwan Liqian, swiftly drawing his long sword with his relaxed right hand. The accumulated sword intent surged forth like a torrential flood, soaring skyward as if to tear through the heavens, aimed directly at Hikwan Liqian. It was swift indeed, too swift. The entire process took less than a second. Even though Daluo had mentally prepared himself, employing his observation haki to lock onto Hikwanji as he vanished, he was still taken aback by the displayed speed. It transcended mere swiftness. It was akin to instantaneous teleportation. Hikwanji seemed to leap from one point to another, completing the Aiajutsu motion in an instant. There was no intermediate phase. Even with observation haki, Daluo could barely discern a few fleeting afterimages. The audience and Hikwan Liqian were completely caught off guard, as if they did not comprehend what had transpired. After receiving a slash, Hikwan Liqian suddenly halted, his face a mask of astonishment as he touched the fresh wound that had abruptly appeared on his right shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his pristine garment crimson. "Oh, what just happened?" Once the spectators grasped the situation, they finally reacted, erupting into thunderous cheers, while some latecomers remained utterly bewildered. Those seated in the front rows, seasoned competitors from previous tournaments, gasped in unison, "The Josie secret sword? Hikwanji can actually wield the Josie secret sword. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The most incredulous of all was old Master Yuluan, who had been overshadowed by Hikwanji for a lifetime. He erupted into a furious roar, springing to his feet, startling his grandson into a fit of tears. He could not fathom that the individual who had thwarted him 6 times in the finals still possessed such a devastating technique unutilized until now. Did this imply that Hikwanji could dispose of him without even exerting himself? No way. It truly is the Josie secret sword. Wasn't it said that the old director only passed the Josie secret sword to Hikwan Liqian? What do you think? Impressive, right? Listening to the discussions from the arena, Miss Suzuki tilted her head at Daluo, a hint of pride curling her lips as she asked, "Impressive?" No, it could only be described as. Daluo gazed at the beaming Miss Suzuki in disbelief, and with a mischievous intent, he decided to tease her. As anticipated, upon hearing the first half of his statement, Miss Suzuki's beautiful brows furrowed, assuming Daluo was either a fool incapable of discerning depth or merely pretentious like some of her suitors in the dojo. After witnessing the desired reaction, Daluo leisurely continued, "It is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing Daluo's words, Miss Suzuki's eyes finally narrowed with delight, exclaiming, "Yes, the director is indeed remarkable." Oh no, with Iquanji being this strong, Iquan Liqian might lose. Sunny, seated at Daluo's right, anxiously remarked, observing the dominating performance of Iquanji in the arena. When it would be quite normal, Daluo shrugged non-committally. The outcome between the two was uncertain. It could go either way. After speaking, Daluo glanced at Sunny. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clutched the armrests of his chair tightly. "You didn't place a bet on Iquan Liqian to win, did you?" Daluo squinted, seemingly attempting to see through him. I did place a small bet." Sunny averted his gaze, murmuring, "A small bet? Just how much is that?" Daluo pressed further. 8 million berries. As Sangno's voice dwindled, by the time he uttered the last word, it was scarcely audible, tinged with an undertone of sorrow. For he caught a glimpse of Iquan Liqian being struck once more, and he sensed that defeat was inevitable. 800,000 belly. "Are you going all in?" Daluo exclaimed, somewhat admiring Sangniruo's audacity. Just days prior, Daluo had entrusted Sangniruo with 500,000 belly, followed by an additional 300,000 as a reward for assisting him in purchasing a ship, totaling 800,000. Little did he expect that the moment Sangniruo received the funds, he would dare to stake it all on the finals. Surely, Sangniruo was not inspired by Daluo's previous all-in strategy that had yielded great fortune. Yet, knowing one's own capabilities is paramount. Daluo possessed the exceptional skill of Shurian, enabling him to discern the strengths of both competitors. What do you rely upon? Do you genuinely believe that going all in is a display of wisdom? Boss, what should we do? Liqian is on the verge of losing. Sangniruo turned to Daluo, clutching his right hand with both of his, shaking it while crying out. Having envisioned himself impoverished and returning to his previous life as a mere proxy agent before meeting Daluo. "Calm down, it's not over yet." Daluo, slightly irked by Sangniruo's frantic demeanor, replied impatiently, "Not over. Our director could force Iquan Liqian into a corner with just one move, while Liqian has no countermeasures." An apprentice from the Wuding Jianguan, sitting behind Sangniruo, smugly remarked, "Who would have thought our director has mastered the 9-character secret sword, and with such prowess? I wonder when I'll get to learn it." Another student sighed in admiration. "I told you, the director is the biological son of the old director. How could the 9-character secret sword be passed to an outsider without being bestowed upon him? But why does the director only use one move? Who knows? Perhaps he enjoys toying with Iquan Liqian. Otherwise, a swift conclusion would not serve to avenge past grievances." Dalmu, seated near the aisle, remarked triumphantly as he observed the beleaguered Iquan Liqian in the arena. Such words detonated in Sangniruo's ears like oil sizzling in a hot pan, rendering his face crimson, and he fidgeted restlessly in his chair like an ant on a hot skillet. "Do not fret, there is still a chance. Iquan Liqian can only employ this one move. He cannot execute the other techniques of the 9-character secret sword." Daluo attempted to console Sangniruo. "Nonsense. Do not disparage our director." Dalmu, who harbored some grievances against Daluo, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Daluo's remarks. Yet, Miss Sumu, upon hearing Daluo's words, looked at him in surprise and asked, "How does Mr. Daluo know that the director has only mastered this single move of the 9-character secret sword? Isn't that what you told me?" Daluo replied with a smile. "Me?" Suemu pointed to herself, puzzled. "A talentless fool indeed." Daluo began to explain slowly. If Iquan Liqian could truly master all the techniques of the 9-character secret sword to such a degree, he could not possibly be an incompetent. Moreover, the sacrifices the director made to hone this Kiryuzen technique to perfection were substantial, and forsaking other techniques was inevitable. 10 years. Miss Suemu provided the answer, continuing, "Director Iquan has devoted 10 years to mastering this sword technique. He sacrificed his life, family, and even abandoned his family's other techniques, practicing thousands of sword strikes daily. For this one strike, he nearly forsook everything. Miss Samu spoke softly, yet her tone was anything but tranquil. No one understood better than she the extent of the sacrifices that man had made for this endeavor. Sang Neruo, Lugio, and the various members of Wuding Jianguan were left speechless in astonishment. 10 years to forge a sword. Daluo was the first to recover, gazing at Huchuan Liqian in the arena, genuinely expressing admiration. Truly an extraordinary man. Daluo had to concede that he had underestimated Huchuan Liqian. It's over, even you, boss. Say that. Hearing Daluo's praise, Sangruo's expression fell instantly. Chapter 73. Victory and Defeat. 10 years to forge a sword. This granted Huchuan Liqian the qualification to contend with those prodigies. After employing this strike, Huchuan Liqian indeed gained a significant advantage. Even Huchuan Liqian struggled against this transcendent drawing cut. Yet, therein lay the crux. After all, this was the world of One Piece, a realm teeming with monstrous geniuses. If an ordinary individual could bridge the gap through sheer effort, the world would not be so grotesque. Those pirates committing heinous acts and the celestial dragons reigning over the common people had long since been toppled. This is not to say that the sweat of the ordinary is in vain. It simply falls short in the face of true monstrosities. Such is the brutal reality of the pirate world. Look at Big Mom, who could single-handedly annihilate an entire giant village in her childhood and throughout her growth. Indulged in debauchery, gluttony, and power plays, yet still emerged as one of the ocean's mightiest forces. The disparity is such that Daluo could not help but mutter. It's utterly unfair. This unfairness also permeated the contest between Huchuan Liqian and Huchuan Liqian. Despite Huchuan Liqian's overwhelming advantage, he struggled to secure victory. Huchuan Liqian utilized rapid positional shifts, causing Huchuan Liqian's draw to miss its mark each time. Although he consistently landed hits, they failed to strike vital points. Nevertheless, with the long sword in hand, Huchuan Liqian bore numerous wounds, his once pristine white kimono now stained crimson with blood, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Observing the beleaguered Huchuan Liqian in the arena, the audience was moved, rallying to cheer him on, forgetting that the resolute youth they had once derided was now a formidable contender. Meanwhile, as a 6-time champion and a favorite to win, Huchuan Liqian also garnered a multitude of supporters. Those who had wagered their lives and fortunes on him were equally unwilling to yield, vociferously cheering for Huchuan Liqian. The cacophony of encouragement converged in the duel arena, elevating the atmosphere of the match to its zenith. In that moment, victory and defeat seemed less consequential. Within the arena, after executing a series of over a dozen Linzi Mibupi, Huchuan Liqian's stamina waned. He understood the necessity for a swift resolution. Thus, he transformed once more into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of both Huchuan Liqian and the audience. Almost simultaneously with his disappearance, Huchuan Liqian found himself before Huchuan Liqian, the blade in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp arc. In a mere tenth of a second, that wielded blade would descend upon Huchuan Liqian, and within that fleeting moment, the audience felt as if time had stopped, rendered utterly unresponsive. Fortunately, Daluo, relying on his rare observation haki, captured that instant, perceiving the concealed movements of Huchuan Liqian. The process of motion, the act of striking. Clang! In this nearly motionless moment, Dalu heard a crisp sound, the source of which was Huchuan Liqian, or rather the blade that shielded him. There was no time for Dalu to ponder. Their clash had already concluded, and the flow of time seemed to revert to its normal cadence as the audience's cheers erupted around him. Yet, more than the thunderous applause, Dalu was preoccupied with that sharp sound, unmistakably a result of metal colliding. This indicated that he had successfully blocked it. Huchuan Liqian had indeed managed to defend himself. The astonished gasps of the onlookers spoke volumes. Although they did not fully comprehend the events that had transpired, their bewildered expressions revealed the extraordinary nature of the moment. To them, such a formidable strike should have been insurmountable. Was it mere chance, or had he truly reacted in time? Miss Suzuki murmured to herself, her right hand instinctively gripping the armrest beside her. This was a shared question among all present. Yet only two individuals could provide an answer: Huchuan Liqian on the field and Dalu, who possessed the power of Kinbunchaku. It was no coincidence, Dalu asserted resolutely. In that fleeting instant, he had perceived Huchuan Liqian's movement through his heightened senses. The slight elevation of the long blade was this subtle action that allowed his sword to perfectly intercept Huchuan G's lethal strike. Thus, he was acutely aware that it was not mere happenstance, but rather a matter of adaptation. Throughout the battle, Huchuan Liqian had been continually adjusting to that extraordinary draw. And at this point, he had managed to barely keep pace with that absurd speed, not relying on reaction, but purely on instinct. How terrifying, Dalu mused, observing Huchuan Liqian's quaking right hand. How could such a talent remain obscure, entirely unmentioned in the original One Piece manga? Was this remarkable gift destined to languish on this small island for the rest of his life? What a profound pity, Dalu sighed inwardly. In his view, with Huchuan Liqian's frightening talent, given a few years to roam the seas, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence as a formidable force. Meanwhile, significant changes were occurring on the battlefield. After his initial strike was blocked, Huchuan Ji refrained from employing his draw again. Having spent years with Huchuan Liqian, he understood better than anyone the extent of his abilities. Hence, Huchuan Ji's frustration was palpable, unwilling to accept his own mediocrity. A mediocrity so profound that his father had entrusted the family dojo to an outsider before his death, condemning the extraordinarily gifted Huchuan Liqian to remain on this island, stifling his incredible potential. On the field, Huchuan Ji stomped heavily with his right foot, propelling himself towards Huchuan Liqian with a fierce momentum, engaging him in a relentless series of exchanges. He knew very well that if he continued to carelessly employ Lin Zimi Bu Bai, Huchuan Liqian might completely adapt to that speed, rendering him passive. Therefore, his next strike had to be decisive, and before that, he must force his opponent to reveal a flaw. The two long swords swung, creating fleeting afterimages, accompanied by the sharp clash of metal. Huchuan Ji was more vigorous than Huchuan Liqian, yet due to his injuries, their duel was fiercely contested. Huchuan Ji's strategy bore fruit. During one attack, their blades collided with tremendous force, transmitting a jolt to Huchuan Liqian's injured right arm, momentarily hindering his movements. Seizing this opportunity, the seasoned Huchuan Ji drew his sword, unleashing a strike like a thunderbolt. Bu Bai! Huchuan Ji suddenly vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Huchuan Liqian in the next instant. I have won, Liqian, Huchuan Ji said slowly, then swept his sword downward, flicking away a droplet of blood before sheathing it. At that moment, Huchuan Liqian faltered. A wound blossomed from his right shoulder down to his abdomen, staining his pristine white attire. Struck heavily, Huchuan Liqian collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his sword, barely managing to stay upright. He is lost. Sunny in the audience let out a wail, his anguished tone as if he himself had taken that blow. Other spectators began to leave, as if this monumental duel had already reached its conclusion. No, it is not over yet, Dalu observed as Huchuan Liqian slowly rose, leaning on his sword. In Dalu's perception, Huchuan Liqian now resembled a fearsome beast, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. Surely not. At this moment, Miss Suzuki covered her mouth in shock, her face reflecting horror as she beheld Huchuan Liqian, who appeared as a harbinger of destruction. She vividly recalled how fierce he could become in his second persona, the harrowing memories still fresh in her mind. Do not worry, he is not so easily subdued, Dalu said, locking onto Huchuan Liqian with his Kinbunchaku, only to find that his opponent's weaknesses had diminished even further. This indicated that Huchuan Liqian retained his rationality. After hearing Dalu's words, Miss Suzuki steadied herself, yet her expression remained one of concern as she turned her gaze back to Huchuan Ji. Indeed, Huchuan Ji faced Huchuan Liqian, his demeanor cold and inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Huchuan Liqian did not respond, but took a heavy step forward, transforming into a gust of white wind that vanished from the arena. Waluha! In an instant, Huchuan Liqian reappeared before Huchuan Ji, followed by a flash of cold light aimed directly at Huchuan Ji's throat. His speed rivaled that of Huchuan Ji's decade-long practice of the draw. After witnessing this, Miss Suzuki suddenly stood from her seat. Fortunately, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The glimmering sword halted just a hair's breadth from Huchuan Ji's neck, mere centimeters away from severing his throat. "Brother, you have grown strong," Huchuan Liqian remarked softly, his gentle tone seemingly dissipating the surrounding tension. His once bloodshot eyes returning to their usual squint. Upon hearing Huchuan Liqian's words, Huchuan Ji paused, his expression complex as he managed to utter two words. "Is that so? Then that is good." With that, Huchuan Ji appeared to find solace, his aura dissipating as he sheathed his sword and gestured to the referee. "I concede." All right." The referee, much like the audience, failed to grasp what had transpired, responding reflexively to Huchuan Ji's words. "I declare that contestant Huchuan Ji has forfeited. The victor is Huchuan Liqian." Chapter 74. Truth spoken under the influence. When the referee declared Huchuan Liqian the victor, the entire dueling arena erupted in exuberant celebration. With a single match, Huchuan Liqian had won over all of Lazabat, and the humiliating title of Soft-Horned Sheep would never again be mentioned. It was truly splendid. Beside him, Suzuki was already in tears of joy. Yet, the most delighted of all was Sunny, who, hoarse from shouting, had bet his entire fortune and emerged with a staggering 10 million. Prior to the match, few had believed Huchuan Liqian could triumph over Huchuan Ji, the reigning six-time champion, which had led to the odds being heavily stacked against him. "What's this? Your director lost, and you're so happy?" Without heeding Sunny's continued shouting, Daro teased Suzuki, who simply rolled her eyes before leaping from her seat into the aisle and racing towards the finals arena. Suzuki-senpai, Daomu, standing beside Huchuan Ji, assumed she was coming to assist him and quickly called out to her. However, Suzuki paid him no mind and bounded directly to Huchuan Liqian, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Congratulations on winning the championship, little Qian." "Thank you, Suzuki-senpai." Huchuan Liqian, though somewhat flustered, managed a smile in response. "Little Qian." Suzuki gestured toward the Huchuan Shou Jianding in his hand, seemingly wanting to say more, but hesitating. "Yeah, it's all fine now." Huchuan Liqian understood what Suzuki was hinting at and was aware of the psychological scar his other persona had left on her. "Oh, that's not what I meant to ask. I simply wanted to know if you'd like to join the banquet at Wooding Jianguan tonight." Suzuki waved her hand dismissively, speaking somewhat shyly. Yet, her expression revealed her joy upon hearing that Huchuan Liqian had resolved the issue with his other personality. Cough, cough. Behind Suzuki, Huchuan Ji, who had been rendered immobile, yet unwilling to reveal his identity, coughed awkwardly. "Director." Suzuki turned around, casting a pleading glance at Huchuan Ji. Huchuan Ji did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood still for a moment, glancing at Huchuan Liqian before addressing Suzuki. "Let us return to Jianding Sword Hall for the banquet tonight. It's been a long time since I last went back." With that, Huchuan Ji, supported by Daomu and others, made his way toward the players' tunnel, preparing to leave. However, after a few steps, he paused, turning back to instruct Huchuan Liqian and Suzuki, "Make sure to tidy up the sword hall. We wouldn't want Daomu and the others to see a mess." "Hee-ha!" Suzuki, covering her mouth, found it hard to suppress her laughter. What a pair of awkward fellows. That evening, Lazabat was engulfed in unrestrained revelry. Lanterns, fireworks, fine wines, and delectable dishes adorned every table, symbolizing the joy of celebration. Within the tavern, the stock of liquor had long been exhausted, as the affluent Huchuan Ji had purchased it all. Daro relished the leisure of the moment, enjoying the absence of bartending duties while still earning money. Yet Ryukit could not bear to see the patrons deprived of drink and summoned forth a bounty of beverages using his fruit ability. Daro was generous, waiving the cost for all the tavern's guests. As long as there was room to sit, they were free to drink to their heart's content. Free drinks. Consequently, the tavern quickly filled to capacity, with not even a foot of space left unoccupied. Some patrons, inebriated to the point of oblivion, were each indulging in their own nonsensical ramblings, yet every face radiated warmth and joy. "This atmosphere is wonderful," murmured Lujin, who was washing glasses at the bar, observing the crowd with a contented sigh. "Indeed," Daro echoed, taking the glass Lujin handed him and wiping it dry with a towel before placing it back on the shelf. "If not for the turbulence of this destined era, who would willingly risk their life at sea? Yet, if one succumbed to comfort, the tides of the times would surely cast them aside." This sentiment was particularly poignant for Daro. Lujin understood as well. Daro's resolve to venture out to sea was now a foregone conclusion. Though reluctant, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Recognizing that nothing could hinder a man from pursuing his dreams upon the ocean waves. Fortunately, the raucous noise from the Jianding Sword Hall next door shattered their silence. Typically closed, the hall was now lively, adorned with lanterns on either side of the entrance, and filled with apprentices of wooding Jianguan in the courtyard. There, a drunken Daomu began to ramble. "Let me tell you, Shu, I used to look down on you, thinking you were a disgrace to the Jianding school. But I never imagined you were so capable. Today, I concede. I apologize for my previous offenses." With that, he promptly collapsed. Some apprentices, known for causing trouble in the tavern, even attempted to dance publicly to apologize to Huchuan Lixian. "What a disgrace. Jekvanies composure faltered." And he instructed a few of the more sober apprentices, "You lot, take them back." Huchuan Ji still held considerable authority. At his command, the apprentices scattered like birds. Before long, the courtyard was left with only Huchuan Ji, Huchuan Lixian, and Suzuki. "Little Qian, what are your plans for the future?" Huchuan Ji rose from his seat, poured himself a glass from Daomu's unfinished drink, and took a sip. "Why the sudden inquiry?" Suzuki shot a wary glance at Huchuan Ji, concerned that the two might resume their bickering. Huchuan Lixian, however, was unperturbed, filling his teacup and cradling it in his hands, exhaling warmth as he replied. "I hadn't really thought about it. Initially, I intended to honor my master's wishes and protect the Jianding Sword Hall. But it seems my senior brother can manage that quite well. Indeed, this stuff is potent." Huchuan Ji took a sip of the liquor he hadn't tasted in over a decade and sighed, then continued, "Little Qian, do you still remember the dream we once shared? Of course, to become a legendary swordsman celebrated by all, and to let the Jianding swordsmanship be renowned throughout the world." Huchuan Lixian nodded, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "You still remember." Huchuan Ji slammed his cup down on the table, but his tone suddenly grew somber. "Father said at the end of his life that entrusting the Sword Hall to you was to alleviate your guilt. But if you remain bound to the Sword Hall and squander your talents, that would be a great pity. So, if you wish to venture out to sea, then go." Now it all made sense. Huchuan Lixian nodded in realization. Although he had never doubted his senior brother, he had found some of his actions over the years puzzling. Indeed, as a son, what could be more tragic than having your father entrust the Sword Hall to your junior before passing? Huchuan Ji took another sip of the liquor he hadn't tasted in over a decade. "I thought you hated me," Huchuan Lixian whispered. "Hate, perhaps initially, but more so, it was regret for my own shortcomings. If I had been a bit more resolute back then, and could have taken charge of the Jianguan, perhaps my father would not have perished," sighed Huchuan Ji, aged over 40. This night in Lazabat belonged to those who would not return sober, yet exceptions always exist. On the west side of the island, several individuals clad in white were wandering the streets. They were Bode and his companions, armed with the weighted blocks left by Daoyuo. They had inquired at every blacksmith shop and hardware store in the vicinity, even resorting to interrogating the owners in the dead of night, yet yielded no useful information. "What should we do? There are no clues at all." Chili was immensely agitated, her already unpleasing makeup transforming into a ghastly visage. "Let's inquire at the dueling ground tomorrow. Perhaps there will be some news there," Bode lamented, recalling that the previous admiral was stationed there. How could he possibly be absent? Chili rolled her eyes, impatiently regarding Bode. This fellow had spoken so confidently a few days prior, and yet here they were, having searched the island tirelessly for 2 days. And what did they find? Not a single lead. Regardless, let us check it out tomorrow. If nothing else, we may have to return and report, Bode stated, finalizing the decision, prompting no further words from Chili and Bode. Chapter 75. Crisis the day following the finals. Those with hangovers rarely rise early, thus time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon. The tavern was in disarray, having remained open until the late hours of the night, and the exhausted trio of Daluo barely had time to tidy up. The bar was filled with unwashed glasses, while tables and chairs lay haphazardly strewn about. What a mess! Daluo, just awake, surveyed the chaotic establishment with a wry smile, yet nonetheless picked up a broom to begin cleaning. Across the street at the Jianguan, Huchuan Liqian and Suzuki were also clearing away the remnants of last night's banquet. Xiao Qian, you are injured. Allow me to handle this, Suzuki said, attempting to snatch the broom from Huchuan Liqian's grasp. However, as a master swordsman, Huchuan Liqian would not permit such an easy disarm. With a deft motion of his right hand, the broom seemed to cling to him, spinning twice in his grip. Before anyone knew it, he had subdued Miss Suzuki, the broom handle positioned at her neck. I apologize, Suzuki-san, it was a reflex. Huchuan Liqian awkwardly scratched his head and quickly removed the broom from her neck. Enough. Suzuki was about to retaliate, but, considering Huchuan Liqian's injury, she refrained, snatching the broom for herself and retreated to the courtyard to manage the cleaning. Impressive, Daluo remarked, offering Huchuan Liqian a thumbs up in respect. My apologies, sir, Huchuan Liqian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed in the face of Daluo's teasing. I understand. That is the way of the sword. As the old saying goes, a woman only hinders your draw speed. Daluo stated earnestly. Impeding draw speed? Huchuan Liqian, upon hearing this, believed it, his face full of alarm. This is quite serious. Indeed, Daluo nodded gravely. Hearing their nonsensical exchange, Suzuki emerged from the courtyard, hands on her hips, striding towards Huchuan Liqian and pinching his ear. Don't listen to this nonsense. With that, she shot Daluo a warning glare that conveyed, don't lead him astray, while dragging Huchuan Liqian back into the courtyard. Haha, this fellow! Daluo chuckled, recalling Huchuan Liqian's fearful expression, shaking his head with amusement. Quite humorous. In the midst of their banter, Liqian awakened, descending from the loft while yawning, evidently exhausted from the exertions of the previous night. Up so early? Daluo greeted Liqian. Yes, I couldn't sleep. Might as well rise early to work, Liqian replied, approaching the bar and taking a cloth to clean. Seeing Liqian's industriousness, Daluo felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, this fellow had been diligently assisting in the tavern for several days, repaying the debt of gratitude for saving his life. I can see you enjoy this work, Daluo remarked, leaning his elbow on the bar's edge and observing Liqian. Indeed, Liqian sighed, turning on the faucet to rinse glasses, watching the bubbles swirl down into the basin. Who would enjoy living a life filled with trepidation and turmoil? Care to share? Daluo shrugged, gesturing toward Liqian's lower back, where the Tianlong T mark resided. So, Daluo had known all along. Liqian smiled wryly, retrieving 2 cleaned glasses, simultaneously activating his ability to fill them with liquor. Drinking right after waking up is not ideal. Daluo raised an eyebrow at the glasses Liqian handed over. How can one tell a story without wine? Liqian ignored Daluo, pulling up a high stool to sit, taking a sip before recounting his experiences in detail. With the glasses emptied and the tale told, Daluo gained a clearer understanding of the troubles faced by this man pursued by CP0. What are your plans moving forward? Daluo inquired after hearing the story. In truth, Liqian did not require clarification. He understood Daluo would not permit him to linger in the tavern indefinitely. It was far too perilous, especially for Lugio. Keeping Liqian nearby was akin to harboring a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. I'm not sure. Why ponder so much? Perhaps in a few days. I'll be captured by CP or the Navy and killed in the streets, Liqian shrugged. I plan to set sail in a few days. Would you care to join me? As my companion, Daluo declared solemnly, placing his glass on the bar. Set sail? Liqian looked puzzled, even repeating the key term from Daluo's invitation. To be precise, a pirate. What say you, will you come? Daluo clarified, extending a formal invitation to Liqian. Liqian exclaimed in surprise. He could not help but be astonished. To him, Daluo, who lived a stable and prosperous life, had no reason to become a pirate. but I have provoked the Tianlongren. Lykeet's face reddened as he struggled to articulate his concerns. In his eyes, Daluo, who had defeated Own, was indeed a reliable companion, having sheltered him in his direst hour. Yet precisely for that reason, he did not wish to drag Daluo into danger. Come now, they are merely Tianlongren, Daluo waved dismissively, appearing completely unconcerned. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education, he held no reverence for those who claimed to be descendants of the creators. Moreover, what a striking Tianlongren! He could not believe that Luffy could protect Robin, who could unravel a century's worth of blank history. Yet he could not safeguard Lykeet, who had assaulted a Tianlongren. However, Lykeet believed the Tianlongren could command him, thinking Daluo lacked understanding of the Tianlongren, and thus began to explain. The Navy Admiral, you see. Dalu directly interrupted Lykeet, then gestured with his hand to reassure him. Currently, the Luo-Kisi pirate alliance was flourishing, and it was improbable for the Navy to dispatch an admiral for action, at least not in the coming years. In a few years, we will have already entered the New World, and by then, the Navy will be even more out of reach, so rest assured. There are many others in this world who can create greater chaos than you. Dalu analyzed the situation with clarity. The present Navy is not the same as the future one, which will consist of the 3 admirals, Red, Yellow, and Blue. The only admiral-level combatants left, apart from Zifa, are Carp and Sengoku, who is generally regarded as the future admiral. Zifa currently adheres to a no-kill policy regarding admirals, and Sengoku typically does not stray far from Marineford. Could the Celestial Dragons truly command the unpredictable Carp? Thus, Dala declared, from now on, you shall refer to me as Captain. Upon hearing Dala's response, Lykeet excitedly stood up from his chair. It was settled. Dalu slapped the table, affirming his first crew member, and patted Lykeet's shoulder, reinforcing the title. After their discussion, Dalu and Lykeet tidied up the tavern, leaving only minor tasks. Just then, Lugio woke up, and Dalu assigned the remaining work to the 2 of them. He intended to head towards the docks to reassess the supplies, planning to set sail directly after everything was arranged in a day or 2. Meanwhile, the CP0 trio arrived at this center area, which they had long neglected, currently searching for clues with the heavy weights left by Dalu. They first approached the nearby blacksmith and hardware stores. Eventually, they entered the blacksmith shop where Dalu had forged the weights. What can I do for you? The blacksmith, having little business since the competition concluded, greeted the newcomers warmly. Bode and his companions remained silent, their eyes scanning the shop. Quilly was the first to speak, pointing to the weight in Bode's hand and asking, "Have you seen this before, sir?" The blacksmith, following Quilly's finger, thought to himself, "Isn't this the iron lump I forged for that lad a few days ago?" Fortunately, the blacksmith was astute. Noticing the odd attire and suspicious behavior of the group, he decided to evade their inquiry. "No, that can't be," Bode insisted, having immediately discerned something from the blacksmith's expression. Before the words had left his mouth, Bode lunged forward, subduing the blacksmith and pinning him forcefully to the ground. "Tell me where you saw this," Bode demanded fiercely, and fearing the blacksmith might not comply, he ruthlessly broke the blacksmith's right hand, which had long wielded the hammer. The blacksmith cried out in agony. "A young man asked me to make this. It has nothing to do with me." At the tavern. That lad is at the tavern. At Porter Tavern. Chapter 76. CP0 strikes by evening. The tavern had been tidied up, and Lugio had prepared a sumptuous dinner, setting the table for Dalu's return. Fish head soup, roasted lamb legs, and mushroom pie filled the table. Anticipating Dalu's departure, Lugio had made an elaborate dinner. "The soup is ready," Lugio announced, bringing the pot of fish soup to the table. She set out the bowls and chopsticks, but noticed Lykeet staring blankly. "Lykeet, what is wrong? You seem lost in thought." "It's nothing," Lykeet replied, taking the bowls from Lugio with a distracted expression, revealing his inner turmoil. Indeed, ever since escaping from the Holy Land, he had lived a life of evasion and displacement, believing he would forever remain in the shadow of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Yet now, there seemed to be a turning point. The word partner had appeared in his life for the first time. Previously, those he encountered were either greedily obsessed with his bounty or intimidated by the Celestial Dragon's might. Are you planning to leave too? With Dalo? Lujo asked, her hands resting on the table. Even if Lykeet remained silent, the perceptive Lujo understood her brother well. Dalo had trained daily, yet these past few days he had spent with her. The implications were clear. The atmosphere grew tense as they both fell silent, gazing out the door, waiting for Dalo's return. Suddenly, sounds echoed at the tavern's entrance. It must be Dalu returning. Let me check, Lujo said, standing up and removing her apron as she went to greet him. Instead, she encountered the CP0 trio and, assuming they were there for drinks, apologetically remarked, I'm sorry, but the tavern is closed today. Please come back another day. Bode and his companions, however, were not so easily deterred. Without uttering a word, they charged into the tavern. Lujo attempted to block them, but Quilly pushed her to the ground with overwhelming force. The impact knocked her down in an instant. Hearing the commotion, Lykeet rushed out, only to run into Bode and the others. Realizing the danger, he hurried towards the entrance. Lykeet, so you're still on the island? Bode exclaimed, surprised and delighted, as he was both astonished that Lykeet had not been taken by the Roger pirates and pleased that his mission had finally borne fruit. Boulder wouldn't allow Lykeet to escape so easily. He leaped forward, attempting to intercept him. However, Lykeet reacted swiftly, transforming into a puddle of wine to evade the attack. Having narrowly avoided a critical blow, Lykeet activated his abilities, becoming a wine arrow that soared through the air, quickly vanishing from sight. After him, Bode commanded, and he and Boulder simultaneously activated their techniques to pursue, while Quilly transformed into her half-beast form, sprouting wings and taking flight. With her flying abilities, Quilly was the first to catch up to Lykeet, engaging in midair. However, being the weakest, she lacked mastery over Haki and was struck hard by Lykeet's dry red spear. Lykeet, despite being injured, pressed on, morphing back into liquid and ascending into the sky. Quilly, are you all right? Boulder, trailing behind, rushed to her side. Concern etched on his face. You scoundrel! How dare you injure my beautiful wings? Quilly shouted in fury, surveying her disheveled state after rolling on the ground. No time to waste. Keep up. Bode coldly ordered Boulder and Quilly, his focus solely on the mission, entirely disregarding his companions. Follow me this way. Seeing Bode's anger, Boulder ceased his concern for Quilly and transformed into a bulldog, striving to catch the lingering scent of red wine in the air. The trio relentlessly pursued, while Lykeet found himself cornered, standing at the dock, gazing at the vast, boundless sea. Despair engulfed him. Even with the ability conferred by his fruit, a short-distance flight was impossible in his injured state. Damn it, how could it come to this? He lamented inwardly, knowing he had just encountered comrades worthy of his life. Run, why aren't you running? You've put me in a terrible situation, sneered the approaching Kuei Li, observing Lykeet's despair. Meanwhile, the relentless Boldo and Bode followed closely behind. Faced with their advancing menace, Lykeet unleashed a furious roar, manifesting his power to conjure a multitude of liquors swirling around him. With a fiery blaze igniting, Lykeet opened his arms, manipulating the liquor into a colossal flaming sword, and charged at the three adversaries. Humph, a cornered beast fights back, Bode retorted coldly, transforming into an afterimage as he darted forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lykeet soaring into the air. Simultaneously, Boldo, transforming into a bulldog, leapt into the air, his forelegs, imbued with armed Haki, crashing down upon Lykeet. Coughing up blood from the relentless blows, Lykeet struggled to rise, maximizing his abilities to conjure dozens of fiery spears aimed at the trio. Bode transformed his fists into palms, black metal extending from his fingertips to envelop his arms entirely, then crossed them with a fierce motion, generating a formidable gust of wind that formed a massive net, intercepting and extinguishing the fiery projectiles. Above, Kuei swooped down with alarming speed, her wings flapping vigorously, her razor-sharp claws descending like deadly scissors aimed at Lykeet's head. Sensing his dwindling strength, Lykeet resolved to fight with all he had. He raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of liquor that transformed into countless red ribbons, streaking across the sky like crimson meteors, ensnaring the airborne Kuei. Moreover, the liquor-formed ribbons continued to spread, quickly enveloping the entire dock, trapping even the nearby Boldo. The final chapter, Scarlet Bind, Lykeet's ultimate move. From the resolute glimmer in his eyes, it was evident he was prepared for mutual destruction. Intent on annihilating CP0 once and for all, flames erupted from the tips of the red ribbons, rapidly spreading along their length, threatening to unleash an inferno. Suddenly, a seawater projectile shot from afar, extinguishing the nascent flames. Do you have a penchant for self-destruction? Deluo, who had rushed over from the tavern, emerged, panting and gazing at Lykeet with exasperation. How can you think of taking us all down when cornered? Bozdalul, Lykeet exclaimed in shock as he beheld Deluo emerge from around the corner, accustomed to witnessing betrayal and deception given his bounty of 300 million. Never imagining Deluo would come to his rescue. As if understanding the look in Lykeet's eyes, Deluo explained, "Since I've invited you to be my crew, your troubles are now mine." With that, Deluo stylishly drew another revolver from his waist, immediately employing Shuanpa to flash in front of Lykeet, standing defiantly against Bode and his companions. Also, you should call me Captain. Chapter 77, All Arrive. Captain, are you a pirate? Bode looked at Deluo in surprise upon hearing their exchange. In his experience, pirates were not typically concerned about their comrades. He had encountered many who betrayed their allies to save themselves during missions. Haha, partners? Is this guy a fool? He must have been deceived. He is a provocateur of the celestial dragons, who would willingly become his comrade. Kuei laughed exaggeratedly, as if she had heard a hilarious joke. Madame Baiten, do you find my words amusing? Deluo glared at Kuei, clearly displeased. Regardless, Lykeet was his first invited crew member, and he would not allow others to belittle that. Baiten, you're asking for death. Kuei screeched, unfurling her wings and charging at Deluo. Kuei, don't be reckless. Boldo shouted in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Feast of the Sky, Kuei's impulsive move played right into Deluo's hands. With fingers slightly spread, he concentrated the turbulent air currents in his palm. A tremendous suction pulling Kuei towards him as if a voracious beast had opened its jaws. Realizing something was amiss, Kuei attempted to escape, but Deluo would not allow her to succeed. He transformed his palm into claws and swiped, firmly grasping her. Unable to break free, Kuei activated Iron Block for defense. The next moment, a compressed air blast erupted from Deluo's grasp, the deafening explosion resonating throughout the dock. The immense force striking Kuei and sending her hurtling away, skidding to a stop after dragging along the ground for several dozen meters. Kuei, Boldo, enraged and witnessing the scene, let out a furious roar before launching himself at Deluo. Meanwhile, Bode seized the opportunity, using to close the distance to Deluo, both launching a fierce assault from either side. Fortunately, Deluo was prepared, his deadly gaze fixed on them, and in an instant he activated Shuanpa to evade their onslaught. This guy is formidable. Do not hold back. Let us attack together, Bode commanded Boldo, who had briefly engaged with Deluo. They both activated Life Return, intending to unleash their full power against Deluo. Deluo's expression darkened as he recognized this precarious situation. He feared precisely this, a 2-on-1 scenario. His earlier provocation of Kuei had merely aimed to reduce their numbers, yet their numerical advantage was now glaringly evident. Having caught his breath, Lykeet, still bleeding from his wounds, struggled to rise unsteadily, stubbornly addressing Deluo, "Captain, I can still fight." Deluo glanced back at the battered Lykeet, fully aware that if Lykeet sustained further injuries in this state, his first invited crew member might perish before ever setting sail. With a resigned smile, Deluo pointed at the equally battered Kuei, stating, "You take care of her. I will handle these two." His words seemed casual, yet he understood the weight of the situation. Despite Deluo's significant power increase over the past few days, facing opponents of Boldo and Bode's caliber, who were comparable to Own, would still prove to be quite challenging. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. Daruo glanced at the array of grenades suspended at his waist, inwardly reflecting that several C3 charges granted him considerable reassurance. so long as he seized the opportune moment. Yet Bode, wielding the boar's spine spike devil fruit, granted him no such luxury. Instantly activating his power, he transformed into a hybrid bestial form, part man, part wild boar, then twisted his massive frame with violent torque. Instantly, his bristling quills launched forth like volleys of steel-tipped arrows. Fortunately, Daro's vigilance was acute. With a swift, practiced motion, he hurled a grenade skyward. Its detonation unleashed a torrent of compressed air that coalesced mid-flight, solidifying into two seamless, impenetrable barriers shielding him front and center. See, two dual air walls. Hundreds of razor-sharp quills struck those walls in rapid succession, each one arrested, none penetrating. Meanwhile, Boldo, fully awakened in his bulldog fruit form, charged toward Daro with terrifying momentum. At over 2 meters in length, his canine hybrid physique bulged with corded muscle, radiating sheer, suffocating dominance. In less than 2 seconds, he traversed dozens of meters, materializing directly above Daro, jaws yawning wide, a guttural roar erupting as he lunged to crush his prey. Yet such stealth was futile against Daro's observation hockey. With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, he vanished from sight, leaving Boldo's fangs snapping shut on empty air. Danger! Boldo's acute olfactory senses instantly registered Daro's repositioning behind him. Without hesitation, he activated Rokushiki's Tatsumaki, vanishing in a blur, just as Daro's concealed pistol spat forth a searing, blazing round, detonating against the floor in a conflagration of white-hot flame. Daro exhaled a quiet, rueful sigh, regretting the miss. He yearned desperately to eliminate one opponent, to tilt the battlefield's precarious balance in his favor. He knew full well, should both adversaries strike in unison, even his dead eye, that flawless, omniscient perception capable of tracking every micromotion, could not suffice. These are not ordinary foes. Both wielded armament hockey, mastered life return, and bore the formidable resilience of Zoan-type physiology. Their velocity surpassed mere reflex. It was instinct forged in battle, honed to lethal precision. And as if fate conspired against him, precisely that transpired. After their initial exchange, Bode and Boldo shed all vestiges of arrogance. Now they fought as a seamless, synchronized unit. Bode struck first, fully immersed in his boar form, his entire hide studded with coarse, rigid quills. His tusked jaws gleamed with obsidian-black armament hockey. With a guttural bellow, he lowered his head, then drove both hind hooves into the earth with cataclysmic force, shattering flagstones beneath him. Like a living artillery shell, he surged forward, twin tusks carving twin furrows through the ground. Tusk tank assault. Simultaneously, Boldo, now a canine hybrid, forelimbs retaining razor-clawed paws, launched relentless aerial slashes. Each swing unleashed torrents of razor-edged wind blades. Cascading like an inexhaustible storm, Rokushiki wind-cut bulldog. One pressed from close range, the other harried from distance. 2 relentless axes of assault converging upon Daro, cornering him with merciless efficiency. Daro, relying solely on the prescient clarity of Deadeye, wove through the onslaught, dodging, weaving, retreating, while hurling grenade after grenade in desperate attempts to halt Bode's unstoppable advance. Boom, crack, veha oisha. Flames roared. Seawater sprayed. Gales shrieked. Iron shrapnel whistled. Every detonation a chaotic symphony of destruction. Meanwhile, within the serene confines of the Kinetsu dojo, Izumi Seiki, Suzuki, and Izumi Reiken sat around the low dining table, savoring their evening meal. Then, a thunderous, distant detonation shook the harbor, reverberating through the wooden beams like a war drum. Master, burst in a breathless apprentice, something happening at the docks. The owner of Port Wine Tavern. He locked in combat with several unknown assailants. Oh, how fares the fight? Suzuki asked, curiosity alight in her eyes. Ever since the dojo's master had paid 200 million bellies to dissuade Daro from competing, her fascination with his prowess had only deepened. They're fearsome, the apprentice, Michiki, replied earnestly, then chuckled dryly. That tavern keeper, somehow he fires bullets that burn like fire and cut like wind. Immense power. Yet his opponents are no trifles. One resembles a wild boar, the other a monstrous hound. Even so, he is clearly outmatched, besieged by their dual assault. Michiki's tone carried a subtle, lingering resentment, still smarting from Daro's earlier, humiliating ruse. I'll go. Raken set down his chopsticks and rose calmly. Where? It's perilous. And that insufferable braggart. He is strong enough to handle himself. Suzuki cried, rising in alarm. Indeed, Raken replied, securing his famed katana at his waist. I owe him a debt. I shall see if I may repay it. Gratitude repaid in kind. This was Raken's unwavering creed. It held true for his master, and now for this stranger who had, however unwittingly, altered his path. Master, please persuade Raken not to go. It's too dangerous, Suzuki implored, turning helplessly to Izumi Seiki. Seiki set down his own utensils with quiet gravity, then addressed Raken. A sword drawn in resolve must cleave forward, unwavering, unhesitating. Raken bowed his head, a subtle, solemn nod, acknowledging the deeper meaning embedded in those words, before stepping out the door without pause. Master, what are you doing? Suzuki stared, incredulous. She had begged him to stop Raken, not to bless his departure. After Raken vanished into the dusk, Suzuki's anxiety erupted into a torrent of fretful murmuring, so incessant, so relentless, that Seiki could barely savor his meal. Clack! He slammed his chopsticks onto the table. I am finished. Huh? Were you even listening? Suzuki snapped. Hands on hips, her honorifics abandoned entirely in her flustered exasperation. Seiki did not reprimand her. Instead, he rose, retrieved a bottle of aged sake from the cabinet, and murmured softly, such a pity of vintage I've guarded for years. Then, turning to Suzuki, he instructed with quiet authority, go to the Marine base. Summon Rear Admiral Matt. Tell him, old friend Izumi Seiki invites him for a drink. Vintage Sake. Chapter 78. The Siege Beneath the Molten Gold of Sunset. The docks of Laysbart trembled, not from tremor, but from violence. Stone shattered. Dust rose in choking plumes. The earth itself seemed upturned, as if harrowed by some colossal, ravenous plow. Indeed, it had been plowed. Bode, now fully bore, his obsidian-tusked maw gleaming, charged across the battlefield like a living siege engine. Wherever he surged, furrows split the ground, deep and jagged, unstoppable, implacable. Daro hurled grenade after grenade, yet Bode pressed on, undeterred, unslowed. Even the formidable sea, two-directional incendiary, a blast potent enough to shear steel, struck Bode's armament, hardened. Zoan, fortified hide, and left only superficial scorching. Daro had entered the fray confident, until he watched Bode absorb that blast, unflinching, his hide merely singed. This is trouble. And yet, greater trouble still waited at the periphery. Boldo, ever circling, ever striking, relentless, precise, lethal. The individual known as Lan Jiao has cultivated his abilities to an extraordinary level. With four-clawed forelimbs, each swing unleashes four formidable slashing strikes, each wave of energy imbued with a terrifying cutting force. Should a Luo exhibit even the slightest lapse in concentration, the lethal scythe will surely descend upon him, its area of effect vast, leaving him no choice but to evade using shunbu. One attacks from a distance while the other assaults up close. Their onslaughts come in relentless waves without respite. Cursed be it, that man must be dealt with first. Deluo, with a grim expression, observed the rampaging Boda and, having made up his mind, pressed a specially crafted bullet into the chamber of his firearm, raising the barrel to aim and fire. The bullet streaked through the sky like a meteor, continuously condensing the surrounding air during its flight, spiraling and compressing until it formed a violently spiraling air lance. Zhu Sha Xing Feng Wang Chong Chong. Upon sensing danger, Boda instantaneously used Ti to flicker away, only to materialize precisely where Deluo's CN foresight had predicted. The lance, imbued with immense power, struck true. The spinning tip of the lance advanced like a drill, its force intensifying with each moment. Yet, this was not the end. The tail of the lance, propelled by the compressed air, unleashed a thrust that sent the rotating bow hurtling away, dragging a trail of crimson across the ground for dozens of meters. Ugh, struck solidly in the abdomen. Both the coughed-up blood, feeling as though his insides had been pulverized, the excruciating pain rendering him incapacitated, his eyes rolling back as he lay gasping on the ground. Deluo, too, was not faring well. In his effort to eliminate the frenzied Boda, he was met head-on by Bu-Er-Duo. The 4 glistening black slashes struck him, bursting forth with blood. Moreover, having succeeded in his attack, Bu-Er-Duo seized the opportunity to close in. Using T to teleport right before Deluo, his claws enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, delivering a powerful blow. Deluo felt as if he had been struck by a train at full speed. The impact rendered his chest numb, and the scenery around him blurred as he was propelled backward, crashing through several buildings and transforming the area into ruins, with debris and dust cascading down in a cloud. Kid, the pirate game ends here. Transitioning into his half-beast form, Bu-Er-Duo approached the ruins where Deluo lay. Upon nearing, he executed Helan Jiao, shattering the debris that pinned Deluo, revealing him amidst the rubble and remnants of furniture. Deluo's condition was dire, motionless in the wreckage. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and his long black coat had been reduced to tatters. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the advancing Bu-Er-Duo, his fingers gripping the pin of a grenade at his waist. C3 Lien Yu Rong Lu Deluo was acutely aware of the destructive power of this grenade, crafted using thermite. The reason he had refrained from using it earlier was due to the relentless assault from Boda and Bu-Er-Duo, leaving him no opportunity. Now, in such a weakened state, even if he were to deploy the grenade, he would undoubtedly be caught in the ensuing explosion, suffering as much harm as he inflicted. But at this moment, he could hardly afford to consider that. 2 seconds later, Bu-Er-Duo stood before Deluo, glancing at the distant Lu Kute engaged in battle with Kuei Li, boasting, "That kid is putting up quite a fight, but it ends here. You shall meet your fate in hell." With a sinister grin, Bu-Er-Duo raised his fist, taut like a drawn bow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Deluo's head. Buzz! A sharp, luminous slash spiraled close to the ground, traversing hundreds of meters, directly striking Bu-Er-Duo's right hand. Had Bu-Er-Duo not reacted swiftly, employing Tai Kwai and armament Haki, Deluo believed this single strike could have severed Bu-Er-Duo's hand at the wrist. Who? Startled by the interruption, Bu-Er-Duo turned sharply towards the street corner, simultaneously activating Sheng Ming Gue Huan and the healing abilities of his Zoan fruit to mend his injuries. The gaping wound that had been bleeding profusely instantly scabbing over. Meanwhile, Quan Li Qian emerged slowly from around the corner. In truth, he was not in optimal condition. Having barely recovered from a fierce battle the day before, his wounds still unhealed. Quan Li Qian, Deluo exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the figure clad in white. The boss truly looks disheveled, Quan Li Qian remarked, ignoring Deluo's surprise and instead jesting about his current plight. "You rascal," Deluo retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, intending to express gratitude for the timely assistance. But the words caught in his throat. There's even another accomplice. Bu-Er-Duo's expression turned grave as he cast a wary glance at Quan Li Qian. Filled with trepidation, from the earlier strike, he had discerned that this individual possessed considerable strength. On another front, having withstood Deluo's formidable attack, Bo had also regained his footing, thanks to the healing powers of his Zoan fruit. "I will tear you apart." At this moment, Boda appeared utterly deranged. His skin hardened to an obsidian hue, bristling with needle-like hairs that sprouted wildly, his stature surging to 3 meters, emanating the aura of a fearsome beast. This transformation, reminiscent of a demonic overlord, left Deluo momentarily speechless, the sheer intensity of Boda's presence imposing an overwhelming pressure upon him. A new round of combat commenced. However, this time, Bu-Er-Duo was directly restrained by Quan Li Qian, while Lu Kute gained the upper hand in his exchanges with Kuei Li, solidifying his advantage. "Once I subdue this hard nut, it should be straightforward," Deluo murmured to himself, stretching his shoulders. With a deep breath, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and began to muster his final reserves of strength. Once prepared, Deluo reloaded his firearm, eyeing the monstrous figure of Boda before him. Taunting, is this grotesque form meant to terrify me into submission? Though Deluo's voice was low, the provocative tone resonated in Boda's ears, inciting his fury. Sharp don't get brat. Boda roared, having consumed the zoan fruit of a wild boar, which had already made him sensitive about his appearance. Deluo's simple provocation drove him into a frenzy. His muscles began to writhe, swelling, fingers transforming into sharp, menacing claws, while his jaw extended into the shape of a demonic horn. You shall die, Bot. Boda thundered, morphing into a black whirlwind, charging at Deluo with brutal ferocity. A fist shrouded in armament haki swinging down with tremendous force. Deluo, unyielding, met the challenge head-on, lifting his hind leg and delivering a powerful kick, compressing the abilities of his fruit at the tip of his foot. Dwatibasha, each punch and kick erupted with a tremendous force akin to a comet colliding with the earth, as compressed air continually burst forth, wearing down the haki on Bode's fists. Exhausted from the effort, the overwhelming impact forced both Bode and Daruo to retreat rapidly, leaving deep furrows in the ground beneath them. In this mundane world, how could a man like you exist? Bode exclaimed, shaking his arm, still tingling from the shock of compressed air. He was evidently astonished by Daruo's ability to match him in close combat. After all, with his mastery of haki, zone-type abilities, and the power of life return, he had already secured a place among the strong. What a terrifying talent. If a man like you were to enter the Grand Line, he would surely become a significant threat. In that moment, Bode felt immense relief at having discovered this unrefined gem in the South Sea. However, this is where it ends for you, boy. Embrace your endless despair and perish. Bode roared, determined to extinguish this nascent threat before it could fully develop. Raising his revolver once more, Daruo's gaze burned with intensity as he replied in a weary yet unwavering tone. If you think you can, then come and try. Chapter 79, C3 Tiantong Yujin. The aerial battlefield belonged to Lykeet and Query. One transformed into a swirling mass of flaming liquor vapor, while the other morphed into an owl with spread wings, entangled in a fierce aerial duel. Thanks to an ability reminiscent of the Nuaw fruit, the battle-hardened Lykeet found himself at ease against Query, who had yet to master the haki, as she posed no credible threat, allowing him to seize opportunities with ease. That damn bastard, Query cursed, flapping her charred wings in frustration. In that brief moment of distraction, Lykeet seized the opportunity to launch a dry red lance with all his might, striking true and transforming Query into a blazing fireball that plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Query, on a nearby rooftop, the lovesick Buldu, entangled with Izumi Rikia, let out a mournful wail, stamping his foot heavily on the ground before using Shave to teleport in front of Query, repelling Lykeet's follow-up attack. Yet even so, Query, half-charred and gasping for breath, struggled briefly before succumbing to her fate. Buldu cried out in despair at Query's demise, his anger propelling him skyward with a moonwalk in an attempt to strike down Lykeet. However, before his claws could reach their target, they were intercepted by a crimson-brown flying slash from a distance. In the next instant, a figure clad in white arrived, the blade radiating with brilliance, aimed at Buldu's face from an exceptionally acute angle. Your opponent is me. Izumi Rikia's voice remained as serene as a spring, but the slight widening of his eyes revealed that he had awakened his Shura persona. His cold, beast-like gaze bore down on Buldu, sending chills through him as if he were submerged in icy waters. Run. Sensing the lethal intent, Buldu resolutely abandoned the lifeless Query behind and attempted a shunpa towards Bode. But Izumi Rikia would not allow him to escape. He sheathed his blade, then drew it with lightning speed. Iryu, Rojetsu, a crescent-shaped sword energy, the size of a grinding wheel, began to take form along the blade and grew as it flew, reaching over 10 meters in length by the time it neared Buldu. The whistling sound of the incoming slash sent chills down Buldu's spine, as if the scythe of death were poised at his throat, rendering him stiff with fear. Yet, survival instinct compelled him to muster every ounce of haki for defense before the strike descended. With a sharp sound, the attack landed. The colossal sword energy engulfed Buldu like a tidal wave, unleashing a torrent of cutting force that seemed capable of cleaving even the dust in two, while Buldu, caught at the center, was robbed of life, collapsing into a trench dozens of meters long. With a victorious breath, Izumi Rikiya sheathed his sword, his eyes, once filled with murderous intent, returning to their usual gentle slant. With a flourish, he performed a graceful sword flourish before sheathing his weapon, completing the motion with an elegance befitting a white-clad Shura. Just as he turned to leave, an incongruous voice called out from behind. "Could you lend me a hand?" Likey, dragging his battered form, staggered forward. Supported by Izumi Rikiya, Likey struggled to reach a nearby platform. His expression clouded with concern as he gazed towards the clash between Daruo and Bode. "The captain should be able to handle that guy, right?" Likey murmured, observing the billowing smoke and raging flames rising from the dock. "It should be fine. The boss's strength is quite formidable," Izumi Rikiya reassured him. On the battlefield, the clash between Daruo and Bode intensified, with much of the platform extending from the dock obliterated, leaving the rest riddled with deep craters, teetering on the brink of submersion. Amidst the rolling smoke, the sounds of fists and feet colliding mingled with the thunderous explosions of grenades, creating a symphony that resonated deeply. Suddenly, both combatants launched into a new offensive, with Daruo pulling the trigger on a locked target and emptying his magazine. The powerful compressed air round struck Bode's resilient frame, leaving deep indentations, yet he remained undeterred, surging forward and forcing Daruo into close quarters. Haiti Kwanji, Bode unleashed a flurry of punches, countless fists raining down upon Daruo like a torrential downpour. Daruo could only raise his arms in a desperate defense, but lacking mastery over hockey. He was no match for Bode, whose years of rigorous training and countless battles had forged his hockey into an indomitable force. Ribs, internal organs, muscles, limbs, the onslaught intensified, and the searing pain coursed through Daruo's body, making him feel as though he had been run over by a vehicle 100 times. As his injuries mounted, Daruo's situation grew increasingly precarious. The strength Bode exhibited far surpassed Daruo's previous assumptions of CP0's capabilities based on the comics of his past life. In those stories, even the leader of CP0, Lucci, was dispatched in a single blow by Gear 5th Luffy, leading Daruo to misjudge the organization's strength. He had not anticipated that a single Bode would possess such formidable power. Nevertheless, Daruo had no thoughts of retreating, to become a legendary figure upon the seas. How could he flee before setting sail? He would never back down. Once again, a fierce punch, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, surged towards him. The already blurred figure of Dalu let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength to raise his right leg and fiercely kick against Bode's heavy fist. The tremendous impact rapidly spread outwards, and Dalu's right foot felt as if it had struck an iron plate, causing his leg bone to sustain a degree of fracture. Fortunately, Bode was not unscathed either. He emitted a painful howl, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Dalu, filled with astonishment. For the first time in his years of executing missions, he found himself cornered not in a world teeming with monsters, but in the relatively weaker South Sea. Even the less formidable Boldo and Owen had already perished here. "Kid, you are indeed a formidable opponent, but it's unfortunate you encountered me. Otherwise, had you made it to the open sea, you could have posed a significant threat." Bode clenched his fists, his face contorted in a grimace as he glared at Dalu. "Your two companions have already met their demise. Why not join them in hell?" Despite being at a disadvantage in battle, Dalu was unwilling to succumb verbally. Bode shrugged nonchalantly. "Once I deal with you, I will ensure your companions join you in hell." As he spoke, Dalu glanced down at his belt, which had once been laden with grenades, now reduced to merely a few. He estimated that after one more round of confrontation, he would be entirely out of ammunition. On the other hand, Bode was also in dire straits. Despite continuously healing his injuries with the abilities of his animal-type fruit, his stamina was nearly depleted, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. "This ends now, kid. With the next strike, I will finish you off," Bode sneered, resolved to end the drawn-out battle with a final blow. "Just as I wish." Dalu's resolute voice resonated clearly amidst the bustling dock. Following this, both their auras surged, and at the peak of their momentum, they moved simultaneously. Dalu spread his arms wide, causing the surrounding air to churn violently, forming a towering 5-story whirlwind that spun incessantly before him. With a fierce roar, Dalu clapped his hands together and forcefully pushed, simultaneously tossing all the grenades from his body. Several wooden fragment grenades, in conjunction with incendiary grenades, instantly ignited the cyclone into a fiery tornado, rushing directly towards Bode. A flashy display, Bode scoffed disdainfully. While Dalu's elaborate grenades had caused him some trouble, it was merely that. Thus, he charged forward without evasion, intending to withstand the fiery whirlwind with his physical strength, trading injury for injury to eliminate Dalu. With a monstrous cry, Bode closed the distance to Dalu and stomped heavily on the ground, delivering a powerful punch that created a deep pit in the already fractured earth, poised to strike down upon Dalu. Fortunately, Dalu anticipated Bode's every move, narrowly evading the strike with a Shuanpa, leaving behind a white grenade. C3 Tian Tang Eugene. The white grenade shot skyward like a firework, ascending along the path of the whirlwind until it hovered above Bode's head. Boom! The grenade exploded instantaneously, producing a deafening roar that shook the ground, followed by countless burning white phosphorus fragments scattering like ghostly flames, bombarding downwards under the whirlwind's constraint. Accompanied by a blinding light as bright as day, the concentrated phosphorus flames, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, struck Bode, consuming everything in their wake. After the inferno, the place where Bode stood was devoid of even a corpse, leaving only a scorched earth, with deep, coal-like pits exposing the ground beneath. Dalu, unsteadily swaying, appeared on the verge of collapsing from exertion. "I have won," the scarred blond man murmured, gesturing to his 2 waiting companions nearby. The sun had completely set, and the lights of countless homes illuminated the world, accompanied by a gentle evening breeze as the 3 young men supported one another towards the tavern. At the entrance of the boat tavern, "Sir, consider this a repayment of the debt I owe you," Huchuan Lixian said as he assisted the weary wreck to the ground, before turning to head towards the sword hall. "Hey, Lixian, I plan to set sail tomorrow. Would you like to join us as a companion?" Dalu formally invited Huchuan Lixian, welcoming the prospect of having such a powerful and familiar ally. "Me?" Huchuan Lixian, momentarily taken aback, pointed at himself, clearly astonished that Dalu broached this topic. "Let me think about it. Tomorrow, at this time, our ship will be docked at berth number 7 on the east side of the port," Dalu stated before saying no more, helping Rekt into the boat tavern. Inside the tavern, Lu Jiu sat at a table near the entrance, seemingly waiting for their return. Upon seeing Dalu and Rekt, she promptly stood and assisted Rekt while inquiring, "Are you both all right?" "Yes, everything has been resolved. We are fine," Dalu replied with a slight nod. "That's wonderful," Lu Jiu exclaimed, relief washing over her as if a heavy burden had been lifted. At the sword hall, a similar scene unfolded. Suzuki, waiting in the courtyard, eagerly rushed out to greet Huchuan Lixian upon his return. "Welcome back, Lixian. Are you hurt?" "I got into a scuffle, but nothing serious." Huchuan Lixian scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward under Suzuki's enthusiastic attention, and diverted the conversation. "Where's my senior?" He's drinking sake in the tatami room." "You should be quite intoxicated by now," Suzuki pouted, clearly disapproving of Huchuan Jiji's drinking at such a time. Before she could finish, the door to the tatami room slowly opened, revealing a flushed Huchuan Jiji, who, upon seeing Huchuan Lixian, spoke in a flat tone. "You're back?" "Yes." Huchuan Lixian nodded in response as he entered the room to freshen up and rest. Upon his departure, the door to the tatami room closed again. Inside, Huchuan Jiji poured himself a cup of sake from the low table, while across from him, the already inebriated General Matt lay sprawled. "Old pal, my apologies." Huchuan Jiji downed his drink in one gulp, draping his coat over Matt's shoulders. Chapter 80. The meeting at the Marine headquarters in Marineford on the Grand Line. A burly elder with a mohawk hairstyle rapped the table and addressed the circle of Navy generals clad in justice coats. "Today, we convened this urgent meeting for 2 primary reasons. The first, which I believe is quite evident, is that recently we achieved a significant victory in the New World, successfully annihilating a portion of the Rocks Pirates' forces. As the words fell, all eyes turned to Kapu, who was seated at the side of the conference table. It was clear to everyone who the true hero of this war was. Kapu had first thwarted the Golden Lion in the Calm Belt, and then delivered a harsh lesson to the young Kaido in the New World, leaving him with a bruised ego. Oblivious to having become the focal point of the meeting, Kapu, with his right hand encased in plaster, busily popped sunbae into his mouth with his left, scattering crumbs across the conference table. At this moment, I particularly wish to commend Sengoku and Kaku. Just as the elder Kaku was about to commend Sengoku and Kapu to accumulate merit for the upcoming agenda, the crisp sound of Kapu chewing sunbae interrupted him. Kaku was about to express his frustration, but halted mid-sentence, fully aware of Kapu's character. In simple terms, it could be summarized, I was wrong this time, but I would do it again. Fortunately, Sengoku and Tsuru, seated beside Kapu, gave him a nudge, which finally silenced the annoying crunching. With Kapu's interruption, Kaku abandoned his intention to praise him and turned to address the second agenda item. Although he successfully defeated the Rocks Pirates and forced them back to Hive Island, they retained most of their fighting strength and will undoubtedly return. The Navy must rapidly strengthen its forces to prepare for any eventuality. Firstly, I plan to recruit soldiers across the 4 seas and establish new recruit training camps to increase the Navy's manpower and youthful vigor. Zifa, you will take the lead on this matter, Kaku stated, turning to a robust man with purple hair seated beside him. Understood. Unlike the carefree Kapu, the young Admiral Zifa was a man of upright demeanor. Upon receiving the marshal's orders, he immediately stood up from his seat. Observing Zifa's serious and composed attitude, Kaku nodded slightly while casting a resentful glance at Kapu, who was carefully chewing senbei to avoid making noise. The disparity between individuals is quite stark. Clearing his throat, Kaku continued, the second matter is to nominate Vice Admiral Sengoku and Kapu for promotion to Admiral, thereby increasing the number of admirals to 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room erupted into chaos. The Navy is not a monolith. The dovish faction seeking stability and the hawkish faction advocating for aggression each have their own interests, often clashing over the same issues. As the representatives of the Navy's highest combat strength, the admirals are undoubtedly coveted by both factions. The sudden addition of 2 admirals would significantly impact the internal power struggles within the Navy. Kaku, as the Navy's marshal, was well aware of these intricacies. He tapped the table to restore order and began to explain. The Rocks Pirates are filled with powerful individuals, particularly high-end combatants. They not only have seasoned warriors like the Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, but also formidable young forces, such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In contrast, the number of admirals representing the Navy's top combat strength is woefully inadequate. Therefore, I propose that Sengoku, who performed exceptionally in this battle, and Kapu be promoted to the rank of Admiral. After stating this, Kaku placed both hands on the table, surveying the room with a watchful eye. He understood the character of his subordinates. While they appeared humble, they were, in fact, quite proud. Although Kapu and Sengoku were equally accomplished in strength and merit, their relatively short tenure at Marineford, having been there for less than 3 years, would undoubtedly draw resentment from others. I support this. The first to speak was Rear Admiral Tan Shu, who sported 4 wisps of whiskers on either cheek and leaned on a cane. After witnessing Sengoku and Tsuru's victory over the Silver Axe Pirates in the recent battle against Rocks, Tenshu had high hopes for Sengoku. Not to mention that if it weren't for Kapu's timely assistance, he might have perished in his encounter with Kaido. Tanshu represented not just himself, but also an entire faction within the Navy's hawkish camp, which was more proactive and sought reform, in contrast to the conservative dovish faction. If there are no objections, then this matter is settled. Kaku glanced at Tanshu, then scanned the faces of all the vice admirals present, confirming there were no dissenters. Before slamming the table, it must be said that Kaku was indeed a cunning old fox. He had initially arranged for Sengoku, Tsuru, and several vice admirals to venture into the New World, and at a crucial moment, he dispatched 2 of them to intercept figures like the Silver Axe, allowing Sengoku to solidify his credentials. Subsequently, when Kapu arrived to provide support, Kaku promptly assigned him to confront Kaido. Before that, it was the vice admirals who had faced Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and they had all resigned themselves to their fate. Under Kaku's meticulous planning, the promotions of Kapu and Sengoku proceeded smoothly. Just as Kaku intended to finalize the decision, an untimely voice interrupted. I pose. At the moment the words were spoken, all eyes were drawn to the speaker, Kapu. Kapu, what are you doing? Sengoku poked Kapu, incredulity evident in his voice. This disbelief mirrored the expressions of everyone present. No one could fathom that someone would refuse the position of admiral. Marshal Kaku, if I become an admiral, I would have to protect those celestial dragons, right? And I wouldn't be able to roam the seas freely anymore, would I? I refuse. Kapu presented a compelling argument that left everyone speechless. Of course, this was if one overlooked the incredulous stares directed at him. Kapu, do you realize what you're saying? Kaku, becoming increasingly agitated, rubbed his temples, weary of the situation. There was a rationale behind all his convoluted planning. Ever since Sengoku was reassigned to Marineford, he had held high hopes for him, internally considering him a potential successor. This battle allowed both Kapu and Sengoku to accumulate military achievements, aiming to facilitate their swift promotion to admiral. That way, even if he were to step down, Kapu could become a significant ally for Sengoku. I apologize, Marshal Kaku. Kapu, with his direct and blunt nature, failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation and outright rejected the notion. With Kapu's interruption, the conference room fell into silence, with everyone at a loss for words. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Upon receiving permission, a soldier hurriedly entered, saluted, and spoke at a rapid pace. Report, Marshal. We have just received news that the CP-0 dispatch to capture that slave in the South Sea was attacked by pirates, and the entire unit was wiped out. Was it the Roger pirates? Kaku pondered for a moment, searching his mind for any notorious pirate crew in the South Sea capable of annihilating CP-0, but found nothing. His suspicions fell upon Roger, who had previously stationed in the South Sea. No, it is a completely new pirate crew, the Dalu Pirates. At this moment, the name of the Dalu Pirates echoed for the first time across the seas. Chapter 81 Setting sail to speed at which news travels across the ocean is astonishing. The intelligence regarding the annihilation of CP-0 by the Daluo pirate crew not only landed on Steelbone Kong's desk, but also stirred up a frenzy across the seas. Lekit entered the tavern with a newspaper delivered by the newsbird, glanced at it, and then placed it on the bar counter, presenting it to Daluo. Daluo took it with one hand and looked at the headline, the newly ascended sovereign of the South China Sea, the most powerful newcomer Daluo pirate crew, completely annihilating the celestial dragon's minions. Such a sensational title, coupled with the astonished tone of the article, propelled this crew, which had only been established for less than 2 days, into the realm of oceanic overlords, boasting a level of exaggeration akin to that of a company's prospectus before going public. The article depicted Daluo as a brawny young muscle demon with inverted triangular eyes and dark skin, wielding a heavy cannon, who effortlessly dispatched several CP-0 agents and obliterated the dock that had contributed significantly to the GDP of Lazabat. Meanwhile, the portrayal of Izumi Lishian was even more bizarre. The author appeared to have drawn upon the rumors surrounding the port Shura, with a writing style that was both grounded and otherworldly, depicting Lishian as being beyond the realm of the living. Lekit was likened to the renowned literary figure Shibuya, as his actions were described in terms of a prince's revenge against the celestial dragons, emphasizing the theme of retribution after 30 years of prosperity and adversity. At the article's conclusion, it was revealed that the journalist was named Aisha, leaving Daluo puzzled. He had sensed with his kin Bunchaku that there was no one around the battlefield at the time. How, then, did they know the specifics of the conflict? Simultaneously, in the naval conference room, numerous high-ranking officials deliberated on the bounty for the Daluo pirate crew, which had just been freshly minted. Unsurprisingly, not only Daluo and Lekit were included in the bounties, but Izumi Lishian's bounty was also arranged. Port Gas Daluo, alias Death Marksman, bounty, 150 million berries, Izumi Li-Xian. Alias, White Shura, bounty, 110 million berries. Lekit, alias, Drunkard, bounty, 320 million berries, including an additional fee for the assaults totaling 250 million. The sheer magnitude of the bounties clearly illustrated the Navy's heightened concern for the Daluo pirate crew. Daluo's bounty alone was equivalent to the total bounty of the entire giant cannon pirate crew at that time. The Navy rarely assigns bounties exceeding 100 million berries to pirates across the four seas, especially not for initial bounties that surpass 100 million. Such occurrences are as rare as a scorpion's excrement. However, this was not mere happenstance. It was a result of strength, the intense embellishment by the news report, and the wrath of the celestial dragons converging. This outcome directly resulted in the remarkable situation where the Daluo pirate crew, consisting of only 3 members, possessed a collective bounty of 700 million berries. Oh my, the bounty has increased again, Lekit remarked with a frown, casting a glance at his bounty. Over the years, due to that outrageous bounty, he had endured considerable hardships, particularly since his strength still fell short of that of the pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Otherwise, he would not have struggled so much against a query who had yet to master hockey. The staggering bounty of 320 million berries made him a target for many formidable pirates. Daluo, well-versed in the manga, understood that the Navy's bounties were not solely based on strength, but also on the extent of destruction caused. For Lekit, who had assaulted a celestial dragon, the Navy certainly viewed him as a grave threat. Not bad. It seems that the celestial dragon you struck was quite unfortunate, as your bounty surpasses the combined total of mine and Li-Xian's. Daluo teased Lekit while examining the 3 bounty posters. It was indeed quite satisfying at the time. Lekit replied, raising an eyebrow, his words dripping with pride. It was evident that with a stable home, Lekit had shed his previous somber demeanor and was gradually reverting to his previously boisterous and cheerful self. As the two shared laughter, a cacophony erupted from outside. Major Matt, take care, Miss Suzuki yelled as she escorted the inebriated Matt, who had only just awoken at 3 in the afternoon, out of the sword hall. Her voice ringing out while her gaze lingered on the tavern. You child, why are you so startled? Major Matt, still under the influence, jumped slightly at Suzuki's sudden shout. After uttering a comment, he did not express much reproach and instead swayed elegantly in his justice coat toward the Navy base. At that moment, Matt was still immersed in the taste of fine wine, completely unaware of the events unfolding at his station. It must be said that Izumi G, the old fox, truly possessed cunning. Thanks to his recent maneuver, the Navy station at Lazabat was unable to rush to the battlefield in a timely manner. This also provided Daluo and his crew the opportunity to recuperate after the battle, allowing them to avoid hastily setting sail while injured. After watching Major Matt disappear around the corner, Suzuki rolled up her sleeves and dashed into the tavern, urgently addressing the two. Are you both out of your minds? Why haven't you left yet? What has to hurry? Where's Li-Xian? Daluo remained calm, sitting leisurely on the high stool, showing no signs of urgency. At the mere mention of Izumi Li-Xian, Suzuki's expression soured, her pretty eyes narrowing as she retorted, What are you thinking? I'm telling you, Li-Xian will definitely not sail with you. Seeing Suzuki acting like a protective hen, Daluo found it amusing and merely pointed at the bounty posters on the bar without speaking. No way, Li-Xian has been issued a bounty? Suzuki exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth with shock, as if she were unwilling to accept this reality. Quite a sum indeed. 110 million. Daluo shrugged and smiled teasingly at Suzuki. You bastard. Suzuki leapt up like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, just as a voice echoed from behind. Suzuki, do not be unreasonable. Izumi G had not yet entered the tavern, but his voice had already reached them from outside. Upon hearing his voice, Suzuki rushed to Izumi G's side like a child seeking refuge, ready to lodge a complaint. Director Izumi, Daluo greeted, bowing slightly. This individual was not merely a small fox like Suzuki, but a pivotal figure. Despite their apparent discord over the years, the decision for Izumi Li-Xian to leave or stay truly rested on Izumi G's intentions. Moreover, while Izumi G may have had average talent, His strategic mind and temperament were of exceptional caliber, while Izumi Li Xian, with his simplistic thinking, was completely at the mercy of Ji. This is troublesome. Daluo, you do not expect that Li Xian must join you at sea simply because he has been issued a bounty, do you? Izumi Ji seemed to have overheard Daluo and Suzuki's conversation, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Director Izumi, I was merely jesting with Miss Suzuki earlier. I sincerely invite Li Xian to join our crew, Daluo explained, his face adorned with a broad smile, while once again extending a formal invitation. Upon hearing Daluo's response, Izumi Ji finally nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. Then I kindly asked Captain Daluo to take good care of our Li Xian. At this point, Daluo's unease began to dissipate. He had waited so long in Lazabat, taking such great risks, solely to have Izumi Li Xian aboard. In these times, finding a strong and trustworthy companion is indeed a rare treasure. As the conversation unfolded, the protagonist of the day made a tardy entrance. Emerging with great difficulty from the gates of the sword dojo, a package resembling a small hill. This seemed rather exaggerated. Daro mused as he observed Huchuan Li Xian alongside the colossal parcel that appeared capable of containing the entire dojo. Essential supplies must be thoroughly prepared, otherwise it would be quite troublesome at sea. Suzuki, who was hidden behind Huchuan Ji, stated with utmost seriousness. Daro struggled to comprehend the necessity of such a vast package for mere essentials, and with a subtle tone, he remarked, I have already made adequate preparations aboard my ship. You truly do not understand the importance of being well-equipped. Suzuki shot Daro a disapproving glance before, like a concerned mother, admonishing Huchuan Li Xian to remember to store his tea leaves in a cool, dry place. Huchuan Li Xian, resembling a diligent student, listened attentively, repeating her instructions, fearful of forgetting them. I give up, Daro sighed, accepting the inevitable reality of parading this white hill through the streets. After glancing at the time and determining it was nearly time to depart, he gathered everyone and made their way to the dock, where they loaded Huchuan Li Xian's astonishing luggage onto the ship before bidding farewell to one another. How wonderful! Exclaimed Rector, leaning against the ship's railing, observing Daro exchanging heartfelt farewells with Luji and Huchuan Li Xian, who was still being fussed over. Once, an elderly figure had similarly held him back during partings, insisting he pack extra clothing. However, dear grandfather, I have found companions truly worthy of my trust, Rector thought, glancing at the red and white striped insignia on his tie, a mark of the honor once emblazoned on a bottle of wine from Chateau Latour. Moments latte. A clamor arose from the opposite side of the dock. After enduring over half an hour of reprimands via a den mushy, Brigadier General Matt finally grasped what had transpired at Lazabat. Damn it, Huchuan Ji, how dare you scheme against me? Brigadier General Matt cursed vehemently as he rallied his soldiers toward the dock. No, I should rather say, what the hell happened to half of my dock? Matt lamented, nearly reduced to tears at the sight of the ravaged structure. It was time to depart. As Daro took to the pirate ship, he exchanged final farewells with his companions, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding air stirred, filling the sails with wind. On the dock, Luji and Huchuan Ji watched as the ship gradually receded, while Brigadier General Matt and his crew rushed toward them. I have arrived, O.C., Daro whispered to himself. Thus, amidst the blessings of those left behind, the grand journey of the Daro pirate crew commenced. Chapter 82. Daro character card up to Chapter 81. Port Gasti. Daro, alias, the Death Marksman Fruit, Compression Fruit Hockey, Rare Observation Hockey Death Eye, Conqueror's Hockey, Not Awakened. Armament Hockey, Not Awakened, Affiliation. Daro Pirate Crew Position. Captain, temporarily serving as Cannoneer and Chef. Vessel. Mermaids Him, purchased in Chapter 70, later modified. Personality, mature and composed. Optimistic and cheerful. Possesses a somewhat dark side. Enjoys taunting opponents verbally during battles to achieve his objectives. Protective of his allies. Age, 16 height, 1. 87 meters blood type. S birthday, January 15th. Aces is January 1st, implying you can evade the 1st but not the 15th. Origin, South Sea likes. Collecting bullets, firearms. Grenade components, and excels at drinking. Dislikes: over sweet foods, being dictated upon without choice. Abilities: the compression fruit, a rare, superhuman-type devil fruit with contact characteristics. Allows the wielder to compress any tangible or intangible matter they touch, subsequently releasing the corresponding material upon dispelling. Current limitations: 1. Temporary compression of matter requires a certain casting time. This duration decreases with mastery of the fruit's abilities. 2. Cannot compress concepts, time, space, distance, pain, feelings until awakened. Special observation Haki Death Eye, an exceptionally formidable perception ability, particularly adept at dynamic capture and positional prediction, enabling the user to identify openings in an opponent's movements. These openings signify moments when the adversary cannot effectively defend or, when targeted strikes, may destabilize their actions or trigger subsequent reactions. Current development progress: capable of identifying opponents' openings while predicting their positions within a 3-year time frame. Not akin to seeing the future directly, but merely possessing positional information and deducing potential actions based on that position. Techniques: Category 1. Quinny concentrates all bodily strength in the legs to deliver a powerful kick, with lethality increasing as Daro's physical prowess improves. Fallen Kick of the Serpent, based on Quinny, utilizes the fruit's ability to compress surrounding air at the legs, detonating it upon kicking to unleash tremendous force. Instant Step, similar to Shave, enhanced by the compression fruit, resulting in greater speed and distance. Blue Bird, comparable to Moonwalk, utilizing the compression fruit to compress air beneath the feet, allowing for prolonged aerial suspension via reaction forces. Rainbow Drive harnesses the fruit's ability to form multiple compressed cyclones behind, the force generated by these cyclones propelling Daro for long-distance movement. Baize, a combat adaptation of Rainbow Drive, employing cyclones to continually adjust position during battle, achieving unconventional displacement akin to Jeppo, but superior. Category 2. Grenade Series C1 Seawater Bomb compresses seawater, yielding remarkable effects on the user. C1 Flame Bomb, C1 Compressed Air Bomb, C1 Wood Chip Smoke Bomb, C1 Iron Spike Bomb. C2 Multiplicative Air Wall, a defensive skill, capable of increasing the number and thickness of air walls according to the situation. C2 Directional Flame Wave, utilizing compressed air and flames for targeted release of flames in a fan shape, with moderate lethality. C2 Explosive Flame Red Lotus, compresses flames to near liquid state, delivering immense single-target damage. C2 Iron Spike Feather, releases a barrage of compressed iron nails, covering a vast area, ideal for clearing enemy troops. C2 Air Prison, creates a sealed space with 4 compressed air walls to restrain foes. C3 Red Pavilion, utilizes the air prison to form a sealed environment, simultaneously deploying multiple wood chip smoke bombs to generate high-density dust, igniting it with flames to trigger a significantly powerful dust explosion, with the ignited wood chips adhering to the enemy, causing secondary damage. C3 Heaven's Embers, a highly potent area effect grenade produced through burning white phosphorus, dropping from heights to obliterate everything below, while the white phosphorus fire consumes all. C3 Lianru Ronglu, utilizing the thermite reaction, it generates an intense reaction reaching thousands of degrees, with power comparable to a volcanic eruption, capable of obliterating everything in its path, akin to a natural disaster. Category 3. Shooting Technique, Shiba Lianzhusha Dan Yenxing. Leveraging the rapid reloading feature of the Golden Revolver, it empties both revolvers simultaneously, while the Golden Revolver can fire an additional 6 bullets. Among the 18 rounds are wood chips and flame bullets. The wood chip bullets create smoke to confuse the opponent, while the flame bullets can ignite the wood chips. Zhusha Xingfeng Wang Changqiang, a bullet technique that compresses a substantial volume of air, forming an air lance with formidable spiral cutting capability. When a lance strikes a target, it generates immense spiral energy, while the compressed air at the rear continuously releases, propelling the lance forward. Zhusha Xingyanlong Fanga, a bullet technique that compresses flames into fire bullets, transforming into a colossal fire dragon during the firing process. charging directly at the opponent with formidable range and lethality, reminiscent of Ace's destructive fire fist that annihilated 5 ships. Category 4. Ability Technique, Kong Jiu Taoku. This technique continuously compresses the surrounding air into the hand, generating a powerful attraction to draw the opponent closer. And upon grasping them, detonates the compressed air bullet, resulting in tremendous single-target lethality. Kong Jiu Gao Yen Huilong. Utilizing the compression fruit's ability to create an air conduit with propulsion, it continuously pushes ships and individuals along, enabling them to traverse aerial trajectories. Shui Jiu Gonggong Jinu. Compressing a vast amount of seawater into a gigantic water sphere, it is hurled directly at the enemy, overwhelming them or their vessels like a torrential flood. This potent maritime skill can also be released behind one's own ship, generating thrust to propel it forward. Tianjiu Zhong Longjuan. Compressing the surrounding air into a massive tornado, it can continuously launch grenades and ammunition within the vortex, amplifying its power and enabling the formation of various elemental tornadoes, possessing immense strength. Chapter 83. Heyuan Liqian Character Card. Heyuan Liqian, alias White Azura Sword. Heyuan Shou Jianding, 21 Great Works. Hockey. Armament Hockey, Awakening Pending. Observation Hockey, Awakening Pending. Conqueror's Hockey, Awakening Pending Affiliation. Daluo Pirate Crew Position. Vice Captain, Swordsman, comparable in strength to Daluo, though slightly inferior. Trio. Daluo's underlings. Yin Jiu Cha. Foolish Trio Dai. Vessel. Mermaid's Sacred Song Personality. Gentle and mild, external persona. Fierce and bloodthirsty, internal persona. Often perceived as naive in everyday matters, gullible, and lacking cunning. Age. 17 Height. 1 meter, 79 Blood type. Origin. Unknown. Exiled since childhood. Birthday, Adoption Day, November 11th. Heavenly Calamity Star. Likes, drinking tea, engaging in combat, sharpening swords. Dislikes, being perceived as a monster or prey. Talent, skill S pinnacle. If Sherlock Lingling Steel Balloon represents the zenith of human physicality, then Heyuan Liqian has reached another apex in skill talent, swiftly mastering most techniques while possessing an innate combat instinct, adapting continuously to the opponent's moves and rhythm during battle. Azura. Upon entering the second personality state, Azura state, his reaction speed increases, while the sensation of pain during combat diminishes. Techniques. Ping Duan, a horizontal flying / executed forward, with an extensive range, suitable for clearing minor foes. Mi Jian Liao Luan Xie, a forward diagonal slash that transforms during the execution, creating 3 distinct cuts, making evasion impossible for the opponent. Type 2. 9-character secret sword. Linzimi Bu Pi is swift sword strike, moving forward at extraordinary speed, swiftly executing a draw slash that is as rapid as lightning. Bingzi Mi Jingong, a powerful sword strike that gathers all sword energy, unleashing a slash wave towering several stories high, with astonishing destructive capability. Dozimi Mingluan, an attacking sword strike that condenses sword energy into a sword energy tornado, disrupting the enemy. While its destructive force is moderate, the tornado can persist for a duration without dissipating. Zhizimibu Doming Wang, a defensive sword strike, solidifying sword energy into a divine guardian, shielding the entire body from the majority of attacks. Jizimi Pajuoyu, a flourishing sword strike, continually striking to form countless sword energies, blanketing the entire battlefield, creating a downpour of slashes that are impossible for the opponent to evade. Zhenzimi Xinyue, decisive sword strike that adopts a defensive stance, absorbing an opponent's attack while swiftly retaliating, interrupting their next offensive move. Liazimi Wu Yin, a stealthy sword strike, employing minimal movement to swiftly swing the blade, generating an imperceptible sword energy that is hidden, making it difficult to defend against. Qianzi Mi Fengzhen, a destructive sword strike, thrusting the blade to form a spiral sword energy, breaking through surfaces with tremendous destructive power, ideal for demolishing structures. Xingzimi Hongzhong, a forceful sword strike, similar to Zoro's Great Shockwave, capable of instilling terror and lethality through sheer momentum. Type 3. Azura State. Wolyohei, rapidly moving while swinging the sword extensively, gathering potential energy and sword energy. Peaking as he reaches the enemy, attacking their vulnerable throat. Wolyolong Yue, swinging the sword to create a circular sword energy the size of a grinding disc, which expands during flight, ultimately forming a sword energy slash wave spanning dozens of meters, possessing incredible destructive power. Wolyoluyu, in the Azure state, concentrating murderous intent and sword energy at the sword's edge, forming a terrifying Azura entity behind him, which swings the blade, generating 3 claw-like sword energies that charge directly at the opponent. Wolyoyeyun, consolidating all murderous intent and sword energy, an Azura entity forms behind him, raising the blade high, akin to a force capable of splitting heaven and earth, severing all before him. This is currently Heyuan Liqian's strongest technique. Chapter 84. Latu Lekati Character Card. Latu Lekati Alias. Drunkard Fruit Ability. Geo Fruit Haki. Armament Haki, Awakening Pending. Observation Haki, Awakening Pending. Position Brewer. Mixologist, currently serving as a swayer due to experience of sailing alone. Trio. Daluo's Underlings. Yin Jiu Cha. Alcohol. Vessel. Mermaid's sacred song personality. Enthusiastic and cheerful, empathetic and understanding. However, when pushed to the brink, he tends to resort to self-detonation, resulting in even more adverse situations. Age, 16 height, 1 meter, 81 blood type. Likes mixology, savoring fine wines, collecting various cocktail tools. Dislikes, celestial dragons, nobility, and inequalities. Ability, a unique superhuman Geo fruit ability akin to Kai-Air, capable of elemental transformation, and can also produce flames by igniting himself while in a liquid state. Techniques, Xing Jiuling, transforming into liquid, assuming various forms, and moving rapidly to escape. Chuan Chong Du Mao, generating liquid to form a spear, hurling it toward the opponent with formidable piercing power. Jiu Wu Hua Shun, transforms various parts of the body into liquid, enabling a fluid and natural evasion of enemy attacks. Xiang Bei Jiu Ke Ji Duan creates a shield of liquor before oneself, ignited to fend off ranged assaults. Fu Te Jiu Lie Jiu Chong Braid, morphs the liquid into elongated braids, striking down with force reminiscent of Luffy's rubber axe. Lie Jiomi Wu generates a dense fog of alcohol, enveloping the area and incapacitating all foes within, proving to be an exceedingly effective control skill. Yao Jiu Hao Dan produces a special concoction that dulls pain while simultaneously emboldening the timid. Yao Jiu Yangding Tian, those in the know will understand. Type 2. Free Ode Form. Hong Jiuzio Zanga, ignites the liquor generated from the body, indirectly controlling the flames through the manipulation of the liquid, consuming stamina continuously. Ji Jiu Jinyu unleashes burning red wine arrows towards enemies, a wide area skill for clearing minor foes. Gan Hong Chang Qiang forms a spear of liquor, its head ablaze, while the continuously burning tail aids in propelling the spear, delivering significant damage. Zhen Jiu Ranjian creates a burning sword that can be wielded or thrown, inflicting harm on distant adversaries. Lie Jiu Zhan Fu materializes a flaming axe of liquor, thrown with force. The substance and flames are remarkably compact, boasting formidable cutting power that penetrates defenses and ignites within. Hong Jiubua Erdo Puto conjures an alcoholic thundercloud in the sky, subsequently controlling the size of the rain of liquor, igniting it during descent, creating an intense blaze that incinerates everything in the vicinity. Diaoni Sua Jinu significantly enhances 1's abilities to generate various liquors, culminating in a massive sphere of liquid fire that is directed towards enemies, reminiscent of Ace's Flame Emperor. Zio Zhong Zhang Xinghong Shu Fu is the current strongest technique of Lect, summoning a vast quantity of liquor to envelop and ensnare the entire area, binding foes, which then ignites from the ends, spreading flames that consume all, causing immense destruction. Chapter 85. Important Announcement and QA1. Important announcement regarding time adjustment due to considerable feedback from readers regarding the timeline. It has been decided to amend the current year from 1476 to 1483. The rationale is as follows. The intention was to depict the events of the Valley of Gods, necessitating that Dalu achieve legendary pirate status prior to the incident in 1484. Originally, a complete volume was to be incorporated before the New World arc, allowing Dalu to confront the Red Count for a significant power transformation, Fruit Awakening, or Hockey Mastery. This volume was planned to span approximately 2 to 3 years, combined with an additional 2 to 3 years in the first half of the Grand Line, establishing the novel's beginning in 1476. However, if set in 1476, it would render Lu Jiu disproportionately aged at the time of capture, 39 or 40, which elicited substantial dissatisfaction from readers. Hence, it was decided to shift the timeline and streamline the narrative. The benefits of this adjustment include Lu Jiu appearing younger, aligning more closely with the manga's portrayal. The naval commander's ranks being more consistent with the manga, such as Zephyr ascending to Admiral at 38, placing the timeline around 1483, and a more cohesive plot, leading directly into the first half of the Grand Line, gathering companions and strengthening before engaging in the Valley of Gods incident. Dalu will also be younger, resulting in a natural age of just over 50 when Luffy set sail. This adjustment is crucial for the narrative, as it will effectively convey the essence of the story without compromising character development. 2. Q. Why have you written over 80 chapters without setting sail? Answer. Primarily, I do not wish to create a narrative where the protagonist begins as overwhelmingly powerful. While such a premise has its merits, it also harbors numerous pitfalls, including the protagonist's abilities lacking coherent origin, unclear motivations for venturing into the sea, minimal or arbitrary companionship, early domination leading to later inconsistencies, and a desire to illustrate the adventures of a diverse group of like-minded companions. Additionally, I aim to depict my envisioned pirate world of Roger's era. What schemes is Rox plotting? How are the various experiments of MEDS, cloning, bioengineering, memory experiments, artificial devil fruit, interconnected? What is the truth behind the century of silence? Where is him? As future narrative drivers, the portrayal of Dalu is Zumi Liqian. Intellect must be both reasonable and intricate, allowing readers to immerse themselves in their perspectives. Why must the protagonist be Lu Jiu's brother or born in Roger's era, rather than in the same time frame as Luffy? Answer. The inception of this story stemmed from my discontent with Luffy's fruit transforming into the Nika fruit. To me, this adventure should be an exquisite odyssey, not merely the destined journey of a chosen one. Hence, I envisioned a new tale where the protagonist, experiencing adventures in Roger's time, witnesses the pain of Roger's premature arrival and understands the era's anticipation for savior. Through the protagonist and their companions' endeavors, they strive to transcend fate. Furthermore, the protagonist requires a substantial motivation to embark on their journey, rather than the arbitrary desire to uphold justice or conquer the world, as seen in many novels. For these reasons, I believe being Lu Jiu's brother presents a fitting entry point. Why is there no update yet? Answer. I'm off to right now, hoping to complete a chapter today. Following this, a new adventure awaits. Set sail. Chapter 86. Morality. The sea is capricious. One moment, the sky is clear, and in mere minutes, it can be shrouded with a thick layer of clouds, lightning flickering ominously within, accompanied by deep rumble. The clouds loom like a ravenous beast prowling over the ocean. Navy Colonel Ron stands in the rain, peering through his telescope at a dilapidated pirate ship in the distance. The recently defeated Blood Cow pirate crew, having entered the South Sea, wreaks havoc like sharks among a school of sardines, committing numerous atrocities, with entire villages being obliterated. The ostentatious actions of the Xue Nyo pirate crew naturally drew the attention of the Navy headquarters. Soon, Major Ron dispatched a warship to encircle them. The two parties exchanged fire multiple times, each experiencing victories and defeats. However, Ron successfully cornered them into a desperate situation. Lieutenant Rezit, his aide, stood by his side with an umbrella, reminding him, "Sir, the Xuen Nyo pirate crew has entered the waters near the Suwa Air Bay Kingdom. Should we continue the pursuit?" Zuo Bai? Which country is that? Major Ron inquired with a hint of surprise, clearly unfamiliar with this nation, which seemed to be a lesser-known small state. As expected, Lieutenant Rayzeat confirmed his suspicion. The Su'a Airbay Kingdom is not a member state. They are too impoverished to pay the Tian Jin, and the Navy withdrew its station long ago. After hearing his aide's words, Ron visibly relaxed. Since it was not a member state, the Navy had no obligation to protect them, alleviating the urgency to engage the Xuen Yo pirate crew in battle. At that moment, an exclamation came from the lookout tower. The Xuen Yo pirate crew, eager for supplies, was pushing their vessel to its limits, racing towards the Su'a Airbay Kingdom. Brothers, hurry! The shore is filled with plump sheep. Let us plunder before we decide our next move. The pirate captain, Ooks, known as the Blood Bull, shouted from the deck, as if envisioning the entire small nation succumbing to his cannon fire. Meanwhile, the Su'a Airbay Kingdom was not entirely unprepared. A group of mounted royal guards was gathering along the coast, ready to repel the unwelcome invaders. Although numerous, their equipment was evidently inferior. With only a handful of flintlock guns among them, it appeared they would have to wait for the pirates to land before engaging in close combat. On the Navy's lookout tower, a young recruit anxiously reported, "Sir, should we intercept them? This is our last chance." However, Major Ron remained unmoved, clearly having his own strategy. After surveying the guard situation through his telescope, he commanded his aide, maintain distance from the Xuen Yo pirate crew. Once the forces from Su'a Airbay have depleted their main strength, we shall move in. But that would result in heavy casualties for Su'a Airbay. And if one or two pirates escape into the civilian areas, Rayzeat hesitated, recognizing that Major Ron's approach could hardly be deemed just. Ron waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Rayzeat. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon their failure to pay the Tian Jin. On the coastline, King Saw Bo gazed anxiously at the ruthless pirates nearing the shore. As the sovereign of the Su'a Airbay Kingdom, it was his inescapable duty to safeguard his nation's security. Thus, he personally led his troops to defend against any incursions. Unfortunately, the Su'a Airbay Kingdom was impoverished. Not only was the land barren, but its geographical location was also poor, leading to frequent pirate attacks. This resulted in the nation's increasing destitution, rendering them unable to pay the Tian Jin, and the Navy had ultimately abandoned their protection. Despite having repeatedly defeated invading enemies, Su'a Bo felt a profound uncertainty this time. The Xuen Yo pirate crew was no ordinary band of pirates. Those who could emerge unscathed from the Grand Line were hardly to be trifled with. Prepare for battle, Su'a Bo resolved, steeling himself for the fight ahead. After all, behind them were their families, and all they could do was vow to fight to the death. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The first to notice was the young lookout on the warship. From his vantage point, he saw a pirate ship approaching rapidly from behind. Report: a pirate ship is closing in from the rear. Judging by the flag, it appears to be the Daluo pirate crew. The lookout trembled slightly at the mention of the Daluo pirate crew, clearly aware of their notorious reputation. Major Ron swiftly moved to the edge of the deck, peering towards the ship's stern. In the distance, a pirate ship sped towards them, cutting through the waves with the swiftness of a flying fish. Damn it! It truly is the Daluo pirate crew. Ron cursed under his breath and made a quick decision. We are no match for them. Let them pass. At that moment, the swift vessel, the mermaid's hymn, surpassed the warship, and a resounding blast echoed from its stern. Compressed air erupted, propelling the ship even faster towards the Su'a Airbay Kingdom. Captain, there's another pirate ship ahead, seemingly preparing to land on Su'a Airbay. The forces on the shore are stationed, and it looks like a confrontation is imminent. Rekeat, also holding a telescope, excitedly reported to Daluo. After spending over half a month at sea, they desperately needed to resupply. Food supplies were dwindling, and though they could catch fish, eating fish heads repeatedly was wearing on Rekeat. Upon hearing Rekeat's succinct report, Daluo stroked his chin, perplexed. What's going on? Pirates invade a nation, and the Navy stands by as spectators? What's strange about that? Ahead lies the Su'a Airbay Kingdom, which is not a member state. Naturally, the Navy won to protect them, In fact, they may even relish the sight of them being overrun by pirates, serving as a warning to other non-member states. Rikit shrugged, knowing well that such situations were commonplace. Ah, I see. DeLuo glanced at the Navy ship that had already left the area and pointed towards the pirate ship preparing to land. A sinister smile spread across his face as he declared, "Then let us draw closer." DeLuo relinquished the helm, raising his hand slightly, causing the surrounding air to stir and converge upon the sails. Under his command, the mermaids him accelerated towards a position parallel to the Xuan pirate ship. "Good morning, gentlemen," DeLuo greeted with a smile, tipping his cowboy hat in a gesture of camaraderie towards the Xuan pirate crew. "Captain, they're the DeLuo pirate crew." One member of the crew stammered, visibly alarmed. At the mention of the renowned DeLuo pirate crew, panic spread among the Xuan members. "What do you want?" "DeLuo pirate crew." Ook squinted menacingly at DeLuo, resembling a wounded lion attempting to intimidate his foes with a glare. "Nothing much. Merely intending to resupply at the Suwa Air Bay Kingdom. Would you be so kind as to grant us passage?" DeLuo's voice resonated with authority, clearly conveying his message to every member of the Xuan pirate crew. "It's not that we don't want to let you through. The situation simply doesn't allow it. If Captain DeLuo denies us supplies, it will force my brothers to fight to the bitter end." Ook's feigned composure, raising his voice in a desperate attempt to intimidate DeLuo. "Oh, is that a threat?" DeLuo scoffed, his fingers slightly splayed as a powerful vortex began to form within the enemy ship. Soon, Ooks and his crew felt the impending danger. First, the sails began to tear apart, resembling ragged cloth. Then, the wooden panels on the deck began to splinter, drawn into the swirling cyclone. The ship began to sway violently, as the sailors observed the ropes in their hands twisting like sea serpents. Even the cannons secured on either side of the vessel grew restless, teetering precariously and producing an unsettling sound that grated on the nerves. A few pirates attempted to retaliate, but as soon as they raised their firearms, both they and their weapons were ensnared by the swirling vortex, leaving only Ukisi standing calmly on the deck. "I apologize for my earlier miscommunication. We merely passed through this maritime region and had no intention of docking. Captain Dalu, I implore you to show mercy. We shall take our leave." Ukisi bowed in humiliation, yet his hands clutched the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. "No need for pleasantries. I merely find this place too perilous and suggest that you leave, Captain." Dalu replied with a slight smile, his imposing demeanor dissipating as the bizarre occurrences aboard the Blood Ox ship began to subside. "We shall depart." Upon witnessing the disappearance of the cyclone, Ukisi visibly sighed in relief, lowering his posture further and bowing once more, urging the remaining sailors to hasten their escape. As the ship gradually veered away, the Blood Ox pirate crew set sail in the opposite direction of the kingdom of Swalbi. Once a sufficient distance was established, Ukisi glared menacingly at the mermaid's anthem, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, wishing to fire upon Dalu and obliterate him along with his vessel. However, he dared not. Suddenly, a blazing bullet shot forth from the direction of the mermaid's anthem like a meteor, striking Ukisi squarely between the eyes. In the next moment, a fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the entire pirate ship in a torrent of flames, consuming it whole. The air was filled with anguished screams and the scent of charred flesh, as thick smoke began to rise, carrying the Blood Ox pirate crew and their sins to the heavens. "Captain, that certainly qualifies as a sneak attack, rather lacking in ethics," remarked Rikit, scratching his head. Initially, he had thought Dalu intended to spare them. It turned out he merely wished to avoid a desperate struggle. For if one or two managed to escape into the kingdom of Swalbi, it could become quite troublesome. Dalu, gripping the helm, replied without lifting his gaze, "As for ethics, who would uphold such principles with those who plunder and slaughter the innocent?" Chapter 87. The Bear of Swalbi, the mermaid's anthem anchored steadily at the shore. "Who are you?" inquired King Suabwa of Swalbi, eyeing Dalu and his two companions as they disembarked. Despite facing three unfamiliar yet youthful figures, Suabwa remained on high alert. for the skull emblem adorned with a crosshair on the ship's sail signified their identity. "Are you pirates?" Suabwa asked, raising his spear. Rykit, sensing Suabwa's stance, was about to explain when the gentle and sincere Huchuan Li Qian interjected, scratching his head and saying, "Yes, we are pirates." Despite having come to accept Huchuan Li Qian's lack of navigational skills during their time together, it was indeed rare for him to maintain such innocence in the face of suspicion. A special commendation is due for Huchuan Li Qian. Dalo had prepared ample supplies on Lazabat Island, intending to sail directly to the Twin Capes in 13 days. Yet they had now been adrift for over half a month, depleting their provisions. The culprit was none other than the oblivious Huchuan Li Qian, who had managed to steer the ship in the opposite direction for over a day. As anticipated, the atmosphere grew tense following such an honest declaration. "Leave his place, pirates!" Suabwa commanded sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on Dalu, while his guards raised their weapons, their expressions hostile, ready to strike at any moment. Dalu, unfazed by the confrontation, raised his hand in a calming gesture and patiently explained, "Sir, please do not be alarmed. We are good people. If we were dealing with pirates, I would choose a more direct approach, but I maintain my principles when it comes to the weak and innocent. My identity as a pirate is merely how others perceive me. I do not intend to act as a villain. Sir, we just dealt with the Blood Ox pirate crew for you, and it would be reasonable to allow us to dock for supplies. Rest assured, there are only 3 of us, and we will depart swiftly." Stepping forward, Rykit added to Dalu's appeal. His words bore fruit, as Suabwa regarded the trio thoughtfully before signaling for a few of his men to step back, granting them a narrow passage. "Follow me, and do not wander," Suabwa instructed, mounting his steed and leading them into the heart of the kingdom. Though called a kingdom, it resembled a small village nestled among the mountains, lacking the prosperity of Bartolira town. Aside from a few main roads paved with stones, the rest were rough paths, and the majority of the houses were wooden structures. "They're back," exclaimed a middle-aged woman feeding livestock as she spotted the dust rising at the end of the road. Upon reaching the village, the guards quickened their pace, and Suabwa lashed his horse, hastening to the town center, where he shouted alongside his guards, "Today we triumphed, with no casualties." The news of victory spread throughout the village in an instant, as countless women and children rushed from their homes, searching for their beloved protectors. The guards of the kingdom of Swalbii were comprised of the men from each household, serving as the kingdom's guardians, yet they were also husbands and fathers. To return safely was the greatest cause for celebration. Meanwhile, Dalu and his companions followed Suabwa to a more imposing building. "Sir, we only wish to replenish our supplies on the island. There is no need to meet the king," Rykit said, observing the sign that read Royal Palace. Throughout the journey, Suabwa had sensed that Dalu and his companions were not malicious individuals, and the atmosphere had shifted from hostility to a more amicable tone, allowing Suabwa to revert to his usual good-natured demeanor. Actually, I should be considered the king of this nation," Suabwa admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. "King, Dalu," Huchuan Li Qian and Rykit exclaimed in unison. While the other 2 expressed surprise, Dalu remained composed, drawing insights from the respectful demeanor of the townsfolk towards Suwa, and his thoughts were further confirmed upon recalling the name Swalbii. In the South Sea, Swalbii, Dalu murmured to himself, contemplating the timeline before asking Suwa, "Uncle Suwa, you must have a child, correct? How do you know?" Suabwa gasped, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Dalu with the intensity of a protective beast. No need to rush. Such an intense reaction startled Dalu, who, after a brief moment of calming down, pursed his lips and explained, "Look, there are several children's hats drying in the yard. Surely they cannot belong to an uncle." With a chuckle, he remarked on the keen observation of his younger companion. Suabwa, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and laughed, attempting to change the subject. Having said that, Suabwa ushered Dalu and his companions into the palace. Inside the palace, the decor was quite modest. The terrazzo floor was covered with a large piece of tanned leather, while the only embellishments were simple crystal chandeliers and some intricately carved ivory pieces. "Guests have arrived," exclaimed a woman in an apron, who hurriedly entered from outside, warmly greeting them with an unpretentious demeanor that was far from that of a queen. "Good day, madam." Dalu and his companions greeted her politely. Suabwa was even more enthusiastic, attempting to give the woman a bear hug, which caught Dalu off guard, leaving him with an unexpected bite of dog food. There are guests present. The woman pushed Sobo away with a roll of her eyes while inviting the others to take a seat, and Suabwa, resembling a humble farmer, wore a goofy smile. By the way, where is Xiong? Let him come out to greet our guests. At this moment, it was evident that Suabwa had completely lowered his guard around Dalu. For after all, it was Dalu who had aided them in vanquishing the Blood Bowl pirate crew. Upon hearing this familiar name, Dalu finally discerned which kingdom this was. This must be the hometown of the future warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Xiong. He should still be learning to read with the new tutor. I'll go fetch him, the woman said, her radiant smile revealing how proud the couple was of their child. Oh, he can read now? Suabwa exclaimed, delighted, for their king was rather illiterate. Let me check. Chapter 88. The Truth Blood Hand Pirates Attack. Navy Colonel turns a blind eye. Dalu pirate crew comes to the rescue of innocent citizens, reported our correspondent. Aisha, at the writing desk in Xiong's bedroom. A 16-year-old woman with golden hair and a duckbill cap was fervently scribbling with a quill. At that moment, she believed she was undertaking an extraordinarily significant task. She aimed to disclose the happenings on this small island, exposing the cowardly navy and drawing attention to this impoverished kingdom, thereby ensuring its protection. This was her noble responsibility as a journalist. Aisha, what are you doing? Bartholomew Xiong, resembling a potato from the game plants versus zombies, curiously inquired. The woman was startled, but pulled the 8-year-old Xiong close and earnestly said, Sister is doing something very important. If I succeed, the Soul Bay Kingdom will capture everyone's attention. And even if Soul Bay cannot pay the heavenly tribute, the Navy will still protect this kingdom due to public opinion. As a journalist, Aisha understood the power of public sentiment. And she indeed possessed the ability. For just a few days prior, she had reported on the battle between the Dalu pirate crew and CP0, which had made her quite popular at the newspaper. Really? Just by writing can we make the Navy protect us? Bartholomew Xiong said with a face full of skepticism. Of course, Aisha proudly declared, adjusting her meagerly developed figure, which was even less robust than that of the Soul Bay Kingdom. Who is this Rikit you mentioned? Xiong asked, pointing at the name on Aisha's manuscript, for from the current content, it seemed that Rikit was quite a good person. He is the benefactor of Soul Bay, Aisha confirmed earnestly, then pointed to the names of Rikit and Dalu on the manuscript, stating, when the evil pirates sought to invade the Soul Bay Kingdom. This prince of red wine stood up and persuaded the demon king Dalu to repel the pirates and defend the nation. It was unclear where Aisha had obtained such information. Her description was quite embellished. When referring to Dalu, he was depicted as a terrifying demon, while Rikit was portrayed as a prince lurking beneath the demon shadow. However, the astute Xiong focused on a different aspect and pointed at Dalu's name, asking Aisha seriously, is this demon king Dalu really powerful? Why do the pirates flee at the sound of his name? Not just powerful, he is unique, with sharp eyes, teeth shaped like inverted triangles, and hair flowing like seaweed in the wind. Aisha explained, sketching lightly on the manuscript. That sounds terrifying, Xiong innocently remarked, gazing at the drawing of Dalu, which resembled a ball of yarn. Aisha glanced at the illustration and involuntarily shivered. Is that so? I never realized I appeared so fearsome. Dalu's voice echoed from outside the room, tinged with a playful tremor. The Demon King. Aisha shrieked upon seeing Dalu, her scream resonating as if she had encountered a true fiend, nearly causing her to faint. Xiong, however, remained composed, glancing at Dalu before picking up the manuscript to compare. Are you really the Demon King? You look different for what Aisha drew. If I looked just like that, it would be ghastly, Dalu remarked, noting the name Aisha on the manuscript. If he was not mistaken, this woman was indeed the reporter who covered their battle with CP0. Xiong, have you and Aisha been here in the palace the entire time? Dalu inquired. Yes, Xiong replied, somewhat confused but honest. It was clear that this woman possessed an unusual ability to obtain information. They had only just arrived at the palace, and news from the sea had yet to spread. How had she acquired such detailed information? Was it the Red Count's mind-reading ability or Enel's vast heart network? Dalu pondered the extraordinary perceptive powers depicted in anime, realizing that only these two exceedingly rare abilities could achieve such feats. How did this woman named Aisha manage this? Yet, the bizarre narrative style of the manuscript made Dalu suppress the urge to tear it apart upon seeing how it distorted him into a hellish monster. No, Aisha said this manuscript could lead to the Navy protecting Seoul Bay. Xiong, sensing Dalu's thoughts, quickly pulled the manuscript back. The innocence in Xiong's words made it difficult for Dalu to reconcile this image with the future taciturn tyrant he would become. Nevertheless, he knelt down, earnestly addressing Xiong. This manuscript cannot protect Seoul Bay. Only formidable strength can safeguard it. Strength. Dalu's words made Xiong realize for the first time what he ought to do, prompting him to ask, "If I become strong like you, can I protect the Seoul Bay Kingdom?" "Yes," Dalu affirmed, gently patting Xiong's head, though his expression was somewhat nuanced. For this child before him would one day become the future warlord of the sea. "Do not heed his nonsense," Aisha interjected from behind, her eyes regarding Dalu, as if he were a tempter leading Xiong astray. "Nonsense? You do not genuinely believe this manuscript is of any use, do you?" Daruo extracted the manuscript from the bear's hands and placed it before Aisha, amusement dancing in his eyes. Initially, he presumed Aisha was merely comforting the childlike bear, only to discover that this fellow genuinely harbored such thoughts. How naive, Daruo chuckled softly. In a world where even the facade of justice cannot be upheld, is public opinion truly effective? If it were, pirates would have long been eradicated and the celestial dragons would have been dethroned. Naive, Aisha felt deeply insulted, the gravest affront she had encountered in her journalistic career. Summoning her courage to face the formidable Daruo, she retorted angrily, "Do you believe that once my article is published, the Navy will come to protect the kingdom of Seoul Bay within 2 days?" Daruo shook his head, dismissing her words. He had only intended to observe the youthful bear and, having accomplished that, turned to leave. "Stop. Let us wager. If the Navy arrives, you must apologize to me." In a bid to uphold her dignity as a reporter, Aisha boldly proposed a bet. Daruo paused and slowly turned back to Aisha, saying, "I accept this wager, but should you lose, you must reveal to me how you obtained information about my combat." He gestured towards the manuscript in her hands, his meaning clear. At that moment, Aisha's face turned pale. On the very day the bet was established, she had transmitted the manuscript to the newspaper via a special telephone beetle. It must be said that the newspaper's pursuit of timely news is remarkably high. The following day, her report was published. Daruo glanced at the newspaper delivered by the newsbird and smiled. Bloodied hand pirate crew strikes. Navy Colonel Ron fights gallantly. The Daruo pirate crew's scheme thwarted. Truly, a classic style of the world government. Daruo scoffed. Even though he had never lost a wager, this time he found himself hoping to lose, at most offering Aisha an apology. Yet, if Aisha were to win, it would indicate that the darkness of this world cannot be brazenly displayed, would it not? Meanwhile, Aisha could hardly believe her eyes. Impossible, there must be a mistake. Clutching the newspaper, she muttered to herself, even going so far as to call the newspaper's supervisor. After a lengthy wait, the telephone beetle was finally answered. "Hello, Aisha, what is it?" came the voice of a sleazy middle-aged man. "Supervisor, could we have made an error? The manuscript I sent you yesterday." Aisha was about to express her concerns when she was interrupted. "Aisha, I reviewed the manuscript you sent. It does not align with reality. The Daruo pirate crew is notorious for their cruelty. How could they possibly save the people? And the Navy's retreat. Is that something we can publish?" The supervisor's voice was filled with condescension. "But this is the truth," Aisha struggled to assert. "Truth?" The supervisor scoffed dismissively. "What we report is what constitutes the truth." Chapter 89. As expected, Aisha lost the bet and subsequently her job. How foolish I am, truly. Leaning against the wall, Aisha's gaze was vacant, her spirit crushed, reminiscent of the character Xianglin saw, murmuring to herself. Initially, she had harbored hopes that by reporting the matter truthfully, she could exert enough pressure through public opinion to draw the Navy's attention to the non-member kingdom of Seoul Bay. One could say her intentions were noble. Yet she was overly naive, believing that others at the newspaper would adhere to the ethical standards of journalism. Thus, the first step faltered. The daring bird that once scribbled anything onto the newspaper was now nowhere to be found. The World Economic Newspaper had yet to be established, and the various smaller publications were a mixed bag, too timid to publish articles that might tarnish the Navy's image. On another front, Ryukite and Izumi Riki were procuring supplies on the island, while Daro leisurely explored the surroundings, accompanied by the 8-year-old bear who had taken on the role of his guide. His intent was simple, to entice the bear to join him. "Bear, would you be interested in setting sail with me while Sapo is out hunting?" Daro slyly proposed to the young bear. Daro had already developed a fondness for the bear's future self and was reluctant to see this optimistic and cheerful lad evolve into a soulless machine. Moreover, as a companion, the bear was more than qualified. His strength ranked among the elite of the Shichibukai, second only to Mihawk. Though currently weaker, after a few years of training as an intern, his abilities would surely flourish. The bear, momentarily distracted, paused and scratched his bearskin hat, hesitating before responding. "But I'm only 8 years old. So what? You possess the ability to protect yourself. Your strength will improve after a few battles," Daro shrugged, instinctively glancing at the bear's palm as he mentioned self-defense. Sure enough, the pink pads were distinctly visible in his palm. The Paramecia type Nikyu no Mi, though it had made only a few appearances in the anime, left a profound impression on Daro due to its formidable capacity to directly influence concepts such as sensation and memory. "Why hide your abilities?" Daro remarked, pointing at the bear's hand with a smile that bordered on teasing. "How did you know?" The bear responded with surprise, having never disclosed this secret to anyone, not even his parents. How could this stranger know? Daro refrained from elaborating, for his origins were his greatest secret, and revealing such to an 8-year-old was out of the question. Nevertheless, he sincerely invited the bear. "So what do you say? Will you join me?" I will think about it," the bear replied, still wavering. It seemed he had declined. "How unfortunate," Daro murmured, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, the bear in the original narrative would undergo significant turmoil, transforming into the silent and fearsome tyrant he would later become. In the silence that followed, the bear guided Daro through the town. Although Salbiai's land was barren, it was blessed with abundant mountains, rich in forest and animal resources, yielding timber, jerky, leather, and other products. The true cause of their poverty, however, was the rampant piracy, particularly due to their geographical proximity to the entrance of the Grand Line, which led to frequent pirate incursions into this already struggling village. Sapo, the so-called king, had earned his position by repeatedly leading the populace to resist pirate invasions. Yet he remained an ordinary hunter who still had to toil. "Everyone truly seems to be working hard," Daro remarked, observing the numerous residents busily at work, each adorned with simple, genuine smiles. "My father says this year's harvest is good. By the end of the year, when we sell the leather, we can build a dock on the island come spring, allowing merchants to come and trade," the bear said, his face alight with hope, as if envisioning a brighter future for everyone next year. Who would have thought? Sapo has quite the mind. Daro was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly simple man would possess such far-reaching foresight. "I proposed it," and Shion, brimming with pride, patted his chest. During their conversation, the two returned to the palace. "We're back," greeted Like Tae, who had just returned from procurement, addressing Daro. "How did the shopping go?" Daro inquired. "Quite well. We managed to acquire a substantial amount of food and supplies, especially the jerky, which was very reasonably priced. Captain, I still have over half of the money you entrusted to me," Like Tae detailed meticulously. "That's good to hear," Daro nodded in approval. He felt quite reassured by Like Tae's reliability. Unlike that fellow, Izumi Riki Ken, who aside from fighting, would merely squint and grin foolishly. Daro feared he would end up getting cheated if he sent him to procure supplies. "Since everything is ready, we shall depart this afternoon. Have Riki Ken prepare accordingly," Daro decisively announced. Initially, Daro had planned to set off immediately after resupplying yesterday, but his desire to entice Shion and the wager he made with the woman Aisha had delayed him for an entire day. Oh, the wager! Daro suddenly remembered that he had yet to settle the bet with Aisha, and curiosity surged within him upon recalling her peculiar ability to gather information. Xiong, where's Aisha? Daro rubbed his hands together, squinting at Xiong. She should be resting in her guest room. I haven't seen her all day, Xiong replied, retracting his neck, viewing Daro as somewhat terrifying with his slightly slanted eyes. Let's go take a look. In the guest room, upon seeing the door open, Aisha hurriedly pulled her cap down over her face. Oh, why did you write so late yesterday? Are you still not awake? Daro teased, observing Aisha's haggard appearance. Mind your own business, Aisha retorted, glaring at Daro like an indignant goose. Daro waved his hand dismissively, smirking as he said, It seems someone lost the wager yesterday. Might I implore this young lady to fulfill her promise and satisfy my small curiosity? Didn't I say it had to be published within 2 days? Why are you in such a rush? Aisha, flustered at the mention of the wager, turned her head and muttered softly. After reading today's newspaper, you don't expect the Navy to protect the Salb Kingdom as you wish, do you? Mind your own business. 2 days is 2 days. Aisha, disregarding Daro's comments, buried her head in the blanket and resorted to the ultimate feminine tactic of throwing a tantrum and refusing to acknowledge the bet. However, Daro found himself at a loss. After all, the wager indeed had a deadline of 2 days. Although he could not uphold the so-called gentlemanly conduct like Sanji, he truly could not bring himself to act against a woman who was not his enemy. Enough. Stop playing dead. We're leaving this afternoon, and you, of all people, should know better than to disregard your own words, Daro remarked pointedly before departing. Wait. Aisha, who held the press in high regard, became flustered at Daro's words and called out to him to stay. Xiong, you can step outside for a moment, Aisha instructed quietly. Only Daro and Aisha remained in the room. The atmosphere of ambiguity began to envelop them. What a load of nonsense! Daro exclaimed, visibly annoyed. Is a mere wager really worthy of such fuss? Speak up. Is it mind reading or a mental net? But in the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed Daro's face as his mouth fell agape in disbelief. No way. Have you awakened your abilities? Yes, Aisha timidly replied, removing her cap to reveal the third eye on her forehead, simultaneously blinking her 3 lively eyes. Chapter 90. The generous merchant. Upon witnessing the third eye now exposed on Aisha's forehead, Daro was utterly astonished. A member of the Sanyin tribe, and one who had awakened her powers, despite the original manga only providing scant information about this race, with only the hybrid San Yin membrane making an appearance. It certainly did not imply that the Sanyin tribe was weak. On the contrary, from the dialogues between Kaido and Big Mom, it became evident that awakened San Yin individuals could at least interpret the poneglyphs. Although the historians of O'Hara had not yet been slaughtered by the Navy's extermination order, the ability to read poneglyphs was already a significant strength. One need only recall that even Roger needed to pay his respects to Whitebeard to recruit Odin, who could read the poneglyphs onto his ship. This demonstrates that the ability to interpret poneglyphs is a prerequisite for becoming the Pirate King. So you can see the scenes of our battle with that eye? Daro pointed at Aisha's forehead, his curiosity piqued, for even he, an avid reader of the manga for years, was unaware of the Sanyin tribe's abilities. Indeed, the primary power of the third eye is called awareness. Our kin can use it to acquire various information from the outside world, along with other abilities, Aisha explained, smoothing her bangs to cover the eye on her forehead. I see. Daro nodded, choosing not to delve further, and donned a cunning smile, his face radiating flattery as he inquired, what are your plans next? As a standard opening to entice companions aboard. Daro had successfully drawn in like Tei and Izumi Riki Ken with this question, and he was quite satisfied with its success rate thus far. However, this time, it did not proceed as he had hoped. What do you want? Aisha regarded Daro warily. At this moment, he appeared to her as a devil luring others into perdition. Nothing much, just asking, Daro said, forcing a smile. Recruiting companions is not something to be ashamed of. Aisha looked at Daro with suspicion, but proceeded to explain. I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll switch to another newspaper, or I might just stay here and be a cultural teacher for Xiong. Is there any possibility? Daro began to unfold a map of Yingguo, but his words were abruptly interrupted. Don't even think about it. Aisha, not one to be easily fooled, understood better than anyone the perils of becoming a pirate, especially as a member of the Sanyan tribe. It is well known that the celestial dragons have a particular penchant for Sanyan slaves. A single Sanyan could easily fetch billions of berries at an auction, and the world government would turn a blind eye to it. After all, to them, individuals capable of deciphering the blank century's history should be eradicated as soon as possible, leading to the near extinction of the Sanyan tribe, with only a handful remaining. Fine. Daro, having hit a wall, ceased his futile attempts, turned away, and waved goodbye as he departed. The time soon arrived at noon. After lunch, Daro began to consolidate the supplies procured by Like and, along with Izumi, Riki, Kin, and Like boarded the cart driven by Sobo to head towards the seaside. Uncle Sobo, where are you taking all these leathers and beast fangs? Daro reclined among the pile of furs, addressing Sobo in front of him. To the seaside. A merchant arrived today, wanting to collect some local specialties, so we're taking the goods for him to inspect. Suobo explained cheerfully, clearly in high spirits today. He was determined to acquire all the goods from a merchant. Deluo glanced back at the imposing line of dozens of horse-drawn carts and curiously inquired. The merchant had stated he would take whatever was available and had already paid a deposit, raising his voice to be heard above the clatter of hooves. Suobo confirmed the arrangement. Is that so? Deluo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, for such a straightforward merchant was indeed a rarity. By the way, bring up a few fur coats later. The sea can be unpredictable, and it's wise to prepare for the cold. As they approached their destination, Suobo swiftly turned to Deluo, gesturing with his whip toward the 3 bare fur coats set apart in the pile of goods. These are too precious. I'll reimburse you later. Deluo picked up the 3 coats, feeling a wave of gratitude. Oh, they're hardly worth much. My wife made them, and the craftsmanship is rather crude. As long as you don't mind, that's all that matters. Suobo waved his hand dismissively. Deluo knew well that Suobo had witnessed his triumph over the Blood Bowl pirate crew through a telescope. In a broader sense, Deluo and his companions were like benefactors to him. Amid the clatter of hooves, Deluo soon arrived at the beach where the mermaid's anthem was docked. While the merchant was conveniently located on the opposite shore, there was no other option for Seoul Bay, surrounded by mountains, but this stretch of sand devoid of hidden reefs. On the deck, Deluo released the supplies and materials from their compressed state and, along with Quan Li Qian, organized the cargo into the ship's hold, while Like Tay steered the mermaid's anthem, turning the vessel around. Wait a moment. I need to bid farewell to Uncle Suobo. Deluo informed Like Tay before leaping down from the deck and hurrying across the sand to the other side. The beach was bustling with dozens of hunters gathered together. Behind them were several carts piled high with goods. Struggling through the crowd, Deluo finally spotted Suobo conversing amicably with the shrewd-looking merchant, seemingly engaged in a very successful transaction. Uncle, we're leaving. Deluo waved his hand in farewell towards Suobo, although Suobo did not respond verbally. He nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell, Deluo hurried back to the mermaid's anthem. Set sail, he called out from the deck. The sails unfurled, and the ship gradually glided over the waves. 20 minutes later, Suobo and his group had also completed their transaction, driving their empty carts back towards the town, filled with joyful banter, indicating a bountiful haul. On the beach, the shrewd merchant cast a glance at the slowly departing merchant ship, revealing a triumphant smirk as he retrieved a pink snail phone from his suit pocket, speaking into it. Captain, we have secured the goods. Hurry over. Let us reclaim what is rightfully ours. Chapter 91. The Jelentai Pirate Crew. The Jelentai Pirate Crew has gained notoriety in recent years as the most infamous pirate group in the South Sea. The captain, Jelentai, was once a shrewd and greedy merchant, but after being plundered during a trading expedition, he seemed to discover a new opportunity, dissolving his merchant guild to join the very pirate crew that had robbed him. After all, what venture could be more profitable than plunder? With remarkable patience and cunning, Jelentai soon conspired with a few other crew members to toss the old captain overboard to feed the fish, ascending to the position of captain himself. Once in command, Jelentai's greed only intensified. He quickly devised new methods of plunder, having his subordinates masquerade as merchants to investigate the wealth of various locales, placing large orders to induce lending or massive stockpiling, followed by a coordinated invasion to seize the accumulated wealth. Through this approach, Gelantai amassed great riches but remained unsatisfied. Yearning for even more, he aspired to surpass his idol, the golden thief Unanimous, and thus devised grander plans, even discarding the principle of only taking without spending, lavishly recruiting a host of ruthless criminals and acquiring an arsenal of weapons. Once we obliterate this Solbay kingdom, we'll venture into the Grand Line to conquer a nation, and I shall reign as king. Gelantai, sporting a rooster-like hairstyle and adorned with a golden tooth, stood on the deck, laughing maniacally as if envisioning himself commanding storms from a palace of gold. Soon, the lookout from above relayed news. "Captain, we can see Aragon, the merchant. He should be just ahead. Men, ready your weapons. Once we take this kingdom, we'll set sail for the Grand Line, and I will make you all nobles." Gelantai rallied his crew, painting a grand vision for them. The pirates aboard responded enthusiastically, brandishing their swords and eagerly eyeing the small island ahead, ready for an impending clash. Perhaps this truly represented the essence of piracy. The likes of Luffy and Roger were merely exceptions. Meanwhile, Suabo, having just completed the transaction and arrived at the palace, received urgent news from ahead. He quickly gathered his guard and set off at a brisk pace towards the coast. Upon arrival, Suabo's bald deputy, Borin, sporting a distinctive mustache, raised a long telescope and grimaced as he discerned the two skull flags, emblazoned with gold coins, fluttering from the masts of the approaching ships. "Damn it, it's the Gelantai pirate crew." Borin's words caused the usually easygoing Suabo's expression to turn grave as the king of Solbay. He had meticulously researched the surrounding factions that posed a threat to the kingdom. Among them, the Gelantai pirate crew left a significant impression, ferocious, greedy, and cunning. Towns and nations targeted by them rarely escaped ruin. Yet, he could not fathom why they had set their sights on Solbay, a kingdom so impoverished that most pirates would overlook it as a meager morsel. Suabo's confusion was soon dispelled as Borin provided the answer. "That damn merchant. He is behind this." After saying this, he handed the telescope to Suabo. Upon taking the telescope, Suabo confirmed that the merchant ship was indeed meeting the Gelantai pirate vessel. It appeared they were well prepared. There was no time for further contemplation as Suabo issued his final orders to the men behind him. Quickly, the guard assembled along the shoreline, readying themselves in defensive formation, each one poised to confront the imminent threat from the pirates. However, the next moment, the disciplined guard began to stir. The pirate ship slowly maneuvered into position, its broadside guns ominously aimed at the soldiers. "Quickly retreat." Having recognized the cannons, the experienced Suabo immediately ordered a dispersal. Boom! A flurry of sparks erupted, and countless projectiles sliced through the air, unerringly aimed at the crowd. Despite the prior evacuation, the sheer number of shells inflicted significant casualties upon the guards, reducing their ranks by a third with a single barrage. Observing the formidable firepower of his newly acquired warship, Gulang Tai burst into a satisfied laugh, descending the ladder from the deck to confront Suabo and his companions on the beach. "Aragon, look! Who has taken my money?" Long Toi demanded, pulling a merchant forward and casting a greedy glance around. "It is him," Aragon exclaimed, his beady eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on Suabo, whom he pointed out with a shout. "You, bring back my money at once." Gulang Tai's eyes, flushed with avarice, fixated on Suabo, his words dripping with resentment as if he truly believed his money had been stolen. Suabo remained silent, but a burly man beside him angrily interjected. "But that was the payment for the goods. It was agreed that the transaction would be settled." "Settled?" The pirate crew erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. "What fools! The goods are mine, the money is mine, and now this kingdom is mine too. Longtoi proclaimeth," his mouth agape, revealing his gold tooth, before drawing a gilded dagger from his waist and commanding, "Seize them." No sooner had he spoken than a horde of pirates surged forward, brandishing swords and knives. "Fall back to the town. Suabo ordered his soldiers, brandishing a whip as he and the guards retreated into the forest, using the trees as cover to scatter towards the village. The pirates are coming. Run. The first to arrive, Suabo and his fellow guards rushed back to the village, spreading the word for the women and children left behind to flee, leaving their fate to chance. Suabo hurried to the palace, finding Xiong, the queen, and Ai Sha, urging them to escape with the funds. He understood that the pirates' primary target was the money. Should they succeed, they would undoubtedly unleash cannon fire, obliterating the entire village. After giving his instructions, Suabo returned to the town entrance, rejoining the guards to form a defensive line, knowing there was no retreat left. Kill! Without further ado, the two sides clashed. The disciplined guards facing off against the ferocious and disorganized pirates, resulting in a fierce and chaotic battle. However, the pirates' powerful cannons proved to be a significant hindrance, forcing the guards to pay with their lives. Suddenly, a cannon was aimed at Suabo's position. Just as the barrel glowed red and the projectile was about to be fired, a youthful figure dashed forward, unleashing a powerful punch that sent the cannon flying. Xiong, what are you doing? Suabo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at his child. Xiong, panting heavily, did not reply, as Ai Sha hurried to join him. What are you two doing here? I told you to run. Suabo's frustration mounted. He knew that their small number of guards could not hold off the pirates for long. This is madness. 20 minutes. Ai Sha gasped, leaning on her knees. What do you mean 20 minutes? Suabo questioned. If we can hold them off for 20 minutes, my big brother will come back and save us. Xiong explained, his fists clenched as he focused on the advancing pirates. Chapter 92. New recruits. The scene rewound to when the pirates first entered the village. Some of the more unruly pirates had begun plundering, brandishing their blades, and coercing the helpless women and children who had not been able to escape into surrendering their valuables. Any resistance was met with brutal violence, creating a gruesome scene. No way. Ai Sha gasped, covering her mouth. Ahead of her, a group of pirates was marching boldly towards the wealthiest part of the village, where the palace stood. Sister Ai Sha, take the queen and go. Xiong Gurjid I Esiaka then unleashed a powerful strike at the nearest pirates. His padded paws generated a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that struck one pirate squarely in the chest. With a sickening crunch, the pirate's head was smashed, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The remaining pirates, witnessing such a horrifying display, hesitated and began to scatter. No way. Xiong, you're that strong? The queen exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by her child's terrifying power. Ai Sha, on the other hand, was exhilarated, urging Xiong do it again. Crush them all. As she mimicked Xiong's earlier movement, he shook his head. I can't. I don't have enough stamina to use my powers many times. You need to run. No, we must leave together, the queen insisted, unwilling to abandon her child to face certain death, pulling Xiong towards the exit. Wait, I have an idea. Give me a few minutes. Ai Sha exclaimed, rushing into the palace and locking herself in a guest room. Please, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. Ai Sha sat on the edge of the bed, removing her cap to reveal the third eye on her forehead. The eye emitted a faint red glow, its pupils swirling as if searching for something. If one could see through Ai Sha's perspective, they would notice her vision transforming into a grayscale panorama, encompassing the entirety of the Su'a Air Bay Kingdom, continually expanding. 10 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles. Ai Sha diligently searched within this range, taking in everything. Soon, she spotted a rapidly moving pirate ship, the Siren Song, located 40 nautical miles northwest of Su'a Air Bay. Activating her unique third eye ability, she connected to the consciousness of anyone who had seen her third eye within her range. As the light from her eye shifted from red to blue, her vision constricted until it locked onto the Siren Song. Curiously observing the pirate vessel, she noted its luxurious decor, despite only seeing in black and white. Quite the indulgence. Ai Sha scoffed, but remained focused on her purpose, shifting her view to the deck, where she noticed a glowing point radiating 3 colors. Ai Sha and Xiong concentrated on the tricolored light, their consciousness diving deep into it. Dalio, help us. Pirates are invading. Aisha unconsciously transmitted information to Daruo. Meanwhile, Daruo, who was lounging on a deck chair, reacted suddenly. Who? He exclaimed, rising abruptly and scanning the surroundings, only to see Ryukite gripping the helm. Ryukite, didn't you hear a woman's voice? Daruo inquired. Huh, Captain, surely you are not dreaming? Ryukite offered the most reasonable explanation. Dreaming my foot. Did you not hear it? A clear, ethereal woman's voice? Daruo retorted, pressing the question again. No, Ryukite replied, scratching his head with certainty. Suddenly, it seemed that Daruo had an epiphany, and he addressed the surrounding air. Aisha, what has happened? Pirates. A band of pirates has invaded Swalbi. Please, hurry back and save this country. Aisha's voice echoed within Daruo's heart once more. Instead of responding immediately, Daruo pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon 3 bearskin coats piled among the supplies on deck. All right, I will return now. I can reach there in 40 minutes, no, 20 minutes. Daruo replied to Aisha in his subconscious. Ryukite, turn the ship around. We are heading back to Swalbi, he instructed. Upon finishing his words, Daruo thrust his hands forward, and a powerful updraft surged from the sea, lifting the mermaid's him into the air. Hey, what's happening? Ryukite exclaimed, having just processed the sudden news of their return when he saw the entire ship elevated in midair. The ship is moving too slowly. We are flying back. Daruo grinned, and with his hands together, a massive air corridor gradually formed in the sky. Sky's imperial corridor. The immense force propelled the mermaid's him forward along the passage, soaring through the air at an extraordinary speed, akin to Apollo's chariot. On board, although the captain's commands were unquestionable, Daruo still took the initiative to explain to the 2 crew members, it seems Swalbi is under pirate attack. We must return to investigate. As Daruo rushed back, at that moment, Xiong and Aisha had already arrived at Swalbi to fend off the pirates together. The relentless pirates, frustrated by their inability to breach the defenses, opted to employ cannon fire and leverage their numbers for a siege. This brute force combat style placed Swalbi and their comrades at a significant disadvantage. If they did not eliminate the pirates one by one, the guards would stand no chance against them. Huff, huff. Xiong gasped heavily, his face grim as he gazed at the cascading cannon fire ahead, feeling utterly helpless. After all, he was not yet the formidable tyrant Xiong of the future. At just 8 years old, he could hardly unleash the true power of the Nikyu no Mi. Not only was his strength limited, but each blow left him needing time to recover. Xiong, if this continues. Sapo, equally exhausted, gasped, his chest heaving like a bellows. Xiong shook his head in silence, his throat burning with pain. We still haven't subdued them. I wonder how much more ammunition we will waste. Galongtai, hidden behind the pirates, glared at the battlefield with a pale face. To him, this was all a matter of finances. Damn it, unleash all the cannons. Galongtai commanded, waving his hand dismissively. And under his orders, all cannons targeted the remaining few guards. It's over, Aisha thought, her heart filled with despair as she watched the cannons aimed at them. And the others mirrored her expression. Countless cannonballs were fired, seemingly intent on erasing Sapo and his companions from existence. Sapo, seeing the incoming projectiles, instinctively pulled Xiong behind him, believing that even in death, a father should shield his son for a heartbeat longer. Meanwhile, Aisha closed her eyes, as if resigned to the fact of her impending demise. Moments later, the expected explosion did not occur. Looks like we arrived just in time. Daruo's light voice rang in Aisha and the others' ears like a celestial melody. Aisha, Sapo. Daruo called out. Big brother. Xiong exclaimed. Everyone looked at Daruo with astonished joy. Daruo smiled, ruffled Xiong's hair, and said, You held out remarkably well. Turning to the last to arrive, Izumi Rikiya, he addressed him, Rikiya, I appreciate your help. All right, Rikiya replied with a squint and a smile. Though to Galongtai and his crew, his smile resembled that of a demon. Despite Galongtai's crew not being weak in the South Sea, they appeared as mere chaff before Rikiya, relying solely on numbers and equipment. With just a few swift strikes, they were decimated. The next day, on the same beach, Daro's pirate crew set sail once more. But this time with two new crew members, Intelligence Officer Aisha and Intern Xiong. Chapter 93. The upside-down mountain seagulls spread their wings, circling in the cloudless sky. On the sea, the mermaids sliced through the waves, racing across the azure waters. Under Aisha's guidance and Daro's command, they swiftly approached the entrance to the upside-down mountain, propelled by the fierce winds. Before them lay an endless expanse of red earth, with mountain peaks towering into the clouds. A fantastical and majestic miracle marking the boundary of the red earth continent that divided the calm belt from the four seas. "Wow, Captain, is this the Grand Line?" Intern Xiong exclaimed, astonished. As someone who had spent his entire life in Swalbi, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Daro did not respond. He was meticulously manipulating the surrounding air, guiding the mermaids gently into the waterway, leading to the twin capes deep within the upside-down mountain. The Grand Line is not a single location, but rather a vast ocean encircling the entire world. The upside-down mountain is merely the entrance. "We must pass through here to enter the Grand Line," Aisha, now acting as a cultural teacher, explained, firmly gripping the railing to prevent being tossed overboard by the turbulence. "Everyone, hold tight. We are about to ascend a staircase," Daro announced, raising his hand to summon a compressing air current that gently pinned Ryakit and the others to the deck. Simultaneously, the sea currents surged, and the mermaids surged forward into the ascending waterway. With a swoosh, the mermaids quickly ascended to the highest point of the waterway. But it did not end there. Aided by inertia, the entire ship glided through the air for several dozen meters before diving toward the expansive sea below. The sudden freefall sent Xiong and Aisha shrieking in fright, clinging to one another, while Azumi Rakia appeared dazed, seemingly unaware of their high altitude. Zhuang Wangza Ryakit, being the reliable one, activated his ability, generating a gentle current of wine beneath the ship to safely lower the mermaids onto the surface of the sea. Aside from Lei Kute, the others simultaneously gasped in astonishment, as none expected such a scene above. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the mermaids glided gently towards the Twin Towers. Concurrently, at Twin Cape, the beginning of the Grand Line and the starting point of 7 waterways, stood a towering white lighthouse, guiding every traveler and pirate entering the Grand Line. As GOLD, Roger had yet to usher in the tumultuous era of piracy. This age did not witness a throng of pirates rushing towards the Grand Line, resulting in only a handful of pirate ships lingering at Twin Cape, with merely a few vessels queued at the entrance of the sea route. Beside the lighthouse, a medium-sized pirate ship was docked, adorned with a massive vulture sculpture at its bow, and its pirate flag depicted not a skull, but a fierce vulture. On the shore, a group of menacing pirates surrounded a burly uncle whose face resembled that of an octopus and whose hair resembled petals. One pirate, wielding a short axe, seized the uncle's collar with one hand while pointing towards the pirate ship with the other, bellowing, "You, hurry up and make that stinky whale get out of our way." The uncle, dressed in a floral shirt and shorts, remained unfazed, adjusting his collar and frowning as he replied, "It is not a stinky whale. It is called Labu. I don't care if it's Labu or a Labrador. If it doesn't move, I'll slaughter you all." A bald pirate with a sharp beak and a captain's hat growled, "You really lack perception. Do you know who our captain is? He is the infamous pirate of the West Sea, with a bounty of 43 million belly, bald vulture Baydon," chimed in a pirate resembling a canine strategist. "Oh, 43 million belly, truly a great pirate," the uncle with petal-like hair drawled, his tone dismissive. This impatience further furrowed Bedouin's brow, and as he drew his long sword to showcase his captain's might to his subordinates, he heard a light voice from a distance. "Oh, what a lively scene." Dalu, who had maneuvered the ship alongside the bald vulture pirates, remarked while observing the group on shore. The pirate, resembling a canine strategist, next to Baydon gazed at the mermaids for a moment, suddenly revealing a sinister grin. Leaning close to Bedouin's ear, he whispered, "Captain, there's a stunning lass on that ship, but only 4 men, one of whom is a child. What do you think?" Bedouin's expression shifted to one of satisfaction, his gaze landing on Aisha with a predatory glint akin to a vulture eyeing a piece of rotting meat. We just entered the Grand Line, boys, go for it. Kill the man, and the woman I shall enjoy before you have your turn. As his words fell, the ragtag pirates began to cheer and brandish their swords, completely disregarding the uncle. The uncle, frowning, retreated into the lighthouse. Meanwhile, Baydun ordered his crew to position their pirate ship across the mermaids, intending to block Dalu and his companions from leaving, while simultaneously occupying the shore as his men brandished their swords and shouted threats. All of you on the ship, get down here, submit, and I may spare your lives. Dare to resist, and I will chop you into pieces. Baydun shouted, his long sword resting on his shoulder, his voice gravelly as if he had swallowed a stone. What is he saying? Aisha, a seasoned reporter, had never witnessed such a scene. The frenzied pirates combined with Baydun's incoherent shouting made her believe it was some local ritual, prompting her to curiously lean over the railing to observe the shore. Baydun's eyes lit up. It seemed his crew was indeed not exaggerating, for there was indeed a captivating beauty, her figure and visage causing him to salivate. Clearing his throat, he shouted louder, "Get down, or I will take you out." "Hey, why is that pretty boy coming down?" Dalu, having reached the edge of the deck, wore a cold expression, hands in his pockets as he leaped to the shore, slowly addressing Baydun. "You jester, what did you say? Do you want to provoke me?" Baydun, insulted, prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be yanked by the arm by the navigator beside him. Irritated, he turned to glare at the fool who had interrupted him, silently resolving to revoke his invitation to the silver party later. The navigator, trembling, handed a crumpled newspaper to his captain without uttering a word. "What is this?" Baydun muttered, puzzled, as he took the newspaper, his eyes immediately drawn to the glaring headline and photo. "The strongest rookie, supernova, bounty of 150 million belly, Gulong the deadly marksman Dalu." Baydun swallowed hard, cautiously comparing the photograph to the unfriendly man before him, realizing they were one and the same. In a moment of panic, Baydun tossed the newspaper aside and knelt down, fervently bowing his head. "Please spare me, sir. I was just drunk and speaking nonsense. Please have mercy and let us go." The members of the Bald Vulture Pirates exchanged glances, each following suit and kneeling, echoing Baydun's pleas for mercy. On the other side, the uncle with the petal-like hair emerged from the White Tower, brandishing a harpoon, intending to thwart the Bald Vulture Pirates' misdeeds at the Twin Towers, only to find them all kneeling. What kind of bizarre ritual is this, kneeling before robbing? The uncle scratched his head, assuming it was some strange custom of the West Sea. Dalu pointed towards the pirate ship blocking the mermaids, impatiently instructing Baydun and his crew. "Take your men and get lost." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy." Baydun and his crew scrambled to their feet, hastily boarding their pirate ship and urging the helmsman to set sail. At that moment, all they desired was to escape this troublesome place. The sailors quickly lowered the sails, guiding the ship into the entrance of the Grand Line S waterway. "The winds are strong at sea. Remember to wear an extra layer." Dalu waved goodbye to the members of the Bald Vulture Pirates, feigning concern. Yes, we will put on an extra layer," Baydun, astonished, quickly donned a windbreaker from the captain's quarters. The ship gradually entered the waterway, accelerating with the current. Suddenly, a gust of wicked wind swept through. Baydun felt the ship's helm take on a will of its own, as the vessel tilted dangerously, careening towards the red earth of the coastline. The already crimson land darkened further. In the chaos of the collision, Baydun barely escaped, clinging to a piece of driftwood, desperately calling out, "Please, I dare not. Spare me." The next moment, the raging current pulled him beneath the waves. Chapter 94, Kukalusi Kukalusi, Good morning. Dalu turned to the watchful uncle with a wary face and greeted him. "Oh, you know me?" Kukalusi shouldered his harpoon, scrutinizing the golden-haired youth before him. "How could you not know? I intend to take you away shortly." Dalu silently scoffed, yet maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "I have heard of the guardian of the Twin Gorge." After speaking, he turned to the crew of the Mermaid's Anthem and instructed, "Dock the ship and let everyone disembark." Under the command, Lykeet skillfully maneuvered the Mermaid's Anthem to the shore. Once everything was secure, the group descended the makeshift ladder and arrived before the White Tower. The view here is absolutely breathtaking, Aisha exclaimed, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hands as she surveyed the surroundings. Kakalos remained silent, walking directly to the folding sun chair that had been kicked over by Beethoven. He set it upright, propped one leg against it to unfold it, and leisurely seated himself. "Are you all so idle? Why aren't you moving?" he remarked lazily. Daro chuckled, straightening another fallen chair and reclining in it as well. "Lunchtime is approaching. I prefer not to eat while navigating the ship. It lacks a sense of ceremony." Just as Kakalos was about to unfold the newspaper left by Beethoven, he noticed Daro's article and raised an eyebrow. The sea monarch ISNT in the South Sea, but instead has brought these individuals to the Grand Line. Is this some sort of child's play? Lykeet, feeling affronted by the slight against his captain, was about to retort when Daro stopped him. "Conquering the Grand Line is not a matter of urgency. We ought to savor the adventure. I find Kakalos' presence here quite intriguing. Let us have a meal first," Daro suggested with a smile and a wave of his hand. Daro's mere presence was not malicious, and Kakalos felt compelled to oblige. The rest of the crew happily accepted their captain's proposal, bustling toward the kitchen. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted from the kitchen of the Mermaid's Anthem. Daro, without a doubt, attributed the culinary success to Xiong, who had years of hunting experience and knew exactly how to prepare roasted meat. "Impressive," Kakalos remarked, drawn in by the delightful scent. "Indeed, despite our small number, we are remarkably reliable companions," Daro replied proudly, straightening up and directly extending an invitation. "Mr. Kakalos, would you be interested in joining us?" Kakalos, reclining in his sun chair, waved his hand dismissively. "Another invitation? However, I must decline. I have my reasons for staying here." Daro, undeterred by the rejection, laughed heartily. "Though I approached this with a mere hope, it appears it was in vain. May I inquire if your refusal is due to Labu?" Kakalos raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Labu was submerged beneath the sea, and he had never mentioned the name. "How did you know?" He couldn't help but ask. "Let us just say it's a secret," Daro replied, not wishing to satisfy Kakalos' curiosity, especially after he had just declined. "You mentioned being invited again. Have many people approached you recently?" Daro skillfully shifted the topic. "Yes," Kakalos nodded. "A few months ago, a fellow named John invited me to join their pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates. Should be the one that made the news recently. Just days ago, another pirate named Roger came to the Twin Towers seeking a ship's doctor. I mentioned that I am a physician, and they extended an invitation. Upon hearing those familiar names, Daro couldn't help but grimace. Mr. Kakalos, you are quite in demand. However, I must ask, what was the purpose of the Rocks Pirates inviting you aboard?" Kakalos shrugged. "Who knows? That fellow John mentioned it was to join an organization to research some longevity medicine," he replied with a scoff. Daro nodded inwardly, deciding not to delve deeper into the topic, as it involved the currently dominant Rocks Pirates, and he preferred to remain uninformed about such delicate matters. As for why the Roger Pirates had invited Kakalos aboard years in advance, who could say? Perhaps it was due to that casual comment he made in the tavern about Roger's health that caught his attention. After all, besides Luju, only Roger had the audacity to believe he could foresee the future. Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the sea, accompanied by a sound akin to a train's whistle. A gigantic whale surfaced, its scarred head swiftly approaching Daro and Kakalos. "This must be Labu," Daro remarked with excitement, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he had long wished to meet this whale, which had formed a profound bond with Luffy's crew. "It's enormous," he gasped, initially thinking the depiction in the manga was exaggerated, yet the reality was even more astonishing. Meanwhile, Aisha and the others, having prepared the lunch, descended from the Mermaid's Anthem with platters of roasted meat and bread, only to be startled by Labu's presence, almost dropping their plates. "Can fish really grow this large?" the naive Huchuan Liqian asked, curiously approaching the colossal creature. "That's a whale," Lykeet attempted to explain but thought better of it. Explaining to Huchuan Liqian that whales are mammals living in the water seemed a daunting task. At lunchtime, the group lounged in their beach chairs, continuously savoring the golden, crispy roasted meat. "Hey, Lykeet, fill my cup," Kakalos called out, raising his glass toward Lykeet. After seeing it filled, he patted Lykeet on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Good job. Your multitasking abilities are remarkable. I reckon your captain ought to recognize your worth. Daro coughed, bemused as he observed the rosy-cheeked Kakalos. The others gazed intently at Labu, each absorbed in their thoughts. Xiong mused, this fish is colossal, far larger than the biggest of mountain bears. But Yuan Liqian pondered, is this creature truly a fish? Aisha squealed, so adorable. Can I touch it? After indulging in their meal, the afternoon rolled in. After a brief respite, Daro resolved to bid farewell to Kakalos, for the purpose of inviting him aboard had not materialized. It served no purpose to linger if he was unwilling. In front of the Twin Towers, Daro retrieved the 7 eternal pointers he had prepared in advance and inquired of Kakalos, Mr. Kakalos, we intend to select a route among these 7. Do you have any suggestions? Having already formed a friendly rapport with Daro's crew, Kakalos was eager to assist this group that had brought him such delightful food and drink. What are your requirements? He asked. We need a route that passes through Water 7, and it would be ideal if we could recruit a navigator and a ship's doctor. Daro deliberated. Several routes can pass through Water 7, so you need not worry about that. As for a ship's doctor, you might find one at Sabati Archipelago. Thus, the only route that meets your criteria is this one. Kakalos pointed at the map. On the nautical chart, the route indicated by Kokalusi is precisely the one later chosen by Luffy and Roger. First stop, why should you, Sean? Set sail. Chapter 95. Aisha's intelligence, the weather of the Grand Line, is far more unpredictable than that of the 4 seas. Having departed from the Gemini Straits 3 days ago, it feels as though Dalu has traversed the 4 seasons within this brief span, with sweltering heat alternating with chilling cold, compounded by the capricious and extreme weather that transforms navigation into a torment. At this moment, the mermaid's anthem is sailing beneath a vast expanse of ominous clouds, besieged by thunder and rain, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes that render direction indistinguishable. The only reliable guide, apart from the Eternal Pointer, is Aisha. Once we pass through these clouds, the weather will revert to the normal summer conditions, Aisha remarked, blinking her wondrous third eye. Indeed, as they emerged from the dark clouds, the blazing sun shone directly upon the deck, and the rapidly rising temperature swiftly melted the rain and snow aboard the ship. This dreadful weather, sailing for 2 years, would surely result in dampness aboard. Dalu, now clad in a floral shirt, stepped out from the captain's cabin, unfolded a beach chair on the deck, and reclined luxuriously. Ever since dining with Kokalusi, he had developed a fondness for sunbathing, particularly when accompanied by a beauty in a bikini reading the newspaper beside him. 2 days prior, the infamous cold corpse Steve and the pathological psychiatrist P. White clashed on Owl's Island, resulting in the town's complete devastation, with heavy casualties and numerous townsfolk driven mad by P. White's abilities. Aisha, filled with indignation, concluded her report, her cheeks puffed up with frustration. Aisha, try to stay composed. Raikite approached with several glasses of chilled cocktails, offering one to Aisha while providing comfort. Thank you. Dalu accepted the icy margarita from Raikite, took a small sip, and remarked, pirates are like this, regardless of how they masquerade as adventurous souls or daring revolutionaries. To the common folk, they are merely a band of ruthless villains. You are a pirate yourself, yet you speak of your kind so candidly, Aisha observed, intrigued, as she had not anticipated Dalu's unreserved assessment of pirates, herself included. This is no fairy tale. Where's the true goodness and beauty? Dalu shrugged, continuing, the identity of a pirate is merely a product of circumstance, and as for morality, it is dictated by one's heart. Of course, I'm also prepared to meet my demise as a pirate. Feeling the gravity of the conversation, Dalu lightened the mood with a laugh, raising an eyebrow. However, ordinary pirates are no match for me. This was not mere boasting. With his current strength, he could indeed traverse the first half of the Grand Line with impunity. Were it not for the absence of the warlord policy, he would not even be classified as a supernova. Moreover, with the formidable Yuan Liqian by his side, even with just 5 crew members, he felt no fear regarding their capabilities. Captain, who are those 2 fellows? The intern Xiong, dressed in a black and white striped jacket, pointed curiously at the images of 2 individuals in the newspaper. As fellow pirates also classified as supernovas, Dalu was well aware of them. Ruffling Xiong's head, he began to explain. Cold Corpse Steve, captain of the Cold Current pirate crew, possesses the powers of the Ho-Ho fruit. His bounty is 170 million. He once froze half a town into ice sculptures in the West Sea. Pathological psychiatrist P. White, a lone wolf with an unknown fruit ability, has a bounty of 210 million. He reportedly enjoys acting as a psychologist for the wealthy, harboring a severe hatred for the rich, leading to the demise of numerous affluent individuals. Li Qian, who was diligently practicing swordsmanship, leaned in as well. Those two have bounties higher than the captain's. This combative individual, still lamenting not having had a thorough bout with Dalu, felt a surge of restlessness upon seeing the bounties surpassing Dalu's. They are not even the highest bounties among the supernovas. At least two others currently in the Grand Line have bounties exceeding that of the captain. Aisha, serving as the intelligence officer, cleared her throat and retrieved a notebook from her fourth-dimensional pocket. Deadly Beast Tamer Sakizi, captain of the Deadly Circus pirate crew, notorious for the infamous massacre during a circus performance on Santa Bayer Island. His bounty stands at 230 million. Gravedigger Sali, captain of the Dead Man's Treasure pirate crew, specializes in tomb raiding and is rumored to have disturbed the ancestral grave of Rear Admiral Feishu, with a bounty that reflects his notoriety, despite claims of his modest strength. Dalu inhaled sharply, holding a profound respect for those who dare to disturb ancestral graves. Did that Rear Admiral really allow his ancestral grave to be disturbed? Raikai, intrigued, inquired. Of course not. The ancestors were exhumed and left to dry in the sun. It is said that Rear Admiral Feishu had just been pummeled by Kaido, his legs still in a cast. Upon hearing the news, he stormed out of the hospital in Marineford. Furious, Aisha recounted animatedly. Where did you hear such a tale? Dalu, intrigued by Aisha's earnestness, questioned, skeptical of her ability to gather intelligence even in Marineford. I heard it from a friend who sells breakfast in Marineford. Aisha playfully stuck out her tongue. Dalu glanced at his intelligence officer, astonished. Having fully experienced the perception abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe, he recognized that with such a range, if there were connections between individuals, the coverage of her intelligence network could only be described as formidable. Coupled with Aisha's ability to communicate in real time over vast distances, she could indeed be deemed the most formidable intelligence officer and liaison. Yet, her self-preservation skills seemed lacking. However, if a fruit could be acquired for her, it would likely resolve her vulnerabilities. Dalu pondered inwardly. As they bantered, the mermaid's anthem entered a thick fog. Upon emerging from the mist, towering, round cacti, higher than mountains, came into view. On the shores below, the locals, upon spotting the mermaid's anthem and the pirate flag, did not flee, but instead gathered along the coast, cheering for the ship. Dalu observed the crowd waving at him and glanced at the eternal pointer on his wrist. It seems we have arrived at Waishiji-shan. Chapter 96. Encounter with the Whitebeard Pirates. Waishiji-shan, the first island on this route, boasts some rather peculiar customs. Are they welcoming us? Xiong at the rear timidly inquired as he watched the crowds on both sides cheerfully greeting them. Curious, for in the Sewer Bay Kingdom, pirates were most despised by the populace. Dalu remained composed. Having read the manga, he was well aware that Waishiji-shan was essentially a haven for bounty hunters, feigning a warm welcome while conceiving treachery under the cover of night. Logically, that sand-playing fellow should still be sucking on his pacifier, Dalu muttered, observing the enthusiastic crowd. Amidst the cacophony of the bustling crowd, two figures emerged, one trailing behind the other. The individual at the rear, whom Daluo recognized, was none other than Tim, adorned with a cowboy hat and two revolvers tucked at his waist. With a tone of surprise, he greeted Daluo. Daluo, in turn, identified him as the bounty hunter he had previously encountered during the incident with Lai Zibate. The reason for such a vivid memory was that Daluo's current companion, Ao Li and I, was a gift from this very man. What brings you here? Dalu inquired, casting a glance at Tim. Tim chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the man beside him. This is my cousin, Lai Mu, the mayor of this quaint town. I intended to hone my skills along the Grand Line and decided to seek refuge with him. Lai Mu, intrigued by their familiarity, queried, How do you two know each other? Daluo hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing Lai Mu, a robust figure clad in a black suit with a curly wig typically worn by lawyers, exuding an aura of shrewdness, albeit with evasive eyes. "Consider him a friend," DeLuo replied, patting Tim's shoulder before reminiscing about old times. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the dock, as an unknown voice shouted, "A notorious pirate is here." Like a stone cast into hot oil, the crowd erupted, their volume escalating dramatically as they surged towards the opposite end of the dock. "I'll check it out. You all continue your conversation. Oh, by the way, the Seaman's and over there offers free lodging for pirates. You may rest there," Lai Mu advised DeLuo with a nod before pushing through the throng. DeLuo and his companions exchanged glances, astonished by the crowd's sudden change in demeanor, which had shifted from warmth to a hasty retreat upon the mention of a pirate. "I'll take a look. You all wait for me at the tavern and ensure the record pointer is saved," DeLuo suggested, concerned that the crowd might cause delays for their group. He then urged him along as they ventured into the surging masses. "I am quite curious about which pirate could draw such a crowd," he mused internally while navigating through the throng. At the dock, a colossal ship gently approached the shore, its lengthy staircase extending from the deck to the ground, followed by the descent of over a dozen individuals. "Old man, what a lively scene!" exclaimed a burly figure clad in sleeveless gray-gold armor and sporting a horned helmet. "Oh ho ho! Are all these people here to welcome us?" boomed a giant, towering over 5 meters, whose laughter resonated through the air. With a single leap, he bounded from the deck to the shore. His distinctive white mustache stood proudly, his white cape draping over his muscular frame, wielding a naginata taller than himself. This was none other than the legendary Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, destined to become renowned across the seas. How could he possibly be here? DeLuo thought, recognition flooding his mind with shock. "Do you know him, DeLuo?" Tim asked, noticing DeLuo's astonished expression. DeLuo, not in the mood for banter, turned to Tim with a serious demeanor. "Tim, if you value your life, it would be wise to keep your cousin in check and not draw attention to them." After giving Tim a reassuring pat on the shoulder, DeLuo strode back toward the tavern, leaving Tim in a state of confusion, uncertain whether his advice would be heeded. DeLuo felt he had fulfilled his duty as a friend. It was worth noting that the current Whitebeard was not leading the massive fleet of hundreds or thousands that would come later. At this time, Whitebeard was still aboard the Rock's ship, and Marco had yet to board, accompanied only by the elder crew members like Whitebeard, Fasa, and Coulier Ayer. The former crew members who had branched out to form their own ships had not displayed notable prowess even during the War of the Best, and their strength was likely inferior to those who joined later, such as Ace and George. Therefore, DeLuo felt little fear at the prospect of encountering Whitebeard, confident that he, along with Quan Li Qian and Lei Kute, could easily make an escape if necessary. Naturally, he preferred to avoid conflict, as the prospect of being pursued by an irate Whitebeard would be rather chaotic. "Captain, you're back," greeted Aisha and Bear from the first-floor lobby of the inn upon DeLuo's return. "Where are Lei Kute and Quan Li Qian?" DeLuo inquired, noticing their absence. They heard there was a drinking contest and headed to the tavern. Aisha replied with a roll of her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "All right, I'll go find them. Do you want to join?" DeLuo contemplated checking out the drinking contest, recalling that Zoro had once consumed 13 cups and won a prize of 100,000 berries. "Forget it, you go ahead," Aisha said, lacking interest in such trivial games for men. She took some money from DeLuo, intending to explore the island with Bear. As DeLuo approached the tavern, he heard a cacophony of cheers from within. Pushing the door open, he found everyone gathered around a table, where Lei Kute faced off against a balding, prematurely aged man, both fiercely competing in a drinking challenge. "Fasa, can you handle this? The prize is 100,000 berries." A golden-haired woman remarked disdainfully from behind the man. "Bakeen, shut your mouth." Fasa snapped at the blonde woman, as he raised a filled cup to his lips once more. However, having reached his limit, he ultimately collapsed. Against a user of the sake fruit, one must question the logic of such a contest, DeLuo thought to himself, silently critiquing the inebriated man. "What a disgrace," Bakeen scoffed, shoving Fasa aside and turning to his long-braided companion. "Burenheim, it's your turn." Just as the man was about to rise to challenge Le Coute, a booming laugh resonated from outside the tavern. Kra-la-la-la-la. Whitebeard squeezed through the tavern door, taking a seat opposite Le Coute. Kid, this time I'm here to challenge you. As a man capable of drinking to the point of needing 4 fluids, Newgate was unafraid of any drinking contest. Le Coute seemed unfazed, nodding in response. But DeLuo interjected. Crew members compete against crew members. Naturally, captains should face captains. The author mused that at least Whitebeard and Shiki would have led their own crews while still belonging to Rocks. Surprised by DeLuo's revelation of his identity, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Oh, you know me. I have long admired your reputation. Edward Newgate." Chapter 97, A Dark and Windy Night. At 10 cups, he was still Uncle Whitebeard. At 20 cups, he became Brother Newgate, and by 30 cups, he could only be called Old White. Old White, if you can't handle it. Perhaps it's best to stop drinking and save the liquor to nurture some fish on the ship. In his previous life as a seasoned drinker, Daro was not one to hold back, skillfully provoking his opponent with words. When Newgate was referred to as Old White, he merely chuckled, downing his drink in one gulp. "It's your turn, kid." The towering figure of Whitebeard slammed his cup onto the table, glaring fiercely at Daro, staring at the large vessel that had just crashed before him. Even Daro felt a twinge of headache. Whitebeard's colossal stature, over 5 meters tall, meant he could drink with an unmatched ferocity. Even after consuming more than 30 of these enormous cups, he showed no signs of inebriation. Just then, the tavern owner stepped in to defuse the situation. "We're out of alcohol." "Phew." Daro sighed in relief, contemplating abandoning the contest. After all, having consumed more than 30 cups, he was nearing the limits of his own tolerance. However, before he could voice his intent, he was interrupted. "Drink. I have more." A grinning lime, having loosened the buttons of his black suit jacket, approached, signaling 2 townsfolk to bring 2 large barrels of wine to the table. Daro cast a deep glance at Lime. It seemed his earlier warning to Tim had fallen on deaf ears, as his cousin was intent on stirring trouble. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead ghost, so he decided to let it be. The 36th cup. The bartender once again filled their cups and pushed them toward the 2. "Drink, drink." The surrounding crowd, having never witnessed anyone capable of downing over 30 cups, erupted in cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Daro and Whitebeard gazed at their cups in silence. It was evident that neither was inclined to continue drinking, yet their competitive spirits would not allow them to concede in front of their crew. Fortunately, at that moment, the perceptive Riakit stepped forward, discreetly using his ability to purify the alcohol in their drinks and evaporate it away. "Drink." Daro noticed Riakit's subtle maneuver. Pleased, he patted his thigh and lifted the cup, consuming the liquid that resembled clear water in one swift motion. Not to be outdone, Whitebeard followed suit, downing a large cup with abandon. "Huh." Not sensing the usual intense flavor of alcohol, Whitebeard expressed surprise, but upon seeing Daro signaling him, he refrained from further comment. The spirited drinking contest continued into the night, only concluding when the last 2 barrels were emptied, resulting in a draw. During this time, the scheming Lime attempted to bring more wine, but both men collectively halted him. "Kid, would you be interested in becoming my family?" It was clear that Whitebeard had taken a liking to this young man who could match him drink for drink, and thus extended the invitation. Daro understood the implications of such a familial bond and gazed at Newgate, exasperatedly saying, "Come on, Old White, that's not very considerate. I consider you a friend, yet you wish to become my father." Laughter erupted from everyone present. Even the nearly inebriated water buffalo 8 Moes teasingly remarked, "Old man, your reputation doesn't seem to hold much weight. You were outright rejected." After the playful banter, the atmosphere of the gathering intensified, with everyone toasting and embracing one another, reveling until late into the night. "Well then, Supernova and young Brewer, we shall part ways here." A half-drunk Kalayer supported the thoroughly intoxicated 8 Moes and Foza as they bid farewell to Daro. "Goodbye." Daro waved, bidding a graceful farewell to the group, while glancing at the now sober Whitebeard, who he no longer dared to call Old White. "Captain Newgate, let us drink to our heart's content next time." Uh, uh. Whitebeard's hearty laughter resonated, causing his two curved mustaches to quiver. With that, the two groups parted ways. Daruo and his companions returned to their lodging, while Whitebeard's crew faced the challenge of finding accommodations for their towering captain, as there were no beds available for someone over 5 meters tall. After all, they couldn't have him sleeping in the lobby. Deep into the night, the group fell into a deep slumber, each dreaming sweet dreams. The dark clouds obscured the moon, and under the shroud of night, the tranquil and serene Whiskey Peak seemed to take on a different ambience. Renowned bounty hunters of the town began to stir. Setting out under the cover of darkness, their sights set on the tavern where Daruo resided and the dock pirate ship of Whitebeard. "Hurry, keep up, Lime," now clad in combat attire, urged on his followers, while a group of bounty hunters brandished swords, surrounding both the dock and the inn. "Cousin, should we not reconsider?" Tim, caught up in this endeavor, suddenly recalled Daruo's words from earlier, grasping Lime's arm in a plea. "Reconsider? What do you know, you fool? Do you have any idea how much that kid's head is worth? 150 million. Lime shrugged off Tim's grip, his eyes bulging with intensity. "But," Tim attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Lime. "I understand your concerns, but rest assured, even if they're strong, after drinking so much, they won't have any fighting capability left. Now we'll split our forces. If you don't want to confront the kid at the inn, then deal with that giant at the dock." As he spoke, Lime handed his cousin 2 revolvers, fully loaded. Tim cast a deep look at Lime, as if engaged in an internal struggle. "No, I'll handle the inn. You go to the dock." "Fine," Lime readily agreed, summoning a full squad of bounty hunters to follow Tim, while he gathered a larger team to storm the dock. A few minutes later, at the threshold of Daruo's room, "I'll go in first, see if I can deal with him quietly," Tim instructed the bounty hunters trailing behind him. With that, he carefully unlocked the door with a key he had prepared, stealthily approaching Daruo's bedside. Observing the slumbering figure of Daruo and the golden revolver, Olini, that he had gifted him resting on the nightstand, Tim took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Grasping Olini once more, he aimed it at Daruo's head and threw it with force. Bang! The hard metal struck Daruo's forehead, producing a sharp sound. "Honestly, your method of using a gun is quite unexpected," Daruo said, rubbing his forehead as he rose from the bed, astonished at the sight of Tim. Daruo. Upon seeing Daruo awake, Tim hurriedly attempted to confess everything, only to find Daruo regarding him with a smirk. "It seems you made the right choice." Daruo patted Tim's shoulder, reholstering Olini, which had not been loaded. "You're not drunk," Tim exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Daruo. "To be precise, neither of us is." Chapter 98, Entangled. Unlike Tim's stroke of luck, his cousin was currently embroiled in a grand spectacle, an unprecedented high-stakes situation. "Quick, kill them." Limu greeted the bounty hunters and charged onto the pirate ship, aiming to assassinate a few members of the Bai Tuan while they were still intoxicated and sound asleep. Unlike the prepared Luo, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were caught completely off guard. After all, there were few who dared to confront them in these waters, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, they were truly taken by surprise. The first to react was the ice witch, Hui Bei. As a woman, she had little fondness for alcoholic beverages and had barely drunk at the tavern. With a flick of her long hair, she unleashed a flurry of ice shards that hurtled toward the enemy. "Hui Bei, do not use such techniques on the ship," roared Brunheim, an elder of the crew, as he cleaved an enemy in two and turned to admonish her. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were not aboard the Moby Dick, but rather an aging large vessel. "TCH, what a nuisance," Hui Bei muttered, yet she ceased her attack and instead conjured an ice pick to engage in close combat. Being unaccustomed to melee, fighting, and wary of recklessly using her abilities, she found herself struggling under the onslaught of the bounty hunters, sustaining several injuries in a short span of time. "Damn it, where is everyone? Where have they gone?" she exclaimed as she staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips. "They're all drunk, completely passed out," Brunheim replied, his situation also dire as he was surrounded by several bounty hunters, forced to fight desperately. Meanwhile, Limu had already stormed into the captain's cabin. Despite their attempts to tread lightly, they were still detected by Whitebeard's observation hockey upon entering. Limu advanced towards Whitebeard, swinging his weapon with ferocity, his expression twisted with malice. Just as he savored the moment of imminent victory, it abruptly halted. "You lot, are you challenging me?" Whitebeard's eyes, previously shut, flew open, and with a firm grip, he seized Lime Moo's blade, emanating an aura of authority akin to a fierce lion. Under Whitebeard's intense gaze, Lime Moo felt as though he had brushed against death itself, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion, while the others, oblivious to the impending doom, charged forward recklessly. Seeking death, Whitebeard snorted, drawing the Songyun Xie, a blade resting by his bedside, and with a powerful swing, the howling winds shredded the advancing attackers into a gruesome puddle of blood. After dispatching the foes in the cabin, Whitebeard burst onto the deck. "Old man, the individuals we encountered at the tavern this morning were bounty hunters. This is their scheme." Beatty's heart steadied upon seeing Whitebeard. "Kulalala." Observing his crew members embroiled in fierce combat, Whitebeard emitted a unique laughter, though it was laced with an undercurrent of rage. With his left hand held before his chest, he activated the powers of the Gura no Mi, creating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the surrounding air into glass-like fragments. Just as he was about to unleash a punch, Brunheim's anxious voice echoed, "Old man, do not use your powers on the ship. It cannot withstand it." Heeding this warning, Whitebeard prudently withdrew his ability, causing the fractured glass-like patterns in the air to dissipate in an instant. He surveyed the deck, where the bounty hunters had gathered, and his resolve intensified as his pupils dilated, his imposing aura radiating outward. "Surely not, old man," Brunheim shouted in alarm, with a surge of overwhelming intimidation. The atmosphere aboard the pirate ship shifted dramatically, plunging it into silence as all present fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. "Nyogate, what has transpired?" Buchan, impeccably dressed and tardy to the scene, had sensed the danger the moment the bounty hunters boarded, yet her selfish nature had kept her hidden away. Aside from her, only the capable Bista and a few others remained conscious. These individuals are bounty hunters. Their daytime antics were merely to intoxicate us, facilitating their nighttime ambush. Bista proclaimed as he executed the unconscious bounty hunters with his sword. "Buchan, it seems you haven't been drinking tonight. Where have you been?" Whitebeard glared intensely at Buchan. His eyes filled with fury as he noticed her indifference while the crew struggled. For Whitebeard, who cared deeply for his family, this was a grave offense. "Nyuhute. I was detained by several strong foes," Buchan stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Bista and the others regarded Buchan with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Unlike the other crew members, Buchan was directly affiliated with the Rocks Pirates, never considering Whitebeard's men as her own. Meanwhile, DeLuo and Hequan Liqian arrived to provide assistance, witnessing the heated exchange between Whitebeard and Buchan. "It seems we need not intervene," Hequan Liqian remarked with a smile, noting the abundance of fallen bounty hunters. DeLuo approached Whitebeard to offer a greeting, mindful of the taboo against boarding another pirate's ship uninvited. Suddenly, a furious Buchan pointed at DeLuo, exclaiming, "It's them. They're the ones who detained me. They are in cahoots with these bounty hunters. Otherwise, how could they have got me to drink so much during the day?" With her words, the gaze of Whitebeard's crew shifted toward DeLuo and Hequan Liqian. "Is that true, DeLuo?" Whitebeard's Naginata struck the ground with force as he glared menacingly at DeLuo. It was evident that Whitebeard was more inclined to believe Buchan, one of his own, than an outsider like DeLuo. "Are you prepared to face my wrath?" Chapter 99. The battle against Whitebeard, unlike the ailing old Whitebeard depicted in the original narrative. The current Nyogute was merely 35 years of age. Although his strength had not yet reached the pinnacle he would attain during the encounter with Roger and Wayno, he remained one of the most formidable figures on the seas today. "Nyogute, we came to," DeLuo attempted to explain, but was met only with the whistling of the Naginata. With a sweeping motion, Whitebeard unleashed the Songyun Xie, cleaving through the air with a tremendous force, creating a semicircle towards Hequan Liqian and DeLuo. Hequan Liqian raised his blade to block, the sharp edges clashing and igniting sparks as they engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. "Ah, no wonder you dare to strike at us. You truly possess some skill," Whitebeard remarked, casting a surprised glance at Quan Li Qian before tightening his grip on the weapon, unleashing a violent tremor. Quan Li Qian felt an immense power surge through the blade, propelling him and his weapon away, crashing him into the nearby residential structures, turning the alleyway into rubble. Whitebeard, seizing the advantage, propelled himself into the air, diving toward Quan Li Qian's landing spot. The enormous physique of the man did not hinder his speed. He swiftly approached Quan Li Qian, his sharp kanji unkit emanating an aura of dominance and a terrifying vibrational force, poised to strike Li Qian's head. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind Whitebeard, accompanied by the sound of two bullets slicing through the sky like meteors, transforming mid-flight into two spiraling air spears aimed at his heart and head. The unexpected assault caused Whitebeard's expression to darken slightly, and with remarkable agility, he altered the trajectory of his strike directed at Quan Li Qian, skillfully deflecting both bullets simultaneously. Meanwhile, Daluo did not remain idle. He darted forward, his right leg drawn back like a taut bow, and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Whitebeard's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back several meters. Li Qian, this guy is formidable. Let us attack together without holding back, Daluo said sternly while helping the fallen Quan Li Qian to his feet. Understood, Li Qian nodded, his expression turning grave. The formerly cheerful glint in his eyes now tinged with murderous intent. You two are quite spirited, chuckled the battered Whitebeard, brushing off the dust from his body and shaking his beard as he clenched his right fist at his chest before delivering a heavy blow, unleashing a powerful wave of vibrational energy towards the two. Get out of the way. Daluo, having read the original text, recognized the terrifying nature of this move and, aware of his inability to withstand it, promptly executed a shuanpa, retreating to a safe distance. In contrast, the reckless Quan Li Qian charged headlong, completely disregarding the danger. Even with his strongest defensive technique, the Zhezi's secret immovable Mingwang, the seemingly indestructible barrier crumbled like paper under Whitebeard's punch, sending him flying once more. Is this uncle a monster? Li Qian, shielded by the protective spirit, was also affected, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed in shock. Few could be deemed monsters by one who had been labeled as such since childhood, but certainly, Newgate was deserving of that title. Seeing Li Qian wounded, Daluo rushed forward, eager to share the burden. He stomped his foot, concentrating a tremendous amount of compressed force in his right leg and delivering a fierce kick towards a spot he had locked onto with his Shinigami. The Dodi Basha, a strike infused with Daluo's entire strength, struck Whitebeard's abdomen, and despite the latter's prior arm defense, the overwhelming force sent him skidding back several meters. Kula-la-la, Whitebeard grinned through the pain, transforming into a blur of white light as he closed in on Quan Li Qian. The kanji unkit, enveloped in a white energy sphere, swung horizontally, cleaving through space and creating a bizarre, ghastly opening. Having just suffered a setback, Li Qian dared not be overconfident. He leaped several meters back and steadied his blade, a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloping Quan so candid, casting a dark mist behind him. Above the black mist, a Shura-like demon gradually materialized, towering several stories tall, wielding a blood-red demon blade raised high, as if to cleave through the heavens, aimed at the oncoming Whitebeard. The crimson blade aura surged towards Whitebeard like the mighty Yangtze River, leaving behind a chasm-like scar upon the ground. Even Whitebeard, faced with such a godlike attack, dared not be careless. He swiftly sank into a horse stance, fully activating the power of the Gura-Gura, no Mi, and swung his blade forward. With a single slash, space shattered, revealing a web-like pattern. The two forces clashed, threatening to rend the very sky as the violent shockwave displaced the ocean waters, creating tumultuous waves. However, Quan Li Qian, the source of this chaos, was not faring well. Having taken a punch, and now expending all his strength in a single slash, he was nearing his limit. His complexion pale, he struggled to remain upright. Fortunately, Daluo was there to step in. Having vanished for several seconds, he now hovered in the air like a solar deity. With a wave of his hands, the dark clouds covering the island parted, revealing 9 sun-like fireballs concealed within. Old White, let us see how you fare against this. Daluo mocked, looking down at Whitebeard with a fierce expression. With a technique reminiscent of the Greek god Hephaestus or the Chinese archer Ho-E, 9 fireballs descended like meteors. Unlike Akinu's meteor volcano, Daluo's attack was not a rain of punches, but rather 9 concentrated fireballs. Yet, the temperature of the aluminum thermite reaction reached 3,000 degrees Celsius, instantly illuminating the entire town. Even before impact, everyone could feel its overwhelming power. Faced with such a terrifying technique, even Whitebeard had to proceed with caution. He set aside the kanji unket, channeling energy into both hands, manifesting an infinite force of vibration into 2 white spheres. The entire sky shattered like brittle cookies, the web-patterned space collapsing as if to reduce everything to dust. In the next moment, their attacks collided, the 9 fireballs crashing against the web-like fractures, unleashing a cataclysmic force akin to a comet striking the earth. The sky fragmented, dark clouds ruptured, the sun fell, the sea boiled, and the space crumbled, erasing a portion of Whiskey Peak near the docks, even creating a massive hole in the cactus resembling a mountain behind the town. At that moment, on the roaring sea, the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship, including Vista, stared in disbelief. This battle had clearly surpassed their comprehension. Gulp! The members of the early White squad swallowed hard, their expressions filled with astonishment as they witnessed the air being relentlessly destroyed and the rain of fire falling. The fiery flames, akin to lava, struck the sea, instantly heating the water to a boiling state, raising the temperature of the surrounding waters by several degrees. No way, they're actually fighting to this extent. Why, Beatty, having recovered from the intimidation of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deck, Vista and the others gazed intently at Ba-Jin, asking, Ba-Jin, didn't you say you intercepted them in the room? At that moment, Ba-Jin's face showed a hint of panic, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, turning pale from the pressure. I might have misjudged, he stammered. Chapter 100. Whitebeard's guidance. Daluo gasped for breath, his face pale as he stared at Whitebeard before him. After such a grueling battle, Daluo was nearing his limits. It must be said that the gap between the elite forces of the Navy and the top-tier fighters of the sea was as vast as a chasm. Even with all their trump cards revealed, their adversary engaged them with ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Throughout the years, Daluo had experienced an unbroken streak of fortune. Particularly after devising new techniques, he had come to believe that, with an ample supply of grenades and ammunition, he could contend with even the mightiest forces of the seas. However, it now seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan in place. Prior to their arrival at the dock, Daluo had instructed Aisha and her companions to await him aboard the ship, while the only other member of their crew capable of flight, Lykeet, stood ready for aerial rescue. Aisha, prepare Lykeet for the execution of Plan B, Daluo conveyed to her subconsciously. Meanwhile, aboard the Merfolk's Aisha, upon receiving the command, utilized her third eye's ability to relay the information to Lykeet, who had been stationed near the dock. Understood, I will arrive in approximately 1 minute. Lykeet communicated back through Aisha as he propelled himself from a high residential area, descending like a helicopter towards the dock. On another front, the remaining members of the White Pirates, having discovered the truth, arrived at the battlefield. Old man, they're not allied with that group of bounty hunters. Bakeen has lied. Vista exclaimed breathlessly as he called out to the distant figure of Whitebeard. Is that truly the case? Whitebeard, also known as Newgate, wore a complex expression upon hearing the news. After engaging in combat with Huchuan Li Qian and Daluo for a couple of rounds, he had sensed something amiss. Given the prowess of these two, dispatching someone as inept as Bakeen should have taken mere seconds. Yet due to his inherent trust in family, Whitebeard had instinctively believed Bakeen. He had never considered that Bakeen had never regarded them as comrades, nor had any member of the Rock's pirates ever truly viewed one another as allies. Is what Bista said true? Bakeen. Whitebeard's voice was low, yet it carried an unmistakable undercurrent of fury. Newgate, I didn't intend to deceive you. It was dark at the time, and I may not have seen clearly. Bakeen stammered, her demeanor betraying a mix of fear and admiration towards Whitebeard. As a scientist focused on life and genetics, she possessed an almost obsessive pursuit of powerful genes, and Whitebeard, as the second strongest member of the Rocks Pirates, naturally became her relentless target of admiration. This was precisely why she had chosen to accompany him to the first half of the Grand Line in search of medical treatment, believing that the offspring produced from her intellect, combined with Whitebeard's strength, would be the most perfect being in the world. Upon hearing Bakine's response, Whitebeard fell silent. Proud and strong-willed, he found himself at a loss on how to navigate the current situation. An apology was out of the question. After all, he was Whitebeard. Sensing the tension, Daluo graciously offered Whitebeard a way out. He stepped forward, assisting Huchuan Liqian aside before addressing Whitebeard. Captain Newgate, now that the truth has been unveiled, let us consider this battle a friendly sparring match and leave it at that. Whitebeard pondered, then added, if it is a spar, it would be remiss not to determine a victor. Let us conclude with one final move to decide the outcome, he proclaimed, lifting his weapon, the Kanjiunki. Daluo regarded Whitebeard with a contemplative gaze, uncertain of the latter's intentions, yet recognizing that refusal was not an option. Very well, let us conclude with one final move, he conceded. With that, both parties resumed their stances. Watch closely, kid, Whitebeard instructed as he tightened his grip around the Kanjiunki, his entire arm enveloped in a black, hardened exterior formed by his haki. The haki then spread from his arm, gradually coiling around the blade, transforming it into a formidable black sword. Dalu, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, understood his intent and focused intently on how he wielded haki. In truth, Daluo's physical prowess had already reached the threshold for mastering haki. However, he lacked the practical techniques for its application. With someone meticulously demonstrating the techniques of haki, hardening, and coiling before him, he found the door to mastering haki swung wide open. By committing these techniques to memory and engaging in subsequent training, he would soon be able to grasp them. Come on, kid. Whitebeard beckoned with his left hand, as his right hand swung the haki-enveloped Kanjiunki towards Daluo. All right, Dalu replied, bending at the waist and channeling all his strength into his right leg, launching forward with a powerful kick. The strike, imbued with immense force, collided with Whitebeard's midsection, while Whitebeard's blade fell short, striking only air. Looks like we have reached another stalemate, Whitebeard remarked, grinning at the sight of his blade resting on the ground. In drinking, a tie is acceptable. In sparring, a tie is also acceptable. Young one, once we reach the new world, we shall determine a victor. After the amicable exchange between Daluo and Whitebeard, matters at Whiskey Peak finally came to a close. That very night, the Whitebeard pirates departed from Whiskey Peak, as the incident had left the proud Whitebeard somewhat discomfited. As a result of this event, Bakine had taken a grudge against Daluo. However, Daluo was indifferent. By now, it was already the year 1483, and in just 1 year, the God Valley incident would erupt, leading to the disintegration of the entire Rocks Pirates. In the grand scheme of things, Bakine was merely a trivial figure within the organization. Without the banner of Rocks, she was insignificant. After bidding farewell to the White Pirates, Dalu vasted Muchimi. The following day, after securing a reliable record pointer, he set sail for the next island. He intended to bypass Little Garden entirely and head towards a more remote island for resupply. After all, aside from two constantly bickering giants, Little Garden offered little else. And acquiring a record pointer there would take an entire year. A whole year. Only someone as fortunate as Luffy, who encountered Mr. 3 and received a permanent pointer as a gift, could afford to remain on the island for a year and a half. Daluo considered himself lacking that kind of luck, and thus planned to navigate towards a more secluded island to replenish his depleted ammunition and supplies. His destination was the bustling tourist island of Warm Winter Island, Wenmingni. It is worth noting that in the days following their departure from Whiskey Peak, both Daluo and Huchuan Liqian engaged in rigorous training in haki, showing considerable progress, with Daluo having begun to utilize the techniques of hardening and coiling. As for Huchuan Liqian, he had proven himself to be exceptionally talented. Since the moment Daluo demonstrated his abilities, this individual's mastery of haki has evolved remarkably, transforming from day to day. Now, not only can he turn Izumi no Kami Kanesada black and hard, but he can also unleash slashing attacks imbued with haki. Dalu. Something major has occurred. On the deck, a casually dressed Aisha hurriedly approached, clutching a newspaper, and addressed Daluo and Izumi no Kami Kanesada, who were engaged in training. What is the matter? Daluo, who had been subtly competing with Izumi no Kami Kanesada, set down his training equipment, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and accepted the newspaper Aisha handed him. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel ambushed. 3 great supernovas form alliance. Upon seeing the headline dominating the page, Daluo raised an eyebrow. The photograph of the weary Vice Admiral, rendered in black and white, suggested that he had passed away. Lowering the newspaper, Daluo reconfirmed with Aisha. Yes. Aisha nodded, flipping through a notebook as she continued. 3 days ago, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel personally led a team to capture the grave robber Sally. Unexpectedly, during the transport of Sally back to impel down, Pei Wei-Te and Steve launched an attack on the escort ship, reportedly sinking the entire vessel with no survivors. Oh, so the supernovas have formed an alliance? Dalu expressed surprise. While the formation of alliances among supernovas was common in the original narrative during the New World phase, it was unexpected for such occurrences to commence in the earlier segment of the Grand Line. Was their intention? Indeed, it is said that the one known as the pathological psychologist Pei Wei-Te actively recruited the other 2 supernovas to establish a supernova alliance, aimed at contending with the Rocks Pirates once they enter the New World. Aisha elaborated on the information she had gathered. Contend with the Rocks Pirates? Daluo echoed in astonishment, yet refrained from further comment. He understood their intentions, but was not optimistic, even finding it somewhat amusing. Contend with the Rocks Pirates? What a joke. However, it is understandable. The current New World is 100 times more chaotic than the future one dominated by the 4 emperors. The Rocks Pirates are essentially the emperors of the New World. Upon entering the New World, the supernovas have no choice but to either join the Rocks Pirates or face annihilation in their resistance. After all, the current Rocks Pirates have gathered formidable future emperors like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, and Kaido, undeniably ruling the seas. It appears that this Pei Wei-Te possesses great ambition, seeking to amass power in the earlier segment of the Grand Line before stirring up trouble in the New World. Daluo chuckled and resumed his training with dumbbells, adopting an air of indifference. In contrast, Aisha appeared worried. Dalu, do you think these supernovas will come looking for trouble with us? Let us hope so, Daluo replied, his narrowed eyes glinting with a cold light. Hope? What do you mean? Aisha scratched her head, puzzled. I hope they do not lack the sense to provoke me. On a nameless island in the Grand Line, a fierce battle was erupting on the beach. On one side of the battlefield stood a tall man, one hand holding a peculiar chessboard while the other manipulated wooden figurines of various colors. The man stood approximately 2 meters tall, clad in a white checkered suit with a pink shirt underneath and a burgundy tie lending him a touch of maturity. However, his erratic expressions, oscillating between excitement and gloom, rendered him rather bizarre. The pathological psychologist Pei Wei-Te, the leader of the Supernova Alliance, had a bounty of 350 million berries. His bounty increased due to the destruction of Owl's Town in a battle against the Cold Corpse Steve and the ambush of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Opposing him was another supernova, the leader of the deadly circus pirates, the Beast Tamer Cirques, boasting a bounty of 230 million berries. At this moment, Cirques was clearly at a disadvantage. One of his most formidable beasts, the king of juggling, Jorgra, was battered and bruised. More critically, another beast, the king of fire circles, Ryan, was in a frenzied state, attacking indiscriminately. You madman, what do you intend to do? Cirques yelled, narrowly dodging a claw strike from the lion Ryan. Of course, I wish to recruit you. My dear Cirques, Pei Wei-Te replied with an excessively sticky smile. Is this how you recruit people? Naturally, Cirques, who was not particularly adept at combat, struggled to withstand Ryan's frenzied assault. Helplessly, he could only force Jorgra to shield him from Ryan's lethal blows. Pei Wei-Te, however, would not allow this to succeed. He raised a blue piece and forcefully placed it on the peculiar chessboard. Wooden Puppet Blue's Depression. as the puppet piece landed. The monkey that had been protecting Circe visibly lost its will to fight, no longer motivated to defend its master. Lion Ryan swatted Circe away with a single claw and rushed over, poised to strike with its sharp claws against Circe's neck. So, will you accept my invitation? Or shall you choose death? Circe? Pei Wei-te declared from his lofty vantage point. You despicable scoundrel, Circe silently cursed, yet managed to force a smile through his distress. Since you are so formidable, I shall join you. Hearing this satisfactory response, Pei Wei-te's expression morphed into one of unhinged excitement. Welcome, my friend. After the battle concluded, two men disembarked from a pirate ship anchored not far from the beach. One, bound in blue bandages and wielding a long sword, was Steve, the leader of the Cold Current Pirates, with a bounty of 310 million berries. The other, brandishing a shovel, was Sally, the leader of the Dead Man Treasure Pirates, with a bounty of 240 million berries. It seems you've resolved the situation, Pei Wei-te. Steve's peculiar tone drifted from distance. Indeed, it is resolved. Pei Wei-te transitioned into a persona exhibiting childlike glee. Pei Wei-te, you better not show that smile in front of me, or I might just freeze you into an ice sculpture, Steve warned ominously, a sinister grin forming on his face. Oh, how terrifying! But can you truly do that? Pei Wei-te, unfazed, responded in his quirky tone. As the two exchanged sharp words, Sally stepped in to mediate, preventing a potential conflict. So, who is our next target? Sally inquired, scratching an itch with his peculiar, grave-digging shovel. Upon this, Steve, Sally, and the newly recruited Circe turned their gaze towards Pei Wei-te, the leader of the Supernova Alliance. Pei Wei-te's lips curled into a strange smile as he produced a wanted poster from his suit pocket, revealing the name of the supernova, Death Marksman Port-Gasti de Luo. Chapter 102, The Island of Warm Winter, Wenmingni after 7 days of navigation. The mermaids finally arrived at the next island, the Island of Warm Winter, Wenmingni. In truth, this was largely due to Daluo's relentless acceleration using his fruit abilities. Otherwise, the journey would have taken much longer. Wenmingni is perpetually blanketed in snow, and thus the entire town of Wenmingni is covered under a thick layer of white, resembling a crème capitule. Despite being a winter island, the tourism industry here thrives, making the town quite prosperous. Along the coastline, one can find a variety of luxurious resort hotels, an array of casinos, diverse onsen inns, and even a red light district that has long captivated men, truly rendering it a vacation paradise. How peculiar it is, snowing yet so warm, remarked Xiong, bundled up in layers and wearing black and white bear gloves, exhaling white puffs of breath. What's so strange? Although this is a winter island, it is near a volcano, which provides ample hot springs and geothermal resources, Aisha replied, turning Xiong's head with both hands to face a hot spring vent emitting pale, yellow sulfur fumes along the roadside. So this little town is built on the edge of a volcano? Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. Bingo, correct answer. Aisha playfully snapped her fingers and dashed to a nearby Odin stall, purchasing several generous servings of Odin. Isn't that rather dangerous? Rek questioned, accepting the boxes of Odin from Aisha while distributing them to the others. Relax, relax. It's a dormant volcano. It hasn't erupted in hundreds of years. Aisha waved her hand dismissively and poked a meatball with a skewer before popping it into her mouth. Dormant. Volcano. That sounds even more perilous, muttered Huchuan Liqian, demonstrating his usual lack of common sense. Shut up, you fool, Daluo shot a disdainful glance at Huchuan Liqian, attempting to reclaim his dignity after being left behind in his training with armament hockey. After wandering around the town for 2 hours, the group finally located the hardware and chemical stores that Daluo had been searching for. Despite the significant expense, Daluo placed an order exceeding 5 million for materials such as thermite. The previous altercation with Whitebeard had left Daluo with an empty ammunition stock, particularly depleting his 9C3 Hell Furnace rounds, which compromised his ability to maintain peak combat effectiveness, leaving him feeling quite insecure. There was little choice. After all, he had acquired such a fruit. While others relied on physical strength, he depended on economic resources. However, the benefits were evident. This compressed fruit allowed Daluo to execute nearly all elemental offensive techniques besides elementalization. Upon completing their purchases, the group arrived at the island's most luxurious onsen hotel. Daluo was not one to skimp on travel expenses. After all, one only gets to experience such moments once in a lifetime. Why not indulge thoroughly? If necessary, he could always raid an empty island later for some gold. Daluo sighed contentedly as he dipped his sun-kissed, wheat-colored thighs into the hot spring, releasing a pleasurable moan. The others mirrored his expressions, their faces flushed with delight as they immersed themselves in the water, seemingly releasing all tension. "Wrecked, fetch me some whiskey," Daluo called out, retrieving a goblet from a floating wooden tray. "Whiskey doesn't tea quite pair with soaking in a hot spring. How about some sherry I just bought?" "I've heard it's rather interesting," Rex suggested, pulling out a bottle of vibrant green liquor from his poolside bag and tossing it toward Daluo. "Herres should be quite intriguing." Daluo caught the bottle and examined its label, murmuring to himself. Though he had never tasted it, he recalled that it was reputed to be a favorite of a certain naval admiral, often hailed as the most stylish of wines. In stark contrast to the joyous moments at the onsen hotel, the atmosphere at Marin Fanduo was somber. White petals danced in the air as naval officers solemnly carried the coffin draped in the naval flag from the warship, while surrounding sailors stood in two neat rows, saluting the passing casket. On shore, an 11-year-old squirrel wept profusely for the deceased, General Feishu, who was his father. Recently healed, Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Zifa were also present for the memorial service, their justice cloaks billowing in the sea breeze. "Where is Sengoku? Did he not come?" Karp, ever boisterous, glanced around but found no sign of his old friend. Logically, Sengoku should have been present, as he had been the first to advocate for Feishu among the admirals. Zifa placed a reassuring hand on Karp's shoulder and pointed towards the Marine headquarters building, stating, "They have more pressing matters to attend to." At that moment, within the conference room of the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong gazed out the window at the memorial service occurring below, a rare hint of sorrow crossing his resolute face. "Feishu served by my side for 30 years. I never expected." "Commander, please accept my condolences," the young Sengoku offered gently, placing a pile of documents on the conference table. "A few days ago, the pathological psychologist P. White encountered Circus from the deadly circus pirates on a small island in the Grand Line. What they discussed remains unknown, but subsequently, Circus joined the Supernova Alliance. Thus far, 4 of the 5 supernovas entering the Grand Line have aligned with P. White." "Continue," Steelbone Kong replied, momentarily breaking his contemplation as he turned to Sengoku. "I suspect their goal is to unite all supernovas into an alliance, which means they will likely target the last supernova." "The gunslinger Daluo," Sengoku stated, rifling through the documents to find Daluo's bounty. "Daluo? Is he that interesting young man Karp mentioned?" Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow upon glancing at the wanted poster. After the rocks incident, Karp had informed Sengoku and the others about Daluo, particularly the spectacular performance where Daluo staged a mock battle between Karp and Roger, which enabled Karp to aid the New World and significantly alter the situation. However, within days, the one whom Karp had praised as unparalleled had turned into a pirate, leaving Karp frustrated for several days, calling for a decisive strike to bring Daluo back to the right path. True, but at that time, he was not yet a pirate. Sengoku defended his old friend. Steelbone Kong pondered for a moment, initially considering sending Karp, but ultimately deciding, forget it, let Zifa handle it. "This time, I intend to capture the entire lot of supernovas." Chapter 103. The Navy strikes back after 2 days of soaking in the onsen hotel. Daluo and the others returned to the mermaid's hymn. In Huchuan Liqian's words, if they continued soaking, they might end up like tea leaves steeped in water. Of course, this was only one reason. Another was that the batch of chemical agents and hardware Daluo had ordered a few days prior was now ready for delivery, arriving one after another. Amidst the bustling crowd, hired porters were busily transporting crates of supplies to the dock where the mermaid hymn was moored. Every wooden box bore red, paint marking it as fragile or explosive. How did Dalu acquire so many items? Why isn't he moving them himself? Where has that fellow gone? AI Wei remarked, panting and holding her waist after hauling a wooden crate. Who knows? He carried the gas cylinders delivered yesterday up the mountain early this morning, Likey replied, shouldering a crate of oil-preserved white phosphorus while taking a swig from a bottle of Jerez with his left hand. Ah, exquisite wine, he exclaimed, as the crisp aroma exploded in his mouth, earning his genuine admiration. Oh, you're drinking that too? Aisha, who was organizing cargo on the deck, looked at the green bottle in Likey's hand with curiosity. What? Have you seen others who enjoy this? Likey raised an eyebrow. Although sherry is a type of wine, it is rather niche, as it is crafted from a grape known as palomino. I once worked part-time at a breakfast shop in Marin Vandu, and there was a purple-haired uncle who would always bring a bottle of this. Aisha recalled, pointing her finger at her chin. Is that so? That uncle certainly had good taste. Likey complimented the stranger. Meanwhile, at the rear of Wangmingmi town, Dalu crouched by a smoking volcanic crater, backpack slung over his shoulders. The rolling lava flowed down like raspberry jam, slowly devouring the dark earth. What a generous bounty, Dalu murmured as he retrieved custom high-temperature bullet casings and grenade components from his backpack, compressing the searing lava with his abilities. Let us see how powerful this is. He rubbed his hands in anticipation, knowing that in the world of pirates, lava is a superior form of fire. After loading the bullets into the magazine of Aolini, Dalu aimed at a distant target and fired. The golden bullet struck its mark, exploding magnificently, sending lava shooting up like a fountain to a height of 10 meters. Not bad, Dalu nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the bullet's power. After testing a few more, he turned his gaze to the 2 grenades he had just completed. The red and blue grenades, dubbed C3 Deep Blue Aria and C3 Explosive Lion, were crafted from lava and freshly delivered liquid nitrogen. Dalu harbored high expectations for these grenades, one being an artificial creation capable of reaching minus 196 degrees, and the other a naturally devastating creation. After a period of experimentation, the grenades exceeded Dalu's expectations with their astonishing power. The low temperatures produced by the Deep Blue Aria were akin to hell itself when combined with seawater. It could rival Akiji's Ice Age. The other grenade, while lacking the single-target lethality of Dalu's Hell's Furnace, compensated with its massive area of effect, as its molten lion's head was capable of devouring all enemies. With both ice and lava in hand, when shall I acquire a laser? With that, I could single-handedly rival the 3 admirals, Dalu mused, examining the grenades with a peculiar expression. At the same time, a warship was powering towards Wangmingmi Island. Ashu. On the deck, a young man with a worried expression, resembling a wrinkled red date, sneezed. This was Borsalino, who was not yet the future admiral known for effortlessly dispatching supernovas, nor had he even consumed the Pika Pika Nomi yet. He was merely a lieutenant in the Navy, distinguished by his kicking prowess. Just as Borsalino contemplated his laziness and who was speaking of him, a young sailor approached. Lieutenant Borsalino, please report to the conference room immediately. What a bother. The lethargic Borsalino scratched his head, his forehead creasing with displeasure. In the conference room, Zephyr, draped in a coat of justice, sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a group of young sailors, all promising recruits drawn from the Navy, poised to become the future of the training camp. Since everyone is here, let us begin, Zephyr indicated after glancing at his watch. Report, Borsalino has not yet arrived, said the young, fierce-looking version of the demon spider, standing beside Borsalino and saluting. Just then, an apologetic voice floated in from outside the conference room. Sorry. Borsalino waved his hand apologetically at Zephyr as he hurried to his seat, pulling out his chair and sitting down. Inside the conference room, the young naval officers exchanged gleeful glances, eager to witness Borsalino facing Zephyr's reprimand. This guy, Zephyr thought, unable to contain his frustration with such extraordinary training talent. Yet he behaves like a lazy monkey. He glanced across the table at the serious-faced Akainu, who nodded in approval. Seeing Akainu calmed Zephyr's ire somewhat. He cleared his throat. All right, let's commence the meeting. As you all know, this operation is of utmost importance and cannot afford any mistakes. So, it is essential we hold a briefing before landing on the island. Sakazuki, please introduce the situation. The young Sakazuki stood up and approached the front of the conference table, stating, "This operation is a special mission targeting the Supernova Alliance. I will primarily outline the main abilities of our targets. Currently, the leader of the Supernova Alliance is known as the pathological psychologist, P. White. According to reports from the Navy branch in Alzi Town, he is likely a paramecia-type user of the Shinjitsu no Mi, capable of psychologically influencing enemies through language and actions during combat. Once he accumulates a certain level of influence, he can generate corresponding pieces on a mental chessboard, allowing him to manipulate the emotions of his opponents through these pieces." As Sakazuki spoke, he pinned P. White's bounty poster at the top of the blackboard behind him, followed by 3 additional bounty posters below. Cold Corpse Steve, captain of the Cold Current Pirates, is a paramecia-type user of the Hai no Mi and a formidable swordsman. His body and flying slashes carry intense cold effects, and currently, aside from hockey, there is no method to defend against his strikes, making him the second in command of the Supernova Alliance. The Deadly Beast Tamer, Sykes, captain of the Deadly Circus Pirates, is not a devil fruit user, but the 2 ferocious beasts he has tamed, the King of Juggling, Jorgla, and the King of Fire Rings, Ryan, possess formidable combat strength, although his personal combat ability is average. The Grave Digger, Sally, captain of the Dead Man's Treasure Pirates, is also not a devil fruit user. His combat strength relies mainly on his shovel, which possesses hockey and exhibits commendable close combat abilities. The young naval recruits exchange glances, clearly intimidated by Sakazuki's introduction. Facing these individuals, the young Gue Jiju clenched his fists. Is this truly the pirate responsible for the demise of the father of the Flying Squirrel, General Fei Shu? Indeed, it is terrifying. Another Navy recruit trembled as he spoke. ZFA observed the reactions of his disciples, nodding with satisfaction. His intention in bringing them out was to expose them to the ferocity of pirates. Otherwise, if they remained too complacent, how could they bear the weight of responsibility? At this moment, the young Huang Yuan joined in, resting his chin in his hands with a serious expression, exclaiming, "Kiyoi ne, how terrifying." Chapter 104. Pei Wei T's backup plan currently. The 4 supernovas have formed an alliance, and we have reason to believe their next target is the final supernova. The sharpshooter Deluo. Deluo is presently located on the island of Wenming and I, and we must arrive there before the Supernova Alliance to use him as bait to capture the remaining 4 supernovas. After speaking, Sakasi nodded towards ZFA and returned to his seat. Sakasi was correct. This is our last opportunity. If they manage to gather, we cannot fathom the atrocities they might commit. The justice-driven admiral, he once surveyed the room before striking the table with force, declaring solemnly, "Aboard the mermaid's hymn, Deluo, having spent the afternoon conducting ammunition experiments on the mountain, returned to the ship feeling somewhat dizzy from hunger. He immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare a warm bowl of fish head soup noodles for himself. Ah, how delightful! After finishing the last spoonful of soup and letting out a satisfying burp, he took a short rest before heading to the deck to haul the incoming supplies into the workshop located in the ship's hold, beginning to craft additional ammunition. At this moment, he was unaware that he had become quite the coveted prize, with both the Supernova Alliance and Admiral ZFA racing towards Wenming and I for him. On the Grand Line, on an unknown island, Pei Wei Te, you better give me an explanation. Didn't you say we were going to recruit that fellow named Deluo? Why are we here? Steve, wrapped in bandages like a frozen fish, shouted angrily at Pei Wei Te, who was leading the group. He felt targeted, with the scorching fumes from the volcanic vents causing him immense discomfort, and the searing lava was akin to hell for someone with the cold fruit ability. Indeed, Pei Wei Te, we should be on the same side. At least give us some clarity, expressed the disgruntled beast tamer Sei Kusi, as his 2 companions struggled to walk on the excessively hot ground. Particularly, Lion Ryan could smell the aroma of its paw pads cooking from contact with the surface, sizzling with grease. Sally, seemingly unconcerned, had been fixated on Lion Ryan's paws throughout, drooling and absent-mindedly muttering, "So fragrant, truly too fragrant." Sally's mindless comments pushed Sei Kusi to the brink, and with a furrowed brow, he protested, "Sally, I've tolerated you long enough. Stop drooling over Ryan's paws. They're not your emergency rations. If anyone eats, it should be me. Amidst their bickering, the four finally reached the summit of the volcano. This was a dormant volcano, having not erupted for thousands of years, with volcanic debris and ash nearly blocking the entire crater. Apart from the flowing magma below, it was eerily silent. Contrary to expectations of such a desolate location, there was, remarkably, a Navy outpost established here. Be careful, do not let your hands tremble. Navy soldiers in uniform and other staff in white attire were cautiously transporting a rock the size of a dinosaur egg in crimson vessels. Ifunio. Pei Wei-te cackled eerily at the sight of the rock within the red vessel. What is that? Steve, enduring discomfort, curiously inquired of Pei Wei-te. Despite his reluctance, he acknowledged that Pei Wei-te's intellect was indeed sharper than his own, which was why he had accepted Pei Wei-te's recruitment. You wouldn't understand. After all, not many are familiar with this. These peculiar rocks are called explosive rocks. Pei Wei-te squinted, his expression frenzied. Sei-Kusi, Sally, please descend for a moment. He commanded the two. Upon receiving Pei Wei-te's instructions, Sei-Kusi and Sally dashed down the volcano, engaging in combat with the Navy below. Composed mostly of research personnel, the Navy stood no chance against the two supernovas. Within 10 minutes, the Navy was entirely annihilated, bodies strewn across the ground. Their uniforms stained crimson with blood. Here, take this. Sei-Kusi handed over the seized explosive rock to Pei Wei-te. What exactly is the purpose of this? Sally, realizing the situation belatedly, asked curiously. Good question. This substance can create an immensely powerful explosion, capable of obliterating small islands in one fell swoop. Pei Wei-te exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Moreover, it can directly trigger a volcanic eruption. How coincidental. The last supernova currently resides on the volcanic island of Wenming and I. Chapter 105. Impressive, isn't it? Compared to the lengthy records of the Little Garden, which could take a year or more, Wenming and I is much shorter, requiring only 7 days. With today included, DeLuo and his companions have already spent 5 days on Wenming and I. They have only 2 days left before departure. On the street, the bear cub, clutching a paper bag of bread, exhibited reluctance while stuffing a baguette into his mouth. It must be said that the physiques of individuals in the pirate world are indeed peculiar. Having boarded the ship for just over a month, possibly due to an adequate diet, his height had visibly increased, now standing just slightly shorter than DeLuo, who was 1 meter 87. This kid is 8 years old. DeLuo thought, wanting to criticize, but ultimately refraining, considering that this fellow would grow to over 6 meters tall, and he, as captain, would have to look up to his own in turn. The quality control of the creator of this pirate world is truly lacking. Yes, we will set sail the day after tomorrow. In contrast to the bear's reluctance, DeLuo felt a sense of anticipation. After ruffling the bear's head, he retrieved 300,000 berries from his pocket and handed them to the bear. If you have anything you wish to buy, now is the time, as opportunities will be scarce once we are at sea. DeLuo's words lit up the bear's eyes, and he promptly thanked DeLuo before rushing to a bookstore on the street. After waiting for several minutes, the bear emerged from the bookstore with several bags of books. You really love reading, DeLuo remarked, observing the bear's joyful expression. Not particularly. It's just that my father said that reading extensively would help lead the people out of poverty. The bear shyly scratched his head. I see. Then you must work hard. DeLuo nodded, taking the books from the bear's hands, compressing them, and placing them into his backpack behind him. Having procured nearly everything, we should return, suggested Dalu as he checked the contents of his backpack. Satisfied that they had gathered sufficient provisions, he beckoned Xiong to follow him towards the ship, mermaids him. Meanwhile, on the waters near Wenmingni, 2 naval warships advanced steadily towards the dock. Is that Wenmingni town ahead? It appears quite prosperous, remarked Gui Zhizhu, perched on the railing of the deck in astonishment. Naturally, Wenming Island is renowned as a tourist destination. Its hot springs are particularly famous. I even brought a yukata with me, though I wonder if I shall have the chance to experience it, commented Dumb Man, who bore a scar across his face, as he playfully nudged Gui Zhizhu. You fool, we are not here for a vacation. Gue Jiju retorted, elbowing Dugman in frustration and deftly removing his arm from her shoulder. On the spacious deck of the warship, Sakaski was organizing the troops. Noticing that Gue Jiju and Dugman were dawdling, he shouted at them, urging them to fall in line as they prepared to dock. Accompanied by the rallying cries of the Marines, the three warships came to a steady halt at the pier. Admiral Zifa, the formation is complete. Please give your orders, Sakaski reported to Admiral Zifa after arranging the new recruits. Zifa nodded in acknowledgement, then waved his hand decisively, commanding the Marines, proceed as planned and hunt down the Dalo pirates. With that, the Marines promptly divided into small teams, methodically sweeping through the town in search of their quarry. We should check the dock, suggested Admiral Zifa, who was not idle himself, as he led Sakaski and Gue Jiju's squad to conduct inspections at the pier. Being an experienced naval officer, Zifa quickly discovered several pirate ships docked at the harbor. Although some pirates attempted to resist, they were swiftly subdued after receiving a few hefty blows from Zifa. The ensuing chaos at the dock triggered a commotion, and news of the Navy's arrival rapidly spread throughout Wenmingyi town. What's going on? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? Aisha, still groggy from her nap, stumbled onto the deck in her pajamas, venting her morning irritability. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared before her, instantly transporting her back to the days when she worked part-time at Marin Fander. Purple-haired uncle, you're back. What as for breakfast? Aisha rubbed her eyes, looking quite drowsy. Taken aback by her sudden question, Zifa could only chuckle at the oblivious girl before him. Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? Of course. Come right in. Aisha waved her hand, her gesture reminiscent of her days at the breakfast shop, beckoning customers inside. Have you married the beautiful lady yet? She asked, pulling him down to sit as curiosity shone on her face. Haha, yes, I married her last year, and we had a lovely baby boy, Zifa replied, his expression softening at the mention of his wife and child. Really? That's wonderful. Aisha beamed, still half asleep. The sounds of their boarding attracted the attention of Izumi Rikian and Laikit, who rushed out from the tea room and wine cellar, only to nearly collide with Admiral Zifa. Having spent years at sea, Laikit recognized the Admiral immediately and was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. Laikit, what are you doing here? Aisha exclaimed, equally shocked. If Laikit is here, it must not be a dream, she thought, finally realizing that this was reality, not a figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, Dalu and Xiong finally returned to Mermaidsm. Dalu leaped onto the deck, his expression grave as he regarded Admiral Zifa, clad in his justice coat. It appears we have a formidable opponent. Aisha let out an awkward laugh, as if to boast, impressive. I senti it. I brought him here. With Dalu as a rival, the atmosphere grew tense as the naval recruits unsheathed their swords, confronting Izumi Rikian with determined resolve. Death Marksman Dalu, Drunken Sailor Laikit, and White Shura Izumi Rikian, Sakaski declared, stepping forward, his gaze fixed intensely on Dalu and his companions, ready to strike. Sakaski, stand down. Zifa admonished his impulsive disciple. The familiar name made Dalu's eyelids twitch, and upon turning, he indeed spied that familiar scowling face among several others he recognized. Goeijiju, Dugman, Jian Duo, and Paulisolino. Goodness, is this the youthful version of the Paramount War? Why are all the big names gathered here? Dalu inwardly scoffed at the formidable naval presence before him. Dalu, Karp sends his regards and wishes to see you at Marin Fander. Zifa grinned, intrigued by the praise Karp had bestowed upon this young man. That eccentric fellow, Dalu thought, already surmising that Karp must have arranged this message before Zifa's departure. Meeting Zifa's gaze with unwavering determination, Dalu declared, Admiral Zifa, if you expect me to surrender, mere words will not suffice. Oh, you know my identity, yet still wish to resist? Zifa replied, shaking off his justice coat, fixing his intense gaze on Dalu. After years of combat, he had encountered countless supernovas, each one fleeing in terror upon seeing him. Who knows? Perhaps I might escape by some miracle, Dalu shrugged indifferently. Fresh from a fierce battle with Whitebeard, he felt invincible. Even if it were Zifa or Rox himself, he would not yield without a fight. Zifa rolled his shoulders, letting his coat fall to the ground, revealing a purple suit beneath. You are but a supernova. Cease your grandstanding. As his words fell, a powerful punch surged towards Dalu. Though less grandiose than Whitebeard's, it was delivered by Zifa, one of the most skilled in hockey within the pirate world, earning him the moniker Black Arm Dalu. Unwilling to be complacent, raised his leg, hardened with hockey, and kicked out fiercely. The clash of fist and leg erupted with a shockwave that spread across the deck, affecting several naval recruits and Aisha. As they separated, Zifa regarded Dalu with surprise. It was rare to encounter a supernova proficient in hockey, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line. Admiral Zifa, it seems we cannot determine a victor in the short term. Shall we call a draw? Otherwise, injuring your valuable recruits would be regrettable. Daluo endured the numbness in his right foot and feigned ease as he spoke. Kid, do not underestimate the resolve that I and they possess. Zifa, feeling belittled, clenched his fists and roared in response. Then let us find another place to fight. Dalu, glancing helplessly at the encroaching Marine soldiers and the onlookers, particularly a woman holding a child in the crowd, wished to avoid harming innocents and proposed a change of venue. Kid, do not think of playing tricks, Zifa said suspiciously, yet he accepted Daluo's suggestion. The two moved their battle to the volcano behind Wenmingni town. It seems you are indeed different from ordinary pirates. However, Kid, the pirate games end here. Be prepared, Zifa declared, rolling up his sleeves as he continued to guard against Daluo's tricks. Words are futile. Let us see our true abilities through our hands, Daluo said as he loaded 2 revolvers and initiated the attack. Magma bullet. Countless crimson bullets erupted from the barrels, soaring directly towards Zifa's vital points. Zifa, aware of Daluo's fruit abilities due to his encounter with Sakazuki, would not remain passive. He swung his right hand, enveloped in formidable hockey, creating a massive cone-shaped shockwave. Boom! Dozens of magma bullets were detonated mid-flight, spraying molten rock like a fountain. Kid, relying on such tricks from your fruit ability will not secure victory over me. Zifa, wrapping hockey around his wrists, leaped several meters in a single bound, landing before Daluo. Crushing fist, Zifa's hockey-imbued fist, imbued with an intense glare, reached Daluo in an instant. With no means of evasion, Daluo crossed his fist to block, but his immature hockey was no match for Zifa, and he was sent flying with a single blow, plummeting towards the erupting magma. Bluebird, Daluo suddenly kicked off in midair, soaring upwards and pulled out a grenade, hurling it at Zifa. The airborne grenade detonated, releasing countless iron spikes akin to sea urchins that shot towards Zifa. Zifa grinned menacingly, hardening his body with hockey. The sharp iron spikes struck him as if against iron plating, producing a crisp sound. However, Daluo did not expect these spikes to inflict any damage on Zifa. His true lethal move was yet to come. Execution Star Wind King Spear. Execution Star Flame Dragon Song. A fire and wind bullet traced a perfect arc through the air, aimed at Zifa's chest. As the bullets approached, the fierce whirlwind of the Wind King's spear engulfed the entire fire dragon. The wind fueled the flames, and the extreme heat coupled with cutting force converged upon a single point. Even with masterful control over hockey, Zifa sustained injuries, for he was still a mere mortal. Kid, were you hiding your strength before? How could your bounty be so low? Zifa inquired, observing the slight indentation on his chest and the charred marks left behind. To him, a person who had mastered hockey and observation hockey, possessing such a peculiar fruit ability, could not possibly have a bounty of merely 150 million. Perhaps. But bounty does not always equate to strength. Daluo adjusted his cowboy hat and replied. In the world of pirates, the bounty system does not solely reflect strength. It also considers the severity of crimes committed. In this regard, Daluo was indeed one of the less impressive supernovas. Admiral Zifa, be cautious. It is time to get serious. Daluo did not wish to linger with Zifa and directly activated his death eye, locking onto his opponent's position. Immediately, countless specially designed bullets were unleashed, forming a dense barrage that surrounded Zifa, serving merely as cover for the forthcoming lethal move. C3 Red Coffin. A red grenade landed at Zifa's feet, followed by walls of compressed air rising to confine him within. Inside the air prison, A dense cloud of wood chips began to spew, filling the enclosed space, and then a spark ignited, detonating the high-density smoke. A muffled explosion resonated, shaking the very ground. As all the explosive force concentrated within the fiery red coffin, creating a pit over 2 meters deep. Once the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared, DeLuo, brimming with confidence, wore an expression of utter astonishment. Amidst the haze stood a man, entirely enveloped in formidable haki, still standing proudly. Chapter 107. The arrival of the supernovas, quite capable, aren't you, little brat? Through the thick smoke, Zifa, wrapped in haki and cloaked in darkness, tore away the remnants of his tattered purple suit, grinning wickedly. His robust physique, complemented by well-defined muscles, made Zifa resemble Michelangelo's David, a quintessential embodiment of violent aesthetics. Truly, he was the most formidable wielder of haki in the pirate world. After enduring DeLuo's C3 red coffin, he was left with only a few burn marks. Such a pure, physical combatant, a stalwart of the pirate world, was indeed among the most challenging foes to face, boasting overwhelming combat strength and the resilience of a cockroach. High attack power and thick skin, with virtually no weaknesses. Indeed, the Black Arm Admiral is no easy opponent, DeLuo thought, his expression growing grave. The C3 level grenade, his strongest technique, had been completely defended against for the first time. Bang! Just as DeLuo was lost in thought, a shadow flashed before him, sending him hurtling through the air. The immense force caused DeLuo to crash into the ground, dragging him several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt, stirring up layers of volcanic ash. That hurts, DeLuo groaned, trapped in the earth. After a moment of recovery, he struggled to rise once more. Kid, physical strength and haki are the foundation of true power. Those flashy abilities only serve to intimidate the weak. Zifa's tone was akin to that of a mentor lecturing a junior, perhaps a manifestation of his professional habits. With his mastery of physical prowess and haki, Zifa had every right to utter such words, having always believed in the strength of the body, holding disdain for those who neglected their training in favor of peculiar abilities. Stop looking down on me. DeLuo, incensed by Zifa's condescending tone, suddenly stomped hard, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared in midair, aiming the gun at the back of Zifa's head. With a crisp sound, a pitch-black bullet slid from the barrel, unlike previous bullets compressed with various elements. This one was infused with the essence of haki. On the journey of flight, a bullet suddenly erupted, transforming into a pitch-black spear entwined with haki, reminiscent of the divine spear Gungnir wielded by the Norse god Odin, piercing directly toward the formidable figure of Zifa. A seasoned warrior, Zifa was well aware of the peril posed by this lethal strike. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, leaving a spiderweb of cracks as he unleashed a powerful punch. The clash of the haki-enhanced gun fist resonated with a thunderous boom. The fist and spear collided violently, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent ripples through the air, while the haki-infused spear tip spiraled forward, clashing against Zifa's protective layer of haki with a resounding clang. Ultimately, the spear, charged with Daro's haki, broke through Zifa's iron-like skin, leaving deep, broad gashes across his body. Dragged across the ground for several dozen meters, Zifa stared in astonishment at the wounds on his fists. It was evident that Daro's recent display of haki had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that this pirate, who had previously seemed relatively inexperienced in haki, would grow so rapidly in strength. Truly, the Marine Admiral was formidable, as expected. Meanwhile, Daro, having momentarily exhausted his haki, regarded Zifa with caution and a tinge of regret. Zifa, slightly disheveled, slowly lowered his fists, fixing his heavy gaze upon Daro, who remained calm and unflinching. In the heat of battle, Zifa had to accept a harsh truth. While he might be able to defeat Daro, it would come at a significant cost. To find a young man capable of matching him in strength, and even retaliating effectively amidst Zifa's full onslaught, was a clear indication that Daro had, unbeknownst to him, become a figure capable of stirring the tides upon the seas. Allowing such a person to enter the ocean was indeed a grave mistake. Zifa lamented this, seemingly troubled by the future of the Navy. After all, compared to the rising stars among pirates, including Daro, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the future pillars of the Navy appeared rather mediocre. Even the most promising among them, Akainu, was merely a single-minded brute. At the same time, near the waters of Wangmingni Island, a dilapidated icebreaker wrapped in bandages and two pirate ships aligned in formation, charging like daggers toward Wangmingni. On the lead icebreaker, four peculiar men stood side by side. One donned a black and white suit, another was completely wrapped in bandages, exuding an unsettling chill. Beside them stood a scruffy, burly man leaning on a shovel and a strange figure toying with two fearsome beasts. These four were none other than the recently rising supernovas. Look, there are two warships docked at the pier, and the island has marines. The lookout on the icebreaker relayed the information to their captain, Steve, the bandaged man. It seems our new companion is in quite a predicament, Pei Wei. Should we still disembark? Steve exhaled a breath of cold air, a hint of amusement in his tone. Perhaps we should reconsider. It would be too dangerous with the marines present. The cowardly Seekers advised. TCH, if you're so afraid, then don't be a pirate, Steve scoffed at his companion with disdain. You, Seekers, embarrassed from the public humiliation, glared resentfully at Steve. All right, we're almost there, prepare to dock. Meanwhile, the wildly enthusiastic Pei Wei clapped his hands, halting the bickering between the two. At last, the three pirate ships docked at the pier, and countless ruthless pirates leaped from the decks, charging into Wangmingni town. Let them feel fear, Pei Wei said with a twisted expression, as he clambered alongside the other three supernovas toward the erupting volcano where fierce battles raged. Chapter 108. The frenzied Pei Wei at this moment. The battle between Zifa and Daro continued atop the volcano. As the battle dragged on, the fatigue of Daro began to manifest, slowly tipping the scales in Zifa's favor, especially against Zifa's formidable strength. Despite this, Daro managed to hold his ground, relying on his ample ammunition. Zifa, however, was even more astonished. He had not anticipated Daro's observation haki to reach such heights. Many of his desperate strikes were deftly evaded or neutralized by Daro's keen perception. What an extraordinary individual, Zifa remarked, not merely impressed by his strength, but rather by his age. In Zifa's eyes, a mere 16-year-old mastering haki and excelling in observation haki would undoubtedly become the Navy's most formidable adversary in the future. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the town below. Chaos ensued at the pier as pirates clashed with marines, the sounds of clashing swords and cannon fire resonating in unison. In perfect synchrony, both Daro and Zifa ceased their combat, observing the tumult below. It appears we have visitors, Zifa noted. Shall we take a moment to regroup? Daro suggested, panting heavily. Despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, he had already reached his limits. Throughout the fight, he had relied on Deadeye to predict Zifa's movements while channeling all his haki to breach Zifa's defenses. At this point, both mentally and physically, he had reached his breaking point. Zifa grunted, offering no reply but casting a worried glance toward the base of the mountain, clearly concerned for his students. His original intention in bringing these apprentices was to demonstrate his overwhelming prowess against the supernovas, yet he encountered an anomaly like Daro instead. Breathing a sigh of relief, Daro observed Zifa's expression and, disregarding any semblance of dignity, sat down to rest. Meanwhile, at the foot of the volcano, Pei Wei, Seekers, and Sali raced up the mountain at breakneck speed, while Steve remained at the pier, disliking the volcano's presence. I wonder why the battle on the mountain has ceased. Could it be that our new companion has fallen? Seekers, perched atop the lion-like Rayan, remarked with an odd expression. After all, based on the bounty, this death-dealing marksman, valued at 15 million berries, was likely the weakest among the supernovas. As they conversed, Pei Wei and his companions arrived at the battleground of Daro and Zifa. Admiral Zifa, Sekhus, hiding at a distance, gasped, quickly covering his mouth to suppress his exclamation. Pei Wei, equally astonished, had not anticipated the Navy's direct deployment of an admiral to Wangmingni Island. Just as they contemplated whether to abandon their mission, both Daro and Zifa simultaneously spotted them. We've been discovered, There's no turning back now. Pei Wei-Te patted the explosive rock in his arms, revealing a sinister smile. Oh, it's indeed you. Zifa raised an eyebrow, addressing the three individuals emerging from behind the rocks. Originally, the Navy's plan was to apprehend Dalu before Pei Wei-Te's arrival, simultaneously capturing the remaining 4 supernovas. However, things did not unfold as expected. Zifa was taken aback by their swift arrival and was astonished by Dalu's formidable strength, which he could not subdue in such a short time. Captain Dalu, it seems you have drawn the attention of the Navy Admiral. Do you require our assistance in resolving this predicament? Pei Wei-Te's mind was racing, not merely wanting to confront Zifa alongside Dalu, but also hoping to secure a favor from him. Indeed, we are allies, Sakisi waved at Dalu. Who is allied with you? Dalu was not so foolish. From Zifa's earlier words, he deduced the Navy's objective was centered on this supernova alliance, and he was merely collateral damage. Pei Wei-Te, having failed to win Dalu over, narrowed his eyes, realizing he had not anticipated the presence of an admiral on the island. Nor could he comprehend Dalu's lack of awareness. This exchange had further skewed the balance of power. Meanwhile, Zifa had no time to waste. He swung his fist to demonstrate what it meant to be a Navy admiral, delivering a crushing blow to a supernova. In mere minutes, Sakisi and his 2 pets lay unconscious, and the condition of the other 2 was equally dire. Pei Wei-Te's ominous devil fruit ability was rendered ineffective against Zifa's overwhelming haki. Dalu, observing the scene, nearly burst into laughter, recalling his own previous frustration. Zifa, feeling increasingly invigorated, found satisfaction in the fight, having just faced defeat against Dalu. Realizing this was the proper way for a Navy admiral to engage with a supernova. Just as Dalu thought the battle would conclude, Pei Wei suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his expression turning frenzied. Then let us perish together. Amidst his laughter, Pei Wei-Te extracted a piece of explosive rock from his pocket and crushed the sealed glass with one hand. The small explosive rock inside, upon contact with the outside air, triggered an inexplicable chain reaction that unleashed energy comparable to nuclear fission. In a fleeting moment, the previously dull-colored explosive rock blazed brightly, resembling a miniature sun. "Quick, stop him!" Dalu shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. Unlike others, he was aware of the true nature of this ominous object from the original work. Explosive rock. Damn it! Zifa realized the imminent danger and roared angrily, charging forward to intercept Pei Wei-Te. The formidable haki enveloped Zifa's right arm, sweeping out with tremendous force. White puppet, fearlessly sacrifice. Pei Wei-Te's fingertip twitched, and a white chess piece materialized in his hand. With a sinister smile, he compelled Sally, who stood behind him, to step forward, disregarding his own safety. "What is happening? My body is out of control." Fear gripped Sally's face, but his body seemed to disobey him as it moved directly toward Zifa's fist. The punch landed, and Sally was undoubtedly reduced to ashes, his face bearing an eerie smile in his final moments. "Apologies, Sally. I will remember your self-sacrifice. Haha." Pei Wei-Te laughed maniacally, revealing that he had subtly controlled Sally from the very beginning with his ability. This exemplified the pathological psychology of self-sacrifice represented by the white puppet. On the other side, Pei Wei-Te had already reached the vicinity of the volcano, fully engulfed in madness. After throwing the explosive rock into the volcano's mouth, he did not flee but knelt beside it, deliriously chanting, "Destruction, destruction." The pathological psychologist Pei Wei-Te was inherently a psychopathic individual with a strong inclination for self-destruction. Once the explosive rock was thrown into the volcano, a white light emanated from the crater and boundless energy surged forth. The intense heat, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, erupted at that moment. This dormant volcano, having been silent for centuries, was awakened by the explosion, stirring the molten sea within and causing tons of magma to churn violently. The earth trembled, and torrents of volcanic ash erupted from the crater, obscuring the sky, while magma gushed forth like a breached river, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. "What is that?" On the dock, The fighting navy and pirates simultaneously witnessed this scene and halted their skirmish. Meanwhile, the townspeople also noticed the impending disaster, their faces filled with despair. The volcano is erupting. Chapter 109. The Magma Interception Battle Boom. Dark red magma spewed forth from the volcano's mouth, a massive cloud of volcanic ash blanketing the surroundings. Scorching rocks were thrust high before plummeting down, crashing alongside the magma. Lunging toward the foot of Wenmingni Town, the volcano erupted. How could this happen? Aisha covered her mouth in disbelief. According to her intelligence, this volcano had not erupted for over 800 years. Aisha, Bear prepared to set sail. The calmest among them, Lykeet, glanced at the torrent of magma cascading down the mountain, making a swift decision. Fiery arrow, transforming directly into the Song of Freedom form. Lykeet raised his hand and unleashed countless flaming arrows toward the approaching pirates, swiftly clearing the enemies aboard the mermaid him. After securing the area, Lykeet turned and shouted toward the dock. Li Qian, stop dawdling and take care of that guy. We need to leave quickly. On the dock, while clashing with Steve, Huchuan Li Qian scratched his head, expressing regret to Steve. Mr. Frozen Mummy, it seems I can no longer enjoy your amusing cold jokes. Damn it. Why can't your sword be frozen by me? Steve's eyes bulged red, glaring intensely at Huchuan Li Qian, fueled by the extreme activation of the Hanhang Fruit's ability. Known as the sword fighter's nemesis, Steve's cold fruit power allowed his strikes to carry an ultra-low temperature effect, easily freezing opponents' blades into brittle fragments. How amusing. A sword is not a fish. How could it possibly freeze? Huchuan Li Qian chuckled, his eyes narrowing into a crescent as he added, at least mine won't. You bastard. Steve misinterpreted Huchuan Li Qian's words as mockery, gritting his teeth as he drew his frost-laden longsword and swung it directly at Huchuan Li Qian. Shui Shui Zhan. The cerulean sword wave swept forth like a crescent moon, adorned with a splendid technique that bore the lethal chill capable of encasing enemies in ice. As it traversed, the moisture in the air crystallized into frost, cascading down in delicate strands. Yet for a sword technique, it appeared overly ornate, particularly when facing the formidable Hequan Li Qian. With a slight grip of his right hand, Hequan Li Qian's sword, Hequan Shou Jianding, gradually entwined itself around his black cloak, and in the next instant, he flickered past like a fleeting spark. The terrifying chill of the sword wave was effortlessly cleaved apart by his razor-sharp blade, akin to a bamboo branch piercing the water's surface, merely stirring a few ripples. In the blink of an eye, Hequan Li Qian had materialized behind Steve, who, in a state of shock, clutched his neck and slowly collapsed to the ground. Having dealt with Steve, Hequan Li Qian cast a glance at the surging lava from the mountain and dared not delay any further. With a leap, he returned to the mermaid's him. So many people. Where's the Luo? Hequan Li Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise, as the mermaid's him was now crowded with townsfolk who had evacuated just in time. The Luo is still on the mountain. Don't worry, that guy can fly. He should be fine. Lykeet squeezed through the crowd to reassure Hequan Li Qian, confidence evident in his tone regarding the Luo. Shown, once the Luo arrives, we set sail immediately. Be prepared. Elsa emerged from the captain's quarters, having previously determined the escape route with her abilities, addressing Xiong at the mast. Understood, Xiong replied decisively, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the town, striving to catch sight of that dependable figure. At this moment, 3 pirate ships and a warship docked at the pier were equally packed with people fleeing in haste. It turned out that upon witnessing the volcanic eruption, Sakazuki had decisively commandeered the 3 pirate ships along with Guizhu and instructed other sailors to assist the town's residents in their evacuation. However, even so, only a small fraction of the coastal population managed to escape in time, with the vast majority still stranded on the island. Fort Wenmingni Town boasted a permanent population of 70,000. Set the warship and pirate ships to sail, Sakazuki commanded the crew standing at the bow of the icebreaker, seemingly prepared to abandon the remaining residents on the island, taking only those who had managed to escape. There are still so many residents left, and teacher Zay Fa hasn't come down yet. Are we really leaving like this? De Bowman voiced his discontent with Sakazuki's decision, stepping forward to question him. Teacher Zay Fa will be fine. As for the other residents, they have run out of time to evacuate. We must leave at once. Any delay will prevent our escape. Sakazuki coldly retorted. Damn it, Goeiju and his companions muttered in frustration. Meanwhile, at the volcano spewing forth lava, Deluo and Zay Fa, flying through the air via Qingniao and Yubu, looked down with grim expressions. Run. On the main road of the town, countless residents were desperately fleeing towards the dock, while behind them, lava cascaded down from the mountain, nearing the foot and threatening to engulf the entire town. Among the fleeing crowd, a mother fell to the back of the line, her strength waning as she surrendered to fatigue. She knew all too well that, cradling her child, she could not reach the shore in time. Luna, don't cry. Mommy is here, the woman softly called her daughter's name, holding her close away from the lava's approach. Behind them loomed the impending disaster. Damn it, Deluo, soaring in the air, spotted the mother and daughter pair. After cursing, he dove down to rescue them. Their plight was merely a microcosm of the numerous tragedies unfolding in Wenmingni town at that moment. I need 30 seconds, Zay Fa. Hold back the lava. Don't let it advance so quickly. Deluo gritted his teeth, raising his voice to Zay Fa, who was also engaged in rescue efforts. Understood, Fa replied, casting a deep glance at Deluo before rushing to position himself in the lava's path. Wu Wanhao Quan, a powerful strike, landed forcefully on the ground, creating a deep pit measuring 20 meters. The rushing lava soon surged into the pit, and within a second, it filled to the brim, spilling over as it continued its relentless advance toward the town. 30 seconds, that's 30 counts, Zay Fa grinned, continuing to swing his fists with all his might to buy Deluo some precious time. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Deluo, I bought you 30 seconds. Zay Fa gasped, panting heavily after unleashing dozens of punches. Now, watch me, Deluo declared confidently, having prepared himself, and immediately unleashed a barrage of seawater bullets. Nearly 100 seawater bullets burst forth in midair, swiftly transforming into a colossal wave reminiscent of a mythological deluge, hurtling towards the lava. But that was not all. Deluo raised his hands high, sending dozens of deep blue grenades soaring, plunging straight into the massive wave. C3 Deep Blue Aria. The detonated grenades released an immense quantity of liquid nitrogen. The extreme temperature of minus 196 degrees, instantly freezing the entire body of seawater into solid ice. The surging tide seemed to freeze in time, forming an ice wall nearly 100 meters thick, blocking the lava's advance. What is that? The townsfolk, frantically fleeing, finally noticed the bizarre phenomenon behind them, stopping in their tracks with expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing a divine savior. At that moment, the oncoming lava finally arrived. This molten flow, capable of obliterating entire villages, was abruptly halted by the thick ice wall, generating steam at the point of contact. The lava quickly solidified, forming hard volcanic rock that, alongside the ice wall, effectively obstructed the relentless advance of the lava, which was soon completely contained behind the ice barrier. Did we make it? The townsfolk, having narrowly escaped, bore expressions of disbelief. I told you, Zay Fa, sometimes fruit abilities can be quite useful, Deluo remarked to Zay Fa, who was seated nearby, still recovering from the earlier reprimand on the mountain. Ha, you're not so likable yourself, Zay Fa chuckled, feeling sore all over from exhaustion. Yet he said nothing more, simply gazing at Deluo as he limped toward him. At that moment, he began to understand Carp's evaluation of Deluo. Truly an extraordinary individual. Chapter 110. Bounty changes in the deep night of Wenmingni Island. The entire island was enveloped in the joy of having survived the calamity, as the lava from the volcano had only consumed a corner of the town. Deluo and his companions did not leave immediately, but opted to remain on Wenmingni Island for a day of rest. After all, they had just experienced a fierce battle, rendering their conditions unsuitable for nighttime sailing. Moreover, more importantly, Zay Fa had no intention of further engaging Deluo on the island. Thus, Under the peculiar tacit understanding between the two parties, the Mermaid Song vessel unlocked an extraordinary achievement by safely docking beside a battleship commanded by an admiral. At that moment, the dock of the Mermaid Song vessel was stationed was densely populated with residents, some holding banners and placards high, while others hurled food directly onto the deck of the ship. In essence, they were expressing their gratitude in their own way to the hero who had protected Wenmingni town. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the celebration on Daruo's side, the naval side felt rather desolate. Although Zifa and his team had successfully dismantled the Supernova Alliance, they had also suffered considerable casualties, particularly during the assault commanded by Sakazuki to seize 3 pirate ships, where the Navy executed a reckless onslaught, resulting in numerous fatalities within mere minutes. After concluding the debriefing, Sakazuki found himself alone on the deck, staring blankly at the frozen volcano, lost in thought, reluctantly admitting it. He acknowledged that it was indeed those pirates he despised who had saved everyone. "Sakazuki, do you believe there are good people among pirates?" asked Gueiji, standing beside him, echoing the same question. "Don't be foolish. All pirates are the same." Sakazuki shook his head, as if attempting to cast aside the seemingly pointless hesitations and doubts clouding his mind. Ruthlessly annihilating evil pirates was the absolute justice he sought. With this thought, Sakazuki's gaze regained its sharpness and determination. Yet the group of recruits around him began to develop their own unique interpretations of justice. Zifa, who also pondered this notion, inherently possessed a softer disposition as one who refrained from killing admirals. Consequently, after the events concluded, he sought Daruo for a private conversation, even offering to vouch for him as an admiral should he choose to abandon piracy and embrace a different path. Naturally, Daruo declined, stating, whether pirate or navy, it is merely an identity. This era has failed to provide those brave enough to venture on the seas with a rightful identity. For the world government, those who dare to resist or seek the truth of history are deemed guilty, equivalent to the murderous pirates. He added, "Now that I'm labeled a pirate, I am prepared to die as one." Daruo's words reverberated in Zifa's mind, leading this man, who would later establish the Neo-Navy and become an adversary of the world government, to waver for the first time in his steadfast principles of justice. The following morning, Zifa gazed in surprise at the empty docking point beside the battleship, the very spot where the Mermaid Song vessel had once anchored. "Let's set sail as well," Zifa commanded, prompting 3 naval ships and 3 pirate vessels to respond in unison. The billowing sails propelled the 6 ships away from Wenmingni Island, gradually fading into the horizon where the sky meets the sea, heading towards Malinfindua. The Navy did not merely depart with pirate ships. They also carried away the news that transpired on Wenmingni Island. Supernova Alliance's downfall, Wenming volcano erupts, the Navy and a mysterious figure avert disaster. The diligent newsbird disseminated this sensational news to every reader willing to pay. As everyone marveled at the ease with which the once mighty Supernova Alliance had fallen while questioning the identity of this enigmatic figure. In truth, it was Zifa's insistence that maintained such an objective report. Otherwise, the headline would have shifted to "The Navy averts disaster. Daruo's pirate crew flees in disarray." Such a convoluted report naturally elicited a scoff from Daruo. "This Navy truly is twisted. And you laugh, when it was we who halted the volcanic eruption." Yet this article attributes all the credit to the Navy and labels us as the mysterious figures. Aisha, with her peculiar journalistic integrity, seethed through clenched teeth. Fortunately, the topic that incited Aisha's ire did not linger long, for Reich noticed the bounty posters beneath the article. "Look, our bounties have changed," Reich pointed at the newspaper. Portgasti, Daruo, alias Death Marksman, captain of the Daruo pirate crew, bounty, 520 million. Izuan Liqian, alias White Azura, bounty, 460 million. This adjustment in bounty likely stemmed from the confluence of the Whiskey Peak and Wenming incidents. Thus Daruo and Izuan Liqian experienced the most significant increases. As for Reich, who had not engaged much, his bounty saw a modest rise to 350 million. "Why?" Aisha gasped, her face a portrait of astonishment as she beheld the next two bounty posters. Bartholomew Kuma, bounty, 60 million. Yesaya Aisha, bounty, 300,000. It seems you two have been given a bounty. Reich chuckled, presenting the bounty posters to the two. Sister Aisha, we have bounties now, and mine is 60 million. Kuma joyfully displayed his bounty poster to Aisha. How wonderful! Aisha managed to draw a faint smile from her lips. On Hongao Island in the New World, a man with hair resembling seaweed sat upon a lofty throne, flanked by two rows of fierce-looking rogues. Captain, has there been any movement from the Navy? One of the women among the rogues inquired curiously. No, I merely heard that a pirate rookie recently made Newgate suffer a setback, which piqued my interest. The man chuckled heartily before tossing a newspaper to the woman. Oh, 520 million. Quite a bounty, she laughed, not particularly perturbed. For who among them did not boast a bounty exceeding 1 billion? If this lad were to enter the New World, it would certainly warrant an invitation. Chapter 111. The mysterious woman with the Wonming Island incident concluded. Daluo and his crew embarked once more on their journey to conquer the Grand Line. After careful consideration, Daluo resolved to head to the medical kingdom, Mugu Island, for one can never guarantee a life free of ailments. Thus, securing a ship's doctor was of paramount importance. Do not jump too tightly, gather your strength, and relax a bit. On the third day after departing Wonming Town, the deck of the Mermaid Song vessel became a classroom for Daluo's imposing remedial sessions. Apart from Izu and Li Qian, the other three were forcefully enrolled in Daluo's class, particularly Reich and Kuma, who received special attention. After months of rigorous training, Kuma had rapidly caught up, able to initially harness the powers of the Nikyu no Mi, having single-handedly taken down numerous pirates at the Wonming Town dock. The use of haki not only augmented one's defensive capabilities, but also enhanced offensive strength through the application of wrapping techniques. Most crucially, haki allowed attackers to seize the tangible forms of Logia-type devil fruit users. Daluo extended his right hand into a fist, and his entire arm began to turn black from the wrist, spreading outward until the arm was covered in a deep, metallic sheen. Once the demonstration concluded, Daluo commenced training with the two individuals, with the primary focus being the art of receiving blows. Observing the contrasting effects of Li's misguided mentoring and Kaido's esteemed guidance in the original text, it became evident that the intensity of haki training correlates directly with the speed of enhancement. Daluo even contemplated that should he unleash 2 strikes of Raime Bagua, these two would undoubtedly experience an epiphany on the spot. Fools do not attempt to withstand with mere physicality. Instead, summon the power within your bodies. Busashoka haki, it is a form of fortification. Daluo, wielding a wooden stick, cast a predatory gaze upon the two, who were as rigid as iron, while simultaneously admonishing them. Nearby, Aisha, trembling as she sipped tea with Iquan Li Qian, observed the rigorous training with a growing sense of dread, pondering whether she too would be subjected to such grueling practices in the future. The furtive glances of Aisha, with her mouse-like features, caught Daluo's attention. However, given her negligible combat prowess, he found himself at a loss for alternative solutions, contemplating instead how to procure a suitable fruit to enhance Aisha's survival capabilities. While he held little hope for Busashoka haki, he deemed it essential for her to master Kinbunchika haki. As a member of the San Yin tribe, Aisha should possess notable aptitude in perception. With this in mind, Daluo invited Iquan Li Qian and Aisha, who were leisurely enjoying tea beneath a parasol, to join the training cohort. In addition to Busashoka haki, there exists another form of haki known as Kinbunchiku, which enables one to keenly sense the aura of various external entities. Once mastered, this power grants a perception that transcends the 5 senses, even allowing one to foresee an opponent's movements. Allow me to illustrate, Daluo proclaimed as he swung the wooden stick, handing it to Iquan Li Qian while blindfolding himself with a black cloth. Li Qian, attack me. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Iquan Li Qian thrust the stick directly toward Daluo's face, only to be intercepted by Daluo's Kinbunchika haki, which detected the impending assault. See? Just like that, Daluo remarked, elegantly evading the strike. This vivid demonstration clarified the previously perplexing concepts for the onlookers, who began to reflect thoughtfully on Luo's words. "I have a question." The underperforming Aisha raised her hand high, continuing, "Your Kinbunchika haki must be akin to the sixth sense, right? This ability is the fundamental skill awakened in our Sanyan tribe." Luo raised an eyebrow. Yet he found merit in Aisha's assertion, acknowledging that his death I was indeed a rare manifestation of Kinbunchika haki. Nonetheless, he was curious to witness Aisha's interpretation of this perception ability. He passed the black cloth to her and instructed He Quan Li Qian to attack suddenly, as before. A dull thud resonated as the sizable wooden stick struck Aisha on the head, sending stars dancing before her eyes. Clearly, the anticipated scene of Aisha dodging the blow had not materialized. The group exchanged glances, some stifling laughter, while others appeared puzzled. "No, Weichi, Dalu, que ele perceptive." Since the discrepancy, he indeed observed Aisha making a defensive maneuver as He Quan Li Qian lifted his hand, suggesting she had sensed the attack but was unable to evade it in time. "Bear, it is your turn to strike," Luo said, his lips curling slightly as he seized the wooden stick from He Quan Li Qian and handed it to Bear. "Aisha, be prepared." In stark contrast to the bluntness of He Quan Li Qian, Bear exhibited a more measured approach, deliberately slowing the speed of his strikes. This time, Aisha successfully evaded. She tore off the blindfold, jubilantly leaping in the air as if she had aced an exam. Meanwhile, Luo covered his face, exuding a look of exasperation. To sense yet not evade, what was there to celebrate? With Aisha's antics concluded, the group resumed their respective training or leisure. Suddenly, the merfolk experienced a violent jolt, as if colliding with an object. "It seems we have struck something," murmured Aisha, who, not engaged in training, opened her third eye to assess the situation around the vessel. "It appears to be a speedboat." "A speedboat?" Luo scratched his head, for such vessels were a rarity in the technologically skewed world of pirates. "There is someone on the speedboat, a woman. She seems to be in distress. We must rescue her," Aisha exclaimed, her third eye detecting the woman's feeble aura. Without hesitation, Luo dashed forward, soaring above the speedboat and bringing the lithe figure of the woman aboard the merfolk. After Aisha administered artificial respiration, the woman expelled a considerable amount of seawater but remained unconscious. "This is troubling. She has a fever," remarked Rykit, pressing his hand against her forehead, his expression grave. "We can only cool her physically. Rykit, fetch some ice from the fridge." Luo quickly made a decision, assisting Aisha in transferring the woman to a spare room designated for new crew members. Due to the absence of a ship's doctor and the lack of nearby islands, the woman could not receive proper medical attention after her rescue, relying solely on her resilience. Fortunately, her physical constitution was commendable after some basic anti-inflammatory and cooling measures. Her temperature gradually decreased, and she was expected to regain consciousness soon. "This woman is quite peculiar," Luo muttered to himself while leaning against the doorframe, observing the stunningly beautiful woman on the bed. Upon reflection, it became apparent that she was indeed extraordinary. Firstly, there were no islands in the vicinity. How could a speedboat with such limited range appear in this location? Moreover, her attire was bizarre, a high-tech combat suit in vibrant red. This type of combat gear seemed vaguely familiar to Luo, resembling the attire of the Germa kingdom found in the original story. Albeit with some differences, there was undoubtedly a connection. At present, Germa's ruler was not Sanji's father, Judge, and the infamous incident of the Four Kingdoms execution had yet to occur. However, as a militarily potent and technologically advanced nation, the Germa kingdom remained a formidable entity. Furthermore, Prince Judge had recently aligned himself with a mysterious scientific organization, rumored to have intricate ties to the current maritime overlords, the Rocks Pirates. "It seems we are in for a significant predicament," Luo mused, stroking his chin as he exited the infirmary. Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern. After all, there were only a few who could pose a threat to him, and the Germa kingdom was clearly not among them. Following the events at Whiskey Peak and Wano Kuni, DeLuo had thoroughly shed the label of a pirate novice and gradually began to establish a formidable reputation. Many had started to draw comparisons between him and renowned pirates such as John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin. Some even speculated that the younger and more promising DeLuo would one day ascend to the legendary status of figures like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki. In the vast expanse of the Grand Line, within an uncharted sea, the tale continues to unfold. A fleet of colossal steel ships united as one, laden with arms and troops, surged forth at full speed towards the Hive Island of the New World. Each vessel bore the emblazoned insignia of Germa. "Garci, your Germa kingdom is indeed generous. Ha ha," laughed a man dressed in a red captain's coat, his purple hair flowing in the breeze. This man was Captain John of the Rocks Pirates. The sheer joy radiating from John's face was unmistakable. It was no wonder, considering that the Rocks Pirates had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy, resulting in considerable losses on both sides. As the chief steward of the Rocks Pirates, John was burdened by the aftermath. With another significant operation planned for the following year, the responsibility for resource preparation naturally fell upon him, making Garci's shipment of supplies a timely boon. "Captain John, you jest. It is merely a token of goodwill," remarked a burly man beside John, his golden hair peeking from beneath a metallic helmet, his unique upward-curving mustache twitching as he spoke. "Now, Captain John, since the supplies have arrived, might you be able to hand over those ancient technology blueprints you promised me?" Garci inquired, his gaze piercing into John. John's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "I apologize. It will take a bit more time to procure the blueprints. There has been an unforeseen complication." Before he could finish, Garci's previously jovial demeanor darkened as he fixed a steely glare on John. "Oh, a complication? What kind of complication?" With the supplies not yet fully secured, John dared not offend Garci at this critical juncture. Thus he hastily explained, "It's nothing too serious. The spy I had arranged to steal the blueprints from Vegapunk suddenly defected." "Defected?" Garci scoffed, clearly skeptical of John's words, suspecting a ruse. "Rest assured, I have dispatched personnel to track her down. We will absolutely retrieve the blueprints," John assured, waving his hands with a beaming smile. However, Garci, eager to obtain the blueprints, was running out of patience. They were crucial to his grand plans for the revitalization of Germa, which justified the hefty price he paid to trade with John. "Do you have any information on that spy?" Despite John's assurances, Garci remained distrustful of this cunning fellow and resolved to retrieve the blueprints himself. "Yes," John nodded, continuing. "The spy goes by the name of Sophia. Her name suggests she is female." "Wait, what do you mean suggests?" Garci interrupted, casting a disapproving look at John. He had not paid such a high price merely to hear suggests. The spy is nicknamed the Thousand Faces and can disguise herself as anyone, so no one knows her true identity. However, she recently slipped up and was wounded by my men near the waters around Magnadrome Island. John gazed earnestly at Garci, revealing all he knew. "Very well. I shall go myself." Satisfied with the information, Garci ceased to press John further. With a flick of his cape, he added ominously, "John, you had best not deceive me. If Rox discovers the antics you are up to behind his back, your fate will be dire." Chapter 113. Sophia in the deep of night aboard the Mermaidsim. It was the 9th day since leaving Windmini Town and the 3rd day since the woman was rescued. It hurts so much," the woman moaned in agony, clearly having regained consciousness. Sophia struggled to recall the moments before plunging into the sea. She had been cornered by Captain John's subordinates. In a desperate bid, she commandeered a speedboat to escape onto the water. Yet ultimately, a pursuing pirate ship had blasted her into the depths. Has someone saved me? In this unfamiliar environment, the seasoned spy felt a wave of intense unease, prompting her to sit up and scan her surroundings. Where am I? Noticing the nightgown she wore, a sudden realization struck her. She quickly stood up and began searching the room. At last, she spotted her discarded red battle attire beside the bed. It seems my belongings are still here. The one who rescued me must have seen my true face. As she removed the nightgown and donned her red combat outfit, Sophia murmured to herself. Once dressed, she delivered a fierce slap to her face, and a miraculous transformation occurred. The youthful beauty vanished, replaced by a robust middle-aged woman. With this new visage, Sophia opened the door and stepped onto the deck of the mermaid's hymn. "Who are you?" Darrow, on watch, questioned the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared on the ship. Sophia remained silent, her curiosity piqued as she observed her surroundings. Upon spotting the pirate flag on the sails, her expression darkened. "Damn it, they're pirates?" she thought in despair, her pallor deepening. Yet, as an experienced spy, she maintained a facade of composure. "I apologize. I must have taken a wrong turn and will leave immediately." Sophia sought to exit, fabricating an excuse. Darrow, amused by her absurd rationale, smirked slightly. "Please, this is the sea and it's night. How could you mistakenly wander onto someone else's ship?" "No, I drifted here. My husband and I were fishing nearby when a storm struck a few days ago, capsizing our boat. I clung to a piece of wood and floated here." Sophia fabricated a plausible story in an instant. Darrow, however, remained unconvinced. As someone possessing rare observation skills, he knew it was impossible for anyone to board his ship without detection. "You are the woman we rescued a few days ago, aren't you?" Darrow deduced, his gaze scrutinizing her intently. While aware that he had likely rescued a troublesome individual, he was taken aback by her rudeness. She had been saved yet offered no thanks. Darrow's tone turned unfriendly as he fixed his stare on Sophia. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at his words, and she bowed deeply to Darrow. "Thank you for saving my life." It must be noted that even in the world of OnePiece, renowned for its stunning beauties, Sophia's appearance was quite remarkable. Her deep brown, wavy hair cascaded to her waist, and her exquisite features paired with a slender, graceful neck made her alluring, even in her weakened state. "Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name." Sophia gazed admiringly at Darrow's handsome face. "Darrow," he replied curtly. "My name is Sophia. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Daluo." With a charming flick of her hair cascading by her ear, Sophia revealed a smile so enchanting it could captivate anyone. Even Daluo, with his impeccable composure, found himself momentarily entranced. After regaining his focus, he shifted the conversation to another topic. Was the recent transformation a manifestation of a devil fruit's power? Let me guess. Was it the Mimiko fruit or the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit? Or perhaps the red Germa combat suit you wear possesses a shape-shifting ability? Daluo inquired with curiosity. The cool evening breeze slowed as Sophia suddenly stepped closer, pressing against Daluo, and a glimmer of cold steel slipped from her sleeve, aimed directly at his throat. However, Daluo's reflexes were swifter. He sidestepped expertly, evading her strike, leaving Sophia to miss her target entirely. Seizing her arm before she could withdraw, Daluo raised an eyebrow at the peculiar weapon nestled in her fingers. A brown knife, imbued with haki? Miss Sophia certainly harbors hidden depths. Let me venture another guess. Are you a product of the artificial human experiments conducted by that fellow, Jiaji? Or are you one of the rebels opposing the Germa kingdom from the North Sea? Daluo scrutinized Sophia, who was struggling vigorously against his grip, probing further. Indeed, upon mentioning the name Germa, her reaction intensified. Disregarding her captured wrist, she lifted her long, slender leg to kick at Daluo's midsection. "It appears I have hit the mark. Miss Sophia must be connected to the Germa kingdom," Daluo thought, skillfully dodging once more while grasping her ankle, leaving them in an exceedingly intimate posture upon the deck. "Are you an enemy?" Daluo tilted his head, inquiring. "Surely, all pirates are cut from the same cloth. Mere lackeys of the Rock's pirates," Sophia spat vehemently, a flush of indignation rising to her pale cheeks. Upon hearing the name Rocks, Daluo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he responded, "Wow, it seems I've inadvertently rescued myself a significant dilemma, entangled with both Rocks and Germa. However, I am not one to tremble at the mere mention of the name Rocks." Daluo emphasized, yet considering the complexity of this woman, he opted against further elaboration. "Since you have regained consciousness, you may depart upon reaching the next island." At that moment, the atmosphere thick with tension was interrupted as Aisha stirred, sleepily wandering onto the deck in her nightgown. Rubbing her eyes, she observed the two entangled figures and asked, "What are you two doing at this late hour? Dancing?" Chapter 114. Jiaji Strike's laughter and playful banter echoed across the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn. In just 2 short days, Sophia and Aisha had formed an unbreakable bond of friendship. Presently, the two were nestled in a corner of the deck, basking in the sun while sharing intimate whispers. "You are truly stunning, Sophia. How do you maintain such beauty?" Aisha exclaimed, nearly collapsing onto Sophia as she marveled at her angelic features. "Oh, it's nothing," Sophia replied, covering her mouth with a hand, laughing lightly. After a moment of modesty, she pinched Aisha's cheek, complimenting, "You are beautiful as well. But if you were to tie up your hair, you would look exceptionally lovely." Indeed, no woman can resist the sweet praise of her beauty, especially when it comes from another strikingly gorgeous woman. "Haha, your words bring me such joy." Aisha beamed, her wide smile illuminating her face. "Make way, make way." On the other side, Lykeet entered the deck, balancing a round tray of drinks and placing a platter of fried delicacies on the table. "Miss Sophia, your Long Island iced tea?" Lykeet presented a cocktail resembling red tea to her. "Oh, delightful," Sophia replied with a graceful smile, accepting the drink and taking a sip, leaving a lipstick mark on the rim. "One intriguing beverage, truly delightful." Sophia's praise seemed to delight Lykeet, who twirled dramatically in response. "These fools, Daluo," steering the ship, remarked in exasperation at the crew so easily swayed. It must be said, Sophia possesses a remarkable charm. Within just 2 days, she had endeared herself to everyone, reminiscent of Robin's influence aboard the Thousand Sunny, as nearly all were quickly won over. Of course, Zoro from the original narrative stood as an exception, yet they still had a resolute swordsman among them. "Li Qian, what do you think Sophia is up to?" Daluo, as the last remaining member of the Anti-Sophia Alliance, sought his allies' counsel. "I am uncertain, but she did mention that the tea brewed was quite enjoyable." Wazi Li Qian replied, taking a sip of the freshly steeped tea, smiling slyly. "This is utterly hopeless," Daluo sighed, shaking his head at the ease with which his crew had been won over. "Lykeet, come steer the ship." Daluo called for Lykeet while he planned to have a word with Sophia. He pulled Sophia aside and, with candor, asked, "Tell me, what are your intentions? Are you not afraid I might toss you overboard?" "Huh, surely Captain Daluo would not lack such decorum," Sophia replied with a smile, continuing, "I have merely provoked the German kingdom and lost my support, only to discover that Captain Daluo is a renowned pirate. I seek your temporary protection. You wish to join us?" Daluo frowned, regarding Sophia with skepticism, contemplating her true motives. "Is that possible?" Sophia blinked innocently, feigning sincerity. "Absolutely not. I cannot allow someone who knows nothing to join my crew, so you had better speak the truth. Who are you?" Daluo's gaze bore into Sophia, laden with warning. Sophia began, but Daluo interrupted, "You had best speak honestly, or say nothing at all." After a moment of contemplation, Sophia seemed to arrive at a significant decision. She inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "I consumed the mythical Zoan-type Kyubi no Kitsune fruit, granting me the ability to morph into others, thus becoming a hired spy and assassin. A few months ago, I received a peculiar commission, instructing me to infiltrate a clandestine scientific organization and steal a confidential document. After several months of meticulous planning, I finally gained access to the organization's highest leader, Dr. Vegapunk, and successfully stole a blueprint of ancient kingdom technology. However, when it came time to deliver it to my employer, I discovered that the blueprint was intended for trade with the German kingdom. So you fled with the blueprint to prevent it from falling into the hands of the German kingdom?" Daluo deduced after processing Sophia's revelations. Sophia gazed intently at the man who could seemingly read her thoughts, nodded, and continued her explanation. "My homeland is a small nation in Beihai, which was annihilated by the kingdom of Jirma. Therefore, I can never hand over this blueprint to Jirma, lest more nations meet the same fate." Understanding her predicament, Daro nodded in acknowledgement. "So, can you allow me to join?" Sophia raised her head, her face brimming with hope as she looked at Daro. "Huh, I shall consider it." Daro shrugged, hesitant to directly agree with this woman who exuded an air of unpredictability. Just then, amidst their earnest conversation, A thunderous ship's horn echoed across the sea, and a colossal iron vessel emerged on the horizon, steadily approaching the siren song. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Daro remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed the looming Jirma ship. In no time, the steel behemoth closed in, revealing several men clad in numbered combat uniforms on its deck. Except for the leader, the others bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, as if they were all cast from the same mold. "Jirma 66, Gaji," Daro stated, eyeing the imposing figure with golden hair at the forefront. "Oh, it seems someone recognizes me." Gaji raised an eyebrow, looking down at Daro with a condescending air. "Boy, have you encountered any peculiar individuals at sea lately?" Gaji bellowed from a distance. "No," Daro replied, casting a glance at Sophia, who had begun to alter her appearance, and casually responded while maneuvering the siren's song away from Gaji, establishing a safe distance. However, Gaji appeared unwilling to allow Daro to depart so easily. He leapt aboard the siren song alongside a few clone soldiers. "Your say doesn't determine matters here." Gaji glared fiercely at Daro while gesturing to the clone soldiers, barking "search." Such brazen conduct naturally incited Daro's ire. He fixed Gaji with a menacing stare, declaring, "This is a warning. You would do well to return to your ship with your grotesque companions." Undeterred, Gaji maintained his sinister demeanor, scanning the group until his gaze landed upon the crimson collar revealed by Sophia, his expression turning malevolent. "Sophia, the chameleon, you had better hand over the items, or else," Gaji threatened, drawing a long spear from his back and propelling himself towards Sophia with the thrust of his jet-powered combat boots. "I shall not permit anyone to engage in combat aboard my vessel, especially against my reserve crew." Daro raised an eyebrow and swiftly stepped in front of Gaji, seizing the spear. "Do you even comprehend whom you are provoking, you arrogant fool?" Gaji snarled, his intriguing mustache curling menacingly. In that moment, Gaji twisted his right hand on the spear, activating a mechanism that caused the weapon to crackle with electricity, discharging an electromagnetic pulse directly at Daro. Daro's eyes widened as he executed a nimble blink to evade the swift attack. The unleashed electromagnetic wave struck the ship instead, resulting in a gaping hole in the deck. The sight of the smoldering breach prompted Daro's expression to cool with resolve. Meanwhile, Gaji commenced his second assault, this time directing his attack towards Sophia. You wretched thief of my blueprints." Gaji lunged forward, the electric arcs enveloping his spear, his deranged grin suggesting he could already envision her demise. Unfortunately for him, his intentions did not unfold as he had hoped. As Daro raised his right hand slightly, a compressed air current erupted beneath Gaji's feet, propelling him into the air. Concurrently, Daro lifted his weapon, aiming at the airborne Gaji as if preparing to launch a projectile. With a flourish, he unleashed the Starfall Spear, an air spear spiraling through the air, accurately targeting Gaji. The tremendous force sent Gaji hurtling through the air, crashing into the iron vessel with a resounding impact. With a resounding boom, the spear continued its relentless advance, ultimately thrusting Gaji into the ship's hold, rendering a significant portion of the vessel in ruins before vanishing from sight. Gaji was left unconscious from the blow. Fortunately, his combat suit prevented immediate demise. Yet, before losing consciousness, he issued a final command to the clone soldiers aboard the ship, ordering them to sacrifice themselves to cover his retreat. Upon receiving the order, the clone soldiers, as if driven mad, launched a frenzied assault on the siren song. To safeguard their vessel, Daro refrained from pursuing Gaji and instead engaged with the clone soldiers on board. "Damn it, he managed to escape," Daro fumed, his teeth grinding as he surveyed the numerous gaping holes left on the deck, exacerbated by the fact that Gaji had eluded capture. "Wrecked. Fetch those planks from the hold and hurry to repair them. We can't afford leaks." With no shipwright available, Daro had no choice but to rely on Wrecked, who possessed a smattering of skills, to undertake the repairs. "Let me handle it," Sophia offered, observing Wrecked hammering away at the repairs. "Can you repair ships?" Daro inquired, intrigued. "A little." Sophia squinted her eyes, pinching her fingers together in a gesture. In that moment, Daro perceived the cosmos within that simple gesture. Chapter 115. Ancient Technological Blueprint. After Sophia's diligent repairs, the ship was revitalized and restored. I didn't realize you had such skills, Daro remarked in astonishment, handing Sophia a chilled beverage that Recht had brought. Naturally, my homeland, Nan Island, is renowned for its mechanical expertise. Nearly everyone here is a mechanic or technician, myself included. Sophia placed her hammer down, accepted the drink, and took a sip through the straw, pride illuminating her features as she fixed her gaze on Daro. Her response caused Daro's brow to arch. He understood that she was keenly aware of the absence of shipwright in their team and sought to capitalize on it. Indeed, I see your crew comprises only 5 individuals. This is concerning. The Grand Line is fraught with peril, and ships require constant maintenance. How can you manage without a shipwright? Sophia feigned a casual glance around before candidly stating, as it happens, I find myself without a destination and am well versed in mechanics and repairs. Captain Daro, why not allow me to join your crew? Sophia, with her astute perception, was well aware that Gigina would not simply let matters rest. Sooner or later, they would retaliate. And if she found herself alone, she would have to confront the vengeance of both Germa and the Rock's pirate crew. In such perilous circumstances, it would be prudent to seek refuge under a sufficiently powerful faction, and at present, the Daro pirate crew appeared to be an excellent choice. However, would Daro agree? Certainly not. Although his crew was in dire need of a shipwright, Daro would not easily permit anyone to join his ranks. After all, one does not simply stir up trouble and expect to be welcomed without proving their sincerity. Miss Chimyon Sophia. Daro shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. To become Daro's companion, one must possess a thorough understanding of their background. Individuals like Sophia, who harbored ulterior motives and concealed their true selves, were unacceptable to him. After all, comradeship is a bond that involves one's life. Daro initially intended for Sophia to disclose her origins candidly, but to his surprise, she misinterpreted his intent. Biting her lip in contemplation, she suddenly looked up with a radiant smile and remarked, Captain Daro must be a sharpshooter, for I have recently acquired a set of ancient kingdom blueprints for individual combat weaponry. Among them is a design for a sniper rifle, which is said to possess the capability to obliterate a naval vessel from an extreme distance. I wonder if you might be interested. Upon finishing her statement, Sophia retrieved a stack of blueprints hidden within the inner lining of her red combat attire and placed one on top, presenting it to Daro. Oh, Daro raised an eyebrow, accepting the blueprint and glancing at it. Indeed, he saw the schematic of the firearm. However, the annotations were inscribed in the ancient kingdom script, leaving the authenticity of Sophia's claims uncertain. Fortunately, there was someone aboard capable of deciphering ancient texts. Aisha, come here. Daro turned to call Aisha, who was nearby, engrossed in training with Bear. Take a look and see if you can translate these ancient writings with your third eye. Daro handed the blueprint to Aisha, his expression filled with hope, as he recalled that the three-eyed tribe had the ability to decode ancient scripts, a fact he had only read about in the original text. Oh, Aisha, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, accepted the blueprint while removing her cap, revealing the third eye on her forehead. Sophia gasped in astonishment, watching Aisha unveil her extraordinary feature, completely unexpected in her seemingly harmless demeanor. In a matter of moments, Aisha swiftly deciphered the text on the blueprint. The incinerator gun, Vivian. Energy crystal magazine. Effective kill range of 9,000 meters. Initial kinetic energy of 38,000 joules. Clearly, Aisha's translation aligned with Sophia's description, and Daro, familiar with firearm mechanics, understood the implications of those parameters. Notably, the renowned Barrett sniper rifle from his previous life had an initial kinetic energy of only 18,000 joules, while this weapon, named Vivian, boasted a staggering 38,000 joules. This represented double the energy of the Barrett, and coupled with the so-called energy crystal magazine, it could indeed have the potential to destroy a naval vessel from a kilometer away. With a kill radius of 9,000 meters, this firearm could be classified as a super sniper rifle. Daro was startled. The technological prowess of the ancient kingdom was astonishing, considering it had existed 8 centuries prior. Aisha, please examine the other blueprints, he urged. Noticing Aisha's ability to decipher ancient text, Sophia eagerly implored. Daro, what else does it say? Daro looked at Sophia with bemusement, having assumed she could comprehend the blueprints herself, only to discover she could not read. Understanding the confusion in Daro's gaze, the perceptive Sophia explained. I gleaned that information about the gun indirectly from Dr. Bijapang. As for the other blueprints, I dared not inquire further. Ah, I see, Daro nodded, choosing not to dwell on that matter any longer. Meanwhile, Aisha had completed her translation of several blueprints, marking each detail with a pen she carried. Water-walking shoes, seagull bombing drone, combined robot, storage belt. Daro recited the items one by one, but began to feel increasingly uneasy, as these designs, particularly the water-walking shoes and combined robot, sounded familiar. Water-walking shoes, the legendary hero of Germa, Sora. The name echoed in his mind until he finally recalled it. Sora, the hero of the sea, a figure from the original story's prologue, was said to rush to the rescue whenever Germa committed wrongdoing, inspiring countless youths to join the Navy. Could it be? Daro looked up at Sophia with a peculiar expression, almost certain that the hero Sora was connected to her. He curiously inquired, Sophia, do you know someone named Sora? This time, it was Sophia who was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Daro, stammering. Why do you ask? Oh, just curiosity. If you don't know, that's perfectly fine. Daro waved his hand dismissively. However, after a moment's hesitation, Sophia decided to reveal, Sora is my brother. He is a scientist. Chapter 116. The Cloud-Gathering Magnetic Drum Island. A brother? Daro regarded Sophia with a perplexed expression, astonished that a casual rescue could lead to the revelation of such a figure as the hero of the sea. Meanwhile, Sophia was even more astonished, as she rarely spoke of her brother to outsiders. How did Daro come to know of him? Cough, Sophia. Is it possible to produce this gun? Daro, eager to shift the topic, redirected the conversation back to the sniper rifle Vivian, returning the firearm blueprints to her. Well, if the materials are available, it shouldn't be a problem. However, the energy crystal magazine will likely need my brother's expertise since I'm merely a technician, not an inventor. Sophia replied thoughtfully after examining the translated text. Very well, please compile a list of what you need, and I will see if we can procure it from the ship. If not, we can purchase it at the next island. Daro nodded, giving Sophia a few instructions. In the pirate world, sharpshooters were constantly seeking to enhance their long-range capabilities, aiming to eliminate enemies from beyond their perceptive range. While Daro, due to his compression fruit, did not suffer from significant shortcomings in lethality, acquiring a sniper rifle remained crucial for him. Currently, he lacked the ability to execute long-range kills, and it was evident that his revolver would not suffice for that task. Thus, obtaining Vivian was imperative. Was this the captain's test for a new crew member? Sophia revealed a charming and alluring smile, tiptoeing to whisper sweetly into Daro's ear. This woman was truly intoxicated by her own self-importance. Daro regarded her silently with a hint of disdain, retorting brusquely, You are at best a reserve. Only with commendable performance will you earn a permanent position. Very well, my dear captain, Sophia responded with a jubilant and beguiling grin. Satisfied with his answer, she prudently refrained from further lingering and scampered onto the deck to continue her playful antics with Aisha, seemingly intent on forging camaraderie with everyone during her probationary period. It was rather peculiar how two women of such contrasting temperaments could harmonize so well. Meanwhile, Rectet, who was at the helm, rushed over, pointing excitedly at a distant black speck on the horizon. Daro, ahead lies Magu Drum Island. We are almost there? Daro's face brightened with a hearty smile as he cheerfully responded, Indeed, let us prepare to dock. After spending numerous days traversing the vast sea, anyone would feel a tinge of weariness, especially since Magu Drum Island was a splendid location. As a nation renowned for its medical expertise, it housed the majority of the world's esteemed physicians, any one of whom could serve as a competent ship's doctor. Particularly notable was Dr. Kureha, who had lived for a century and a half, standing at the pinnacle of medical prowess in the pirate world. According to her, patients under her care had but two fates, death or recovery. If only Daro could persuade her to join their ranks, that would be splendid. Daro chuckled to himself, indulging in daydreams. However, Persuading the 102-year-old lady would not be an easy task. In the original story, Luffy had attempted to invite her, only to be unceremoniously kicked away for referring to her as an old woman. This was a detail to remember. One must never speak of her age as anything but youthful. With a thirst for talent, Daro retrieved his ever-present notebook and began jotting down notes. Additionally, there was something else on the island that piqued Daro's interest, the suk-suk fruit. However, he was not particularly interested in the fruit itself, but rather in the byproducts it could generate, namely Wapol metal. The cover page of the original manga detailed Wapol's inspiring journey from a toy store owner to reclaiming his throne after being defeated by Luffy. His success was largely attributed to this Wapol metal, which later became the special memory alloy that Frankie obtained over 2 years. It could be said that Wapol metal was the most powerful steel material in this world, bar none. Yet, as of now, the inept king of Magu Drum Island, Wapol, had yet to be born, and the whereabouts of the fruit remained unknown. Unbeknownst to Daro, another individual had also set their sights on Wapol metal. "John, I require a batch of special memory alloy. Do assist me in locating it," came the voice of Dr. Vegapunk through the din-din mushi in Captain John's hand. "Damn it, I am not your servant. Do not command me in such a tone," John seethed, angered by Vegapunk's demeanor. However, under the pressure of Rock's orders to cooperate with Vegapunk, he reluctantly replied, "Where can I find such memory alloy?" "The last sighting was in the National Treasury of Magu Drum Island. Please check there for me, will you?" Vegapunk hastily concluded before abruptly ending the call. "How dare he look down upon me?" John glared furiously at the din-din mushi, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Zadin-din Mushihan again. "Hello, doctor, is there anything else?" John's menacing expression instantly morphed into one of obsequiousness. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. "Captain John, you have caused me considerable distress," sighed the beleaguered Caribou, who lay wounded aboard a derelict warship. "What? Caribou? What has transpired?" John asked in surprise, recognizing the voice. "What has happened?" "Ha ha!" Caribou laughed maniacally, glancing at his battered body. "You scoundrel! Do you already know that the spy has infiltrated Daro's pirate crew? Were you deliberately sending me to my doom?" "Daro's pirate crew?" John repeated in shock. For as a seasoned pirate, he had certainly heard of this rising force. "John, I warn you, if you cannot retrieve the blueprints for me, I will expose your dealings of stealing Dr. Vegapunk's schematics and trading them in secret," Caribou threatened, his gaze venomous as a serpent poised to strike. "Threatened?" John's face darkened with rage, his chest heaving, but he quickly regained his composure. "Do you know where Daro's pirate crew is located? I will assist you in retrieving the blueprints. They are in the waters near Magu Drum Island, and it seems they are headed there," Caribou replied. Chapter 117. The Doctors of the Island Magu Drum Island is a quintessential winter isle featuring several bizarre, unnamed peaks. Due to the perpetual snowfall and rugged terrain, the island lacks a substantial town to gather the populace, instead comprising a series of small, scattered villages. "It's snowing again. It's so cold this time," Aisha shivered, hurriedly donning her winter attire. Unlike Wonchong Island, Magu Drum Island, also a winter isle, does not boast hot springs or volcanoes, resulting in considerably lower temperatures, making one susceptible to colds or chills. However, this was not a significant concern, as the island possesses remarkably advanced medical facilities capable of self-sufficiency. "Sophia, do you not have winter clothing? Wait a moment, I will fetch some for you," the considerate Kuma exclaimed upon noticing that everyone else had donned their winter attire, while Sophia remained in her red combat uniform. He dashed back to his room and rummaged through a large chest under the bed, emerging with a bear fur coat before returning. "Here you go, Sister Sophia." Kuma presented the thick coat. Sophia paused for a moment, taken aback by the coat. In truth, her red combat attire was designed with temperature regulation features. Yet she graciously accepted Kuma's kindness and donned the fur coat. "Kuma, you are such a gentle boy." Sophia bent down to pat his head, draping the coat over herself. It must be said that Sophia was quite the fashion model. Even the rough-hewn coat took on a unique elegance on her. After the group had changed into their winter garments, the mermaid's hymn had fully docked at the rudimentary stone pier. This detail alone suggested that the king of this nation, much like Wapol, was rather foolish. Otherwise, How could the basic infrastructure of Magu Drum Island be so woefully inadequate despite its abundant medical resources? Shortly after disembarking, Daro and his companions found themselves surrounded by a throng of soldiers wielding spears. Are you here for medical treatment? If so, I can assist you in registering with the best doctors. The service fee is 1 million berries. A fair offer. One soldier, a man with a trapezoidal face, stepped forward, rubbing his hands greedily. 1 million berries? A fair offer, you say? Why is there scalping even in the world of pirates? Daro rolled his eyes, silently lamenting. However, Deluo did not directly drive the few individuals away. Instead, he curiously inquired, who is the best doctor on the island? Naturally, the best doctor on the island is Do Lier. A soldier stepped forward and confidently proclaimed. Don't listen to him. The man with a trapezoidal face glared at the soldier and continued to enlighten Deluo and his companions. The best doctor on the island is indeed Kuleha, but unless you are terminally ill, it is best not to seek her out. She demands a substantial portion of the patient's wealth before she will even consider treatment. As he spoke, the trapezoidal-faced man displayed a pained expression, clearly having been financially drained by Kuleha before. Oh, then who should I turn to if I am gravely ill? Deluo intentionally countered to elicit more information about the island's physicians. Gravely ill? The only doctors on the island who have successfully treated terminal illnesses, aside from the witch Kuleha, are the king's medical team and the peculiar Dr. Bulai-Jie. The trapezoidal-faced man thoughtfully responded after contemplating the matter. Oh, Deluo was quite astonished by the man's answer. One must admit that the medical standards of Tsigu Dao are indeed remarkable, boasting such a plethora of highly skilled doctors. It is no wonder that the king of the small nation of Warbois is able to continuously participate in the Grand King's Conference of the World Government and even stand toe-to-toe with kings of great nations like Alabasitan. With such medical resources, who wouldn't he be eager to seek them out? What is the specific situation regarding the king's medical team and that peculiar Dr. Bulai-Jie? Like to inquire on behalf of Deluo. The medical team is exclusive to the king, but if you are willing to spend money, I do have a way to arrange for their treatment. As for that fellow Bulai-Jie, my advice to you, young man, is to avoid him at all costs, even if it means losing your entire fortune. And why is that? Deluo asked, puzzled. That fellow claims he only saves good people, young man. Do you dare to say you are a good person? One who has never committed a single wrongful act in their life. The trapezoidal-faced man patiently explained. Dalu hesitated. Throughout his life, he could not truthfully claim he had never done anything wrong, yet his curiosity led him to ask. Then has he refused to treat bad people? Just watches them die? Not exactly. He might use you as a subject for his bizarre medications, which could lead to a fate worse than death, the trapezoidal-faced man said, gesturing toward a soldier clad in a black hood. See, that man over there? He sought out the peculiar doctor due to his poverty, and although he survived, he grew a massive mushroom on his forehead. Because of this, he has yet to find a wife. Following the direction of the trapezoidal-faced man's finger, Deluo indeed saw a man with a strange mushroom protruding from his forehead. The man appeared quite introverted, seemingly wanting to explain something but hesitating to speak. Young man, does someone among you have a terminal illness? The trapezoidal-faced man gazed eagerly at Deluo, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you have the means, it is best to seek out Kuleha or the king's medical team for treatment. If you lack the funds at the moment, I noticed you have a ship behind you. I can offer to purchase it for 20 million berries, which would provide you with the means for treatment. Oh, Deluo raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished at the man's insatiable appetite for profit. The Miyushinga number, just for its hull, cost Deluo over 40 million berries, not to mention the subsequent renovations and the numerous items aboard, which collectively would be worth at least 50 to 60 million. This man certainly knows how to conduct business, but I'm afraid we are not ill and do not require a doctor. Deluo curtly declined the man's overly enthusiastic suggestion. Not ill? Why ask so many questions then? What a waste of time. The trapezoidal-faced man's expression darkened, realizing he could not profit from Deluo. There's no harm in listening to the commotion. Suafeya squinted her eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face as she interjected. Chapter 118. The thief in the palace that evening, Aunt Tsigu Dao as a heavy snow fell like goose feathers. The group disembarked from their ship and made their way directly to the nearest town, seeking accommodation at a modest inn. Though referred to as an inn, it was merely a small, two-story guest house with only a few rooms, permeated by the scent of hospital disinfectant. Fortunately, each room was equipped with a fireplace for warmth. After placing their luggage in their room, DeLuo planned to explore the island with the others while also addressing the matter of the recording pointer. Women sure are a hassle when it comes to going out. The group grumbled in the cozy inn lobby after waiting for over 10 minutes when they encountered a familiar face, the shy soldier with a mushroom on his head. "What are you doing here?" DeLuo asked the man, who was hurriedly carrying a bedsheet that needed washing. The man paused momentarily, then, after a long delay, shyly scratched his head and managed to utter, "I'm here, working part-time to earn money for treatment." DeLuo nodded, not wishing to pry further. This explanation seemed entirely reasonable. After all, anyone with a mushroom growing from their head would urgently seek funds for medical care. "It's not that illness. It's that Dr. Bullet-Cutting saved me," the mushroom-headed man clarified, sensing DeLuo's misunderstanding. He pointed at the fungus atop his head and fumbled to articulate his thoughts. After piecing together the fragmented words, DeLuo curiously inquired, "Why do you say that? Wasn't it Dr. Bullet-Cutting who caused the mushroom to grow on your head?" No, the man shook his head, taking a deep breath to steady himself before explaining. "I suffer from another difficult-to-cure illness that requires a significant amount of money for medication each month. The mushroom on my head is the most expensive ingredient in the prescription. Seeing I couldn't afford the medicine, Dr. Bullet-Cutting used a special potion to induce the mushroom's growth." "Bullet-Cutting is a very good doctor." DeLuo raised an eyebrow, still puzzled. "If that's the case, why do so many people on the island label him as a quack?" "There are many other doctors on the island," the man mumbled, looking down. "Oh," DeLuo's expression shifted to one of realization. It made sense now. Colleagues can often be rivals. Moreover, in a profession where reputation holds significant weight, animosity between practitioners would be even more pronounced. It was no wonder the island was so peculiar, with several renowned physicians capable of treating terminal illnesses. Yet patients were led to believe they had to pay exorbitant fees to seek their help. This ensured that patients would find their way into the hands of other doctors. Given this insight, it appeared that aside from Kuleha, Bullet-Cutting also emerged as an excellent candidate for a ship's doctor. DeLuo mused to himself, planning to visit this doctor the following day. Initially, he intended to recruit Kuleha as the ship's physician, and if that failed, to entice the king's medical team as a whole. But now, he had an additional option to consider. As the conversation unfolded, Aisha, halfway through her makeup, hurriedly descended the stairs from the second floor, anxiously exclaiming at the stairway, "Dalu, trouble has arisen. Our ship has been towed away." The location where the mermaid him was docked was a considerable distance of over 10 kilometers from the hotel. Yet Aisha, endowed with a third eye, could perceive every movement aboard the vessel with clarity. "Do you know who is responsible?" Dalu raised an eyebrow, a mix of surprise and simmering anger coursing through him. How audacious it was for someone to brazenly tow away their pirate ship, disregarding him entirely. It was a group of royal soldiers. However, the one leading them is a peculiar man we encountered when we disembarked, Aisha replied succinctly. "That trapezoidal-faced man is courting death." Dalu gritted his teeth. "Aisha, where's the ship now?" "It is still in motion." Judging by their direction, they seem to be heading towards the royal palace on the island. Aisha responded. "Rikit, let us go. We must check out the palace." Dalu called to Rikit, who could also fly, and together they transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the hotel and heading towards the palace. Meanwhile, within the resplendent palace of Magnetic Drum Island, cloaked by the night, a thief stealthily crept into a cluttered room from the window. The thief appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, attired in a black high-collared trench coat and a tall black top hat, with hair sticking upright in tufts reminiscent of chimneys. His name was Shiraluk, a notorious thief along the Grand Line. However, his current state was far from favorable. He was afflicted with a terminal illness. "I refuse to die. I need money. With money, I can hire the finest doctor on the island to cure me," Shiraluk muttered to himself, retrieving a pre-prepared map of the palace from his coat pocket, incessantly searching for something. The king's treasury, the Weibo metal worth millions of berries. If I can steal it, I will have the means to treat my ailment. Shiraluk murmured obsessively. Cautiously, he approached a corner of the wall, carefully peeking out to assess the security situation around him. Suddenly, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed in the corridor as a soldier clad in silver armor patrolled, drawing nearer to Shiraluk's hiding spot. "Have I been discovered?" was Shiraluk's immediate reaction, cold sweat breaking out across his face, his heartbeat racing, and his temperature rising. His throat felt dry and scratchy. Fortunately, as a seasoned thief, he quickly composed himself, retrieving a thick metal pipe from the clutter and positioning himself behind the door. The soldier, armed with a spear, approached the door but, instead of entering, turned back as if a robotic vacuum had encountered an obstacle. Phew, that was close. Shiraluk let out a sigh of relief. Yet he was determined not to squander this prime opportunity. He quietly opened the door and, pipe raised high, advanced upon the soldier from behind. With a muffled thud, the soldier was knocked unconscious and dragged into the room. 2 minutes later, a well-dressed soldier emerged from the room, resuming his patrol, albeit with a different route, now aimed towards the palace treasury. Chapter 119. The swallow fruit at the very moment Shiraluk prepared to steal from the palace. Dalu and his companions trailed the soldiers who had taken their ship. How audacious! Dalu mused, hovering in the air above, bemused by the soldiers below. He could hardly fathom who had granted them the courage to so brazenly seize his vessel. Rikit, however, discerned the peculiarities and pointed towards a group of strange white creatures acting as haulers ahead, saying, "Dalu, what do you see before us?" Following the direction of Rikit's finger, Dalu indeed spotted a gaggle of gigantic rabbits pulling ropes. Having read the original work, he was well aware of what these creatures were. They were the unique, highly aggressive giant rabbits of the Rabang magnetic drum kingdom, known for their ferocity and gregarious nature. But aren't these creatures typically not inclined toward humans? How could they possibly obey these individuals? Dalu pondered curiously while suspended in the air. Let's descend for a closer look. Dalu gestured and, along with Rikit, landed in front of the group. I say, old chap, you merely acquired a bit of information from me. You cannot possibly be so audacious as to steal my ship, Dalu remarked, his expression darkening as he addressed the trapezoidal-faced man ahead. Upon hearing Dalu's words, an adjacent man dressed in the royal armor glared angrily at the trapezoidal-faced man, saying, "Minister of Finance, didn't you claim this ship was for your medical expenses? Regarding medical expenses, do not heed this boy's nonsense. He suffers from severe psychological issues. This ship was a payment for the treatment I provided him earlier," the trapezoidal-faced man shouted in exasperation. "Oh, then it appears my psychological issues have resurfaced. Might I request this esteemed gentleman to conduct another consultation?" Dallas shrugged, opting not to argue, but instead flowing with the man's narrative. "Pruss, what are you dawdling about with that boy? Eliminate him. Do not forget, this ship has been offered to His Majesty the King." The trapezoidal-faced man, feeling guilty, waved the king's flag to bolster his confidence. "Charge!" Pruss, the armored man, wasted no time and commanded his soldiers to charge at Dalu. "Rikit, this is your domain," Dalu said, gesturing dismissively, entirely ignoring the approaching foes as he strode towards the trapezoidal-faced man. Dalu's leisurely demeanor momentarily stunned the soldiers, leaving them frozen in place. "Attack!" A soldier closest to Dalu was the first to regain his wits, shouting as he raised his blade to strike at Dalu's neck. In response, the other soldiers rallied, brandishing their weapons, aiming to surround and slay him. "Please, how could you allow such rabble to engage our captain?" Rikit shrugged, and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a torrent of alcoholic arrows that soared like deadly projectiles into the crowd. The countless arrows sliced through the air, precisely carving through each soldier's throat, staining the once clear alcohol with crimson. Before long, the snowy ground lay strewn with bodies, and Dalu found himself standing before the trapezoidal-faced man. "It seems your treatment was not very effective, dear sir." Daruo arched an eyebrow in mild astonishment, then seized the trapezoidal-faced gentleman, dressed in an impeccably tailored black suit reminiscent of a silver screen legal titan, as effortlessly as one might lift a fledgling chick. With a wry smile, he remarked, "You, the royal treasurer, are remarkably down-to-earth, dabbling in scalping tickets and petty thievery. Pity, then, that your misfortunes culminated in falling into my hands." Meanwhile, Rickert had already dispatched the soldier captain named Prussia and subdued the frenzied Raven troops who had lunged at him with reckless abandon. "Rickert," Darrow called out, "let us pay a visit to the royal palace, and incidentally gauge just how much our esteemed treasurer is truly worth in his majesty's estimation." With that, Darrow seized the trapezoidal-faced man, whose countenance had long since collapsed into abject desolation, and soared toward the palace. Minutes later, Darrow stood before the palace gates. Thanks to Rickert's masterful persuasion, delivered in the form of potent libations, dozens of ill-advised sentinels now lay sprawled across the snow, blissfully unconscious. Thus, Darrow gained unimpeded audience with the king of Drum Island. The monarch bore a striking resemblance to Wapple, the future sovereign of Drum Island, a portly, rotund figure crowned by a lecherous, simpering visage. This man, Darrow declared, hurling the trapezoidal-faced treasurer straight at the king's feet, stole our ship and claims to serve you. You owe us an explanation. Oof! The king crumpled beneath the impact, emitting a shrill yelp before scrambling upright to protest. "Don't believe a word he says. I've never laid eyes on him. Wateroo, you wretched cur, how dare you deny knowing me?" The treasurer pointed a trembling finger at the king, his voice cracking with disbelief and outrage. "I placed you on that throne, and over these years, how many fortunes have I amassed for you? Now, at the first sign of peril, you seek to cast me aside like refuse? Never." In utter despair, he lunged forward, grappling the king in a desperate, undignified tussle. "Enough!" Darrow's voice thundered like distant thunder, instantly parting the two. He had no patience for such undignified theatrics, beneath the dignity of sovereigns, yet no more refined than a scuffle between quarreling women. "Your Majesty Wateroo," Rickert interjected coolly, "if you truly do not know him, then why, upon our arrival at the palace gates, did you immediately order your soldiers to open fire?" Aye, Wateroo stammered, flustered and speechless, until, cornered beyond evasion, he relented with uncharacteristic candor. "Very well. What would you have me do?" "Simple," Darrow replied. "I've heard tell of your Royal Medical Corps, a most extraordinary ensemble of physicians. Might we take them into our care?" "Impossible." Wateroo cut him off, his voice suddenly resolute. "That corps is the very foundation of my sovereignty, my lifeline. I would sooner perish than surrender them." Darrow merely flicked his lips in mild disdain. He had no intention of pressing the king to ruin. His true objective lay elsewhere. "I've also heard," he continued, his tones softening into polite inquiry, "that Drum Island possesses a rare memory alloy. Surely His Majesty would not deny us such a modest request?" Wateroo knew precisely what was being asked. Trembling, he rose with visible reluctance and murmured, "The alloy resides in the royal vault. Follow me." Moments later, within the vault's hushed, gilded silence, Wateroo stared, aghast, at a hollow crate tucked into the far corner. This was here just moments ago," he stammered, disbelief etching deep lines across his face. "It appears your Majesty lacks sincerity," Darrow observed, his gaze sharpening with quiet menace. "Perhaps you yearn to join your ancestors beneath the earth?" No, please, spare me," Wateroo cried, scrambling backward before dashing toward another recess of the vault. He returned moments later, clutching a peculiar fruit adorned with swirling, arcane patterns. "This is the Taunton no Mi, inherited from our forebears. I offer it in exchange for my life. Will you accept?" He extended the fruit with both hands, his voice trembling with desperate hope. The Taunton no Mi, Darrow's expression flickered, half amused, half exasperated, as he regarded the king, a veritable prodigal son squandering his birthright. He knew full well, Wapple metal was forged solely through the power of this very fruit. Wateroo had just discarded the orchard and clutched at a single, withered seed. "Very well," Darrow sighed, accepting the fruit with a faint, wry smile. "I shall condescend to accept." Chapter 120. the king of Raben, while chaos unfolded within the royal palace. Shiruruku had successfully secured the Wapple medal. Excellent. With this, I am saved. I shall not die. He exulted, hoisting a massive wooden chest onto his back before vaulting over the palace wall, only to vanish with a soft whump into a deep, powdery drift of snow. A single sale of this memory alloy should cover my medical expenses, he muttered, dragging the heavy chest across the frozen expanse, carving a long, weary furrow behind him. Daro's own spoils were no less extraordinary, the Tananomi. He gazed at the fruit, its surface etched with enigmatic, serpentine motifs, lost in quiet contemplation. As a reader of the original chronicles, he knew its lore intimately, its power indelibly imprinted upon his memory. Its ability was deceptively simple. Any who consumed it could, in theory, ingest anything, objects, substances, even themselves, and assimilate them into their very physiology, inheriting their properties, their essence, even reshaping their own anatomy at will. Was it powerful? Undeniably so. So formidable that even Marshal D. Teach, the wielder of the Yami Yami no Mi, once journeyed all the way from the New World to Drum Island solely to claim it, before acquiring the Shukushika no Mi. Daro himself had ranked it second among his coveted ambitions, the first being the Goro no Mi, slumbering in the sacred skies of Skypiea. Yet one profound enigma lingered. Could its user consume another devil fruit wielder, and thereby absorb their power? If the answer were yes, this fruit would stand unchallenged as the supreme devil fruit of all. Aboard the Mermaid Him, only 3 crew members possessed devil fruit abilities, besides Izumi Lichien and Aisha. Lichien, a master swordsman devoted utterly to the way of the blade, would never consider consuming a devil fruit. As for Aisha, she was quite simply unworthy. To entrust such a transcendent power to someone so fundamentally unprepared, so utterly devoid of combat prowess, would be an act of profound sacrilege. Moreover, the Tantan no Mi's capacity for physical metamorphosis clashed utterly with Aisha's extraordinary sensory acuity, a gift far more delicate, far more refined. Enough, Daro murmured, slipping the fruit into his satchel. I shall acquire a more suitable fruit for her later. Turning, he took flight, swift, silent, and certain, back toward the Mermaid Him, still anchored midway along the snowy path to the palace. There, the vessel rested, its anchor biting deep into the frost. Fortunately, Izumi Lichien and the others had already arrived. Bear, Sophia called from the deck, her voice gentle yet precise. Please, ease your grip. Too much force will compromise the hull. Thanks to Bear's Hana no Mi. No, the Bari no Mi, whose elastic, shock-dampening palms could repel any impact. He was carefully propelling the ship forward, each deliberate palm strike sending the Mermaid Him gliding smoothly across the snow for dozens of meters at a time. Rickert, just alighting aboard, scratched his head in bemusement. What on earth are you all doing? Daro chuckled, soft, self-deprecating. Oh, my oversight. I should have left you behind. Aside from Dalu, who can manipulate air currents and control the ship with his fruit abilities, only Ryukite can use liquid currents to guide the vessel back to shore. Indeed, having Ijuan Lichien and the others handle this task would be quite taxing. However, Xiong, why not exert your fruit abilities to see if you can propel the ship to the shore? As Dalu spoke, he conjured a wall of air to envelop the mermaid him. All right, I shall give it a try, Xiong replied eagerly, waving his hand. At that moment, Aisha on the deck suddenly turned her gaze toward a distant snow-capped mountain and exclaimed, Dalu, there is a group of white bears approaching swiftly. White bears? Dalu questioned, extending his observation hockey towards the mountain peak. And indeed, he spotted the peculiar creatures. Those were Laban, a species of giant rabbits unique to the island, he clarified helplessly. Just as Dalu prepared to swiftly dispatch these uninvited guests, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the leading Laban. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the group of Laban charged down the mountain like an avalanche. Is that armed hockey? Dalu raised an eyebrow, astonished at the sight of the robust Laban with hardened fists. In a world of martial prowess, the animals in the pirate realm are anything but benign. Each one is astonishingly fierce. Just consider the island where Luffy trained for 2 years, where tossing any creature into the seas would yield a being of formidable strength. Not to mention the Monkey King, who had bested Luffy, and the Baboon King, who had pushed Zoro to his limits. Despite this, animals capable of wielding haki are exceedingly rare, and now this Laban astonishingly possessed it. Ryukite, sharp-eyed, also noticed the thick layer of armed haki enveloping the unusual rabbit's fists, recently mastering the technique of haki hardening. He was not keen on being outdone by a mere rabbit. "Dalu, let me confront it," Ryukite declared, cracking his knuckles. Dalu hesitated. The presence of this Laban reminded him of his encounter with CP0's wild boar, Bode, radiating a fierce and untamed aura. "That rabbit is formidable. Do not underestimate it," Dalu cautioned, patting Ryukite on the shoulder. "Am I to be outmatched by a rabbit?" Ryukite retorted, taking a stance and leaping off the deck towards the Laban leader. Piercing wine spear. In midair, Ryukite clapped his hands together, forming a long spear of liquid and hurling it at the Laban leader. "Ryukite, if you don't take this seriously, you'll regret it," Dalu warned, having somehow procured a beach chair, watching the unfolding confrontation leisurely. As anticipated, the spear was effortlessly swatted away by the Laban leader, who then leapt high into the air, soaring several meters before unleashing a heavy punch towards Ryukite. With a thunderous crash, Ryukite was struck by the haki-infused fist, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater in the snow. "Need my assistance?" Sophia approached the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing with a smile directed at Ryukite. "No need," Ryukite replied, rising from the snow and brushing himself off, though he no longer appeared at ease. Looking ready to engage seriously. Flames erupted violently from Ryukite's form, illuminating the pristine snow with a vivid crimson glow. He summoned a barrage of fiery arrows, launching them into the sky before they rained down towards the Laban leader's head. Meanwhile, the Laban leader was not idle. It swiftly crossed its arms, infused with armed haki, forming a protective barrier to intercept the fiery arrows. Observing this, Dalu shook his head, remarking, "It seems you still do not understand. Haki is the foundation of true strength. Without it, you cannot even breach the opponent's defenses." Dalu had gained profound insight from his battle with Zephyr regarding this principle. On the other hand, whether it was due to the Laban leader's strength or Ryukite's novice mastery of armed haki, Ryukite quickly found himself at a disadvantage, having already taken 2 heavy blows from his opponent. "Are you not going to assist?" Sophia inquired, striding over to Dalu. "Ryukite has been too lax for too long. It is beneficial for him to face some challenges," Dalu responded as he rose from his beach chair. In truth, the Laban leader was indeed no weakling, perhaps even stronger than the Monkey King. And it would not be surprising if several supernovas encountered on Wangmingni Island were to struggle against this Laban in a battle of attrition. Yet, this was no justification for Ryukite's current predicament. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had lost the sense of urgency he felt while being pursued by CP0, leading to a gradual relaxation in his training and growth. "I will fight you to the end," Ryukite shouted in exasperation, ready to employ a tactic of mutual destruction against the rabbit. Enough is enough. Having achieved his objective, Dalu decided not to remain a bystander any longer. He raised his gun and aimed to take down the Laban leader. "Stop!" Aisha, who had been observing, slowly opened her third eye, exuding an imposing aura as she commanded the Laban leader. Remarkably, the Laban leader ceased its advance, gazing around in confusion, seemingly searching for the source of the strange voice. "Can you communicate with that rabbit?" Dalu asked, tilting his head at Aisha in disbelief. "What rabbit? It has a name, Lottie Bay." Aisha rolled her eyes, explaining further, "Did I not mention that I possess the basic ability of the three-eyed tribe, awareness, combined with my unique third-eye ability, connection? With both abilities working in tandem, I can read the thoughts of animals and communicate with them subconsciously. What an extraordinary ability of the three-eyed tribe." Although Dalu had already regarded the capabilities of the three-eyed tribe highly, Aisha's words astonished him nonetheless. It was no wonder this race faced extinction. Their diverse abilities were rivaled only by the infamous red-eye disease, not to mention their fundamental ability to read historical texts. However, this was also favorable. If they could bring this Laban aboard, Aisha would have some measure of safety. Not to mention, the combat prowess of this Laban leader could certainly hold its own in the first half of the Grand Line. Dalu stroked his chin, contemplating. Aisha, bring Lati by aboard. He gestured for Riakit and the others to return to the mermaid's hymn along with the Laban. Once everyone was gathered, Dalu activated his abilities, generating a compressed cyclone to lift the ship into the air, guiding it back along the air currents to their docking point. What? You want this rabbit to sail with us? Riakit pointed at the side, where the exuberant rabbit, Rabaidi, was voraciously munching on carrots, and exclaimed in astonishment. Sophia, equally taken aback, recalled how she had to exert considerable effort merely days ago to become a reserve crew member, and now a rabbit had so effortlessly boarded their ship. She felt a sense of unfairness. Deluo nodded thoughtfully and began to elucidate. Rabaidi possesses formidable combat prowess and is exceptionally obedient to Aisha. Thus, it can serve as a valuable supplement to Aisha's combat capabilities. Deluo's decision was made after careful consideration. Rabaidi wields armament hockey, while Aisha possesses a perception ability akin to observation hockey, and together they would create a powerful rabbit adept in both skills. Few individuals can master both hockey in the first half of the Grand Line, and even in the New World, such a talent is formidable. More importantly, with Rabaidi's presence, Xion can be liberated from the need to constantly protect Aisha, allowing him to confront battles independently and enhance his strength. The addition of Rabaidi, thus, significantly liberates two combatants. Aisha, ask if it is willing to accompany us. Deluo instructed Aisha, who was still feeding Rabaidi with carrots. It insists on being fed, Aisha responded. In the late hours of the night, to celebrate Rabaidi's boarding, the Deluo pirate crew held a grand feast. Do you really need to go this far? Aisha remarked, raising her cup and eyeing the amusing spectacle of the muscular rabbit and Deluo engaging in an intense workout. I refuse to be outdone by a rabbit. Riakit gritted his teeth while lifting a specially designed heavy barbell created by Deluo's compression abilities. Meanwhile, the muscular rabbit, now a fitness fanatic, was squatting with 2 tons of weights, occasionally poking its head out to nibble on the roasted meat handed to it by Xion. Isn't someone going to intervene? Sophia giggled at the comical scene, glancing at Deluo. Isn't it delightful? Deluo replied, setting his cup down and stretching lazily. He then urged Riakit, you must train diligently. With Rabaidi as Aisha's bodyguard, its strength cannot be underestimated. You wouldn't want to find yourself unable to defeat even Xion, our intern, and end up at the bottom of the team. Absolutely not. Riakit protested vehemently. Aisha, too, was filled with joy today, as she felt she would no longer be a burden to her team. To endear herself to her newly appointed bodyguard, she excitedly sat beside Rabaidi, holding up roasted meat for it to nibble as it squatted. The revelry continued late into the night. Xiong and Sophia, unable to hold their liquor, were quite tipsy, while the health-conscious Izumi Rikian had retired early. After assisting Xiong and Sophia to their quarters, Deluo returned to his captain's quarters to rest. Only Aisha and Rabaidi remained on watch. In the dead of night, the mermaid's hymn, anchored in the harbor, swayed gently with the waves. Aisha lay on the deck, resting her head on Rabaidi's soft ears, savoring the plush texture of its fur. Suddenly, Rabaidi sprang upright, resembling a zombie, and leaped towards the untidy heap of carrots. Rabaidi, are you still hungry? Aisha gently inquired, squinting as she fed Rabaidi one carrot after another. It devoured them with astonishing speed, finishing dozens in mere moments, even consuming the leftover snacks from Izumi Rikian. Wait a moment. I'll see if there's more food, Aisha said, rushing into the kitchen to retrieve some vegetables and fruits. In her haste, she tripped over to Luo's backpack. A patterned dragon fruit tumbled out, rolling across the deck for several meters before landing in the pile of food meant for Rabaidi. What on earth? Deluo exclaimed in shock upon awakening to such an absurdity. A rabbit resembling a cauliflower. What was happening? He scratched his head, astonished that such a bizarre species existed. Just as he pondered this, a dark thought crossed his mind, and his expression soured as he hurried to his backpack. Indeed, it was empty. Dalulamente. I cannot believe it. The superhuman Tunton fruit I had just acquired is gone. Aisha, what have you done? Deluo pressed his forehead, exasperated as he gazed at the shapeless woman before him. It was already one thing to have a marine admiral brought aboard at Wenmingni Island, but now she had taken to feeding a pet with a devil fruit. He finally realized that the formidable abilities of the Sanyin tribe likely came at the cost of their intellect. In the original story, Bryn, the mixed-blood Sanyin, was purely infatuated, and Aisha was no exception. Feeling guilty, Aisha lowered her gaze to her toes, not daring to speak. All right. There's nothing we can do about it now, Sophia interjected, stepping in to comfort Aisha. Given the situation, Deluo refrained from further criticism, though he did kick Rabaidi, who was still sound asleep on the deck. Unaware of what had transpired, Rabaidi, having eaten an unpleasant fruit yesterday, yawned and raised its ears as it sat upright. Aisha, have it revert from this ridiculous cauliflower form, Deluo instructed, then entered the cabin to retrieve a cannon and various assorted swords. Let us find a place to test this Tunton rabbit's ability, Deluo declared, compressing the items back into his backpack. After a short while, the group found an open area. Ryakit, you came along as well? Are you afraid that after Rabaidi consumes the fruit, you won't stand a chance? Deluo teased Ryakit, who was reluctant to follow. Who would be afraid of a bothersome rabbit? Ryakit huffed, though his tone lacked conviction. After all, he had struggled against Rabaidi even before it consumed the fruit, and now the gap in their strengths would likely widen. Deluo clapped his hands, deciding against further provocation, and turned to Aisha. Do you know what fruit Rabaidi has consumed? I do not, Aisha replied, shaking her head. Deluo explained without hesitation. It has consumed the superhuman Tunton fruit, granting it the ability to swallow any object, gaining the properties of the consumed items and altering its own physical structure. With that, he retrieved the cannon from his backpack, returning it to its uncompressed state and tossing it towards Rabaidi. Aisha, have Rabaidi open its mouth and swallow this cannon. Oh, somewhat slow on the uptake. Aisha eventually grasped the situation and communicated with Labeti through the link's ability. Labeti opened his mouth wide, akin to a hippopotamus, and swallowed the entire cannon that had been hurled at him. Remarkably, after being ingested, the cannon began to integrate with Labeti's body, ultimately transforming his entire right arm into a cannon barrel. Wow, they have fused. How impressive. Aisha and Xiong marveled at the cannon-like Labeti, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Enough with the exclamations. Deruo interjected, utterly unconvinced by their peculiar tastes. He pointed toward a tree on the mountain and commanded, Aisha, instruct him to fire at that mountain pass. Following the order, Labeti fumbled for a while, but finally figured out how to fire the cannon. With a resounding boom, a cannonball shot forth, obliterating the tree at its roots. That's more like it. Deruo clapped his hands, then tossed the remaining items he held to Aisha. You and Labeti should practice with these as well, so you can master the abilities of this fruit before encountering any battles. Oh, and let Labeti carry this backpack. During combat, he can simply retrieve items from it. Don't be lazy and waste such a powerful fruit. Deruo playfully tapped Aisha on the head, then turned to Rekt, saying, Rekt, don't just stand there. Go train with him. Meanwhile, in the palace of Magnetic Drum Island, please don't kill me. Vader, having been thrown from the throne, knelt before the pirates, pleading for mercy. Want to live? Then it depends on your cooperation, Captain John said, brandishing a cutlass and pressing the blade against Vader's neck. Cooperate. Cooperate. I will definitely cooperate, Vader stammered, feeling the cold steel against his skin, nearly in tears. I heard there is a special memory alloy in your royal treasury. John spoke ominously. Vader, who had just discovered the treasury had been robbed, was at a loss. He could not comprehend why a pile of scrap metal that had gone unnoticed for decades was suddenly in high demand. Is the king seeking death? John threatened menacingly. No, I want to live. Vader hesitated, his eyes darting around as if concealing a treacherous thought. You arrived too late. Yesterday, a band of pirates raided the treasury. Their target was the same as yours, and now they possess the memory alloy. Harboring resentment toward Deruo, Vader intended to divert blame. Where are those pirates? John's eyes narrowed, revealing the ferocity of a wolf deprived of its prey. I don't know, but they seem to be looking for a ship's doctor. Their target is a peculiar doctor on the island named Blazier. No sooner had he spoken than Vader let out a scream, and his head was severed, his body still witnessing the gruesome act. Without flinching, Captain John wiped the blood from his blade as if cleaning a mere steak. Heim, Reich, Yench. Deal with the others in the palace and transfer the remaining treasures from the treasury onto the ship. At his command, 2 burly men emerged, unleashing a massacre upon everyone else present, leaving no survivors. A storm of blood and chaos was imminent. Chapter 123. The gathering of patience due to the previous mishap involving Lebedi, Daro found himself postponing the visit to the renowned island doctor until the following day. The group returned to their lodging for the night and inquired with the mushroom-headed lad about the whereabouts of the eccentric Dr. Blazier. Under the vast night sky, a colossal full moon hung above. While the others slumbered deeply, Wrecked, roused by Lebedi's antics, climbed onto the slanted roof of the inn with a drink in hand. Can't sleep? Daro smiled upon sensing movement on the roof and gracefully leaped from the balcony to join him. Daro, am I really this weak? Wrecked exhibited an unusual display of self-doubt. Weak? Certainly not, but it depends on your goals. If you merely wish to survive the celestial dragon's pursuit, your current strength suffices. However, if you aspire to conquer these seas alongside us and fulfill your dreams, you still have a long way to go. Daro seized Rex's drink, poured him a glass, and continued unabashedly. At present, you are not yet capable of being my right-hand man. How can I improve? Hockey, perhaps? Rex inquired, taking the cup Daro offered. Hockey is indeed fundamental, but developing your fruit's abilities is equally crucial. The Geo fruit is a formidable devil fruit, yet you have only tapped into its flammable properties. However, liquor possesses more than just combustibility. Intoxication and fluidity are also facets of its power. You should focus on these 2 aspects. Daro tightly sealed the nearly empty bottle, raising his glass to clink with Rex. Rex remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the swirling liquid in his cup. In the midst of their banter, both Daro and Rex suddenly paused, their attention drawn to the west side of the island. What is that? A powerful aura. Is it a beast? Rex muttered. Daro nodded in approval, remarking, it seems your talent for observation hockey surpasses that of armament hockey. In this regard, Lebedi falls short compared to you. A faint smile flickered across Rex's lips, devoid of the joy typically associated with praise. I'll go take a look, Daro declared, leaping from the rooftop and swiftly heading toward the island's western side. At that moment, in a grove of cherry blossoms on the island's western side, a fearsome black figure writhed under the moonlight, its eyes glowing with a ferocious red hue, its form swelling ominously, and its fur cascading down like a waterfall. What is that? Daro gasped, staring at the silhouette atop the treetops. In his perception through observation hockey, the entity in the grove resembled an unparalleled beast, exuding a terrifying aura that made Daro hesitate to enter the woods, opting instead to observe from a distance. Suddenly, the shadow turned its head slowly, locking eyes with Daro, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth in a menacing grin. As Daro attempted to greet the creature, a swift shadow dashed toward him, followed by a vicious claw strike. Thankfully, his heightened vigilance had long since locked onto the entity's position, allowing him to evade the perilous attack just in time. The shadow that fell to the ground after the failed attack caused Daro to instinctively reach for his gun. However, his adversary showed no inclination to linger, immediately bolting into the depths of the forest, vanishing within the thick foliage in the blink of an eye. Bewildered, Daro, who had narrowly escaped a surprise attack, sheathed his weapon back at his waist. In the royal palace of C.I. Gudao, a figure known as the Meat Grinder, the brawny Hai Mu, who had a bounty of 430 million, approached the captain. Captain, get up. The throne beneath you is made of gold. I could take it and move it onto the ship. Fool, if you take it, where will I sit? John, seated on the throne, hammered the armrest in frustration and continued. When we leave later, you can dismantle it, but make sure to leave no trace of gold behind. When are we leaving? You must tell me at once. GNC and Lai C have already taken quite a bit of treasure, and I have nothing. Haimu, resembling a butcher, scratched his head and replied, his innocence showing through. You clumsy fool, unable to seize anything, yet you wish to complain behind their backs. Laisi, whose skin was ashen and face sharp, entered from a side hall. What are you saying, you lizard bastard? The brash Mu, provoked by Laisi's words, raised his right hand, brandishing a spiral-crushing knife with a menacing glare. Enough! Stop the noise. John once again struck the armrest and shot a warning glance at the two, then turned his attention to a man dressed in overalls and styled like a bank manager, who stood gloomily against the wall. Jian-Si, have you completed your investigation? The tall, slender man named Jian-Si stepped forward from the corner, a slight smile gracing his lips. The investigation is complete, and, as you suspected, the band of pirates on the shore is indeed the infamous De Luo pirate crew. How fortuitous! Should we not confront them now? Mu exclaimed, a strange laugh escaping him as he twirled the meat grinder knife in his hand. They are not currently aboard that ship. They are likely visiting the doctor named Bulai Jia, as the deceased king mentioned. Jian-Si adjusted his glasses while speaking. Then we will settle accounts with them tomorrow, John replied grimly, clearly harboring resentment against De Luo, who had rescued Sophia and intercepted the Weibo medal, making them sworn enemies. Suddenly, the phone bug in John's pocket buzzed. John, it's Bajin. Where are you now? The sharp, theatrical voice of Miss Bajin came through the device, tinged with a hint of distress. I am on C.I. Gudao. What is the matter? John, startled by Bajin's voice, cleared his ear with his pinky. Newgate is going to throw me off the ship, Bajin said, covering her mouth, her voice laced with tears. On the other end, Newgate snatched the phone bug from Bajin and addressed John. John, Bajin has committed an unforgivable error on my ship, and thus she cannot remain. We are also heading to C.I. Gu Kingdom for medical attention. Once we arrive, let her board your ship back to the New World. Meanwhile, in another part of the sea near C.I. Gu Dao, a pirate ship braved the snowstorm, steadily making its way into the harbor. Captain, do you really look like someone with a terminal illness? What if Brother De Luo is just joking? Jabba, shivering in his short sleeves, stammered. Haha, perhaps. But I feel De Luo does not appear to be lying, Roger said, brushing the snow off his straw hat. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, Roger was inexplicably drawn to trust De Luo, and thus, when De Luo instructed him to get a checkup, he complied. He even invited Kakaluasi aboard a decade earlier, though the latter did not join. It seems even a time traveler like De Luo finds it challenging to alter the course of destiny. Let us go. We are indeed short of a ship's doctor. The mature and composed Rayleigh donned a wool vest as he spoke. All right, everyone, dock the ship. As dawn broke, the warm winter sun streamed through the window, illuminating De Luo's face. After returning to the inn the previous night, De Luo had been preoccupied with thoughts of the peculiar shadow, remaining awake until dawn as he stared at the ceiling. After stretching, De Luo rose from his bed. De Luo, hurry up. Today we must seek out that strange doctor, Bulai Jia. A voice echoed in his subconscious that of Aisha, a woman whose eccentric thought processes often led her to apply her extraordinary abilities in peculiar ways. After washing up, De Luo and his companions reluctantly consumed the unappetizing hotel breakfast before stepping outside. The records of C.I. Gu Dao had long concluded, and their continued presence on the island was solely to procure a ship's doctor. Thus, their destination was the Bulai Jia clinic nestled within the dense forest on the island's western side. In order to cover the distance, De Luo and the others opted for the island's most popular mode of transport, sleds pulled by dogs. The sled dogs energetically propelled themselves, leaving a long trail in the snow, while Aisha, seated at the rear of the sled, scooped a handful of snow and tossed it at La Beti. Startled by the sudden cold sensation, La Beti looked around in confusion, only to spot Aisha's mischievous grin, prompting a playful scuffle between them. In contrast to the childlike Aisha, the mature and graceful Sophia gazed intently at the snowy landscape, her eyes widening upon noticing the cherry blossom trees sprouting new buds. How peculiar that in the cold of the eastern island, cherry blossom trees can thrive in such abundance, Sophia remarked, tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear. Dalul, upon hearing her observation, recalled the previous night's darkness that had obscured his vision. Reflecting on it, He realized the western woods of Ci-Gu Dao did indeed hold an air of mystery. Shadows, winter cherry blossoms, and the strange Dr. S clinic. What could be the connection? Dalu ponderito gifuli. As he mused, the sled swiftly traversed the cherry blossom grove, arriving at a clearing deep within the forest. In the clearing stood a modest cabin, its wooden door adorned with a sign that bore a childlike scrawl, "Consultation hours, every morning from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., except on full moon days." Except on full moon days? Wasn't yesterday a full moon? How fortunate. Had we come yesterday, we would have been turned away, Riiki commented, grinning at the sign. "Are you here for a consultation? If so, please come in," a voice called from beyond the creaking door as a small head peeked out. "Wait outside. I will check." Daruo glanced at the imposing figures of Labadi and Xion, feeling that their presence would soon fill the wooden cabin. Thus, he decided to enter the cabin on his own. Upon stepping inside, Daruo discovered that the interior was divided into two rooms, one serving as a waiting area and the other as a consultation room, separated merely by a white curtain. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the waiting area was teeming with children awaiting medical attention. They sat dutifully on wooden benches, lined up like patrons in a bustling restaurant from Daruo's previous life, waiting for their names to be called. Take a number and line up. Those who arrive late can grab a stool and join the back. No cutting in line. A child, dressed like an adult with slick back hair, announced as he lifted the curtain. Daruo couldn't help but chuckle at this little adult and cooperatively moved a stool to sit behind one of the children. "Big brother, are you sick too?" A girl with a runny nose and flushed cheeks turned to Daruo, innocently inquiring. "Yes, it's quite a serious illness," Daruo replied vaguely, not wanting to delve into details. "Don't worry, no matter how serious the illness is, Dr. Blagey can cure it," the girl said confidently, giving a small fist pump. "Really? Dr. Blagey is that impressive?" Daruo smiled, not anticipating that this statement would ignite a spirited debate among the children. "Of course. Dr. Blagey is the best doctor on the island, 100 times better than that which on Nanju Mountain," one child declared emphatically. 1,000 times. "No, 1,000,000 times." Another chimed in, as a group of children passionately argued the merits of Dr. Blagey. Before long, the children ahead of Daruo completed their consultations, and the slick-haired child lifted the curtain again, beckoning Daruo. "Last patient coming quickly." Heeding the call, Daruo pushed aside the curtain and entered the consultation room. There was a cabinet lined with jars and bottles against the wall, and in front of it was a long table cluttered with peculiar prescriptions and medical texts. Seated behind the table was a figure cloaked in black, wearing a bird-like mask. Upon noticing Daruo's entrance, the cloaked figure momentarily froze before gesturing for him to sit opposite. "What seems to be the problem?" Dr. Blagey inquired in a lowered voice, extending a hand to retrieve a blank prescription pad. As Daruo began to explain his purpose, he was suddenly captivated by Blagey's extended hand. It was covered in black fur and boar-padded claws, clearly not human. "I see," Daruo mused inwardly, piecing together the puzzle. It appeared that the shadow he encountered in the woods last night was likely this very Dr. Blagey. The reason for the doctor's absence during the full moon was now clear. Dr. Blagey belonged to the fur tribe. Squinting, Daruo remarked, "So, you are indeed a member of the fur tribe." The cloaked Blagey paused, and in an instant, the cloak tore apart, revealing sharp claws aimed directly at Daruo's face. Just as I suspected, Daruo thought, seizing Blagey's right hand and gripping it tightly, his gaze fixed on the black feline before him. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, Blagey's body was covered in fur, save for his belly, and his pupils were almond-shaped like a cat's, complemented by a long, slender tail. "What do you intend to do?" Blagey's voice returned to its sharp tone, characteristic of the fur tribe. "Nothing much. However, you attacked me inexplicably last night and then fled," Daruo replied, gradually loosening his grip to convey some goodwill. "I apologize. I was experiencing some difficulties last night and could not control myself." "My attack was unintentional," Blagey said, flexing his somewhat stiff wrist. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Daruo seriously. "Of course, I understand. The moon lion form is not easily controlled." Daruo replied with a raised eyebrow, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. Blagey scrutinized Daruo with suspicion, as if he were aware of everything. What exactly do you want? Nothing. Daruo began to clarify his intention to recruit a ship's doctor when suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door, accompanied by the cries of children. Chimyon Sophia, hand over the blueprints, and I might let you die a little less painfully. Captain John cackled from outside. Simultaneously, the infamous meat grinder Heim, Gecko Lacey, and the devil gambler Jinsi surged from the opposite side of the cabin, cornering Sophia and the children who had just finished their consultations. The nuisance of these little brats is unbearable. The ruthless Heim raised his spinning blade toward the children, just as the whirling blade was about to descend upon them. A compressed air projectile pierced the wooden cabin's wall, tracing a bizarre arc in the air as it aimed for Heim's vital spot. With a loud bang, the violently compressed air burst, and although it was merely a standard compressed bullet, its precise angle struck Heim's elbow joint, not only neutralizing his attack, but causing him considerable pain. I must say, Captain John, isn't it a bit excessive to target children? Daruo emerged from the cabin, his expression dark as he leveled his gun at John's head, speaking coldly. Oh, you know me? I thought I was dealing with some naive brat, Captain John replied, lazily resting his western knife on his shoulder. His tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning menacing, but knowing my name and daring to intercept my blueprints and memory alloy. You are quite bold, little boy. Captain John, somewhat renowned, seemed to believe everything belonged to him. Then why don't you claim that Marlon Vondo belongs to you as well? Daruo retorted, refusing to indulge John's arrogance. Why waste words with them? Watch me shred them. Heim, still harboring a grudge from being shot, charged at Daruo, brandishing his spinning blade with the intent of turning him into minced meat. La Betty, go, Aisha commanded, pointing forward like a Pokemon master. La Betty responded promptly, propelling himself high into the air while raising his black fist. With a screech, the violently spinning blade clashed against La Betty's powerful black arm, coming to an abrupt halt, emitting a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Humph, you do possess some skill, Heim scoffed, surprised that his attack had been blocked, before grinning maliciously. But do not underestimate the special weapon crafted for me by the doctor. Upon completion of his statement, Haimu's right shoulder emanated a crimson glow resembling vascular patterns. As this red light intensified, the power of the motor installed in the spiral cutter surged dramatically, propelling the blade to rotate with greater ferocity. Oh! The arm of La Betty, caught by the cutter, was severed, eliciting a piercing scream from him as he gazed in horror at his impending doom. At this perilous moment, a nearby bear, witnessing La Betty's plight, rushed forward to assist. The bear swung its fleshy paw, unleashing a shockwave that compelled Haimu to raise his hand in defense, granting La Betty the fleeting opportunity to withdraw his arm. Unable to even handle a mere rabbit, what a useless fool, mocked Lai Si, who had always been at odds with Haimu, as he assumed a stance and delivered a powerful kick towards La Betty. Am I invisible to you? Laikita, unwilling to let La Betty bask in the limelight alone, gracefully leapt forward, executing a whip kick that sent Lai Si hurtling into the nearby thicket. Following this, Laikte transformed into a pool of liquid, swiftly rushing towards Lai Si and engaging him in combat, effectively establishing a second battlefield. Simultaneously, Jinsi, who had been biding his time, shed his suit with finesse, revealing a checkered shirt beneath, and produced a deck of playing cards from his pocket, clad in white gloves. Shall we continue our wager, Sophia? He inquired, narrowing his eyes in invitation. Sophia regarded him with trepidation, her expression darkening. Prior to encountering Daluo, she had been discovered and injured by GNC, and had it not been for the powers of the Jiawei Hugua, her escape would have been improbable. Playing cards, you say? I find myself intrigued. How about a match between us? Suggested he Quan Chien, equally narrowed-eyed, as he stepped forward with his sword in hand. He is formidable. Exercise caution, Sophia urged, grabbing Quan Chien's arm. Fear not, it shall be fine, he reassured her with a nod, then turned to GNC, proposing, might we relocate? This space is insufficient for our skills. Of course, the house is obliged to accommodate all reasonable requests of the players. GNC replied with a nonchalant shrug, shuffling the cards with flamboyant flair before resuming his grip. However, Remember, once you sit at the gambling table, there is no opportunity for regret, he declared, shifting positions with a gambler's manic grin. Then, let the bets be placed. While others engaged their respective foes, DeLuo found himself locked in a fierce duel with Captain John, their clashing swords and specialized bullets creating a cacophony of destruction. Unlike the lackluster version of Captain John, turned into a zombie by Moonlight Moria in the original narrative, the real Captain John was an undisputed swordsman, with a bounty of 940 million, a true scourge of the seas. Do not underestimate my prowess, boy. If you willingly relinquish your possessions and bow down in submission, I might consider sparing your life, John declared, deftly parrying the multitude of bullets aimed at him with his western blade. Daluz Mirke, Deriziveli, hit torching. I have an immature suggestion. How about you bow your head in apology? From now on, when you see me, simply take a different route, and I shall let this matter go. John was momentarily taken aback. Since joining the Rocks Pirates, he had never encountered such insolence. Typically, newcomers trembled at the mere mention of his name. What an arrogant brat, he bellowed, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly and swinging it forward, unleashing a slender arc of slashing energy that seemed destined to pierce the heavens. A wave of trepidation surged within DeLuo as an instinctual sense of danger gripped him, heightened by the foreboding warnings of his advanced Kinbunchika haki. Indeed, the formidable slash split into two arcs mid-flight, intertwining to form a perfect semicircle that flanked DeLuo. Fortunately, DeLuo had anticipated this. He swiftly raised his hand, compressing the surrounding air and forming numerous solid walls of wind to dissipate the oncoming assault. Even so, the remnants of a strike grazed him, leaving two deep gashes across his form. What treachery, he thought as he reflected on the cunning of Captain John, who resorted to such underhanded tactics. After successfully fending off the split slash, DeLuo glared at John, sarcastically remarking, I never expected the illustrious Captain John to employ such a despicable ambush. Captain John, unfazed, shrugged with a smirk, are you suggesting we engage in a fair duel? You must be jesting. We are pirates, after all. Before he could finish, John raised his sword again, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at DeLuo, aiming to catch him off guard amid his momentary distraction. Yet this time DeLuo was prepared. His eyes glowed with a red hue as he utilized his rare Kinbunchika haki, anticipating John's assault. Without hesitation, he transformed into a shadowy figure and counterattacked. As John closed the distance, a 30-meter-long sword wave, capable of cleaving mountains, was unleashed, crashing towards DeLuo like a monstrous tidal wave. Sensing the overwhelming threat, DeLuo raised the golden revolver, wrapped in Busashoka haki, and pulled the trigger. A deep crimson bullet erupted from a chamber. In the instant the colossal slash approached, the crimson bullet transformed into a fiery dragon composed of unquenchable flames, roaring as it surged into the storm of blades. Upon contact, the dragon's lengthy form exploded violently, shattering the emerald shards of the blade and obliterating them entirely. Amidst the billowing smoke, the almost tangible flames rained down like droplets, igniting the cherry blossom grove below and creating a haze of chaos. Without pause, DeLuo and Captain John both dashed into the swirling smoke and fiery deluge, their forms becoming blurred as they clashed repeatedly. The dazzling display of marksmanship and exquisite swordsmanship unfolded, with the sounds of gunfire and explosions resonating throughout the battlefield. The ferocious cutting waves wreaked havoc, a true testament to the notorious pirate's formidable nature. DeLuo's expression hardened as he regarded Captain John, having fully grasped his formidable strength. Every bullet and grenade he fired was intercepted by an impenetrable wall of sword energy before reaching John. On the other side, Captain John was not faring any better. Just as Daro could not reach him, his strikes were entirely captured by Daro's dead eyes, and he was evaded each time. Kid, no wonder you dare to boast so much. You truly possess some skill, Captain John remarked with a grim expression. Although he had gained no advantage in combat, he would not allow himself to be outdone in words. Daro raised his gun, aiming at John, and revealed a mischievous smile. If I lacked skill, how could I dare to provoke you, Captain John? You insolent brat. A few compliments have clearly inflated your ego, Captain John bellowed, his body suddenly radiating a deep green thunder. Sensing this surge, Daro fully activated his haki, enveloping his golden revolver and bullets in a layer of dark red. He then forcefully stomped his right foot in the air, propelling himself several dozen meters higher. The black spear, infused with intense haki and named Execution Star Gungnir, shot forward like a meteor, its fierce penetrating power concentrated at the tip and spinning rapidly, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound as it hurtled toward Captain John's chest. John barely had time to react and attempt to dodge, but the spear's speed was overwhelmingly swift, almost instantly closing in on him. With no other recourse, Captain John had no choice but to block with his blade. This is bad. Captain John had underestimated the power of this strike. He was sent flying, sword and all, and crashed to the ground, skidding for hundreds of meters before dissipating the energy from the spear. Could it be that he can match the captain, or even have the upper hand? Who exactly is that kid? On the ground, several insignificant pirates engaged in battle with Sophia and Bear were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that their renowned Captain John could not gain the upper hand against a newcomer. "Haha, he is our most reliable captain," Bear proudly responded, casually swatting away an astonished pirate with a shockwave from his palm. Meanwhile, the fallen Captain John was enraged. He let out a fierce roar, swinging his arm, and the aura surrounding him surged to its peak, dark red, lightning crackling along his black cutlass. A terrifying might emanated from Captain John, forming a circular field that expanded outward, uprooting all nearby trees. Thud, thud. Nearby children who had come for treatment, along with some of the new pirates brought by John, felt their pupils constrict and their bodies tremble before they collapsed with eyes rolled back. Conqueror's haki. Daro squinted at the imposing Captain John, surrounded by dark red lightning, and his expression grew grave. Although the original story indicated that in the New World, those possessing Conqueror's haki were as numerous as the fish in the river, those who wielded such power were undoubtedly the strongest in the pirate world. Truly terrifying, the Rock's pirates. Daro marveled at John. He had initially thought that only Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Lin, Kaido, and the enigmatic Rocks possessed Conqueror's haki within the Rock's pirates. To his surprise, even Captain John, a relatively inconspicuous member of the crew, was a bearer of this formidable power. Could it be that every member of the Rock's pirates possesses Conqueror's haki? Kid, to force me to unleash my Conqueror's haki. You have every reason to be proud. Captain John's eyes swept over Daro, revealing a sinister smile. However, it was evident that Captain John's mastery of Conqueror's haki was not very refined. Although he could release it actively, he could not retract or control it well, indicating he had yet to reach the level of haki entanglement. Daro breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his fighting spirit surged as he looked up at Captain John with unbridled excitement, clearly viewing him as a stepping stone to ascend to the pinnacle of the sea. Come, let us clash. Chapter 127. The battle situation. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens as the snow-covered ground trembled beneath the rolling stones, as if it would be overturned. The entire cherry blossom forest and the western side of the magnetic drum island quaked from the fierce battle between the two pirate crews. "Doctor, are we still going to die?" In a small wooden cabin at the heart of the battlefield, a child with a white bandage wrapped around his head trembled in the corner, as one afflicted with a terminal illness, who had been pulled back from the brink of death by Dr. Bledge. He desperately wished to live. "No, I will protect you," Bledge assured him, his tone steadfast as it had been during their treatment, while pulling out a vial containing a moon-like white potion from a nearby medicine box, tucking it into his pocket. "Let us go. I'll take you home." Meanwhile, the battle escalated further. In contrast to the effortless ease with which Bear and Sophia handled the ordinary pirates, Aisha, Rebet, and Rekt, along with Izumi and Rikia, were engaged in intense combat against 3 of Captain John's subordinates, finding themselves in fierce struggles. To the left, "Be careful." Aisha, standing at a distance, sensed Haim's attack direction with her extraordinary sixth sense and instinctively warned Rebet. Even so, Rebet was a beat too slow. As Haim unleashed a powerful hook, the rapidly spinning meat grinder blade followed closely behind. The terrifying cutting force exploded in layers with the rotation of the blade, as if it intended to shred everything in its path. Fortunately, having previously swallowed several steel knives, Rebette's 10 fingers had transformed into sharp weapons, allowing her to withstand some of the onslaught with her formidable haki. Clang, 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 clang. The clash between the meat grinder steel knife and Rebette's claw-like hands produced countless sparks and a crisp sound. "You wretched rabbit, prepare to be turned into mincemeat." Haim cackled, twisting his shoulder as he exerted force with his right hand. Following this, red veins spread across his body like blood vessels, gathering an array of crimson light toward his chest, driving the spinning blade to rotate at an even greater speed. Hell-crushing fist. The spiraling meat grinder blade unleashed countless fine, conical air blades, sweeping toward Rebette as it gathered strength with a punch. In a moment of crisis, Rebette hastily activated her haki to its limit, crossing her arms to shield herself. However, this time, her defense clearly proved ineffective. As the spiraling meat grinder blade struck Rebette's dark steel-like claws, its overwhelming cutting power erupted, instantly severing several of her steel claws. Yet it did not end there. As the spiraling blade continued to rotate, Rebette's fingers and part of her forearm were caught within, instantly reducing them to a pulp. Roar! Rebette cried out in pain, but resolutely retaliated with a kick, her leg enveloped in haki, striking Haim's abdomen with tremendous force and sending him flying. What a pity. I was just about to completely shred you. Like a ball, Haim soared through the air before rising from the ground, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he shook off the remnants of flesh and blood clinging to his meat grinder blade. "La Bête, are you all right?" Aisha called out anxiously, her gaze fixed on La Bête, whose arm had been gruesomely severed. Yet, La Bête offered no response, instead gasping for breath to alleviate the excruciating pain coursing through his body. At that moment, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from nearby, the earth at the heart of the jungle splitting open, followed by a torrent of dark red magma surging forth, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What an exaggerated battle, Haim mused, captivated by the fierce clash between Captain John and Daro. Just as he was distracted by their fierce engagement, La Bête executed an astonishing act that left everyone dumbfounded. With a crunching sound, he opened his mouth wide and began to consume himself, starting from his head, his entire being devoured like a biscuit until only his mouth remained on the ground. This was the hidden ability of the Tun-Tun fruit. The user could not only consume anything but also themselves, gaining the power to alter their own body at will. The sound of crunching continued. "What is happening?" Haim exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight of the mouth, still chewing on the ground. Suddenly, a slender yet robust white figure was ejected from the mouth, and the transformed La Bête had become a towering figure over 4 meters tall. So handsome! Aisha's eyes sparkled at the sight of the muscular La Bête. "Aka me pieka, all flesh, I muskoff, disdainfully," simultaneously stomping his right foot heavily as he gathered energy like a volcano poised to erupt. With his might reaching its zenith, Haim leaped into the air and plummeted down, swinging his fist in a devastating strike aimed at La Bête's head. "Watch me grind you into meat paste." Just as he shouted, a massive white figure appeared to his right, which suddenly morphed into black. "Haimus, Taifen," turning his head only to be met by a fist enveloped in dark, hardening haki. The center of the fist began to glow red, revealing a cannon barrel compressed between his fingers. The great cannon fist struck Haim with tremendous force, launching him into the ground and fracturing the earth into a web-like pattern. But that was not the end. The cannon barrel, reinforced by Daro, began to glow red and heat up against Haim's abdomen before it exploded. The tremendous shockwave shattered the already fractured ground, creating a deep pit with a radius of 30 to 40 meters. Thus, the notorious meat grinder Haim, with a bounty of 430 million, met his demise. A distance away from the battlefield, a swordsman was embroiled in a life-or-death gamble, evident from his bloodied clothing and numerous wounds. "Damn it, this little brat is quite the challenge," GNC cursed, watching the distant figure of Izumi Riki rise once more. His earlier composure vanished. At that moment, his cards and chips were running low. As a user of the dodo fruit, he could set various advantageous bets in battle, and upon winning, he could claim a chip from his enemy, extracting their abilities or inflicting damage. In the past, this peculiar ability had allowed him to defeat numerous strong opponents, making him one of the fiercest members of Captain John's crew, with a bounty of 620 million. Your ability is quite strange, but I can guess it. The larger the wager, the more balanced the game must become, correct? Izumi Riki's narrowed eyes gleamed with insight. In truth, his intellect shone brightly during battle. Oh, you figured it out, but what of it, little brat? I still have 2 trump cards left, GNC murmured, glancing at the remaining cards in his hand. With a deep voice, he declared, 10 seconds, the one in the higher position wins. No attacking during the process. The wager is life. Before the words fully left his mouth, GNC leaped into the air, employing the moonwalk to ascend like a kite, a power bestowed upon him by the 2 trump cards allowing him to cheat. This rule-based ability was quite unresolvable. Even Izumi Riki had to comply. Reluctantly, he jumped into the air, attempting to catch up with GNC, who had already leaped ahead. I'm about to win. GNC's face lit up with the manic glee of a gambler, convinced of his imminent victory. I suppose I can only give it a try, Izumi Riki murmured, tightening his grip on the Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, channeling his haki into the sword's blade. With determination, he thrust the sword upward, unleashing countless crescent-shaped waves of dark lightning that surged toward GNC at great speed. My style, Night Firefly. Unbeknownst to GNC, lost in his victorious euphoria, he was suddenly pierced by a multitude of sword lights from behind, leaving him with deep wounds visible to the bone. Plummeting from the sky, GNC clutched his chest, staring incredulously at Izumi Riki. Why? Why can you attack me directly? I set the rule against it. Before he could receive an answer, GNC breathed his last, unable to comprehend how Izumi Riki had broken the limitations of his ability. The reason, however, was quite simple. The formidable haki could negate the effects of devil fruit powers. Thus, the once victorious GNC was overturned at the gambling table. Chapter 128. Song of Courage and Explosive Fireworks. Dark red magma erupted from the ground like a fountain, only to be sliced into segments by powerful sword energies, transforming into droplets of molten rain that fell upon the earth. Dense smoke billowed forth, resembling a dark dragon piercing the sky, coalescing into thick, ominous clouds above Magnetic Drum Island. The ground cracked under the relentless bombardment of magma, flames, and ice, strewn with rubble and charred marks. The battle between the 2 pirate crews had raged for nearly 2 hours, and the western half of Magnetic Drum Island swayed precariously, as if it might topple into the abyss at any moment. On the other side of the cherry blossom forest, Lykeet knelt on the ground, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping through his white shirt, staining the black suit he wore over it a deep crimson. Xiao Gui, you must be suffering from my poison. Transformed into a gecko, Lays raised his tail high behind him, his grotesque face contorting into a more sinister expression. It is merely your misfortune to have encountered me. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Lays' tail swept out with astonishing speed, wrapped in formidable haki, creating a fierce whooshing sound as it descended towards Lykeet's head. As a user of the animal type lizard fruit in gecko form, Lays possessed not only terrifying regenerative abilities, but also a toxin capable of paralyzing opponents entirely. Even more fearsome was his robust tail, honed through rigorous training and augmented by haki, capable of unleashing enough force to obliterate a warship with a single strike. Damn it. Move. Lykeet's veins bulged as he struggled against the paralysis induced by the gecko's toxin. Fortunately, just before the shadow of the tail descended, his body finally reacted, and in a last-ditch effort, he rolled forward to evade the lethal blow. Nevertheless, he was still struck by the violent shockwave generated by the tail, sending him tumbling to the ground, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a stop. A cornered beast fights back. Lays cursed angrily, raising his tail to about 3 meters in the air, swinging it back and forth until the force reached its zenith, preparing to strike down. Should this blow land, Lykeet would undoubtedly perish. Yet he exhibited no signs of panic. instead focusing intently on activating his abilities to suppress the paralyzing toxin within him with high concentrations of alcohol. However, the tail remained suspended, paralyzed in midair. I forgot to mention, in sufficient concentrations, alcohol can also be highly toxic. A faint smile appeared on Lykeet's pale face as he struggled to rise from the ground. When did this happen? The sudden wave of paralysis and intoxication caused Laze's face to pale. He had not even realized how much alcohol he had inhaled during the battle. Alcohol has a way of sneaking up on you, and the consequences of excess can render one a lamb to the slaughter. Now it is my turn. Temporarily suppressing the paralyzing toxin, Lykeet clenched his fists, channeling his power to transform his body into a golden liquid. Be your courage anthem in this new form. The golden liquid coursed through Lykeet, swirling and frothing into billowing waves of white foam, showcasing the ultimate fluidity of the liquid. Within the liquid, countless bubbles wrapped in hockey concentrated in his right hand. Courage's final chapter. Exploding foam, Lykeet became a streak of golden light, darting towards Laze, and with all his might. He swung his right fist, which had been charged at his waist, delivering a heavy blow to Laze's abdomen. Boom! The surging waves of foam and the concentrated golden bubbles erupted violently, sending a powerful shockwave that pierced through Laze's formidable body, shattering the ground beneath them. Lykeet gasped for breath, smiling as he watched Laze, eyes rolling back and body unrecognizable, lying on the ground, evidently satisfied with the power of his technique. Lykeet lacked the strength to raise his hand in victory, collapsing to the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows, in a dire state. Unable to suppress the paralyzing toxin within him, his body succumbing to numbness, eyelids growing heavy. Meanwhile, in a nearby town, residents feeling the tremors rushed into the streets, their faces filled with concern as they gazed at the billowing smoke rising in the west. What has happened at Dr. Bladger's clinic? An employee with a mushroom cap rushed out of the hotel door, anxiously looking towards the west. Evie, my child Evie is still over there. A middle-aged woman in an apron dashed into the street, having not even set down the knife she was using to cook. At that moment, her gravely ill son was seeking treatment at Dr. Bladger's clinic in the Cherry Blossom Grove. Humph, I knew that quack doctor must be up to something. Who knows what experiments he is conducting on those poor children? Otherwise, how could he treat them for free? A dubious doctor with a thin mustache leaned against the doorframe of his small clinic, maliciously speculating. Serves those parents right for being cheap and unwilling to spend money to seek our treatments. Now look where they are. Beside the mustache doctor, a pediatrician joined in the schadenfreude. Thus, under the instigation of a group of unscrupulous peers, Bladger became the malevolent doctor in the eyes of many, inviting widespread condemnation. Just then, the voice of a town messenger echoed from the village road near the Cherry Blossom Grove. Children, several of the kids have returned. Upon hearing this news, many parents burst into tears of joy, rushing towards the messenger, clamoring to inquire about their children's whereabouts. Do not worry, do not worry. The children are back. Safe at the town entrance, the messenger reassured the parents while raising his voice. Wonderful. Hearing that their children were safe, the parents sighed in relief. Yet another parent curiously asked, how did the children manage to escape? It is said that a beast-like black creature led them out, the surrounded messenger stammered. Before he could finish, a group of parents grew increasingly anxious, each running to the town entrance to retrieve their children. Evie, are you all right? The apron-clad woman scrutinized her child closely after bringing him home, her concern evident. Mother, I'm fine, with a bandage wrapped around his head. The recently escaped Evie comforted her, explaining further to reinforce his words. It was just a fierce fight between two groups at the clinic, but fortunately, Dr. Bladger brought us back. Dr. Bladger brought you back? Evie's mother keenly seized upon the crux. Did you not say a black beast led you out? That black creature is Dr. Bladger, isn't it? The woman gazed intently at her child, questioning. Realizing he had let something slip, Evie fell silent, knowing he could not deceive the mother who had raised him. Sigh. The woman sighed, taking Evie's hands earnestly. Evie, from now on, you should seek treatment from Dr. Benjamin in the town, even if it costs more. Why? Evie asked, perplexed. Clearly, Dr. Bladger is such an excellent physician. He saved me. Why? The young EV did not understand. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they blossom into flowers of mistrust. Chapter 129. Confronting the Heart Within. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki in the clearing before Dr. Bladger's clinic on the western side of Magudrum Island. The ground, ravaged by waves of sword strikes, magma, solid ice, and flames, had been utterly transformed into a pockmarked wasteland, with thick smoke rising skyward like pillars, forming dark columns against the sky. Suddenly, amidst a thick cloud of smoke, two figures burst forth from the swirling dust, continuing their fierce duel. Captain John, wielding a knife in his right hand, gently stroked the blade with his left, causing the dark surface to shimmer with ominous crimson lightning. In a flash, he swung the knife towards Dalu, unleashing a flurry of emerald-hued slashes. Furrowing his brow, Dalu relied on his formidable observation haki to find a narrow gap amidst the impenetrable waves of swords and deftly evade the attacks. This marked his first battle against a world-class powerhouse at such an intense level. However, it did not necessarily imply that Captain John's strength surpassed that of Whitebeard or Admiral Zephyr. After all, during his previous encounters with Whitebeard and Zephyr, both had exercised caution, and the skirmishes were brief, allowing Dalu to exploit his diverse abilities to catch his opponents off guard. Yet, as the battle dragged on, Dalu's physical stamina and shortcomings in haki began to manifest, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lacking sufficient haki, he resorted to firepower. Dalu raised two revolvers and simultaneously pulled the triggers, aiming at Captain John's position and the location predicted by his death eye. A multitude of bullets erupted forth. Captain John swiftly attempted to evade using his mooncloth, but soon discovered several bullets, seemingly foreseen, hurtling towards the very spot he had dodged to. What a troublesome little brat, Captain John remarked impatiently, brandishing his sword to defend himself. Upon contact, bullets shattered against the blade, releasing the compressed seawater within, which splashed onto Captain John. Following closely, the second bullet exploded, unleashing a wave of frigid blue-white liquid nitrogen that instantly turned the seawater on John's body into solid ice. The third and fourth bullets, alternating between seawater and cold blasts, struck simultaneously, encasing Captain John entirely in ice. All this transpired in the span of a mere second. Seizing the fleeting opportunity afforded by this surprise attack, Dalu swiftly lifted his gun and concentrated his haki into the next bullet. Assassination Star Gungnir. The divine spear that heralded Ragnarok was forcefully hurled by Father Odin, spiraling towards Captain John's chest with lethal intent. Just as victory appeared imminent, the frozen Captain John stirred, struggling to wield his sword as the ice around him began to crack. In an instant, he extricated himself from the icy prison. But it was too late. He had failed to completely evade Dalu's thrust, which pierced through his right shoulder. "Damn you, brat. I will kill you," Captain John exclaimed, clutching his wound with his left hand. Yet he erupted into a maniacal laugh, his face twisted in pain, yet brimming with malice. "Huh! A full power strike infused with haki possesses such little force. It seems you are merely a spent arrow." Suspended in mid-air, Dalu, whose cowboy attire was tattered and ragged, shook his arms and regarded Captain John with grave concern. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Captain John had indeed pushed Dalu to the brink of despair at that moment. Dalu's haki could no longer support a decisive blow against him. On the other hand, Captain John was acutely aware of this fact, unwilling to relinquish this golden opportunity. He lunged forward, brandishing his sword like a streak of light, closing the distance to Dalu for a close-quarters melee. One strike, two strikes. Although death allowed Dalu to perceive every slash made by Captain John, his body had reached its limits, rendering him incapable of responding effectively. And Captain John repeatedly found his mark. Finally, having landed 3 successive blows, Captain John lost patience. He lightly pushed off the air with his right foot, retreating several meters. Raising his sword high above his head, an overwhelming intent to kill combined with haki enveloped the blade. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if all light had been siphoned from the world, and the sky darkened ominously. Cursed dark sword. The next moment, infused with boundless might, Captain John unleashed a devastating strike, a cross-shaped slash over 100 meters wide, brimming with doom and destruction, hurtling towards Dalu with blinding speed. Caught in midair, Dalu, breathless, gazed impassively at the colossal cross slash that threatened to engulf him. Yet within him, a serene calm prevailed. I to perish? A chill coursed across his skin. A bard once said that death is akin to a refreshing summer night, and in that moment, Dalu profoundly resonated with those words. He began to reflect on his past, recalling the numbing monotony of life as a corporate drone in his previous existence, the grand ambitions he harbored upon his arrival in this world, and the fantastical journey he had undertaken. He thought of his sister and the comrades he had gathered. As these thoughts surfaced, he grew anxious, worrying about his sister's predetermined fate and the future safety of his companions. He had always been so concerned. Those bonds and the futures he knew weighed heavily upon his shoulders, leading him to be hesitant and cautious. He began to realize that he had never truly trusted his comrades. Instead, he had borne the weight of all burdens and expectations alone. He had never genuinely integrated into this world, believing it to be merely a comic realm, perpetually observing everything from the perspective of an outsider. This, he understood, was the reason he could not awaken the Conqueror's Haki. He had never confronted his inner self, merely propelled by an inexplicable sense of urgency and crisis. A pirate crew united by dreams, yet their captain had never truly possessed a dream. What a farcical situation. So what do I truly desire? Dalu grew restless, searching deep within himself, pondering what vision he yearned for while disregarding his own fate. Suddenly, a perfect blueprint emerged in his mind. He envisioned sailing with his crew, traversing every corner of this world until they conquered the entire sea. No, it was not merely a desire. It was a longing. Boom! Above Magudrum Island, the colossal cross slash obliterated Dalu's position, crashing him forcefully into the ground. For a long moment, the sword energy dissipated, leaving two deep, intersecting ravines that resembled chasms. Am I dead? Captain John, sensing no trace of Dalu's presence, nodded in satisfaction, just as he prepared to turn away and deal with the others. His expression suddenly darkened. Impossible. How could you withstand my strike? Captain John gazed in bewilderment at Dalu, who was slowly approaching him, his voice tinged with fear. One often finds the courage to confront their inner self only when they reach the depths of despair. As Dalu, adjuvanced. He meticulously loaded bullets into the chamber of his firearm, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Indeed, I perceived not only the depths of my own spirit, but also foresaw your demise. With these words, Daluo's aura surged dramatically, and a formidable gust of wind erupted around him, forming a colossal hemispherical vortex on the battlefield, crackling with red lightning within. Captain John, his expression darkened, gazed at Daluo, who appeared almost divine, astonished that a mere skirmish had awakened the Conqueror's Haki within his opponent. Chapter 130. The Ultimate Victory Haki is a fusion and extension of physical prowess and willpower. Regrettably, the misguided Rayleigh had misled his disciples. Upon awakening his Conqueror's Haki, Daluo's armament Haki also ascended to a new echelon, ensuring he could contend with the current battle without issue. Previously, although Daluo had adeptly mastered armament Haki, he had sensed an intangible resistance hindering his progress. Especially in comparison to He Quan Li Qian, the disparity became increasingly pronounced. Daluo had thought it was due to He Quan Li Qian's advantages as a swordsman over him as a gunman. In hindsight, the fault lay within himself. For too long, he had enjoyed a smooth path, particularly relying on insights gleaned from his previous life as manga, allowing him to plot each step with foresight and secure retreat routes. This unwarranted caution gradually transformed Daluo into one who hesitated, robbing him of the courage to fight desperately when cornered. Fortunately, pressed to the brink by Captain John, Daluo recognized this flaw in himself, successfully breaking free from his mental shackles. Once his thoughts cleared, the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki came naturally. At present, Daluo had gathered all the necessary conditions to ascend to the peak of this ocean. All that remained was to overcome Captain John, beyond which lay a vast expanse of opportunity. Returning to the battlefield, Daluo and Captain John soared into the sky once more, engaging in a renewed clash. Amidst their fierce confrontation, Deluo delivered a powerful kick, sending John hurtling through the air, flipping several times before he managed to regain his footing. "Dam brat, trudi troublesome." Captain John cursed, glaring menacingly at Deluo while deftly wielding his western sword, slicing through two projectiles of compressed air that had been launched at him. On the other side, Deluo seized this opportunity, raising his firearm to unleash a torrent of gunfire, creating a barrage of bullets that enveloped the entire space. Take this." Captain John's face contorted with rage, his conqueror's haki surging as armament haki coiled around the blade. Dark, menacing energy seeped from the tip of his sword, coalescing behind him into a fearsome apparition wearing a Tengu mask. "Hori, ye killing heaven, eating the moon," commanding the apparition, Captain John lifted the immense mirage blade, its edge ablaze with ghostly flames that distorted the sky. With this overwhelming force, he struck down towards Deluo, who hovered above. The combined might of Captain John's sword energy, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki unleashed a blade wave that cascaded towards Deluo like a torrential waterfall, cleaving the ground asunder. Faced with this overwhelming force, Deluo remained undaunted, hurling several deep blue grenades ahead. As they detonated, torrents of seawater surged forth, forming a vast canopy. C3 deep blue aria. A chill from the depths of hell clung to the seawater, solidifying it into impenetrable ice, creating a sapphire wall that stood resolute against the oncoming blade wave. Boom! The destructive wave crashed into the thick ice wall, erupting in a violent shockwave accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering ice. After blocking the sword energy, Deluo had already leaped, executing the blue bird technique with a powerful rebound that propelled him like a cannonball over the ice wall, landing directly before Captain John, ready to unleash a fierce kick. Captain John braced himself, gripping his sword defensively across his chest as both Conqueror's haki and armament haki erupted, preparing to counter Deluo's imminent assault. Bash drowning kick. Deluo, airborne, raised his knee, now gleaming with the infusion of armament haki, and struck forcefully against Captain John's right shoulder, sending him flying. What tremendous strength! Is this kid a monster? Captain John thought to himself as he crashed into a boulder, feeling the searing pain in his shoulder. At this juncture, he regretted provoking Deluo, the harbinger of doom, but it was too late for remorse. "Kid, to have fought me to this extent is commendable, but it ends here. Accept your fate." Having steadied his breath, Captain John, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised his sword once more, dark and ominous energy radiating from him, forming a circular array of ghostly faces on the battlefield. Soon, the towering Tengu apparition rose again, responding to the overflowing ghostly energy and gathering momentum. Great calamity hell, piercing, slash, veins bulging. Captain John strained to swing his blade towards Deluo, while simultaneously, the Tengu apparition brought its long sword crashing down, the massive, ghostly weapon almost engulfing the entire cherry blossom grove. It must be said, swordsmen in the pirate world are indeed blessed, regardless of their offensive capabilities. The beauty of their techniques is undeniable, particularly for those who can summon a Shura-like apparition, exuding an air of grandeur. However, Deluo had little patience to admire Captain John's elaborate swordplay. Weary from the prolonged battle, he sought to resolve the conflict swiftly. "An exchange is only fair. Behold the true might of my compressed fruit," Deluo proclaimed, raising his hands skyward and slowly opening them, as if parting the heavens. A large hole broke through the stormy clouds above, revealing the formidable entity he had meticulously prepared and concealed. Emerging from the clouds, the colossal head of an elemental dragon appeared, followed by an ominous pressure and the terrifying aura of Deluo's simulated Conqueror's haki. Captain John, who had just unleashed his ghostly blade, suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, feeling a tremendous shadow looming over him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Impossible. That brat's Conqueror's haki has just awakened. How could it reach this level? Captain John gasped in disbelief. Overcoming his immense fear, he glanced skyward, his expression freezing in shock. What is that? As the dragon's head broke through the clouds, its terrifying body coiled within, nearly obscuring the entire sky. The true terror of this colossal dragon does not merely lie in its size. Rather, it is the fact that it is an amalgamation of several C3 grenades. The dragon's head is formed from the C3 hell furnace, its claws from the C3 heaven's embers, and its magma body from the C3 blazing lion. This dragon embodies nearly all the fiery C3 grenades in Daruo's arsenal, representing his most formidable destructive skill. This is the supreme celestial red sky dragon catastrophe. Captain John now finds himself with no avenue of escape, as the overwhelming presence of the dragon, simulated by the Conqueror's haki, renders him nearly immobile. Forced to watch helplessly as the elemental dragon surges toward him. And there is one final strike he unleashes with all his might. Yet it appears pitifully insignificant before the monstrous dragon, akin to a crow challenging a dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon descends from the heavens, and upon impact, John's terrifying slash is instantly obliterated. The dragon's head, composed of a 3,000-degree high-temperature thermite, plunges directly into the ground where Captain John stands. Almost simultaneously, the dragon's claws, formed from white phosphorus ghost fire, and the deluge of magma erupt with explosive force. Without a shadow of a doubt, the entire cherry blossom grove is reduced to scorched earth, the ground trembling from the impact, and a massive fissure splits open on the western side of Magnetic Drum Island, which had already been ravaged by 2 pirate crews. Amidst the violent tremors, the western section of Magnetic Drum Island begins to detach, fracturing into several platforms that tilt precariously, as if they are about to plunge into the ocean. Daruo gazes down at the quaking, fragmented islands with satisfaction, nodding in approval of the power of his new technique. He then lands heavily on the ground, striding over to the scorched pit where only the upper half of Captain John remains, charred beyond recognition. With a smile, Daruo raises his hand high above his head, declaring not only his victory, but also proclaiming that this newcomer pirate from the South Seas has utterly defeated one of the mightiest beings of the sea. This signifies that the name Portgas D. Daruo has now ascended to the forefront of this ocean. Chapter 131. A turn of events unlike Luffy, who merely sends enemies flying without taking their lives. Daruo shows no mercy to his foes. There are at least 2 types of individuals he will never spare: the viciously malevolent and those who harbor murderous intentions against him. Captain John falls perfectly within the scope of Daruo's fatal resolve. Thus, he must die. With wounds covering his body and blood staining his form, Daruo exhales deeply, alleviating the aches coursing through his limbs before laboriously approaching Captain John, who lies in a deep pit, half conscious and resembling a lifeless fish on the verge of death. Captain John, you have served well as a whetstone. Now, it is time for you to meet your end, Daruo declares, aiming his firearm at John's head. Yet just as Daruo prepares to deliver the final blow, his heightened senses detect 2 formidable presences approaching rapidly. Who? Daruo squints, alertly scanning his surroundings, and soon recognizes 2 familiar figures. Bista? Bakine? Daruo raises both revolvers, locking onto them with precision, his expression darkening as he questions, "What brings you here? Has Whitebeard arrived as well?" Daruo recalls that, strictly speaking, Captain John and Whitebeard are still crewmates, albeit not on amicable terms. Yet one cannot predict how protective Whitebeard might be. Bista and Bakine, rushing toward him, do not respond immediately. Bakine looks at Daruo with resentment, simultaneously shocked by Daruo's victory over Captain John. "Captain Daruo, it has been a while. The man beneath your feet seems to be our captain's comrade. Might I ask that, for the sake of old times, you spare his life?" "It would give me something to report," Bista suggests with a forced smile, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Originally, Bista had come to reunite Bakine with Captain John after they had been cast off the ship, but encountering this situation has left him with a headache. It appears that Whitebeard is only on the island and not nearby. Daruo assesses the situation based on their reactions. "Newgate's crew? You must be mistaken. This inexplicable aggressor cannot possibly be your captain's ally," he asserts, pointing at the disfigured Captain John, hoping to dissuade them from pursuing further. Vista glances at Bakine, seemingly seeking his agreement. After all, he shares no close ties with Captain John and has no desire to offend Aluo. In stark contrast to Bista's hesitance, Bakine remains resolute, unwilling to relent. He produces a small, charred piece of white paper, no larger than a fingernail, proclaiming, "Impossible. The life paper does not err. You better hand over John, or Newgate will not spare you." "Captain Aluo, do not listen to her nonsense," Bista interjects, hurriedly covering Bakine's mouth as he clarifies nervously. Bista understands that only someone capable of defeating a formidable pirate like Captain John has the standing to engage Aluo on equal terms. In other words, neither Bista nor Bakine qualifies. "What if I refuse to hand him over? What will you do?" Aluo narrows his eyes, fixing a menacing gaze upon Bakine. To be frank, had Aluo not been in a compromised state, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this oblivious woman without a trace. Aluo's fierce glare sent a shiver down Bakine's spine, prompting her to retreat behind Bista. "Captain Aluo, given John's current state, he is not long for this world. Allow me to take him back. It would serve as a courtesy, and I could provide an explanation to old Dad." Bista again proposes, this time with a more tactful tone. Just as Aluo resolves to disregard Whitebeard's potential wrath and eliminate Captain John on the spot, he suddenly hears Aisha's urgent voice in his subconscious. "Aluo, where are you? Hurry, Rector can't hold on much longer." "What happened to Rector?" Aluo responds swiftly. "He has been poisoned and is in dire condition." "Understood. I will head there immediately." Aluo makes a quick decision, discreetly planting a micro-air compression bomb at Captain John's waist. "You may take him," Aluo states coldly to Bista and Bakine. "My apologies, Captain Aluo," Bista replies, clasping his fists in respect, while Bakine swiftly leaps into the pit to gently lift the half-conscious Captain John. "Hold on tight, don't let him fall," Aluo kindly reminded them, and after speaking, he directly departed to join Aisha and the others. Meanwhile, on the ground, by Sita and Bajin, burdened by immense pressure, exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, however, the tiny air compression bomb that Aluo had left behind suddenly detonated, causing Bajin to feel a sharp, stabbing pain, prompting her to retract her hands in shock. With a loud crack, Captain John was thrown to the ground like a rag doll, gasping his last breath. "John!" Bajin cried out in pain, covering her face, but it was too late. It was tragic that the renowned Captain John, who had ruled the seas for many years, met such a ridiculous end. After leaping across the shattered islands, Aluo finally reunited successfully with Aisha and the others. "Aluo, over here." Aisha waved at the figure in the sky, as if she had found her anchor. "Are you all right?" Aluo descended to the ground and scanned the area, relieved to find all his crew members present. "We are mostly fine, but Lykeet has likely been poisoned. He needs urgent treatment," Sophia said, supporting the pale-lipped Lykeet. "All right, I will take him to the town to find a doctor." Aluo lifted the unconscious Lykeet in one arm and soared into the sky, flying swiftly toward the nearest town. Meanwhile, not far away, the town was erupting in a fervent denunciation, targeting one of the island's most skilled doctors, the eccentric Dr. Brage. "That Dr. Brage is a monster. No wonder his behavior is so strange." "Monster? What kind of monster?" "I heard it's a big black cat." "A black cat? That is most unlucky. It is outrageous that such a monster doctor exists on Gu Island. If word gets out, the reputation of Gu Island as a medical powerhouse will be utterly ruined." However, mere verbal denunciation was not enough. Under the provocation of fellow townsfolk and those with ulterior motives, many townspeople armed with pitchforks and sickles took to the streets, intent on confronting this infamous doctor who tarnished Gu Island's medical reputation. Dr. Brage is not a monster. He does not experiment on patients. A soldier with a mushroom haircut stood in front of the crowd. "If he doesn't experiment on patients, then what about the mushroom on your head?" "It's foolish to defend him at this point," retorted a man in a white coat. "Dr. Brage is the best doctor on the island. He doesn't conduct experiments." "You all are just looking for a reason to ostracize him," a child bravely shouted, despite his parents' attempts to pull him back. Yet, the truth spoken by a child held little persuasive power. People dismissed him as too young to understand, and the self-righteous adults grew even more incensed. This scene did not escape Dr. Bray's notice. Though he had anticipated such a reaction, the townsfolk's response still left him disheartened. He had indeed treated many patients, even offering his services for free to children, yet he was met with suspicion. Such circumstances were not uncommon in his career. Few were willing to believe that a fur-covered doctor could cure human ailments, especially one that embodied ill omen as a black cat. With his head hung low, Brage walked along a secluded path, contemplating that he would likely have to change islands once again. Suddenly, a desperate voice called out from above him. "Dr. Brage, please, save my companion." Chapter 132. Ascending the mountain, Brage cast a complex glance at DeLuo as an eyewitness. He understood that DeLuo had been passively drawn into the conflict and was merely acting in self-defense. "I do not have any antidote with me. We must return to my clinic," Brage said after a long, contemplative look at DeLuo. As a doctor, he could not stand idly by in the face of suffering, especially since DeLuo had saved a child under Captain John's command. "The clinic near the Cherry Blossom Grove is likely unreachable now," DeLuo replied awkwardly as he watched Brage head toward the clinic. If all went as expected, Brage's clinic would have sunk into the sea along with the shattered islands DeLuo had obliterated. "Follow me." Brage took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he turned in the opposite direction from his clinic. Meanwhile, at the foot of a towering peak, two legendary pirates capable of stirring up monstrous waves were engaged in fierce combat. "Newgate, with your robust physique, what illness could you possibly have?" Roger unleashed a powerful attack with Ace, sending forth a crimson-black flying slash aimed directly at Whitebeard's head. "Ha ha ha! You really dare to say that, Roger?" Whitebeard swung his naginata upward with great force, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated the flying slash instantly. The two clashed repeatedly in a dazzling display, their powerful attacks reducing everything in their vicinity to dust, shattering 3 of the 4 towering peaks, leaving only one solitary spire standing. They refrained from targeting the remaining peak, as it was home to the infamous Dr. Kureha, known as the Witch. "Newgate, we cannot determine a winner for the time being. Let's call it a draw," Roger proposed, lowering Ace's blade. "Fine, but I want to be the first to consult," Whitebeard decisively replied, unwilling to continue the contest. "How about whoever reaches the peak first gets to consult first?" Roger suggested, pointing toward the towering spire behind him. "All right." The combative Whitebeard did not hesitate, agreeing immediately. Before he could finish his agreement, Roger leaped high into the air, soaring toward the summit of the peak. "Damn you, Roger!" Whitebeard shouted in frustration at Roger's underhanded tactics, then drove the handle of his naginata into the ground, using the rebound to propel himself upward. Roger, holding his straw hat with one hand, kicked off the mountain wall with his right foot, landing triumphantly at the top. "Roger, you scoundrel! How dare you cheat?" Almost simultaneously, Whitebeard reached the summit, exclaiming in exasperation. "Ha, don't sweat the small details." Roger waved dismissively, then strode confidently to the entrance of Kureha's clinic. "It's impossible. You were supposed to be the best doctor on the island. How could you not cure him?" Just as Roger and Whitebeard were about to push open the door, a heart-wrenching roar emanated from within the clinic. "Quack! You are nothing but a quack." Chopper, gripping Kureha by the collar, shouted in anger and frustration. "Give me back my consultation fee. I want to change doctors." Having received a death notice, Zilialuk forcefully shoved Kureha aside, then struggled to drag a massive box towards the clinic's entrance. It seemed he had arrived at an opportune moment. Roger observed Kureha's awkwardness as she scratched her head and, turning to the figure behind him, inquired, "Newgate, where are you? Do you need something from me?" Kureha adjusted her lab coat's collar and addressed Roger. I was wondering if you could check whether I might also be afflicted with a terminal illness." Roger scratched his head, even politely allowing Zilialuk to pass. Zilialuk looked at Roger in surprise, then seemed to be stung by his smile, exclaiming in frustration, "You must be out of your mind." Meanwhile, outside Kureha's clinic, Newgate had just received news from Bista. "Old man, Captain John has been accidentally killed by Bakeen." Bista's voice echoed from the other end of the Den Mushi. Upon hearing such alarming news, Newgate's mustache nearly shot upwards. Vista, do you think the old man has lost his senses? How could a researcher like Bakeen kill a combatant like John? I would sooner believe that Rox gathered a crew for a hot pot in the New World. John is dead? What on earth happened? Whitebeard furrowed his brow and questioned the Den Mushi. Despite his discord with Rock's crew, he felt compelled to inquire about Captain John. Who was his comrade? Old man, do you remember that fellow named Daro we encountered at Whiskey Peak? He must be the one who defeated Captain John. Vista recounted in detail. He has already managed to overcome John. Whitebeard was taken aback, reflecting on Bista's report. Although he had held high hopes for the newcomer Daro during their last encounter, he had not anticipated such swift growth. What about Bakeen? Is she not with you? Her? Vista shrugged, continuing disdainfully. She wouldn't dare show her face again. She should be aboard Captain John's ship, seeking some doctor for advice. As a member of the Rox Pirates, Whitebeard was well aware of which Dr. Bista referred to. After a brief pause, he instructed Bista, understood, return and regroup with us. Why? With wealth. Why should I still face death? The notorious thief Zilialuk painstakingly carried the box of Wapple metal down the mountain, muttering in discontent. Half a year, Kalea had said. Without a miracle, that is all the time I have left. Despite being over 40, he was more reluctant to die than anyone else, and the fear of death left him crumpled in the snow. Suddenly, a voice called out, Blage, is your friend Dr. Kaleha? Daro, carrying Rykit, gazed in astonishment at the towering peak. Strictly speaking, Dr. Doriel is my pathology instructor. Blage nodded and then asked, do you know her? The renown which Kaleha is indeed known to me. I never expected your teacher to be her. Truly a case of master and apprentice, Daro flattered. As the two conversed, Vista, returning from a cherry blossom grove on the western shore, arrived at the foot of the mountain. Upon spotting Daro, Vista paused momentarily, then pointed meaningfully toward the summit. Indeed, Vista's gesture caused Daro's heart to sink. He had sensed a powerful aura emanating from the mountain, and Bista's actions confirmed it. Your captain is up there? Daro fixed his gaze on Bista. Yes, the old man is up top. Bista nodded, kindly warning Captain John and the old man are comrades. If you encounter him, you might meet your end. So, do you still wish to ascend? Daro took a deep breath, adjusting the weight of Rykit on his back, and firmly declared, of course. My comrades are waiting for me to rescue them. Chapter 133, More Terrifying Than Death Magnetic Drum Island. Atop the peak where Kaleha's clinic is located. Both Roger and Whitebeard had completed their consultations with Kaleha. Whitebeard encountered no unexpected issues. Indeed, his body was showing signs of concern, with the future ramifications of his ailments already manifesting. Ultimately, it was the power of the Gura no Mi that, while granting him extraordinary strength, also placed immense strain on his heart. In the face of this affliction, Kaleha had no remedies, advising Whitebeard to minimize the use of his powers. As for Roger, he was in perfect health, showing no signs of any terminal illnesses. Kaleha remarked that she had never seen anyone so robust. After receiving a substantial consultation fee, Kaleha ushered Roger and Whitebeard out, seemingly exasperated by Roger's incessant calling her old lady. This incident hinted that the future Luffy would inherit Roger's traits, particularly in terms of emotional intelligence. The two, expelled from the clinic, settled before a grove of cherry blossoms planted at the entrance, their respective crews gathering around them. As renowned pirates, Roger and Whitebeard shared a bond of mutual respect, although their relationship had grown somewhat intricate following Roger's recent rejection of Rock's overtures. Roger, how is your health? Rayleigh approached Roger with genuine concern. Ha! Perfectly healthy, no issues whatsoever. Roger grinned against the biting wind, removing his straw hat to brush the snowflakes off before placing it back on his head. I told you, that kid Daro was just joking. How could anyone with a terminal illness be so lively? Jabba chimed in, laughing heartily as he patted Roger on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was surrounded by his crew, including the water buffalo Aterius, who inquired anxiously about their father's health. Kohaha, I'm in great shape. What's there to worry about? Whitebeard chuckled heartily, though he refrained from divulging the truth to his crew. Roger cast a knowing glance at Whitebeard, but chose not to expose the matter, understanding the burdens a captain must bear. Kirillul, where's that fellow Fusa? Why haven't I seen him? Whitebeard diverted the conversation to a nearby robust man. That lad is likely still at the clinic. He was obsessively seeking a cure for his baldness all the way here. I wonder if it will work. Kirilul covered his mouth, struggling to suppress laughter. Ha ha ha. Kirilul's words ushered in a wave of merriment among the pirate crews, drawing them closer as they embraced one another in a celebratory atmosphere, reminiscent of a festive banquet. Roger, how did you end up here? Could it be that you're running from that guy Shiki and are too afraid to return to the New World? Whitebeard remarked, lifting a wine cup the size of a round table and pouring its contents down his throat. Haha, that fellow Shiki is indeed quite troublesome, but I am here not to evade him, but rather because a certain little brat whom I care about told me I am afflicted with a terminal illness, prompting my visit to Magnetic Drum Island. Roger, equally generous, downed his drink in one go. Kuahaha, you do not strike me as someone easily deceived. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, wiping his mouth casually with his sleeve. He said something that truly concerns me. Roger, sitting cross-legged, patted his knee. Something that concerns you? Ha! Although he claimed I was terminally ill, he also prophesied that I would conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. Ha ha! Roger unabashedly disclosed the words spoken by Daro. Pirate King? Ha ha! That is indeed a bold claim. But do you genuinely believe such words? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his mustache quivering in amusement. I am not entirely certain, but my instincts tell me that Kid was not lying. Moreover, I genuinely aspire to conquer the Grand Line. You intend to conquer the Grand Line? Kuahaha. Rocks would not allow you to become that so-called Pirate King so easily. Whitebeard was acutely aware that in this era, there was but one ruler, their Captain Rocks. As long as he lived, the New World would remain unchanged. However, I must say, if you were to join our pirate crew, perhaps after the success of Rock's plan, you might actually become that so-called Pirate King. What do you say? Whitebeard stroked his chin, earnestly trying to recruit Roger. Forget it. I dare not partake in that mad scheme. Roger decisively waved his hand, having had one or two encounters with Rocks in the New World. In truth, Rocks had attempted to recruit him several times, but Roger had always declined. Rocks, however, was persistent, sending Shiki to doggedly follow him, thereby forcing Roger to retreat to the Four Seas to evade the storm. I am somewhat curious. What incentive did Rocks offer you to join him and Shiki in that insane artificial god project? Roger inquired, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Newgate. Rocks promised that once he becomes a deity, he would fulfill all our wishes. Whitebeard did not conceal anything, openly revealing Rock's immense ambition. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Roger appeared momentarily stunned, but he understood why Rocks could attract so many ambitious individuals. But do you not worry about Rocks failing in his struggle? What if he loses? So what if he fails? Did that not happen 800 years ago? It would merely be another great purge. Whitebeard shrugged, his tone casual as if discussing a trivial matter. But let me say this, he will not lose. He is Rocks, after all. At this moment, at the foot of the Pillar Mountain, Daro was about to ascend to the summit, exuding his conqueror's haki as a greeting to Whitebeard atop the peak. For cowering was not in Daro's nature. Kua, little brat, what gall! Killing John and still daring to show up before me. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Whitebeard sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Daro and raised his Bicento high, unleashing his own formidable conqueror's haki, which instantly engulfed the entire mountain. This unleashed pressure left the weaker members of both Roger's and Whitebeard's crews rolling their eyes and fainting in the snow. However, Roger, seated nearby, was unaffected, appearing deep in thought. The oppressive wind from the summit swept down, a terrifying force akin to a monstrous presence, overwhelming Daro and his companions with immense pressure, as if Mount Tai were resting upon their chests. I warned you, old man might really kill you, Vista said, shrugging before leaping up to scale the mountainside. Daro took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing before resolutely continuing his ascent, entirely undeterred by the death threats emanating from Whitebeard. Why do you ascend when such fearsome figures wish to kill you? Are you not afraid of death? Shiraluk, following him up the mountain, queried in astonishment. He was baffled by why these individuals exhibited such disregard for their lives. Roger was the same, as was Daro. Is this how pirates operate? Death is such a frightening prospect. Daro glanced at Shirlook. He recognized this future guardian of Chopper from down the mountain, but concerned for Rector's safety. He had no time to linger. Daro tightened his grip on the unconscious Rector, his gaze resolute as he looked toward the peak. I do not care what lies atop that mountain. I only know that watching my comrades suffer and die before my eyes is far more terrifying than death itself. Chapter 134. The Opening of Heaven, the Miracle of Cherry Blossoms. Once, there was a notorious thief afflicted with a terminal illness, who sought the aid of doctors far and wide, yet hope continually eluded him. Just as he was at his wit's end, the miraculous cherry blossoms in full bloom healed him. As Daro reached the summit, it was evident that Rector's neurotoxin was no longer contained, causing him to convulse and even show signs of shock. I entrust my comrade to you, Dr. Bledger, Daro said as he arrived at the clinic's entrance, handing over Rector. All right. Bledger paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to meet Daro's clear and unwavering eyes, filled with boundless trust. For the first time, aside from his mentor, Lady Iris, someone believed in him upon discovering his true identity and his medical skills. It feels wonderful to be entrusted with such responsibility. Bledger, previously driven away by the townsfolk, was choked with emotion. He never imagined that after years of practicing medicine on the island, a pirate would unconditionally trust him. This reminded Bledger of his youth in his homeland, where his uncontrollable moon lion form led to the destruction of an entire village, resulting in his expulsion by his kin. He recalled his time with his mentor, Lady Iris, traveling to the town of White to halt the spread of lead disease, only to be falsely accused by local miners, who claimed the disease was brought about by him, the cursed black cat, inciting the ignorant populace to view his mentor as a witch and burn her at the stake. Trust was a luxury for a black cat like him, a symbol of misfortune and calamity. Do not worry, I will certainly save your comrade, Bledger vowed solemnly, taking Rector into his care before striding into the clinic without a backward glance. Dalo exhaled deeply, a wave of dizziness crashing over him like a tide. In truth, Dalo was in a dire state. During the fierce battle with Captain John, he had sustained several wounds, coupled with the exhausting long trek that followed the battle. He had lost a considerable amount of blood, leaving his lips devoid of color. It was sheer willpower that kept him from collapsing. Yet he had more pressing matters to address. He still had to confront Baihuzi. In his current condition, facing Baihuzi left Dalo with little hope of escaping unscathed. However, not all was lost, for he sensed another formidable presence atop the mountain. After slapping his cheeks to invigorate himself, Dalo walked slowly to the clinic's entrance. Captain Dalo, Captain Baihuzi, it has been a long time, he greeted, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Jabba, who had been drinking heartily, set down his bottle and excitedly approached Dalo. Roger, do you know that fellow? Baihuzi squinted at Roger, observing the familiarity among the group. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Baihuzi would undoubtedly seek answers from Dalo regarding Captain John's demise. Haha, I met an intriguing tavern owner in the South Sea, the very one who prophesied that I would become the Pirate King. A remarkable young man indeed, Roger replied, seemingly recognizing the underlying test in Baihuzi's words and subtly supporting Dalo. An extraordinary fellow, quite an astute assessment, Baihuzi remarked noncommittally, recalling their encounters at Whiskey Peak and Magnet Island. In just over a month, the once immature pirate rookie had grown to such heights. Holding his sword, Kanjiunki, with a fierce glare akin to that of a tiger, Baihuzi confronted Dalo, his murderous intent unabashedly radiating. You killed John, and yet you dare to appear before me, thinking I cannot kill you? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Dalo. They were well aware of Captain John's formidable reputation, one that could be likened to their own Captain S. Is this a joke? The boisterous Atmos exclaimed, astonished at Dalo. Haha, Brother Dalo, quite impressive. You managed to take down Captain John? Jabba exclaimed, throwing an arm around Dalo's shoulder and winking mischievously. Roger coughed awkwardly at Jabba's irreverent remarks before laughing and saying, Baihuzi, you must be mistaken. How could Captain John be slain by a junior? Faced with the immense pressure exuded by Baihuzi, Dalo did not flinch, but met his gaze with determination. Captain John struck first. His death is merely the consequence of his own actions. Is it not absurd to think that he alone could kill while others cannot retaliate? Dallow's candid words narrowed by Huzi's eyes, unleashing his conqueror's haki with full force. A fierce glint shining through his narrowed gaze, and his voice rumbled like thunder. You little brat, having slain my comrade, you must be prepared to face your death. The nearly tangible aura of conqueror's haki descended upon the mountaintop like crimson lightning, darkening the sky above. In response, Dallow and Roger also unleashed their conqueror's haki, the three forces clashing and shattering the clouds above. Meanwhile, Kizuna and the others had arrived, undeterred by the overwhelming haki that surrounded them, spurred on to ascend the mountain with haste. Hurry, there is trouble with Dallow, Kizuna shouted, driving his sword into the mountainside and leaping up first. The others followed closely, disregarding their injuries as they pressed on against by Huzi's overwhelming haki. Stay back, it's dangerous ahead. Shira looked back, having just reached the mountaintop, mistakenly believing they were there to seek medical attention for Kureha and offered a kind warning. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Kizuna and the others did not halt their advance. Aisha turned her head and said to Shiru, Thanks for the warning, but we must go. Why? Isn't that just courting death? Shiru could not comprehend why the injured group insisted on moving forward. Pirates, are they not a bunch of fearless beings? Because our captain is still up there, Aisha replied matter-of-factly, her strength notwithstanding, believing that comrades should face trials together. Meanwhile, the clash of conquerors' haki among Huzi, Roger, and Dallow reached its climax. With a furious roar, Huzi glared at Roger and bellowed, Roger, are you declaring war against the rock pirates? Upon finishing his words, Huzi raised his kanjianki high above his head, the terrifying force of armament haki and conqueror's haki entwined at the blade's edge, striking towards Dallow and Roger. On this island, you shall not kill Brother Dallow, I assure you. Roger responded with a hearty laugh, drawing Ace from his waist and stepping forward as if he were a shooting star. The two strongest beings in the world collided like a meteor striking the earth. Even before Ace and Kanjianki touched, a massive shockwave erupted. It was as if a cosmic explosion had occurred at the singularity. The terrifying sword Chi soared into the sky, causing the mountain to tremble violently and even distorting space itself. As the power of the collision reached a critical point, two waves of sword energy surged into the heavens, cleaving the dense clouds above in half. Not only that, but the ensuing massive shockwave swept through the entire cherry blossom forest, sending countless budding petals soaring into the sky. What is that? Shrew, having taken refuge behind a boulder, cautiously peered out and beheld a sight that would forever remain imprinted in his memory. Beneath the surging clouds, countless cherry blossoms burst forth like a miracle, while beneath the endless cherry trees, a group of pirates fought fiercely, undeterred by the specter of death, driven by their convictions. Is this what it means to be a pirate? Chapter 135. The Doctor joins the crew at the summit of Tianju Peak on Magnet Island, due to Roger's intervention. Huzi could not take action against Dallow, merely leaving behind a warning that their next encounter would make them enemies before departing with his crew. As Huzi and his men finally retreated from Magnet Island, Dallow sighed in relief, the tension within him dissipating, nearly collapsing to the ground. Dallow, are you all right? Aisha inquired, observing Dallow's precarious state with concern. In her memory, Dallow had always exuded confidence. This was the first time she had witnessed him appear so fatigued. Just a minor issue. I have it under control, Dallow reassured her. With a pale face, Deluo managed to force a smile from the corner of his mouth, waving his hand as he struggled to approach Captain Luo Jie. Captain Luo Jie, I cannot express my gratitude enough, Deluo sincerely said. Despite his reservations about this somewhat dubious brother-in-law, he couldn't deny that he indeed owed Luo Jie a significant favor this time. No need for such formalities, Deluo. Luo Jie replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. He then added, having slain Captain John, you have certainly made a formidable enemy of the Rocks Pirates. Until you possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, it would be wise to refrain from recklessly entering the new world. Otherwise, it could prove perilous. Understood, Dalu nodded, recognizing the goodwill behind Luo Jie's words. He had already contemplated this himself, even planning to wait until the Rocks pirates were vanquished during the God Valley incident before venturing into the New World. Seeing DeLuo's response, Luo Jie realized that his advice had been heeded, so he waved goodbye to his companions, who were still celebrating behind him, and said to DeLuo, "If that is the case, we shall part ways here. Let's hope to meet again by chance." Having spoken, Luo Jie and his crew bid farewell to DeLuo and his companions, departing from Magnetic Drum Island. A few hours later, aboard the Oro Jackson, Luo Jie, "Are you prepared to offend the Rocks pirates just to rescue young DeLuo? What are your intentions?" Rayleigh inquired, holding a tin military flask as he approached the edge of the deck, addressing Luo Jie, who was leaning against the railing. "Intentions? Huh. It's merely because I find him likable," Luo Jie replied with a hearty laugh, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "You truly are something," Rayleigh said, unable to hide his bemusement at his captain. If anyone else claimed to have offended the Rocks pirates simply because they found someone appealing, Rayleigh would have certainly dismissed it. Yet, knowing Luo Jie's nature, it was entirely plausible. "Rayleigh, do you recall when we last encountered young DeLuo?" Luo Jie asked, oblivious to the passage of time due to his frequent bouts of drunkenness. "Over a month ago, if I recall correctly. At that time, young DeLuo had yet to set sail," Rayleigh replied, slightly perplexed by the sudden inquiry. "Why do you ask?" "Over a month, indeed," Luo Jie mused, recalling DeLuo's strength at their first meeting in the South Sea. It was astonishing that he had grown capable of single-handedly defeating Captain John in such a short span. "Rayleigh, I have a premonition that young DeLuo will rapidly evolve into a formidable force, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with us. When that time comes, he will be pivotal in dismantling the Rocks pirates." Gazing at the distant horizon, where a brilliant star shimmered against the night sky, Luo Jie noted that though its light was faint, it was enough to illuminate a corner of the dark expanse. Returning his gaze to Magnetic Drum Island, after Whitebeard and Luo Jie had left, DeLuo and his crew found themselves at the mercy of Dr. Kureha, who insisted on treating them. According to her, those who do not cherish their own bodies do not deserve to exist in this world. Thus, after parting with a hefty sum of 30 million berries, DeLuo's crew received treatment from the finest doctor on the island, with service that could only be described as exceptional. "This is truly outrageous," Kureha remarked, her cigarette dangling from her mouth as she frowned at DeLuo's battered abdomen. Nevertheless, she accepted the situation and promptly began to bandage his wounds with deft hands. Apart from DeLuo, Lord Rabbit Labidi had also sustained considerable injuries, with all 10 of his fingers severed by Haim's meat grinder, necessitating Kureha's delicate reattachment of each digit. Given the extensive nature of the nerve reconnection surgery, Kureha summoned Blage to assist her. Through their combined efforts, all 10 fingers were successfully reattached, and with time, they should fully recover. "Dr. Blage, is Recht not in any danger?" Dalu inquired, glancing at the adjacent bed where Recht lay unconscious, receiving in 4 drip, feeling a sense of unease. "The neurotoxins in his system have been completely neutralized. He should awaken in a few days," Blage replied, while tidying up the surgical instruments. "Is that so?" "That's wonderful news," DeLuo said, leaning back against his hospital bed, observing his slumbering companions with a sense of relief. "By the way, are you really pirates?" Blage asked. "What? Do we not seem like it?" "Well, the pirates I've encountered before were not the type to risk their lives for their comrades. Those ruffians wouldn't even pay Kureha's medical fees," Blage replied, his head bowed as he cleaned the operating table. "Haha, perhaps we are the exception among pirates," DeLuo said with a slight smirk, feeling a sense of pride. "That's impressive," Blage remarked, his mood falling slightly. For someone who had experienced a lack of trust, having a group of comrades to whom he could entrust his life was invaluable. Regrettably, his journey as a wandering doctor had been filled with suspicion and distrust, and the only person who had unconditionally believed in him, Dr. Iris, had departed from his life forever. "Would you like to join us?" DeLuo tentatively invited the skilled ship's doctor. "What?" Blage was taken aback. "Dr. Blage, as the captain of the DeLuo pirate crew, I formally invite you to serve as our ship's doctor. Will we have the honor?" DeLuo said earnestly. "Me? As a ship's doctor?" Blage exclaimed. pointing at himself in disbelief. Of course it's you. What do you say? Are you willing? DeLuo looked at Blage, awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Blage hesitated before saying, "But I am a fur tribe member, and they say I bring misfortune." "That is not your concern," DeLuo interrupted and added. "You will undoubtedly excel as our ship's doctor. I have faith in you." Blage gazed at DeLuo, reminiscent of the time he had asked Dr. Iris whether, as a fur tribe member, he could become an outstanding physician. Her reassuring response echoed in his mind. "You can certainly do it, Blage. I believe in you." As the night deepened, the radiant moon ascended the treetops, surrounded by twinkling stars that adorned the night sky. After a day of arduous battles, the members of the DeLuo pirate crew had fallen into a deep slumber, each lost in sweet dreams, while the two doctors remained wide awake. On the second-floor balcony, Kureha sat on a bench with a bottle of bourbon whiskey, enjoying the gentle evening breeze. "Kureha, why are you still awake at this hour?" Blage called from the adjacent balcony. With age comes less sleep," Kureha replied, a privilege she could claim at over 100 years old. Rising from her chair, she approached the edge of the balcony closer to Blage and confidently guessed, "Are you planning to leave?" Caught off guard by her insight, Blage scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. "Leaving might be for the best. Iris's medical skills are wasted here on Magnetodrome Island," Kureha remarked. Kureha raised the wine bottle high and took a couple of hearty swigs, her thoughts drifting far back to the days of the medical exchange conference, where she met that renowned young doctor who stood on par with her, the witch Kuleha and the priestess Ulysses. One a pinnacle of pathology and the other a master of pharmacology were two shining gems in the medical field, representing longevity, elixirs, and panaceas. How splendid it was. Kuleha wobbled her way into the room, still holding the bottle. Chapter 136. Reactions from all sides. 3 days had passed. In Kuleha's clinic, Dalu and his companions had fully recuperated. Even Recht, who had been the most severely afflicted, was now able to get out of bed and frolic about with Labidi. "I say, can we not have some peace for a while?" Dalu remarked, a slight headache forming as he watched Recht hoisting a half-ton barbell. "No way. I refuse to be outdone by that damned rabbit," Recht replied, determination etched across his face as he glanced at the equally fervent Labidi lifting weights next door. For Recht, who always prided himself on being the third strongest in the group, an inexplicable sense of crisis arose after Labidi joined, especially since Labidi had acquired Heim's meat grinder, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. "Fine, do as you wish," Dalu conceded, realizing that he could not sway Recht's stubborn nature. After all, Brager had already agreed to serve as the ship's doctor, so even if health issues arose, they could be managed. It must be said that Dalu had struck gold this time. According to Kuleha, Brager had not only mastered her pathology, but had also learned all the formulas from the most illustrious apothecary, Ulysses. With these combined, Brager's medical skills had reached an exceptionally refined level. "By the way, why haven't I seen Brager today? Where is he?" Dalu asked, retrieving an apple from the fruit basket on the coffee table, wiping it on his trousers before bringing it to his lips. "Brager has gone out with Dr. Kuleha. I heard he wanted to entrust a few children he treated to her care," Sophia replied, snatching the apple from Dalu's hands and from her handbag, producing a delicate knife. She patiently peeled the apple while continuing the conversation. "All done. Here you go." Sophia handed over the peeled apple. "Thank you." Dalu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the apple, his respect for Brager increasing further. After all, it was rare to find such a responsible doctor these days. "By the way, what about Aisha and the others?" Dalu inquired, taking a bite of the apple. "Didn't you say you were setting sail tomorrow?" Li Qian returned to the Mermaid's Inn for maintenance ahead of time, while Aisha and Xiong are in a nearby town, buying a batch of carrots for Labidi, Sophia replied, cleaning the knife with a handkerchief before putting it back in her bag. At that moment, a rhythmic knocking sound echoed through the clinic's window as a newsbird, carrying a news bag, pecked at the windowsill. With a habitual subscription to the news, Sophia approached the window, tossed a few coins into the bird's money box, and retrieved a newspaper from its bag. As she opened the newspaper, her brows arched in surprise at the headline, "The Destruction of the John Pirate Crew. Dalu Pirate Crew rises to the pinnacle of the sea." The sea breeze carried the news of Dalu's crew defeating Captain John far and wide. In the New World, within a palace built against the mountains on Hive Island, Rox sat upon his throne, clutching the newspaper and observing those before him, especially the imposing figure of the 6-meter-tall man. Newgate, did you allow John to perish at the hands of this brat without a fight? Silver Axe remarked, gleefully eyeing Whitebeard while feigning to seek justice for John. Roger saved that brat from me. I cannot strike him down. Whitebeard offered a brief explanation, choosing not to elaborate further, for the Rox pirate crew was merely a coalition of interests, and he had no need to justify himself to Silver Axe and the others. Roger? Is that the one who previously refused to join our crew? Rox inquired coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. It should be them. Shiki, responsible for recruiting the Roger pirates, stepped forward from the crowd to respond. It seems your reputation, Captain Rox, is not as formidable as one might think. A mere Roger pirate crew is one thing, but now there's a Dalu pirate crew emerging. They clearly do not regard you highly, remarked one of the weaker members of Rock's crew, Longbread, with a tone of mockery. For Longbread, John's demise was not a misfortune, but a blessing. As John had long been responsible for logistics and had embezzled a fair amount of resources, with his death, those resources were now uncertain. The audacity of Silver Axe and the others to question Whitebeard stemmed from this very calculation, a fact that Rox, as captain, was well aware of. Longbread, do not attempt any tricks in my presence. Remember, I still hold authority in this crew, Rox warned, glaring fiercely at the clever Longbread. Following this, Rox scanned the room, ensuring everyone was subdued before nodding in satisfaction. Bakina has brought back what remains of John's brain. She intends to use it to experiment with the Dr. S. Godbody project. It should not be long before John is resurrected, and he can resume handling logistics. As for that fellow named Dalu, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. Let him enter the New World first. Our focus remains on next year's God Valley battle plan. Once the plan succeeds, the entire world will be within our grasp, Rox declared, his fist clenched, brimming with ambition. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were discussing how to address the myriad issues posed by the Rox pirates. This is the fourth incident of Kaido raiding a marine scientific unit. They've made off with a significant number of petri dishes and nutrient solutions, Sengoku stated, sliding several documents across Steelbone Kong's desk. Immunosuppressants, virus cultivation chambers, high-energy nutrient solutions. What on earth are the Rox planning? Steelbone Kong muttered, rubbing his temples in frustration. Do you remember that scientist named Vegapunk? These instruments and reagents might be related to his theory on genetic factors, Sengoku replied, producing a list of equipment Vegapunk had requested while serving as a scientist for the world government to show Steelbone Kong. Upon glancing at the list, Steelbone Kong noted the high overlap between the materials listed and the experimental equipment raided by Kaido. That mad scientist is entangled with the Rox pirates? Suddenly, a figure hurriedly burst into the Admiral's office. Admiral Kong, General Sengoku, have you seen today's newspaper? A Marine Intelligence Secretary exclaimed, breathless as he held up the newspaper. In the office, Gangu Kong and Zhangguo received the newspaper, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the report detailing the military's defeat of Captain John. They actually managed to vanquish Captain John. It appears the Dalu pirate crew possesses more prowess than anticipated, Gangu Kong remarked, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Mashad Kong, the rapid growth of the Dalu pirate crew is concerning. If they continue at this pace, they may soon rival the Roger pirate crew. It is imperative that we eliminate them swiftly, Zhangguo suggested, his countenance serious. Initially, he had dismissed his old friend's optimism regarding Dalu, but he was taken aback by how quickly this new pirate faction had evolved, achieving such progress in just over a month. Gangu Kong drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before he spoke slowly. Instruct the Navy in the Grand Line to refrain from resisting the Dalu pirate crew, allowing them to swiftly enter the New World. I wish to see if this crew can assist us in depleting the strength of the Rox pirate crew. Despite his belief that he had devised a clever strategy, he was unaware that this decision would become his most regrettable one, without exception. Chapter 137. Rest and Departure on Tsigu Island. At the coastal dock of the Mermaid's Hymn, Aisha called out to Huchuan Lixian, who was lost in thought against the railing. Come lend a hand and help stack these carrots into the water pressure chamber. Aisha, have you bought too many? Lixian questioned as he observed the mountain of carrots piled in the hold. It's fine. With Rebetti's appetite, they'll be gone in no time. Besides, we must prepare adequately for our journey at sea, Aisha replied, straining as she wheeled the carrots into the chamber. By the way, where are Dalu and the others? Weren't they supposed to set sail this afternoon? Why do I not see them? Aisha asked, unloading the wheelbarrow with a hint of frustration. Having hoped to recruit a few more strong hands to assist, Rector, Sophia, and Blagi went to town to procure instruments and medical texts. Meanwhile, Dalu is assisting Rebetti in adapting to the mechanical arm seized from the enemy, Kuma explained, wiping sweat from his brow as he spoke. Meanwhile, not far from the port, two figures, one red and one white, were engaged in an intense sparring match in the snow. A meat grinder, indeed quite intriguing, Dalu mused, having just knocked Rebetti to the ground. He toyed with the meat grinder arm, reminiscent of the sea stone mechanical arm of the future ZFA, murmuring to himself. Dalu recognized the exceptional quality of the meat grinder's mechanical arm. The high-strength alloy blade was not something an ordinary organization could forge, and the advanced motor core capable of converting biological energy into mechanical energy was even more extraordinary. Vegapunk, Dalu whispered, reflecting on the genius scientist reputed to be 500 years ahead of the world's technology. It was perplexing how such a scientific marvel had come to associate with the Rock's pirate crew. Truthfully, this meat grinder arm was remarkably suited for Rebetti, especially after consuming the gulp-gulp fruit, allowing her to directly absorb and utilize its cutting capabilities. This enhancement would significantly elevate Rebetti's combat prowess. If Rector knew, he would surely be distressed, Dalu chuckled, realizing that among the crew, Rector ranked quite low in terms of strength. Setting aside Dalu and Huchuan Lixian, it was evident that Rebetti, equipped with a meat grinder arm, could easily surpass Rector. Additionally, based on Dalu's observations of Blagi's prowess when he transformed into the Moon Lion, Blagi's strength should not be underestimated, compounded by the yet-to-be fully assessed capabilities of Sophia. Thus, Rector could only rely on Kuma and Aisha for any semblance of assurance. Let's go, Rebetti, Dalu said as he approached the exhausted Rebetti sprawled in the snow, giving her belly a gentle pat. He then tucked the compacted meat grinder arm into her suspenders before heading back to the mermaid's room. Upon returning to the dock, they coincidentally encountered Blagi and the others returning from town, laden with various items. What a coincidence, Dalu remarked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Rector and Blagi carrying numerous bags. Due to the destruction of Blagi's clinic by Dalu and John, Dalu had generously compensated him with a substantial sum to replace the lost medicines and equipment. That's a lot of supplies. Let me help you carry those aboard, Dalu offered, using his abilities to compress the medicines and several hefty medical tomes, transporting them onto the mermaid's room. You can stay in this room from now on, Dalu stated, placing the items in a spacious cabin. This room was the largest after the captain's quarters, even exceeding the size of Blagi's former clinic. Thank you, Captain, Blagi nodded, surveying the 30-square-meter room with satisfaction. As a pharmacist and doctor, he required ample space to delineate areas for his bedroom, examination room, and laboratory. With the efforts of Dalu, Blagi, and Rector, the room was soon organized. It seems the room is still a bit small. Perhaps I should clear another space for you as a bedroom, Dalu suggested, frowning at the somewhat crowded area. That's all right. This is just fine, Blagi replied, content as he fondled the high-end pharmaceutical instruments he had long coveted. Good. As long as you're satisfied, Dalu replied, clapping his hands and leading Rector out of the room. Ah, the joy of companionship, Blagi murmured, tucking a corner of the white blanket as he lay on the bed, feeling the warmth of his new surroundings. On deck, Aisha had successfully moved the several tons of carrots into the water pressure chamber, thereby equipping Dalu with an unprecedented pirate ship, utilizing carrots for ballast. As a fervent carrot enthusiast, Rebetti chose the room closest to the food storage as her quarters, which was decorated entirely in shades and shapes of carrots. The aesthetic is quite devilish, Dalu thought, unable to bear the sight of Rebetti's nearly fantastical room, hastily closing the door. Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. After a final inventory check, everything was in readiness for departure. Just as Dalu prepared to give the order to set sail, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the port. They were former patients of Blagi, and upon hearing of his impending departure, several children disregarded their parents' admonitions and insisted on coming to bid him farewell. Among them was the young soldier with a mushroom cap that Dalu had encountered at the inn. "Dr. Bulagi, farewell." The orderly farewell cries erupted from their lips, serving as the highest tribute to Bulagi's years of medical service on the island. Upon hearing the farewell, Bulagi rushed to the edge of the deck, slowly waving to the distant crowd. He seemed to recall the words of the Lady Ilisai, who had rescued him from peril. "Bulagi, do not hesitate, just move forward. One day, you will encounter trustworthy companions." Witnessing this, Dalu burst into laughter, pressing down his cowboy hat, and elegantly addressed the bear beneath the sails. "Set sail, onward to Alabaston." Chapter 138. The World Destroyer approaches. News of the sea spreads with remarkable speed. Within just a few days, the name of the Dalu pirate crew resounded across the oceans. After Luffy's future triumph over Sand Crocodile, no smaller fish dared to provoke them. Following Dalu's victory over Captain John, the naval forces and pirates along the first half of the Grand Line would steer clear upon sighting the skull flag adorned with a cowboy hat. In the words of the steel-bone commander of the Grand Line bases, the Dalu pirate crew is not something you can contend with. Retreat upon seeing them. Allow them to enter the new world. Such circumstances greatly facilitated Dalu's voyage, allowing them to reach the waters near Alabaston with little effort. "Sophia, here is the margarita you requested, with less ice." A waiter in a black suit presented a cocktail to Sophia. "How thoughtful, Rect." Sophia, clad in a floral dress and sunglasses, accepted the glass with her delicate hands, her smile radiant with gratitude. "Ha!" Flattered by her compliment, Rect spun around proudly, striding into the cabin, only to return shortly with a barrel filled with orange liquid. "Foolish rabbit, your carrot juice." Rect unceremoniously dropped the barrel in front of Labatai. Not at all offended by the disparity in treatment, Labatai's eyes sparkled as he beheld the barrel filled with his favorite carrot juice, promptly setting down his weights. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Labatai lifted the wooden barrel, gulping down the carrot juice. His fluffy ears perked up in delight. "Rect, Labatai is thanking you." Aisha, dressed in a blue bikini, rose from her beach chair, discreetly snatching a piece of osmanthus cake from Izumi Raiken's snack plate while acting as a translator. "Who needs his thanks? That detestable rabbit is merely afraid of dying of thirst from his training." Rect waved his hand dismissively. On the deck, under the blazing sun, Dalu observed his crew lounging under umbrellas, sipping drinks, and felt a pang of discontent. "Bear, come help me steer the ship." Dalu shouted at the bear, who was fixated on the last piece of osmanthus cake on Izumi Raiken's plate. "All right." The bear, having been caught in a moral dilemma over whether to shamelessly take the last cake, sighed in relief and approached the wheel to relieve Dalu. How clumsy! As a pirate, you can't even muster the courage to seize a piece of cake. Dalu, who had sensed everything with his observation hockey, was dissatisfied with his intern's performance. "Watch closely. Bear, this is the resolve of a pirate." Dalu felt compelled to give the bear a lesson, dragging over a wooden crate from the corner and sitting beside Izumi Raiken. Snatching the last piece of osmanthus cake from his snack plate, despite Izumi Raiken's resentful glare. How despicable! Izumi Raiken squinted, glaring at Dalu with a look full of grievance. "Ah, this crate." Flustered, Dalu hurriedly shifted the topic, opening the large box to reveal the Wabuk medal inside. These Wabuk medals had been purchased from Hiraluk. Notably, this figure, Chopper's adoptive father, had miraculously recovered from his terminal illness upon witnessing the miraculous cherry blossoms. Subsequently, Hiraluk intended to gift the Wabuk to Dalu, but Dalu opted to purchase it at half price. After receiving the funds, Hiraluk chose to retire from his previous life to study medicine, acquiring a house near Kurea's clinic, seemingly to unravel the mystery surrounding his miraculous recovery. "Sophia, please show me the blueprint for that sniper rifle. I need to see what materials are still required." Dalu turned his head and said, "All right." From her four-dimensional pocket, Sophia extracted a milk-scented blueprint and handed it to Dalu. High-strength steel pipes, energy accumulators. Dalu murmured as he examined the materials listed by Aisha on the blueprint. Currently, aside from the steel pipes and accumulators, everything else is prepared. Sophia, do you think this metal can be made into high-strength steel pipes? Let me take a look. Sophia raised an eyebrow, accepting the block of Wabuk metal Dalu offered and weighing it in her hands. Given its density, it just might work. I'll take some test, Sophia declared, rising from her sun chair and heading to the ship's workshop with the Wabuk metal. After more than an hour, Sophia returned with good news for Dalu. No problem. This memory alloy can indeed be used to make the sniper rifle barrel. That is splendid. Dalu raised his eyebrows, expressing surprise. Now we just need an energy accumulator, and we can begin crafting that sniper rifle, right? As for the accumulator, I can have my brother prepare it, but I need to send him these blueprints first. Sophia delivered a second piece of good news. Send it to him? How do I send it? Dalu inquired, puzzled. Is there a courier service in this world? I don't know if you've heard of UMIT Logistics. They have a secret office in Alabaston, specifically serving those from the underground world. I can contact them when the time comes. Having navigated the underground world for years and established a formidable reputation, Sophia was naturally privy to secrets unknown to others. The deep-sea current of meat? It seems they have already made a name for themselves in the underground world. Dalu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the familiar term he heard from Sophia. Let us hurry to Alabaston, Dalu exclaimed eagerly, unable to wait to acquire the sniper rifle named Vivian. Meanwhile, as Dalu sped towards Alabaston, another group of pirates was engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy. A sunglasses-clad fisherman, riding on the back of a man and a woman, glided effortlessly through the water, moving with such speed that even the countless cannonballs fired from the warships could not keep up. Sebastian, go faster, or Woad will lose his temper again. Naichin, donned in a white lab coat, glanced at the time and urged anxiously. Don't worry, I'll take them out with one blow. Galam, dressed in a blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt and overalls, wielded a hammer and leaped high as they approached the Navy warship. The peculiar and colossal iron hammer descended heavily upon the battleship, momentarily halting its advance. Concurrently, intricate golden grids began to materialize across the vessel's surface. The immense warship began to disintegrate along the chessboard like golden lattice, shattering into neatly arranged cubes resembling blocks of tofu. Subsequently, the entire ship, along with its naval crew, sank into the depths of the sea. Cursed be this fate, exclaimed a despairing rear admiral as he watched the Marines aboard the ship being impaled by the water surface. In a fit of rage, he retrieved a blue and white telephone bug from his pocket, desperately calling the Navy headquarters. I am under attack by the Ward pirates. Immediate assistance is required. The rear admiral shouted with all his might. Assistance? I fear you will find none. A burly man, donned in a horn helmet and sporting a W-shaped mustache, seized the rear admiral by the throat, tightening his grip. Thus, every soul aboard the naval vessel met with a grim fate, the entire fleet annihilated. Meanwhile, Sebastian had returned to the Ward pirates' ship, carrying Naichin and Gala. Ward, I trust our arduous journey from the New World was not merely for the trouble of these insignificant fish, Gala remarked, stroking his beard as he spoke to Ward. Ha ha, of course not. Ward laughed heartily, then produced a newspaper of unknown origin from his pocket. The headline blared with a sensational tone. The most powerful firepower. Death Marksman Daro destroys half of the magnetic drum kingdom in one shot. I have heard whispers of a rookie pirate capable of firing bullets of remarkable potency. I am curious. If I were to enhance his bullets with my Momo no Mi, could he not obliterate an entire kingdom in a single strike? The ever-destructive Bondi Ward trembled with excitement. Ahem, but what if he refuses to cooperate? Inquired Brother Benjak, perched upon Ward's shoulder, his brow furrowed. Refuse to cooperate? I shall compel him to comply. Ward clenched the newspaper tightly, tearing it into shreds that scattered into the sea. Listen up, once we capture that lad named Daro, I shall take you all to Marineford for a grand adventure. Now let us set sail. Alabasta. Chapter 139. Separate actions 5 days after departing from Magnetic Drum Island. The mermaid song had approached the vicinity of St. Ting Island. Daro, I can see the island. Ahead lies the port of Alabasta, approximately 40 minutes of sailing left. Aisha exclaimed, setting her carrot aside to call out while teasing Rabbatai. From the bullet workshop, Daro peeked out, spotting a dark silhouette on the horizon, and replied, I know. Kuma, Rector, prepare to lower the sails. Understood, responded Rector at the helm and Kuma beneath the sails, filled with determination. Meanwhile, the others had already donned short-sleeved summer attire, ready for disembarkation. Sophia, aren't you worried about overheating in that outfit? Inquired the ship's doctor, Blazer, pointing at Sophia, who was clad in a red combat suit and wrapped in a headscarf. Oh, it's quite all right. My combat suit has a temperature regulation system that maintains a comfortable body temperature. Besides, with such intense sunlight, I'd quickly tan if I didn't take precautions, Sophia replied, adjusting the scarf draped around her neck, covering her cherry lips. I see, Blazer mused, lacking knowledge on beauty care, especially as a black cat with no need for sun protection. Enough chatter, prepare to dock. Come help. Daro urged the group, now dressed in a floral shirt, shorts, and a cowboy hat. After half an hour, the mermaid song gently docked at the port of Canola Flower City. As the massive pirate ship settled at the pier, it captured the attention of many. Lieutenant, look, it's the Daro pirates, a patrolling naval soldier exclaimed, pointing at the ship's sail emblazoned with a cowboy hat-wearing skull emblem. As soon as the sailor's words escaped his lips, a commotion erupted among his fellow patrolling sailors, all of whom froze in place, staring in awe at Daro and his crew disembarking from the deck. It really is them. This is bad. One sailor nervously tugged at his cap. How could they possibly be here in Alabasta? The sailors whispered amongst themselves, perceiving Daro and his crew as harbingers of doom. Upon noticing Daro's gaze upon him, the leading naval lieutenant lost all composure, as if his soul had departed. Quickly, run. As instructed, do not engage with them. We shall suspend patrols for the next few days and allow them to leave as swiftly as possible. With that, the lieutenant hurriedly led his comrades in a panicked retreat back to the naval base, vanishing from Daro's sight in a flash. What has happened? Aisha scratched her head in confusion. Perhaps they left the gas on at home. Daro offered a rather flimsy excuse as he leapt down from the deck. Alabasta is an ancient and vast kingdom located in the first half of the Grand Line. Unlike the numerous small nations scattered along the Grand Line, this country boasts a significant land area and population, with its capital, Albana, housing around 600,000 royal soldiers, making it a rather powerful nation. Presently, Daro and his crew found themselves in Canola Flower City, a coastal port city in Alabasta. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed at its zenith, yet the streets remained bustling with activity. Various vendors lined the streets, hawking their wares amid a throng of people filling the thoroughfare. What is that delightful aroma? Kuma sniffed the air, detecting a unique and refreshing scent. It's perfume. Alabasta is renowned for its spices and is famous for its perfumes, Sophia confidently declared. Accustomed to the high-end cosmetic shops, it smells absolutely divine. Why don't we buy a few bottles? Aisha eagerly inhaled the intoxicating fragrance, her eyes sparkling with delight. Daro, please lend me some money, I beg you. Aisha clung to Daro's arm, shaking it as she pleaded, reminiscent of a child begging their parents for a toy. Seeing Aisha's desperate demeanor, Daro sighed and rubbed his forehead, producing a stack of approximately 60,000 berries from his wallet and handing it to her. 60,000 berries. You and Sophia can split it, he said, slightly annoyed. In an instant, Aisha snatched several bills away. Sister Sophia, let us buy perfume later, Aisha exclaimed, stuffing the money into her pocket with a triumphant grin. Sounds good. I also need to contact UMIT Logistics, and once I send off my items, we can go on a shopping spree. Sophia responded with a cheerful smile, her colorful attire complemented by a black handbag. Daro, however, paid little attention to the jubilant sister duo and instead noticed Rector, who had been unusually quiet throughout the encounter. In Daro's recollection, Rector was not typically the type to remain so reticent. Daro's grandfather had an old friend settled in UD, and he expressed a desire to pay a visit. Reiki, dressed in a sharp striped shirt and adorned with a black top hat, hesitated before speaking. UD, you say? That is quite a distance from here. Daro pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, then raised his head to suggest to the group, "How about we split up? After all, this country lacks any significant armed forces, so we should not face much threat." As he spoke, Daro withdrew some coins from his wallet and handed them to Rakit, who intended to venture alone. "Aisha, how long will it take to document the pointers of Alabastan?" Daro continued his inquiry. "Approximately 11 days," Aisha replied, glancing at the recording bracelet on her wrist. "Then we shall reconvene in 10 days, Daro decided, stroking his chin. At present, there was little in Alabastan that warranted Daro's prolonged stay. The only noteworthy matter was the historical document inscribed with information about the underworld king, located within the royal mausoleum, along with the royal family of Nefertari, which boasted 20 queens. Hence, parting ways seemed to be the optimal solution. Let us divide into 3 groups. Rakit will head to UD, while Aisha, Sophia, and Rabetti will handle the logistics. The rest will accompany me to the capital, Albana. What do you think?" After careful consideration, Daro made his decision. No objections, the group readily agreed, their spirits lifted. Hooray! Aisha, the most exuberant among them, jumped up from the ground, cheering loudly. Chapter 140, Scholar O'Hara Sophia, Aisha, and Rabetti, 2 humans and a rabbit, joyfully dashed off to the bustling trade city of Yuba to indulge in some extravagant shopping. Rakit, clutching a paper bag, ventured further into UD to visit his grandfather's old friend. Meanwhile, the remaining 4, under Daro's leadership, marched towards the capital of Alabastan, Albana, intending to retrieve the historical document lost beneath the royal mausoleum. Ideally, Aisha, who could comprehend the historical document, should have undertaken this task. However, her sole focus was on indulging in shopping in Yuba, rendering her unhelpful. Nevertheless, Daro had a solution. Having lived as a Huaxiao for over 2 decades in his past life, he understood the art of rubbings and could easily replicate the historical document, thus satisfying his collecting obsession. Aside from a few coastal cities and several oasis towns, much of Alabastan was a vast expanse of yellow sand. Consequently, to reach the capital, Albana, they must traverse a seemingly endless desert. "It's scorching. I feel as if I'm about to wither away," Blagi groaned, leaning on a walking stick, his furry form less adept at dissipating heat compared to humans. "Take a sip of water. We should not be far from our destination," Daro suggested, handing Blagi a water barrel filled with a large quantity of fresh water, while confidently reassuring the crew. A wave of scorching wind swept by, causing the bear to shiver. Suddenly, in the distance, a white structure emerged from the ruins, igniting Blagi's eyes with excitement. "Wonderful! There's an ancient city ruin up ahead. Let's take a rest there," he exclaimed, bounding a few steps up the sand dunes to point at the ruins. "All right, let us rest for a bit and replenish our water supply," Daro agreed, noticing the poor condition of the others. However, despite the apparent proximity of the white ruins, Daro and his companions took over 40 minutes to reach them. "Have all the birds perished from thirst?" Daro mused, observing the numerous white bird corpses scattered around in the shadows. "This bird is still alive. Bring some water." Blagi hurried to a feeble bird lying in the shade, lifting it gently and turning to Daro. Gazing at the large white bird, which opened one eye to sneak a glance, Daro felt something was amiss. How could an injured bird in the desert be so impeccably clean? "Blagi, do not be deceived. These are great deceivers, notorious for tricking travelers." Having read the original work, Daro was fully aware of the bird's treachery. Great deceiver? Blagi, still in disbelief, clutched the bird's neck, confusion etched on his face. Seeing Blagi's reluctance to accept the truth, Daro refrained from further discussion, releasing an overwhelming aura of dominance that pressed down upon the surrounding area. Sensing Daro's predatory presence, the previously fainting birds rolled their eyes and fainted, while the one in Blagi's grasp emitted a strange cry and convulsed, shedding any trace of its earlier weakness. Feeling betrayed, Blagi glared at the unconscious great deceiver in his grasp, nearly ready to throw it to the ground in frustration. Never mind, it is still a life. Although its character is vile, it merely seeks to survive. Daro restrained the furious Blagi from taking drastic action. As Daro consoled Bleiji, new developments arose from the direction of Izumi Ryuen. Daro, it seems there are people over there. Izumi Ryuen pointed towards a few small figures beneath the massive white building ruins. Damn those birds. They've stolen our water. A young man in a white scholar's attire, adorned with a white sunshade hood, wept in despair. Doctor, what shall we do? Our supplies are gone. A young woman with white hair, dressed in a brown leather jacket, paced anxiously, murmuring to herself. Observing their frantic behavior, a middle-aged man with hair and a beard resembling clover, clad in a red and white striped shirt, furrowed his brow and addressed the woman. Orbia, calm down. I have already negotiated with the people from Alabaston. They're sending someone to retrieve us and should arrive by tomorrow. We merely need to endure for one more day, he reassured her. One day. The temperature at night in the desert drops significantly. Without supplies, it will be challenging to survive until tomorrow, another male scholar remarked, his brow furrowed. As an erudite scholar well-versed in history, Dr. Clover recognized the validity of Orbia's concerns. However, this was their only course of action. Someone is approaching, Orbia exclaimed, spotting Daro and his companions approaching. In a matter of seconds, Daro and his 3 companions arrived before Dr. Clover. Who are you? Sand thieves? Orbia brandished a dry branch at them, her voice laced with suspicion. Daro did not respond, but gazed intently at the white-haired girl, finding her increasingly familiar until he recognized Dr. Clover rising from the ground. Orbia, Scholar O'Hara, Robin's mother. Daro exclaimed. That is unreasonable, Orbia, Dr. Clover interjected, halting her unseemly behavior and stepping forward to negotiate with Daro. Yet, before he could utter a word, Daro interrupted him. Dr. Clover, how did you come to be in the desert? Daro asked curiously, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Do you know me? Startled by this blunt revelation of his identity, Dr. Clover, his brows arching in mild surprise, gazed at Daro with genuine bewilderment. You know me? Of course, Daro replied smoothly, weaving a gentle untruth to spare himself lengthy exposition. You are the esteemed scholar of O'Hara, the renowned historian. Your speculative essays on ancient history are not only widely read, but profoundly intriguing. Is that so? Dr. Clover's expression softened. Warmed by Daro's evident admiration, his tone instantly grew more familiar, more at ease. As their conversation deepened, Daro learned the reason for the O'Haran delegation's presence. They had been formally invited by the king of Alabasta to decipher a collection of ancient manuscripts. Mr. Daro, Doctor, Clover asked eagerly, eyes alight, do you intend to travel to the capital, Alyabarna? Daro, perceptive and deliberate, instantly grasped the unspoken implication. With practiced grace, he replied, Indeed, we plan to visit Alyabarna to immerse ourselves in the land's rich customs, its wind-swept dunes and storied sands. You too? Daro added, feigning polite astonishment, though in truth, his sharp eye had already noted the absence of provisions among Dr. Clover's party. Whether by misadventure or mischance, they were stranded here, and Daro, ever the strategist, recognized a rare opportunity to secure the scholarly expertise of O'Hara's finest while gaining privileged access to the Nefertari royal line. How splendid! Exclaimed Orbilia, the impetuous young scholar, leaping upright from the sun-baked earth the moment she heard their paths aligned. Dr. Clover, ever the dignified academic, restrained himself, yet his sincerity was unmistakable as he gently took Daro's hand and asked, with quiet gravity, Mr. Daro, as you see, our supplies were lost under unfortunate circumstances, leaving us stranded. Might we accompany you to Alyabarna? His earnestness stirred a flicker of humility in Daro, who responded with equal solemnity. It would be our distinct honor. We're saved, Orbilia cried, vaulting into the air with unrestrained elation. As twilight deepened and the desert air grew crisp, Daro gestured toward the skeletal ruins nearby. The hour grows late. Let's make camp here tonight. The ruins will shelter us from the wind and sand. His suggestion met unanimous approval. Orbilia and her companions swiftly erected tents, while others scoured the dunes for dry brush and brittle branches to kindle warming fires. Doctor, look what I found. A male scholar approached, holding aloft a dazed giant frog bird. Dr. Clover seized the creature with a grimace of indignation, then flung it unceremoniously onto the ground. How did you locate them? Over there. The scholar pointed toward the direction from which Daro's party had arrived. Strangely, many of them lie unconscious. Roast it, Dr. Clover declared, with the decisive air of a judge delivering sentence. Meanwhile, Bear, observant and unfiltered, studied the scholar's expressions and blurted, "You didn't by chance have your supplies stolen by these birds?" Dr. Clover froze, his scholarly composure cracking ever so slightly. He clearly wished to avoid that particular line of inquiry. Fortunately, Izumi Reiken stepped in with effortless tact, clapping Bear lightly on the shoulder and murmuring, "My dear boy, must you speak such inconvenient truths?" Chapter 141. Arrival in Alyabarna Crackle. Hiss at the edge of the camp. Daro fed a desiccated branch into the fire. Sparks spiraled upward like fireflies, vanishing into the violet hush of dusk. What extraordinary natural griddles these rocks are, Bear mused, laying a sizzling slice of roasted fraudbird flesh upon a slab of sun-scorched stone, its aroma rich and caramelized, weaving through the cool desert air. Daro chuckled. "Ah, if Rector were here, we might even toast a frost-chilled lager." With effortless flair, he guided a liquid nitrogen grenade to release a delicate, shimmering chill, transforming clear water into icy, crystalline refreshment. Good heavens, those fellows are living like kings in the wasteland, one O'Haran scholar murmured, watching Daro's party sip chilled water beneath the stars, his own lips parched and cracked. Daro, ever generous, offered no hesitation. His reserves were vast, not merely enough to quench 4 throats, but ample to carve a shimmering oasis pool in the sands. Should the fancy strike him? "Doctor, please join us," he called warmly, beckoning the O'Haran scholars forward. To him, they embodied the noblest spirit of inquiry, those who dared defy peril, even death, in pursuit of truth. In that light, they were not merely academics, but true explorers, though admittedly their martial prowess left much to be desired. "Mr. Daro, how deeply we thank you," Dr. Clover replied, accepting the cup with sincere gratitude and draining it in 2 swift, grateful gulps. "Just Daro," he replied with quiet courtesy, then nodded toward Orbilia's cup. "Another?" She blinked, startled, then instinctively moistened her lips, her voice soft with humility. "Truly, thank you." The desert is a realm of stark contrasts. As the sun surrendered to the horizon, the heat bled from the air, and a biting wind, laden with fine golden dust, lashed the thin canvas of their tents. Before the fire, Daro sat with the O'Haran scholars, hands outstretched to the amber glow. "Do you know what stood here once?" "Doctor," Clover asked, his voice warm with scholarly yearning. "Here we go again." Orbilia and the others exchanged knowing glances, pressing palms to their brows in silent, affectionate exasperation. "Doctor." Clover was brilliant, revered, and endlessly kind, but possessed an irrepressible penchant for pedagogical flourish. Pose a simple question, and he would unfurl a lecture like an ancient scroll, eloquent, exhaustive, and, at times, exhaustingly long. Daro, still blissfully unaware, leaned in with earnest interest. What was it? The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Dr. Clover, as if a dam had burst, launched into a torrent of erudition. This was once Shahwa, a famed oasis city of Alabasta. Famed for its date palms and turquoise canals, alas. When the aquifer failed, the gardens withered, the wells ran dry, and the city fell into silence. He spoke with the unstoppable momentum of a man who just chewed 10 sticks of shinmai gum, each sentence cascading into the next, until Daro and his companions felt the soul-deep agony of Sun Wukong enduring the tightening golden band. Just as Dr. Clover prepared to recite Shahwa as census figures, its peak population, its guilds, its lost dialects, Orbilia could bear it no longer. Years of companionship had taught her the only known antidote to his rhetorical deluge. "Doctor," she interjected brightly, "did the king mention why he summoned us to Alyabarna?" The pivot worked flawlessly. Dr. Clover paused, cleared his throat, and shifted course with scholarly poise. "It appears King Takora, father of the current sovereign and a figure of this chronicle's own making, unearth the cache of historical artifacts within the royal tombs. He has invited us to examine and interpret them. Historical artifacts? They are nothing more than mere burial items. Is it truly necessary to summon us here? Eurybia, who was struggling in the desert, scoffed. However, that is not merely an artifact. A new historical text has been discovered within the tomb, purportedly documenting ancient weaponry, said a male scholar proudly sitting beside Dr. San Yichao. Ahem, upon hearing the man's words, Dr. San Yichao hastily cleared his throat, interrupting him. Ancient weaponry? Indeed. Does that historical text contain information about the underworld? Daruo silently pondered as he listened to the conversation. It must be said that after years of maritime archaeology, Dr. San Yichao is indeed a seasoned veteran, maintaining a healthy skepticism towards Daruo even at this moment. The atmosphere grew tense due to the doctor's interruption, and after a few more casual exchanges, the group returned to their respective tents, leaving Eurybia and Daruo to keep watch outside. The two engaged in a casual conversation, with Eurybia recounting the archaeological tale she had gathered, while Daruo shared his thrilling and captivating adventures. Daruo, are you pirates then? Eurybia asked in astonishment after hearing his stories. What, does it not seem so? Daruo raised an eyebrow in response. Not seem so? How can there be only 4 pirates? And you are so friendly. How could you possibly be ruthless pirates? Eurybia remarked candidly, tossing a uniquely shaped piece of firewood into the flames. Wait a moment. Daruo, seeing the firewood about to be thrown into the fire, quickly stopped Eurybia and seized it from her, examining it closely. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with this piece of wood? Eurybia asked, puzzled. I have a solution. I know how we can swiftly reach Albana. Daruo tightened his grip on the piece of wood, revealing a radiant smile, and began to explain. Have you ever heard of a sand sledge? It is a special mode of transportation in Alabasta, somewhat akin to a boat, yet it harnesses wind power to traverse the desert. Daruo recounted while reminiscing about the original text. Where did you find this? Let us see if we can locate a complete sand sledge tomorrow. That way, we can quickly cross this desert, Daruo declared confidently. Indeed, it does not seem so at all. Eurybia gazed at the articulate Daruo, eventually exclaiming, What does not seem so? It was now Daruo's turn to be perplexed. Knowing about such an obscure object, you hardly seem like a pirate. Rather, you resemble a scholar, Eurybia smiled. The night passed without further discourse, and after completing their watch, Daruo and Eurybia switched shifts with their companions and returned to their tents to rest. Early the next morning, Daruo led the group to search through the ruins of the ancient city, and indeed, they discovered 3 relatively intact sand sledges. After merely reinforcing them with ropes and nails, they set off across the desert on the sledges. Balaj gazed at the distant city walls constructed of yellow earth and the bustling town, exclaiming, Is this Albana? How splendid! Chapter 142. The water-scarce Albana. On the streets of Albana, a faint aroma of masala pervaded the air, which was quite unfamiliar to Daruo. However, it was to be expected, as the nation of Alabasta was modeled after a certain curry nation from his previous life. How remarkable! There are so many people. Xiong, hailing from the impoverished kingdom of Salb, exclaimed, having never witnessed such prosperous streets and closely packed buildings. Naturally, this is Alabasta, Eurybia said, patting Xiong's shoulder as if it were obvious. Meanwhile, Dr. San Yichao began to explain enthusiastically. Alabasta is one of the few superpowers along the Grand Line, and even among the 50 nations of the world government, it ranks among the top. All of this is inextricably linked to the wise monarch of Alabasta. The doctor spoke passionately, almost as if he intended to exalt Nefertari Titi-Kola as a benevolent king. However, the citizens on the street interpreted this quite differently. A middle-aged woman balancing a stack of flatbreads on her head rolled her eyes, muttering as if in disdain. Pa, a wise monarch indeed. That scoundrel king, doesn't he know how many lives he has claimed? Several oases have dried up due to his angering of the ancestors, and now, outside Albana, there are floods of refugees. After saying this, the middle-aged woman shoved Dr. San Yichao and approached a shop displaying a large white plastic barrel. Inquiring with the shopkeeper, how much is water now? Situated in the desert, Albana lacks a stable source of drinking water, aside from rainfall. It relies on deep wells for water supply. However, since King Tt Kola unearthed the tomb of the former king, there has been no rain for several months, and the deep wells have gradually run dry, while the rains continue to pour in Yuba. The populace claims that it is King Tt Kola who disturbed the peace of the ancestors, resulting in a curse that has diverted Albana's rainwater to distant Yuba. 1 liter of water costs 300 belly. The shopkeeper stepped outside, exclaiming, 300 belly. Why don't you go rob someone? The woman glared at the shopkeeper, her eyes wide as saucers. There's no choice, due to the king's offense against the ancestors resulting in the desert curse. Water can only be transported from Yuba now, making it exceedingly precious, the shopkeeper said, patting the white water barrel behind him, producing a crisp sound. Alas, then just give me half a jar. The woman, knowing the shopkeeper's words to be true, sighed in resignation, took down the clay pot atop her head, and handed over a few belly while lamenting, I truly do not know how to survive these days. As if to validate the woman's words, a gaunt man, his ribs protruding starkly, hobbled over with a cane and extended a hand in desperation. Please, give me a bit of water. I am dying of thirst. Go away. Do you know how much I paid for this water? The water vendor waved his hand dismissively, looking at him with disgust, as if he were swatting away a fly. How can you be so cruel? He is about to die of thirst. Lodge glared fiercely at the water vendor, his eyes seemingly ablaze. What does his death have to do with me? It's not I who caused his demise. If there's blame, it should be directed at that king who provoked the curse, the vendor replied defiantly. Out of the kindness of your heart, please help us. Otherwise, you can take my child. He is young and cannot drink much water, and he can work for you, the woman beside the old man, similarly emaciated with a rag tied around her head, pushed her child toward the shopkeeper. Don't bother me. There are too many refugees outside. Those who can work have long been chosen as slaves. All that remains are you lot, old, weak, or sickly, the shopkeeper said, summoning a few guards armed with steel blades from within the shop to drive the begging refugees away. Truly a tragic situation. A woman, having purchased half a jar of clear water from a vendor, gazed sorrowfully at the refugees. Yet what could she do? She had several children at home. Dalo, do we have enough water? She inquired. If so, I wish to help them. Bulji, casting his gaze towards the nearby refugees, spoke earnestly. Of course there's plenty. Dalo replied with a pat on the water barrel hanging at his waist, smiling as he handed over the compressed water barrel to Bulji. Thank you, Bulji said solemnly as he took the barrel and hurried to join the crowd of refugees, with Dalo and the others following him to the gathering spot on the west side of the city. I have water. Everyone is welcome to come and receive it for free, Bulji announced, setting up a makeshift table and calling out to the hundreds of rudimentary refugee tents. In an instant, numerous gaunt heads timidly poked out from the tents, curiously observing Bulji, cloaked in black, like brittle branches yearning for life. However, upon seeing the table laden with bowls of water, they seemed to awaken, rushing towards Bulji's water station with frantic zeal, akin to a horde of the undead. Water! Give me water! One refugee rasped, struggling to squeeze out the words from his parched throat. There's plenty, don't crowd, Bulji urged, attempting to calm the throng. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. The crowd, having fled from the parched oasis city, only pressed in more frantically. This cannot continue. Dalo observed the pushing and shoving crowd and, patting Huchuan Lixian on the shoulder, instructed, Lixian, please help maintain order. Nodding in acknowledgement, Huchuan Lixian, cradling Huchuan Shojian, stepped in front of Bulji, drawing his gleaming blade without hesitation. Line up or die. His blunt yet effective words swiftly quelled the chaos. We should assist as well, Orbia said, rallying a few other O'Hara scholars to help Bulji distribute water. Wait, Dalo called after Orbia, directing them. Go tell Bulji not to be stingy. Fill every container the refugees use to collect water. But if we do that, the water will run out quickly. What then? Orbia questione perplexed. Fear not. I have my plans, Dalo replied, not wishing to elaborate in front of the multitude. Thus, through the efforts of Bulji and Orbia, over 1,000 refugees received ample drinking water. Moreover, News spread among the refugees, prompting many other thirsty citizens to come for water. "Magic barrel!" exclaimed the last person in line, pointing at the wooden barrel in Bullet's possession, which seemed to pour forth an endless supply of clear water. In that moment, the name Magic Barrel began to circulate throughout Albania, and all became aware that in the west of the city there existed a miraculous vessel that could continuously dispense water. After the water distribution concluded, Daro and his companions sought a tavern as their temporary abode in Albania. That night, Daro summoned everyone to his room. "How much water remains in the barrel?" he asked Bullet, who was seated on the bed. "Only a fifth is left," Bullet replied, frowning as he patted the barrel. "How we consumed that much?" Daro raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was well aware of the barrel's capacity, which held enough water to fill 2 swimming pools. And now it seemed so much had been used. "Indeed, it's depleting too rapidly," Bullet continued, looking at Daro. "Tomorrow, we must limit each person to just 1 bowl of water." Orbea's proposal quickly garnered agreement from all present, except Daro. "No, tomorrow we will supply water just as we did today, without limits," Daro asserted firmly. "But we lack sufficient water," Orbea argued. "I will find a solution. We must ensure everyone believes there truly exists a magic vessel that continually dispenses water." Daro secured the barrel back to his waist and addressed everyone in the room. "Why? What significance does that hold?" an O'Hara scholar questioned, echoing the confusion of all present. They believed that a daily ration of 1 bowl of water was sufficient to sustain their lives, and wondered why an unlimited supply was necessary. Daro smiled gently and explained, "Without this approach, how could the water vendors in the city possibly lower their prices? Moreover, those responsible for the water shortage in Albania would surely create trouble for us if they saw this so-called magic vessel that can supply water endlessly." Chapter 143. A light? "Daro, are you suggesting that the water scarcity in Albania is due to foul play?" Upon hearing Daro's words, Bullet slammed his palm on the table in frustration. As a physician, especially after witnessing the lead plague in Bai's town, he could not abide by the thought of others treating lives so carelessly. "But is that even possible?" Orbea questioned skeptically, as controlling a city's water supply to the extent of drought without rain seemed utterly implausible. "Of course it is possible," Daro replied emphatically. He recalled vividly from the original text that in the Alabasta region, there existed a mystical substance capable of summoning rainfall to a specific area, albeit at the cost of prolonged drought elsewhere. "Dancing powder." Before Daro could speak, the knowledgeable Dr. Sandleaf articulated the answer he had been mulling over, then added with a grim expression, "That substance hasn't been seen since it was banned 70 years ago." "Well, I'm not certain, but given the current situation, it is clear that someone is orchestrating this," Daro shrugged. As one who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he did not subscribe to tales of royal curses. Rather, he was convinced that someone with ulterior motives was broadly utilizing dancing powder in Yuba, resulting in the prolonged drought affecting downwind Albania. At that moment, as Daro spoke, the telephone bug in his pocket suddenly chimed. "Daro, I have news regarding your inquiry," came Sophia's voice upon connection. "What is the situation?" Daro raised an eyebrow, gesturing for silence among those in the room. "Just as you suspected, the merchants transporting water are all under the influence of a man named Hughes," Sophia explained. "Hughes is the largest slave owner and trader in Yuba, and reportedly, his uncle is the first minister of the Alabasta kingdom, Yuha. It appears these two are indeed involved." Daro mused, stroking his chin. He then instructed Sophia, "Please investigate this Hughes character and see if there are any peculiar powders being produced near Yuba." "Understood," Sophia affirmed, adding, "After our investigation, we shall head to Albania to meet you. The blueprints have already been dispatched, and there is no point in lingering in Yuba without other matters at hand." Daro raised an eyebrow, then recalled Aisha, the spirited, ever-restless young woman, and chuckled as he turned to Sophia. "Didn't Aisha declare she'd go on a shopping spree in Yuba? Rain, this wretched place is as if the heavens themselves had sprung a leak, pouring down incessantly." Upon hearing Daro's words, Aisha, lying nearby on the bed, groaned inwardly and rolled about in exasperation. "Very well," Daro said with a warm smile. Once you've settled everything, come join us in Alubarna. As soon as Daro ended the call, Blege leaned forward eagerly and asked, "Well, what did he say?" Meanwhile, Urbia and the others fixed their expectant gazes upon Daro. Indeed, someone was orchestrating mischief. Daro withheld nothing, recounting the entire affair with meticulous clarity. "It's ya, the royal minister of Alabasta," Urbia murmured, her voice tinged with dismay upon hearing the name. Yet Trifolium, the esteemed scholar, perceived deeper currents. Furrowing her brow in quiet contemplation, she observed, "This has deliberately stoked the rumor that Takora has incurred the wrath of our ancestors by disturbing their sacred tomb, amassing legions of enslaved laborers while casting the frail, the elderly, and the infirm into Alubarna-esque squalor. Clearly, he intends to rise in rebellion." "What then shall we do?" Blege asked, instinctively turning his gaze toward Daro, the unwavering pillar of their fellowship. "Fear not," Daro replied with a hearty laugh, "so long as our water reserves remain abundant. It is he who shall grow restless, not we." With that, he lifted a sturdy wooden cask brimming with purified water and strode purposefully outdoors. In truth, everything hinged upon water. So long as the wellspring endured and the legend of the enchanted vessel persisted, the people of Alubarna would remain unshaken. Those merchants who hoarded water and sold it at exorbitant prices, seeking to drain the city's coffers, would soon find their schemes unraveling. And when that moment arrived, lurking in the shadows, would inevitably emerge, compelled to intervene. In the days that followed, Blege's distribution of water continued unabated, and the lines of thirsty citizens grew ever longer. Had Daro not brought nearly 100 marine-grade grenades and employed distillation to purify vast quantities of potable water, their supply would have long since dwindled. Before long, the effect became unmistakable. Throughout Alubarna, the populace began to believe, wholeheartedly, that a mystical vessel existed, capable of dispensing water without end. "Master," lamented a shop clerk, gazing helplessly at the serpentine queue stretching before a nearby water station, "we haven't sold a single drop in days. What shall we do? The payment deadline looms just days away. What shall we do?" "How should I know?" retorted a portly water merchant, his face contorted with fury. "What is this accursed magic vessel, anyway?" Nearly all water vendors in the city were U.S. agents, tasked with two grim duties. First, to exploit the drought by inflating prices and siphoning the people's wealth, funds destined to sustain the mercenary forces you was secretly assembling beyond the city walls. Second, to disseminate slanderous whispers against the aging King Takora, thereby eroding public trust in preparation for open revolt. "No, I must see Minister here at once," the merchant snarled, teeth clenched. As visions of the opulence he had promised him, glory, lands, titles, began to dissolve like mist before the rising sun. Meanwhile, word of the miraculous vessel had already reached the royal palace. "Father," exclaimed young Cobra, standing before the throne where Takora sat, his voice trembling with urgency. "A group of people has begun dispensing water freely in the western quarter, and they claim to possess a mystical vessel, inexhaustible in its bounty, as Alabasta's sole heir apparent." Cobra had lost sleep and more than a few strands of hair over the city's worsening drought. Daro's intervention, therefore, offered not only relief but a glimmer of hope. Yet King Takora, seated upon his gilded throne, crowned in gold and burdened by ancestral weight, paid little heed. His thoughts dwelled solely upon the sacred tomb, its excavation, its secrets, its implications. With one hand resting upon an ancient codex unearthed from the royal sepulchre, he barely glanced up as he asked standing deferentially at his side, "Have the scholars of O'Hara sent word yet?" "Not yet, your majesty," replied his girth accentuated by ornate golden embroidery, bowing his head slightly as he spoke. "The rescue party remains deep in the desert, still searching. No trace of the scholars has been found." "Father," Cobra's voice cracked with anguish, and with it, the fragile veneer of courtly decorum. He watched, heart aching, as the wise, compassionate sovereign he once revered now seemed consumed, possessed by obsession, blind to the suffering unfolding beyond the palace walls. "Cobra, you overstep," Takora rebuked, his brow furrowed in stern disapproval. Yef and I are engaged in a matter of paramount importance. Yeah, ever the consummate strategist, seized the moment with practiced grace. Smiling faintly, he interjected, the prince's concern springs from noble haste, but this so-called magic vessel in the western quarter is surely no more than idle rumor. Allow this humble servant to investigate and resolve the matter. His words appeared magnanimous, offering clemency to the prince. Yet in truth, they quietly wrested authority from the throne and placed it firmly in his own hands. Very well, Takora murmured, nodding faintly. You have my trust, yeah? With that, he rose and withdrew into his private chambers, while Ya, offering Cobra a perfunctory bow, departed the palace with measured, unhurried steps. Damn it, Cobra hissed, slamming his fist into his thigh as he watched Ya's retreating figure vanish into the corridor's shadowed archway. Raised since childhood as Alabasta's designated sovereign, Cobra possessed keen intellect, unwavering integrity, and a profound understanding of statecraft, qualities that enabled him to discern Ya's machinations with unnerving clarity. Yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. Ever since the discovery of the ancient royal tomb, King Takora had withdrawn into himself, haunted, distracted, unmoored, leaving Ya free to entrench his influence across the military and treasury alike. Elsewhere, in the hushed stillness of the royal chambers, Takora bent over his desk. Page after page of archaic script unfurling beneath his fingers, their glyphs dense, cryptic, sacred. What is the lamp? As one of the 20 royal bloodlines. Was the Nefertari lineage merely a lamp, one among many, illuminating some forgotten truth? The question lingered, unanswered, in the candlelit silence. Chapter 144. The storm gathers night fell over the Alabastan royal palace. The miraculous vessel young Cobra tossed, and turned upon his bed, sleep eluding him. As crown prince, he knew full well the subtle, sinister maneuvers he had been executing in the shadows, yet he remained powerless to halt them. He had spent decades cultivating influence, commanding both the armed forces and the royal coffers, and now, exploiting the so-called curse of the ancestors. He had systematically eroded Takora's authority until the king stood as a hollow figurehead. The trajectory of events was now unmistakable, even to the most unobservant. And yet his own father, at this pivotal juncture, chose seclusion over sovereignty, holed up in his chambers, poring over ancient texts, indifferent to the tempest gathering beyond the palace gates. No, I must go and see for myself. Cobra arose, seized his outer robe from the nearby stand, and slipped silently from his chamber. He understood, with unshakable certainty, that the enchanted vessel was the fulcrum upon which all else balanced. Should it prove genuine, truly inexhaustible, the rumor of the ancestral curse would collapse like sandcastles beneath the tide. And without the artificial scarcity he had engineered, the soaring water prices, the mercenary army he financed would wither, starved of gold and purpose. Meanwhile, within the ministerial residence in Alyabarna's eastern quarters, so, you are telling me, rumbled Ya, his corpulent frame nearly swallowed by the confines of a narrow leather armchair, that you cannot deliver this month as tribute? Around him stood several water merchants, huddled like frightened sparrows, their faces pale, their voices stilled, none daring to break the heavy, suffocating silence. Lord Yoha, it is not that we are unwilling to pay the monthly fee, but due to the cursed jar, we are unable to sell the water in our possession, and as such, we find ourselves bereft of funds. A man wearing a yellow scarf cap lamented with a furrowed brow. No money? Do not presume I am unaware of the embezzlement you have engaged in over these past months. I have turned a blind eye before, but my own circumstances have worsened. And now you must return the funds to me without hesitation. Yoha gripped the arms of his chair, glaring fiercely around the room like a predatory wolf. As his words echoed, the faces of all the merchants turned ashen, yet none dared to provoke his wrath due to his oppressive demeanor. As a politician of considerable cunning, Yoha understood the adage of administering punishment and reward. Thus, he cleared his throat and continued, rest assured regarding the matter of the cursed jar. I have dispatched someone to handle it. By tomorrow, you shall be able to sell water once more. Moreover, once we secure that jar, We shall hold dominion over the entire kingdom's water supply, and at that time, wealth will flow in abundance. Yoha licked his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. What splendid news! The merchants expressed joy, their grim countenances momentarily brightening. Although they were being significantly drained of their resources, if the curse jar issue could be resolved, they would be able to accept the situation. After all, as long as they could continue to sell water at a high price, their fortunes would soon be restored. However, that group of travelers did not appear to be easily trifled with. One merchant stroked his scruffy beard, his words laced with concern. In truth, they had already sent someone to probe the situation, yet they could not discern the true nature of their adversaries. Who would have thought that those who were distributing water to the destitute in Alabama would turn out to be a band of pirates? Fear not. I have already sent Sid with the guards. Should they dare to resist, Yoha stood, his expression twisted with malice. The scene shifted back to Daluo. Captain, do you think we can still be considered pirates? In the hotel's backyard, Xiong was moving a wooden barrel intended for distillation and pouring the purified water into a cistern. In Xiong's view, even if pirates did not engage in wrongdoing, they should not be distributing water to the populace daily. That would be far too frivolous, wouldn't it? What? Do you find assisting those you deem uninteresting to be a chore? Daluo asked as he compressed the clear water from the cistern into barrels. It is not that I am unhappy to help so many survive. In fact, it brings me joy, Xiong quickly denied. However, if others were to hear that our pirate crew was engaged in such activities, would they not find it peculiar? Xiong scratched his head. Peculiar is a rather mild term. A more accurate descriptor would be laughable, for in this era, plunder and violence are the hallmarks of piracy. After hearing Xiong's words, Daluo chuckled, setting the filled barrel down and patting Xiong's shoulder. Pirates do not concern themselves with the opinions of others. And as for why we choose to assist those in need, it is simply because Bleach and I wish to help them. Because we desire to do so, we act accordingly. Is that not the essence of being a pirate? Daluo wiped his nose and explained with flair. Just as Xiong and Daluo were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Several soldiers clad in specially designed royal armor stormed into the inn, seizing control of the front desk. No, we cannot allow them to be captured. The innkeeper's expression soured upon learning that the royal forces intended to apprehend the travelers who were distributing water for free, prompting him to urgently instruct a nearby clerk to send a warning. The innkeeper was a man of gratitude. Upon discovering Daluo was providing free water on the west side of town, he immediately waived all accommodation fees and even cleared a section of the backyard to prevent disturbances to Daluo and his crew. Now, witnessing the royal army's aggressive approach to capture Daluo and his companions, he could not stand idly by. Seize him, Sid commanded, gesturing for his men to restrain the uncooperative innkeeper against the front desk, while other soldiers rushed into the backyard. Daluo, what should we do? Orbia, having received news from the clerk that the royal army was coming to apprehend them, hurriedly sought Daluo's advice. What to do? What is there to consider? We have waited all this time for this fish to bite. Now that it has, we must feast. Daluo twisted his arm, his face contorted with intensity. Daluo was not a naive individual. Previously, he had refrained from direct action due to lack of evidence, knowing that a rash move could incite unrest among Yoha's private army. Now that the enemy had come to them, it was time to pursue the matter step by step until the true puppet master was unveiled. Minutes later, Sid and his men located Daluo's building. You are the swindlers? Where's the curse jar? Sid unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Daluo without a hint of courtesy. I must say, is it fair to label us as criminals so hastily? Daluo raised an eyebrow, responding playfully. Humph, Lord Yoha claims you are swindlers, and thus you must be. Sid scoffed, then waved his hand, commanding his soldiers, advance and seize them. At his command, Sid's soldiers surged forward. Meanwhile, Daluo and Izumi took out their weapons, preparing to engage the soldiers, swiftly dispatching them with precision. How dare you refuse arrest? Do you not fear Lord Yoha leading his army against you? Sid, witnessing the dwindling number of soldiers remaining, confronted Daluo in frustration. Upon hearing that an army would be dispatched, Orbia felt a wave of panic. casting a worried glance at Daluo. In her view, even if Daluo and his crew were formidable fighters, they could not hope to stand against an entire army. Huh? Are you afraid? Comply, and perhaps I will spare your lives, Sid boasted, reveling in the sight of Orbia's anxious expression. Just as Daluo was about to reassure the unsettled Orbia, a loud and decisive voice rang out from the entrance of the inn. An army? I dare anyone to try. Kobra strode swiftly to stand before Sid, his face hardened with resolve. Chapter 145. The God of Death? The one-sided massacre continued unabated. Izumi skillfully severed Sid's head, showing no intention of sparing Kobra, the royal heir. Kobra stood frozen, astonished by the sight of Izumi, clad in white yet fierce like a demon. You are Kobra? Daluo inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he recognized the familiar youthful face. At this moment, Kobra was of a similar age to Daluo, yet his characteristic broad forehead was becoming pronounced, complemented by the royal garments of Alabastan, making him easily identifiable. Prince Kobra, a clerk, having come to deliver news, stammered upon seeing Kobra. Ah, Prince. Xiong cast a wary glance at his companion, his expression darkening. One is a prince from a grand kingdom, one of the 50 vassal states of the Great Sea Route, while the other is a prince from a dilapidated small kingdom in the South Sea. Their childhood circumstances are starkly contrasting. One lives in luxury, while the other struggles to secure basic necessities. Despite the lack of material comfort, the bear knows that ensuring the well-being of the populace is a fundamental duty of the royal family. Clearly, the current royal family of Alabastan has failed to fulfill this responsibility. Are you the miraculous travelers who are providing water in the western outskirts of the city? Ko-Bolai inquired politely, bowing slightly, though his gaze frequently drifted to the magical jar hanging at Daluo's waist. Given Ko-Bolai's lowly posture, Daluo and his companions felt it inappropriate to continue displaying disdain. Your Highness, the Prince of Alabastan, is there something you wish to discuss with us? Asked Blagi. Clad in a white coat, his tone noticeably softened. I have heard that you're providing free water in Albana, aiding many of the citizens. I thank you for this. Ko-Bolai said, bowing once more. It is indeed regrettable. This should have been my responsibility, yet the royal family is utterly inactive, which is a disservice to the people. Ko-Bolai, quite astute, did not offer any excuses, even chastising his own complacent father. His sincere attitude had a profound effect, calming the bear, who had initially been filled with righteous indignation. What do you wish from us? Daluo asked with genuine interest. Having read the original text, he was well aware of the character of this future wise king of Alabastan. Thus he displayed a bit more patience. I would like to invite you to the royal palace as guests and discuss how to aid the citizens of the city, Ko-Bolai stated earnestly, looking at Daluo. Please, do not go. Who knows what schemes the royal army is concocting? An attendant interjected, seemingly fearful that the royal family might seize the magical jar from Daluo's hands. The attendant's words left Ko-Bolai momentarily speechless. After a while, he sighed and remarked, the royal family has truly lost the people's trust if it has come to this. After expressing his lament, Ko-Bolai swiftly approached the attendant, bowing deeply, and solemnly promised, rest assured, the royal family will take action to resolve the water issues in the city. I guarantee it. Although there was a hint of insincerity in his display, the attendant refrained from further objections after hearing Ko-Bolai's assurance. What if your father does not wish to resolve the city's water issues? Daluo queried, intending to test whether Ko-Bolai possessed the qualities of a sagacious ruler. My father would not, Ko-Bolai replied without hesitation, then paused, acknowledging that while the former Tukola may have neglected the populace, if my father were to completely disregard his duties, then I shall take it upon myself to address these issues. After much deliberation, Ko-Bolai spoke decisively, his words imbued with the vigor of a man of resolve. Ha ha, that is indeed a most satisfactory answer, Daluo replied with a smile, then turned to Yiquan Liqian beside him and instructed, Liqian, bring that soldier's head. We cannot visit the royal palace without a proper gift. Meanwhile, news of the failure of Shida and his group reached Yoha. That little brat, Ko-Bolai, dares to thwart my plans. Yoha clenched the armrest of his chair as if he were crushing Ko-Bolai's bones. "What shall we do next, my lord?" asked a weaselly aide beside Yoha, addressing the hefty figure before him. "Humph, let them frolic for a few days. We will quickly gather more refugees to expand our army, and in due time I shall send them all to the guillotine." The following morning, Ko-Bolai led Daluo and his companions to the royal palace, where, under his introduction, they met the old King Takola. "Takola, what on earth are you doing?" Dr. San Yi Chao exclaimed, observing the smoke-filled, bloodshot-eyed king, who was muttering to himself as he clutched a tome. It was evident that the two were familiar with each other. This was to be expected, as Alabastan, being an ancient kingdom steeped in history, had uncovered numerous valuable relics, thus fostering their acquaintance. "Doctor, you have arrived," Takola exclaimed as he rose abruptly, rushing towards the doctor and grasping his arm. "Quick, come with me. Doctor, I have discovered crucial documents that may reveal the reasons behind the Nefertari family's departure from the sacred land." Seeing Takola in such a frenzied state, Dr. San Yi Chao felt a deep disappointment. In his memory, Takola had once been a benevolent ruler who cared for his people. Yet now he seemed utterly indifferent to their plight. "Doctor, history is knowledge. Is that not what you say?" Takola retorted. "Knowledge is meant to change reality. History is to remember the truth. To disregard the suffering of the people for the sake of ephemeral things is to betray history." San Yi Chao, ever the sage, spoke with profound wisdom. Takola appeared visibly pained by the doctor's words, slowly sitting down on the ground, cradling his head as he struggled to speak. "It has appeared. That historical text contains information about it." Daluo murmured, realizing the gravity of the information. If he recalled correctly, the ancient text buried beneath Alabastan recorded something significant. Sure enough, Takola's subsequent words confirmed Daluo's suspicions as he rose, his expression grave as he looked at Dr. San Yi Chao and solemnly declared, "Doctor, I have seen clues about it in that historical text. The colossal vessel that traverses the Red Desert, the vessel of hope known in the ballads as Namib." On the other hand, upon hearing the name that existed solely in local lore, Dr. San Yi Chao was engulfed by immense shock. As the scholar most versed in ancient history, he certainly understood the implications of Takola's words. The vessel, referred to as a vessel of hope, was none other than the Underworld King. Chapter 146, The Downfall Albana, Western Outskirts, the Tomb of the Former Kings. As the resting place of Alabastan's past monarchs, this site chronicles the rise and fall of this ancient kingdom over a millennium. Typically, this sacred and grand mausoleum remains undisturbed, save for national sacrifices and celebrations. However, following Takola's order to excavate the ancient relics beneath the tomb, the tranquility here has been shattered. Quite impressive. The bear's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the lifelike statues of the past kings adorning either side, exclaiming in genuine admiration. His homeland, the Suwa Airbe Kingdom, lacked such royal tombs. Kings and commoners were nearly indistinguishable, and upon death, one would merely find a spot in the back mountain to be buried. Truly the most unceremonious of kings. "Ha ha! If you wish, once you inherit the throne, you too can build one for yourself," Daluo teased, patting the bear's head with a smile. "Forget it. It's just a thought. It will be too burdensome on the people." The perceptive bear shook his head. Suddenly, a female statue in the distance caught Daro's attention. "Who is she?" Daro inquired, pointing at the sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to Weiwei, addressing Takura, their guide. "She is Nefertari Furitari, the fifth king of Alabasta. 8 centuries ago, she led the Nefertari family out of Mary Geos and back to Alabasta," Takura explained, turning to the group. "One of the 20 kings." Upon hearing Takura's response, Daro glanced at the statue again and murmured to himself. He was curious about what could have compelled this noble king to forsake her identity as a sky person and willingly leave the sacred land. Not to mention the enigmatic figure of the Underworld King mentioned in historical texts. Despite his curiosity, Daro did not linger long in the upper levels of the tomb, as the primary objective of their expedition lay in the historical document below. Following Takura's guidance, Daro and the scholars from O'Hara swiftly descended into the underground palace beneath the tomb. "Doctor, "This is the place," Takora said, pointing to a massive brown stone tablet. As one of the few historical documents featured in the original work, Daro had a vivid impression of this stone tablet. Unlike the red exterior depicted by the animation team, this brown tablet was a perfect cube, measuring approximately 5 meters on each side, densely inscribed with ancient characters resembling Martian script. This is indeed a historical document. Upon their initial sighting, several scholars from O'Hara became utterly captivated, swiftly approaching the tablet to touch and scrutinize it with meticulous attention. In the dimly lit underground palace, Dr. Clover held a torch, translating the ancient text bit by bit based on his knowledge. The content primarily chronicled the birth and development of the nation of Alabasta, detailing the achievements of each king, tribal warfare, and the establishment of cities. "Doctor, let us examine the other side first," Takora urged, furrowing his brow. It was evident that Takora had little interest in the history of these nations, as the information bore no relevance to the Nifidalina family. Instead, he was more intrigued by the motivations of their ancestor, who had left the sacred land 8 centuries prior, perhaps that held the true responsibility of the Nifidalina family. Takora's remark caused Dr. Clover to frown slightly, yet he did not refuse and proceeded to the other side of the historical document to continue deciphering it. Year 598 of the celestial calendar, the royal capital of Akabata in Alabasta. Year 707 of the sea calendar, after participating in the Great War. Nifidalina Firatari returned to Alabasta with her army. Year 747 of the sea calendar, a warrior named Joy Boy arrived in Alabasta, meeting with Queen Nifidalina to establish an alliance, leaving behind the ship of Hope, Namib, as a testament to their agreement. The queen placed Namib in the desert, subsequently giving rise to the phenomenon known as the moving oasis in Alabasta's desert, leading to the establishment of several cities. Dr. Clover meticulously explained each detail. But aside from this information, references to the queen abruptly ceased, followed by some peculiar data records. Year 769 of the sea calendar. Alabasta had a population of 3,332,000, with a land area of 430 million square kilometers and a gross national product. These inexplicable figures left the scholars perplexed, causing even Daro to furrow his brow. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect to obtain information regarding that blank century so easily. Daro did not feel disheartened. Instead, he pondered the implications of this information. From the known content, Daro gleaned some crucial insights. Before the sea calendar, the world's chronology was referred to as the celestial calendar, and at its conclusion, during the transition to the sea calendar, a monumental war erupted against a colossal kingdom. The victorious 20 kings not only facilitated the change in the calendar, but also established the current world order centered around the world government. However, during the period from year 707 to year 747 of the sea calendar, something unknown must have occurred that prompted the ancestor of Nifidalina to leave the sacred land. Furthermore, in 747, there was a meeting with Joy Boy in Alabasta, during which he left behind the ship of Hope, Namib, which was presumably connected to the Underworld King. Doctor, could there really be a ship that serves as an oasis? How large would it have to be? At that moment, Albia, who had recently joined the archaeological team, was not very familiar with ancient weaponry. Indeed, there is such a thing, Dr. Clover replied without hesitation. Unlike the historical narrative proclaimed by the current world government, a powerful ancient kingdom existed long ago. 8 centuries ago, the 20 kings waged a cataclysmic war against that ancient kingdom, utilizing 3 ancient weapons capable of annihilating worlds to destroy it and forge a new world. The Sky King Uranus, the Sea King Poseidon, and the Underworld King Pluto are the ancient weapons of world-ending potential. And if I am not mistaken, the vessel known as Namib is likely one of the Underworld Kings. Dr. Clover continued to trace the inscriptions on the historical document. One of the Underworld Kings, Daro murmured, realizing that the Doctor's words had illuminated numerous key points for him. In his previous life, while reading the original work, he had found it puzzling that the Underworld King, as a colossal warship, could obliterate an island with a single cannon shot. Yet claiming it could destroy the world seemed far-fetched. How could a single ship annihilate the world? Moreover, the frequent appearances of the Underworld King in the original work. First in Alabasta, then in the designs of Water 7, and the vessels resembling the Underworld King in Wano and Fishman Island. All indicated traces and whereabouts of the Underworld King. The Doctor's explanation effectively clarified the existence of multiple Underworld Kings. If Daro's intuition served him correctly, the Underworld King must have been a type of colossal warship constructed by the artisans of Water 7, and after that epic war, several still remained, eventually falling into the hands of Joy Boy. The ship of Hope, Namib, was undoubtedly one of the Underworld Kings. Doctor, where is the Namib now? Takora posed the question Daro yearned to ask. I do not know, Dr. Clover replied, shaking his head, revealing that he had not found further information about Namib on the tablet. The answer should lie within those peculiar data records. Daro stroked his chin deep in thought. Perhaps out of instinct, Daro found it hard to believe that the Queen would take the time to inscribe national statistical reports onto a historical document. Aside from this historical document, has anything else been unearthed in this underground palace? Daro suddenly recalled something and turned to Takora with the question. Why the sudden inquiry? Takora felt somewhat bewildered but replied truthfully. Aside from this, we have also unearthed a personal journal belonging to Nefertari's ancestor. Meanwhile, Dr. Clover, as if struck by a sudden revelation, cast a profound, searching glance at Dalo before urgently urging Takora. Quick, fetch that journal at once. Within minutes, Takora dispatched a messenger to retrieve the journal from the royal palace. Page 69, containing 332 characters on one side and 430 on the other, was handed over without delay. Doctor, Clover seized at the moment Takora extended it, then meticulously cross-referenced its contents with the inscriptions carved upon the stone steel, isolating key terms one by one. The Crimson Desert, the banks of the Crescent River. Dalo gazed at the words Dr. Clover had just transcribed, a faint, knowing smile playing upon his lips. Truly, this Nefertari queen adores riddles. Chapter 147. The fish bites the hook within the world of pirates. 3 ancient weapons are spoken of in hushed reverence. Uranus, the heavenly king. Poseidon, the sea king. And Pluto, the king of the underworld. Of the 3, Uranus remains the most enigmatic, scarcely mentioned throughout the annals, yet widely believed to reside in the hands of the enigmatic Emu, sovereign of the Pangaean citadel. Its name suggests a celestial weapon, a device capable of obliterating entire regions with a single pulse, leaving only a crimson scar upon the map. Poseidon's identity has long been confirmed, none other than Princess Shirahoshi. Her power commands the leviathans of the abyss, beasts towering over 1,000 meters, whose primordial might bows to her will alone. As for Pluto, legend describes it as a colossal warship potent enough to level an entire island in a single strike. Yet, according to Dr. Clover, Pluto may not be singular. There may be more than one. The Crimson Desert, the banks of the Crescent River. Dalo stroked his chin in quiet contemplation, then turned toward Dr. Clover. Doctor, any insight? The scholar shook his head, flipping rapidly through the journal's brittle pages. This phrase likely refers to a location from 800 years past. But time erodes even memory's foundations. How could we possibly trace such a place across 8 centuries? His words tightened Takora's brow. He knew full well the doctor spoke truth. 8 centuries of shifting sands, vanishing rivers, and drowned coastlines had long since erased all tangible traces. I recall encountering the term Crimson Desert in certain ancient texts, perhaps an allusion from a venerable folk song. Yet that song is sung across half the world. It yields no precise coordinates. Dr. Clover murmured, slipping his magnifying glass into its velvet case. Do we possess any ancient cartography? Elbia, ever quick-witted, turned her gaze toward King Cobra. The royal archives may hold such maps, Cobra replied after a pause, though whether any date back to that era remains uncertain. As he spoke, he glanced instinctively at the hour, nearing 4 in the afternoon, and a subtle tension flickered across his face. He had already promised Blaget to oversee the water distribution at the western outskirts of Alabasta. Compared to cryptic archaeology, the plight of the displaced refugees weighed far more heavily upon his conscience. We seem to have reached an impasse, for now, Dalo observed, smiling gently. Shall we retire for the time being? Agreed, Dr. Clover nodded. Thus, the group withdrew from the subterranean palace and returned to the grandeur of the royal residence. 2 days passed. Under Dr. Clover's guidance, Dallo and his companions combed through every shelf of the palace's vast library. Meanwhile, King Cobra and Blage devoted themselves to aiding the displaced in Alabasta's western districts. Though Dallo's supply of seawater grenades dwindled, the water distribution could not cease. Not yet. To halt, it would reignite the smoldering unrest among the populace. Cobra, too, had learned the truth about the so-called magic jar, its reputation vastly overstated. Though disappointment flickered in his eyes, he said nothing. He understood well. In the fragile balance of Alabasta's present crisis, patience was not passive, it was strategy. They would wait until Ya's war chest ran dry, until his forces faltered first. Within the opulent marble hall of the royal palace, Dallo plucked an apple from the fruit basket resting atop the marble tea table and brought it to his lips. Any progress? He asked, glancing toward Elbia, who sat hunched over a weathered map, magnifying glass in hand. Shoo, don't drip on my map. She waved him off, as if swatting away a persistent fly. Days of shared labor had softened the edges between them. Camaraderie had taken root. Based on our research, Elbia said, lowering the magnifier and circling a region on the parchment, we can now be certain the vessel lies somewhere within this zone, the very desert we traversed earlier. Oh, Dallo took a crisp bite and raised an eyebrow. The doctor theorizes the Crimson Desert may either be an unusual geological formation or a vast expanse of rare algae, Elbia explained. Algae? Dallo echoed, puzzled. He could grasp the notion of unique terrain. Indeed, he wondered whether the crimson sands mirrored the terrestrial wonder of Danxiao landscapes from his former life. But algae? That defied immediate logic. Noting his confusion, Elbia leaned forward. Consider this map, 5 centuries old. Back then, this region teemed with oases, lakes, even a sizable inland sea. Might it be possible that the crimson hue stems from algae, long since desiccated and intermingled with the sands? Her words stirred a faint memory. On his graduation journey, he stood beside the shores of Ranwu Lake, where crimson algae clung like bloodstains to the cliffs, and paired with the phrased banks of the Crescent River. The theory gained quiet, compelling weight. Can you locate any lake or inlet on this map bearing the name Crescent River, or even one shaped like a crescent moon? Dallo set the apple aside. We've searched exhaustively. There's no such place, Elbia replied flatly, then added, and this map is 5 centuries old, 3 centuries younger than the era of the first queen. Who can say how many oases have vanished? How many seas have turned to dust in that span? She shot him a wry, exasperated glance. Found it. This must be it. Dr. Clover burst in, waving a botanical compendium with uncharacteristic glee. Alga. Dallo peered at the open page. There, vividly illustrated, floated spherical algae, radiant as rubies suspended in water. The Crimson Desert, it seemed, might indeed owe its hue to this living pigment. Doctor, why seek this algae? Elbia asked, perplexed. We're searching for the Ship of Hope, not compiling a flora index. Ah, Dr. Clover wagged a finger, a twinkle of self-satisfaction in his eye. This, dear Elbia, is precisely where my brilliance shines. Observe, the alga is a marine species. Ergo, the Nanib, the fabled vessel, must lie buried not in mere desert, but in a desert that was once ocean. He stroked his beard, voice rich with quiet triumph. Ocean? Dallo leaned in, tracing the map with his fingertip. Elbia, any inland seas marked here? None, she retorted, blunt and certain. And if one existed, it would have evaporated centuries ago. How could it possibly appear on a map drawn 300 years later? At that moment, a scholar from O'Hara, silent until now, jolted upright from his seat on the floor, eyes alight with revelation. I know where the sea lies within the desert, he declared, breathless with conviction. As the words fell, Deluo and his companions simultaneously glanced at one another and inquired, where? It was near the vicinity where we were deceived by the Dahuanyao and lost our belongings. While I was gathering firewood in the habitat of the Dahuanyao, I noticed numerous shell fossils scattered on the ground. At that moment, I was perplexed as to how shells could be found in a desert, remarked the male scholar as he adjusted his glasses. The nest of the Dahuan Yao indeed presents a strong possibility. DeLuo pondered for a moment and found the likelihood quite plausible. Those peculiar Dahuan Yao bore a striking resemblance to seagulls, suggesting they might have evolved from them. Well done. Isklomid Oyerbia. Patting the male scholar on the shoulder in enthusiastic praise. Quickly check the map and see precisely where it is, urged T. Kula Shahua. That should be near Shahua, affirmed Dr. Sanyi Chao. Meanwhile, within the home of Minister Yu He, a group of water merchants were gathered around him, their faces etched with worry as they lamented their plight. My lord, even Prince Kobula has become entangled with those travelers. What shall we do now? If this continues, no one will come to buy our overpriced water, said a merchant with a rat-like face, pulling at Yu He's sleeve. One glance at their distressed expressions made it evident that during the days the Luo had been distributing water, they had incurred significant losses. Yu He contemplated for a moment. He was indifferent to the fate of these merchants, but was acutely aware of the royal reputation. The royal family's standing had already plummeted due to the water scarcity, and at such a tumultuous time, he could have easily risen in rebellion with a mere call to arms. However, unexpectedly, Prince Kobula emerged, personally engaging in the water distribution, thereby restoring a degree of favor for the royal family. This cannot continue. That group of travelers must be dealt with. A malevolent glint flashed in Yu He's eyes. He understood that the current situation could not be prolonged. The longer it dragged on, the more favorable the royal reputation would become, thus eroding his justification for rebellion. Furthermore, with logistical support dwindling, if this persisted, his insurrection would likely be thwarted before it even began. Go, summon the commander of the guard. We will head to the palace and eradicate those traitors. Yu He rose from his chair, glaring fiercely at the distant white walls of the palace. Chapter 148. Rebellion as night descended. The sky over Alban Na was shrouded in darkness, with the golden moon hanging aloft like a salted egg yolk that had been bitten into. Within the palace, Tikola hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Dr. San Yi Chao's revelation of the hidden whereabouts of the underworld monarch as detailed in historical texts. A long banquet table was laden with sumptuous dishes. DeLuo, look at this enormous turkey, exclaimed Xiong, pointing at a turkey the size of a basin presented on a silver platter in the center of the table, his demeanor indicative of impending indulgence. This colossal turkey, a local delicacy of Albana, was said to have originated from a pauper who, lacking a stove, dug a pit in the sand and roasted it over charcoal. Of course, the turkey served at the banquet had been a lavishly refined version, improved countless times by the palace chefs, and looked exceedingly delectable. Do you want one? I'll get it for you. Orbia chuckled, generously tearing off a drumstick and handing it to Xiong. Meanwhile, the black cat Bulai Jia was fixated on a yellow fish on the table, clumsily attempting to extract the bones with chopsticks. Doctor, I raise a toast to you. As the merriment reached its peak, T. Kala, seated at the head of the table, approached Dr. San Yi Chao with a raised goblet, warmly taking the other's hand. At that moment, T. Kala was unaware that his trusted Minister Yu he had gathered a large group of people heading toward the palace, intent on usurping him from the throne. Thus he appeared quite at ease. He had even begun planning an expedition to the old site of Shahua in search of the Hope vessel, Nanmi Bu, in 3 days. Seizing the opportunity presented by the toast, T. Kala formally invited the doctor and DeLuo. Gentlemen, I intend to lead a party to the desert in search of Nanmi Bu in 3 days, and I sincerely invite you all to join our search team. Upon hearing this, Kobula leaped from his seat, anxiously gazing at his father. In such a critical domestic situation, his father was willing to abandon the capital for the elusive Hope vessel, effectively disregarding his own people. Kobula clenched his fists, remaining silent, but casting a deep look at his father as if making a significant decision. In the world of pirates, a star-class divide existed between nobles and commoners, with the lofty aristocracy looking down upon the lower classes, even regarding them as inferior species. This arrogance was deeply ingrained in the blood of all nobles, with the celestial dragons exhibiting the most extreme form of it. Tikola, as a descendant of 20 kings, harbored a similar mindset. However, Kobula was different. A proper education had instilled in him a profound empathy for the common people suffering in dire straits, akin to Sabo, and for this, he could even oppose his revered father. Moreover, he did not wish to rebel against his father. The heir to the Alabasta kingdom merely felt that his ascension had come too late. Meanwhile, Daluo seemed to perceive Ko'Bu'ele's inner turmoil. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he patted the other's shoulder in agreement. Unlike Crocodile, Daluo did not aspire to be a pirate seeking to overthrow the government, but having received an education from past life. He felt a sense of gratification witnessing Ko'Bu'ele's actions. Just as the atmosphere began to shift uneasily, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. Shortly thereafter, a group of armored soldiers armed with axes and swords streamed in, encircling the palace, led by none other than the nation's chief minister, Yuhi. What is happening? A slow-witted T'Challa jumped from his seat, clearly oblivious to the coup d'etat being orchestrated by Yuhi, as he had lost control over his kingdom. Yuhi, are you staging a rebellion? Ko'Bu'ele furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely at Yuhi as he demanded. A rebellion? Your Highness, you jest. We are merely here to apprehend criminals, Yuhi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Criminals? What criminals? Tistai kiskiviko lawantai kvestsen in kontoson. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but a group of swindlers has recently arrived in the capital, boldly claiming to possess an inexhaustible magical jar that can pour forth water without restraint. Surely this is absurd. I suspect they are not merely frauds, but harbor ulterior motives. We must capture them for a thorough investigation to prevent any harm to you, Your Majesty. Yuhi asserted with feigned righteousness, as if he were truly loyal. Minister, you are overly concerned. They're my old friends. How could they be a threat to me? T'Challa, still not grasping the situation, attempted to explain to Yuhi. Of course, Yuhi would not heed T'Chlla's words. Disregarding him entirely, he drew his sword and shouted to the soldiers behind him. Did you hear that? Those swindlers have deceived the king and harbor sinister intentions. Seize them at once. As the words fell, the soldiers behind Yoha let out a tremendous roar and charged into the banquet hall, surrounding Daluo and Dr. Sanichao, even capturing T'Challa. At this juncture, even T'Challa, despite his simplicity, recognized Yoha's ruse. The arrest of criminals was merely a facade. Yoha, have you lost your mind? T'Challa glared at him, his chest heaving like a bellows. Mel? Of course not, Yoha retorted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Then, his expression twisted into one of malice. Why should you be born a king while I must toil my way up from poverty? Do you have any idea of the hardships I have endured? I once believed the nobility had some extraordinary power, but upon becoming a minister, I discovered that you are merely fortunate buffoons. If that is the case, why should the king not be me? With his sword pointed at T'Challa, Yoha sneered. As the foremost minister managing a nation, Yoha's capabilities were indeed commendable. He understood that if he could control the situation within the palace and obtain the magical jar, he could manipulate the entire country's water resources with the help of the dance powder. With this thought, he could barely contain his restlessness. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him surged towards Daluo and his companions. In Yoha's view, no matter how formidable Daluo and his group were, they cannot possibly defeat the army he had brought. Once he vanquished them, his aspiration to become king would be well on its way to fruition. However, he was gravely mistaken. Daluo, who had maintained a detached demeanor, revealed a cruel smile as he observed the oncoming soldiers. Numbers do not matter to us. The next moment, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki centered around Daluo erupted violently, wreaking havoc throughout the palace. Chapter 149. Journey to the Shahwa Ruins in the World of Pirates. No multitude of minions could affect a top-tier powerhouse. The two were virtually beings of different dimensions. Hence, tales of powerful pirates obliterating entire nations were not uncommon in this era. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as thousands of royal guards collapsed like dead fish. Frothing at the mouth, in the blink of an eye, apart from a few on Daluo's side, only Dr. Sanichao remained standing in the palace. What is happening? Yoha exclaimed as he gazed at his fallen subordinates, finally realizing the situation. He shrieked in disbelief and even kicked one of the soldiers at his feet, hysterically demanding, "What are you worthless fools doing? Get up! How annoying! Stop yelling," Daluo said, impatiently digging into his ear. He then approached Yoha, patting him on the shoulder with a malicious grin. "Impossible, no, don't come closer." Yoha shook his head, his face pale with terror as he fled, like a man who had never witnessed the sea. "Where do you think you're going? Come back." Daluo chuckled wickedly, extending his fingers to manipulate the surrounding air, causing it to compress rapidly and form a vortex that drew Yoha back into his grasp. "Mr. Daluo, please spare him," Kabura, who had struggled to rise from the ground, pleaded, his head spinning from Daluo's conqueror's haki. "Oh, you wish to rescue him?" Daluo raised an eyebrow, regarding Kabura with amusement. "You jest. I merely hope he can grant him mercy. I desire him to confess his crimes publicly before facing execution, thus restoring the royal family's reputation," Kabura said, smiling politely. Daluo nodded slightly, appreciating Kabura's demeanor, and did not refuse his request. "Very well, I shall entrust this fat pig to you." Thus far, Kabura's performance had almost entirely met Daluo's expectations of a king. He exhibited a compassionate side towards the common people while also demonstrating the courage to bear responsibility. Although Daluo held little regard for the systems of these royal nobles, having a wise king was still a positive development. "Thank you immensely. You are a lifelong friend of Alabasta," Kabura exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement as he bowed respectfully. 2 days later, Yoha's rebellion had been thoroughly quelled. Terrified, he revealed the truth about the water shortage in Alabasta, having not yet faced any torture. The news of Yoha's insurrection spread like wildfire throughout Alabasta City. "Have you heard? The water shortage in Alabasta is due to Minister Yoha's abuse of dance powder in Yubana. They say he has committed treason and will be executed publicly in a few days," a woman exclaimed as she returned from fetching water in the western suburbs, chatting with her neighbors. "Humph, I knew King Takola would not be so incompetent. Someone must be pulling the strings." An elderly man cooling himself with a fan spat disdainfully onto the ground. "Go away. Why didn't you say this earlier?" Another woman waved her hand, her face filled with impatience. Such conversations unfolded in every corner of Alabasta City, and the reputation of the Nefertali royal family swiftly transformed, lifting the kingdom from its dire straits. "I wonder how things are faring in Yubana?" In the palace, Kabura pondered, stroking his chin. In the past 2 days, Takola had been preparing for the journey to the Shahwa ruins, with all reports from across the nation laid before Kabura. It seemed Takola had realized he was unfit to be king, gradually relinquishing power to Kabura. Before long, Kabura, the heir, would likely assume the role of the ruler. Meanwhile, in a barracks in Yubana, Yoha's brother Yusi received news of his brother's failed rebellion and subsequent capture. "Excellent, excellent. If Yoha dies, this army will belong to me," Yusi, a portly man, resembling Yoha, smirked with narrowed eyes. "General Yusi, we have heard that King Takola is set to take those travelers into the desert tomorrow. Should we seize the opportunity to attack the capital and take the palace?" A scruffy-looking man proposed to Yusi. "Into the desert? What's going on?" Yusi asked, perplexed. According to reports, King Takola seems to have discovered the whereabouts of the legendary ship, the Namib, and intends to search for it in the desert. Meanwhile, Prince Kabura will remain in Alabasta, the man replied. "How insane! Why abandon a perfectly good kingdom to seek a decrepit ship? If that is the case, we shall lead our troops to attack Alabasta and seize the throne for ourselves." Yusi clenched his fist, determination radiating from him. "Congratulations, General Yusi. You are destined for the throne," one of Yoha's subordinates hastily flattered. "Enough, the deed is not yet done. Do not flatter me foolishly," Yusi waved his hand, chiding with a smile, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yusi dismissed those around him, while the man, previously flattering him, walked outside the barracks alone. "Sophia, how are things? Any news?" Aisha, holding an umbrella and sucking on a lollipop, hurried over upon seeing him. "Let South leave this place first and talk," the man replied, not answering her question, but casting a wary glance around before pulling Aisha into a corner. His expression shifted dramatically, swiftly returning to the captivating visage he initially bore. Upon returning to the inn where they had previously stayed, The pair immediately contacted Luo via the phone bug, conveying all of UC's intentions in detail. With that in mind, Sophia, you should continue your infiltration within UC's army. Should there be any shifts in the situation, remember to contact me, Luo instructed, lightly tapping his index finger on the armrest of the wooden chair. He added, somewhat anxiously, stay safe. If you are discovered, flee at once. Ah, Captain. Are you concerned about me? Sophia teased, covering her cherry-red lips. Luo, looking exasperated at the phone bug in his hand, replied sternly, do not take my words lightly. If there is danger, do not take risks. Unbeknownst to Luo, he was unaware of the other faction currently entrenched in Yuba, their eyes fixed on the Ming Wang. Wode, I have received intel that the king of this nation is reportedly seeking the whereabouts of a legendary ancient weapon. Bin Jieku, the vice-captain of the Wode pirate crew, informed, holding the phone bug, despite the fact that the elder Wode brother was frail and lacked combat prowess. He was adept at utilizing the phone bug and was a top-notch intelligence officer. The information he received was derived from reports from the phone bug implanted within the barracks. Ancient weapon? What is that? Wode inquired, scratching his head in confusion. It's not surprising that you don't know. Few are privy to the details of ancient weapons. Bin Jie-ku explained, taking a seat on a nearby wooden chair. Ancient weapons refer to 3 formidable weapons that emerged 800 years ago. The Yushi, capable of commanding sea kings, the Ming Wang, which can obliterate islands with a single strike, and the enigmatic Tianwan. Bin Jie-ku's lengthy explanation began to irritate Wode, who interrupted him, furrowing his brow. But our objective is to capture that fellow named Luo, right? Why are we diverting to this ancient weapon? Wode, do you recall our previous discussions about creating an unparalleled warship for adventures? Bin Jie-ku countered with a question. If I am not mistaken, the ancient weapon currently surfacing in Alabasta is none other than the legendary Ming Wang, capable of annihilating an island with a single blow. Bin Jie-ku's excitement was palpable as he clenched his fists. Annihilate an island with a single blow. Wode echoed, his own enthusiasm ignited, as he envisioned himself enhancing the Ming Wang with the power of the Momo fruit, overwhelming the navy in a flurry. What shall we do? Ingwe Gai Lamu, dressed in a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and carrying a hammer. Bin Jie-ku, not one to keep secrets, continued. To search for the Ming Wang in the desert, we will require ample manpower. Conveniently, there is now a refugee army of 50,000 in Yuba. Our first step is to seize control of this army. The diminutive Bin Jie-ku stood resolutely from his chair. That night, under Bin Jie-ku's proposal, the Wode pirate crew launched an attack on the Yuba barracks, capturing UC, who was lost in dreams of kingship. Through a series of maneuvers, the 50,000-strong refugee army was covertly given a new leader, with Wode's first command being to set off towards the desert. Luo, the situation has changed. This army seems to have no intention of heading directly to Albana. Judging by their direction, they are likely headed to the desert, Sophia reported in a hushed voice, concealing the phone bug while mingling among the soldiers. They are also going to the desert? What is happening? Luo raised an eyebrow, responding. At that moment, he had just departed from Albana, en route to the ruins of Shahua, and was perturbed by the sudden change in Yuba's course. Clearly fixated on the Ming Wang as well. A group has suddenly appeared in Yuba. They have likely captured UC and thus gained control of the entire army. Sophia succinctly summarized the situation. Do you know who they are? Luo's brow furrowed deeply as he raced across the desert. The emergence of another faction targeting the Ming Wang, commanding a force of over 50,000, posed a significant threat. Should they reach the weapon first, it could spell disaster. I am unsure, but Aisha used the abilities of the San Yan tribe to investigate. There are only 5 individuals in that group, one of whom is a fishman. Sophia's report did not provide Luo with any clarity, as the mere composition of their personnel was not enough to ascertain their identities. To ensure caution, Luo instructed the other end of the phone bug, hold your position for now, follow them to the ruins of Shahua, and we will regroup there. After ending the call, Luo felt no inclination to continue his leisurely pace through the desert. He harnessed the air to fill the sails of his sand sled, propelling himself towards the ruins of Shahua at maximum speed. Although the legendary vessel, the Hope, had yet to reveal itself. Deluo had already envisioned it as his own. As a marksman, his pursuit of high lethality was paramount. If he could unravel the artillery system aboard the Ming Wong and replicate it using the power of the compression fruit, he would become a force capable of obliterating islands with a single shot. Moreover, he could study the Ming Wong, given that Tom and Water 7 possessed the schematics. Perhaps a union of the two could yield a brand new Ming Wong. Braving the wind and sand, Deluo propelled the sled at breakneck speed throughout the day, finally arriving at the ruins of Sha Hua alongside the scholars from O'Hara and Taika's group. Upon dismounting the sled, the two elderly individuals, Dr. San Yichao and Taika, were visibly shaken from the rapid journey, their legs wobbling as they promptly succumbed to nausea. Deluo, why the sudden urgency? The astute Orbaya inquired while unloading supplies from a sled. I have received word that the refugee army from Yuba is en route here. Their objective likely aligns with ours, so we must reach Sha Hua before they do. Deluo candidly shared the situation with the others. What shall we do? Daruo's words struck the assembly like thunder on a clear plain, particularly striking Taiko La, whose composure visibly crumbled. Rest assured, Daruo said with a calm smile, raising a hand to soothe the rising unease. Over 50,000 soldiers marching from Yuba cannot possibly arrive in less than 3 days. We need only locate Ming Wong, the Phantom King, within that window. And if we fail? Asked Orbaya, far less sanguine than Daruo. This is the boundless sea of sand. How can one possibly expect to find a single vessel amid such immensity? Then someone will suffer the consequences, Daruo replied, his tone light. Though his meaning was unmistakable, not they would suffer, but those 50,000 soldiers. He had no desire to slaughter them, not unless necessity demanded it. After all, they were merely refugees, displaced by drought, driven from their homes, their desperation weaponized by others. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin at once, Orbaya declared, already pulling a weathered map from her pocket, eager to set to work, utterly indifferent to the fact that Dr. Sanyefu, her mentor, had been jostled nearly to nausea throughout the journey. Tomorrow, Daruo interjected, glancing at the pale, green-tinged scholar. The sun is low, and exhaustion dulls the mind. Let us settle in, rest well. Dr. Sanyefu, after all, is the cornerstone of this expedition. As for Taiko La, he spared the man a glance, dismissive, indifferent, a mere afterthought. By the third afternoon, the archaeological survey continued, yet yielded no trace of the Hope-S vessel, Nanbu, nor had they uncovered any meaningful clues. Doctor, quickly come see this. A scholar from O'Hara, Robinson, waved frantically from a distance, his voice urgent. What is it? Orbaya asked, approaching, her brow furrowed as she examined the fragment of rotted timber in his hand. Are you certain this isn't merely debris from a sand sled? But Dr. Sanyefu, stepping forward, seized the wood with quiet intensity. Turning it over in his palms, he traced the charred edge with a scholar's precision. No, it bears no mark of natural erosion. This carbonized fracture suggests it belonged to a ship's dinghy, and that vessel was struck by an explosion of extraordinary force. Brilliant work, Robinson. Orbaya beamed, her lips curving into a radiant arc as she clapped the scholar's shoulder. Daruo, too, offered a nod of quiet admiration. He recalled Robinson's earlier observation, the discovery of marine shells within the nest of the great deceiver bird, information that had first led Dr. Sanyefu to suspect the buried ruins of Sha Hua concealed Ming Wong. A meticulous man, undoubtedly. Robinson? An archaeologist? Could he be Robin's father? Daruo mused, watching the refined scholar beside Orbaya. With that plausible hypothesis in mind, the team swiftly uncovered further traces. Blagia unearthed faint traces of crimson algal ash buried in the dunes. The Red Desert, Taiko La cried, scooping a handful of rust-hued sand, his voice trembling with revelation. Dr. Sanyefu stroked his beard, eyes alight with scholarly certainty. My deduction holds. This was once an inland sea. Nanbu, the Hope-S vessel, must have anchored somewhere within its waters. That timber fragment? Likely torn from a vessel shattered by Nanbu's cannonade. His conclusion resonated with unanimous conviction. Hope, once distant, now blazed bright, renewing every weary limb, sharpening every dulled sense. The team scattered once more, scouring the sands with feverish resolve. "Are you here, Mingwang?" Daruo murmured, gazing across the 10-mile expanse of undulating dunes. Alas, unlike Luffy, he possessed no gift to commune with the silent world, and the ancient warship, slumbering 8 centuries beneath the sands, offered no reply. Then, suddenly, his kin Bunchiko haki flared. A constellation of crimson auras bloomed at the desert's rim. Davy arrived. His gaze swept across the advancing formation, 5 figures at its head. Recognizing the antique helmets worn by the vanguard and the blue-skinned fishman trailing behind, he smiled, teeth flashing. "So, it's you, World Breaker Wald." Chapter 151. The onset of war. The Walled Pirates, of course. Daruo observed the 5 figures, and especially the burly captain whose mustache curled into a bold W. A connoisseur of every cinematic adaptation, Daruo knew their legend well, particularly their captain, Bundy Wald, a titan of the Roger era, renowned not only for his overwhelming might, but for his reckless cruelty, a destroyer of villages, a scourge of the innocent, dubbed, fittingly, the World Breaker. His terrifying power stemmed from the Bai fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit that amplified speed, strength, mass, and volume up to 100-fold, an ability both monstrous and meticulously precise. With it, Wald had risen to stand just beneath the legendary triad, Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, among the greatest pirates the Grand Line had ever known. But that is the future. Now, though Wald already bore the dread title of World Breaker, he was still, fundamentally, a formidable, but not yet transcendent, pirate. Meanwhile, Daruo's crew had just shattered the John pirates, propelling them, without question, to the very vanguard of maritime power. Wald's bounty, barely surpassing 300 million, was accrued not through legendary duels, but through acts of wanton devastation, razed towns, slaughtered civilians, no feats of valor, no trials of honor. "So, they've marked us." Daruo scratched his temple, sighing inwardly. Meanwhile, at the desert's edge, the captive youths gave the command. 50,000 soldiers surged down the dunes in unison, halting 500 meters from Daruo's party, forming disciplined ranks, their gaze sharp, unblinking, predatory. So the Daruo pirates are here as well?" Jake, perched upon Wald's right shoulder, arched a brow in genuine surprise, then nudged his brother. Wald turned, his massive frame casting a long, domineering shadow. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed Daruo, barely 2 meters tall, clad in a garish floral shirt, looking more like a sun-drenched tourist than a feared captain. "So, you're the death marksman, Daruo?" His voice rumbled, laced with disdain. "Hardly the figure I imagined." "Don't underestimate him," Wald, Jake cautioned, his gaze locked on Daruo with unrelenting gravity. "His strength is extraordinary. In truth, we are the challengers here." As a preeminent intelligence officer, Jake knew precisely what Daruo represented. His victories, his haki, his uncanny lethality. A formidable adversary, then, Wald murmured, his expression shifting, the casual arrogance melting into something sharper, more focused. He trusted no one's judgment more than his brother's, and Jake never spoke in hyperbole. "But regardless of who you are, dare stand in our way, and I shall tear you limb from limb." With a grand gesture, Warder revealed a fierce smile brimming with combat intent, followed closely by several of his officers, who were eager to engage in a grand battle. On the other side, Daluo was not oblivious to Werdy's heightened battle spirit. Rather, he wore a helpless expression as he watched 3 figures emerge from the crowd behind Werda. "I must say, you all seem rather at ease," Daluo remarked with a hint of irritation, observing the trio of Sophia, adorned in white hoods and clad in sunglasses, appearing even more relaxed than himself. To think he had worried for them for so long, only to find that they appeared more carefree than he did. "Aisha!" exclaimed Xiong, who stood beside Daluo, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed forward. "Did you miss me? I brought you a gift." Aisha smiled as she ruffled Xiong's hair, tousling his bear-shaped hood, and the two began to engage in cheerful conversation. Their exchange, however, visibly infuriated the Werda pirates, who were taken aback by being so completely disregarded. "You scoundrels, do not underestimate us," roared the irritable fishman Sebastian as he charged forward, unleashing a devastating fishman karate strike aimed directly at Daluo. The wind from his punch howled past Daluo's ear, yet the blow never landed. Instead, a shadow darted out from Daluo's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sebastian flying. "We cannot allow you to strike our captain right from the start," grumbled Bullet, who then surged forward with another flying kick, engaging in fierce combat with Sebastian. Although Daluo had not witnessed Bullet in action, he was confident in his abilities, for he hailed from the martialistic Pamauzu, whose physical prowess surpassed that of humans, and could also unleash unique electric currents to enhance their attacks. "Stop dawdling. We must join the fray," urged Galem, the shipwright of the Word of Pirates, as he brandished a square iron hammer towards Naichin, who was clad in a white lab coat, and then leaped over the sand dune to confront Aisha and her companions. What a mood killer to interrupt our long-awaited reunion. Aisha, seemingly devoid of combat skills, displayed her temper as she placed her hands on her hips, angrily pointing at Galem. "Labide go." No sooner had she spoken than a white figure shot forth like a streak of light towards Galem, her armed fist aimed at his face. Galem, however, was not to be underestimated. He swung his hammer forward, compressing the sand beneath him into a solid block, which he hurled at Labide with great speed. The sudden turn of events caught Labide off guard as she was struck by the heavy mass, sinking into the sand. Fortunately, Sophia reacted swiftly, leaping to Labide's side and pulling her from the ground as if uprooting a vegetable, hurling her towards Daluo. This fellow's methods are peculiar, and Labide lacks adaptability. "Allow me to handle this," Sophia suggested, deftly positioning her blade between her fingers. Meanwhile, at Daluo's behest, Xiong chose Naichin as his opponent, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, with Naichin's medicinal martial arts being deflected time and again by Xiong, resulting in a stalemate. As the sole female ship's doctor of the Word of Pirates, Naichin's combat prowess was not remarkable, despite being defeated by the Empress in the film. She had not demonstrated any notable strength in that encounter, making her an ideal sparring partner for Xiong. "Li Qian, Aisha, I entrust you with managing that army of 50,000. Just hold them off, do not add to the bloodshed," Daluo instructed the remaining two commanders. Afterward, he drew two revolvers from his belt, gripping them tightly as he approached Werda, addressing the towering figure before him. "Now, it is just us." On the other side, Werda, brimming with battle intent, raised his hand and aimed at Daluo, declaring "hundredfold burst punch." With a sharp crack, a bullet surged forth from Werda's pistol, accelerating dramatically in flight, its size increasing 100-fold as it barreled towards Daluo. Observing the bullet, now the size of a millstone, Daluo did not hesitate. He unleashed a fireball to intercept it midair. This brief exchange piqued Daluo's interest, for he was eager to discover which was the true master of firepower, his compressed fruit or Werda's enhanced artillery. Chapter 152. Confrontation with Werda. As a formidable pirate capable of traversing the New World, Bangdi Werda's strength was indeed formidable, primarily derived from a malma fruit he had consumed. This paramecia-type fruit rivaled the most powerful Logia and Zoan fruits, akin to the strength of the soul, float, and tremor fruits, categorizing it as a quasi-emperor level fruit. In contrast, Werda's inherent abilities seemed to lag behind. Had this fruit been wielded by a master of superhuman combat like Kapu, its potential would be unfathomable. Daluo could scarcely imagine such power. The fruit's ability was straightforward. It allowed the user to magnify the size and speed of objects they touched by hundreds of times, and even to apply this amplification effect to themselves. Faced with such an adversary, Daluo steeled himself, eager to discern whether his compressed ammunition, enhanced by the compressed fruit, could surpass Werda's artillery's devastating power. Returning to the battlefield, the conflict beneath the sand dunes had escalated to a fever pitch, with Hechuan Liqian, Labide, and Oerbia striving valiantly against a 50,000-strong army. As the main force among them, Hechuan Liqian wielded his sword like a grim reaper's scythe, each swing claiming numerous lives, yet he remained unsatisfied. How does one achieve that aura of release Daluo displayed last time? He mused, furrowing his brow, gripping his sword. Hachuan Mamoru Kanatada, a terrifying and violent killing intent erupted from him, rampaging through the battlefield like an unparalleled beast, causing nearby soldiers to collapse in fright. Although the effect was similar, Hachuan Liqian understood that it paled in comparison to Daluo's Conqueror's Haki. However, this was to be expected. If this fellow were to easily master Conqueror's Haki, Daluo would surely be displeased, having awakened his own only after a life-and-death struggle with Captain Yuhan. Meanwhile, while Hachuan Liqian honed his skills against the 50,000 soldiers, the battle between Daluo and Werda intensified. Hundredfold burst punch. Werda bellowed, his right hand coiling at his waist before he thrust it forward with great force, generating a massive shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. Under the influence of the Ma fruit's hundredfold enhancement, his dark, armament-clad fist expanded and accelerated, hurtling towards Daluo like a meteor. Kidaro is no pushover, quick to react. He immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability, compressing the solid Haki into the tips of his toes. With a swift flick of his right foot, he unleashed a dark whip that cleaved the sand in two. With a thunderous crash, his fist and leg collided. The amplified force and infinitely compressed power clashing together as if they were about to shatter the very fabric of space. How infuriating such strength! Wald felt the immense pressure of the blow, veins bulging and his eyes wide as saucers. Refusing to yield, he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, gathering his strength and channeling all his might into a punch that sent Kidaro flying. In midair, Kidaro quickly executed a second jump with Bluebird. But before he could land, Wald's dart gun barrel locked onto him. The multiplied hundredfold shotgun. Wald snarled, revealing a menacing grin, and in an instant, his shotgun unleashed a barrage of steel pellets. At the moment the pellets shot from the barrel, the unreasonable Momo fruit activated again, replicating the pellets multiple times and sending them hurtling toward Kidaro at an astonishing speed, like a celestial shower. Bring it on. Observing the dense wall of bullets resembling an iron curtain, Kidaro silently braced himself, skillfully performing a somersault in the air to adjust his angle before pulling the trigger. Killing Star Wind King Spear. A translucent spear of air spiraled toward the oncoming barrage. If Wald's attack relied on quantity, Kidaro's strike was defined by quality. With a single shot, he shattered myriad attacks. The spear, propelled by compressed air, aggressively pierced through the bullet storm, the spiraling air blades shredding the pellets into fragments. Seeing his lethal blow rendered ineffective, Wald's expression darkened. He realized that defeating Kidaro would require a significant sacrifice. Consequently, he forcefully tossed the person sitting on his shoulder, Benjeka, toward the safety of the crowd, then planted his feet firmly to ground himself. Multiplying his body 30-fold, Wald bellowed as his Devil Fruit ability activated, his muscles twisting with an audible crack. Moments later, the strange sound of bones grinding ceased, and Wald's figure surged several meters taller, his muscles swelling like balloons. Oh, so he can directly enhance his physical strength. Kidaro raised an eyebrow in surprise. In his recollection, Wald had never employed such a technique in the theatrical version. After all, a power that directly augments physical strength is exceedingly rare in the world of One Piece. Even Zoan-type devil fruits do not guarantee stable 30-fold enhancement. No guande. After the era of Roger ended, this fellow became a notorious pirate, second only to Whitebeard and Shiki. He truly possesses formidable skills, Kidaro thought to himself. While Kidaro was momentarily lost in contemplation, Wald seized the initiative and charged forward with a heavy stomp, tearing through the air and closing the distance to Kidaro in an instant. Hundredfold punch, his dark fist lunged toward Kidaro's face. But this strike was more than just a hundredfold increase. When combined with a 30-fold enhancement to his physique, its power equated to an astounding 300 times Wald's normal strength. I cannot take that head-on. Possessing the Death Eye ability, the sharp-witted army sensed the terrifying might behind the punch. Naturally, Kidaro, who was not adept at close combat, dared not be reckless. He swiftly retreated several hundred meters. The ground shook as Wald's punch crashed down where Kidaro had just stood, creating a deep crater with a radius of nearly 100 meters. The tremendous shock wave sent a violent surge of sand spiraling upward, forming a towering column. What monster! Robertson marveled at the terrifying dust cloud erupting from the clash. Meanwhile, Orbia, who was more familiar with Kadaro, looked on with concern, pleading silently, "Kadaro, you must win." What a terrifying punch! From a height of 100 meters. Kadaro gazed down at the crater created by Wald's blow, reflecting on the formidable strength of his adversary. Despite being enemies, Kadaro could not deny Wald's prowess. To be frank, if Wald were to focus on diligently honing his martial arts and hockey like Carp, rather than blindly pursuing overwhelming firepower combined with the hundredfold enhancement of the Momo fruit, he would indeed be a true terror. Alas, Wald lacked such foresight, and currently, his strength was insufficient against Kadaro. "Now it is my turn." Kadaro smirked, holstering his revolvers, then activated his fruit ability with his right foot, compressing and concentrating the hockey upon the tip of his toes, lifting his darkened right leg. Kadaro locked onto Wald's position with his Death Eye ability. "This time, I shall confront you directly, defeating you with close-quarters combat." Awakened by the Conqueror's hockey, Kadaro was evidently more decisive than before, irrationally opting for a head-on clash with his opponent. With that, Kadaro stomped down with his left foot, exerting tremendous force on the sand, propelling himself like an arrow toward Wald. His right foot, enveloped in dark hockey, sparked with flames, the air trembling as intense fire ignited at his toes, trailing a comet-like tail behind him. Kick of the Demon Car, the blazing flames, reminiscent of the nine-headed demon bird from the classic of Mountains and Seas, coiled around Kidaro's toes, turning the sky crimson, akin to two rising suns. How exaggerated! Beneath the sand dunes, Orbia, struggling with a beautifully ornate western sword against the enemy, gasped in astonishment at the sight above. Just as Orbia marveled, Kidaro's powerful kick crashed down, the fiery demon bird plunging into Wald's abdomen, encased in hockey. A strange cry escaped the flaming demon, and then its 9 heads began to explode, releasing countless molten flames from their compressed forms, despite Wald's 30-fold enhancement and the formidable hockey surrounding him. He was still severely impacted by Kidaro's kick, doubling over in pain before being launched away like a cannonball. "It hurts like hell." Blood trickled from his lips as Wald, engulfed in searing flames and resembling a massive fireball, was buried in the sand, collapsing with a cry of anguish. But, in the distance, Benjik observed the fallen Wald in the deep pit, his body enveloped in thick smoke. He shouted loudly while drawing the revolver from his coat, firing several shots in an attempt to thwart Dalu, who was preparing to deliver a finishing blow in the sandpit. "This is ridiculous. It makes me seem like the villain." The keen Dalu tilted his head slightly, skillfully evading Benjik's gunfire, all the while internally deriding him, as if he were some great demon lord. Meanwhile, Wald seemed to have regained his composure thanks to Benjik's distraction. He abruptly sat up from the ground, his face dark as he gazed at the 9 deep, smoldering wounds on his abdomen. "Damn it!" Wald cursed, rising to his feet with a fierce slap of his hand, tearing off his charred and tattered shirt to reveal his muscular physique. 50-fold enhancement. Prepare to perish. Wald pounded his chest in fury, his signature W-shaped mustache quivering with intensity. Witnessing Wald exude such an astonishing aura, his figure expanding several meters, Dalu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The 50-fold enhancement had propelled Wald's physique to an unimaginable level, leaving no room for Dalu to underestimate him any further. As their energies surged, the air around them began to ripple, forming 2 colossal whirlwinds in the sand, intermittently flashing with dark, armed lightning. When their auras reached their zenith, they both transformed into streaks of black lightning, hurtling toward each other. With a resounding crash, their limbs collided, a leg against a fist, creating a shockwave that sent a portion of the sand dune crumbling, the tempestuous force propelling the yellow sand skyward. They are truly monsters. The rebel soldiers amidst the swirling sands marveled at the 2 shadowy figures wreaking havoc in the deep trenches carved into the ground. Some timid soldiers, witnessing this display, were so frightened that they fled in terror, abandoning their weapons and armor. With such cowardice, what are they even rebelling for? On the other side, Izumi Riken, using the soldiers as stepping stones, remarked upon the fleeing troops. I must say, you have a rather wicked sense of humor. Aisha quipped, observing Izumi's frustration with the soldiers. However, Aisha was no saint herself. Not far off, Rebeti, under her command, was mercilessly cutting down the enemy like a battlefield meat grinder. In combat, hesitation and mercy are the greatest taboos. Only through a thunderous suppression of foes can one quell the wicked, or else the tide of rebellion will become unmanageable. As expected, under the cold suppression of the group, the most vicious and cunning among the makeshift army perished, leaving behind only those of wavering allegiance. When their numbers swelled, the army became difficult to command, as was evident now. Get moving. Why are you just standing there? Yus at the rear of the army shouted angrily at the soldiers huddling in the distance, then drew a machete from his waist, capturing a terrified deserter as if he were a chick. Who dares to be a coward? This is your fate, he snarled, viciously slashing the deserter's neck with his blade while threatening the fleeing soldiers. This scene did not escape Aisha's keen perception. She muttered, using the Three-Eye Tribe's ability to communicate with Rebeti. Rebeti, ignore those soldiers. Go capture that fat man. As soon as the words left her mouth, Rebeti transformed into a flash of white light, charging toward Yus. The shadow cast by his imposing frame enveloped Yus, whose earlier bravado vanished in an instant. No, don't come any closer. Help! Yus squealed in terror, scrambling backward. But Rebeti had no intention of letting him escape. With a swift motion, he seized Yus in his grip, his massive face looming over him, crimson eyes staring intently. Don't kill him. Make him retreat, Takora shouted urgently. Sprinting to a higher dune to address the remaining resisting soldiers, Yus has surrendered. Lay down your arms and submit, and you shall not be harmed. Despite the old king's reputation having plummeted, those soldiers wishing to survive had no choice but to lower their weapons and surrender. With this, the morale of the rebel army plummeted, rendering them incapable of launching any effective counterattacks. The fate of the scattered 5,000 was sealed, while the clash between Dalu and Wald approached its climax. Phew, this guy could take a beating, Dalu exclaimed, panting heavily after several rounds of fierce exchanges. His tone far from the earlier nonchalance. One must admit, the Pirate King's resilience is formidable, and Wald's 50-fold enhancement made each of Dalu's kicks feel akin to striking iron. Wald, on the other hand, found himself in a more dire situation, covered in wounds and unable to suppress the blood trickling from his mouth. Yet, as he glanced at Benjik and Sebastian, who were embroiled in their own struggles, he took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his lips, and seemed to make a resolute decision. He then performed an astonishing act, dismissing the enhancement from the devil fruit and the armed color, while retrieving a massive cannon from his coat. It appeared he was ready to get serious. Dalu's expression turned grave upon witnessing this, having read the original story. He knew of Wald's hidden ace, the 100-fold amplification super cannon. At that moment, Wald hoisted the cannonball high above his head, activating the enhancement ability to exponentially increase its size. 110, 100-fold. Upon reaching the maximum limit of enhancement, Wald hurled the cannonball, which now resembled the size of a truck, into the air. Dalu soon realized that this cannonball had not only increased in size, but also in speed by 100-fold. With a whoosh, the massive projectile shot toward Dalu at an unfathomable velocity. Yet, no matter how swift to Dalu, endowed with advanced observation, it left a trace. Suddenly, Dalu leapt into the air, raising his firearm. Execution Star Gungnir, a long spear, compressed with immense armed color, shot forth from the barrel of Dalu's golden revolver, tracing an elegant arc as it soared toward the gigantic cannonball. Boom! As the spear pierced through, the formidable cannonball detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged into the sky, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Cough, cough. It seems I may have gone a bit too far. Amidst the billowing clouds of smoke, Deluo waved his hand, casually dispersing the dust before him as he remarked, revealing through his nonchalant demeanor that Wald's desperate attack had not significantly troubled him. In stark contrast, Wald found himself in a dire predicament. His robust physique was completely pierced by Luo's obsidian spear, firmly impaled into the sandy ground, leaving him gasping for breath. "It appears your ambitions end here," Luo declared, as he stepped through the haze to confront the audacious pirate who dared to challenge him. Chapter 154. Individual battles. As Luo dealt with Wald, the battles involving Bulji, Sophia, and Xiong were nearing their conclusion. Bulji, still struggling to fully embrace his new identity, clung to the remnants of his former life as a physician, and after years of medical practice, he had become somewhat neglectful of the combat techniques mastered in the land of Wayno. Consequently, Sebastian maintained a notable advantage in the confrontation. "Are you truly a pirate? You exhibit no awareness at all. It is utterly absurd," Sebastian sneered, baring his jagged white teeth as he observed Bulji holding back. With a sudden intake of breath, Sebastian assumed a stance characteristic of Fishman karate, charging towards Bulji with astonishing speed. "Fishman karaté secret technique, whirling tornado," he shouted as he propelled himself forward, spinning like a power drill and generating a formidable gust of wind aimed at the panting Bulji. Caught off guard, Bulji barely managed to erect a cross-arm defense. Yet the overwhelming force sent him flying, crashing on the ground, where he tasted blood in his throat. "This is not good," Bulji murmured, sensing the pain emanating from his body, while the unique electrostatic energy of his Pimauzu heritage began to wane, signaling his diminishing capacity to inflict effective damage upon Sebastian. Surveying his disheveled state, Bulji forced a bitter smile. Once he had been hailed as the most exceptional combat talent among the younger generation of the Pimauzu. To find himself in such a pitiful state was almost laughable. Lying on the ground, he watched as Sebastian advanced towards him, fists clenched, and resolved to make a difficult decision. He retrieved the medicine box, strapped to his waist, and slowly opened it. Removing the top compartment, he discovered 3 vials, red, blue, and white, lying at the bottom. After taking a deep breath, Bulji extracted the white vial, uncorked it, and downed its contents. The Moonlight Lion state was a permanent source of pain for Bulji, as this once promising talent of the Pimauzu had brought about an indelible calamity upon the fluffy principality during a full moon transformation, and had thus been exiled from the land of Wayno. The 3 vials were special concoctions developed by the late Evelyn to help him control his Moonlight Lion form. Brutal Moonlight, red; Cold Moonlight, blue; and Gentle Moonlight, white. As of now, Bulji could only remain lucid by consuming the Cold Moonlight potion. Drinking the red Brutal Moonlight would lead him to lose all reason, as Luo had witnessed in the cherry blossom forest on Magnetic Drum Island. With a decisive gulp, he consumed the white potion, and immediately a noticeable transformation overtook him. His stature grew taller and more robust. His fur began to flourish and sway without wind, and his eyes radiated a brilliant golden hue. The Moonlight Lion form drastically amplified the Pimauzu's strength. In the original tale, the duo of cat and dog, upon entering the state, had ruthlessly overwhelmed the ship King Jack, nearly obliterating even the ivory. Thus, it was evident how formidable the Moonlight Lion form truly was. Bulji's subsequent actions validated this notion. Having completed his transformation, he lightly tapped the sandy ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a shadowy figure materialized before Sebastian, with razor-sharp claws raised high, crackling with ominous blue lightning. Electric Claw of the Phantom. The 3 luminous blue strikes, imbued with the darkened hockey, shimmered in the air before descending upon Sebastian, who had yet to react. The electric-infused strikes paralyzed Sebastian, rendering him immobile, while the 3 lethal claw attacks tore through his hockey-hardened body, leaving 3 gaping wounds that exposed bone. Struck severely, Sebastian had no chance to utter a sound before his eyes rolled back, unconscious. Meanwhile, Bulji, having executed his decisive blow, coolly tended to his medicine box while casting a cold glance at the incapacitated Sebastian. "I have no need for the resolve that relishes in murder and arson." Shifting focus to the other side of the sand dune, Sophia and Wald's other formidable general, Gala Ram, were embroiled in a separate confrontation. Unlike Bulji, who was grappling with a fierce struggle, Sophia appeared as carefree as a cat toying with a mouse. Had it not been for Gala Ram's peculiar cubic fruit abilities occasionally causing her trouble, their battle would have likely concluded long ago. It seems your companions are not faring well, Sophia teased, fanning herself like a noblewoman. Why not lend them a hand? Damn it. Gala Ram's face turned ashen as he glared at the fallen Wald and Sebastian, cursing under his breath. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he did not hesitate. With fists clenched around a square iron hammer, he summoned the full power of his cubic fruit ability and swung with all his might. Cube acceleration explosive block. As the hammer struck, the air was rapidly disrupted, forming neatly arranged cubes that suddenly accelerated towards Sophia's position before erupting in a violent explosion. The tremendous shockwave engulfed the entire area where Sophia stood, sending clouds of dust swirling. Barish. Gala Ram's menacing grin revealed his anticipation of witnessing Sophia's demise amid the chaos. However, as the smoke began to clear, revealing a lifeless body where Sophia had once stood, Gala Ram's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. How did this happen? He gasped, his hand instinctively touching the faint line of blood on his neck as he turned to confront the enchanting figure resembling a manjashij flower, uttering his final question. The woman, whose smile resembled a blossoming flower, offered no response. With deft fingers, she flipped the gleaming black eyebrow razor in her grasp, and with an alluring breath, she blew away the droplets of blood that clung to it. When confronted by the enchanting nine-tailed fox, one must never assume that all that one perceives is indeed reality. As all male members of the Woad Pirates fell, only Naiqin remained, a solitary general. Unlike the fierce battles endured by her comrades, her duel with Xiong had a playful quality to it. This was only natural, as Naiqin, being a ship's doctor, was not particularly skilled in combat, and Xiong was merely an intern, both lacking the prowess exhibited by their fellow pirates. However, despite the seemingly light-hearted nature of the encounter, the atmosphere was fraught with danger. Naiqin's medicinal martial arts unleashed a barrage of herbal strikes that troubled Xiong greatly. Especially as time progressed, he began to feel various numb sensations coursing through his body. You've sensed it, haven't you? The might of my miraculous medicinal martial arts, Naiqin remarked with a self-satisfied expression, observing Xiong's unsteady stance. She then began to boast. Do you know the most crucial aspect of medicinal martial arts? No, I don't, Xiong replied, turning his head with a straightforward demeanor, showing no inclination to delve deeper. At that moment, his sole focus was on defeating the adversary before him. It's the compatibility of herbs. The compatibility, Naiqin exclaimed, her irritation flaring as Xiong failed to grasp the significance of her words. She proceeded to elucidate further. The numbness you are experiencing is due to the paralyzing powder I employed in my previous strikes. Mandrake, aconitum, and Angelica, why am I even explaining this to a little brat like you? Just accept your fate. Suddenly, her patience waned, and with a fierce outburst, she launched a white crane spreads its wings attack toward Xiong. On the other hand, Xiong was already prepared. Despite the numbing sensations coursing through him, he summoned his strength to draw his right hand back. The pink pads of his palm began to pulsate rapidly, exerting pressure on the surrounding air to condense large masses of energy above his hand. Bear's impact, he declared, and with a crisp sound akin to a cork popping from a wine bottle, a tremendous force erupted from the pads of his palm, sending a brilliant white beam hurtling towards Naiqin, propelling her through the air like a shooting star before vanishing into the horizon. As he beheld Naiqin soaring away from his strike, disbelief flickered across Xiong's face, followed by a radiant smile. At that moment, joy surged within him. This marked the first time he had defeated a cadre member since setting sail, a testament to the fruits of his relentless training. Quite impressive, Xiong. Aisha, who had been closely monitoring the situation, rushed over to pat him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Dalu also showered Xiong with praise, exclaiming, "Well done, Xiong." Thus, all members of the Woad Pirates were completely annihilated by the Dalu Pirates. Chapter 155. The call from 800 years ago, the Dalu Pirates obliterated the Woad Pirates with an almost overwhelming force, serving as a valuable assessment of each member's capabilities. This was a deliberate strategy on Dalu's part, ensuring that these 3 crew members, who had yet to fully reveal their potential, faced individual opponents. This approach allowed Dalu to better gauge their strengths for future voyages. Particularly noteworthy were the performances of newcomers Biology and Sophia, who had recently joined the crew. Dalu had observed Biology's initial struggles and was prepared to intervene if necessary. But fortunately, Biology managed to shift his mindset. Upon transforming into the Moonlight Lion form through a special potion, he decisively overpowered the formidable Sebastian. As for Sophia, her performance was nothing short of spectacular. As she toyed with her opponent, who never even had the chance to witness her devil fruit abilities. Xiong, as an intern, also exceeded Dalu's expectations. After months of training, he began to harness the true potential of his Momo no Mi, and he had already mastered his signature technique, Bear's Impact. Of course, he still had much to learn before reaching the heights of the future Shichibukai Xiong, who would possess the awakened powers to extract memories and pain. Nevertheless, the future held promise, and if Xiong continued to improve at this pace, he would soon become a formidable force. Just as Dalu contemplated patting Xiong's head with the wisdom of his past life, a cacophony of sounds erupted from Orabia's direction. It was Kabura leading the military, swiftly taking control of the remaining rebel forces. One could not deny Kabura's abilities. With a rousing speech and effective reassurances, he managed to persuade the majority of the displaced citizens within the rebel ranks to surrender. This scene did not escape the notice of Takola, who was engaged in conversation with Dr. Sanukeo nearby. "It seems you have an exceptional son," Dr. Sanukeo remarked, observing Kabura surrounded by soldiers, as he patted his old friend's shoulder with a knowing glance. Perceptive Takola understood his friend's implication, inhaling deeply while his lips moved, though he remained silent. Indeed, he had ruled for too long, distanced from the common folk, to the point that he had forgotten the ambitions he once held as a prince to benefit his people. After exhaling, Takola sheathed his sword into the sand dunes, the sunset casting a warm golden glow upon the armor of the aged monarch. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with the old king Takola, Kabura hurriedly led his troops back to Albana. Notably, Takola did not accompany the army. Logically, the old king should have returned to the capital immediately to address the newly surrendered forces, but Takola's intentions were clear. He planned to abdicate in favor of a successor. For Takola, his remaining obsession was to locate the lost ship of hope. Fortunately, the team from O'Hara did not disappoint him. After a night of rest, the following morning, Orabia brought good news to Dalu and his crew. "How'd it go? Did you find it?" Dalu inquired cheerfully, holding a piece of roasted meat over the fire while offering it to Orabia. "Huff, why are you so calm?" Orabia, having sprinted over, gasped for breath, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Dalu. "What's the rush? Is it going to run away?" Daruo noticed that Orabia had no intention of eating the roasted meat, so he unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth. "Come on, stop dawdling and follow me." To his surprise, Orabia turned out to be quite impatient, pulling Daruo without further ado to a deep pit atop the sand dune. At the edge of the pit's bottom, several scholars from O'Hara were gathered, among them Dr. Sanukeo, who was examining a small hole about the height of a person in the pit wall with a flashlight. "Takola, Daruo, come quickly." Upon seeing them arrive, Dr. Sanukeo immediately pulled the two closer and pointed at the hole, explaining, "The deep pit created by that pirate leader yesterday with explosives has revealed a layer of red algae soil recorded in historical texts. This morning, we dug down 3 meters along this red soil layer and discovered this opening. I suspect this might be a docking tunnel for ships used 800 years ago near Shahua. The ship Ming Wang could very well be anchored inside." Dr. Sanukeo spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, summarizing the situation. "What are we waiting for? Let's go in." Takola, hearing that the ancestral vessel was likely inside, became restless and eagerly urged everyone on. "We have no idea what awaits us inside, and this cave is perilously unstable. We must first reinforce the entrance." Orabia cautioned Takola and Daruo. Meanwhile, several others from O'Hara approached with a wooden stick, seemingly intending to build a support structure at the entrance. However, Starting to construct the support from the entrance would take an eternity, and Daruo lacked the patience for that. Step aside, let me handle it. Daruo stopped the others and swiftly stepped forward to the entrance, spreading his arms wide. He manipulated the surrounding air, compressing it into blocks as hard as steel to fortify the entrance. Before long, the narrow opening was propped open by countless compressed air bricks, forming a smooth passageway into the depths of the cave. Given the uncertainty within, Daruo did not adhere to the principle of chivalry and bravely ventured deeper into the cave first. As described in the tale of Tao Hua Yuan, the path began narrow but opened up after a few dozen steps, revealing a spacious cavern. Once they fully entered, Daruo and the others were astonished to find dozens of ancient merchant ships moored within the expansive cave, all sunk into the sand in a state of decay. Holding a torch, Dr. Sanyukeo stroked the slumbering vessels that had rested for 800 years while searching for any evidence of their identities. Sure enough, he discerned a clue from the markings on the sail of a massive merchant ship. It bore the emblem of the Oasis Merchant Association. There was no doubt. This was the bustling port of Lut, the most prosperous harbor of Shahua 800 years ago. What were we waiting for? Hurry and search. That ship must be here. Takola, clearly unable to contain herself, began scouring the surroundings with her torch. As their excavation deepened, Daruo and the others meticulously checked every ship in the cave's port but found no traces of ancient weaponry. Just when despair began to settle among them, a surreal and ethereal voice resonated in their hearts. Distant travelers, welcome to your arrival. This is the Hope Vessel, Namib. Chapter 156. Namib, did you hear that? Someone is speaking. Aisha exclaimed as she heard the inexplicable voice within her heart, calling out to the others while cautiously glancing around. The remaining group exchanged bewildered looks, clearly having heard the strange voice, yet none dared to believe it, considering this place had been devoid of human presence for over 700 years. Doctor, what is that? Aurbia asked Dr. Sanyukeo, hoping to glean an explanation from the learned elder. Unfortunately, even the wisest could not know everything. Dr. Sanyukeo shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is some form of intelligent being. An intelligent being? How is that possible? What creature could live for 700 years? Aurbia rolled her eyes, evidently skeptical of the doctor's assertion. 700 years, you say? Daruo pondered, calculating what beings could exist for such a duration in the world of the Pirate King. He quickly ruled out humans, as even the longest-lived giants only reached 300 years. If it was not human, it might be an ancient existence, transcending the vast river of time like the Elephant Lord. While the others were deep in thought about the identity of this mysterious entity, Aisha and Daruo simultaneously noticed a clue. A green light suddenly blossomed in the direction from which the voice emanated. Look, there seems to be something there. Aisha excitedly pointed toward a pyramid-shaped structure. Indeed, following the direction of Aisha's finger, a tower of a distinctly different architectural style slowly emerged from the sand, and the pyramid's apex gradually unfolded, revealing the silhouette of an ancient warship. It's here, the Hope Vessel, Takola gasped, her excitement palpable as she observed the towering mast emerging from the pyramid's peak, her face flushed with exhilaration. Daruo shared her elation, as this was the Ming Wong, the most formidable ancient weapon in the pirate world, not only renowned for its destructive power, but also a dream vessel sought after by pirates. With it, combined with Daruo's ability to manipulate compressed air, the vision of him commanding the Ming Wong, vanquishing the navy and overpowering rocks, danced vividly in his mind. Creaking and grinding, the gears within the pyramid produced a disconcerting sound, and the apex finally settled, unveiling the long-awaited Ming Wong. It was an ancient wooden ship, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length, its tall mast adorned with sails depicting various patterns, and its sides bristling with cannons. Yet, the most striking feature was the massive cannon, several meters in diameter, standing proudly on its deck. Even after so many years, its formidable presence remained undiminished. This was indeed the legendary weapon capable of obliterating an island in a single strike. It seems to be damaged. Aisha, with her extraordinary perception, discerned something unusual about the warship. Upon hearing her words, Daruo's heart sank, and he quickly activated his observation haki to probe the nearby vessel with his powerful perception. As expected, the scene that unfolded was disappointing. In his perception, a circular hole, 20 meters in diameter, had been blasted through the middle of the ship's deck, piercing entirely through the hull, splitting even the crucial keel in two. The vessel resembled an apple pie that had been bitten into by a mischievous child. Indeed, it was not so easily obtained. Daro forced a bitter smile, adjusting his mentality filled with uncertainty. After all, even if he were to truly possess the Mingwang, it would merely be a material possession. True strength lies in one's own power. Let us proceed and see the situation for ourselves. Sophia, hailing from a lineage of shipbuilders, was quite intrigued by the Mingwang, and she led the way with a torch in hand. Within minutes, Daro and the scholars from O'Hara stepped onto the deck of the legendary vessel, their eyes filled with curiosity as they explored every nook and cranny. Incredible! Such remarkable shipbuilding craftsmanship, Sophia exclaimed in awe, observing the various energy conduits embedded in the deck, while activating the recording device on her high-tech combat suit to document everything aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the scholars from O'Hara showed little interest in the peculiar technologies. They were far more eager to uncover the truth behind the century of blank history. Doctor, look here. There's a giant straw hat emblem and a sunbird design. Orbia pointed out the strange patterns painted on the sail. The erudite Clover promptly provided an explanation. The sunbird is the emblem of the Alabaster royal family, while the straw hat symbolizes the great liberator, Joy Boy. Joy Boy, Orbia repeated, though it was her first encounter with the name. She felt that anyone referred to as a liberator must be a remarkable figure. Just as Orbia was about to inquire further, both Aisha and Daro gasped in astonishment as a dazzling green light once again illuminated the ship's bow. The green light gradually coalesced into a delicate girl clad in a green cloak. What is it? What happened? Orbia anxiously asked, gazing at Aisha, whose mouth was agape as if she could swallow an egg. The others looked to the two, seeking clarification. Clearly, apart from Daro and Aisha, the others could not perceive the girl before them. Hey, can't you see her? There's a little girl sitting at the bow, Aisha exclaimed in wonder, pointing towards the ship's front. Ah, I've slept for so long. The little girl suddenly stretched, slowly rising to her feet, and looked at Daro, asking, Are you the fated one spoken of by Joy Boy? Why are you not wearing a straw hat, but a cowboy hat instead? Fated one? Straw hat? Daro raised an eyebrow at the peculiar title, promptly realizing she must be referring to the future Luffy, and he shook his head. The little girl, surprised by Daro's reaction, bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Isn't it 1522 now? And if you are not the fated one, how can you see me? It is 1483. Over 40 years away from 1522. As for why I can see you, I really don't know, but she can see you too, right? Daro replied honestly. The girl glanced at Aisha, whom Daro had indicated, and shook her head, denying his explanation. She is a descendant of the witnesses, so it is normal for her to see me. Yet you, who are not the fated one, can hear my call? That is truly strange. Forget it. It is good to awaken early. After such a long slumber, I was nearly bored to death. The little girl patted her cheeks and excitedly jumped onto the deck. Upon noticing the large hole in the ship's hull, she muttered, That Uranus truly is ruthless. How could he damage me like this? Uranus? He harmed you? Daro was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation and gradually discerning the little girl's true identity. Are you saying you are? Daro questioned, gesturing towards the dilapidated Mingwang battleship. The girl's subsequent words confirmed Daro's suspicions as she lifted her skirt in a graceful curtsy and slowly addressed him. Indeed, I am the spirit of this ship. My name is Namabo. Please take good care of me. Chapter 157. Harvest and Invitation. The ship spirit is perhaps the most extraordinary existence in the world of pirates. Strictly speaking, it cannot even be classified as a living entity, but rather a manifestation of consciousness and intellect, born from the ship under certain unique circumstances. Such entities are exceedingly rare even in the original narrative, with the sole exception of the Mary Go's spirit. However, if this girl named Namabu is indeed the spirit of the Mingwang, is entirely fitting, for she is linked to the most formidable warship ever known. So, you have lived for over 800 years? Aisha pouted in astonishment at the girl who appeared even younger than herself, her hand reaching out nervously to pinch the girl's cheek. Upon noticing the approaching hand, Namabu wrinkled her nose, squinted her eyes, and pretended to snap at Aisha with exaggerated ferocity. Aisha was startled by the sudden gesture, retracting her hand as if shocked, only to remember that the girl was an incorporeal spirit. Ha! What a silly girl, Namabu laughed heartily, resembling a mischievous monkey that had pilfered a peach from the heavenly orchard, before gliding over to playfully engage with Aisha. Meanwhile, Daro, one of the only two individuals able to see the ship spirit, tirelessly elucidated her existence to the others, especially the scholars from O'Hara, who were instantly captivated upon hearing about an ancient being that had lived for over 800 years. Quick, ask her what the truth of the century of blank history is. Orbia, the most vivacious among them, urged Daro eagerly. At her prompting, Daro's eyes also sparkled with excitement. If Namabu truly was the spirit of the Ming Wang, she must have witnessed the events of the century of blank history and might even have been a direct participant in those occurrences. Do not even think about it. If you are not the fated one spoken of by Joy Boy, I shall not disclose what transpired during that time, Namabu declared, hands on her hips, addressing Daro before he could speak. Oh, why not? Daro raised an eyebrow in response. To tell you directly would be to harm you. Namabu paused her playful antics with Aisha, adopting a serious expression as she continued. Given that fellow's nature, he would have long since obliterated all records of that history. Even those passed down orally would be sensed by him. Thus, the only means to learn of that history is through the stone carvings of the Kazuki clan. That fellow? Are you referring to him? Although Daro did not obtain the answers he sought, he keenly grasped the key term within Namabu's words. Oh, you know him? Namabu was astonished to hear Daro mention his name, responding with surprise. After all, Am had concealed himself in Panga City for so long, and few were aware of his existence. Even Dr. Clover had yet to learn his true name, only inferring his presence from historical texts. What on earth are you all talking about? The endearing Aisha gazed at the two individuals seemingly engaged in a silent riddle and, in a state of utter bewilderment, inquired. The others, too, turned their attention to Daruo. Disregarding Aisha's interruption, Daruo promptly shifted the conversation elsewhere. After all, he had learned of Im's identity from the comics in his previous life and wished to conceal the fact that he was a time traveler. Now that we have located this ship, the Ming Wang, let us depart for now. We can return later to explore it thoroughly, Daruo proposed, observing the torches in their hands nearly extinguished. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to linger here for another 40 years, awaiting that so-called destined one? After seeing the agreement of others to his suggestion, Daruo turned to Nanabu and asked, What nonsense? You expect me to wait here for another 40 years? I would surely perish from boredom. Nanabu exclaimed, her discontent palpable as she flitted around Daruo in agitation. It was indeed a predicament caused by Daruo and his companions. Had they not awakened her prematurely from her deep slumber underground, she might have simply opened her eyes and joined Luffy in challenging him. However, now, if she were to remain, she would have to endure an entire 40 years of tedium, which would surely drive her mad given her childlike disposition. What shall we do? Should we leave together? The equally immature Aisha empathized, looking at Nanabu. Leave? Can a ship's spirit operate independently from the vessel? Daruo scrutinized the dilapidated Ming Wang and asked Nanabu. No. Nanabu shook her head. She clasped her head with her hands and, with a hint of a sob, replied, The ship's spirit must rely on the ship to exist. Thus, I cannot stray too far from this vessel. I see, Daruo remarked, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. Initially, he had contemplated enticing Nanabu aboard. For who could know the Ming Wang better than her? With her assistance, recreating a new Ming Wang would be a simple task, just as he lamented the inability to persuade her. A sudden inspiration struck him. He asked Nanabu, May I inquire what exactly you are bound to on this ship? This question arose from his recollection of the paradox known as the ship of Theseus. If all the wood of a ship is gradually replaced, is it still the same ship? In other words, if Nanabu is dependent on this ship, What would happen if the components of the Ming Wang were systematically replaced? Would her existence shift to align with the new vessel? If the answer were affirmative, then, through some clever manipulation, it might be possible to transfer the ship's spirit Nanabu to a new ship. If not, it would imply that the spirit was anchored to a specific part of the vessel. The keel. The essence of a ship lies in its keel, and the ship's spirit exists in relation to the keel. Nanabu provided her answer, her form drifting towards the large hole in the deck. If I were to remove this keel, would you be able to accompany us? Daruo leaped into the ship's hold, pointing at the keel, which had been shattered by an unidentified attack. Though he had never seen the atom tree, he could discern from the dense patterns and wood grain that the keel was undoubtedly crafted from it. So do you wish to leave? If so, I shall extract this keel for you, Daruo inquired, patting the keel. To be candid, had the Celestial King not broken the keel, Daruo would have found it exceedingly difficult to dismantle, for it was made from the most resilient wood in the world. Of course I want to leave. If you expect me to stay here for 40 years, I would surely suffocate. Nanabu readily agreed without hesitation. In that case, this ship is of little use. I might as well dismantle other parts as well, Daruo remarked to Nanabu, while signaling to the others to prepare to disassemble the cannon system he had long coveted. No. Nanabu, alarmed, spread her arms and floated in front of Daruo to block him. These cannon systems are the technology of the Great Kingdom. If you dismantle them, what will I use for revenge against that Uranus fellow in 40 years? With her declaration, Daruo refrained from further dismantling. After all, their comrades remained on the Ming Wang. Given the ship's spirit's control over the vessel, provoking Nanabu could lead to catastrophic consequences. We cannot return empty-handed. Daruo seized the opportunity to negotiate. At most, you may allow us to take a few secondary cannons, but under no circumstances shall you touch the main cannon. After a moment of hesitation, Nanabu made her final concession. Agreed. Daruo snapped his fingers in affirmation. He had intended to take several cannons back to the mermaid's him, and although he could not secure the most powerful main cannon, acquiring a few secondary ones was still a considerable gain. Furthermore, if he could successfully persuade Nanabu to join him, he could also take the two segments of the keel crafted from the atom tree, which, regardless of damage, was legendary for its unsinkable properties. I say, having lingered in Alabasta for so long, you must be dreadfully bored. Why not join us on our voyage? Daruo invited Nanabu, while assisting the others in dismantling the cannons. The playful Nanabu did not decline. She, too, wished to witness the changes in the world over the past 7 centuries. More importantly, as the spirit of a derelict ship, she needed to find a suitable means to restore herself. Thus, it was settled. Nanabu, the ancient weapon spirit of the Ming Wang, officially joined Daruo's pirate crew. Chapter 158. Before setting sail, the following day arrived. The former King Takola acted with remarkable efficiency. On the very night the Ming Wang was discovered, he dispatched an entire excavation team to Sahua for protective exploration. Utilizing the powers of the compression fruit, Daruo dismantled the keel and 2 secondary cannons of the Ming Wang, bringing along the ship's spirit Nanabu back to Albana with him and the O'Hara group. Meanwhile, a jubilant banquet was underway in the banquet hall of the Albana Palace. A lengthy Western-style table, several meters long, was laden with delectable dishes, towering meat platters that could almost bury a person. Yet, even such an abundance of delicacies could scarcely appease the ravenous appetites of Daruo and his companions. Soon, plate after plate of food was swiftly consumed, leaving nothing but empty dishes stacked towards the ceiling. Observing this spectacle, the palace's culinary team refused to be outdone and engaged in a fierce competition in the kitchen, striving to see who could serve dishes faster, their speed or the speed at which the hungry crowd devoured them. How foolish, competing with those monsters. All I need to do is feed a rabbit and take a break, remarked a man with a hooked nose clad in a white chef's uniform as he poured a bowl of peeled carrots into the feeding trough before the rabbit, casting a triumphant glance at the creature as if to provoke it. Even if you were to consume a carrot every second, it would take you a good 10 minutes to finish such a quantity, the male chef mused to himself, incredulous that he could not satiate a mere rabbit with the simple task of peeling carrots. How could he possibly be defeated by this rabbit? Just as the man was reveling in his confidence, La Bête opened its gaping maw and, much to the man's astonishment, devoured an entire basin of carrots in one bite. How infuriating it was that even a rabbit could prove so troublesome, yet he should not underestimate me. The man's peculiar competitiveness ignited, and he grimly retreated to the kitchen, wielding his peeler with the determination of one prepared for a duel against La Bête. This is indeed a troublesome challenge. The head chef laughed heartily at the sight of the ravenous diners, for despite his many years in the profession, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. This time, the drought in the city and the excavation of a ship of hope were greatly aided by you all. I raise a glass in your honor. Kabula, seated at the head of the table, lifted his goblet and gestured towards Daluo and the others. You are too gracious. King Kabula, Daluo replied, acknowledging the new king with a toast before downing his champagne in one gulp. Notably, after the demise of the two brothers, Yu He and Yu Si, the illegal workshops producing dancing powder in Yuba were completely eradicated by Kabula, alleviating the drought in the capital, Albana. Simultaneously, the insurgents responsible for the rebellion were suitably resettled, with some housed within the city and others dispersed throughout various military camps. Following these events, Prince Kabula's reputation among the populace soared above that of the late King Kola, who was quite receptive to counsel and abdicated upon returning to Albana, passing the throne to Kabula. I must tell you, and I fatally harbors a secret crush on Xiao, Ibo, E. Across the long table, Nami Bu, under Aisha's translation, tirelessly regaled the gossip of their ancestors. Oh. Upon hearing this juicy tidbit, Bai exclaimed in delight, while the venerable Dr. San Yichao subtly set down his knife and fork, leaning in to catch every word. Vietnami bus eloquent storytelling. An epic yet poignant love tale quickly unfolded between Ni, Fei Ta Li, and Xiao Ibo E, leaving the scholars of Ao Hala in awe. Ahem. The elderly king Ku La coughed twice, signaling his disapproval of such blatant gossip about the ancestors in their presence. Clearly, the old king's protests fell on deaf ears. As Nami Bu, the elder statesman, continued to weave his narrative about Queen Ni, Fatali. You all need to ease up a bit, Daluo observed. Watching as Aisha, Airbaya, and Sophia nearly toppled the table in their excitement, and he tactfully intervened. His words proved effective as the women settled down, leaving only the forlorn Nami Bu, in ghostly form, gazing longingly at the others enjoying their feast. Notijing Nami Bu's pitiful impression. Daluo teasingly raised a bread roll to his lips and remarked, what a fragrant bread, too bad someone cannot partake. For a spirit, the concept of eating was non-existent. Yet after 8 centuries of existence, Nami Bu had developed a yearning for the enjoyment of delicious food. Stung by the remark, Nami Bu crossed her arms and turned away, her nostrils puffing steam like a cartoon character in a fit of anger. Seeing her reaction, Daluo chose to refrain from further teasing and instead offered comfort to his new crew member. Do not worry, the seas are filled with peculiar wonders. Perhaps there will come a time when you can savor something. Do you have a plan? Nami Bu looked up, her face alight with hope. I have heard that technology now allows objects to consume animal-type devil fruits, Daluo replied nonchalantly. Thus, I pondered whether we could craft a puppet from the dragon bone you inhabit, imbuing it with life through the animal-type fruit, which you could then control, perhaps transforming you into a living being. Daluo's imaginative proposal was quite compelling, as Nami Bu's face visibly flushed with excitement, resembling someone invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Genius! You are truly a genius. In a burst of exhilaration, the spirit Nami Bu performed a backflip into the air, soaring to the ceiling and darting around the hall in a frenzy of joy. Daluo remained calm. In truth, he had contemplated this from the moment he invited Nami Bu aboard, for currently, only he and Aisha could perceive her ghostly form, which was rather inconvenient. However, despite the seemingly simple idea, realizing it would be quite challenging. First, they would need to find a suitable animal-type devil fruit, preferably one that could allow Nami Bu to transform into a human. Secondly, they must locate a technician capable of enabling an object to consume a devil fruit. And in this era, only the massed organizations seem to possess such expertise, though they appear to be entangled with the Rock's pirates, making them a formidable adversary. Moses. Just as Daluo was lost in thought, his pocket snail phone suddenly rang. It was the long-lost Ryukit. Daluo, where are you? Ryukit, having visited his grandfather's old friend and returned early to the mermaid's song, shouted in frustration. Chapter 159, Setting Sail Again. According to the original itinerary, Daluo and his party were only supposed to stay in Alabasta for 10 days, but due to the upheaval caused by the incident with the Underworld King, they lingered for several more days. It is truly unacceptable to have kept us waiting for so long. On the deck of the mermaid's song, Ryukit muttered angrily while practicing a peculiar form of martial arts. As if to vent his frustration, his right fist shot out in an unusual manner, creating a crisp popping sound in the air akin to bubbles bursting in a drink. Pop, pop, pop. The series of popping sounds expelled the surrounding air, and from the sheer force of it, one could discern the impressive power of the technique. After his practice, Ryukit flexed his sore elbow and shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied. No, it still pales in comparison to old man Reina's prowess. Even though I can simulate the bubbles in champagne using the sake fruit, the strength of my haki cannot support the explosive power of those bubbles when they burst, Ryukit remarked. The old man Reina he referred to as the old friend of his grandfather he visited days prior. One of the 7 winemakers who had triumphed in the World Winemaking Championship alongside his grandfather. The creator of the enchanting bubble champagne, Epernay, Reina was indeed a formidable figure. Upon hearing of the dragon's attack on the Latour vineyard and the death of a dear friend, he turned to the study of martial arts, driven by the spirit of winemaking. It must be acknowledged that a genius, regardless of location, remains a genius. Over the years, Ruina's prowess has become quite remarkable. He even pioneered an entirely new technique by emulating the effervescent bubbles bursting in champagne, known as Qipao Zhendan Chuan. With this formidable martial art capable of producing explosive impacts with every strike, Ruina quickly established a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line. He even repelled several waves of celestial dragon minions sent to capture him and settled in Yudi, a place abundant in sunlight and rainfall, ideal for cultivating high-sugar grapes. Out of friendship, Ruina insisted that his old friend Lykeet stay for several days and generously imparted this fighting technique to him. However, compared to Ruina, who had refined it over the years, Lykeet's understanding, having only practiced for a few days, remained rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, Lykeet paid little mind to this, echoing Ruina's sentiment that the art of combat, much like winemaking, is unique to each individual. No 2 wines taste the same, and neither do 2 people share identical paths. It is only through embracing diverse strengths that one can reach the pinnacle of achievement. Thus, for Lykeet, this technique served more as a source of inspiration. He remained confident that once he comprehended the essence of wine, its combustion, flow, intoxication, bubbles, and clarity, he would fully master the powers of the wine fruit and establish his unique combat system. At that time, the troublesome rabbit that had caused him much vexation since boarding would be vanquished, and he would surpass the formidable Sophia, firmly cementing his position as the 3rd strongest member of the Dala pirate crew. While Lykeet was lost in his dreams, 2 pointed rabbit ears suddenly emerged on the distant horizon. It was none other than his longed-for Labidi and several others from the crew. It turned out that after receiving Lykeet's call, Dalu and the others had promptly bid farewell to Cobra and the scholars of O'Hara immediately following the banquet and returned to Canola Flower Harbor to reunite with Lykeet. Accompanying them were the newly joined ship Spirit Nanabo and several segments of the Atom Tree skeleton that served as its vessel. Dalu also ensured that he did not forget the 2 cannons dismantled from the Mingwang warship. Although they were not the main cannons, Dalu remained eagerly anticipatory of their power. After all, if they could be mounted on the Mingwang ship, their might should undoubtedly surpass that of the legendary Buggy's buggy cannon. Regrettably, due to the ship's size constraints, the mermaid's song could only accommodate one of the cannons, while the other was compressed and entrusted to Labidi, who possessed the abilities of the Su fruit, to compensate for her lack of ranged combat capabilities. With great fanfare, Dalu's party traversed the bustling docks and returned to the mermaid song. Likey, thank you for your patience. Dalu awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed for making Likey wait aboard the ship for 5 or 6 days. No waities, Likey replied nonchalantly, then turned to the side where Izumi Reiken was moving wooden planks and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "Allow me to explain." Aisha, having bonded with Nanabu over the past few days, eagerly pushed her way to the front upon hearing them discuss topics related to Nanabu. "This is our new crewmate, Nanabu. She is an ancient ship spirit who has lived for over 800 years. Aisha enthusiastically introduced, pointing to the floating Nanabu. However, this display left Likey, who could not see Nanabu, somewhat perplexed. He glanced at Dalu with a look that seemed to question whether Aisha was having another episode. "She speaks the truth. We indeed have a newly joined crew member of special significance. You may not see her yet, but you will have the opportunity to meet her in due time," Dalu clarified, observing Likey's skeptical expression. Meanwhile, Labidi had already moved several sections of the Dragon Bone into the ship's cabin, and Kuma had completed the necessary checks before departure, ensuring they were ready to set sail. Their next destination was the outpost island of Gaia, the very island where Luffy encountered Blackbeard. "Set sail, everyone, to Gaia Island," Dalu commanded, and the mermaid's song, having docked in Alabasta for over 10 days, filled its sails and embarked towards the next destination. As night fell, within the Alabasta royal palace, the old King Takora and the scholars from O'Hara were engrossed in studying the ancient artifacts unearthed from the Mingwang, hoping to unveil a glimpse into the enigmatic blank century. "All right, let's call it a day. We shall reconvene tomorrow," Dr. Three Leaf said, stretching from the stiffness of long hours at his desk and standing up to address the other scholars. Though reluctant, Albia and the others understood the monumental scale of the archaeological work at hand and left the palace without further ado. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the O'Hara scholars, Takora gazed at the clutter of newly unearthed artifacts and books scattered across his study, sinking into contemplation. The two questions that had plagued him for decades resurfaced. What transpired after the ancestor Queen Nefertari left for the promise with Joy Boy and subsequently vanished? Additionally, what did the secret lamp hidden within the Nefertari family truly signify? Suddenly, Takora's eye caught an unusual object, a crude clay pot, commonly found in Alabasta. Yet this one was particularly rough and misshapen, reminiscent of a child's handiwork. "What is this?" Takora hurriedly approached, picking up the clay pot from the ground, while murmuring, "This seems to belong to Queen Lily, but why is there such a poorly made pot among her relics?" Puzzled, Takora scrutinized the clay pot closely, only to discover faint ancient inscriptions on the bottom, obscured by dirt. Unable to decipher the ancient text, Takora quickly retrieved the reference dictionary left behind by Dr. Three Leaf and spent over 20 minutes deciphering the inscription. "The child we created has betrayed us." Chapter 160. The scheme of rocks. While Takora was restless over his discovery, unbeknownst to him, a scheme targeting the Alabasta royal family was brewing far away in the New World. On Hive Island, at the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Miss Bakken, and Longbread gathered around Rocks to deliberate their next course of action. "How is the progress on the Bloodline fusion project from the Doctor, Bakken?" Rocks inquired, seated on his throne, resting his chin on one hand while leaning on the armrest. "The progress is promising. Recently, a new intern named Caesar joined MADS, and he has some intriguing ideas regarding immunosuppression, significantly aiding the Doctor. They can now fuse 17 different bloodline factors." Bakken reported respectfully, his brow furrowed. 17. Locos fell silent for a moment, his right hand resting lightly on the armrest, fingers tapping with quiet, deliberate rhythm. "Not yet," he murmured. "Urged the Doctor. Hasten the fusion experiment. 20 bloodline genomes must be integrated, without delay." "Yes, Captain." Bakken, the crew's sole scientist, well understood the staggering complexity of embedding 20 distinct bloodline inheritances into a single living organism. Yet defiance was unthinkable. Locos S will brooked no hesitation. Locos nodded once, then shifted his gaze. "And John? Was it not confirmed that the Doctor could restore him through human cloning? Had Dalo overheard that question at that very moment, he would have recoiled in disbelief. After all, on Drum Island, he had shattered John's heart beyond repair, leaving no doubt of his death. And indeed, John had perished physically, yet his cerebral function had not yet ceased. His brain, salvaged just in time by Bakine, remained viable. Though Vegapunk's current biotechnology could not reverse true death, it could cultivate, from the surviving neural stem cells, a flawless clone, bearing John's full memory matrix, his consciousness intact. The clone has been successfully generated, Bakine replied, her tone measured, evasive. Though certain minor neurological anomalies have emerged, resulting in transient cognitive disorientation. Disorientation? Locos' brow furrowed. This was no trivial matter. Though the Locos pirates commanded vast influence, their inner circle numbered only 10 irreplaceable pillars. To lose even one was a wound. Enough, he dismissed, waving a hand. Assign another liaison to coordinate with the doctor. Let the clone remain on Beehive Island, overseeing logistics. We have weightier concerns. His gaze then turned left to Shiki, his sovereign lieutenant, the third mightiest force in the crew, second only to Locos himself and Whitebeard. Shiki, Locos inquired, have you made headway in tracing the ancient weapons? Unburdened by Bakine's caution, Shiki spoke with his customary bluntness. None. Roger still eludes me, refuses all cooperation. To uncover the ancient weapons, only two paths existed. The first, like the scholars of O'Hara, demanded the recovery of every poneglyph, followed by meticulous historical reconstruction. The second, far more direct, relied upon those gifted with the voice of all things. Roger, or his destined successor, Luffy, individuals whose very existence resonated with the weapon's arcane lineage. Shiki possessed neither patience nor temperament for archival labor. He had chosen the second path, and thus his relentless pursuit of Roger, culminating years hence. In the legendary battle at Etwall Sea, if progress remained stalled, set it aside. For now, Locos declared, rising from his throne and stepping forward to clasp Shiki's shoulder. A far more urgent task awaits you, and Whitebeard. This mission is paramount. Only you two possess the authority and the power to execute it. Oh, Shiki's curiosity stirred. As the crew's two strongest warriors, he and Whitebeard enjoyed rare autonomy. Yet now, Locos himself was assigning them directly. The Doctor's breakthrough is imminent, Locos continued, voice low and incisive. His work nears completion. Thus, our next phase begins, the hunting of the celestial dragons. His eyes burned with cold, unwavering intensity. You will capture, without fail, 20 scions of the 20 royal families. Deliver them to Beehive Island. Swiftly, precisely. Leave no margin for reaction. If they retreat into Mary Geos, the operation becomes untenable. 20 royal scions? Shiki scowled. How are we to distinguish which fishbowl-wearing aristocrat descends from which dynasty? Shall we seize them all and interrogate each one by one? You will not need to guess, Locos interjected, cutting off the protest before it could solidify. Bakine will supply you with full intelligence, names, locations, schedules, before every operation. You follow the plan, nothing more. His glance flicked to Bakine, who inclined her head in silent assent. The 20 royal houses, Roswald, Charlos, Don Quixote, Nefertari, reside almost exclusively in Mary Geos and the Valley of the Gods. Rarely do they venture beyond. Hence, each strike must be flawless. A single house, however, dwells outside the Holy Land. Our first operation will be our trial. Bakine unrolled a parchment, its surface dense with names and annotations. Currently, in the first half of the Grand Line, within the Kingdom of Alabasta, our target is the Royal House of Nefertari, Princess Tico Nefertari. Once her briefing concluded, Locos fixed Whitebeard and Shiki with a gaze both stern and solemn. The blood of the 20 kings is not mere lineage. It is the key to divine ascension. This mission demands absolute commitment, absolute precision, absolute success. Shiki exhaled slow, resigned. He knew, then, that protest was futile, however defiant his spirit. He remained a pirate of the Locos pirates, and the first law of piracy was obedience to the captain. Bakine, he commanded, brushing his sleeves aside and drawing the twin legendary blades. Sakikazan and Koketsu, their steel gleaming with quiet menace. Give me the intelligence on that isolated royal family. In the first half of the Grand Line, Bakin replied without pause, within the kingdom of Alabasta. Target, the Nefertari royal line. Designation, Princess Tico Nefertari. Chapter 161. The tidings arrive upon the boundless sea. The mermaid him cut a stately, unhurried course, its 7-day voyage now bringing it within sight of Jaya Island. Those days had been spent not only in leisure, laughter, banter, quiet camaraderie, but also in meticulous refitting. For beyond Jaya lay Skypiea, suspended in the heavens, 9,000 meters above the waves. Most significantly, the ship's armament had been transformed, under the tireless craftsmanship of shipwright Sophia. The Pluton's secondary cannon had at last been mounted, the mermaid him's first true artillery piece. Its deep cobalt barrel shimmered with intricate energy conduits. Its primary power source, dynamite rock, was both audacious and ingenious. Miraculously, the cannon's original core, the dormant heart of its ancient power, remained functional. "Wow, what an awesome cannon!" Bear exclaimed, eyes wide with childlike wonder, as though gazing upon a long-dreamt treasure. Unseen by him, perched atop the massive barrel, sat the ship's spirit Nanib, her lips pursed, cheeks flushed with quiet indignation as Bear ran his hands over the polished metal. To her, this was no mere inspection, it was violation. Every component of the Pluton had once been part of her own essence. His touch was, in truth, an intimate trespass. "Enough now, no theatrics," Dalos said, rising languidly from his sun-drenched chaise on the deck. He strode forward, lifted Bear by the scruff like a wayward pup, and stood before the cannon, hands clasped behind his back. Posture that of a seasoned admiral surveying his flagship. And truly, it was magnificent. The deep azure sheen of its barrel, the cavernous, obsidian maw of its bore, each detail whispered of raw, devastating power. Yet irony clung to it like mist, such a marvel of advanced engineering, mounted upon a vessel of oak sail. And wind was like grafting the colossal ivory tusks of Zunisha onto the delicate, cartoonish frame of Peppa Pig. Utterly, profoundly incongruous. Indeed, it was time for a new ship. Daro resolved to replace the ship upon reaching Eni's lobby. After all, the mermaid him was merely a second-hand wooden vessel, utterly inadequate for conquering the Grand Line. This craft likely cannot even harness 40% of this cannon's rated power, Nanabu remarked disdainfully, his voice steeped in 800-year-old condescension. For he was once the spirit of the purgatory, the legendary warship of antiquity. "Enough of your grumbling." Daro rapped Nanabu lightly on the back of the head. Though he harbored no obsessive devotion to the ship akin to Luffy's bond with the Mary, neither did he tolerate such contemptuous dismissal. "First, let us test fire the cannon, Nanabu. See if you can still command it directly." With that, Daro gripped the helm and steered the mermaid him to a position roughly 1,500 meters from a desolate, uninhabited isle. Meanwhile, Aisha, the peerless lookout of the three-eyed clan, stood poised and vigilant, having locked onto a barren earthen knoll as her target. She delivered her report with crystalline precision. Target, earthen mound, distance 1,643 meters, bearing 11 o'clock. Upon receiving Aisha's coordinates, Nanabu immediately acted, guiding the ancient cannon, silent for over 8 centuries, with sheer willpower. Its barrel pivoted with eerie grace, aligning flawlessly with the hapless island. A soft azure luminescence flickered within the cannon's core, then surged along its intricate energy conduits, coalescing into a brilliant, sapphire-hued beam that gathered steadily at the muzzle. The moment charging concluded, the cannon's mouth flared with incandescent cerulean light. Flash, a searing bolt of coherent energy, vivid as heaven's own lightning, lanced forth from the barrel, cleaving the air with a luminous azure arc boom. Upon impact, the beam detonated with cataclysmic force. Surrounding soil and stone disintegrated instantly into fine, silken ash. The very heart of the knoll vanished in a single, surgical stroke, leaving behind only a perfectly planar, smoke-wreathed scar, as though the hill had never existed at all. Magnificent! Astonishment bloomed across every face, save Daro's and Kazukin's. Truly extraordinary. To harness the raw, volatile energy of dynamite rock so flawlessly, and with such staggering efficiency. Even Sophia, the ever-composed, widely traveled scholar, hurried to the cannon's side, her gaze alight with scholarly fervor as she traced the arcane, glowing conduits with rapt attention, eager to unravel their secrets. Nanabu, basking in the adulation, struck a pose, hands on hips, chin tilted high, radiating smug satisfaction as praise rained upon him. Yet beneath his bravado, he muttered, "Meh, nothing special, just average." Really Daro, however, remained unperturbed. After all, this was no ordinary armament. It was a salvaged main battery from the Purgatory itself. Were it not devastating, that would be the true anomaly. Moreover, though his own full-strength strike surpassed even this cannon's raw output, the weapon possessed distinct advantages: unmatched endurance, extraordinary range, and, when paired with Aisha's peerless perception, near mythical precision at extreme distances. Such reach granted them a decisive edge in naval engagements. The first strike, always theirs. Yet not all were elated. Recht stood apart, his expression a portrait of profound disillusionment, eyes fixed upon the gleeful, hand-rubbing Lepetti, whose chest bore the gleaming silhouette of a second Purgatory cannon. No way, so that rabbit still holds the upper hand? Recht brooded, still smarting from the grueling week-long ordeal of training in Alabasta. His confidence, once sky-high, now crumbled like brittle clay. Bitter, unbearably bitter. Defeated before even drawing breath. He had envisioned a triumphant reversal, east or west. The river flows. Never mock the youth who one day shall rise. Only to find Lepetti had already ascended to a new, unfathomable tier. Curse it, I'll bide my time. With that, Recht downed his whiskey in 3 swift, burning gulps, the smoky, malty bitterness twisting his features into a grimace. Before his vexation could settle, Aisha's startled cry pierced the air. She sprinted toward Daro, clutching a freshly purchased broadsheet from a newsbird, her hand pressed to her lips in shock. "Daro, something grave has occurred." Daro's expression hardened instantly. He took the paper, unfolded it, and there, in bold crimson type, blazed the headline: Shiki the Golden Lion attacks Alabasta. King T'Challa abducted. Chapter 162. Speculation. Shiki the Golden Lion, Daro murmured, his voice low and grave. Of the 3 legendary pirates who rose in the wake of the Rocks era's collapse, Shiki stood among the most formidable, commander of the Flying Pirates, master of the float fruit, and a dual-wielding grand swordsmanship prodigy whose name alone commanded reverence across the seas. Though his canonical appearances were sparse, and though he'd even fallen before a pre-hockey Luffy in a theatrical film, Daro knew better than to underestimate such a titan. Shiki has taken King T'Challa? What purpose could this serve? He murmured the question aloud, then passed the broadsheet to the others gathered nearby. Curiosity, yes, but no urgency. Daro felt no compulsion to intervene. T'Challa was, after all, little more than a fleeting acquaintance, risking his crew against Shiki for the sake of a single aging monarch would be recklessness, not righteousness. Beyond moral calculus lay practical impossibility. Shiki's aerial mastery rendered pursuit futile, his mobility unmatched. Could the Purgatory's discovery have leaked? Daro frowned, unsettled. T'Challa, as monarch, held little intrinsic value to Shiki, unless, of course, whispers of the ancient weapon's unearthing in Alabasta had somehow reached the Golden Lion's ears. Brew. Before the group could dwell further on T'Challa's plight, a soft chime emanated from Sophia's person. Her miniature Den Mushi, a silver, fox-faced marvel, awakened with a gentle trill. Without hesitation, Sophia unzipped her tactical bodysuit and retrieved the creature from a seemingly impossible, 4-dimensional pocket, cradling it tenderly in her palm. As a legendary spy and assassin, known throughout the underworld as Sophia the Thousand-Faced, she maintained clandestine, high-stakes ties to the shadowed echelons of the world. This silver Den Mushi was her most vital conduit. After a swift, layered authentication sequence, a distorted, synthetic voice crackled from the other end. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has launched a surprise assault on Sabati Archipelago and abducted Don Quixote and Muscarl Saint, along with 9 direct heirs of the celestial dragons. A public bounty has been issued, 300 million berries per rescued celestial dragon. No restrictions on method, so long as the life of the target remains intact. Once the electronic voice on the other end elucidated the task details, Sophia decisively hung up the phone, revealing no information and leaving no indication of her willingness to accept the assignment. Sanju, sure, chi. My goodness, that's an immense sum, exclaimed the typically innocent Aisha, who began counting on her fingers after hearing the news. She eagerly nudged Dalu, saying, Dalu, 27 billion berries. Should we take on this task? In Aisha's view, the uncle with the crescent-shaped mustache didn't seem so intimidating. After all, they had encountered him twice before without any dire consequences. And Dalu had even shared drinks with him. Perhaps a little camaraderie could sway him. At worst, we can split the money, she continued, as if money was the ultimate solution. Aisha's almost absurd enthusiasm compelled Sophia to stifle a laugh. Pulling her into an embrace and playfully tapping her on the bald spot atop her head, curious about her thoughts. After a moment of playful scuffling, Sophia settled down, giving Aisha a gentle shove to send her on her way. With a sidelong glance filled with intrigue, she teased Dalu, what do you think? Should we? Before Sophia could finish her sentence, Dalu interjected, casting a disapproving glance at the mischievous woman. Stop being foolish, I'm not that naive. Despite having encountered the white-bearded man twice, and even having fought him without serious repercussions, Dalu was acutely aware that luck had been on his side. The first time, the white-bearded man had held back, and the second time, he had refrained from attacking due to the presence of the Roger pirates. Dalu had not lost his senses to believe that mastering the 3 types of hockey would make him a match for the peak version of the white-bearded man. Moreover, there was a layer of advanced conqueror's hockey that marked the threshold of supreme combat prowess in the seas. Recently mastering conqueror's hockey, Dalu was still far from achieving the advanced level, and the awakening of his devil fruit powers seemed a distant goal. Unlike Luffy, he could not engage in endless sit-ups or easily grasp the subtleties of hockey through mere blows. Just a jest, really. What a humorless man you are. Sophia shrugged, her tone light. She then disregarded Dalu and sauntered over to a sun lounger beneath a parasol, luxuriating in the sunlight. With the distraction of the two now gone, Dalu's thoughts returned to the unfolding events. From the intelligence provided by Sophia, it became clear that not only had Shurji abducted Tukola, but the white-bearded man had also taken action against 2 other celestial dragon families. This was no mere coincidence. Only one individual could command both legendary figures simultaneously. Rox was hunting the celestial dragons. Dalu quickly arrived at a conclusion, which was not particularly difficult to unravel, especially when considering that next year, Rox would assault the celestial dragon's stronghold, leading to the battle at God Valley. It was easy to deduce the machinations of Rox over the years. As this realization struck him, a glimmer of insight lit up Dalu's eyes. He thought of a certain possibility and turned to the little girl perched on the figurehead of the Saint Fishman's ship, asking, Namabu, is there a bloodline requirement to control the king of the underworld? And no, there isn't. Namabu stammered, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, and took a moment to respond. Then there remains only one possibility, the King Uranus. It requires celestial dragon blood to be controlled. Dalu confidently articulated his final hypothesis. The astonishment etched on Namabu's face, akin to encountering a ghost, further validated Dalu's conjecture. It seems I was correct. Dalu snapped his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Namabu with a knowing gaze. Even if she were slow to react, Namabu understood she had been outwitted and promptly covered her mouth, clearly reluctant to divulge too much information from 8 centuries ago. In her words, the time was not yet ripe. Knowing too much would only bring calamity upon them. To learn about the events of 800 years past, one could only glean information from historical texts. Otherwise, anyone attempting to unveil the truths of that era would be detected by the divine. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Observing the enigmatic Namabu, Dalu chose not to press further, confident that the long-buried history would eventually reveal its truths. This topic did not linger long, as the group soon returned to a lively atmosphere. A few hours later, Kuma, who had been at the helm, spotted a distant black dot on the horizon and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "We've arrived at Gaia Island." Chapter 163. Who approaches Gaia Island is a spring island enveloped by forests. The island originally resembled a head, but a significant portion had been thrust into the sky by powerful currents, transforming it into a sky island, leaving only the mouth section, which is now the Gaia Island on the Grand Line. In the original text, records of Gaia Island are sparse, the only notable mention being the encounter between Luffy and Blackbeard Titch in the town of Magic Valley, where the latter uttered the famous line that human dreams never end. Following that, the entire Magic Valley town was devastated in the battle between Blackbeard and Ace, rendering the island devoid of any significant events, making it quite an uninteresting place. Indeed, this island has little human activity. Only a small tavern exists at the center of the town, surrounded by a few scattered farms and temporary shelters for some notorious bandits. Hey, Dalla, this is bad. The log pose is malfunctioning. As soon as they set foot on the island, Aisha pointed at her wrist, where the needle was erratically jumping and ultimately pointing skyward. Having read the original text, Dalu understood the situation and remained remarkably calm. After quieting the noisy Aisha, he pointed to the sky and explained to everyone present. The log pose here points to the heavens because there's a rarely reached island at 10,000 meters above sea level, and that is our next destination, the Sky Island. Dalu's words immediately elicited gasps of disbelief from everyone except Sophia, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Even the usually composed Hichuan, Lianxian, raised an eyebrow, clearly struggling to accept that an island could exist at such an altitude. While the others expressed their astonishment, no one doubted Dalu's words. After all, the captain's authority held sway. Upon hearing that Dalu intended to take them to the Sky Island, Kuma's enthusiasm surged. Really? We're going to an island in the sky? However, the pressing concern was how they would ascend. Likey voiced the question that occupied everyone's mind. After all, 10,000 meters was no small feat. Surely, they couldn't expect to fly up there. Ascending to such heights was, of course, impossible. Even though Dalu possessed the ability to compress air currents and could, to some extent, propel the ship, it was beyond his physical capabilities to directly elevate the vessel thousands of meters into the air. However, the pirate world harbors a wondrous ocean current capable of lifting massive ships to 10,000 meters, and that very upward current resides near Gaia Island. The rising currents are characterized by distinct periodicity, typically erupting once every 5 months. Thus, all that Dalu and his companions can do is wait, for this Sky Island is an absolute necessity for them. This necessity is not solely due to the vast amounts of gold residing in the belly of the island's master, but primarily because of a historical document chronicling the legacy of Poseidon, the Sea King, along with an object of utmost importance to Dalu, the Raijin fruit. If Dalu's memory serves him correctly, in the year 1520, when Luffy set sail, Enel was merely 37 years old, which means that the current Enel has only just been born. Dalu scoffed internally, doubting that the Raijin fruit could possibly be something that Enel was born with. It was evident that he held significant interest in this fruit. Of course, anyone who is aware of its existence must regard it with great seriousness, for it is indeed the Raijin fruit, a top-tier entity within the precious natural type. It is worth noting that Blackbeard endured over 2 decades aboard Whitebeard's ship, all for the sake of acquiring the equally formidable Yami Yami no Mi. However, these matters are for another time. Whether Dalu can truly obtain the fruit remains uncertain, and all will be revealed once they reach the Sky Island. Returning to the present, Dalu and his companions have arrived at a hotel in the center of Emogu town, intending to procure some food and inquire with the locals about the next rising current. After purchasing a sufficient quantity of Blackbeard-style cherry pies and Luffy-style grilled meat, the initially fierce tavern owner transformed into a genial figure upon seeing the thick stack of berries in their pockets, cheerfully divulging the timing of the next rising current, 15 days hence. Fortunately, the wait would not be long. Dalu sighed in relief upon learning this, for compared to 5 months, 15 days is a considerably acceptable span, and he had no desire to linger in this desolate place for too long. Upon exiting the tavern, Dalu and his companions promptly returned to the mermaid's hymn. Traditionally, they would seek a comfortable hotel to stay in for a few days to savor the local customs and culture. However, this time they hurried back to the ship, partly due to the presence of a Nanbu, and partly due to the multitude of rogues on the island, which would undoubtedly lead to incessant trouble. Dalu, those guys are disgusting, Aisha remarked, recalling the lewd gazes of the tavern patrons directed toward her and Sophia as they left, a shiver of discomfort running down her spine. Dalu chuckled softly, refraining from a response, but allowing a menacing glint to shine in his eyes. It is said that while the king of hell may be easy to provoke, when faced with him, neither kings nor demons would stand a chance. 7 days later, during this time, Dalu and his crew have been conducting pre-flight repairs on the mermaid's hymn, while dealing with the persistent small-time thieves. Their presence has indeed provided Dalu and his companions with a fair amount of amusement. However, after several skirmishes resulting in losses for the band of thieves on Gaia Island, they have learned their lesson, and it has been several days since anyone dared to disturb or attempt to pilfer from them. How boring. Why aren't they coming back? Bear complained, chewing on a cherry pie with a pout. The childlike spirit within him could not tolerate the monotony, especially since, although the small thieves were hardly formidable, they provided him with an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Fortunately, the dullness was soon interrupted on the 8th day when a suspicious merchant vessel approached Gaia Island at a swift pace. Dalu, a group of peculiar individuals, is drawing near. Aisha, with her human radar abilities, rushed out of her room, handing a telescope to Dalu. Peculiar? What do you mean? Dalu inquired, perplexed, as he took the telescope and squinted to discern a distant black dot. They're all cloaked, and many of them have fish tanks atop their heads, Aisha remarked, biting her finger in confusion. Fish tanks? Celestial dragons? What is going on? Dalu raised the telescope again, straining his eyes for clarity, and finally, as the black dot came into focus, he discerned the situation on the deck of the merchant vessel. Among the cloaked figures, he spotted someone of particular significance. Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 164. Encounter Strange. Why would Monkey be here? Dalu pondered, gazing through the telescope at the familiar figure, utterly bewildered. Unlike the dragon of 20 years hence, the current dragon is not yet the revolutionary leader stirring the winds of rebellion. Under the formidable suppression of Carp, even he must temporarily quell his restless heart and join the Navy. Despite being only 19 years old, Dragon's strength has already surpassed that of his peers, thanks to Carp's rigorous training methods, making him a rising star within the Navy. Many already speculate that he is destined to become an admiral, perhaps even a youngest fleet admiral in history, while all assumed that Monkey D. Dragon would grow into a pillar of the Navy under Carp's influence. This naval prodigy made a decision that shocked everyone. He applied for a transfer to Mariewa, becoming the commander of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. His solitary reward for this was acquiring a top-tier natural-type devil fruit, the Kaze no Mi, due to Rock's operation against the Celestial Dragons. Dragon was dispatched alongside CP9 to escort the Celestial Dragons back to Mariewa. Typically, such high-level protection tasks would be undertaken by Navy admirals, but Rock was no lightweight. To cover the actions of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, the remaining cadres of the Rock's pirates launched a frenzied counterattack in the New World. Consequently, Steelbone Kong had no choice but to assign Dragon to this Celestial Dragon escort mission, leading them to disguise themselves as a merchant vessel to evade the hunting of Shiki and Newgate. I say, what is the Navy even doing? Allowing such scoundrels to exist and daring to lay hands on the divine? Snarled a Celestial Dragon on the deck, clutching several leashes attached to slaves. Meanwhile, a man among them, distinct from the others as he wore no fish tank helmet, frowned and chastised the rude Celestial Dragon. Silence, Augustus. If you hadn't been so tyrannical, we wouldn't have so many enemies. I've told you repeatedly, do not oppress the common folk. Yet, clearly, the man's words fell on deaf ears, only provoking further derision from the other Celestial Dragon. You fool! Horan, How dare you suggest I show compassion to those lowly peasants? And don't speak to me without a helmet. I have no desire to breathe the same air as those commoners. You, Flamingo Shung, the father of Doflamingo, pointed angrily at Augustu, yet refrained from further remarks, for it was individuals like the latter who represented the majority among the Tenryubito, while he himself was the anomaly. Just as the two were on the verge of an altercation, a man dressed in a black and white striped coat, sporting a shoulder-length samurai hairstyle, and possessing a rodent-like appearance, jogged over and bowed respectfully to both parties. Gentlemen, there's an island ahead where we intend to dock for supplies. What do you think? Augustu, who had initially wished to engage in a fierce argument with Hua Minggu Sheng to vent his pent-up frustration, immediately brightened at the prospect of stopping the ship. Wonderful. Finally, I can disembark. I've been utterly bored these past few days. In truth, amidst the relentless pursuit by Newgate and Shiki, the Tenryubito were in considerable peril while traversing the Grand Line. This escort mission could even be deemed a desperate escape. Logically, even if they were to stop for supplies, it should be a swift replenishment followed by a hasty departure, rather than allowing these illustrious figures to set foot on the island. After all, who could guarantee that these troublemakers wouldn't stir up some calamity along the way? It was well known that the first half of the Grand Line was rife with danger, with the airborne Admiral Shiki lurking like a specter above. Should he set his sights on them, even Huaminggu Sheng could hardly ensure a safe retreat. Understanding this, Long had no intention of docking for supplies, opting instead to make a direct and uninterrupted return to Marineford or the Holy Land of Mariewa, to avoid unnecessary complications. However, the presence of an imprudent ally, Spandane, who took pleasure in ingratiating himself with the Tenryubito, unilaterally decided to approach the island, all for the sake of entertaining the Tenryubito who had been cooped up on the ship for several days. Notably, this Spandane was none other than the father of Spandam from the original storyline of Judicial Island, a cowardly man who, through sycophancy, ascended to the head of CP9 and ultimately initiated the buster call on O'Hara. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the opportunity to dock for supplies, several weary and anxious Tenryubito became exceedingly animated, clamoring to disembark, completely oblivious to their precarious situation. These fools, Long inwardly cursed, yet felt powerless. As he could not defy the orders of the Tenryubito, he reluctantly turned to the side of the deck and instructed the helmsman to bring the ship to shore. As the merchant vessel approached Gaia Island, Long, possessing Kinbunchiko Haki, sensed Daro and his companions and keenly discerned the presence of at least two individuals whose strength equaled his own, Daro and Izumi Riki. Thus, in a moment of cleverness, he commanded the helmsman to alter course, docking a harbor on the opposite side of Gaia Island, deliberately distancing themselves from Daro and his group. They're heading to the other side? Quite perceptive, Daro mused as he observed the maneuver through his telescope, chuckling to himself, then chose to disregard it. It is often said that a dragon begets a dragon and a phoenix begets a phoenix, yet Long's calm demeanor was a stark contrast to that of his father. Nevertheless, Daro knew that beneath that composed exterior lay an unparalleled rebellious spirit. Cursed be it, why must they dock so far away? Augusta complained, mopping the sweat from his brow while perched atop a slave being hurried toward Magic Valley Town. Spandane, ever opportunistic, seized the chance to flatter, holding his beloved striped coat over Augustu to shield him from the sun, while slyly insinuating to Long, I see that fellow named Monkey D. Long is deliberately making things difficult for you gentlemen, clearly capable of docking closer, yet choosing to remain at this distance. Augustu, already brimming with pent-up resentment from the arduous journey, found his temper flaring at Spandane's provocation, although he refrained from verbalizing his ire at the moment. The malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, as the group hurried toward the town center, an unexpected guest arrived aboard the Mermaid's Hymn, where Daro lay in bed. Sensing the faint aura emitted by the newcomer, Daro promptly exited the captain's quarters, hastening to the side of the ship, where he knocked on the adjacent wooden railing, bemusedly watching the stealthy intruder. Did Mr. Carp not inform you that one ought to knock when visiting? Mr. Long. Chapter 165. Dialogue caught off guard by the revelation of his identity. Long stiffened, eyeing the youthful cowboy before him with suspicion. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Long's expression was one of astonishment. He had never encountered such a formidable young man, especially one who so openly acknowledged his connection to Carp. "I am a good friend of Mr. Carp. He often boasts of having an exceptionally talented son." Daro nonchalantly fabricated a lie to deflect. Long dismissed Daro's deceit outright, unwilling to believe that his father would associate with a pirate, let alone extol his virtues in front of others. It simply seemed implausible. "You have ambushed me here for such trivialities?" Long, revealing his cloak, formed his right hand into a claw, adopting a combat stance as he confronted Daro. Noting the swirling winds emanating from Long's palm, Daro raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Long had consumed the Kaze no Mi. This meant he could not treat Long as he would the yet-to-awaken Akainu and Kizaru. "Oh, quite confrontational, are we? Do you intend to engage me in battle?" Daro smirked, releasing his own formidable haki, which surged toward Long with overwhelming force. Despite being 3 years Long's junior, Daro held no fear of confrontation. After all, he had already begun to master his devil fruit abilities and haki. His journey had led him to face legendary figures like Whitebeard, Zifa, and Captain John, and he held little regard for contemporaries just beginning to make their mark. After all, figures like Kaido, Akainu, and Kizaru had yet to consume their devil fruits, their combat prowess still unrefined. While Long had indeed consumed the Kaze no Mi, as an academic, he could not compare to Daro, who had been honed through trials of life and death. Long remained silent for a moment, gradually dissipating the tornado in his grasp. His foremost duty was to protect the Tenryubito. Engaging in conflict with Daro at this juncture was unwise. Just as the atmosphere began to cool, the other individuals, disturbed by the commotion, began to emerge from their quarters and congregate on the deck. How utterly lax! Daro observed the tardy arrivals with a bemused expression, particularly noting Aisha, who appeared in her afternoon nap attire, still groggy. "Hey Daro, is this your friend?" Aisha inquired with half her mind still in slumber, rubbing her eyes. "Why don't you invite him up to sit?" "Here we go again." Aisha's peculiar habit of inviting people onto her ship has once again resurfaced. Last time it was ZFA, and this time it is Long. Who can possibly predict who will be next? It truly baffles me how her thought process operates. However, this time Dalo refrained from intervening, even gesturing invitingly towards Long. "Please." In a sense, Dalo holds a certain admiration for this future leader of the Revolutionary Army, especially since Long, upon grasping the terrifying power concealed within the depths of the world government, still dares to shoulder the banner of revolution and ignite the flames of rebellion. One cannot deny Long's remarkable courage. Observing the sincerity on Dalo's face, Long discerned that there was no animosity from him, and thus did not decline, leaping onto the deck from the dock with great force. Unlike the tense atmosphere during the meeting between the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates, once aboard, Dalo warmly introduced Long to the others. Upon learning that he is the son of Carp, the atmosphere grew even more animated. "Is he truly Mr. Carp's son?" exclaimed Ryakit, who sat beside Long, raising his glass in hearty enjoyment, momentarily stunned as he compared the man before him to the amusing and robust uncle he remembered. There was scarcely any resemblance. Meanwhile, Izumi's performance remained stable, delivering sharp critiques with precise yet emotionally detached commentary. Faced with the crowd's opinions, Long could only offer a wry smile, astonished by how familiar Dalo and the others seemed to be with his father. He struggled to comprehend how his father, who abhors evil, could befriend a group of pirates. Seemingly aware of Long's thoughts, Dalo smiled and explained, "When we first encountered Uncle Carp, we were not pirates." Now it makes sense." Long nodded, glancing at Dalo with curiosity. "Mr. Dalo, what made you choose the life of a pirate?" Perhaps having seen too many ruthless pirates, Long had always been indifferent toward them. Yet, this particular group seemed somewhat different. "It is merely a title. But tell me, how does a man like you end up serving those celestial dragons?" Dalo waved his hand dismissively, opting not to elaborate, instead shifting the focus back to Long. In Dalo's mind, the original narrative did not mention that Long had once served as a guard for the celestial dragons in his youth. Could it be that he did so to infiltrate Mariehua and investigate the enigmatic Sama hidden behind the world government? If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. How despicable. On the other hand, upon learning that Long was currently serving those antagonists, Ryukite's expression darkened, his countenance radiating hostility as he glared at Long, cursing vehemently. Ryukite, do not speak so harshly. Mr. Long may be compelled to do so, or perhaps there are other reasons, Dalo interjected, attempting to clarify, for Long hearing Dalo's insinuation. Long cast a deep glance at him, feeling an overwhelming wave of astonishment. It was as if this man, who was around his age, understood him profoundly, despite Long never having revealed his plans to anyone. Meanwhile, after their captain had spoken, Ryukite felt it inappropriate to continue, though his demeanor lacked the previous warmth, causing the atmosphere to cool considerably. It is getting late. I must take my leave. After sitting for a while longer, Long glanced at the time, stood, and bade farewell to everyone before hastily departing. Shortly after Long's departure, a blaze erupted in Mogu town, followed by a thick plume of smoke rising like a dark serpent, accompanied by the distant sounds of fierce combat. The celestial dragons truly cannot remain peaceful. They stir trouble wherever they go, Dalo remarked, perceiving the situation in the distance with his kin Bunchikahaki, smirking as he spoke. Mogu town was already a den of vice, populated largely by robbers who preyed upon passing ships, and these individuals hardly warranted Dalo's defense of their grievances. However, should those swine dare to provoke him, he would adopt a different stance. Leaning against the railing, Dalo watched Long's retreating figure in the distant flames, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. You had better pray not to incur my wrath. Chapter 166, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 1. In the heart of Gaia Island during the night, a great fire engulfed an entire tavern, while Aigis stood outside, reveling in the sight of the patrons inside, fleeing in panic like ants. Ha ha! This is quite entertaining. A nearby celestial dragon chuckled with delight, as if the struggles of the common folk were merely a farcical spectacle to them. Meanwhile, the tavern owner, covered in soot and grime, had just escaped the inferno and sat upon the ground, tears threatening to spill as he gazed at his establishment consumed by flames. How could this happen? All my life, savings gone. Like many others on the island, the old man had once been a thief, having lived a life of peril for decades without any family. Fortunately, he had managed to save enough to open a tavern in Mogu town, relying on its meager earnings to survive. Yet now, his only source of hope had been destroyed by the celestial dragons, leaving him to bear their mockery. What have you bastards done? The owner struggled to rise, glaring at the two celestial dragons perched upon the slaves' backs, suddenly realizing that they were responsible for the destruction of his tavern, his body trembling with rage. Unable to contain his fury, the tavern owner seized a nearby trident, typically used for spearing food, and charged at the two celestial dragons with reckless abandon. I will fight you. The elderly proprietor, well past 50, aimed the trident at the two celestial dragons, rushing forward as if prepared to perish alongside them. Oh, how dare he resist? Aigis stared in astonishment at the advancing old man, his expression one of disbelief. To him, these commoners were mere playthings, incapable of defiance. Just as the old man was about to reach them, Aigis drew a beautifully engraved golden pistol from his coat and, with a deranged grin, slowly squeezed the trigger. With a deafening bang, the pure gold bullet erupted from the chamber, piercing through the old man's chest. Huh! Look at him, truly overestimating himself, Aigis guffawed, tears of laughter streaming down his face, as if the old man's desperate final stand were nothing more than a ludicrous farce. Once the tavern owner lay silent in a pool of his own blood, Aigis lost interest, seeking greater amusement as he instructed his subordinates to set fire throughout the town, while he himself took pleasure in mercilessly claiming the lives of the townsfolk with his pistol. He delighted in observing the expressions of despair on the faces of those who barely escaped the flames, only to be met with their shattered hopes as he shot them down one by one. Only expressions imbued with terror, astonishment, and fury can allow this group of Tenryu people to forget their recent woes and rediscover the sensation of being the creator, Ho-E, who governs all things. It is truly fascinating. Aigis trembled with excitement, his contorted visage concealing a smile that bordered on madness. This is the essence of the Tenryu. For him, the lives of all the residents in the entire Mogu town are merely trifling spices to relieve his frustrations. The farce of the Tenryu continued into the night, and under their ravaging, the small town had been utterly reduced to ruins. In stark contrast to the chaos engulfing the town, the ship, Mermaid's Hymn, docked at the harbor, appeared to be a tranquil oasis, with the gentle sea breeze filling its sails and bestowing a refreshing coolness upon its occupants. "Sophia, you should rest first. I will keep watch," said Xiong, clad in his pajamas, as he approached the yawning Sophia atop the lookout tower. The others had already succumbed to slumber. But to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, 2 crew members were assigned to take turns on night watch each evening, and tonight it was naturally Xiong and Sophia's turn. However, Xiong had consumed too much tea at the afternoon banquet and felt no fatigue. "All right, I will lie down for a bit, and I will take over later in the night," Sophia replied with a smile, playfully pinching Xiong's cheek before retreating to her quarters for rest. Hours passed, and Xiong remained dutifully vigilant, observing the surroundings when suddenly, a violent roar echoed from afar, followed by a burst of blazing fire. Captivated by the commotion, Xiong turned his gaze toward the direction of the town, only to discover a dark figure swaying in the sky, approaching swiftly, with more figures in black suits and moonwalking behind it. Rushing to the ship's railing, Xiong assessed the situation of the leading figure. "What is that? A bird?" In a moment of distraction, the strange dark figure soared closer and crashed onto the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn, gasping for breath. Believing they were under attack, Xiong quickly entered a combat-ready state and rushed over, only to find the figure in poor condition, severely injured and bleeding profusely. "Is this a birdman?" Xiong scrutinized the figure warily, discovering that it was merely a boy of a similar age, strangely shackled with heavy chains around his neck and limbs. Most astonishing were the 2 black wings behind him, engulfed in fierce flames. Being pursued, Xiong surmised as he observed others hastening toward them. In a world of pirates, hastily aiding an unknown individual is rarely prudent, so Xiong resolved to drive the boy away to avoid attracting trouble. Just as he contemplated pushing the boy aside, the barely conscious figure suddenly opened his eyes. What a gaze it was! Numb, hopeless, as if all the darkness of the world had been etched into those eyes. It was this very gaze that swayed Xiong's heart. He retracted his ability to strike and instead lifted the boy, securing him within the ship's cabin. Meanwhile, several black-clad pursuers had arrived at the Mermaid's Hymn, accompanied by a few Tenryu. "Quickly, that slave must be aboard the ship. Search!" Aegis shouted breathlessly at Spandam beside him. Ever the sycophant to the Tenryu, Spandam obediently commanded the other CP9 agents to charge toward the Mermaid's Hymn. Despite their deep slumber, the commotion of shouting and chaos roused Daro and the others. Uncertain of what was occurring, Daro would not remain passive. He raised his firearm and began to take down the advancing CP9 agents one by one. "Why must they come to provoke me?" Daro growled, his face twisted with irritation as he glared at the Tenryu below, aiming his gun at them. "So, have you decided how you wish to die?" Chapter 167, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 2. When Daro, clad in his bare pajamas, appeared, all the CP9 agents ceased their actions. They recognized from the faint aura he exuded that they would undoubtedly be no match for this man. He was not to be underestimated. A bead of sweat trickled down Spandam's forehead as he stood frozen, realizing that if he pressed on with the attack, it would lead to certain death. He was merely a flatterer and had no intention of sacrificing himself for the Tenryu. He was not foolish, as flattery was merely a means to a higher status. Once dead, nothing remained. On the other hand, Aegis, seeing his subordinates paralyzed with fear, was infuriated and berated the agents surrounding him. "You useless fools, charge. If that slave escapes, I will flay you alive." Not yet satisfied, Aegis drew a lavishly gilded revolver from his pocket and fired several shots at the CP9 agents, who were too frightened to evade, instead relying on iron blocks for defense. "Quickly, stop dawdling. Get that slave." Observing Aegis's fury, Spandam dared not delay. He urged his subordinates to rush toward the Mermaid's Hymn, desperate to reclaim the slave. He understood that ordering his men to attack Daro was tantamount to sending them to their doom, but he could not defy the Tenryu's command. So he instructed his subordinates to stall for time as best they could. Subsequently, Spandam summoned a seemingly clever black-clad agent and instructed him, "Hurry back to the ship and summon that guard. Be swift." Spandam appeared anxious, for in the brief moments of his orders, several of his CP9 agents had already fallen. If this continued, it might soon be his turn to fight. He, like his future son, was an unequivocal liability. Fortunately, Dragon did not keep Spandam waiting long. Upon learning that Spandam had provoked Daro, he rushed to the dock. "Stop!" Dragon bellowed as he observed the scuffle between Daro and the agents. Transforming into a blur, he swiftly interposed himself between Daro and the CP9 agents, generating a gust of wind with a wave of his left hand that forced the CP9 agents back, while his right hand summoned a vortex that swallowed Daro's bullets entirely. "Spandam, what is the meaning of this?" After briefly separating the two parties, Dragon glared at Spandam, who cowered at the rear. "A slave of Lord Aegis has escaped, and I suspect he has fled to their ship," Spandam admitted, albeit lacking confidence. For he had not truly witnessed the slave's escape to Daro's vessel. Merely suspecting, Spandam had recklessly led such a large force into an attack, revealing the extent of his audacity as a subordinate to the Tenryu. However, this time, he kicked against the steel plate that was Daro. On the other side, upon witnessing Long's intervention to thwart his attack, Daro's expression turned cold, and his aura instantly became austere. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed on the crowd as he warned, "A midnight assault? Are you seeking war with my Daro pirate crew?" With his words, the Conqueror's haki emanating from Daro erupted forth, creating an astonishing aura that fanned outwards, crashing towards Spandam and his companions like a cataclysmic wave. Faced with Daro's full release of Conqueror's haki, the few CP9 agents standing at the forefront, whose training was insufficient, rolled their eyes and fainted. Spandam and several celestial dragons fared even worse, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter terror, pointing at Daro with expressions of sheer horror, exclaiming, "A monster! This is a monster!" Observing the scene behind him, Long furrowed his brow and remarked, "Captain Daro, is this excessive?" Immediately, a similarly violent aura spread from Long, clashing with Daro's Conqueror's haki. Dark lightning began to leap in the air, dust swirling around them, and trees as thick as one's waist were snapped in two, falling haphazardly to the ground. The sea near the harbor surged with waves crashing violently. Indeed, witnessing Long's mastery of Conqueror's haki, Daro showed no sign of astonishment. Rather, it would have been odd if his opponent lacked such prowess. While individuals with the potential for Conqueror's haki might not be plentiful at sea within the family of carp, it was an entirely common trait. The clash between Daro and Long's Conqueror's haki resulted in a stalemate, and both ceased their release of this formidable power simultaneously. At the side, Aegis, witnessing that someone could stand toe-to-toe with Daro, felt emboldened and pointed at Long, commanding, "You must subdue that fellow and reclaim my slave." Though he had just matched Daro in the clash of haki, Long was acutely aware that in a true battle, he would not stand a chance against Daro, especially with other powerful individuals on Daro's side. Long frowned, refraining from making any rash moves, while Spandam also began to retreat, attempting to persuade Aegis to abandon the idea of pursuing the slave. "No way. That slave is a rare breed, one I have worked hard to acquire. I cannot let this go." Aegis, exhibiting the mentality of a 6-year-old, threw a tantrum. "Long, I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it?" Daro said with a smile, observing Long's dilemma. "Oh, go ahead," Long replied. "How about you allow me to eliminate these individuals, and afterward, we can pin a blame on the Golden Lion Shiki? This way, you have an explanation, and I can enjoy a peaceful resolution. What do you think?" As Daro spoke, his eyes glinted with a demonic intensity as they swept over Aegis and his companions. To be frank, had Long not been present, Daro would have undoubtedly slaughtered this group, sending them straight to hell. However, with Long here, he had to reconsider, for even if Daro could overpower Long, he was not entirely confident he could contain him. After finishing his proposal, Daro fixed his gaze on Long, knowing that if it were Carp, even with his disdain for the celestial dragons, he would not accept Darrow's suggestion. But Long was not so predictable. As a figure of strategic brilliance destined to lead the Revolutionary Army aimed at overthrowing the world government, what choice would he make? Regrettably for Darrow, he was met with disappointment as Long declined his proposal. However, the intimidation tactic worked on Aegis, who also began to retreat. Realizing that no matter how rare a slave might be, it was not worth his life. All right, Aegis, enough of this. Let's leave and not trouble Mr. Long. On the side, Huamingu Sheng, who had just recovered from the hockey shock, advised Aegis. Spandam gratefully glanced at Huamingu Sheng and echoed, "Sir, perhaps we should search elsewhere. That slave might have escaped to another location." Aegis, still shaken by Darrow's murderous aura, dared not persist, understanding instinctively that continuing this farce could lead to his demise. "Fine, I'll let you off this time." After delivering a parting threat, the frightened Aegis turned, leaving in a hasty retreat. Only Long and Darrow remained, standing in a distant standoff. Once everyone had completely vacated the area, Long offered a shallow bow of apology to Darrow before taking his leave. Long understood that Darrow had spared him from a violent confrontation out of respect. Otherwise, those celestial dragons would have been dead beyond recovery. After all outsiders had departed, Darrow's gaze fell upon the figure of Xiong, who was huddled in a corner as if caught in wrongdoing. "Xiong, I require an explanation." Chapter 168. The slave boy Abet Darrow had always maintained a genial demeanor, laughing and joking with his companions, devoid of the authority expected of a captain. However, this did not imply that he would tolerate his crew's indiscretions without consequence. Similar to how Usopp publicly announced his departure from the crew in Water 7 only to face challenges upon seeking reentry. A crew must adhere to certain fundamental rules and constraints to avoid chaos. Xiong's actions had incited Darrow's ire not because he had rescued the slave, but because he had acted unilaterally without consulting Darrow. "Captain, I was wrong," Xiong mumbled, avoiding eye contact with Darrow, his voice scarcely above a whisper. Xiong comprehended that his actions were a significant breach of pirate conduct in other crews. A member who acted without permission and brought trouble upon his companions would likely be cast overboard to feed the fish. "What was your mistake?" Darrow inquired. "I should not have rescued that slave, and I caused such a considerable mess," Xiong stammered. "Incorrect." Before Xiong could finish, Darrow interjected sharply, continuing with conviction. "Your mistake lies not in saving the slave, nor in the trouble you brought upon us. Rather, it is your audacity to act independently without my consent, placing both yourself and the entire pirate crew in jeopardy. I am a captain, we are a team, and all actions must be coordinated. We must collectively bear the consequences of our decisions." In that moment, Darrow assumed the serious demeanor of a supervisor reprimanding an employee, and the others present listened intently. Fully aware of the essence of his words, team spirit, Darrow did not believe they possessed the same fortuitous fate as Luffy's crew, who repeatedly took risks and acted independently only to overcome crises time and again. Moreover, the era in which Darrow existed was far more tumultuous than that of Luffy, surrounded by formidable foes. Thus, unity was imperative, and deceit among them could not be tolerated. "All right, enough of this." Beside them, Sophia observed the guilty expression on Xiong's face and could not help but step forward, turning to the other side and admonishing, "Xiong, you too. How reckless of you. You ought to learn from this." Given that Xiong was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child, it was quite normal for him to act thoughtlessly, and thus Dalu chose not to dwell on this point. "What about the slave?" Dalu cast a glance at Xiong and inquired irately. "He is in the cabin." Xiong promptly replied, leading everyone to the ship's hold. In the dimly lit cabin, a heap of carrots, still caked in dirt, formed a small mound, upon which the escaped slave lay sprawled. The figure was cloaked in a tattered gray-black cape, with a peculiar saddle-like object affixed to his back, and a broken shackle dangling from his neck. His body was riddled with daggers and arrows. From his appearance, it was evident that this slave had been treated like a mount by the celestial dragons, much like the Xiong from the original story. Through the tattered fabric of the cloak, one could discern that he had sustained severe injuries, having lost a considerable amount of blood and fainted, with blood pooling onto the ship's deck. Witnessing his beloved provisions drenched in blood, the rabbit, Labidi, behind the crowd displayed an expression of anguish. He made an impulsive attempt to rush forward to drag the slave aside, only to be yanked back by Dalu, who grasped him by the nape like one would a cat. "Come back. What chaos are you adding?" Dalu glared at the rabbit before tossing him aside and summoning the ship's doctor, Blagey. "Tend to his wounds. Don't let him die." In truth, Blagey had already taken out a medical kit and began cleaning the slave's wounds, removing a few arrows before pulling off the cloak that had been covering him. "Wow, he has wings behind him," exclaimed Aisha, her sharp eyes catching sight of the two ebony wings sprouting from the slave's back, prompting expressions of astonishment from the others, as they had never before encountered a winged individual. Wings? A devil fruit? Dalu's first thought upon seeing those wings was that the individual must have been force-fed a devil fruit by the celestial dragons, who relish such acts. Just as Dalu continued to speculate about the nature of the devil fruit consumed, Blagey turned the slave onto his back, allowing Dalu to finally see the boy's true appearance. He was a rather youthful boy, seemingly only a year or two older than Xiong, with delicate features marred by a deep gash that ran diagonally from his forehead to his chin, rendering him somewhat fierce-looking. Notably, his wheat-brown skin and white hair, combined with the black wings behind him, made Dalu instantly recognize his identity. "He is from the Lunaria tribe." Dalu raised an eyebrow, equally astonished, for this race was exceedingly rare, even more so than the Three-Eye tribe. Once a proud race on the Red Soil continent, revered as divine, the Lunaria were now nearly extinct, fading almost entirely from the annals of history. Dalu's knowledge stemmed from the original tale, where the first mate of the beast pirates, Yin Zaijin, was a Lunaria, and he was the only one of his kind to appear in the narrative. It seemed that this boy might be the second. "Xiong, you lucky fellow. Just by saving someone, you encounter such an extraordinary individual." Dalu mused inwardly before ushering a few of them out of the cabin. Under Blagey's care, the slave's condition improved rapidly. However, due to excessive blood loss, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. 2 days passed swiftly, and within the infirmary, Blagey had just finished applying anti-inflammatory medication when he noticed the slave's fingers twitch slightly as he prepared to remove the bandages for a closer inspection. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Blagey quickly set down the surgical scissors he had been using and leaned in eagerly. However, Blagey's sudden movement startled the boy, who feared he had been recaptured by the celestial dragons. He sprang up from the cot and, with a flap of his wings, attempted to dash toward the door. Yet, his wounds were evidently not yet healed, and halfway through his flight, he stumbled and collapsed onto the infirmary floor. What happened? Dalu and Xiong, hearing the commotion on the deck, swiftly made their way to Blagey's infirmary. On the other side, upon seeing Xiong appear before him, the struggling slave suddenly calmed, seemingly recalling that Xiong had saved him and brought him to the cabin before he lost consciousness. "Thank you for saving me." The slave gazed intently at Xiong, forcing a thank you out through his throat. Upon hearing those words, Xiong's face flushed crimson, his hands flailing awkwardly in the air, clearly at a loss for how to respond. Observing Xiong's flustered demeanor, Dalu chuckled, ruffled Xiong's hair, and turned back to the slave, who was being helped back to the bed by Blagey. "As you can see, we rescued you. Could you please tell me your name?" "Abed. My name is Abed," the boy replied without a moment's hesitation. Dalu's expression shifted to one of realization. If he recalled correctly, the original name of Jean was Abel, and given the timeline, Jean should only be 8 years old now, indicating that they were not the same individual. "Do you know Abel?" Dalu asked curiously. Upon hearing that long-forgotten name, Abed froze, staring intently at Dalu. After a lengthy hesitation, and upon seeing Dalu's sincere and unhostile gaze, he finally nodded and said, "I am his cousin." Chapter 169. Fortunate Destiny under Blagey's treatment. Abed's injuries significantly improved, and he could now get out of bed and walk, though he still required several days of rest due to the severity of his wing injuries. Dalu did not lack the intention to recruit this talented Lunaria boy, who had spent years in the Colosseum of the Celestial Dragons and had participated in countless battles. However, after observing him for several days, Dalu ultimately abandoned this notion. One reason was Abed's own desires. Upon learning that Jean was still alive, he was consumed with the longing to reunite with his kin. The other reason was rooted in hatred. Over the years of enslavement by the celestial dragons, Abed had endured tremendous humiliation, experiences that were intolerable for a once proud race that considered themselves divine. Thus, the seeds of hatred had been deeply sown within Abed's heart. Given this, Dalu could not allow Abed to board the ship. While companions need not necessarily share the same ideals or possess grand aspirations, they must not be driven solely by hatred. At this stage, Abed was left with nothing but a burning desire to exact revenge on the celestial dragons. A reckless fury that could very well drag the entire team into a chasm of despair. Are you really not planning to coax that boy onto the ship? Do not blame me for not informing you. The Lunalia clan possesses a remarkable history. 8 centuries ago, they held a position of great significance within that illustrious kingdom, and it is said that their lineage guards a monumental secret of the ancient realm. Hovering mysteriously in mid-air, Nanabu addressed Dalu. "Oh, what secret?" Dalu inquired, genuinely intrigued by the enigma surrounding the ancient kingdom from 800 years past. Although his understanding was limited, Nanabu, pleased by Dalu as perceptiveness, decided to share more. The Lunalia clan possesses the energy core of the great kingdom, known as the Tianhuaji Lu, which is said to be an eternal flame capable of providing endless energy. Upon hearing this revelation, Dalu raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the term Tianhuaji Lu, as if he had encountered it before. The notion of an unquenchable flame and boundless energy lingered in his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a clue, Beijiao Ponca. In the original narrative from the Egghead Island arc, this brilliant scientist, who had advanced technology by 5 centuries, aspired to develop a device that could yield limitless energy. Could it be that what he sought was indeed the so-called Tianhuaji Lu? Dalu pondered, his thoughts drifting further. After all, who would be unaware of such things, especially one who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education? This so-called Tianhuaji Lu was evidently a synthetic sun, and the only means to achieve infinite energy was through controlled nuclear fusion. So, are you suggesting that the Lunalia clan might still possess that Tianhuaji Lu? Dalu queried Nanabu. Fool, how could that be? Nanabu floated like a specter, circling around before approaching Dalu. Consider this. If they still held such a weapon, even the world government would treat them with caution, and they would not be on the brink of extinction. What do you imply? Dalu furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend her meaning. Think about it. What is the innate talent of the Lunalia clan? Fire breathing? Dalu ventured uncertainly. Fire breathing? What sort of talent is that? Nanabu rolled her eyes, subtly alluding to the burning fruit. It is their resistance to high temperatures. The Lunalia clan's divine status stems from their remarkable adaptability to their environment, making them the only race capable of approaching the core of the Tianhuaji Lu. Thus, they have been tasked with its maintenance for generations within that ancient kingdom. Once Nanabu finished speaking, Dalu began to connect the dots. So you're saying that they might still possess the schematics of the maintenance of the Tianhuaji Lu? I did not say that, Nanabu pouted. Who knows if they might have lost those schematics under the world government's deliberate suppression. However, it remains a strong possibility. With that, she drifted away to the other side of the deck to engage in playful antics with her good friend Aisha. Quite intriguing. Dalu raised an eyebrow. Yet his resolve remained unchanged. He would not be swayed by such ethereal notions to recruit Abed into his pirate crew. At least, the timing was not right. Shortly after Dalu's conversation with Nanabu, a sudden whirlwind swept across the deck of the mermaid SM, and an unexpected guest emerged from the eye of the storm. I must say, Monkey Dragon, you are not particularly well received these days. What brings you here? Dalu squinted at the newcomer, his tone laced with amusement. The others aboard the ship were far less cordial, rising to their feet with hostile expressions, which was understandable given Dragon's dubious role in recent events. Hey, I did not come here to fight. Dragon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender upon seeing the blades drawn by Izumi Rikia. His actions instantly put everyone at ease, and once the atmosphere softened, Dragon clarified his purpose. He had come to bid farewell. The celestial dragons had wreaked havoc on the island for 2 to 3 days, and having exhausted their interest, they now intended to leave Gaia Island and return to Mariewa. It seems you can breathe easy now. Dalu leaped down from a height on the deck, wearing a smile that was neither here nor there, as he regarded Monkey D. Dragon. Indeed, Dragon replied with a wry smile, then bowed to Dalu and the others, adding, I sincerely apologize for the disturbances of the past few nights. I am grateful for your understanding. Despite their familial ties, Dragon was not the type to pursue a relentless vendetta against pirates like Garp. Rather, having witnessed the strength and magnanimity of Dalu and his crew, Dragon viewed them favorably. This farewell served to mend the rift created by recent events and foster a cordial relationship with Dalu and his crew. Are you not concerned about the celestial dragons retaliating for your farewell before them? Dalu inquired playfully, observing Dragon's earnest demeanor. They wouldn't dare. If they push me too far, I will expose their actions, and they will face repercussions, Dragon shrugged, exuding an air of indifference. Clearly, Dragon had been lurking in the Holy Land for years, establishing his own network of connections. Given his unflinching demeanor, it seemed he was backed by influential allies. Was it the esteemed topman Wakuri, who held the position of the judicial martial god among the Gorosei? Or perhaps the enigmatic leader of the Knights of God, Feigelin Degelin, who could impose punishment upon the celestial dragons? Dragon had been laying the groundwork for the eventual establishment of the Revolutionary Army. However, Dalu would not recklessly probe Dragon about these matters, for his own knowledge stemmed from the original narrative, and he could not ascertain the credibility of his sources. Moreover, Dragon, having spent years in the Holy Land and potentially in contact with that enigmatic figure, was someone Dalu dared not divulge too much to. After all, who knew what abilities he possessed? Dalu did not wish to draw attention to himself too quickly. I need not worry, but you might want to exercise caution, Dragon remarked, shifting the conversation back to Dalu. What? Is he really going to come after me? Dalu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Observing Dalu's nonchalant demeanor, Dragon furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Aegis and the others have already pressured Marineford, demanding that the Navy deploy a general to capture you. Although aware that the Celestial Dragons could directly order the Navy, Dalu remained skeptical. At present, the Navy's top-tier combatants were dispatched elsewhere, facing off against the likes of Gold Lion and Whitebeard. Where would they find a third admiral to pursue them? Would they send Fleet Admiral Sengoku to capture them? Dalu questioned, frowning. The analysis presented by Daluo is not without merit. Yet he overlooks another formidable figure within the Navy. A general who is utterly disinclined to join Zfa and his comrades in rescuing the Tenryubito, yet relishes the opportunity to vex Daluo, none other than Carp. A few days ago, I conversed with the old man, and from what he conveyed, it appears he has set sail from Marineford and should arrive at Gaia Island within a few days. As Long spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head and, after a moment's hesitation, continued, The old man wanted me to convey a warning to you. Be cautious, for if he catches you, his iron fists will be more than sufficient. Damn! Daluo exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. On the very day of Daluo's farewell, Long and the group of Tenryubito hastily departed from Gaia Island. Abet, having confirmed that his injuries were not severe, also bid a solemn farewell to Daluo and set forth on the path to seek his kin. Daluo, however, found himself unable to move, resigned to waiting for the ascending current 3 days hence. Outside, Carp loomed ominously, yet no matter how formidable Carp's reputation may be, it would not deter Daluo from venturing to the Sky Island, nor would he flee in disarray. He was not akin to the cowardly Blackbeard, who retreated entirely at the mere sight of a Kainu. To knowingly traverse the tiger's den while being aware of its presence. This is the essence of a pirate. I inquired, is that jovial, wine-loving major so terrifying? Leaning against the bar, Rikit took a sip of his cocktail and curiously asked Daluo. He could not comprehend, for they had previously engaged with Admiral Zfa on Wangmingni Island. Could it be that this uncle, who seemed to squander his days at the Lazabit Tavern, was stronger than Admiral Zfa? Daluo merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. After all, Karp had yet to fully reveal his prowess, and in terms of reputation, he indeed appeared somewhat inferior to the two admirals, Sengoku and Zfa. Yet, who could have foreseen that this previously obscure vice admiral would join forces with Roger in the forthcoming battle at God Valley, culminating in the demise of the illustrious Rocks pirates and emerging as the new spiritual totem of the Navy? Moreover, after personally ending the Rocks era, this naval hero relentlessly pursued the pirate king Roger to Raftel, compelling even the formidable Roger pirates to retreat. It can be said that this individual, who treated the capture of pirates as a form of hobby and amassed a collection of rare trophies within Impelled Down, is truly the most formidable presence within Navy. Do not underestimate Karp. He is far more troublesome than the average admiral, DeLuo cautioned, raising an eyebrow at his companions. Indeed, during their encounter at the tavern, he felt a profound sense of pressure emanating from that uncle. To the side, Izumi Rikiya, who had previously crossed paths with Karp, set down his cup of hot tea and remarked with narrowed eyes, as someone with discerning vision and sharp combat instincts, what Izumi Rikiya articulated holds considerable weight. As DeLuo continued to discuss Karp, Sophia entered, having just completed the final inspection of the ship's hull. She removed her goggles from her forehead and placed them on the bar. "I'm so hot," she exclaimed. "Reheat, please prepare me a margarita." After taking a seat, Sophia fanned herself with her delicate hands, accepting the drink Reheat handed her. After a sip, she comfortably shrank her neck, akin to a cat that had indulged in catnip. After downing her drink, she wiped the sea salt from the corner of her mouth and inquired, "What are you all discussing? It seems lively." "We're talking about Mr. Long's father, Admiral Karp." Upon hearing this, Sophia set her glass down and stated, "That fellow, I have crossed blades with him. He is indeed a formidable man." "You have fought with Karp?" DeLuo raised an eyebrow, surprised as he looked at the perspiring Sophia. He found it hard to believe, for while her strength was commendable, she would likely be defeated within mere moments against Karp. Sophia rolled her eyes and, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "What? You seem rather disappointed that he didn't manage to kill me." "Just a bit curious," DeLuo shrugged, using a fork to extract an olive from his glass, mumbling indistinctly. "Care to share the details?" Noticing DeLuo's interest, Sophia did not refuse. With her right hand, she tucked her hair behind her ear and began to recount, "Long ago, I joined an underground organization called the Funeral Home, which undertook missions and exchanged intelligence. However, 2 years ago, the organization was infiltrated by a spy planted by the Navy, resulting in the disclosure of our headquarters location, leading the Navy to come knocking. It seems that the one responsible for that operation was Admiral Karp." DeLuo interjected with a knowing smile. "That was no operation. The Navy members who came to the island were merely a man and a woman, rather than an operation. It was more like Karp decided to tidy us up on a whim while on vacation," she clarified. "2 individuals? Who was the other one?" DeLuo displayed considerable interest, as he could not recall Karp having a partner. Could it possibly be Luffy's grandmother? His curiosity ignited, DeLuo sat up straight. "I am not well versed in the Navy's structure, and that woman seldom reveals herself, so I can't say much. However, her abilities are quite unique. It seems she could dry people like clothing," Sophia explained. "So is Tsuru." Upon hearing Sophia's description, DeLuo immediately deduced that Karp's partner was the future naval strategist, who would relentlessly pursue Doflamingo. "How did you manage to escape from the 2 of them?" DeLuo's curiosity intensified, for based on Karp and Tsuru's abilities, Sophia's organization should have left no room for escape. "Ha!" Sophia seemed to recall something amusing, covering her mouth as she laughed, her demeanor whimsical. "Although Karp is very powerful, it seems he has a face blindness." This formidable revelation momentarily left DeLuo speechless. Yet considering Luffy's own ridiculous displays of face blindness in the future, it made some sense. "So you escaped by relying on makeup?" DeLuo still found it hard to believe, for even if Karp was unreliable, Tsuru was right beside him. Surely, she could not be face blind as well. "Not everyone in the organization managed to escape. Only a few young ones, and I managed to flee thanks to disguises," Sophia clarified, shaking her head. "Young ones?" DeLuo interjected, as he suddenly recalled hearing about the funeral home. "I don't remember much about the others. but there was a guy named Daro'sBullet-Cutting who supposedly later reassembled the crew and re-established the funeral home. Sophia stretched her arms upon remembering that individual, who wore a peculiar mask and exuded an intimidating aura, yet referred to himself as Big Sister. Sophia's mood seemed to lift somewhat. She then playfully winked at Daluo, teasingly adding, "Not long ago, they even invited me to join their organization. What do you think? I must be quite in demand, right? If I am not officially promoted soon, I might just seek my fortune elsewhere." Sophia evidently harbored lingering regrets regarding her status as a mere apprentice crew member. Daluo chose to disregard Sophia's frantic hints, as he recalled the fellow named Laggy who seemed to be one of the 6 sovereigns of the underworld, the king of assassins overseeing the notorious organization. Big Shot Funeral Home. Goodness, are you not a founding elder of the future foremost assassin organization? Daluo grimaced, casting a sidelong glance at Sophia, silently scoffing at the absurdity of it all. What is this? A mafia godfather? 2 days later, on the day the ascending sea current would erupt, Daluo, having completed all preparations, navigated the mermaid's anthem to a stretch of sea near Gaia Island, littered with countless derelict ships and rotting wood. Hey, Daluo, do you really think that a current capable of sending me to the Sky Island will erupt here? The black cat, Bullet, peered over the ship's railing, surveying the tranquil waters. "Fear not, it will surely come," Daluo assured, adjusting his cowboy hat, then turned to Aisha, speaking with a tone of grave responsibility. "I will entrust this to you. In the world of pirates, the ascending sea current is a most peculiar phenomenon, said to arise from seawater flooding into immense subterranean voids, shaped by the force of geothermal activity or volcanic eruptions. However, this gives rise to a significant dilemma. The potency of volcanic eruptions and the volume of seawater contained within the vast cavities are unpredictable, rendering the scale of each ascending sea current uncontrollable. This implies that not every ascending sea current guarantees a vessel's passage to the Sky Island. There may be instances where the force is insufficient to reach the heights or, conversely, too powerful, causing the ship to be obliterated. This explains why so many damaged ships drift here. These are the failed landing attempts rejected by the Sky Island, their only fate being to sink into eternal slumber within these waters. Daluo certainly would not stake everything on such capricious fortune. Fortunately, aboard their vessel was the exceptionally perceptive Aisha, whose awareness could glean information about the ascending sea current before its emergence. Clearly nervous under Daluo's expectations, Aisha quickly regained her composure with Nanabo's encouragement and opened a third eye on her forehead, entering a state of remarkable perception. "Here it comes." The first surge of the current, Aisha announced, her consciousness reaching deep into the ocean to sense the terrifying energy surging forth. However, after hastily assessing the force of the current, she promptly declared, "The power is too weak. It won't do." No sooner had she spoken than a deep blue area rippled across the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a towering column of water erupted skyward, akin to a watery dragon. But after ascending several thousand meters, it lost its strength and fell as torrential rain. Soon, the second and third surges followed suit, yet according to Aisha's estimations, none were sufficient to transport Daluo and his crew to the Sky Island. Just as they awaited the vital current, a naval warship flying the seagull flag unexpectedly emerged in Daluo's line of sight. "Is it here?" "Carp," Daluo exclaimed, spotting a robust man clad in a justice cloak at the bow of the ship. On the other side, Carp, aboard the naval vessel, witnessed Daluo's peculiar actions. As a high-ranking officer privy to many of the world's secrets, Carp was well aware of the existence of the Sky Island. "Hurry, full speed ahead," he urged his subordinates. As the warship approached within 3,000 meters of the mermaid's anthem, Carp leaped, intending to traverse the distance to Daluo's ship with the moonwalk technique. "Hey kid, with your talent, why become a pirate? You'd better brace yourself for my iron fist." Carp thought maliciously, his fist clenched mid-air, observing the specter-like Carp drawing near. Now, just over 1,000 meters away, Daluo felt his eyelids twitch. As a devil fruit user, he had no desire to engage Carp in a confrontation at sea. "Aisha, Is the next surge of the ascending sea current on its way? Daluo turned to Aisha, aiming his sights on Karp to potentially impede his advance through gunfire. It's coming, Aisha responded, but after sensing the overwhelming might of the impending current, she shook her head. No, this current is too powerful. In such a pressing situation, Daluo could not afford to hesitate. He commanded Xiong at the helm to steer the mermaid's anthem toward the explosion point of the ascending sea current and created a wall of compressed air to shield the vessel. Everyone, hold on tight. We are setting off, Daluo declared, adjusting his cowboy hat. In the next moment, the ascending sea current erupted with a resounding boom. A colossal torrent of water breaking the surface and lifting the entire ship to heights above 10,000 meters, reaching the Sky Island. Chapter 171. Baika, Kuhaha. Karp laughed heartily as he observed the soaring, ascending sea current and the mermaid's anthem ascending with it near Gaia Island. That little rascal Daluo is as audacious as ever. Karp recalled the time in Razabat when Daluo had audaciously conspired with the Roger pirates to deceive the celestial dragons. Such unbridled creativity. How could someone so delightful choose the path of piracy? Karp mused as he soared through the air with the moonwalk technique. A singular thought occupying his mind as he received orders to capture Daluo's crew. Karp sought to apprehend them before they committed any unforgivable crimes. Convinced that his heartfelt teachings could lead Daluo to a moment of revelation. Karp, have they ascended to the sky? A young sailor with tousled hair and round glasses, following closely behind Karp, inquired while peering through a telescope. Should Daluo have been present, he would surely recognize this 13-year-old lieutenant as the future Admiral Akiji Kazan. Unlike his contemporaries, Sakaski and Borsellino, who were products of rigorous training camps, the softer-natured Kazan was not particularly favored in the current militaristic environment of the Navy. Thus, after completing his basic training, he was assigned to Karp's command as a lieutenant on his ship. Kazan would later be succeeded by Bogart. Yes, they have ascended to the Sky Island, Karp replied, landing heavily on the deck of the warship while ruffling Kazan's hair. Karp held a genuine fondness for his young subordinate. For in Kazan, he perceived not only a fierce disdain for pirates, but also a tenderness and empathy for ordinary folk. In today's world, where the Navy is fervently clamoring for a deadly confrontation with Luo Kisi while disregarding the welfare of the populace, such sentiments are indeed rare and precious. What shall we do then? Shall we simply retreat to Marinfando? Kazan gazed at the small black ascending along the sea current in the sky, scratching his head in reluctant contemplation. No, we shall not return. Karp was resolute in his refusal to relent. After all, the current naval forces have been assigned strict orders to protect the celestial dragons at all costs, and he had no desire to return to serve those wretches. Let us investigate which naval base is nearest. We shall anchor there for a few days. Karp flicked his sleeves and made his way to the bow of the ship. We shall wait for them to descend right here. In the lofty heights of 7,000 meters, amidst the expanse between the White Sea and the White Sea, pristine clouds gathered like a frothy milk cap against the azure sky. The mermaid's songship resembled a single black pearl within a cup of milk tea, steadily ascending along the current. Despite the air barrier generated by the Daro fruit's ability, the long-serving mermaid's songship struggled against the tremendous force of the ascending current, creaking painfully between the planks. Damn it, this upward current is overwhelmingly powerful. We might be carried to even greater heights. Daro, gripping the mast with one hand, cast a grim look at the turbulent waters below, where the current surged to heights of 7,000 or 8,000 meters, showing no signs of abating. Aisha, can you see those islands in the sky? How far are we from them? Daro turned to Aisha, who was breathlessly clinging to the mast. Upon seeing her pale countenance, Daro smacked his forehead in regret. He had forgotten that they were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the air was exceedingly thin, making it hard for even the most robust individuals to breathe, let alone someone like Aisha who had not trained rigorously. Fortunately, Brage was attentive enough to notice Aisha's struggle. He braved the tumult and rushed to the ship's medical quarters, returning with an oxygen tank, which he promptly placed near Aisha's mouth and nose. I am revived. Aisha gasped for breath like a drowning person finally surfacing for air, her complexion regaining a hint of color. You saved my life. Thank you, Brage. Once she regained her composure, Aisha smiled gratefully at the black cat before quickly activating her extraordinary perception through the thick layers of clouds. Her vision pierced the sky like radar, and at last, when her sight extended to 10,000 meters, she detected the islands concealed within the dense clouds. We are about 2,000 meters away, Aisha shouted to Daro, holding the oxygen tank aloft. This distance was not reassuring for Daro. The issue was not that it was too far, but rather too close, as the momentum of the ascending current would certainly carry them higher still. We must jump, Daro declared decisively. With the current's force, it could propel them another 4 to 5,000 meters upward, leading to either a collision with the underside of the sky island or an even higher ascent before a perilous fall. Rather than risk that fate, it would be wiser to extricate the mermaid songship from the current as they approached the height of the sky island, subsequently utilizing Daro's abilities to glide a distance. Although this approach was audacious, at least their destiny would be in their own hands. We need to change course. Everyone, hold on tight and don't get thrown off, Daro commanded, activating his fruit abilities to compress air beneath the ship, aiming to burst the mermaid songship free from the ascending current as they neared the sky island. 600 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters now. The moment Daro caught sight of the sky island peeking through the clouds, he released the compressed air burst. A significant volume of compressed air surged into the rising current, forming bubbles that promptly exploded, forcefully propelling the mermaid's songship away. Daro's daring maneuver startled the crew. But fortunately, after a brief, diagonal flight, the ship was lifted by Daro's high sky corridor and flew steadily towards the nearby sky island. Phew! After executing such a series of perilous actions, Daro broke into a cold sweat. Performing such high-stakes maneuvers at 10,000 meters was undeniably dangerous. A slight miscalculation could have led to a fall or a collision with the sky island. With this in mind, Daro's resentment towards Carp intensified. Had it not been for that old coot chasing them, they would not have been forced to recklessly seek a rising current to land on the sky island. Nevertheless, Daro managed to regain control of the situation. If they ascended just a little further, they would reach the unique, buoyant clouds of the White Sea at 10,000 meters, which could gently carry the mermaid's songship towards the sky island. However, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. A small floating vessel adorned with peculiar bubbles suddenly intruded from the left rear of the mermaid's songship, crashing heavily onto the deck. Damn it, there are still people cutting in line in this world, Daro exclaimed as he observed the broken mast of the mermaid's songship and the small vessel resembling a blue teacup. Just as Daro contemplated confronting the helmsman, two figures clad in blue wizard robes and pointed hats emerged from the overturned vessel. NCOM, Gwinter, you are far too reckless. You nearly destroyed this weather ship. A man with waist-length hair, split into two tail-like appendages, admonished his companion. I apologize, Teacher Halridas, but I have urgent reasons to return to Baika, replied a woman with blue hair and white feathered wings, her demeanor remarkably composed. Upon hearing their exchange and surveying the distinctive small vessel, Daro's expression turned peculiar, for he recognized the man. If he was not mistaken, the strangely dressed man was none other than Halridas, the climate scientist from the small sky island Visalia, who would one day become Nami's mentor. I say, you arrived on my ship and didn't he even bother to greet me? Daro interrupted the two chattering individuals, a touch of exasperation in his voice. How could they be so oblivious to the situation? They were currently on his ship, having broken his mast, and yet they were embroiled in their own quarrel. My sincerest apologies. Fortunately, Halridas quickly realized the gravity of the situation, taking his disobedient apprentice by the arm and approaching Daro with utmost sincerity, bowing deeply. Enough, enough. Daro waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter. To be honest, he had always held a fondness for the kind-eyed old man while reading the original work, and now that they had met, he had no intention of being overly harsh. Moreover, this old man was no ordinary individual. He was one of the foremost meteorologists in the pirate world, capable of utilizing Visalia's various peculiar technologies to alter the climate over vast areas. A truly remarkable figure. On board the vessel, there was precisely a need for a navigator adept in meteorology. As DeLuo cast a glance at the elderly gentleman, he contemplated ways to persuade the old man to join their expedition. Suddenly, Aisha's exuberant voice pierced through the air. "Look, we are floating amidst the clouds." Leaning against the ship's railing, Aisha gazed down at the vast, white sea of clouds below, along with the vines cascading from the heavens and the uniquely shaped houses in the distance, exclaiming in wonder, "This must be Kongdao, truly magnificent." Beside her, Xion was equally exhilarated, gesticulating animatedly. While everyone else reveled in the prospect of landing on Kongdao, Gwent, a student of Ha Lei to Sea, doused their excitement with a chilling reminder. This is Baika. Anyone from outside the island who ventures in will be apprehended by the patrolling cloud officials. As Gwent frequently accompanied Ha Lei to Sea to Qinghai for climate assessments, she was well aware that DeLuo was not a resident of Kongdao. In Baika, known for its fierce and exclusionary nature, outsiders were not welcomed, especially since the inhabitants of Kongdao were currently embroiled in territorial conflicts with the Sandia people. The Sandia, in essence, were the Qinghai residents who had been thrust into the skies from Jiayo Island. Thus, anyone lacking wings was deemed a Sandia, and those who trespassed into Baika were regarded as enemies. By the heavens, the fervor for war, DeLuo thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Just as he had hoped to enjoy his time on Baika, he found himself in a precarious situation. How did I end up on this wretched island? All the historical texts and the Golden Bell lie in Apaya Duo. Yet again, I must remember that Baika is the homeland of Enelu. It was not merely a possibility. It was certain that the thunder fruit must be hidden within Baika. After all, in 18 years, Enelu would obliterate the entire island using its power, indicating that the thunder fruit was indeed located there. "Look, a peculiar ship approaches," exclaimed one of the Baika residents upon seeing a wooden sailing vessel, starkly different from the shell vessels of Kongdao. Gwent was not mistaken. Amid times of war, the inhabitants were particularly sensitive, instinctively interpreting any suspicious occurrence as an act of aggression from the enemy. "The treacherous Sandia are upon us. Alert the cloud official," shouted a middle-aged man clad in a brown woolen garment, sporting goggles, with small wings protruding from his back. Prompted by his fervor, the robust residents of Baika armed themselves with spears, casting menacing glares at DeLuo and his companions. "Here we go again." DeLuo scratched his head, feeling resigned. It seemed reminiscent of their arrival at Jigu Island, where they were similarly besieged, though this time the hostility appeared more pronounced. "What should we do, DeLuo?" Xiong inquired anxiously, glancing at the unfriendly faces among the Baikar residents, recalling that they had yet to encounter such hostility. It's only natural they do not welcome us. After all, we are pirates," DeLuo chuckled, tipping his cowboy hat, and led his companions to leap from the deck. "We are Qinghai people who arrived on the rising currents to Kongdao, not Sandia. We merely stumbled into this place," DeLuo proclaimed loudly, attempting to calm the agitated crowd. However, events took an unexpected turn. Do not trust them. They are undoubtedly agents sent by those vile Sandia, intent on inling Katorikevik. The residents of Baika disregarded DeLuo's explanation, closing in with intentions to capture them as offerings to their revered deity, Ichamu-Na, who bestowed upon them bountiful lands. The cloud official approaches. "Stant Azida," a voice rang out amidst the tense atmosphere, whereupon a striking figure emerged from the crowd. Clad in elaborate garments, adorned with peculiar tattoos, a formidable bald man advanced toward DeLuo and his party. "Outsiders, prove your identity," he commanded, the spear he wielded, bound with various extraordinary shells, serving as a final warning. The spear's tip emanated a chilling aura, gathered from a shell patterned with snowflakes. Due to the unique environment of Kongdao, numerous bizarre creatures thrived there, with shells possessing vast applications, serving both mundane needs and as weapons in combat. Within the realm of Kongdao shells, some rare specimens surpassed ordinary shells in potency, such as the lethal Paji Bay that nearly claimed Enila's life. The Cloud Official Spear was crafted from another powerful variant, the Han Shuang Bei, capable of generating an unending stream of freezing air, easily capable of encasing anything it touched in solid ice. This could spell trouble, DeLuo thought, feeling the chill from the gathering frost. Despite the opponent's seemingly insignificant strength, a misstep could easily turn the entire populace of Baika against him. Niufa, after all these years, is this how you greet an old friend? As DeLuo's hand instinctively reached for his revolver, ready to disarm the man, Gwent, who had been lingering behind Ha Latest Sea, unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Niufa questioned. Suspicion etched across his face as he redirected his spear towards the woman who struck him as eerily familiar. Gwent did not respond. Instead, she deftly removed her glasses and tied her long hair into a ponytail, transforming her appearance from that of a demure scholar to a striking, capable woman. Gwent! Neo Fa recognized her, astonished, yet devoid of the joy typically associated with reuniting with an old acquaintance. His expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. You dare return, he remarked, observing his childhood companion with a complex expression, as a key figure in the upheaval 9 years prior. He understood the implications of Gwent's return on the dynamics of Baika, particularly given the sensitive nature of the current situation. If I do not return, that madwomanite will lead you all into battle against the Sandia. I hear preparations for war are already underway, Gwent responded, readjusting her glasses with a wry smile. Ahem, I require a private interrogation of them. Uninvolved residents, please disperse swiftly. As Gwent prepared to publicly humiliate their revered land prophet, Neo Fa hastily intervened, swiftly dispersing the surrounding Baikar residents. Once the crowd had cleared, Neo Fa surveyed the area to ensure their privacy before addressing Gwent once more. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Follow me. Under the guidance of Niufa, Dalu and his companions finally ventured into the interior of Baika Island. Despite Niufa's efforts to lead them along narrow paths, many inhabitants of the floating island noticed the sudden appearance of these Qinghai people. It seemed that their presence could not be concealed for long. The Earth Prophet would soon become aware of the news, perhaps even realizing your return. Niufa, observing the Baika residents pointing and whispering at Dalu's group, expressed his frustration. I never intended to keep my return a secret from Yahit. With her adeptness in the heart network, she will undoubtedly sense my presence within her perceptive range, Gwent replied with a gentle smile. Then how dare you return? Niufa exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, yet refrained from displaying his agitation in front of the crowd. He lowered his voice to a thunderous growl. I must organize Yahit. Otherwise, too many innocent lives will be lost for her selfish gains. Meanwhile, Dalu paid no mind to their conversation, his attention entirely captivated by the magnificent and fantastical city of Baika. As a floating island without a terrestrial foundation, the entire Baika city hovered above buoyant clouds, resembling a three-tiered cream cake, adorned with fantastical shell-like structures akin to strawberries and icing atop the clouds. Wow, how beautiful! I wonder who could live there, Aisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she pointed at the opulent palace complex located at the highest tier. Do not be foolish. That is the abode of the divine. Only the great, true God-law and the prophets who hear the divine revelations may dwell there, Niufa admonished Aisha, who had been disrespectfully pointing at the temple. For the Baika people, no one dared to offend their sole deity, Yikamuna, and the prophets residing in the divine abode could perceive any who insulted the gods through the heart network, issuing divine decrees and enacting punishments upon blasphemers. Gwent, you have truly lost your mind, daring to betray the divine. Niufa shook his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Gwent, once one of the two prophets of Baika, could forsake the true God they had worshipped since childhood. 9 years ago, during the final confrontation with the Shandya people, Gwent had stood in opposition to Baika, allowing the defeated Shandya to escape, thereby preserving their considerable fighting force. Just as Niufa and Gwent were about to engage in a debate of theism versus atheism before Dalu, Aisha suddenly raised her finger, signaling for silence. Shoo, someone in that palace is watching us. Chapter 173, Employment. The Heart Network. a power utilized by Enelu in the manga Sky Island arc to monitor the entire floating island, could essentially be described as a form of Kinbunchika haki. Sensing the intrusive gaze from afar, Dalu furrowed his brow. As someone who also possessed Kinbunchiku, he found such blatant perception to be rather offensive. How rude. The intrusive gaze provoked a fierce response from Huchuan Li Qian, whose keen sensitivity resembled that of a ferocious beast. He stepped forward, his right hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. The cold glint of the blade reflected the tension in the air. Feeling the intimidating presence emanating from Huchuan Li Qian, the source of the heart network quickly withdrew its probing gaze after a cursory scan of the others. Not bad. There's potential, Dalu remarked with a smile, noting that Huchuan Li Qian's aura bore little resemblance to Conqueror's haki, but rather mirrored the ominous energy of Barrett from the original work. Stop teasing me. I still have a long way to go. Huchuan Li Qian chuckled, fully aware of his limitations compared to Dalu in mastering Conqueror's haki. However, Dalu held a different perspective. He believed that proficiency in Conqueror's haki relied more on innate talent. And once one possessed that quality, progress would come through diligent practice. In contrast to Dalu and his companion's relaxed demeanor, Niyufa and Gwent appeared quite tense, clearly apprehensive about the earlier heart network intrusion. Only when they could no longer sense the probing gaze did they allow themselves to relax. Phew, that scared me. Niyufa wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. His anxiety was understandable, given Gwent's unique status as the former prophet who had deserted during the war 9 years prior, making him a wanted man in Baika. Fortunately, the temple had remained discreet about that incident, and few had seen Gwent's true appearance, allowing him to evade further scrutiny. Stop wandering and hurry up, Niyufa called to Aisha, who was about to buy souvenirs from a street vendor, then swiftly led the group down a narrow alley. Though termed an alley, it was merely a tight passage between 2 rows of buildings. Niyufa expertly guided Dalu and the others through the passage, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, occasionally vaulting over balconies. You certainly haven't forgotten, Niyufa observed with surprise at Gwent's nimbleness. How could I forget? We often played hide and seek here when we were young, and you all never managed to win against me, Gwent remarked, nostalgically while casually wiping his nose. Indeed, you have always been the most exceptional among us, Niyufa mused, stroking his distinctive bald head. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived before a charming 3-story building. The structure was uniquely designed, resembling a giant shell, with a large sign carved with frost-like patterns hanging at the entrance. Is this where you live now? Have you been expelled from the temple by Yahid? Gwent asked in surprise, taking in the lively decor surrounding him. As Baika was an island with a pronounced religious nature, it enforced strict class divisions. As a cloud official, second only to the prophets, Niyufa was expected to reside within the temple. Since your defection, Nala and I have found ourselves in a rather awkward position at the temple. So we decided to move out together, Niyufa replied with a look that conveyed disbelief. Nala, she has moved out as well? How is she now? Gwent asked, settling onto the sofa and unceremoniously pouring water for himself and his mentor, Helidas. Nala has stepped down from her position as a cloud official and has since married a man in the city, now residing in the western suburbs. It seems that incident has had a significant impact on you all, Gwent remarked, his expression faltering as he forced a smile. So, who is the current wind cloud official? It is Kuowen, the very same individual with whom you had a rivalry in your youth. He now controls the Bay, Niyufa informed him. It is indeed unfortunate news. It seems that among the 3 esteemed Yunguans I once had under my command, you remain the last one standing. Gwent lamented, rubbing her temples in mild distress. Hence, I am compelled to inquire, what transpired back then? Niyufa gazed intently at Gwent and pressed on. What could have possibly compelled you to release those captives and flee, even going so far as to slay one Shah, just as you were on the verge of utterly defeating the Chandiarians? Did that woman, Ihite, convey this to you? Gwent scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly and retorting. Truly, the wicked are the first to complain. Regardless, the seer is our foster mother. Gwent's reference to the seer caused Niyufa to furrow her brow in displeasure. So, what exactly transpired between you? Has she lost her sanity? irrationally desiring to claim lands that do not belong to her. Moreover, she even sought to send all 8 Yinguans to their deaths, resulting in Wen Sha's demise at her hands. To substantiate her claims, Go retrieved a shell, roughly the size of a palm, from her pocket and placed it on a coffee table. Nie Yofa immediately recognized it as the illusory shell once governed by Wen Sha, the former Yin Guan of the Twilight. The fact that Wen Sha entrusted the illusory shell to Gu when indicated her faith in Gu went before her untimely death. But why? Why would Ihite murder Wen Sha? Nie Yofa felt her resolve wavering, her hands outstretched. For the sake of that absurd legend, the Endless Land, she not only sought to conquer the Shandiarians, but also harbored delusions of waging war against the Paya duo, aspiring to dominate the entire Sky Island. She would not hesitate to lead the people of Baika into the abyss. Go concluded her explanation, pausing momentarily to add, she is no longer the Ihite of old. She has lost her mind. Yet, as Nie Yofa attempted to express further thoughts, Go interjected, challenging her. Do you trust her, or do you trust me? Go pounded the coffee table, rising to her feet, leaning over with both hands planted firmly as she regarded Nie Yofa with gravity. DeLuo observed the heated exchange between the two with keen interest. Though only snippets of conversation had reached him, he had pieced together a general understanding of the situation. Essentially, Go once a seer of the skies, had been ensnared by her foster mother, another seer. Upon uncovering the other's scheme, Go along with a fellow Yinguan, liberated the captured Shandiarians from the throes of war and fled from the Baika forces to the small sky island of Visalia. Now, it appeared that the seer named Ihite was concocting yet another scheme, prompting her urgent return to Baika to thwart Ihite's machinations. Surely, what you speak of has no bearing on us, so can we take our leave? DeLuo interjected, interrupting the scheming duo. At that moment, Nie Yofa realized the presence of DeLuo and his companions, and it was evident that their clandestine plot had not gone unnoticed. Are they not your accomplices? Nie Yofa inquired awkwardly, glancing at Go. Certainly not. They are merely individuals I happen to encounter. Go replied with a sense of conviction. What then shall we do? Nie Yofa gazed at Go incredulously, astonished that she would so openly conspire in front of outsiders regarding plans to overthrow the island's true rulers. We can act as if we know nothing of it. DeLuo shrugged in response. Perhaps there exists another option. Go adjusted her glasses. If possible, I would like to enlist your assistance in stopping Ihite. Enlist? DeLuo tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the woman before him. Do not flatter yourself. You cannot afford to pay. It was comical that this woman had even considered such a proposition, but DeLuo was unconvinced she possessed anything of value to offer. The temple houses a considerable amount of gold. Should we succeed, I can hand over all the temple's gold to you, Go asserted. Surprisingly, her offer was not insignificant, given that the entire Sky Island had been thrust up by Gaia Island, which, centuries ago, was renowned as the Golden City of Zandora. Thus, Baika's gold reserves were likely substantial. However, mere gold would not entice DeLuo. His sole objective in coming to Baika was the Thunder Fruit, which was most likely hidden within the temple. Therefore, approaching from this angle was not without merit. If what you say is true, I would be more than willing to assist you. But in addition to the gold, I require one item from the temple, which I shall take for myself. DeLuo gestured with his finger, addressing Go. Go could not refuse, for without DeLuo and his companions, she and Nie Yofa would undoubtedly be unable to thwart Ihite. Then it is settled. Go extended her right hand toward DeLuo. It is settled. Chapter 174. Scheming DeLuo's involvement in this affair stemmed from a deeper reason. The future construction of the Ark of Prophecy, which would be built by Enel using a vast quantity of gold. Although it had yet to be constructed, DeLuo firmly believed that the designs for this vessel would still be found in Baika. Otherwise, the technically inept Enel could never hope to construct it. Despite having lived in this world for over a decade, DeLuo remained astonished by the utterly nonsensical technological tree of this realm. Take the Ark, for instance. Its ability to generate clouds in conjunction with the Thunder Fruit was preposterous. Moreover, Its formidable flying capabilities would leave Daluo, a traveler from a technological era, utterly astounded. Not to mention, in the story of the cover page, Enel used the Ark to traverse the cosmos, reaching the fabled Endless Land, where he reigned supreme. Contemplating this, Daluo turned to the ship's spirit, Nanabu, floating near the ceiling, and in a hushed tone only they could hear, he inquired, "Nanabu, is there a connection between the Underworld King and the Moonfolk?" Initially curious, Nanabu, who had been observing the central lamp on the ceiling, was taken aback, swiftly gliding over to Daluo, resembling a ghost. "How do you know?" Even an archaeologist like Dr. Clover, who possessed knowledge of ancient history, found the origins of the Underworld King perplexing. After all, no one could fathom how the shipwrights of Water 7, 8 centuries ago, had undergone a technological explosion to construct the world-destroying Underworld King. However, as the ship's spirit of the Underworld King, Nanabu was acutely aware that the birth of the Underworld King stemmed from the Moonfolk technology obtained by Joy Boy during his first landing on the Sky Island 8 centuries past. At present, among the revolutionaries resisting the Great Kingdom, only a few were aware of this secret. How did Daluo come to know? Nanabu, resembling an old man, stroked his chin and squinted at Daluo, convinced that this young man harbored secrets of his own. Nanabu was thoroughly convinced, even beginning to suspect that Daluo was the fated individual foretold by Joy Boy. Just as I suspected, having received the answer from Nanabu's reaction, Dalla chose to ignore Nanabu, who had already conjured an intense manga narrative in her mind. He merely smiled before turning away, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. Since the prophet named Yite was also in pursuit of the so-called Endless Land, she must be knowledgeable about the whereabouts of the Thunder Fruit or the proverb. Dalu, with the cunning demeanor of a fox, narrowed his eyes and began to devise his next course of action. Meanwhile, as Gwent's most steadfast supporter, the traitor Nyufa, after a brief moment of hesitation, readily divulged information about his superior, Yite. It appeared that the prophet had unearthed something at the ancient ruins on Baika Island, and her recent behavior had been rather eccentric, as she claimed to be organizing a grand sacrificial ceremony to select the child of God who could lead everyone back to the Endless Land. The notion of a child of God was indeed laughable, a sentiment that Gwent expressed with a derisive snicker, seemingly contemptuous of Yite's actions. Yet, this was hardly surprising, for she, Nyufa, and several other cloud officials had been taken from their biological parents under the pretext of serving the divine. Although Yite had fulfilled certain responsibilities in nurturing these adopted children, her primary intention was exploitation, much like how she had sacrificed Windsor 9 years prior for her own ambitions. Given this, what shall we do now? Dalu inquired, lightly tapping his index finger on the coffee table while glancing at Gwent and Nyufa, who sat beside him. Despite Dalu's formidable strength, which could easily allow him to storm the temple or forcefully seize the Thunder Fruit or the proverb from Yite, he was disinclined to resort to such brutish tactics that involved unnecessary bloodshed. When is the sacrificial ceremony? Gwent turned to Nyufa, her mind racing with schemes on how to expose Yite's reckless warmongering. It will be the day after tomorrow, at the ancient temple on the west side of the temple grounds. The entire populace of Baika Island will be attending the service, but the security will undoubtedly be stringent. And all of us cloud officials will be present, Nyufa replied, expressing concern. Such grandiosity. Gwent's brow furrowed at Nyufa's words. Confronting Yite alone was already challenging enough, and the addition of several cloud officials would certainly complicate matters. Noticing Gwent's troubled expression, Dalu chuckled, curious. What? Are those cloud officials particularly formidable? Naturally, Gwent rolled her eyes, then elaborated. There are 8 cloud officials. Yin, Yufeng, Shuang, Hua, Tai, Xia, and Sun, each wielding a rare and potent shell, coupled with their unique combat skills developed over time, making them each exceedingly powerful. So on that day, we will be facing 7 cloud officials who possess strength comparable to your companion here. Dalu pointed at Nyufa, inquiring of Gwent. Yes, that is the worst-case scenario. Before then, I will attempt to win over a few cloud officials, Gwent explained, seemingly concerned that Dalu might be daunted by the sheer number of adversaries. It appears to be manageable. Dalu shrugged dismissively. After all, the prowess of these cloud officials paled in comparison to his own. Instead, It was the prophet who had just peered into their minds. She piqued Dalu's interest. What abilities does this prophet possess? Can she, for instance, summon lightning? Summon lightning? Not quite. Gwent shook her head. However, our rare shells and combat techniques were imparted to us by Yite, giving her access to nearly all the Cloud officials' abilities. Moreover, her mastery of mind perception is quite formidable, enabling her to sense her enemy's thoughts within a certain range. Upon hearing that Yite could not summon lightning, Dalu felt relieved. It was not that he feared a nature-based ability would pose a threat. Rather, he was concerned that the thunder fruit might have already been consumed, leaving him with nothing. As Dalu and the others were processing the information from Baika and strategizing how to cause a ruckus at the sacrificial ceremony, a rough male voice called from outside the door. Nyufa, open the door. Hearing that familiar voice, Nyufa's expression soured. Damn it, Kerwin is here. Memories of Kerwin's long-standing animosity with Gwent flooded back, compounded by his current status as Yite's favored. If he were to discover Gwent's presence, he would undoubtedly report her to the prophet. We can't let him in, Nyufa resolved, stepping to the door, cracking it open enough to prevent Kerwin's entry while leaning against the frame. Kerwin, what do you want? Nyufa asked coldly, eyeing the man with the golden pompadour and suspenders. I heard you caught a few guys from Qinghai at the port. Kerwin smirked mockingly at Nyufa, perceiving him as a clumsy brute incapable of keeping secrets. Yes, I am currently interrogating them. Do you need something? Nyufa felt increasingly anxious, his inability to lie leaving him on edge. Kerwin's next statement left Nyufa utterly perplexed, even sparking thoughts of violence against him. The prophet has issued a summons for the guests from Qinghai to come to the temple. A banquet has been prepared for them. Just as Dalu and the others were plotting how to expose Yite's schemes, they found themselves ensnared by her watchful gaze, with her confidence blocking their exit. What? Are we not inviting them out? The prophet is waiting for us in the temple. Kerwin urged with a grin directed at Nyufa. If it were any other time, Nyufa would have been inclined to retort at Kerwin's obnoxious face, but now he had no leisure for such banter. He had Gwent to protect. Although Gwent had been away from Baika for nearly a decade and had changed significantly in appearance and demeanor, she would still not be easily unrecognized. Being one of the few companions raised alongside Gwent in the temple, Kerwin would undoubtedly recognize her. If the prophet were to learn that the traitor Gwent had returned to Baika, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the room, Dalu, observing Gwent's equally tense demeanor, chuckled softly. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. It seems our freshly minted strategy is already obsolete. Sensing trouble, Ryukit and the others stood up, with Quan Li Qian even placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to eliminate this troublesome figure at a moment's notice. Do not act rashly. Gwent quickly interjected. If he dies here, Yite will receive news immediately, and the other Cloud officials will come to support him, complicating our situation further. What do you propose we do? Ryukit shrugged, his hand, which had transformed into a blade of drink, reverting to its normal state, then inquired, He will come eventually. At that time, you want to escape. Suddenly, Sophia, observing the awkwardness of the two, snapped her fingers, drawing everyone's attention, and declared, I have a solution. With urgency at hand, Sophia wasted no time in teasing and stood up from her seat, activating her fruit ability. Ninetails unfurled behind her, and her alluring eyes shimmered with a faint pink glow. With her right hand, she conjured a pink orb of light and brushed it across Gwen's face, enveloping her in a shimmering veil. In an instant, the once poised Gwen transformed into a punk-styled girl, clad in a studded leather jacket and sporting pink twin tails, embodying a distinctly non-mainstream appearance. Wow, how astonishing! The onlookers gasped, their eyes sparkling in awe at Sophia's display of her fruit ability. Is the transformation truly this drastic? Dalu raised an eyebrow in surprise at Gwen, who appeared to be an entirely different person. He was well aware of the remarkable disguise capabilities of the nine-tailed fox fruit, but he hadn't anticipated such a complete alteration of form and attire. This was significantly more potent than Fenklai's imitation fruit, and, as a mythical beast type, the nine-tailed fox fruit also provided substantial enhancements to combat abilities for fruit users. While the transformation was impressive, it lacked stability. The illusionary disguise was not substantial, and if attacked, it would reveal its flaws. As Sophia spoke, she poked Gwen's illusionary studded leather jacket and remarked, "See, just like this." As expected, when she merely rubbed it lightly, the illusionary garment began to distort, rippling like water disturbed by a thrown stone. "Is this really all right?" Gwen expressed her concerns. After all, Colin was too familiar with her. If he were to test her directly, it would be easy to discern the truth. "Do not worry. They would not dare act recklessly against us now," Dalu said confidently. If that seer had any sense after probing with the mind network, he would certainly refrain from acting hastily. Now, sending subordinates to negotiate was more about testing and watching. At the entrance, Colwyn, irritated by the stalling Nayufa, cast a cold glance at him and warned, "Enough, Nayufa. We can discuss pleasantries another time. I'm here on a mission and cannot afford to delay the seer's important matters, or we will bear the consequences." With that, Colwyn forcefully pushed past Nayufa, who was unable to stop him and hurriedly followed him inside, raising the long spear on his back. He had resolved to stand by Gwen's side. "Adventurers from Qinghai, welcome to Baika. Our seer has prepared a feast in the temple to welcome you. We hope you will grace us with your presence." Colwyn, entering the room, addressed Dalu and the others seated on the sofa with great courtesy. Simultaneously, he shot a puzzled glance at Nayufa behind him, as if reproaching him for bringing the guests into their home. On the other side, Nayufa, bewildered upon entering, had initially worried that Gwen would be discovered and cause the situation to escalate. However, he found no trace of her presence in the room. To prevent Nayufa from accidentally revealing information, Dalu quickly took the lead, pretending to be furious, and pointed at Nayufa, demanding, "A welcoming feast?" That was not what this gentleman just said. Did he not claim we were suspicious and brought us here for an investigation? So that is how it is. Nayufa is truly a fool, lacking in discretion. Upon hearing Dalu's accusation, Colwyn inwardly reflected, dispelling all doubts, and reproached Nayufa. "Look at what you've done. You've offended the seer's esteemed guests. You should apologize immediately." Nayufa, still trying to grasp the situation, had not reacted when his gaze fell upon the previously unseen pink girl. All right, let us hurry. Isn't there a banquet? I'm already feeling nauseous," Gwen, disguised as the pink girl, interjected, casting frantic glances at Nayufa. Following Gwen's lead, Dalu seized the opportunity and approached Colwyn, stating, "Since you are so sincere, let us overlook the unpleasantness of earlier and proceed without delay." Colwyn, having been instructed by the seer to treat Dalu and his companions with caution, did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and opened the door, gesturing for Dalu and the others. "The banquet at the temple has been arranged. Please, allow me to lead the way." Dalu nodded in response. Chapter 176. Schemes with insincerity in their hearts. The banquet was far from a cordial affair. Dalu was well aware of the ulterior motives behind the invitation, intending to monitor him under the guise of a feast and ascertain his objectives. Likewise, Dalu harbored his own intentions, seeking to uncover what secrets the seer held, for despite his strength, he could not pry open the lips of such fervent believers. Traversing a winding staircase, Dalu and his companions soon arrived at the highest level of Baika Island, where the temple resided. It was not merely a temple, but a grand complex of palatial structures, surrounded by towering buildings and spires, all converging towards a magnificent temple reaching for the heavens. Before entering the temple, everyone must relinquish their weapons. "I kindly ask for your cooperation," Colwyn instructed after leading Dalu and his companions to the temple entrance. Before Dalu could respond, two guards clad in metallic armor approached, crossing their long spears before them to block their path. Simultaneously, a group of female clergy members in religious robes emerged from a side door, guiding Dalu and his companions to a side hall where they were required to surrender their weapons. However, these clergy members had not encountered Dalu's fruitability. Hence they overlooked the grenades at his waist and the compact golden revolver he had concealed. "Sophia, find a way to keep Li Qian's sword," Dalu whispered to Sophia as he handed over the remaining ordinary revolver. In their group, apart from Dalu and Huchuan Li Qian, most relied on physical prowess and fruit abilities for combat, and were not particularly concerned about weapon confiscation. Yet for Huchuan Li Qian, as a swordsman, His entire fighting capability hinged on that 3-foot blade, and the katana, Hachuan Morikazu, held significant importance for him, necessitating a plan to retain it. Leave it to me. Sophia winked at Dalu and subtly activated her ability, conjuring an illusion with the power of the 9-tailed fox fruit, disorienting several clergy members. Simultaneously, Dalu discreetly swapped the sword with Izumi no Kami Kanasada, reducing its size with his abilities before returning it to Izumi Reiken. Once this was accomplished without anyone noticing, the individuals from the temple ceased their harassment and guided Dalu and his companions through the grand entrance of the temple, arriving at the entrance garden. The arrival was anything but benevolent. Reiki narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at the 2 rows of armored soldiers standing in formation before him, as well as the 3 individuals at the forefront, clad in robes reminiscent of those worn by the deity Neo Fa. The liquid in his fingertips began to swirl ominously. It was evident to even the most naive observer that this group had been intentionally placed here, ready to intervene with armed force had Dalu and his companions refused to comply. Do not be agitated, Dalu reassured, pressing down on Reiki's hand as he was on the verge of losing his temper. He then turned his head, casting a scornful glance at the leader, Kulwin, and remarked, "Such a grand display. You certainly know how to welcome guests." Kulwin, perceiving the sarcasm in Dalu's words, remained unfazed. With a stoic expression, he bowed slightly to Dalu and the others, stating, "Please, the esteemed prophet awaits you in the main hall." Though referred to as a temple, it was comprised of 3 towering edifices situated at the center of the complex, designed in classical Baroque style, their exteriors adorned with intricate, lifelike mythological sculptures. Within these figures, countless divine servants kneel in reverence to the supreme deity who presides over the heavens and the earth. The inhabitants of the Qinghai region worship this deity, believed to be the only god, whose feet are the vast land, and whose hands encompass the boundless sky. Legend has it that during the cataclysmic flood thousands of years ago, this compassionate deity bestowed the arc proverb to guide the afflicted, casting away his thumb to create a sanctuary for the survivors. This deeply rooted belief explains why the people of the Sky Islands harbor such an obsession with the land, viewing it as a fragment of their deity's corporeal form, a divine gift. Dalu, however, had little interest in such bizarre myths. After a cursory glance, he and his companions proceeded into the central temple. With a steady rhythm, the sound of footsteps echoed as an elderly woman, stooped and frail, descended the 3 steps from before the statue, making her way into the temple's grand hall. She was a diminutive figure, her white hair framing a face lined with wrinkles, draped in a clergy robe adorned with golden trim. In her right hand, she grasped a staff embedded with various shells. Rather than exuding the warmth and tranquility one might expect from a longtime devotee, she emanated an unsettling aura of decay and malice. This woman was none other than the master of Baika, the earth prophet Ihet, flanked by 8 cloud officials representing aspects such as cloud, rain, wind, frost, fire, iron, mist, and forest. Upon noticing Dalu and his companions striding confidently through the temple doors, Ihet tightened her grip on the staff, regarding Dalu with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Having adeptly mastered the heart network, Ihet had sensed Dalu's presence the moment he arrived on the island, recognizing the formidable power he concealed. Hence, she was cautious in her probing, not wishing to err at such a critical juncture before the sacrificial ceremony. "Welcome, esteemed guest from Qinghai," Ihet rasped, her voice resonating through the expansive hall like an ancient bell, heavy with the weight of age. "Thank you very much," Dalu responded politely, his gaze fixed intently on Ihet's aged visage, feigning surprise as he remarked, "The prophet certainly possesses remarkable abilities to be aware of our arrival on the island. I am granted the authority to know all that transpires on Baika Island by the supreme deity Izamnoa." Ihet replied ambiguously, her brow furrowing at Dalu's feigned ignorance. "What cunning old fox! Could it be that some deity compelled you to use the heart network to spy on us?" Dalu thought, maintaining a smile while inwardly cursing. It was undeniable that attributing everything to the divine rendered any counterargument futile, as none could dare to defy the will of the gods. Despite the mutual understanding, Ihet chose to redirect the conversation, stating, "The banquet is nearly prepared. Let us proceed." Without waiting for Dallow's response, she leaned on her staff and walked toward the side hall on the left side of the temple, where a long table capable of seating 20 to 30 people was laid out with an array of dishes and fine wines. To test us, they certainly spared no expense. Dallow mused, raising an eyebrow at the lavish spread. Embracing the spirit of making the most of their visit, Dallow and his companions wasted no time, devouring the banquet with the ferocity of a storm. After their appetites were sated, Ihet, observing that Dallow seemed to have lowered his guard, finally posed the question, "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Baika?" Dallow would never reveal that he came in pursuit of the thunder fruit and the proverb. Instead, capitalizing on his talent for feigning ignorance, he pretended to be intoxicated, replying, "Purpose? What purpose could we possibly have? To be honest, we are merely a band of pirates unable to survive in Qinghai. We heard tales of vast treasures and gold on the Sky Island, which compelled us to take the risk and ride the rising currents here." Surprisingly, Dallow's words held some weight. Ihet's wariness diminished as she regarded him with sincerity. Yet, for the sake of ensuring the upcoming ceremony proceeded flawlessly, she still wished to escort Dallow and his companions away from Baika. Thus, Ihet replied, "If treasure is your aim, I must inform you that you are in the wrong place. There is little of value here in Baika, but in Appiato, there is said to be much gold, including a priceless golden bell. Is that so? Then we truly have come to the wrong place." Dallow feigned disappointment, interjecting enthusiastically. Seeing Dallow's feigned distress, Ihet felt a flicker of delight. She had set this elaborate stage precisely to encourage these capable yet enigmatic individuals to leave Baika. However, she added, "If you wish to go to Appiato, I can arrange for transportation via Weiba." "That would be splendid," Dallow exclaimed, pretending to be overjoyed. Bowing to Ihet seated at the head of the table, "Thank you immensely. Once we procure the treasure, we shall certainly share half with you." With Dallow's agreement, Ihet's spirits soared. She had not anticipated that this sudden twist could be resolved so simply, stating, "It is settled then. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall send someone to take you to Appiato." After a few more exchanges of pleasantries and cautious inquiries, Ihet, preoccupied with preparing for the sacrificial ceremony, issued a subtle dismissal, arranging for Dallow and his companions to reside in Neu F's home for surveillance. Unbeknownst to her, Neu F, the traitor, had already turned against her. In the residence of Niufa, sitting on the sofa, Gawant gazed at Dalluo with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What exactly is your plan?" Gawant could not fathom why Dalluo had agreed to depart from Baika to Appiato the very next day, especially with the grand sacrificial ceremony for Yayert's set to take place the following day. Was it possible that he had heard of the immense treasures in Appiato and intended to abandon her? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Gawant. After all, her leverage was minimal, and to overthrow Yayert's reign, Dalluo's strength was indispensable. Observing Gawant's distress, Dalluo gently patted her hand and reassured her, "We will not leave tomorrow. Yayert will not reveal her true treasures. Rest assured, we shall return." Clearly, Dalluo intended to strike Yayert with a counterattack, for the golden bell and treasures were readily available at any time. However, the Shanlei fruit and the prophecy were the true prizes that Dalluo sought. With this thought, a cryptic smile crossed Dalluo's lips. Today's banquet had not been entirely fruitless for him. Although Yayert had concealed her possessions meticulously, she had inadvertently revealed a peculiar ornament adorned with a three-pointed jewel pattern, a design reminiscent of the art prophecy and the thunder drum emblem behind Enelu. Thus, as Dalluo surmised, at least one of the art prophecy or the Shanlei fruit was in Yayert's possession. Chapter 177. Hidden motives. The efficiency on the side of Baika was remarkable, swiftly finalizing the arrangements to transport Dalluo and his companions to Appiato the following day. With Dalluo's consent, they modified the Yun Haisheng ship with the Fengbei, endowing it with limited short-range flight capabilities. Furthermore, Yayert had specifically arranged for a dozen attendants to accompany them, ostensibly to guide Dalluo et al. Under the pretext of navigation. With 3 cloud officials and 2 teams of guards escorting them, it was evident that the prophet was exercising considerable caution. Daluo tossed the list of escorts onto the coffee table, chuckling derisively. The ability to mobilize nearly half of the defensive forces at such a critical juncture underscored Yayert's wariness of the unpredictable variables posed by Daluo and his group. It appeared that tomorrow would provide an opportunity for a grand performance. Leaning back on the sofa, Sophia stretched languidly and queried, "What shall we do once we arrive in Appiaduo? The sacrificial ceremony in Baika is set for the day after tomorrow. Will we make it back in time?" Sophia's question reflected the curiosity of everyone present, particularly Gawant, who turned to Daluo earnestly and insisted, "What exactly is your plan? You must provide me with clarity." Although she was currently allied with Daluo, Gawant understood that Daluo held the reins of this partnership, and all actions were to be led by him. "Rest assured, I have it all figured out." Daluo waved dismissively, proceeding to elaborate, "We must visit Appiaduo. Otherwise, Yayert will remain uneasy." However, she did not state that we cannot return. He expressed a concern that she might sabotage their efforts, as her staff possessed the ability to control the shellfish on the entire island, and she would certainly render the Feng Bei aboard the ship ineffective. Niufa, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, cautioned the conspirators, "Is that so?" Daluo raised an eyebrow, yet remained unfazed as he replied with a smile, "But who says that without those Feng Bei, the Yunhai Shinga cannot fly?" Meanwhile, within the temple of Baika, aside from Niufa, who had been dispatched to monitor Daluo, the remaining 7 cloud officials in Yayert were prostrating themselves before a magnificent statue, devoutly engaged in worship. Izamuna above, please bless your faithful supplicant. Allowing the sacrificial ceremony the day after tomorrow to proceed smoothly, Yayert prayed with a voice as sharp as metal scraping glass. Unlike the fervent zeal of the other officials, Yayert's expression was notably subdued. A hint of mockery could be detected at the corners of her lips. She held no faith in the so-called deities. It was unclear when she began to discern the truth behind divinity and belief. The so-called gods were merely fabrications concocted by the elite to facilitate their dominion, instruments of control over the masses. For over 80 years, she had diligently served this fabricated deity, yet it had never responded nor displayed any miracles. She had grown weary of venerating a mute stone statue daily. Thus, she resolved to create a true deity for Baika, a leader capable of unifying the Sky Islands and guiding them back to their ancestral lands. As the prayer concluded, a cleric who had been waiting at the door entered and handed Yayert a list. "Prophet, here is the list of newborns for this year. That will be all. You may leave," Yayert replied, casually glancing at the list before waving off the cloud officials, retreating to a side chamber alone. Once in the private chamber, Yayert meticulously reviewed the roster in her hands. This sacrificial ceremony was of utmost importance. Being advanced in years, her time was limited, and she was eager to cultivate a successor who could carry forth her will. "What a pity, Gawant," Yayert murmured to herself, her voice audible only to her ears. She lamented the fact that her most favored adopted daughter had defied her orders for some trivial reasons. Had it not been for that accident and betrayal, Yayert would have long since established her dominion over the Shandia and Appiaduo peoples. Victor Stun Hawkins. Yayert frowned at the names listed, clearly dissatisfied. The roster contained merely infants born this year, making the scrutiny of these children's lineage paramount, while those on the list were at least of unblemished lineage. Yayert sought more than just purity. She desired animosity. Only those imbued with an inherent hatred for the Shandia and Appiaduo peoples would suffice as her chosen candidates. Thus, she set her sights on a newborn whose father had perished at the hands of the Shandia. Analu. It seems will be a promising prospect. Yayert circled the name on the roster with her quill, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this fortunate child would inherit her will and acquire the ancient legacy that Yayert had obtained from the ruins of Baika, the legendary fruit that ruled the heavens. After finalizing her choice, Yayert summoned the 3 cloud officials designated to escort Daluo and his companions to Appiaduo the next day: the cloud official of wind, Kerwin; the cloud official of mist, Walusi; and the cloud official of clouds, Kenki. Kerwin Walusi, Kinki, as you escort those Qinghai individuals to Apiaduo tomorrow, you must remain ever vigilant. Report any unusual behavior immediately. Yard instructed the three capable subordinates, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Kinki appeared unconcerned, quizzically asking, Prophet, is it not an overreaction for the three of us to be on guard against a group of Qinghai individuals? As a figure of exceptional power and status on Baiko Island, Yinguan Kinki harbored a degree of arrogance. Thus, upon witnessing the profound caution displayed by the esteemed prophet toward the group of Qinghai individuals, he felt a twinge of indignation. In his view, no matter how formidable the Qinghai people might be, they could not possibly rival the combined strength of the Yinguans. What do you know? I reprimanded sharply, then cast a serious gaze over the three Yinguans, solemnly warning. That group of Qinghai individuals poses a significant threat to the upcoming sacrificial ceremony. So you must remain utterly vigilant. Ensure that they are transported to Apayadu Island and that they do not return to Baika. Following this admonition, the three Yinguans dared not relax, each pledging to fulfill the task at hand. However, the only woman among them, Walusi, expressed her confusion, asking, But how can we guarantee they will not return to Baika? They cannot remain on Apayadu. So how can we ensure that Dalu and his group, 1T, retrace their steps? I have tampered with several phone bay on their vessel. Once they arrive at Apayat, those phone bay will perish instantly, rendering their return impossible, Kerwin replied with a hint of pride. Well done. I nodded in approval, seemingly satisfied with Kerwin's arrangements. Yet, being inherently cautious, she felt it necessary to enhance their security measures. She turned to the others and instructed, Kinki, tomorrow, try to take a longer route and use Waiyunbai to create some obstacles that will obscure their understanding of the route from Baika to Apayadu. Walusi, you too can use Wanxiaobei to fabricate false markers. Ait, with her astute foresight, had prepared an elaborate trap for Dalu and his companions. Yet she could not foresee how well the unconventional pink-haired girl she had encountered at the banquet understood her. The narrative now shifts to the following day. Due to the island's altitude, dawn broke early, casting a bright light akin to midday. Good morning, Gwent, Hylidas, Dalu greeted as he entered the dining area, where the two were enjoying breakfast at the bar. Mr. Dalu, you are up quite early, Hylidas remarked, raising an eyebrow while perusing the newspaper and sipping milk, evidently surprised by Dalu's punctuality. Haha, I'm accustomed to it, Dalu waved off, grabbing a slice of bread and engaging in casual conversation with the two while chewing on the dry whole wheat. Where is Niyufa? Dalu almost choked on the bread, hastily swallowing some milk before recalling that Niyufa had been summoned to the temple early in the morning. He wondered what tricks Ait would employ. He was called to gather at the temple. I wonder what Ait has planned, Gawain added, sweetening his coffee with sugar cubes. Whatever it is, we will manage. Dalu shrugged nonchalantly. As they chatted, the rest of Dalu's crew emerged from their slumber, appearing like zombies as they gathered around the table for a hearty breakfast. Why are you all up so early? Aisha, still rubbing her eyes, inquired. Before anyone could respond, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a group of clergy clad in white uniforms entered, carrying polished silver trays. You are all awake just in time. Please enjoy the breakfast we have meticulously prepared. Kerwin, sporting a slicked-back golden hairstyle, approached with a highly formal smile. As he spoke, the attendants gracefully arranged an array of dishes on the table, moving with the elegance of ballet dancers. They certainly spared no expense, Dalu remarked, eyeing the lavish spread with a smirk. Having just nibbled on a baguette and feeling little appetite. When do we depart for Apayadu? Aisha, wiping cream from her mouth with the back of her hand, finally roused her mind from slumber. Upon her query, all eyes turned to Dalu, the designated leader. The accompanying personnel are already waiting outside and can depart at any moment. Kerwin reminded, though his gaze darted away, betraying his eagerness. Damn it, are we not even allowed to eat? Dalu grumbled internally, but after considering it, an early departure would be beneficial, allowing more time for their return later. Everyone, let us finish up quickly and set off, Dalu feigned urgency, leading Kerwin to believe they were eager to search for treasure. Following the captain's command, the crew hastened their consumption, almost ravenously devouring the entire spread. After satisfying their appetites, they arrived at the Baika dock where the mermaid vessel, Shungahao, was anchored. Once they adjusted the output power of the foam bay, they hoisted the sails and set the ship upon the White Sea. Ahead of the Shungahao, dozens of vessels resembling speedboats navigated the cloud surface, moving in a seemingly scattered yet strategically coordinated formation, maintaining a safe distance from Dalu's ship. "These fellows are quite cautious," Blodger remarked, observing the vessels ahead. It was evident to anyone perceptive that this seemingly chaotic arrangement was intentional, designed to monitor Dalu's crew while ensuring their safety in the event of an engagement. Moreover, the elaborate ruse extended beyond mere observation. Even the thick clouds and peculiar markers encountered along the journey were the handiwork of the Yunguans. They truly exerted considerable effort, Gwent remarked, eyeing the two individuals at the forefront, disguised as rebellious youths. Did they orchestrate all this? Dalu, possessing a keen insight, inquired about the unusual markers. Indeed, Gwent, who had long allied with Dalu, nodded. Walusi, the newly appointed cloud officer of Haze, possesses the ability to manipulate light with Huanxiabe to create illusions. Thus, these markers are her creations. Pointing to a floating marker emblazoned with a number 47, Dalu affirmed. So it is indeed her work. Yes, Gwent confirmed before elaborating. They also tampered with the clouds we passed through. We have been following them on a longer route. Oh, what do you mean? Dalu queried, perplexed. Aren't we traveling in a straight line? Not at all. Gwent shook her head. Maintaining direction in the cloud sea is inherently challenging, especially with Kenki continuously using Waiyunbai to create clouds to confuse you. Indeed, Dalu nodded, yet a hint of concern flickered across his face. After all, there was no competent navigator aboard the ship, and navigating through the twists and turns posed a daunting challenge for Dalu and his companions should they need to retrace their steps. Fear not, I am quite familiar with this route, Gwente remarked with a charming smile, seemingly sensing Dalu's apprehension. She then turned her gaze, adorned with a hint of mockery, towards the three Yunguan not far away, thinking, these fellows could never anticipate my presence here. Indeed, under the adept guidance of Gwente, their cunning antics were reduced to mere jest. With the ship, the mermaids sailing at full speed for over 4 hours, they finally approached the vicinity of Appiato. And in the distance, the uniquely shaped Heaven's Gate from the original narrative came into view. At this moment, Appiato remained under the governance of Shun Gonfor. Thus there was no need to pay the exorbitant toll of 10 billion Iker per person. Ahead lies Appiato. Please be my guests, as we must return to report. The Yunguan from the Sky Island halted before the Heaven's Gate, greeting Dalu and his group before hastily departing. Dalu and his companions made no delay. After passing through Heaven's Gate, they ascended a spiraling cloud ladder until the mermaids broke through the clouds. At last, a blinding light appeared above, and as Dalu and the others looked up, they saw a golden plaque at the pinnacle of the cloud sea, inscribed with the words Godland Scipia, signifying land of the gods. Below the plaque, rows of soldiers stood at attention on the cloud sea, while a knight clad in armor and riding a bizarre bird stood at the forefront, awaiting orders. The leader was none other than the current ruler of Appiato, the Pegasus Knight, Shun Gonfor, observing the well-prepared army that harbored inexplicable hostility towards him. Dalu suddenly recalled a significant remark from Yite in the temple. I have a long-standing rapport with the ruler of Appiato. I shall ensure he treats you well. Clearly, Yite had played a trick on Dalu. Chapter 179. Appiato. The armed forces of Appiato starkly contrasted with those of Baika. Here, there were not as many Yunguan, but rather a garrison led by Shun Gonfor, known as the Divine Guard. Presently, this Divine Guard, clad in armor and wielding long spears, hovered like celestial soldiers above Dalu and his companions. Are you the group seeking to seize the golden bell of Appiato? Shouted the current deity of the Sky Island. Shun Gonfor, taking a few steps forward. It must be said that Yite was indeed cunning. Strictly speaking, she had not slandered Dalu before Gonfor, as Dalu and his companions genuinely sought the golden bell and treasures. We are merely intrigued by the golden bell and wish to see it. We have no intention of stealing it, Dalu loudly explained, attempting to avoid conflict with the inhabitants of the Sky Island. After all, his true objective in Appiato was not the historically significant golden bell, but the gold residing within the belly of the Lord of the Sky. You sly sea dwellers dare to deceive me. Gonfuer's face contorted with rage as he raised his knight's spear towards Dalu, then turned to the ranks of cavalry behind him, barking orders, charge, capture them. As his command echoed, the bizarre birds beneath the divine guard simultaneously emitted a sharp cry, vigorously flapping their wings and soaring above the mermaids encircling Dalu and his companions. Faced with Gonfuer's unreasonable demeanor and the soldiers already primed for battle, Dalu felt a surge of irritation and coldly regarded Gonfuer. If you cannot comprehend reason while standing, then perhaps you shall learn it while prostrated. Finally, we are to engage in a grand battle. Rekit, having acquired new techniques in Alabasta, was already eager to join the fray, while Izumi, Li Qian, and Sophia also readied themselves for the impending clash. Curiously, Gwente observed Gonfuer, who appeared to be hesitating to speak, yet seemed to hold back for some reason, ultimately remaining silent. Despite Dalu's decision to initiate combat, he had no intention of personally engaging. He even restrained the others who were eager to act. You need not intervene. Let Xiong take the lead. It's a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. Me? Xiong exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself and hesitantly adding, Is that really all right? Seeing Xiong engulfed in self-doubt, Dalu patted his shoulder and reassured him, You'll be fine. Trust in yourself and in me. Xiong, unleash your full potential. If anything goes awry, we are here to support you. For a long time, Xiong had been an apprentice aboard the ship, never facing a battle independently, which had hindered his confidence as a formidable force. However, from any perspective, Xiong's strength was far from weak. He was more than capable of handling Gonfuer and the Divine Guard. Damn it! How dare they underestimate us? Gonfuer, riding on the peculiar bird named Pierre, felt slighted upon seeing that the opposing side sent a mere child to challenge him. Enraged, he spurred his mount, causing it to screech as it took to the skies, charging towards Xiong. The Pegasus Gonfuer rode was a unique sky island bird that had consumed the horse fruit. Although its appearance was odd and unappealing, it possessed the ability to fly. Gonfuer raised his knight's spear, which gleamed silver under the sun, embodying the gallant essence of a knight alongside his steed. With a swift motion, Gonfuer thrust his spear through the air, aiming not at Xiong's vital points, but merely targeting his shoulder, intending to incapacitate him without causing fatal harm. Is he going easy on me? How unexpectedly merciful, Dala noted with raised eyebrows, realizing Gonfuer had intentionally withheld his full strength, which somewhat alleviated his ire. Meanwhile, Xiong, lacking battle experience, failed to recognize Gonfuer's restraint. He extended his right hand, forming a grasping motion, while channeling his abilities to create an elastic shield around his claws, attempting to catch the oncoming spear with his bare hands. With a resounding clang, the knight's spear collided with Xiong's elastic shield, rebounding with immense force as if striking a rubber ball. What is happening? Gonfuer exclaimed in astonishment as he was unexpectedly propelled backward due to the sheer power transmitted through the spear. Fortunately, Pierre was swift, soaring in a circle before catching Gonfuer midair. Is he an ability user? What sort of ability is this? Gonfuer, still reeling from the impact, inquired with a dismayed expression, his complexion darkening as he squeezed his mount's sides, causing Pierre to ascend into the sky, circling cautiously, no longer daring to act recklessly. On the shore, Gonfuer's Divine Guard, sensing the shift in momentum, swiftly urged their bizarre birds to dive down, resembling a squadron of fighter jets descending from above, determined to strike decisively. In their pursuit of victory, they even drew forth their trump card, the Impact Shell. The Impact Shell? The force behind such an attack was but a mere insect attempting to shake a tree before Xiong. Dalu, arms crossed, harbored not a shred of concern. After all, when it comes to shockwaves, who can rival the formidable Xiong, who possesses the Roqiuguosher? As anticipated, just as the soldiers brandished the shock shells, unleashing torrents of shockwaves that nearly engulfed Xiong, he sprang into action. He crossed his hands before his chest, and the pads of his palms vibrated at an astonishing frequency, quickly generating two white shockwaves shaped like bear heads. Recalling Daluo's earnest teachings, he recited the incantation necessary to unleash this technique. How many floors can a bag of rice bear? Shun Luo Tianzheng. As the incantation concluded, Xiong forcefully thrust his crossed hands outward, producing a colossal circular shockwave that erupted from his being. The Xiong Ji Chong Ji Shun Luo Tianzheng unleashed a torrent of energy that sent everything in its vicinity flying, even creating a large hole in the surrounding clouds. The cavalry of the Divine Guard and Ganfuer, positioned at the epicenter of the shockwave, were hurled onto the shore, collapsing in agony. Damn it! Even a child possesses such ferocity. Who exactly are these people? Ganfuer, weakly leaning against Pierre, struggled to sit up, trembling as he raised his head to speak. He had surrendered to despair, relinquishing any thoughts of resistance, praying instead that these powerful Qinghai warriors were not ruthless villains, hoping that his people might fare better as a result. Well done, Xiong. After the battle, Daluo approached Xiong, patting him on the shoulder in praise. He then leaped with the others from the deck, setting foot on the land of Apayadu. So, old man, can you let me finish my words now? Daluo remarked with a playful smile at the sight of Ganfuer, who appeared ready for execution. Following the battle, Daluo and his companions had transitioned from friendly visitors to victorious conquerors. Should they desire, they could easily subjugate Apayadu. Though Daluo had no intention of claiming territory at present, it would not be unreasonable for the victors to seize some treasures from the island as spoils. Ganfuer lowered his head in silence, fully understanding the grim reality of being at the mercy of others. Just as Daluo pondered how to handle Ganfuer, the hesitant Gwent stepped forward and approached Ganfuer, sweeping his hand across his face to disrupt the illusion that shrouded it like ripples on water. Long time no see, Ganfuer. Gwent, now restored to his original appearance, extended his hand to help the fallen Ganfuer to his feet. Gwent, you are still alive. Chapter 180. The Golden Bell, the divine realm of Skypiea, is actually composed of two islands. Angel Island, the home of the Sky People, built entirely from island clouds, and the true terrestrial island, constructed from soil, which is a fragment of Gaia Island that was thrust into the sky 400 years ago. Apayadu, where Daluo and his companions now stand, is in fact the ancestral land of the Shandians, once known as the Golden Land of Shandora. In other words, this land was seized from the indigenous Shandians by the Sky People, and this territorial dispute has persisted for 4 centuries. Throughout these years, neither Baika, Shandia, nor Angel Island has found satisfaction. All parties have grown weary and yearn for a relatively peaceful resolution. Unfortunately, the only force capable of mediating this conflict is Baika. But Yehit has long harbored ambitions of returning to the vast lands of the infinite, to construct the Arc Maxim, capable of reaching the moon. She requires a substantial amount of gold from Apayadu and the subjugation of the Shandians for labor, for her selfish desires. Yehit has been secretly sowing discord among the 3 factions, seeking opportunities to conquer both Apayadu and the Shandians entirely. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope for peace. Gwent, in those years, stood as the only beacon, his exceptional abilities and temperate yet resolute character earning him considerable respect among the 3 factions. Thus, both the people of Apayadu and the Shandians place their hopes in Gwent, the future leader of Baika, to bring an end to this prolonged conflict. This undoubtedly threatened Yehit's core interests, leading to Gwent's downfall. Returning to Apayadu, Daluo and his companions were en route to the ruins of Shandora, the location of the Golden Bell, while Gwent and Heletas remained behind to discuss urgent matters with Ganfuer. I never expected it, Gwent, that you would still be alive. Ganfuer, back at home, removed his heavy knight's armor, gazing at Gwent with a complex expression. Although they had previously belonged to opposing factions, and Gwent had caused him considerable trouble, Ganfuer understood his old rival well enough to know that Gwent would never act against the interests of the entire Sky Island. Burilak, Gwent sighed, reflecting on the past 9 years, realizing that without the desperate sacrifices of his comrades, and the fortuitous event of falling into Heletas' weather ship instead of the White Sea, he would have perished long ago. Since you survived by chance, why have you returned? Gunfu? Inquired, perplexed. Yahit has firmly grasped control over all of Baika by now. Even the 8 cloud officials have been purged. Only Niufa remains on our side. In recent years, Yahit has been quietly amassing power, poised to wage war against both the Payadu and the Shandians at any moment. Tomorrow, a grand sacrificial ceremony will be held in Baika, and I suspect she will make significant moves. Indeed, given that madwoman's temperament, it is quite possible. Gonfuer frowned, his fingers drumming noisily on the table. It was evident to anyone that Gonfuer was deeply unsettled. After all, with Yahit and Baika's strength, they would have no hope of resisting an invasion of a Payadu. What are your plans? Gonfuer, clearly restless, stood up, leaning his hands on the table, his gaze piercing into Gwent. Do you intend to rely solely on these Qinghai people? Can they be trusted? Do you have a better plan? Gwent rolled his eyes, exasperated at the old man before him. Indeed, this is the only option left. Gonfuer lamented helplessly. He had grown old, his strength waning. Now, he was but a figurehead. Yet, even in his twilight years, Gonfuer retained a dignified demeanor that was truly moving. Since we have been driven to the brink, let us stake everything on the table. Gonfuer forcefully slammed his palm on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Gwent, his voice fervent as he declared, "So please, Gwent, become the god of the Sky Island." Meanwhile, Daluo and the others were unaware that Gonfuer had entrusted him with the authority of divinity. Eager to gather all the gold from a Payadu, they hurried to the ruins of Shandora. Rikit, search this area for any signs of a giant serpent. If you find one, let me know, but do not act recklessly. Aisha, come with me. We will seek the Golden Bell. In order to save time, Dalu promptly assigned tasks to everyone upon their arrival at the ruins. The colossal serpent Dalu referred to was none other than the Lord of the Skies, Nolan. In the original narrative, it was a giant serpent that had survived for over 4 centuries and was said to be a descendant of the feathered serpent deity, Kashi. It had been washed ashore alongside Gaia Island and had consumed vast amounts of gold from Shandora, including the 300 million berries that Luffy later used to purchase the Thousand Sunny. Extracted from its belly as the first fortune of his piratical career, a treasure Dalu would not overlook. However, the most crucial artifact was the historical text beneath the Golden Bell, which recorded the Sea Kings and pointed the way to Raftel. As Rikit and his companions were searching for the tracks of the giant serpent Dalu mentioned, a sudden and intense drumbeat reverberated through the sky, followed by a white cloud sword resembling a dragon, hurtling towards Hikizumi Riken. Someone is coming. They don't seem very friendly. Hikizumi Riken lightly flicked his sword, and the fierce sword energy instantly cleaved through the cloud sword as he warily observed the approaching figures. In the direction Hikizumi was gazing, a group emerged from behind the ruins, clad in tattered garments, with grass skirts around their waists and furs draped over their bodies, resembling primitive men. However, this was actually the traditional attire of the Shandians. No winks. They must be the Sandians that Gwent mentioned, remarked Sophia, observing an elder adorned with a hat made from animal specimens, resembling a chief. They do not appear to be Sky Islanders. Beside the elder, a bald young man covered in peculiar tattoos pointed at Sophia and the others. This young man, named White, was a descendant of the legendary Sandian warrior, Karlgra. What difference does it make? They're just like the Sky Islanders, a bunch of scoundrels who have invaded others' lands, the elder snorted, revealing a hint of stubbornness on his wrinkled face. He raised his bony staff, pointing it at Hikizumi and the others, commanding, "Charge. Capture them." At his command, several Sandians wielding spears and iron swords rushed forward, surrounding the group. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Hikizumi Riken slowly drew his sword, Kazuki Mamoru Kanesada, his eyes blazing with a fearsome light. Unlike Dalu, Hikizumi had not been steeped in the honeyed pot of ancient civilization. He had been raised under the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak, advocating decisive action. Just as Hikizumi was preparing to turn the area into a slaughterhouse, a melodious bell toll suddenly resonated from the clouds. The sound was grand and powerful, echoing across the heavens as if it were a sacred symphony. Instantly, all the Sandian warriors froze, as if under a spell, while the elder gaped. trembling with excitement. "It's here, the golden bell." "Where is it?" Everyone looked upwards to see a magnificent golden bell descending from the sky, swaying as it fell, producing a distant and clear sound. The commotion at the ruins naturally attracted the attention of the entire divine realm, and the nearby Sky Islanders, along with Gwent and Gonfor, followed the sound of the bell to the ruins. "This is the golden bell." Gonfor, riding the Pegasus Pierre, and Gwent gazed in awe at the golden dot growing larger as it plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, the devout Sky Islanders and Sandians had already knelt on the ground, awaiting the return of this long-lost artifact from over 4 centuries ago, as if the profound bell sound washed away their animosities. At last, the great bell touched down. The golden bell, which had been hidden for 400 years, was once again revealed to the world, its resounding chime echoing in the hearts of all present, rekindling a shared longing for peace within the hearts of both the Sandians and the Sky Islanders. The enchanting sound of the bell, after 4 centuries of silence, once again resonated across the land and sky. The forest swayed as a giant python slowly raised its head from the depths of the ruins, displaying a human-like expression of joy. Its forked tongue flickered audibly as it used its tail to clear away the debris around it, elegantly emerging from hiding. This serpent was a descendant of the former serpent deity, and despite being merely a small snake after 400 years, it was named Nolan by the Shandians to commemorate their friendship with Nolan. Nolan swam closer and nestled among the vines above the golden bell, blissfully closing its eyes. This was the place where it had hatched when Shandora still existed, and where it had witnessed the pure friendship between Nolan and Karlgra. For centuries ago, the great adventurer Nolan had arrived here, discovering that the Shandians still clung to primitive customs, sacrificing living beings to the giant serpent deity named Kashi in hopes of dispelling the plague. Unable to bear the sight of such tragedy, Nolan intervened, rescuing a maiden and clashing with the great warrior Karlgra. After a fierce battle, Nolan promised that since he had interrupted the ritual, he would save the village. Such words were seen as disrespectful to the gods by the Shandians, yet the chieftain decided to allow Nolan to fulfill his promise, with the condition that his crew would remain as hostages in Shandora. If Nolan failed to keep his word, his crew would be offered to the serpent deity. Subsequently, Nolan ventured outside the village in search of plants to cure the plague, during which a massive earthquake erupted, interpreted by the Shandians as a sign of divine wrath, though it was merely a precursor to the eruption of a soaring sea current. Nolan found himself trapped in the fissured earth, yet his strength was formidable. He could shake the ground with his struggles, astonishing even Karlgra. After a series of conflicts and misunderstandings, both parties finally resolved their issues. Warrior Karlgra overcame his internal barriers and defeated the python they deemed divine, while Nolan concocted a remedy that cured the plague caused by the fever tree. A banquet was held in harmony, yet the differences in their environments and customs soon led to grievances within the village. Some complained that Nolan and his crew had trampled their history and felled their protective sacred tree. To quell the villagers' anger, Karlgra expelled Nolan and his companions. Yet in gratitude for Nolan's kindness, the Sandians rang the golden bell to bid him farewell, ringing it day after day, hoping that one day Nolan would return to Shandora following the sound of the bell. After leaving Shandora, Nolan traveled to Dressrosa, during which Gaia Island was thrust into the sky by an unprecedented upward sea current. Later, when Nolan returned to Gaia Island at the king's behest, he found only a devastated island, with no sign of the fabled land of gold. He was accused of treason and executed, his tale reduced to a jest, and he bore the shame for centuries. On the Sandian side, upon learning of Nolan's fate from the newcomers from the Blue Sea, the great warrior Karlgra succumbed to remorse and passed away, while the golden bell was lost during Gaia Island's ascension. This became a lasting regret for all Sandians, which is why they have long sought to recover the golden bell, to announce to the world that Shandora exists and to clear Nolan's name of the slander of being a mere storyteller, offering solace to the souls of the two dear friends. The golden bell holds extraordinary significance for the people of the Kongdao. They perceive the chime of the bell, resonating during the ascent of Jaya Island, as the divine sound that bestows land upon them, thus elevating the Golden Bell to an artifact of their faith. The resurgence of the Golden Bell has allowed both parties to momentarily set aside their animosities, providing an opportunity for dialogue that Gonfouer, who has long yearned for peace, is determined to seize. Zykeluos, with the return of the Golden Bell, it is time for us to have a serious discussion, Gonfouer remarked, glancing at the elder Shandia, who held a scepter not far away. I have nothing to discuss with you Kongdao people, Zykeluos, the leader of Shandia, retorted with a disdainful snort, gripping his scepter tightly. I have received word that the people of Baika will hold a grand ceremony tomorrow, and they are currently mobilizing for war. It is highly probable that Baika will declare war on us unilaterally, Gonfouer exclaimed, his voice charged with urgency, causing his snowy beard to tremble. Zykeluos remained silent, yet he showed signs of wavering. As the weakest of the three factions, the Shandia are in a precarious situation, with their strong youth dwindling after years of conflict. In other words, the Shandia are at a critical juncture for survival, and their only recourse against the predatory Baika is to unite. I have relinquished my divine position. The new deity will welcome your presence, Gonfouer noted, observing Zykeluos' softening demeanor and added fuel to the fire. The new deity? Who might that be? Zykeluos inquired hastily. He was already contemplating a coalition with Apaya to weather the current crisis, but if the new deity harbored hostility toward Shandia, their future would be bleak. The urgency of the other party's reaction played right into Gonfouer's hands. As he smirked slyly, you should be familiar with her. It's the one from Baika, Gwent. Gonfouer took a step back, revealing the true subject. He was cunning. After all, the incident of Gwent allowing Shandia defectors to escape to Baika had caused quite an uproar. He knew that upon learning that the new deity was Gwent, Zykeluos would surely waver once more. After all, among the Shandia captives released by Gwent was Zykeluos' own grandson. As expected, upon seeing Gwent, Zykeluos' already shaky resolve crumbled entirely, and some of the warriors who had been spared by Gwent bowed deeply to their savior. If you're to lead the Kongdao, that would be most fortuitous, Zykeluos remarked, inclining his head slightly towards Gwent. The dawn of peace had arrived, and only a grand banquet could express their joy. In the evening, the Shandia and some of the Kongdao held a magnificent feast near the ruins. Although the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, the two clans finally sat together in a spirit of tranquility. Over time, the animosities between them would gradually dissolve, and the barriers in their future lives would slowly erode. The first to breach this barrier were the children, untouched by hatred. I never expected to drink with you, old can. Zykeluos raised his cup, observing the Shandia and Kongdao children frolicking together at the banquet, and sighed. Indeed, I never anticipated this either, but all in all, it appears quite agreeable. Gonfouer remarked, wiping the wine from his beard. Thanks to Gwent, and of course, we must also express gratitude to those Qinghai people who brought back Gwent and found the Golden Bell. Without them, we might have faced annihilation at the hands of Baika in a few days. Meanwhile, Dalu and his companions were enjoying the roasted meat at the banquet while contemplating how to extract the gold from the belly of the giant serpent. In my view, we could simply cut open its belly and retrieve the gold, Izumi, who had always held a dominant position in the food chain, proposed first, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, causing Nolan, who was perched upon the Golden Bell, to tremble in fear. That works. We can also extract the serpent's gallbladder, and I can brew some liquor. Rykit was already considering how to make use of the serpent's remains. All right, let's not frighten it, Dalu interjected, aiming to spare its life. What do you suggest we do then? The group engaged in a lively debate, and as Dalu prepared to put an end to this futile discussion, Gwen approached him, pulling him aside into a corner. I am here to modify the terms of our agreement. I want you to help me unify the Kongdao, Gwent stated directly. Unify the Kongdao. Dalu raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Gwent. Unifying the Kongdao is not difficult for me, but why should I assist you? You currently lack sufficient leverage to entice me. I do, Gwent replied with unwavering determination. Oh, it wouldn't be the gold from Apaya, would it? That hardly counts. For we have defeated Gonfouer and his divine guards, meaning everything on this island is merely our spoils of war, Dalu reminded her, ensuring she did not take advantage of the situation. Certainly not. Gwent, not so foolish, shook her head. You help me unify the Kongdao for a period. And once the situation stabilizes, I will allow you to assume the role of the deity of the unified Kongdao. What do you say? What do I say? Nothing sounds appealing. Becoming the ruler of a kingdom is undoubtedly an alluring prospect. Yet Dalu could never forsake his voyages for such a reason. Apologies, but we have no desire to be kings, he shrugged, clearly unimpressed by Gwent's proposal. Then what do you want? This is all I have to offer. Gwent gritted her teeth. Helping you govern the Kongdao isn't out of the question, but we intend to continue our voyages, making it difficult for us to place our trust in you. Instead, let us assist you in unifying the Kongdao, and once the situation stabilizes, you can join us. Conveniently, we are also in need of a navigator. Chapter 182. The Golden of Pandora inviting Gwent to join Dalu's pirate crew was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather one made after careful consideration. Setting aside her extensive knowledge of meteorology and navigation acquired from years of study in Visalia, her prestige within the Kongdao was sufficient for Dalu to extend an olive branch. Previously, Dalu had no intention of claiming the Kongdao as his territory due to the intricate dynamics among the three factions, making it challenging for him to ensure stability after seizing control. A territory requiring constant oversight and maintenance held no allure for Dalu. But a resource-rich kingdom with a high degree of autonomy was indeed appealing. Moreover, Dalu had deeper plans. He intended to establish trade routes between the Kongdao and Qinghai after unification and then directly join the world government. This way, the Kongdao would not only gain the protection of a navy, but Dalu would also earn a ticket to the royal conference. If it operates smoothly, it could serve as a leverage to exert influence on the world government. However, all of this must be anchored in trust. One would not want to toil for so long only to end up as a mere pawn for others. In the realm of pirates, stable relationships often stem from camaraderie. What do you think? Are you interested in joining us? Dalu glanced at Gwent, a faint smile playing on his lips, confident in her affirmative response. Yet he genuinely hoped she would join with sincerity. Join you? Gwent raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in her demeanor. She had anticipated a refusal regarding her proposal to unify the Sky Island, but did not expect Dalu to extend a direct invitation. Being a pirate does seem quite appealing. Gwent appeared intrigued. After all, if she were truly fixated on the position of the ruler of the Sky Island, she wouldn't have lingered so long in Visalia. Then it is settled. Welcome aboard, Dalu said with a smile, extending his right hand. With a resounding clap, their hands clasped firmly together, both tacitly agreeing to forego discussions of transactions, as they were now comrades entrusting their lives to one another. Assisting Gwent in unifying the Sky Island became a mission integral to their crew. From now on, I shall rely on you, Captain. After confirming Gwent's inclusion, Dalu and the crew celebrated briefly before making their way to the heart of the Chandora ruins, accompanied by the enormous serpent named Nolan. I say, after deliberating for so long, have you yet devised a method to extract the gold from this serpent's belly? Dalu remarked, somewhat exasperated at the seemingly dim-witted crew before him. What do you suggest we do? Aisha responded, a hint of defiance in her voice. In light of Aisha's skepticism, Dalu remained silent, retrieving a seawater grenade from his pocket before delivering a punch to the serpent's midsection. Roar! Nolan howled in pain from the blow to its vulnerable spot. Dalu, observing the gaping maw of the serpent, promptly tossed the seawater grenade into its mouth. Naturally, Nolan, bewildered by the unexpected punch, would not take this lightly. With a powerful flick of its tail, it propelled itself towards Dalu, oblivious to the dreadful thing it had just swallowed. With a snap of his fingers, Dalu activated the grenade, and a deluge of seawater erupted from the serpent's belly, causing Nolan to swell like a balloon. A wave of discomfort surged through Nolan as it felt its stomach churning. After enduring for a while, it finally succumbed and expelled its contents with a loud retch. Gold! There was indeed gold, Aisha exclaimed as she rushed towards the shimmering vomit, lifting a golden teapot nearly as tall as herself and dancing with joy. Look at you! What a sight! Dalu teased, while reaching out his hand to summon the gold with a compressing air current. The full potential of a devil fruit's abilities hinges on one's imagination. One must not confine oneself to rigid thinking, Dalu remarked, somewhat frustrated by the lack of initiative. In the world of pirates, the abilities granted by these fruits are indeed diverse, yet few truly master their potential. The only individual Dalu held in high regard was Doflamingo, who developed techniques nearly impervious to even admirals, such as the birdcage. Unfortunately, the string fruit, despite its prowess, is inherently limited. Aside from him, others have not fared much better. Even Luffy, who once showcased the powers of the rubber fruit, appeared rather mundane following its revision. The conversation did not linger long. After securing the gold, Dalu instructed the crew to prepare for their return to Baika that evening. He then took Gwent and the leader of the Shandians, Sikros, to explore the Shandora ruins. As the embodiment of history and the beliefs of both the Shandians and the Sky People, Dalu would not remove the golden bell. Yet he had no intention of sparing the gold within the ruins. Though much of Shandora's gold had been swept away by the ascending currents 4 centuries ago, a significant portion of golden structures remained in the city center. Once Enel arrived, he would plunder the golden country, melting down all the gold into materials for constructing the Ark Maxim, which, by Dalu's estimation, would amount to billions of berries. Traversing a towering vine and passing through a narrow alley, Dalu and his companions arrived at a site of ruins. Despite being labeled as ruins, the structures were grand, adorned with numerous reliefs inscribed with unknown glyphs, possibly ancient scripts or the language of Shandora from 4 centuries past. Before them lay a pyramid structure, tilted and collapsed, prominently visible among scattered golden artifacts, including columns and ceremonial vessels, as well as components from various buildings made of gold. In essence, the site was a golden panorama. So much gold, Gwent gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Sikros, more exuberant, laid down his staff and prostrated himself in reverence, reciting prayers as if beseeching the needs of Shandora. Once Sikros concluded his prayers and rose, Dalu addressed them. Gwent, I require the assistance of the Shandians to extract this gold. I have grand plans. Given his intention to claim the Sky Island as his territory, Dalu had no desire to leave the gold behind. Primarily, he aimed to use this wealth to pay the Sky Island as tribute to the world government, thus securing a legitimate seat and protection from the Navy, along with trade rights with other nations. Additionally, he sought to establish a route between the Sky Island and the Blue Sea, seizing the opportunity presented by the aftermath of the Celestial Dragons massacre on Gaia Island, which had rendered it a land without a master. The Sky Island could easily acquire Gaia Island and transform it into a base in the Blue Sea. The remaining funds would be allocated to settle the Shandians, creating a new homeland for them. Dalu envisioned Gaia Island and the Shandora ruins as their new sanctuary, symbolizing a return to their roots. After articulating these thoughts to the two, Sikros leaped in excitement, nearly attempting to bow to Dalu before being restrained. He patted his chest, assuring that he would ensure the complete extraction of the gold without neglect. This attitude was precisely what Dalu sought, and he harbored no concerns regarding the Shandians misappropriating the funds, for ultimately, this wealth would be utilized to build their homeland. As for the Sky People, he merely chuckled. Regardless of how the people of Kongdao embellish their narrative, it cannot obscure the undeniable truth of their identity as brigands. Indeed, the land of Jaya Island rightfully belongs to the Shandia people, yet this shameless group of Kongdao inhabitants has concocted a myth, usurping this territory and falsely declaring it a divine gift. Meanwhile, Gwent observed the heartfelt gratitude expressed by Psycholussi towards Daluo with a look of astonishment. Before teasingly suggesting to Daluo, I never imagined you possessed such a mastery of manipulation. Why not stay and assume the role of the ruler of Kongdao? Amused by Gwent's jest, Daluo chuckled and replied, I harbor no interest in being a benevolent sovereign. After concluding their discussions, Daluo and Gwent returned to the mermaid song. At that moment, like he too and the others had completed their preparations, awaiting Daluo's command to set sail back to Baika. Daluo, we have a problem. Sophia emerged from the cabin, her brow furrowed, clutching a large Kongdao shell. The wind shells installed by Baika have all failed. The peculiar nature of the Bai Sea is quite remarkable. Similar to the Qinghai, it possesses buoyancy, yet lacks the composition of seawater, resulting in the absence of currents. Consequently, without wind shells to provide propulsion, the vessel and Weiba could only drift upon the Bai Sea, unable to navigate. As expected, Daluo remained unfazed. For it would indeed be strange if Yahet did not resort to trickery. Gwent and Halidas retrieved several lengths of peculiar rope with strange knots from their pockets, offering them to Daluo. Use this. Observing the unusual cords before him, Daluo laughed, recognizing them as the famed wind knots from Weather Island Waisalia, capable of generating powerful gales. Haha, you should keep these for your own protection. With the power of the compression fruit at his disposal, Daluo had no need for such tools. He grasped the air before him, and a strong compressed airflow swiftly filled the sails, gently propelling the mermaid's song away from the dock. Let us return to Baika and see what schemes that prophet has in store. Chapter 183. Sniping as night fell, the mermaid's song glided serenely across the Bai Sea. Due to the numerous contingencies left by Yahet, the ship's speed was rather sluggish. It is as you predicted. That old woman has indeed gone to great lengths. Daluo chuckled as he surveyed the chaotic signposts and the completely disordered numbers, confirming Gwent's earlier warnings about the tampering. It seemed Yahet had not anticipated the presence of Gwent aboard his ship. Even with Gwent's guidance, they spent over 2 hours traversing only half the distance, and the remaining journey appeared to be even more arduous. Such dense fog, what can we do? Bare Claw, gripping the helm, gazed into the white mist, his vision obscured. This is not merely fog. It is the meson cloud created by Kenki using the wind shells, capable of obscuring vision over a vast expanse. Surely, the latter half of our journey is shrouded in this cloud, Gwent elucidated. Can you discern the direction? I cannot. Gwent shook his head, his expression grave. The direction of the Bai Sea is already difficult to discern. Without visibility, it is all too easy to become lost. We must disperse this cloud. Daluo drew his revolver and positioned himself at the bow, preparing to utilize compressed air bullets to clear the thick mist. Gwent halted him, saying, there exists a delicate connection between the meson cloud and the wind shells. Forcibly dispersing the clouds will certainly alert him. And if he is alerted, so be it. We shall boldly return to Baika. Daluo waved his hand dismissively, raising his golden revolver to fire at the oppressive cloud cover. At this juncture, he no longer cared whether Yahet might employ any underhanded tactics to conceal the thunder fruit or the arc schematics. Having resolved to unify Kong Dao and support Gwent as the new deity, he aimed to eliminate all obstacles, trusting that once Gwent firmly established her position as the ruler of Kong Dao, the fruits and schematics could be gradually obtained. With a swift crack, the bullet transformed into a long spear, cleaving a path through the clouds, akin to Moses parting the Red Sea, revealing the previously obscured scenery and signposts. Impressive. Gwent swallowed hard, having never witnessed Daluo's prowess firsthand. Though she had anticipated his strength, she was taken aback by his ability to pierce through a kilometer of fog with a single shot. Well then, let us resume our journey. Daluo skillfully twirled his revolver, casually remarking. Meanwhile, along the route from Apaya to Baika, Kenki, stationed early under Yahet's orders, sensed a disturbance. As the possessor of the wind shells, he could not only create various fogs, but also, like a spider sensing its prey ensnared in a web, detect any movements within a mist. Someone approaches. Kenki alerted the 3 other cloud officials stationed there. It must be those Qinghai people. The prophet was not mistaken after all. They truly dared to come. With arms crossed, Kuo hefted a peculiar weapon resembling a mortar from behind him and advanced toward Weiba. In that case, we must promptly report to the prophet. Wheelus, carrying a mirror-like illusion shell, hurriedly produced a communication shell, but was halted by Ailent, the Iron Cloud official. Wait, let us first engage these Qinghai individuals. I wish to ascertain their strength that warrants such a grand response from the prophet. Ailent declared defiantly. Wheelus hesitated, as the prophet had explicitly instructed her to report any disturbances immediately. Uncertain, she sought guidance from Kuerwin, who was responsible for this operation. Follow Ailent's lead. Once we have dealt with those Qinghai, we can inform the prophet. This way, we might even earn some merit, Kuerwin asserted. Having harbored discontent, towards Daluo and the others since Baika. Very well, Wheeless mumbled, tucking the communication shell back in her pocket before seizing the illusion shell and rushing out to coordinate with Kenki. The abilities of the wind shells and illusion shells are rather peculiar. Neither can be directly employed in combat, nor possess any lethality. Yet they are adept at creating illusions to confound enemies and obscuring vision, making them ideal for ambushes. Under the coordination of Wheeless and Kenki, the area occupied by the Cloud officials quickly became enveloped in mist, with dozens of bows, crossbows, and spear-wielding troops on Weiba becoming increasingly indistinct. Before the mist stood two squads, led by Aelint and Kuorwin, comprising the Sword Guard and the Gunner Guard. Thus, their plan became foolproof, and Kuorwin and Aelint exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, the mermaid's song continued its slow advance. There is that peculiar fog again, and there are many people within it. The perceptive Aisha detected the situation ahead immediately. What a grand display! Dalu adjusted his cuffs, simultaneously loading the two pistols at his waist. In his perception, characterized by dead gaze, he sensed that within the mist lay at least 100 individuals densely packed together. How remarkably astute they are to have detected us from this distance. Is it due to the mist? Sophia, while tying her long hair into a convenient ponytail for battle, voiced her confusion. Indeed, it appears that these Cloud officials possess the ability of observation hockey, and their range is quite extensive. Dalu squinted at the 4 Cloud officials standing before the mist and remarked. Gwen felt utterly bewildered and interjected. What are you talking about? Oh, my apologies. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the term observation hockey, Dalu chuckled. It is referred to as Xian Gang on Sky Island. I see. Gwen nodded, having once been a prophet herself. She had mastered Xian Gang, thus comprehending his explanation instantly. It seems I have much to learn. Gwen adjusted her glasses, reflecting on her own growth. Take your time, Dalu reassured her, then shifted his focus back to the mist ahead. Moments later, the mermaids him sailed into the white fog, and as the ship nearly submerged within it, 4 figures appeared around the vessel in swift succession. What unfortunate timing for the Qinghai people, returning to Baika without prior warning. This could be deemed an illegal intrusion. From atop a massive vulture, Kerwin, wielding a cannon-like Pangji Bei, inquired with a condescending tone. Oh, we merely discovered something had fallen at Baika and intended to retrieve it. Surely that is not a crime. Dalu spread his hands, a mocking expression on his face. That too is a capital offense. Kerwin adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with a hint of pity. Stop wasting words with them. Kenki, wearing sunglasses and sporting a long braid, voiced his irritation. 5 men, 2 women, 1 cat, and 1 rabbit. How do we divide these 4? The 4 Cloud officials were acutely aware that a significant upheaval would soon occur at Baika, and at this critical juncture, those who could achieve greater military merit would gain a more advantageous position in the forthcoming reshuffle. Naturally, whoever brings down an opponent claims their spoils. The opportunistic Eleni immediately declared, drawing a peculiar object resembling a gourd from his waist and hurling it toward Dalu, a beam of white light shooting forth. Clang! Quan Li Qian unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword, expertly blocking the white ribbon of energy, then leapt into the air, seemingly intrigued by this bizarre weapon. Light as a cloud, yet as solid as iron. This is the Yuntai Bay of Sky Island, capable of generating hard and sharp cloud iron freely. With considerable power, be cautious. Gwen, who had never witnessed Quan Li Qian's true strength, cautioned anxiously. Meanwhile, Kenki, unable to contain himself upon seeing his ally strike first, manipulated his way Yun Bei to generate more mist, simultaneously commanding the archers and gunmen concealed within to launch an aerial assault. So it was you who categorized me as a pet, Balaji retorted indignantly, then sprang into the air like a nimble cat, transforming into a black reaper amidst the fog. Reaping chaos. Standing aside, Walusi folded her arms, displaying no intention of joining the fray. As the weakest Cloud official, she preferred to seize opportunities when the enemy was cornered. However, this time her plans would be thwarted. Upon seeing the Huan Xiaobei in her grasp, Gwen immediately recalled a companion from 9 years past who had lured away Yehit, enabling her escape that deceased ally being the former Cloud official of Xia. Let me see how capable the new Cloud official chosen by Yahit truly is. Gwen extracted the phone Jia from her pocket, summoning a Tempest to engage Walusi in combat. Despite losing the staff that only a prophet could wield, which combined the 8 ancestral shells, Gwen managed to suppress Walusi and dozens of Bika soldiers single-handedly using various climatic pathways acquired from Visalia and her impressive network of perception. Observing his companions engaged in battle, Kerwin redirected his focus toward Dalu, glancing at the massive Pang Ji Bei cannon in his hands, then at Dalu's small revolver. The stark contrast in firepower offering him a sense of reassurance. How pitiable to face me. Allow me to grant you relief. Kerwin slicked back his pompadour with his fingers, revealing a cruel, arrogant smile as he hefted the cannon forward, aiming it at Dalu. How audacious! Dalu pressed the bullet into his revolver's chamber, a sinister smile gracing his features. Have you decided how you wish to perish? Chapter 184. Yahit's Hidden Card. Defying a prophet is tantamount to disrespecting the divine. Kerwin raised the Pang Ji Bei cannon, aligning the fixed crosshairs on Dalu, and upon witnessing Dalu's unperturbed demeanor, his irritation flared. To lack even faith is truly lamentable. Repent beneath the might of my cannon. With those words, Kerwin pulled the trigger, unleashing a ferocious shockwave directed at Dalu, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A powerful wave surged forth from the cannon, dispersing the surrounding mist, and, at the explosion's epicenter, Dalu was engulfed entirely. Kerwin's sinister smile widened as he beheld Dalu's position, envisioning him reduced to mere fragments by the force of the shot. Yet fate had other plans from within the explosion. A figure clad in a black trench coat emerged from the smoke, the coat billowing dramatically, followed by a languid voice, truly worthy of the 6 king guns. The Pang Ji Bei indeed possesses formidable power. Dalu observed the air shield, now breached, with surprise, murmuring to himself. No wonder Enelu in the original story succumbed after enduring just one shot. For an average person, a close-range hit would indeed be unbearable. However, this ends here. Dalu snorted, then raised his revolver, aiming it at Kerwin's neck. Allow me to demonstrate my firepower. The silver bullet sliced through the air, tracing a perfect arc. Though this shot lacked the grandeur of the previous cannon fire, the latent power was of an entirely different magnitude. With a soft pop, the bullet pierced through Kerwin's chest, passing through without resistance. Kerwin felt a chill in his heart, and the next moment he spiraled to the ground. Impossible. How can this be? Kerwin spat blood, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Dalu, then glanced at the Pang Ji Bei cannon in his hands, unable to fathom how his lethal strike had been so effortlessly countered. Nor could he believe he was no match for Dalu. What has led you to harbor such a delusion of strength? Dalu regarded Kerwin, now in a pool of blood, with a gentle pity. After all, you have been isolated on Sky Island for far too long. Ultimately, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. After effortlessly dispatching Kerwin, Daluo summoned Benna into his grasp with a swift motion, only to find the encounter lacking in intrigue, prompting him to turn back to the deck. Enough of your games. Resolve them quickly. We must be on our way, he instructed, directing his words toward the airborne Bruiji and Huchuan Liqian. As a formidable member of the Fur tribe, Bruiji's prowess rendered the task of dealing with a mere kinky trivial. The obscuring mist posed no hindrance against his observation hockey. Observing his captain's impatience, Bruiji focused intently, rubbing his paws together until a potent electric current crackled to life in his palms. With a powerful kick off his hind legs, he vaulted above the clouds. In an instant, the skies erupted with lightning, and anguished cries rang out as the Bika soldiers spiraled down like mosquitoes struck by an electric zap. Even the more resilient Kenki succumbed to Bruiji's electric claws, losing consciousness instantly. Meanwhile, Huchuan Liqian lamented, "It seems our playful antics must come to an end. Such a pity, for it was rather entertaining." With a deft flick of his long sword, he effortlessly cleaved Alan T's elusive cloud iron sword in two. The iron cloud shell, once wielded by Enelu's subordinate, the priest of the Iron Trials, possessed the ability to extend at will and boasted a hardness comparable to steel. How could you so easily sever my sword? Who are you truly? Alan Tay, witnessing his inevitable defeat, swallowed hard, his spirit crushed. Ah, it appears you have surrendered, Huchuan Liqian remarked, narrowing his eyes before elegantly moving behind Alan Tay with a casual grace, executing a flourish of his sword before sheathing it. There was no visible trace of an attack. Yet Alan Tay stood frozen, a crimson line appearing on his delicate neck. Indeed, the technique employed under such circumstances falls short when compared to my senior's prowess. Huchuan Liqian mused, twisting his wrist in dissatisfaction. After Huchuan Liqian and Bruiji efficiently dealt with their adversaries, only Wheeless remained, desperately holding her ground against Gwent. As their battle approached its conclusion, "Why? How dare you, the traitor, return?" After such a prolonged conflict, Wheeless immediately recognized Gwent, despite having grown up together. Their relationship had always been fraught with tension. Both were adopted, yet Gwent had been elevated as the Sky Prophet, while Wheeless struggled to gain even the title of a mere cloud officer, her jealousy consuming her. A traitor? The one deserving such a label is not I. Gwent shook her head resolutely. If she were to be considered a traitor, it would be an insult to the soldiers sent to die on the battlefield 9 years ago, to the oppressed factions on Baika Island, and to all those who perished in the countless wars instigated by Yait over the past century. Upon her return, she intended to eradicate the specter of Yait that loomed over Baika. I truly regret believing Corwin's deceit and not informing the prophet at once. Wheeless, wiping the blood trickling from her mouth with her sleeve, felt a surge of madness rise within her pale visage. Ha ha, the prophet will surely avenge us. Without a doubt. Are you done? If so, let end. Gwent conjured a dark ball of electric storm clouds using a special weather device, and sent it hurtling toward Wheeless. It seems we have resolved this matter. So let us depart, Daluo observed as Gwent approached the mermaid's him. Once she boarded the deck, he tossed her several harvested Sky Island shells. I recall you mentioned that the prophet could master all Sky Island shells. Keep these for your protection. I trust you remember how to utilize them. Of course. Gwent replied with a bright smile. Meanwhile, in the temple of Baika, the night had deepened, and most had long since retired. Yet Yait remained preoccupied with preparations for the following day's ceremony. Why do I feel so uneasy? Is it due to those sea people? Despite having made thorough preparations, her mind remained restless. Exiting her study with a lamp crafted from shell, she wandered to a secluded corner of the temple's rear garden. Upon triggering a mechanism, an ancient stone door adorned with enigmatic totems creaked open, leading Yait down a staircase to a hidden chamber. Unknown to all, nestled between the clouds and colossal vines beneath the Baika temple lay the remnants of a lunar civilization. And it was from here that Yait uncovered the origins of the Sky Islanders. This land, known as the Moon, was the origin of the Sky Islanders. Hailing from a city called Baikal, which once thrived with advanced technology, but was ultimately decimated by an unknown catastrophe. A portion of survivors had boarded an ark to reach the White Sea, constructing this site in hopes that their deity would one day guide them back to the infinite land. Indeed, even the technologically advanced inhabitants of the Moon clung to their divine beliefs, for in Baikal, where electricity reigned supreme, those who consumed the Rygene fruit and wielded lightning were akin to deities. The infinite land, the glory of my ancestors, shall be revived by my hand. Yait beheld the dormant robots within the ruins and the blue fruit resting upon the altar, a manic smile spreading across her face. Initially, she had planned to spend decades cultivating a deity to fulfill her ambitions, yet Daluo's presence instilled a profound unease, prompting her to revise her intentions. If that is the case, let me become this deity. Ascending the altar step by step, Yait retrieved the fruit from the shrine. Reveling in the tingling sensation coursing through her body and the latent power within her frail form, she let out a euphoric laugh. In response to the emergence of this deity, the once dimly lit Baikal suddenly blazed with light, and the multitude of robots displayed within the ruins awakened, their crimson eyes snapping open. Chapter 185. The divine the following day arrived, and due to the sacrificial ceremony, Baika Island buzzed with activity. As everyone donned matching prayer garments, gathering on the third level where the temple resided. The sacrificial altar was situated in a space behind the temple, reminiscent of the Maya pyramids from Daluo's past life. According to legend, the prophet could commune with the divine upon the altar. Thus the ceremony was held in this sacred spot. Surrounding the altar, nearly all of Baika's armed forces were mobilized, encircling it to prevent any breach. The remaining 4 cloud officials stood solemnly at the corners of the altar, their vigilant gazes fixed on the crowd below, ready to unleash their thunderous might at the slightest disturbance. 8 centuries ago, our ancestors emerged from the boundless land. Yet they were cast adrift to the Baiba, due to a calamitous event. For centuries later, the revered Mother Goddess, compelled by the devoutness of the Kongdao people, bestowed a sacred land upon us. Dressed in a white clerical robe and leaning on her staff, the divine priestess Yehit recited fervently, recounting the origins of the Kongdao people. Abruptly, she shifted her discourse, lamenting, "Yet, the land granted by the divine to the Baika people has been seized by the Apaya and Sandia. Those who lack reverence for the gods, along with the heretics from Sandia, they have usurped the land and gold bestowed upon us by the divine." Shaking her staff, Yehit expressed her righteous indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury, igniting a fervor among the Baika citizens below. The crowd surged with emotion, as if ready to enlist in the army to confront the Apaya and Sandia, those whom they considered irreconcilable foes. No wonder it is said that those who engage in politics are masterful actors, Daro remarked, concealed in the southwestern corner of the sacrificial platform, observing the fervent war mobilization led by Yehit. At that moment, Daro and his companions were hidden within a crowd under Niufa's watchful gaze. And due to the presence of the traitorous Niufa, no disturbances arose. War requires not only hatred but also legitimacy. Yehit was acutely aware of this principle. Thus, after rallying for war, she swiftly transitioned to the day's main topic. Years ago, during a prayer, I received a divine revelation that the deity would be born among the Baika, uniting the entire Kongdao and leading his most devout followers back to the cradle of the divine, the boundless land. As Yehit spoke, a group of nuns approached the sacrificial platform, cradling infants swaddled in garments adorned with golden threads. These children, Victor, Stun, Hawkins, and Inalu, are this year's newborns. The deity revealed to me that he would be born among one of them. Despite having consumed the thunder fruit, Yehit intended to select a successor. A young deity could render the war just and elevate her control over Baika. Everything would be done in the name of the divine. While Yehit was in the midst of designating the divinely chosen child, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. A woman, short-haired and armed with a bundle of spears, surged through the throng towards the sacrificial platform. Several Baika soldiers attempted to intercept her, but she deftly pierced them with her thrown spears. "Yehit, cease your nauseating performance. You are the architect of this war," the woman shouted angrily as she ascended the platform. It was Nala, and both Gwent and Niufa, upon recognizing her, were momentarily taken aback. "Do you know her?" Daro inquired curiously, admiring the wild spirit of the woman on the platform. "Yes. She was once the wind officer under my command. I heard she married after being dismissed by Yehit," Gwent replied, her expression a mix of complexity. "I see," Daro said, recalling that Niufa had mentioned her during his time at her home, then teasingly remarked to Gwent, "I must say, she exhibits far more courage than you." "Indeed," Gwent exclaimed, reflecting that compared to her 9 years of hiding in Visalia, Nala, who had always been headstrong, was undeniably the braver one. On the sacrificial platform, after dispatching several Baika soldiers with her makeshift throwing spear, Nala attempted to bring forth the evidence of Yehit's transgressions to the public. This act, without a doubt, incensed several of the cloud officials present. "Nala, do you think we are dead?" Rain Officer Runny, a bearded old man, raised his gourd-like rain shell towards her, shouting in fury, "You despicable enablers, it would be better if you were dead." Nala retorted through gritted teeth, forcefully throwing her spear. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air. As it reached its apex, the impact shell bound to it erupted, propelling the spear towards the elder at an accelerated pace. Once a formidable wind officer, reduced to using an impact shell after losing her rain shell. How laughable. Fire Officer Fayer sneered as he unleashed a flame, obliterating the spear. Damn you. If Gwen were still here, you would be in for it. Nala cursed, retrieving another spear from her back, determined to fight to the bitter end. Facing two cloud officials, Nala, stripped of her rain shell, found herself at a disadvantage and quickly began to falter. Witnessing this, Gwen could no longer contain herself. It seems time for me to make my entrance. Daro stepped forward, crossing the crowd, unleashing his overwhelming presence upon the arena. Others followed suit, rallying behind Daro as they approached the sacrificial platform. Nala. Gwen rushed to Nala's side, wielding her cloud iron sword to fend off Fayer and Runny, who were closing in. Gwen, how is this possible? Nala exclaimed in disbelief at the familiar face before her. Let us not dwell on that now, Nala, Gwen urged, helping her up and handing over the rain shell she had seized from Kerwin the night before. Haha, my old comrade. Nala laughed heartily. Her spirits lifted as she hefted the cannon and aimed it at the advancing Fayer. Fayer, were you the one mocking me just now? Watch as I tear your filthy mouth apart. Hey, isn't that the Sky Prophet? I thought she was dead. Gwen's appearance stirred a commotion among the Baika citizens. Once a revered Sky Prophet who had made significant contributions to Baika, Gwen's reappearance prompted the wavering moderates to reconsider the peculiarities of the day's ceremony. A development Yahit certainly did not welcome. Gwent, how dare you show your face before me? Yahit, who had remained a detached observer, questioned the familiar visage with a complex mix of emotions. Once, Gwen had been her most esteemed successor, and Yahit had believed she would carry forth her will to unify the Kongdao. Alas, Gwen's defiance had led to a singular fate, death. Yahit bellowed fiercely. With that, she swung her staff, embedded with 8 sky island shells, unleashing a shockwave aimed directly at Gwen's head. Upon witnessing Yahit's attack, Daro leaped forward, instantly appearing before Gwen, intercepting the shockwave with his bare hands. I cannot allow you to harm my newly recruited navigator. Daro narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. It appears that Gwen has placed his hopes in you, the people of Qinghai. Ihite tugged at the staff in his hand. As dazzling silver serpents began to manifest upon his skin, the air around him crackling with an electric intensity, suffused with a sense of fury. Not only that, the ground surrounding the altar began to tremble, followed by an eerie sound of gears grinding from beneath the earth. In the next moment, countless diminutive robots emerged from the ground, surrounding Ihite like devoted servants. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying the divine? Dalu, unfazed by the thunderous presence of Ihite, turned his head to the others and instructed, leave those robots to you. With that, Daluo lightly propelled himself into the air, his golden hair rising as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Come fort. Let me witness the true measure of your so-called divinity. Chapter 186. Thunderclap, how audacious, daring to interrupt the descent of the divine. Ite looked down upon Daluo from the altar, her eyes filled with coldness and arrogance. The crone raised her staff, channeling a tempest of lightning that gathered above her head, and with a powerful swing, countless blue orbs of lightning hurtled towards Daluo with terrifying velocity. Perhaps due to the overwhelming speed, Daluo made no extraneous movements, and he was engulfed entirely by the blinding orbs of lightning. The rampant lightning obliterated the clouds in a corner of the altar where Daluo stood, enveloping the entire area in a blinding white light. This is the might bestowed upon me by the divine. You mere ants shall perish. Ite raised her arms high. A manic grin plastered across her face as she beheld the realm of lightning she had conjured, thoroughly satisfied. In her eyes, Daluo was as good as dead. Below the altar, Gwent, entangled in a struggle with Run T, glanced over in horror at Ihite, who resembled a thunder god and the densely packed, formidable robots surrounding the altar. What on earth is going on? How did that old hag suddenly harness such terrifying power? Gwent was uncertain of Daluo's strength, and thus felt apprehensive that these sudden robots and Ihite's hidden might could completely turn the tide of battle. A nature type that commands lightning. How could this be? Such a fruit has never appeared upon the seas. Just moments ago, Sophia had kicked a robot away and now turned her gaze towards the lightning-filled altar. As a former assassin from the underworld, she understood the existence of nature types. Her expression darkened as she continued to explain, nature types are grounded in the existence of devil fruits, with some special nature types possessing power that rivals the divine. Even with formidable haki, they are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Above, Ihite, wielding the prophet's staff, surveyed the battlefield as the lightning began to dissipate. Her smile slowly freezing. Such destructive power truly befits the thunder fruit. As the lightning faded, Deluo stood unscathed, the 12-layer elemental shield that had protected him gradually crumbling. Oh, you did not perish? Did that peculiar shield save your life? It seems you too possess the powers of the divine. Yhite furuit herbroth, yet remained unconvinced, for in her view, the power of lightning was unrivaled. How could anyone possibly triumph over the most ferocious force of nature? And, as one capable of traversing the skies from Shanghai, Deluo surely had a few tricks up his sleeve, but they were mere trifles in the face of the might of thunder. 30 million volts of the great silence thunder serpent. Ite swung her staff once more, and immediately bolts of lightning erupted, resembling countless venomous tongues flickering in the air. In the next moment, a lightning serpent stretching several hundred meters manifested in the square, coiling its body skyward, sealing off all of Deluo's escape routes. Thus, you have nowhere left to retreat. Ihite cackled maliciously, directing the lightning serpent to charge at Deluo, intending to obliterate him completely. The colossal serpent tightened its grip, enveloping Deluo inescapably, and then its head soared upwards before plummeting at high speed, akin to a dragon breaking through the sky, crashing towards Deluo. Is this all you have? Such a powerful fruit wasted. Observing the apocalyptic lightning serpent, Deluo felt no fear. Instead, he leisurely raised his golden revolver and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a bullet encased in haki shot forth from the barrel, transforming in mid-air into a spiraling, pitch-black spear that pierced through the serpent-esque gaping maw. Just as in Norse mythology, the world-ending serpent Jormungandr was effortlessly penetrated by Deluo's Gungnir, the terrifying electrical energy of the fruit dissipating into nothingness. Having thwarted 2 consecutive attacks, Ihite, who had just consumed the thunder fruit, found it difficult to accept, her already wrinkled face twisted in disbelief. It appears the might of the divine is not so formidable after all. Deluo chuckled lightly, continuing to provoke, you, a being confined to the sky island, have never even witnessed the vastness of the sea, merely gazing at the world from a well. You insolent wretch. Ite, incensed by Deluo's taunts, transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at him, seeking to engage in close combat. This was precisely what Deluo had hoped for. After all, if she relied on the high mobility and long-range lethality of the thunder fruit, he would find it challenging to counter her in the short term. Just as planned, a slight smirk tugged at Deluo's lips as his empty left hand grasped the air, and a long blade forged from compressed air materialized in his palm, firmly blocking Ihite's strike. As his left hand parried the thunderous blow, Deluo's gun-wielding right hand was not idle. He swiftly aimed at Ihite's vital point, as perceived by Death Eye, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot towards her face at an exceedingly acute angle. However, Ihite was no mere novice. As a being who had lived for nearly a century, her observation haki was exceptionally refined, rivaling even Deluo's. Just as the bullet was about to strike, Ihite reacted, instantly elementalizing her head, narrowly evading the lethal shot. Impressive reflexes. Deluo offered rare praise, as if commending a circus monkey performing unexpected acrobatics. You scoundrel, Ihite retorted angrily, having nearly been hit, and elementalized once more to engage in battle with Deluo. The two, skilled in their arts, became 2 indistinct shadows of black and blue, clashing continuously in the arena. Undeniably, Ihite's prowess was formidable, despite being an elderly crone on the verge of death. Her years of combat experience and finely honed observation haki allowed her to hold her ground against Deluo in this brief encounter. Tingwen Novel Network. This level of combat prowess, if placed in Qinghai, would undoubtedly warrant a bounty of at least 500 million for a notorious pirate. DeLuo shook his left hand, slightly numbed from the electric shock, and could not help but exclaim. Compared to the later, less skilled Enelu, who relied almost entirely on the powers of the Raijin fruit, Ihet had undoubtedly reached a higher echelon. Her only two apparent weaknesses were the lack of haki and the physical limitations brought on by her old age. On the other side, Ihet was equally astonished. She was acutely aware that after consuming the Raijin fruit and harnessing the capabilities of electromagnetic waves, her heartstrings had ascended to a new realm. Not only did her range expand to monitor the entirety of the Sky Island, eavesdropping on the conversations of everyone within her reach, but she could also accurately read the thoughts of her opponents during battle, allowing her to preemptively alter her tactics to defeat them. Coupled with the devastating destructive power of the Raijin fruit, she should have been invincible. Yet, why had she come to a standstill? DeLuo twisted his neck and retrieved several white phosphorus grenades from his pocket, seemingly intending to conclude the battle with one decisive strike. Citian Tang Eugene, what better way to send off a self-proclaimed deity than with this grenade? DeLuo mused with a wicked sense of humor as he hurled 2 grenades toward the predicted position of the dead-eyed opponent. Then, with a flicker of his form, he instantaneously leaped to Ihet's rear. Fall kick of the serpent. Despite Ihet's response, the heavy kick landed squarely on her elementalized form, propelling her away. "You bastard! Let go of me!" Ihet screamed, desperately trying to evade the impending attack, but was restrained by DeLuo's haki, unable to elementalize. Boom! Just as DeLuo had calculated, the 2 white phosphorus grenades detonated in their vicinity, erupting like white fireworks as the white phosphorus flames surged toward Ihet. The excruciating pain ignited a fierce determination within Ihet. She gritted her teeth and unleashed the Raijin fruit's powers at maximum capacity, enveloping both of them in a massive surge of lightning. The electric heat, with currents reaching tens of millions of volts, created an intense temperature that made DeLuo feel as if he had kicked a colossal fireball. The white phosphorus flames descended, carrying temperatures in the thousands of degrees, capable of turning anything they touched to ash. Although Ihet elementalized the moment she came into contact with the flames, she still sustained burns on her left shoulder. "Damn it, this hurts like hell," she bellowed at her charred shoulder, the excruciating agony nearly driving her to madness. Hysterically, she glared at the crowd below. "All of you define me, so perish." With her hair standing on end, resembling a frenzied spirit, the lightning around her coalesced into a towering specter of thunder. Simultaneously, the Baikal ruins, long dormant beneath the sacrificial altar, suddenly ruptured, unleashing countless robots in a frenzy. Observing Ihet's impending self-destructive stance, DeLuo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Damn, there's a second phase, isn't there? Chapter 187, Godslayer. Had these robots gone mad? In the square beneath the altar, Ryukit and his companions watched as the robots entered a self-destruct mode, their expressions turning grim. The combat prowess of these robots was quite mediocre, yet their sheer numbers, continuously emerging from the underground ruins, proved to be overwhelming. Moreover, once in self-destruct mode, each possessed explosive power akin to that of conventional grenades. Even a slight contact would lead to a chain of relentless explosions, presenting a formidable challenge. "Damn it, this won't do," Ryukit said urgently. "Rabbit, stick with me. We need to investigate down there." He swiftly transformed into liquid, dragging the disheveled Rabetti and throwing her toward the circular opening from which the robots were emerging, before following her as an arrow of liquid. As they approached the gaping hole leading into the ruins, the robots realized that someone intended to disrupt their lair and shifted their aim, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the entrance. "Damn it," Ryukit exclaimed as he faced an imminent explosion from a robot, nearly losing his composure. If it detonated, it could trigger the explosion of hundreds more. In that critical moment, Izumi Riken intervened. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he manipulated the Izumi Masamune in a remarkably peculiar manner, sending it into a high-frequency tremor. If a swordsmanship master were present, they would discern that the vibrating tip was tracing countless circles, giving rise to a multitude of circular sword energies. Sword energies rained down like a gentle shower. Izumi Raiken's half-opened eyes widened momentarily. In an instant, strands of sword energy descended from the air, creating ripples upon contact with the ground, causing the densely packed robots to split apart. With a single stroke, the area was cleared. "What a reliable bunch," Gwen on the sacrificial altar remarked, impressed by the scene. He felt fortunate to have joined Luo's pirate crew. Without them, facing Ihet with such hidden cards would have been unfathomable. "Well done," Ryukite praised, quickly seizing the opportunity created by Izumi Raiken to leap into the underground ruins alongside Ribetti. Though referred to as ruins, they were more accurately described as a weapons factory, filled with production lines for mechanical soldiers. As long as there was sufficient energy, mechanical soldiers could be produced in unlimited numbers. Perhaps, for the former inhabitants of the moon, those who consumed the Raijin fruit were akin to deities. "Ha ha ha! Let all of you be obliterated." Above the skies, Ihet, now completely consumed by madness, stood amidst the clouds, continuously summoning the power of lightning. Countless violent lightning serpents danced around her, crackling as they rubbed against the air. In the heavens, innumerable lightning serpents coalesced, converging toward a colossal lightning sphere concealed within the clouds. The dark cloud layers flickered with silvery flashes, accompanied by a deep, rumbling growl, resembling a horrific beast lurking in the shrouded clouds. Goodness, the Raijin fruit is exceedingly formidable, enabling someone who hasn't even consumed it for long to wield such a technique. Luo regarded the enormous lightning sphere, its diameter exceeding 100 meters, and felt a sense of trepidation. As someone familiar with the original narrative, he understood the nature of such devastating attacks. Just as Ace possessed his signature move, the Flame Emperor and Blackbeard had his Dark Water, the Raijin fruit had its own unique equivalent, known as Raijin's Descent. Faced with the overwhelming presence of that colossal lightning sphere, Luo dared not underestimate it any longer, for it possessed the power to annihilate the entirety of Baikal with a single strike, necessitating a serious response. Dust to dust, earth to earth. You defiant beings against the divine, perish alongside Baikal, as I venture into the boundless earth. Yi howled frantically, her crimson eyes fixated onto Luo and the chaotic battle below. After consuming the sound of thunder fruit, Yite, who believed she had ascended to the ranks of the divine, was effortlessly defeated by Daluo. The stark contrast of her expectations and reality nearly drove her to madness. She resolved to annihilate both Daluo and Baika. Only through their destruction could she erase the humiliation Daluo had inflicted upon her. Tendrils of lightning continued to converge from Yite, nurturing the burgeoning sphere of thunder. Daluo understood that he had to eliminate Yite before her technique fully materialized. However, Yite had become astute, opting not to engage Daluo directly, but instead utilizing the high mobility granted by the Thunder Fruit to shift positions, occasionally launching a few lightning orbs for distraction. Is the Divine One merely going to dodge and evade? Daluo sneered at Yite, who had retreated to a distance once more, attempting to disrupt her rhythm. "Oomph. Sharp-tongued little brat. You won't be so smug for long." Yite had learned to hold her ground verbally without facing Daluo head-on. "Then let me show you the gulf between us, you so-called deity." Daluo raised an eyebrow, retrieving a series of grenades from his pocket and casting them into the air. Countless grenades ascended, forming a stellar array that adorned the heavens, reminiscent of the combination he had used to defeat Captain John. His most potent technique, Supreme Sky Red Cloud's Dragon Catastrophe. Accompanied by the terrifying might of compressed Conqueror's Haki, the dragon had materialized from the aluminum thermal grenades, Purgatory Furnace, its searing heat warping the air around it. Following this, a series of fire attribute grenades, including magma and gasoline grenades, erupted, gradually morphing under Daluo's command into a dragon's body, scales, and claws. The colossal dragon ascended hundreds of meters into the air, circling above the immense sphere of lightning, gazing down upon all like a god of destruction. Simultaneously, The massive sphere of lightning that Yite had condensed reached its zenith, its dazzling blue and white light nearly blinding. It appeared to be nearing the brink of collapse. Almost simultaneously, both combatants completed their preparations. "Come on, let us clash head-on," Daluo roared as he directed the fire dragon, speeding towards the descending sphere of terror like a rocket. The dragon unleashed a roar, and the overwhelming conqueror's haki spread forth, dispersing the plasma-like sphere of electric light that was on the verge of solidification. Seizing the opportunity, the aluminum thermal dragon head charged directly into the heart of the sphere. The sky above the floating island wailed in agony, followed by a colossal explosion that echoed throughout. Boom! The heavens were cleaved asunder by thunder and flame. One half radiant as day, with lightning, and the other half a blood-red sun akin to purgatory, blue and red contesting fiercely, tearing the sky in twain. The battle of thunder and fire raged on. Subsequently, an unprecedentedly violent shockwave formed a visible spherical distortion, causing the very space within the wave to twist violently. The ground beneath began to fracture under the strain, and the entire Baika trembled violently. "Hey, this is monstrous!" exclaimed Ganfuer, who, mounted on the Pegasus, was controlling the cloud iron shell to form a unique shield while observing the rending sky. Beside him, Rekt, who had just demolished a significant portion of the underground ruins with Rebetti, shrugged in nonchalance, accustomed to such spectacles from their captain. The explosion continued, flames incessantly consuming the sphere of lightning, forcing it to shatter, with countless arcs of electricity escaping and radiating outward. Even these surviving energy remnants, upon striking the ground, were as lethal as electromagnetic cannons, bearing millions of volts of high voltage. Fortunately, as meteorologists, Halidas and Ganfuer had anticipated this scenario upon witnessing the sphere shattering. They promptly utilized the cloud iron to craft uniquely shaped cages that, despite being conductive, entirely intercepted the descending thunderbolts. Faraday cages. Daluo raised an eyebrow at the ground, where the round cages resembled buns, praising, "It seems our meteorologist ISNT half bad." As the arcs continued to dissipate, the massive sphere of lightning in the sky struggled to maintain its stable form, gradually succumbing to the fire dragon's assault until only a brilliant red hue remained in the canopy. "Impossible! I will not lose. A deity cannot lose." Exhausted, Yite collapsed to the ground, her once ambitious gaze now dimmed, repeatedly uttering those words. She was unwilling and afraid to accept that decades of plotting had culminated in nothing. Yite, whose aging body had reached its limit after the recent battle, succumbed to the overwhelming sense of disparity and bitterness, ultimately meeting her end. Thus, the battle for Baika came to a definitive close. The old god had perished, and a new one was destined to rise. The floating island was on the verge of peace and unity. Chapter 188. Aftermath. Yite was dead, taking her laughable ambitions to the ethereal void. The shadows that loomed over Baika, Angel Island, and the Sandia people dissipated, and no one would incite war from the shadows again. Peace and unity would become the new chapter for the floating island. It seems to be over. Ganfuer, riding on turned to Siklos, who was mounted on the Tian bird. Behind them was a contingent of 30 to 40 reinforcements, some drawn from the Angel Island Guard, while others hailed from the warriors of Sandia. Ganfuer and Siklos had initially set out to assist the new deity, hoping to stabilize the situation and leverage this achievement for some influence on the floating island. Unfortunately, witnessing the commotion arising from Daluo and Yite's confrontation, they hesitated. Their strength was inadequate to engage in such conflict. More importantly, they feared aligning themselves before the victor was determined, should Yite prevail. Angel Island and the Sandia people would face the wrath of that madwoman. Such as the pirate world, where the powerless must rely on cunning to navigate between formidable forces. "Let us move quickly and see what we can do to help," Siklos urged, feeling anxious as he realized the relationship between Sandia and Baika was even worse than that with Angel Island. On the other side, on the third level of Baika Island, due to its construction on a buoyant layer of clouds, the island was inherently unstable. Otherwise, Enel's thunderous assault would not have been able to obliterate the entire Baika. Despite Daruo's efforts to intervene, the clash between him and Yahit, coupled with the commotion created by Lykeet and Leibidi in the subterranean ruins, transformed the entire third level into a cheese-like expanse riddled with gaping holes. The vicinity of the altar was adorned with dense, web-like patterns etched into the ground, as massive stone slabs cascaded down from the openings in the cloud layer. On the other side, the entire architectural complex had crumbled into disarray, disintegrating into a meteor shower that plummeted towards the second level. "Damn it, Leibidi, you are far too heavy," Lykeet exclaimed, morphing into a stream of liquid and soaring through the air, while desperately grasping the two rabbit ears of Leibidi to prevent her from plummeting. Upon glancing down, he noticed Leibidi's belly was round and bulging, her mouth incessantly chewing, evidently having consumed something in the ruins. "What on earth did you eat? Spit out quickly. I can barely hold on." Lykeet's forehead was beaded with sweat as he forcefully patted Leibidi's head, urging her to regurgitate the contents of her stomach. Suddenly, Leibidi retched, expelling a golden object adorned with strange patterns and tubes from her mouth, and instantly, she felt lighter and slimmer. The other members of the Daruo pirate crew displayed their unique abilities, some darting through the air while others leaped between the boulders. Meanwhile, the feeble Aisha was hoisted onto Sophia's shoulder, while Gwent cried out, "Help! I don't want to die." Hundreds of people enveloped with Gwent in a massive Faraday cage wailed in despair, the sensation of weightlessness from their descent instilling terror as they curled up, clutching their heads and trembling within the cage. Compounding the calamity, this sacrificial ceremony had gathered a significant portion of the Baika populace, leading to even more individuals scattered outside, plummeting without any means of protection. "Damn it, there are far too many of them, and they are too dispersed." Daruo, airborne, cursed under his breath, realizing that he could hardly attend to everyone in this situation and could only do his utmost. With a grasp of void, Daruo activated his fruit's ability to its fullest potential, and in an instant, a vast expanse of compressed air erupted from his center, lifting a significant portion of the falling crowd. Sophia, as agile as a spirit cat, deftly landed on the air platform Daruo had conjured, while Aisha, still on Sophia's shoulder, stumbled awkwardly, falling to the ground and gasping for breath. "We are saved." After a moment of recovery, Aisha patted her meager chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, only a portion of the individuals have been rescued. Some, due to their distance from Daruo, failed to land on the compressed air platform and would become the casualties of this conflict. Beside Daruo, Gwent gazed at the distant Baika residents still plummeting, guilt etched in his eyes. "Do not dwell on it. There will always be sacrifices in war. We can only do our best," Daruo reassured him, patting Gwent's shoulder gently. Just as hundreds of tragic fates were about to unfold, a piercing neigh echoed from the horizon, and a band of reinforcements riding heavenly birds descended. "Quick, save the people," commanded Siklos, wielding his staff and directing the Sandia soldiers behind him with urgency. Simultaneously, the elderly man seized the reins, maneuvering his bird with deft agility to position himself beneath the mother and child who were still descending. "I've got you." Siklos, remarkably spry for his age, hoisted the mother and her infant onto the bird's back. Once the threat dissipated, the woman, feeling the weight lifted, collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for air. "Thank you." She managed to express her gratitude to her savior, only to be met with the equally astonished gaze of Siklos. "Sandia people," she gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, unable to comprehend how they could extend a helping hand given their enmity. Furthermore, she had always thought Sandia people were nothing but savage beasts. Strangely, upon seeing Siklos, the infant in her arms immediately ceased crying, staring wide-eyed at the dark-skinned elder adorned in colorful paint and peculiar feathered attire. "Wow!" Siklos, enchanted by the adorable child, inadvertently made a comical face, oblivious to how frightening his painted visage was when he smiled, which promptly frightened the child into tears. 2 days later, on the second level of Baika, a little to the left, now a bit closer, the residents of Baika were fervently engaged in post-war reconstruction, laboring to carry beams and rebuild. Following the destruction of the Baika temple, The residents delineated a new area at the site of the fallen temple to construct a new shrine, or rather, a Queen's Hall. Notably, due to the active rescue efforts from the Sandia people and the denizens of Angel Island, the calamity on the third level did not result in significant casualties. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gwent actively promoted the reconciliation process among the three factions, enabling them to set aside their grievances and reach a truce. Moreover, with the incriminating evidence against Yahid in Windsor's possession, everyone quickly realized the truth, rallying behind Gwent and electing him as their new leader. Thus, Gwent gained recognition from the three factions, Angel Island, the Sandia, and Baika, becoming the true sovereign of Sky Island, which subsequently achieved genuine unity. Upon ascending as the Queen of the Sky Island, Gwent promptly issued a decree that left everyone perplexed, to commend the exceptional contributions of the Qinghai adventurers in battle. All fruits on the island shall be rewarded to them according to their preferences. Please collect all fruits in the square on the second level without fail. Chapter 189. The first piece of the power puzzle of the Sky Island. Is this decree too trivial? Gwent pondered, frowning at the fruit tally report presented by the administrative staff while working in the office of the Nyeyu family. The residents of Baika, filled with gratitude towards Daro and his companions, were not particularly resistant to the idea of submitting fruits. In fact, they were quite enthusiastic. Nevertheless, using this as the first decree following her coronation did seem somewhat ludicrous. But it's worth a shot. What if the thunderfruit is among them? Daro shrugged from his desk, munching on the fruits that had been offered to him. Though he claimed it was merely an experiment, he felt quite confident in his conviction that this fruit was indeed present on the Sky Island, most likely in Baika. The reasoning was straightforward. In ancient times, the inhabitants of Sky Island had established a technologically advanced city, Baikal, on the moon, relying entirely on electrical energy as there was no oil on the moon. Therefore, Daro speculated that the energy core sustaining Baikal was primarily the thunder fruit. If the thunder fruit were to appear globally upon the death of its wielder, it would be impossible for Baikal to maintain long-term access to it as an energy source for its development. This indicates that Baika has certainly grasped certain principles regarding the resurrection of the devil fruit, which, according to Daluo, is termed islandization. I recall that in the original story's cover page, Ainalu discovered an underground relic named Baika on the moon, which astonishingly turned out to be the only civilized site on the lunar surface. This is quite peculiar, considering that the lunar inhabitants regard the moon as an infinite expanse. If it is indeed infinite, how could it possibly nurture only one civilization? This leads to a singular conclusion. It is a deliberate act by Baika. They annihilated and absorbed other civilizations on the moon, thereby ensuring that each successor of the power would only resurrect the thunder fruit within the confines of the city, epitomizing the concept of islandization. This might elucidate why the inhabitants of the Sky Islands are so fervently inclined towards aggression, as they actively invaded the lands of the Sandia people who had been washed ashore. Such exclusivity seems ingrained in the very essence of the Sky Islanders. Speaking of which, the Sky Island, situated over 10,000 meters above Qinghai, is essentially an island in its own right. Hence, Daluo commanded Gwent to issue this decree. As long as Gwent, the Queen of the Sky Island, maintains sufficient control, the thunder fruit shall undoubtedly fall into their possession. The remaining matter is merely one of time. Besides the thunder fruit, Daluo's second objective for the expedition to the Sky Island, the Arc Phrases, has also shown promise. That blueprint was concealed within a Het's scepter. Rekeat, the day before yesterday, when you accompanied Lebedi to the ruins, did you discover anything? Daluo inquired while unfurling the blueprint of the Arc Phrases and examining its intricate lines. Ihet had previously amassed a considerable amount of gold, so it is quite possible she had already constructed part of it. Discovery? Aside from countless robots, there were merely the production lines used to manufacture those robots. But I blew them all up, Rekeat replied. Did you see any components resembling those in this blueprint? Daluo handed the blueprint over, directing his inquiry towards Rekeat. No, Rekeat shook his head, but just as he was about to respond, his eyes caught sight of a golden component on the blueprint, which seemed somewhat familiar. The two Malawian Quatch's electromagnetic levitation device. I believe I have seen it before. Wait, I remember now. The day before yesterday, when Lebedi and I visited the underground ruins, he seemed to have swallowed something that looked like this. But I made him spit it out. Reekheat reflected momentarily before responding. Do you know where he spat it out? Daluo asked, taking the blueprint bag from Reekheat while crossing his legs. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Reekheat pointed at Lebedi, who was sitting cross-legged in the living room, munching on a carrot. Aware of their gaze, Lebedi paused his meal, offering Daluo a modicum of respect, but regarded the two with an expression of profound wisdom. Forget it. I'll let Li Qian and Aisha search instead. They're currently collecting remnants of the robots. Daluo was momentarily taken aback by Lebedi's astute demeanor and promptly abandoned the idea of extracting clues from him. In the afternoon, Daluo arrived alone at the dock of Baika. At that moment, on the Mermaid's Hymn, Xiong and Imabu were busily transporting supplies onto the ship in preparation for their upcoming voyage. Daluo did not wish to linger on the Sky Island for too long and planned to depart the day after tomorrow. However, on this occasion, Daluo would not directly take Gwent with him, partly because she needed time to stabilize her regime and partly due to the Thunder Fruit. Beside the Mermaid's Hymn, the meteorological vessel of Iselia exhibited a similarly frenetic atmosphere. Hurry, we still need one more box of gold. Get it up here. Windsor shouted to those below the deck, followed by two Baiko warriors who hoisted a box of gold onto the meteorological ship. That should be sufficient, Windsor remarked, while Nayufa counted the cargo quantities against a list, then approached the control platform of the meteorological ship and patted Hayletas on the shoulder, inquiring, "Old man, with this much gold, can your little ship handle it?" "Of course." Hayletas, slightly annoyed by the skepticism, retorted with a shake of his beard, "Even if it were doubled, my old mate can handle it." "All right, stop boasting and let us see if it works. If not, we'll use my octopus hot air balloon," Ganfuer interjected, not buying into the bravado. These four, amidst their bickering, were planning to return to Qinghai the day after tomorrow as a vanguard team. At Daluo's request, they would head directly to Marineford before making a detour to the holy land of Marigios. Their mission was to announce the existence of the Sky Island across the vast seas and, in doing so, gain entry into the world government, thereby becoming a member state eligible for naval protection. The gold, of course, served as the membership fee for this endeavor. Additionally, it encompassed the substantial gold required to purchase Gaia Island. It is believed that such a vast fortune would be difficult for even the world government to refuse. Oh, by the way, when you return, be sure to keep an eye out for a fellow named Dr. Yuejian. It would be best if you could bring him to the Sky Island, as he will be immensely valuable. Daluo leaned against the railing of the Mermaid's Hymn, addressing Windsor next door. Given that the relics of Baika had been destroyed by Reekheat and Lebedi, the production lines of the mechanical army were rendered inoperative, making it impossible to continuously produce mechanical soldiers. Nevertheless, Daluo did not intend to relinquish this power. For the Sky Island to re-emerge in the world and engage in trade with other nations, it must possess a formidable defensive force. Even if Gwent were to obtain the Thunder Fruit, as a crew member of Daluo's pirate crew, she could not remain on Baika permanently, thus necessitating the search for an additional force to uphold the military strength of the entire Sky Island. Dr. Yuejian, a peculiar scientist from the original narrative, left a profound impression on Daluo due to his bizarre demise. He was choked to death by a mooncake while gazing at the moon. However, this uniquely departed doctor was, in fact, a scientist with formidable prowess in robotics, arguably second only to Vegapunk. In the original story, the robots he created not only possessed independent intelligence, but also traversed space after his death to reach the moon, assisting Ainalu in unifying the lunar territory. Such feats are simply outrageous. If Daluo could recruit this doctor to Baika, the scrapped mechanical soldiers on the island could finally find purpose, which is precisely why Daluo instructed Aisha and others to gather the remnants of those robots. As if summoned by thought, just as Daluo was contemplating, Aisha and Li Qian hurriedly returned to the Mermaid's Hymn, bringing with them good news. "Daluo, we found the item you requested," Aisha panted, referring, of course, to the two Malawian Quatch's electromagnetic levitation device. "You found it so quickly." Where is it? Daluo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, as he had only given the instructions a little over an hour ago. How had Aisha's actions become so remarkably efficient? Well, that troublesome rabbit regurgitated something, and as a result, that machine smashed into someone else's house, and now that household is looking for Gwent to settle matter. Aisha waved her hand dismissively, cursing in frustration. Half an hour later, Dalu and his companions arrived at the home of the family and discovered the MK2 electromagnetic levitation device lying amidst the rubble. Wonderful, Dalu exclaimed, caressing the massive machine, entirely crafted from gold. It is no wonder that Dalu was so invested in it. According to the blueprints, this device is almost the core component of the Ark proverb. It can generate immense levitational power under the propulsion of the Rygene fruit, allowing vessels to soar through the skies. I'm already eager to see how formidable the new ship will be, equipped with the Pluto cannon, the atom tree, and possessing flight capabilities. If all goes well, our next destination will be the city of Water 7. Chapter 190. The tenacious carp. 2 days passed, yet the Rygene fruit remained elusive. It appears I may have underestimated this endeavor, Dalu mused, feeling regretful about not acquiring the coveted Rygene fruit. Natural-type fruits are inherently precious among the devil fruits, and the Rygene fruit is among the most powerful, capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a formidable force upon the seas. Such is the value of a natural-type fruit. Should Gwent join us? It would be inappropriate for Aisha to consume the Rygene fruit, and I shall find another fruit for her later, Dalu contemplated, stroking his chin. Originally, the Rygene fruit belonged to the Sky Island, and given Gwent's expertise in meteorology, he could truly harness the fruit's potential. However, the pressing issue is that Aisha is far too laid back. To allow her to consume the Rygene fruit would be a waste. Dalu could already envision her turning into lightning and fleeing in a panic during battle. Nonetheless, these concerns are secondary. The priority remains securing the Rygene fruit, a task that naturally falls to Gwent. Dalu resolved not to linger any longer. Are you not planning to stay for a few more days? Gwent asked, gazing up at Dalu with a hint of reluctance, resembling a forsaken woman abandoned by her lover. Do not misunderstand. There is no romantic entanglement between us. It was merely that during these past few days, Dalu had briefly outlined the future development plans for Sky Island. The concepts he shared, such as the separation of powers, federalism, and constitutional monarchy, nearly left Gwent in awe, wishing to dissect Dalu's mind to uncover more. No more waiting, Dalu declared with a smile, stepping forward and leaping onto the deck of the Mermaid's Song. I'll leave Sky Island in your capable hands. Regardless, we shall reunite in Water 7 in a month. Dalu adjusted his hat with flair as he entrusted Gwent with this responsibility. Afterward, Dalu turned to his companions who had been awaiting him on the deck and shouted to the towering bear beneath the sails, "Let us set forth." As his words echoed, Dalu extended his right hand forward, compressing the air in his palm and casting it towards the sails. In an instant, the sails billowed, propelling the Mermaid's Song away from the dock. Alongside them, Neyofa and his crew departed, carrying Gwent's letter to Marineford to announce the emergence of the Sky Island Alliance. How splendid it is to soar, Dalu remarked enviously as he watched the meteorological ship racing through the sky. If only he could fly straight to the New World. However, the current state of the New World, with the clash between Rox and the Navy transforming it into a veritable slaughterhouse, posed considerable danger. Especially after Rox initiated his plan to hunt the celestial dragons. The entire world seemed on the brink of war. With Dalu's current strength, while he would not be easily shattered, he still lacked the power to assert himself in this fierce struggle. Even the Roger pirates, now beleaguered by Rox, remained hidden across the seas, avoiding the turmoil of the New World. This realization led Dalu to conclude that he should focus on solidifying his strength, striving for either the awakening of his fruit or mastering the Conqueror's Haki, as these would provide the foundation for establishing himself in the New World. The Mermaid's Song descended along the cloud ladder, losing buoyancy as it left the uppermost layer of the White Sea and began its free fall, creaking under the immense wind resistance. Fortunately, as they neared the sea surface, The octopus hot air balloon affixed to the ship's mast rapidly inflated, quickly transforming into a colossal balloon even larger than the mermaid song itself. Meanwhile, in an office within the G8 Navy fortress below the Sky Island, Vice Admiral Jonathan, drenched in sweat, held a transponder snail to his ear, bracing for the wrathful roar of Admiral Steelbone. "Hurry, get that scoundrel Carp on the line. Tell him to return to Marine Ford immediately. How can he linger for so long over a mere crew of insignificant pirates?" In response to the Admiral's furious outburst, Jonathan could only manage a wry smile, well aware that nearly all Navy personnel had been dispatched to protect the Celestial Dragons. Yet at such a critical juncture, Carp had slipped away to pursue Dallas' crew, claiming it was for the future of the Navy, intending to capture a group of promising pirates. Bah, you just want to slack off, Jonathan angrily thought, glancing at Carp, who was lounging on the sofa, blissfully engaging in a donut challenge. "Listen, Vice Admiral Carp, you have been here for 7 days. I doubt that crew of pirates will show up. Why not return? The pressure from the Admiral is falling squarely on my shoulders," Jonathan said, rubbing his temples and adopting a more conciliatory tone. As a fellow Vice Admiral, Jonathan could afford to be courteous to Carp, but as a divisional officer, he sought to maintain goodwill with Carp, whose reputation was on the rise. Regrettably, Carp appeared disinterested in returning, unwilling to safeguard the despised Celestial Dragons. Furthermore, he had developed a genuine belief in the immense potential of Dallas' crew. The best approach, he reasoned, would be to snuff out such a threat before it could mature. Though recruiting them might also be a viable option, given that Dallas' crew had not committed any crimes. Just as Jonathan contemplated how to persuade Carp further, a Navy soldier burst into the office, saluting briskly before breathlessly report. "A peculiar group of pirates has appeared above G8, according to the lookout. It is none other than Dallas' pirate crew, who ventured to Sky Island." Upon hearing this news, Carp, who had been lounging on the sofa, finally placed his donut on the coffee table, rose to his feet, and donned the Navy's justice coat from the side. "Kazan, we are leaving." With the coat draped over his shoulders, Carp cracked his knuckles and stretched his joints, revealing a ruthless grin, as if he were a wolf preparing to seize a lamb for dinner. The Navy moves with remarkable swiftness. Just as Carp and Kazan approached the warships, the Navy stationed at the G8 fortress had already completed their preparations, aligning 3 battleships in formation. Observing the enthusiasm of his subordinates, Carp let out a hearty laugh and leapt onto the deck with a resolute stride, gesturing commandingly. The gates gradually retracted, and the 3 warships surged forth from the fortress, advancing in unison towards the location where Daro and his crew were situated. Daro, the audacity to claim the title of pirate, prepare to face my righteous fist. Chapter 191. The distance from the pinnacle of the sea as they neared the surface, the winds of the sea began to intensify. The mermaid ship, Shinga, aboard the octopus hot air balloon, wobbled as it descended onto the ocean, sending forth a great wave. With a sigh of relief, Aisha noted the ship's stable landing. Though she had been startled by the creaking noises emitted during the descent, fearing they might cause the vessel to disintegrate, this concern was not unfounded. For the Shunga was an aged ship, having served many years, and the previous crew had shown little care for its upkeep. Thus, despite the meticulous maintenance by Daro and his crew, the vessel remained in poor condition, which explained Daro's eagerness to procure a new ship. Fortunately, during their voyage to the Sky Island, Daro and his crew had amassed a considerable amount of gold, which should suffice for acquiring a new ship in Water 7. However, it remained uncertain whether Smoky Tom would be willing to assist in their shipbuilding endeavors. "Sophia, with your extensive connections, could you inquire if there are any leads on Atomwood?" Daro emerged slowly from the captain's quarters onto the deck, retrieving a sun chair from the side, yearning for a long-awaited sunbath. "All right, I shall ask and see if there are any news regarding Atomwood in the underworld." Sophia nodded in agreement, producing a miniature silver transponder snail from her pocket as she retreated into the room. The others, feeling languid, made their way to their respective cabins to retrieve folding chairs, planning a collective sunbathing experience. Suddenly, disaster struck as Aisha shouted from the lookout tower, "The Navy has arrived. including that buzzcut uncle we encountered earlier. Just as several members were setting up their sun umbrellas and chairs, 3 ships adorned with the emblem of the just seagull emerged from the northwestern horizon, swiftly closing in on Daro and his crew. "Ah, Daro, long time no see," boomed Carp from the deck of the leading warship, his voice resonating with vigor, the Navy cape billowing in the wind behind him. Upon spotting the Navy vessels, Daro's keen observation Haki detected an overwhelming and formidable presence, characteristic of only a few individuals within Navy. Among those, Carp was the most likely to be present, though Daro had not anticipated that Carp had been waiting here for so many days, indicating that matters would not conclude easily. "Uncle Carp is quite the enthusiastic one, waiting for us all this time," Daro remarked, forcing a smile in response. "While the Navy is preoccupied dealing with the Rocks pirates, why does Uncle Carp insist on pursuing us, small fry?" "Small fry? You are indeed modest," Carp chuckled, shaking his finger. He then removed his cloak, tossing it to his aide Kazan, revealing his black suit underneath. "I noticed your extraordinary potential back in Rezabato, and I had intended to recommend you for the Navy, but who would have thought you would turn around and become a pirate? Such audacity, little brat. I wonder if your courage can withstand my fists." As they conversed, Rear Admiral Jonathan had discreetly commanded the other 2 warships to flank Daro's vessel, encircling the Shunga in a triangular formation. Starting off with these petty maneuvers is rather unfriendly. Daro's expression darkened as he observed the cannons protruding from the flanks of the 2 warships, his sharp gaze fixed on Carp. "Friendly? Since when can pirates expect the Navy to be friendly towards them?" Carp grinned mischievously, aware that Jonathan's actions were not entirely honorable during their dialogue. However, he refrained from commenting further. Carp, though principled, was pragmatic. He understood his responsibilities in confronting vicious pirates, knowing that mercy towards enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. "Hey, they are still chatting." On the left warship, Jonathan grew increasingly impatient. His sole desire was to swiftly resolve the matter with Daro, so he could rid himself of Carp, whom he viewed as a distraction from the heavenly dragon protection duty assigned to him. Everyone knew how Carp detested the celestial dragons. "All cannons, prepare to fire. Load ammunition," Jonathan bellowed, as the 2 flanking warships raised their dark cannons, tightening their grip on the Shunga, poised to sink the enemy vessel with a single command. Boom! The thunderous roar of dozens of cannons erupted, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that streaked towards the Shunga. In this perilous moment, thankfully, Richter and Rebet reacted swiftly, darting to the left and right, showcasing an unexpected synergy amidst their usual bickering. Meeting Kukulbe Bombes. Continuous devour. The 2 unleashed their respective techniques. Richter flicked his right hand forward, sending forth a torrent of beverages that transformed into a colossal flaming bird, obliterating the incoming cannonballs. Rebet, employing a more abstract approach, opened her wide mouth and lunged forward, devouring a series of cannonballs as if she were a candy-coated creature. Impressive indeed. I wonder how many rounds you can withstand. Jonathan maintained his composure, ordering his soldiers to commence disruptive fire against Daro's crew, while instructing the gunners to reload for the next assault. In response to the Navy's relentless barrage, Sophia and her companions did not remain idle. She and Blager dashed onto one of the warships, systematically demolishing the cannons along the ship's railings. Damn pirates, do not overreach your bounds. Jonathan seethed, witnessing the chaos among his soldiers. He unsheathed a katana from his waist and swiftly closed in on Sophia, engaging her in combat. On another warship, Blager was locked in a fierce battle with an officer clad in a colonel's coat, adorned with fingerless gloves. Both were adept in hand-to-hand combat, their fists colliding with great force. While the opponent's strength was modest, his tactical acumen was commendable, employing the mobility of the six forms to evade Blager's strikes, ensuring he never provided an opening for a counterattack. Observing his comrades engaged in their respective battles, Izumi, however, refrained from joining the fray. Instead, he gradually approached Daro, slowly drawing forth the katana Izumi no Mamoru, his previously squinted eyes now widening, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Insightful and perceptive, He Quan Li Qian was acutely aware of the formidable presence embodied by the Navy admiral clad in black. It resonated with the same astonishing aura as that of the white-bearded elder wielding a naginata encountered atop the peaks of whiskey. Such an adversary would be exceedingly challenging to confront relying solely on a captain's prowess. It seemed imperative to showcase some genuine skill. Otherwise, the prospect of capsizing in treacherous waters loomed ominously. Carp, observing the two young men before him, whose momentum surged continuously, felt a twinge of fear. He had not anticipated their rapid development within such a brief span. Just as Carp prepared to engage two foes single-handedly, Daro halted He Quan Li Qian, stepping forward with determination. Li Qian, allow me to face this challenge alone first. You provide me support. I wish to gauge how far I am from reaching the pinnacle of this vast sea. Introduction. Daro has traversed into the world of One Piece, becoming the brother of Roger's wife, Lugio. Fortuitously, Roger has yet to conquer the Grand Line, granting Daro the opportunity to alter his sister's grim fate.